I never expected that after crossing into a parallel world, planning to live a simple life by opening a small supermarket outside the university town, fate would play such a big joke on me. That day, I was leisurely sipping chrysanthemum tea in the shop as usual, enjoying a relaxing moment, when suddenly a strange mechanical sound echoed in my head, followed by the activation of a leisurely critical hit tycoon system. Listening to the system explain the ways to get critical hit rewards either by completing tasks or spending money, I was filled with disappointment. I only planned to keep running my little shop. But who would have thought? Opening the newbie gift pack, I actually got a one-time permission boost of 999. The critical hit multiplier cap soared to 1,000,000,000,000 times. This sudden twist left me stunned on the spot. Chapter 1, Life is full of surprises, and a wealthy player always scores critical hits no matter what. Hey! Dad, what's up? You little brat, you're already a senior in college, everyone else is busy looking for jobs, and you actually want to open a Showdown store. Do you have any ambition? Ha! Dad! This is the capital, supermarkets are pretty profitable here. What money? What profit? A lousy Showdown store can't make a damn thing. Several have already gone bankrupt in our village. If you're useless, then just come back, so you don't embarrass yourself out there. John Lin was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone. Dad! That's called a grocery store. No store is good enough, just go. Before Dad could finish speaking, John Lin heard his phone being forcibly taken away. A loud shout came from the other end of the call. Get lost, do you think it's easy for your son out there? All you do is scold him. The voice suddenly turned joyful. Son, don't listen to your dad's nonsense, he knows nothing. When you're outside, take good care of yourself. If you need money, just tell Mom, okay? John Lin smiled and nodded, sighing, got it, Mom. You and Dad take care of yourselves. I'll come back to see you whenever I have time. What are you looking at? Your dad and I are in good health. Focus on your career, and it would be best if you brought your daughter-in-law back to visit soon. Alright, I won T. Keep you, the phone bill is quite expensive. Hey, you old geezer, didn't you see the rooster has already run away? Beep beep. John Lin listened to the busy signal on the other end of the phone, a broad smile appearing on his face. Although he traveled through time, his parents were still the same parents, and happiness was still the same happiness. In his previous life, he was busy and worked hard all his life, exhausted to death, not to mention missing out on too many beautiful things. An accident caused him to travel back to a parallel world during his senior year of college. This time, he decided not to follow the old path. Instead, he spent the savings from nearly 4 years of part-time jobs to take over the small supermarket located outside the university town. He only hopes to sit in the small supermarket every day, sell some goods, drink some tea, and watch the beautiful women coming and going outside the university town, living a simple life. Rent in the capital is especially expensive, but at least the location here is pretty good. With the university town at the back and his alma mater, Capital University of Finance and Economics, right in front, the location isn't top-notch, but it's still acceptable. According to John Lin's estimate, after deducting costs, the annual net profit is close to 100,000. It's enough for his living needs. Just the thought of not having to run around looking for jobs like other classmates, or having to swallow his pride in front of leaders and bosses in the future. John Lin felt that his efforts were worth it. However, there was still a small problem for the time being, which was that he had previously been delivering goods to the supermarket as a part-time job. Now that the boss has left, he took over again. The funds are running low, so he can only handle both cashier and delivery jobs by himself for now. Once he has some money, John Lin plans to find someone to work part-time as a cashier. After all, he has been doing deliveries for several years and knows the neighborhood well. At this moment, he was standing outside the supermarket, looking up at the sign he had just hung up on the door, Fushing Grocery Store. Stealing half a day's leisure from a fleeting life. This is exactly what John Lin yearns for in his heart. Clatter! He reached out to pull up the rolling shutter and walked into the shop. The store is not big, totaling less than 40 square meters. He was familiar with the layout of the shelves and the goods, so he didn't change anything. Because he was familiar with the part-time job and the former boss, and knew the other party planned to go abroad, John Lin hurriedly took over everything. He found a newly arrived thermos cup on the shelf. He pinched a few chrysanthemum flowers, added a few goji berries, and boiled a pot of water. Before long, John Lin was sitting on the chair behind the cash register, holding a thermos. Open the lid. Blow on it. Take a gentle sip of the tea. Ah! John Lin swallowed it down. He felt a warm current flow from his throat into his stomach, and that feeling was comfortable. Ding! Host's mindset matches, leisurely critical hit tycoon system activating. What is that sound? Before John Lin could fully savor the chrysanthemum tea, he suddenly heard a mechanical voice ringing in his head. He blinked and noticed that there were no customers in the shop yet. Not a human voice? Who is that? Ding! System activation complete, please host initiate one-time system introduction. Before Jiang Lin could think carefully, his vision suddenly blurred, and a semi-transparent text appeared. He reached out and swiped twice in front of his eyes. The text still exists. This is not a hallucination. It really is true. Jiang Lin suddenly laughed. After traveling through several years, he had thought the golden finger would never come. Unexpectedly, it has been activated now. The leisurely critical hit tycoon system, just from the name, it seems to align perfectly with my original intention. The smile in Jiang Lin's eyes grew even deeper. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Ding! Life is full of surprises, and a wealthy tycoon always lands critical hits no matter what. Welcome to the leisurely critical hit tycoon system. From this moment on, every second, any action you take may trigger a critical hit. Critical hit rewards are randomly generated and may include, but are not limited to, cash, physical goods, equity, beauties, and any other items. The critical hit multiplier cap is related to your permissions. Upon hearing the introduction, Jiang Lin suddenly rolled his eyes in mockery. A trick, an obvious trick. He sneered coldly. The system's trap was right here. To achieve greater critical hits, you need to increase your privileges. And there are basically two ways to increase your privileges. The first way is to complete tasks. Complete system-generated tasks to gain experience points, such as delivering packages, delivering food, working as a security guard, and so on. The second way is to spend money. Spend money to gain experience points and upgrade your privileges. It makes you a slave to money. Just thinking about this made Jiang Lin feel very disappointed. Boring, I just want to focus on being a grocery store owner. Ding! Newbie gift pack issued, please check. Usually, the starting capital ranges from 1 to 100,000, and then I start doing tasks, right? Jiang Lin was well versed in this kind of trick, but he still chose to click it open. After all, who wouldn't want free money? As for doing tasks? That's impossible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a one-time permission boost of 999. Critical hit multiplier limit increased to 1 trillion times. Chapter 2. You glanced at your watch, rewarded with a Patek Philippe worth 17 million. Is this the limit? Jiang Lin, having heard the prompt, was momentarily stunned. This system is not what he expected. Giving 999 permissions right from the start, what's the point of leveling up? A system that doesn't even require leveling up, wouldn't that just be a dead system? Jiang Lin thought about it and realized, isn't this exactly what he wanted? Ha! Ha ha! Anyway, there was no one in the store, so Jiang Lin burst out laughing very loudly. Ding! Your laughter triggered a double critical hit, reward money 10,000. Jiang Lin's laughter abruptly stopped. Is this a critical hit? That is too fast, right? Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a text message notification. Your card ending in 8964 received a bank deposit interbank transfer of 1 million yuan at 7:32 on May 8, balance 5,213,140 yuan. Bank. Jiang Lin's pupils involuntarily contracted. That's an extra 10,000 yuan? The SMS notification couldn't be wrong. Then it's true. A couple of laughs and 10,000 yuan just came in. This is way too easy. This really is, everything is a critical hit. Understanding this, Jiang Lin laughed even more joyfully. Ding! Your laughter triggered a double critical hit, reward money 10,000. Ding! Your laughter triggered a double critical hit, reward money 20,000. Ding! Your laughter triggered a fivefold critical hit, reward money 50,000. Jiang Lin's laughter echoed throughout the small supermarket. In just a few minutes, nearly 200,000 had been added to his card. But before he could fully enjoy it, a dissatisfied voice suddenly interrupted his laughter. What laughter? Boss, get me a pack of soft manhwa. Jiang Lin's laughter abruptly stopped. He looked up and saw a young man wearing sunglasses standing in front of him, not very tall, with a face full of dissatisfaction staring at him. What are you looking at? Get a pack of cigarettes, soft manhwa, got any? The young man seemed a bit anxious and said again. Immediately, Jiang Lin's smile faded. He turned around and reached out to take a pack of soft manhwa from the shelf behind him. Is this it? Why bother with words? Don't you recognize cigarettes? The young man casually threw out a red bill, took the cigarettes, and said no change was needed. Speaking, he reached out to take the cigarette from Jiang Lin's hand. However, Jiang Lin raised his hand backward and shook his head calmly. Not selling. If it had been before, he might have considered it, but now. I'm not serving you. Hey! Are you messing with me? The young man with sunglasses immediately got angry. Jiang Lin looked at him with a calm expression. Is there anything else you need, sir? But even if I needed something, I don't have any. Jiang Lin was just about to tell him straight up, so what if I was messing with you? Smack! The young man in sunglasses angrily slapped the counter hard. Bought from that lousy warehouse sale, who do you think you are? He wanted to say a few more words, but suddenly noticed the time on the store clock. Immediately, his eyes flickered, and an idea struck him. Pretending to stretch out his wrist, he glanced at the time on his watch. Forget it, I won't stoop to your level. I still have to rush to class. As he spoke, he suddenly laughed. You really think running a grocery store lets you look down on the whole world? He shook his wrist and sneered, see that? This is a Blancpain Villeret automatic mechanical watch, with top-grade stainless steel components and a sapphire crystal dial. Just this one watch alone could buy everything you got in that rundown warehouse. The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. Wu Wenyuan was the type with average means but a fondness for watches. To earn enough face in front of his college classmates, he had to struggle hard to scrape together 100,000 yuan from home and splurge it on this luxury watch. Just received the goods today and immediately put them on, ready to show off at school. But before even getting to school, I ran into Jiang Lin. I was instantly ready to give him the first kill. Sure enough, what he said did catch Jiang Lin's attention. Everyone has curiosity, and the goods in his store add up to tens of thousands of yuan. He also wanted to see what a watch worth tens of thousands of yuan actually looked like. But just as he glanced at it instinctively, ding! You glanced at the watch, triggering a million-fold critical hit, rewarding you with a Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon Platinum watch worth 17 million. Jiang Lin was stunned. Can looking at someone else's watch also trigger a critical hit? This system is way too casual. And this time it actually triggered a 10 million-fold critical hit. It's like the luck of a royal. A 17 million watch, let alone having seen it, Jiang Lin had never even heard of it. But after the recent system baptism, Jiang Lin knew that the highest critical hit could be 1 trillion times. So, after a moment of surprise, he actually calmed down. He felt a chill on his right wrist. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see a stylish, elegant watch already on his wrist. Seeing this, Jiang Lin calmly withdrew his gaze from the other person's wrist. He also raised his hand and glanced at his own wrist. Classmate, you're going to be late. Wu Wenyuan almost laughed angrily, whether I'm late or not has nothing to do with you. Before he could finish speaking, his gaze inadvertently swept over Jiang Lin's wrist. Thump! The moment he saw the watch, Wu Wenyuan seemed as if he had been struck by lightning, instantly stunned. Even the arm raised in mid-air couldn't help but tremble slightly. This watch, how does it look so much like a Patek Philippe Grand Complication series? Wu Wenyuan's words, originally on the tip of his tongue, suddenly stopped. He stared fixedly at Jiang Lin's watch. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He has only seen this watch in pictures online. It is the most successful piece belonging to the Patek Philippe brand. Tianyue is just his own transliteration. The full name should be the Grand Complications Chronograph. The dial, composed of 686 movement components, can provide a total of 12 complex functions, including tourbillon, perpetual calendar, moon calendar, leap year cycle, celestial chart, moon phase, and lunar trajectory. Due to its extreme technical complexity and exquisite design, it is rumored that among the 180 master watchmakers at Patek Philippe, only 2 are capable of making this model. Moreover, the annual production is only 2 pieces. He once saw a news report that said one of the watches from the same series was auctioned for tens of millions at a foreign auction house. At the time, he found it amusing in his heart what kind of wealthy person could spend tens of millions on a single watch. But now, such a world-class luxury watch is actually on the wrist of a grocery store owner? Chapter 3, Triggering a Billion-Fold Critical Hit, Charm Value 999. Impossible, this must be fake, he's wearing a knockoff. Wu Wenyuan cheered himself on in his heart. But the thought was immediately dismissed. Counterfeiting was impossible. Just the complex dial that looked like a piece of art was not something an ordinary person could replicate. Not to mention the outrageously intricate movement craftsmanship. And the platinum case so smooth it could reflect a face, as well as the exquisitely crafted alligator leather strap. It is said that only the softest belly leather from wild short-snout alligators grown in Latin America can be used to extract the leather needed for the strap. Wu Wenyuan felt his face burning hot, as if he had been slapped hundreds of times. He looked back at the piece in his hand again, and no matter how he looked at it, it felt like trash. But at least he wouldn't lose face, so he said in a mosquito-like voice, "Who knows if yours is the real deal?" Before he even finished speaking, he hurriedly ran out of the store. He really had no face to stay any longer. Watching the sunglasses-wearing young man leave with a dusty face, Jiang Lin took a deep sip of the tea from his thermos. Ah! Extremely comfortable. He exhaled deeply with relief. Only then did he take the time to carefully look at the Patek Philippe on his wrist. The complex dial did not make him feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, every function was clearly displayed on this dial. Even Jiang Lin, who was an outsider not very knowledgeable about luxury watches, could see the value of this watch. The more he looked, the more Jiang Lin felt as if he was not looking at a watch, but a piece of art. Clatter! The sudden noise interrupted Jiang Lin's appreciation. He looked up and found that the pen cases on his shelf had been knocked over by someone. Jiang Lin got up from the cashier counter and immediately saw a girl somewhat flustered, picking up pens one by one from the floor. From Jiang Lin's perspective, he could only see her back. But just that one back was enough to make him feel a strong sense of youthful vitality. Spotlessly clean white canvas shoes, washed white jeans, paired with a warm-toned plaid shirt. They look impeccably clean. Her short black hair sways slightly, as if adding a touch of vitality to this grocery store. At this moment, Jianyuran's forehead is covered with a layer of fine sweat beads. She had originally planned to go to the library to study. As soon as she left the university town, she found that relatives had arrived. She originally wanted to run back to the dormitory to handle things, but who knew, the sharp pain in her lower abdomen instantly disrupted her plans. With no other choice, she had to find a nearby supermarket to buy some sanitary products. Who would have thought that before she could find what she needed, she accidentally knocked over a pencil case. Clatter, clatter. Hearing the footsteps, no need to look to know the boss is coming. In a panic, Jian still hurriedly put the pen back into the box and suddenly stood up from the floor. Sorry, Who would have known that a sudden pain in her lower abdomen would cause her to lose all balance, her body uncontrollably tipping to the side. Ah! She cried out in alarm, instinctively reaching out to grab the shelf. At that moment, a broad hand suddenly appeared, firmly supporting her arm. Jianyuran instinctively looked up, and a clean, young, and somewhat handsome face appeared before her eyes. Such a young boss? Jianyuran was a bit surprised and stunned for a moment. This wasn't her first time visiting here. She remembered the boss was a thin old man. When did it change to a young person? John Lin was also a bit stunned at this moment. A pure face with a beauty score of 90 suddenly appeared before his eyes. Fair skin, sharply defined features without any makeup. A pair of black eyes, like two stars that could speak. At this very moment, in Zhang Lin's mind, this face gave him only one feeling, too damn pure. A face so purely innocent to the extreme, just one glance seemed to instantly take people back to those awkward high school days. That beautiful figure wearing a school uniform, sitting at the very front of the class, secretly watched by countless people. This reminded him of a female celebrity from his past life named Xinyu, who looked quite similar. Of course, this was not the real reason Zhang Lin was stunned. It was the moment he touched the beauty's arm. The system crit again. Ding! You helped the beauty, triggering a billion-fold crit, charm value 999. Billions of times? Zhang Lin thought he had misheard. He just touched his arm lightly, yet he actually landed a critical hit with the highest multiplier. Only this time, what he received was not a physical item. But what happens when the charm value reaches its limit? Zhang Lin was puzzled when suddenly he saw the beautiful woman in front of him looking at him with confusion. Seeing this, Zhang Lin quickly let go and smiled at her. Are you okay? This gentle voice made Jian still feel as if waking from a dream. She only felt a sudden rush, her cheeks instantly burning as if on fire. He is really so handsome. And his voice is so pleasant to hear. Oh no, why am I blushing? For a moment, Jianyuran felt her heart pounding wildly, almost unable to control it. Extremely shy, she quickly stepped aside, and Jianyuran stammered softly. And no, it's nothing, thank you. You're welcome. Zhang Lin reached out to pick up the pen holder on the ground and set it aside, then asked instinctively, what do you want to buy? I'll help you look for it. Chapter 4, Freshman Campus Belle, Jianyuran. As soon as these words were spoken, Jianyuran's face turned even redder. Someone wants to buy it. Oh, how can I say that out loud? Just as she was struggling with how to tell Zhang Lin. Suddenly, Zhang Lin glanced over and saw her small hand resting on her lower abdomen, and the beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. I instantly realized that the other person might have been visited by relatives. No wonder the other person was too embarrassed to speak up. I see. If I follow the aisle to the end, I should be able to find it. Zhang Lin smiled at her, then turned and left. Phew! After Zhang Lin left, Jen still felt a sigh of relief in her heart and quickly ran to the end of the shelf. She picked up a brand, held it in her hand, and without looking much, returned to the counter. Boss, how much? 20. I'll pay with my phone. Okay. Jianyuran, who had paid, was just about to turn and leave. She suddenly saw Zhang Lin waving at her. Wait. Jianyuran instinctively looked back. Zhang Lin smiled and pushed a cup of brown sugar water across the counter. Drink it, it should make you feel better. Seeing Zhang Lin's faint smile, Jianyuran inexplicably took the cup and drank the brown sugar water inside. She felt that this was the best tasting brown sugar water she had ever drunk in her life. Moreover, as soon as the brown sugar water went down, even the pain in the lower abdomen eased considerably. 5 minutes later, Jian still placed the cup on the counter. From the bottom of her heart, she said to Zhang Lin, thank you. You're welcome, goodbye. Zhang Lin smiled and nodded. Jen still nodded in the same way, then shyly turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Lin suddenly muttered to himself in confusion, why do I feel like she looks a bit familiar? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Lin couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Maybe she had bought something when he was doing part-time delivery. Who would have thought that just as his thoughts settled, Jianyuran suddenly came back after having just left. Zhang Lin looked at her somewhat surprised and couldn't help but ask, what? Did you drop something? No, can I add you on WeChat? Jianiran took a deep breath, as if summoning all her courage before saying those words. She, who was extremely shy, is asking a boy for his WeChat for the first time. She had just left, but the image of Jianglin smiling was deeply etched in her mind. It was as if a voice told her that if she missed this chance, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Jianiran had never been in a relationship before, but the feeling at that moment told her that this was love. Jianglin was momentarily stunned upon hearing this and did not expect the other party to make such a request. But it only lasted for a moment before he smiled and nodded. Faced with such a pure and beautiful woman, if he couldn't even meet this small request, then he wouldn't be a man. Alright. Really, then shall I scan you? Jianiran showed a surprised smile on her face and hurriedly took out her phone, reaching out. Beep beep. Scan successful. Then Jianglin opened WeChat and received a verification message from the other party. The name was just a single character, Jian. Sure enough, it was simple enough. After passing the verification, in the remarks section below, Jianglin couldn't help but ask, "What is your name?" Jianiran. Your surname really is. Jianglin's fingers, which were typing, suddenly stopped. Jianiran. Isn't this the freshman campus Belle of Imperial Capital University of Finance and Economics? No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. It turned out that some time ago, the school forum held a campus Belle contest initiated by all the students. Each year, one most beautiful campus Belle is selected. And in the freshman year, it was won by this beauty, Jianiran. Although Jianglin was busy with part-time jobs at that time, he still heard about this news from his roommates' discussions and even glanced at the photos. Although somewhat surprised, Jianglin had gone through many trials in his past life, so he remained very calm inside. He nodded and smiled at Jianiran, saying, "A very beautiful name." "Thank you." Hearing Jianglin's compliment, Jianiran's blush deepened. "Well, I won't disturb your business anymore. Goodbye." Goodbye. After Jian still left, Jianglin couldn't help but shake his head with a smile, not expecting that this school beauty would actually be so shy. After a while, there were temporarily no customers in the shop. Jianglin used an abacus to check the inventory, seeing what was lacking or in short supply, so he could restock. Now he has hundreds of thousands in his account, plenty of capital. In less than half an hour, he recorded all the missing goods. Jianglin then prepared to temporarily close the store and go stock up himself. Why not call for a delivery? Because his shop was too small and the order quantity was not large, the suppliers refused to deliver. Riding his own electric tricycle, Jianglin headed towards the wholesale market. The wholesale market was not too far away. After about half an hour, Jianglin arrived at the entrance. He found a place to park his tricycle, then walked into the wholesale market to start shopping. Before long, he came out from inside carrying big and small packages. Load the vehicle, start the engine. Ding! You started a tricycle and triggered a billion-fold critical hit, rewarding you with a Silbi Black Arrow supercar worth 100 million. A supercar worth 100 million? Jianglin couldn't help but feel a little excited. He had seen supercars worth millions before, but he had never even heard of one worth 100 million. He hurriedly looked around from the tricycle but didn't see any sign of a supercar. Around here, most of the vehicles were trucks coming to load goods, so if there was a supercar, it would definitely be visible at a glance. Could it have been left outside the store for me? With this doubt, Jianglin started the electric bike, planning to go home and take a look first. But not long after setting off, he saw a large crowd gathered around something on the other side of the street corner. Chapter 5, The System Gave a Car That Can't Be Driven? Could it be my car? A flash of insight struck Jianglin's mind, and it seemed very likely, so he immediately turned the tricycle and headed toward the crowd. Wow, a Bentley. Worth several million. Come on, what kind of eyesight is that? This is the top model, worth nearly 10 million. What? 10 million? Then I better stay far away. A single bump could cost tens of thousands. That's right, even my entire year's salary wouldn't be enough to cover their car repairs. Jianglin, who had just gotten out of the car nearby, paused slightly upon hearing others' comments. Is it a Bentley? So it wasn't my car after all. Through the crowd, Jianglin caught sight of a silver Bentley sedan leaning at an angle by the roadside. There were parking lines here, but for some reason, the car wasn't parked within the lines. Glancing instinctively, Jianglin realized that the silver Bentley had actually rear-ended another vehicle. The exquisitely crafted front headlight was actually shattered by a hard impact. Jianglin's heart skipped a beat. Damn, this one headlight must cost hundreds of thousands, right? I don't even know who was so unlucky to end up hitting a Bentley. No. It was Bentley that rear-ended. It should be fully responsible. At this moment, Jianglin realized that the car being rear-ended was a black sports car. The other party was parked within the roadside parking lines, which surprised Jianglin somewhat. The force was enough to shatter the Bentley's headlights, yet it didn't cause the slightest deformation to the rear of this car. It looked completely unscathed. Jianglin instinctively squeezed into the crowd and heard the owner standing at the rear of the black sports car, wailing loudly. Oh my gosh, this is the end, boo-hoo. I can't afford to pay. Boo-hoo. The car owner was crying so hard, with snot and tears everywhere, almost fainting on the spot. Seeing this, the people nearby kindly tried to comfort him. Sir, please don't cry. Doesn't your car have insurance? What can't be compensated? Yeah. Besides, the owner isn't even here. You can just drive it away and be done with it. Hearing this, the car owner cried even more sadly. What do you guys know? I'm talking about their car, the Silby Black Arrow, worth 100 million. What? 100 million? How is that possible? I've never even seen that car logo. Can it really be more expensive than your Bentley? Hearing the car owner's words, everyone immediately looked at each other in disbelief. Some curious onlookers even took out their phones to start searching for information online. After a moment, even the voice began to tremble. Wow, it really is 100 million. At this moment, everyone finally noticed that the design of this black sports car was incredibly unique. A crawling car body, a perfectly integrated shape. It looks like an arrow ready to be launched. From the beginning, everyone was attracted by the damaged Bentley and never thought this sports car could be so expensive. The auntie, who was originally tired and wanted to lean on the black arrow, was so frightened that she stepped back more than 10 steps, almost sitting down on the ground. Oh my god, if that gets scratched, wouldn't it be worth millions? Everyone looked at the Bentley owner with sympathy. 10 million versus a billion, that's insanely lucky. Sir, since his car isn't damaged anyway, why don't you drive it away? I don't dare. Boo-hoo. The car owner even left snot behind. Black Arrow uses fully imported bulletproof high-purity car paint, and even if it gets scratched a little, the entire car has to be repainted. There is no driver who doesn't love their car, especially when it comes to luxury cars. He had previously paid special attention to the Silby brand online. Although this brand started back in the 1990s, it specializes in top-tier supercars, with prices starting at a minimum of 15 million. This top-spec Black Arrow made its debut this year at a foreign auto show. Both in terms of appearance and features, it represents world-class design. The top speed even reached a terrifying Mach 0.4, leaving even the Bugatti Veyron, known for its speed, far behind. But it was precisely because he knew this car so well that the middle-aged owner was even more terrified. I'm just a driver, I simply can't afford to pay for this. If I don't go through insurance, I won't be able to pay less than 10 million. Boo-hoo. Oh my. So expensive, isn't this like losing a Bentley? Didn't you hear? The Bentley isn't even his, he's just the driver. It's over, it's really over now. Even if he puts half his life into it, he still can't afford the loss. Everyone couldn't help but gossip, feeling that the driver was completely ruined. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Big brother, please don't cry, you don't have to pay for this car. The driver turned around and saw Jian Lin looking at him with a smile. He looked Jian Lin up and down, noticing he was wearing a uniform like a delivery person's, with something written about a grocery store. In that moment, the master gave a bitter smile and said, "Young man, don't joke with me, the car isn't even yours. A delivery guy, riding a tricycle, can't even afford a sedan, let alone a supercar like this." The people nearby saw this and all chimed in agreement. Exactly, delivery guy, you're not the owner of the car, so don't brag recklessly. If something serious happens, who will take responsibility? Exactly, some people are just like that nowadays. They are nothing themselves, yet they insist on getting involved. Do you really think you can get involved? I guess he thinks he's an invisible tycoon who can buy 10 sports cars like this in a minute, haha. 10 cars? That's $1 billion yuan, and I bet this guy couldn't afford even one in 100 lifetimes. Listening to everyone's comments, Jian Lin gave a cold smile. Is that so? Then I want to give it a try. Saying that, he took a few steps to the supercar and reached out to grab the door handle. Ha, this kid is crazy, is he going to smash the car or what? Oh no, he is in big trouble now, and he even dares to touch the car? Humph, not even a car key, yet he really thinks the car belongs to him. However, just as everyone was mocking him wildly, Jian Lin finally placed his palm on the door handle. With a crisp click, the originally silent black sports car suddenly lit up. The car door swiftly opened upwards, and a ring of dazzling red light burst out from all the headlights at once. In an instant, it shone across the entire scene like a fire phoenix reborn from the flames. Hiss! All the murmurs abruptly ceased at this moment. One by one, the expressions of disdain froze instantly, then were replaced by shock. Even the driver, who was just bawling his eyes out, was stunned in an instant. He could never have imagined that this 100 million luxury car actually belonged to this delivery guy. Chapter 6: Delivery to Xingsheng Building. The exclamations of Mingdao Catering Group. This world is too crazy. A delivery guy actually owns 100 million supercars. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe it no matter what. However, now, those who just mocked Jiang Lin are all embarrassingly dying inside one by one. It was as if 100 slaps were wildly hitting their faces. Just now, they said that people couldn't afford to buy one even in 100 lifetimes. But the result was an immediate slap in the face. Now, these people's faces were burning hot, utterly ashamed and humiliated. Whoosh! No need to say more, the crowd automatically dispersed. There was no other way, it was just too damn embarrassing. John Lin paid no attention to the people leaving. He was secretly pleased, just as he had expected. The system didn't give him the car keys, but there must be other ways to unlock the car. Like some cars nowadays, they have fingerprint unlocking features. He just tried it, and sure enough, it worked. He excitedly got into the car and immediately heard the voice of the car's artificial intelligence. The car owner was successfully identified, and the intelligent voice control system was activated. You can start the car using your voice, so there's no need to worry about forgetting your car keys. John Lin looked up and saw a metal-colored car key placed in front of the steering wheel. He picked it up and saw that it was made of platinum. The craftsmanship, the luster. Just a car key alone probably costs hundreds of thousands. Retracting his gaze, John Lin prepared to try voice control. The system should have recorded his voice in advance, otherwise, the smart system wouldn't recognize it successfully. Start. Rumble. As soon as John Lin finished speaking, the roar of the engine instantly erupted, a deep growl emanating from the engine. Like a giant beast awakening from slumber. John Lin nodded, then finally stuck his head out of the car window. Master, could you please move your car? Ah, okay, but your car. The driver looked at John Lin somewhat nervously. John Lin glanced over and knew the other was afraid he would claim compensation. Don't worry, master, you don't have to pay even if it breaks. Upon hearing this, the driver's face instantly lit up with joy. Look, this is what it means to be generous. This is what it means to be magnanimous. That's it. A casual sentence instantly solved all his problems. As for the Bentley, he has worked under the boss for more than 10 years, so it's not a big deal. The driver bowed 90 degrees to John Lin. He immediately hurriedly jumped into the car and reversed the Bentley out. Screech! The Bentley moved away, and surprisingly, John Lin's supercar's rear end didn't have a single scratch. This made the driver breathe a sigh of relief and also marvel at the sturdiness of the supercar. The car had already been moved aside, and John Lin was eager to take it for a spin. As for the tricycle he had left behind, he planned to call the wholesale boss and ask him to find someone to send it back. Both hands gripping the steering wheel, John Lin pressed the accelerator, and the entire supercar roared as it sped away. After John Lin took a round around, he felt satisfied. When he returned to the shop, he saw that the tricycle had already been brought back by the boss. He parked the vehicle to the side and hurriedly unloaded the goods from the tricycle. It was almost noon, and customers were likely to arrive soon. What surprised Jiang Lin was that before any customers arrived, the phone rang first. "Hello, this is Mingdao Catering Chain Group, 13th floor, Building B, Xingsheng Tower. We need 20 boxes of signature pens, 50 notebooks, and a bottle of imported sparkling water. Hurry up, we're rushing to a meeting." "Okay, I'll be there within 20 minutes. After hanging up, Jiang Lin quickly packed these goods. This was a part-time job he developed during his college years. Compared to online shopping and other platforms, although Jiang Lin's methods were simple, they effectively addressed some urgent customer needs. Otherwise, even with online shopping, delivery wouldn't arrive in just a few hours. Moreover, his grocery store carries a wide variety of items, basically covering all the commonly used goods. That's why he was able to establish a foothold in this area. Xingxing Building is not far from here, and it was also a place Jiang Lin used to visit frequently. Originally, it took half an hour by electric bike, but now with Black Arrow, it definitely takes only 20 minutes. With a press on the accelerator, Jiang Lin headed straight for Xingsheng Building. After parking the car in the underground garage, Jiang Lin carried 2 large bags and took the elevator. Arriving on the 13th floor, as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw the Mingdao Catering logo. At the front desk, Jiang Lin smiled and said to the receptionist, "Hello, this is a delivery from Fuxing Grocery." The front desk receptionist seemed to be looking down, checking something. Upon hearing this, he nodded. "Oh. Okay, please leave the items at the door of the 3rd room on the left side. The finance department will verify the quantity and settle the payment for you." "All right." Jiang Lin carried 2 bags and walked inside, placing them on the floor at the door of the 3rd room on the left. He had just taken a few steps after turning around when suddenly he heard a cry for help coming from the room beside him. "President Lin, you don't have to do this. If you keep going, I'm going to call for help." On either side of a black rectangular table inside the room, a man and a woman were sitting opposite each other. The middle-aged greasy man known as Director Lin was holding a young girl's hand, a lecherous smile on his face. "He, calling someone? Don't you want to intern here? Mingdao is a big corporation, and as long as you follow me, I can not only get you an internship but also a direct full-time position." The girl on the other side was struggling hard to pull her hand back, but Director Lin held on tightly. "Do meow meow, right? Don't worry, I've already locked the door from the inside, no one will come here. Come on, let Big Brother properly nurture this little seedling of yours." Just as President Lin was about to succeed, suddenly there was a loud bang. The door was kicked open by Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin rushed in and kicked President Lin directly in his fat belly. "Hey, who the hell are you? How dare you hit me?" Jiang Lin quickly pulled the girl behind him, then stepped forward and kicked again. "You shameless bastard, daring to do this in broad daylight." After cursing, Jiang Lin turned and pulled the girl as they walked out. But who would have known, at this moment the system's voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 7: A kick that triggers a critical hit, the second largest shareholder of Mingdao Catering. Ding! You kicked once, triggering a billion-fold critical hit, rewarding you 18% of the shares in Mingdao Catering Group, making you the group's second largest shareholder. Upon hearing this prompt, Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect that kicking a thug could actually result in a critical hit. As expected, the system also likes to eliminate evil and protect the innocent, a hero saving the beauty. Jiang Lin, already accustomed to the system's sudden critical hits, didn't pause in his movements. But after only a few steps, he was surrounded by many employees who had rushed over upon hearing the news. "Stop, who are you? Why are you hitting people? Hurry up and get ready to call the police, we can't let those two escape." Seeing the crowd gathering, Jiang Lin simply stopped in his tracks. "Go ahead and call the police. Let the officers see how your boss Lin bullies young girls." Hearing Jiang Lin's words, the people around were momentarily stunned. What's going on? Is Director Lin bullying a young girl? No way. Director Lin from the administration department? Ah. I remember now, that Director Lin just arrived recently and I heard he has harassed several female colleagues. Really? Then why not call the police and catch him? Shoo, keep your voice down. If General Manager Lin hears you, you're dead meat. Do you know he's a relative of the General Manager? I heard he used to be involved in shady stuff. While they were talking, General Manager Lin rushed out of the room clutching his stomach. Seeing Jiang Lin, he started cursing loudly. "You little brat, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Jiang Lin sneered, "I'm not interested in knowing who you are." You stinky delivery guy, how dare you insult me?" Mr. Lin shouted angrily, "Someone, take him down for me." "Yes, Mr. Lin." Two figures stepped out from the crowd. Although they were wearing suits, each looked fierce and brutal, with faces full of scars. It turned out that they had always been following Mr. Lin around. Arranged together by the general manager. Now that something has happened, naturally everyone looks to General Manager Lin for direction. Seeing that someone actually wanted to make a move, the crowd automatically parted to create a circle of space. They were just workers, they could watch the excitement, but they had no intention of getting involved. Du Miao Miao, hiding behind Jiang Lin, looked up at him. She thought to herself, this young man is really handsome, and he has a good character. If he hadn't stepped in just now, I might have been molested by the other party. Now, having to cause trouble for him again made Du Miao Miao feel uneasy. She reached out and tugged Jiang Lin's arm, shaking her head. "Young man, you should go quickly. This matter started because of me, I'll explain it to him clearly." Who would have thought that Jiang Lin looked back and gave her a reassuring glance, saying, "Don't worry, they wouldn't dare to touch me." Hearing this, Du Miao Miao sighed in her heart. They were about to make a move, how could they possibly not dare to touch you? She had just heard that Jiang Lin was merely there to deliver goods. Just as Du Miao Miao was about to speak up and take responsibility for everything. Outside the crowd, a commanding voice rang out instantly. "What are you all doing? Aren't you supposed to be working?" Upon hearing the voice, the faces of the crowd immediately changed, and they hurriedly parted to make a path. At once, a man with graying hair and a powerful aura strode over with purposeful steps. And behind him was a black-stockinged assistant. Seeing this man appear, General Manager Lin, who had been shouting before, rushed over in a few steps, speaking with a sobbing tone. "Ah woo woo, brother-in-law, this stinky delivery guy just kicked me." Hearing General Manager Lin's words, the man's gaze instantly sharpened, sweeping toward Jiang Lin like a sharp sword. "How dare you have such audacity to start a fight here?" Jiang Lin gave him a cold glance. "This scumbag just tried to molest this lady. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage." The man glanced at President Lin beside him and immediately saw President Lin shrink his neck. "Brother-in-law, don't listen to his nonsense. It was this woman who wanted to intern at the company and just try to seduce me. Who would have thought this kid would kick me without distinguishing right from wrong?" The man's face immediately changed upon hearing this, and he said coldly, "You, a delivery boss, actually dare to distort facts and slander my company's employees? Kick them all out for me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin suddenly smiled. He said in a cold tone, "I advise you not to do this, or else you might not be able to bear the consequences." "What? Ha!" The man was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. "I've lived for decades, and you're the first person to dare speak to me like that. Young man, do you know whose territory this is? Do you believe I can shut your lousy shop down in a minute?" However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a puzzled voice sounded at the main entrance. "Whose territory is this?" Swish! Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the door, only to see a middle-aged man in a suit, with a stern expression, walking in with others. Behind him, several figures followed closely one after another. Seeing this figure, General Manager Wu Nan was instantly shocked, then immediately rushed forward like a lapdog. Chairman, why did you come without notifying me in advance? I could have come down to greet you. Wu Nang bowed at a 90-degree angle to greet him, but the chairman didn't even glance at him and went straight to Jiang Lin. Bowed deeply and said, "Hello, Director Jiang." Behind him, several senior executives of the board all simultaneously saluted Jiang Lin. "Hello, Director Jiang." In an instant, the entire company fell into complete silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 8. His position, let her take it. He is actually a director? How is this possible? Even the chairman salutes him? My goodness, the director actually came to deliver the goods? Could it be a covert inspection? Everyone looked at Jiang Lin in shock, countless question marks popping up in their minds. They could never have imagined that the delivery person bringing items to the company was actually a director. Jiang Lin gave a slight nod to the chairman. You know me? The chairman smiled upon hearing this. Ha, I just received the notice as well, saying that the second largest shareholder's equity in the company was actually acquired by someone. When I saw your profile, I could hardly believe it. Seeing you today, Director Jiang, you truly have a dignified and extraordinary presence. The second largest shareholder. Upon hearing these words, the general manager's face instantly turned pale. Just now, when he saw the chairman salute Jiang Lin, he felt that things were about to go wrong. But never in a million years did he expect it to be this bad. The second largest shareholder. Just a stomp of their foot could affect the entire Mingdao catering group. The thought that all this trouble was caused by his useless brother-in-law made him glare fiercely at General Manager Lin. He immediately took a quick step forward and slapped the other person twice. Smack! The loud slaps instantly drew attention. Then Wu Nang rushed up to the chairman, a look of regret on his face, and said, "I'm sorry, Chairman, Director Jiang. It was my failure to discipline my subordinates properly. Please forgive me for their mistakes." Seeing this scene, the chairman's expression slightly changed, and he said coldly, "General Manager Wu Nang, what is going on?" Just as the other party was about to speak, Jiang Lin said calmly, "It's nothing. Just now, this Mr. Lin tried to molest this young lady, but I stopped him. But President Lin wants to ruin me, and President Wu wants to kick me out. It's as simple as that." What? The chairman raised his eyebrows. "You have a lot of nerve. Chairman, please let me explain." "Shut up." The chairman gave a cold shout, then turned to Jiang Lin and said, "Director Jiang, how do you want to handle this matter?" Jiang Lin only glanced briefly and said indifferently, "Handle it as you see fit." Yes. Hearing this, the chairman immediately nodded, then coldly waved his hand at an executive standing beside him. "Remove General Manager Wu Nang from all positions and expel him from the company. At the same time, all personnel related to him are to be expelled from the company immediately." "Yes, Chairman." Upon hearing this, General Manager Lin suddenly dropped to the ground with a thud. This is a society governed by law. Without this position, not to mention supporting a family, even eating would become a problem. Jiang Lin did not have the slightest pity for this. If he didn't have the system today, his final outcome might have been getting beaten up badly and then being completely kicked out the door. "Alright, I've delivered the goods, I'm leaving." After saying this, Jiang Lin turned and walked towards the main gate. Seeing Jiang Lin about to leave, the chairman hurriedly spoke up. "Hey, Director Jiang, stay a bit and let me treat you to a meal." "No need, maybe another day." Jiang Lin waved his hand without even looking back. He can't be away for too long, the shop still needs someone to take care of it. "Hey, wait, I haven't properly thanked you yet." Du Miao took a few quick steps, trying to catch up. It was nothing, no need to be polite. Jiang Lin suddenly stopped walking and turned to look at the chairman, saying, "By the way, let her take his position, consider it as compensation." "Alright, Director Jiang." The chairman nodded repeatedly, then smiled and said to Du Miao, "Ma'am, come with me. I'll have the staff show you around and get you familiar with the environment." Du Miao stood there stunned, feeling as if she were dreaming. She clearly came just for an internship interview but ended up not getting the internship and instead received a position as an administrative supervisor. And the mastermind behind all this had already taken the elevator downstairs. Of course, all of this was thanks to Jiang Lin, who had just left. Thinking of this, Du Miao quickly turned and bowed to the chairman. "Hello, Chairman, could you please give me Director Zhang's contact information?" The chairman did not show the slightest disdain for this newly arrived administrative supervisor. On the contrary, the fact that she could get help from Jiang Lin clearly indicated that she was an important figure. So, the chairman smiled and said, "Young lady, don't be anxious. Since Director Jiang appointed you as the administrative supervisor, you might as well get familiar with the position first. As for the contact information, it's not written in the materials I have here, but..." Suddenly, the chairman glanced at the pile of goods stacked nearby. "If you want to find him, it probably won't be very difficult." Du Miao followed the chairman's gaze and suddenly understood. She just remembered that the uniform Jiang Lin was wearing seemed to have the words Fuxing Grocery Store on it. As long as she looked it up online, she could find the address. But right now, she really needed this job, so she can only follow the chairman for the time being. Just as the chairman was about to leave, he suddenly noticed the somewhat dazed Wu Nang and general manager Lin, and immediately said coldly, "What are you two still doing here? Go to the finance office to settle the bill, get lost." The two exchanged a glance upon hearing this, their faces ashen. No matter how much they calculated, a simple delivery guy had ruined all their prospects. Jiang Lin went all the way down to the parking lot, which was very large, and he needed to find a parking spot. As a result, after taking just a few steps, he heard people arguing. He tilted his head to look, and it turned out to be a stunningly beautiful mixed-race woman with long golden hair. Chapter 9, Triggering a Critical Hit, Reward of 1 billion. Her tall figure was probably about 1.7 meters, with long, slender, straight legs, and full, well-defined facial features, at least a beauty with a score above 90. At this moment, the mixed-race beauty's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, looking very displeased. Behind her, a Mercedes GLE was following. Inside the car window, a somewhat greasy big face appeared. "Annie, can't you just agree with me? It's been 3 months already, don't you see how good I've been to you?" Annie walked while saying without looking back, "President Liu, how many times have I told you, we're not suitable, and I don't like you." 3 months ago, she was just transferred back from abroad, and ended up running into this guy from the same building who wouldn't stop chasing her. It was almost driving her crazy. But no matter how much she rejected him, this guy stuck to her like glue. "No, Annie, you're so beautiful, you just need a protector like me." The greasy man honked the horn and said, "Only I can give you the life you want. I've already booked a table at a star-rated restaurant, with your favorite top-quality veal steak." Jiang Lin in the back listened to a few sentences and roughly guessed the relationship between these two people. Unfortunately, this greasy man was driving very slowly, so he had no choice but to pass by Annie. "I told you I wouldn't agree to it." Annie was speaking when she suddenly saw Jiang Lin walking past her. In that moment, she felt a sudden brightness before her eyes. Jiang Lin's tall figure, sharply defined features, and an aura that unconsciously attracts others instantly made her little heart pound wildly. Oh no! This is the feeling of falling in love. Originally thinking about how to reject the greasy guy, Annie's eyes suddenly lit up, a plan forming in her mind. She quickly and deftly grabbed Jiang Lin, who was about to pass by her, pulling him close and directly holding onto his arm. "Because I already have a boyfriend, and it's him." Jiang Lin was instantly stunned. "What's going on? I just wanted to pass by, how did I end up being your boyfriend? Your speed in finding a boyfriend is way too fast." But seeing the mixed-race beauty's looks, Jiang Lin hesitated instinctively for a moment. And it was this moment of hesitation that made the greasy guy immediately sneer out loud. "Ha, Annie, can you stop joking around?" He pointed at Jiang Lin's clothes and laughed. "Fusheng grocery store, this guy is obviously just a delivery man. If you're going to catch someone decent." Annie naturally noticed Jiang Lin's uniform, but she wasn't a materialistic woman, otherwise, she would have fallen for many times already. So, to prove a point to the greasy man, she made a move that surprised them both. Swipe! She stretched out her fair arm, wrapped it around Jiang Lin's neck, and then, amidst Jiang Lin's somewhat surprised gaze, suddenly covered his mouth. Jiang Lin couldn't help but widen his eyes. No wonder she's a mixed-race beauty so proactive. At the same time, a voice that surprised Jiang Lin even more sounded. "Ding! You kissed once, triggering a 1 billion times critical hit, rewarding 1 billion in money." Another critical hit. And it was another 1 billion. Not only did a great beauty take the initiative to kiss, but there were also big gift packs given out randomly. Jiang Lin is not a casual person. But when he acts casually, he's not human. It's the system that makes him not human. Psychologically, he appeared to be refusing. But his mouth was very honest. Jiang Lin didn't think about this really fragrant moment, but instead threw himself into it wholeheartedly. This scene, seen through the eyes of the greasy man, almost made him break the steering wheel in an instant. He slammed on the brakes suddenly, wishing he could rush up and beat Jiang Lin up right now. However, as soon as he got out of the car, he realized that with his mere 1 meter short legs, he was no match for Jiang Lin. All he could do was watch the two of them perform here, seething with anger. After a long while, the vernal equinox. Annie looked at Jiang Lin with a face full of happiness, then turned to the greasy man and said, "How about it? Mr. Liu, you should believe it now, right?" "Humph, Annie, I didn't expect you to choose someone like him." His gaze fell on Jiang Lin. "Kid, I advise you to stay away from her. Annie is not someone you deserve." "Oh? So you think you deserve her?" Jiang Lin automatically slipped into character, wrapping one arm around Annie's waist. "Humph." Manager Liu snorted lightly, then slammed his fist heavily against his car window. "See that? A top-spec Mercedes GLE, with a final price of 1.35 million yuan. Just a poor delivery guy like you could never afford a car like this in your lifetime. Mr. Liu, don't go too far. He is my boyfriend, and you're not allowed to insult him like this. Let us go," Annie said, then grabbed Jiang Lin's arm and walked forward. She naturally knew that Jiang Lin couldn't possibly afford such a car. Besides, she had just used him as a shield. How could she let him stand there and be humiliated at a time like this? John Lin shook his head and gave Annie a reassuring look. Speaking of cars, I actually do have one. You? Ha! President Liu laughed loudly and hammered the car window. What kind of car could you possibly have? A tricycle? Or an electric bike? A supercar. John Lin said in a calm tone. Aha, this is killing me. Wait, I'm about to laugh myself sick. President Liu laughed even louder. With your poor look, you want a supercar? Keep dreaming, right? He looked at John Lin with a contemptuous expression. Don't you have a supercar? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you can take out your car keys, I'll admit you win. Annie's face showed anxiety. John Lin is just a delivery guy, how could he possibly have a supercar? She wanted to pull John Lin away, she didn't want the idol in her heart to be humiliated by others. However, before she could make a move, I just saw John Lin shrug with a faint smile. I didn't bring the car keys, but it can be voice controlled. Black arrow, start. The moment John Lin finished speaking, in the silent underground garage, a deep engine roar instantly sounded. Not far away, a sleek black supercar immediately emitted a dazzling red light. The two car doors opened like wings, just like a phoenix about to take flight. Chapter 10, I just want to say, let's get a room. Hiss. Two gasps of cold air sounded instantly. The greasy guy never expected that the other party actually had a supercar. Moreover, it was voice controlled. Black arrow, wait, could it be? He immediately thought of a sports car he saw at a foreign auto show. The design is exactly the same as this car. And he even took a special look at the price. A 100 million sports car? The greasy man was completely shocked. Driving a 100 million sports car to deliver goods? This world is too crazy. Annie next to him was also wide-eyed in surprise. Even if she didn't understand, she knew that supercar wasn't cheap. He must be worth at least 10 million. Handsome, low-key, and wealthy. This is simply the perfect male god. Looking at the confused greasy man, John Lin said calmly, next time you show off your wealth, you'd better check first. After speaking, he wrapped his arm around Annie's waist and headed towards his black arrow. The greasy guy was completely disheveled in the wind. What the hell am I supposed to check? How the hell would I know you're delivering goods in a supercar? Before he could come to his senses. Suddenly, a piercing horn sounded from behind, startling him. So what if you're driving a Mercedes? Don't you know you're blocking the way? An angry voice sounded from behind him. The greasy man was feeling irritated, and seeing this, he slapped the car and was about to turn around to curse loudly. I just blocked. Before he could finish speaking, he saw that the one honking was actually a Rolls-Royce. MMP, I seriously can't afford to mess with anyone. Sorry, I'm leaving right away. Showing a smile that looks even worse than crying. The greasy guy hurriedly got into the car and drove off. At this moment, John Lin and Annie had already arrived in front of the Black Arrow supercar. Alright, my task is complete. Goodbye, beautiful. John Lin waved to the other party and then turned to get into the car. However, before he could start the engine, Annie unexpectedly got into the car from the other side. My god, you're already my boyfriend, how can you leave me here all alone? Annie said with a smile. Weren't we just acting? John Lin looked at her in surprise. Who would have thought that Annie not only wasn't shy but actually came right over and pecked him on the cheek? Isn't there a saying in our country, pretending turns into reality? That's exactly us. You even used an idiom, impressive. John Lin secretly gave a thumbs up. There was no helping it, the charm was just too strong to resist. He stepped on the gas and drove off from the parking lot with Annie. Originally, John Lin planned to return to the shop first, but out of courtesy, he still asked Annie first. Where are you going? Should I take you there first? To the hotel. Annie said without a second thought. You're staying at a hotel? John Lin asked in confusion. No. I rented a house. Annie shook her head. Then why go to the hotel? We're booking a room. Put. John Lin almost lost control of the steering wheel and nearly crashed into the guardrail. Damn it, you start driving without warning, where's your ladylike demeanor? Gathering his composure, John Lin couldn't help but ask, Miss, aren't you moving a bit too fast like this? Unpleasant. Annie shook her head like a rattle. My mom told me that if there is a precious love waiting for me to cherish, I shouldn't wait until I miss it to regret it. I don't want the heavens to give me a second chance, I just want to say, let us book a room. John Lin was speechless. Are you sure your mom said that, and it's not from a Chinese odyssey? For a man, anything can be said, except that he cannot say he can't. At this moment, John Lin naturally had no reason to back down. He turned the steering wheel and directly navigated to the nearest 5-star hotel. In front of the 5-star hotel, the doorman saw from afar a black supercar speeding over, looking extremely cool. Wow, this supercar must be worth tens of millions, right? Are you blind? That's a Silby Black Arrow, starting at 50 million. What? 50 million? This must be a really important person. Exactly, quick, salute. Two doormen saluted simultaneously, watching the supercar stop in front of the hotel entrance. Whoosh! The car door opened, and first, a tall, stunningly beautiful mixed-race woman got out from the passenger seat. Her long blonde hair flowed freely, and her aqua blue eyes seemed almost capable of speaking. Wow, amazing, absolutely goddess level. Nonsense, I think she's even more goddess-like, practically more beautiful than a celebrity. Who could have such a goddess by their side? Could it be some prince? Or a nobleman's son? Maybe, just maybe, he's the son of the richest man. As they were talking, the other side door of the supercar opened. A tall figure got out of the car. No doubt, it must be the son of some wealthy family. Yes, those who can come here are definitely either rich or noble. In just a few steps, the two of them rushed forward. However, the next moment, they actually saw a figure dressed in a uniform. Fushing grocery store? Scan the code for delivery? What the hell? He's just a delivery guy? The two of them suddenly froze in place, feeling as if they had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Since when do delivery guys drive supercars and have a goddess accompanying them? It's the same service industry, so why is the gap so huge? Before the two could recover from their shock, they saw John Lin casually toss over a set of platinum car keys. Park the car properly. Saying that, he also casually took out 200 yuan as a tip. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, please come in. The doorman who received the tip instantly turned into a sycophant. He eagerly opened the door for the two. Upon entering the lobby, Annie said she needed to go to the restroom and left first. John Lin went to the front desk to check in first. Hello, sir, may I ask what kind of room you would like? What is the most expensive room? John Lin now has 1 billion yuan, so there is naturally no need to compromise. The Imperial Suite, 18,888 per night. The front desk clerk said with a smile. Alright, I'll take one. John Lin handed over his ID card and bank card together. The waiter took it and began the procedures. John Lin looked back and scanned around but did not see any sign of Annie. Going to the restroom as well, women always take longer. Just as he was about to look away, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his sight. College classmate, Zhou Zhangyang. Chapter 11 Emperor Set? Zhou Zhangyang's worldview collapses. Zhou Zhangyang, male. Both he and John Lin are students majoring in business management. The two were not in the same class, but they knew each other. Zhou Zhangyang came from a wealthy family. It was said that his father owned a factory and was worth tens of millions. Zhou Zhangyang himself was recognized by his classmates as a second-generation rich kid and often chased after by beautiful girls. At this moment, he was holding a beauty with a rating of around 75 points by his side. This beauty has a sharp face, a pointed nose, a typical internet celebrity beauty face. Before even getting close, John Lin could already smell the strong scent of perfume on her. Zhou Zhangyang also saw John Lin. John Lin is quite well known in the entire business management major. Not only is he handsome, but his grades are also good. And he was also diligent. During his 4 years at university, he was famously known for his part-time jobs. Basically, except for not having money, John Lin could be said to be nearly perfect. This made Zhou Zhangyang very unhappy. Just as he saw the other person, he hurriedly pulled his newly picked-up girlfriend over. Hey, John Lin, I didn't expect to run into you here. Zhou Zhangyang looked him up and down and couldn't help but ask, you still have time to deliver goods? Haven't you found a job? Not looking anymore, planning to open a small supermarket. John Lin spoke honestly before the system existed. This was indeed what he thought. There's nothing wrong with saying that. But who would have known? After he finished speaking, Zhou Zhangyang shook his head and said earnestly with a serious expression. John Lin, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you're different from me. You have ideals and ambitions. You should go out into the world and make a name for yourself. As he spoke, he casually glanced at the sharp-faced person beside him. You see, someone like me is destined to have no prospects. Every day, all I can do is indulge in debauchery, talk about love, and the whole person is about to be ruined. He spoke modestly, but there was not a trace of being ruined on his face. Saying that, he took a few steps to the front desk and asked, Waiter, do you have a king-size bedroom? Yes, sir, 2,888 per night. The waiter smiled. Zhou Zhangyang said as he took out his ID card and bank card, handing them over while unable to help but sigh, John Lin, the expenses here are too high. Another day, leave me your phone number so that when I need something, you can help deliver it or whatever. After all, classmate, I will take care of your business. Waiter, give me a room with a king-sized bed. Upon hearing this, the waiter smiled and said, please wait a moment. Saying that, she took out a room card and handed it to John Lin along with his ID card and bank card. Sir, the Imperial Suite you requested is ready. Here is the room card. Click. Zhou Zhangyang felt a loud ringing in his head and was instantly a bit dazed. What the heck? Imperial Suite? Isn't that 18,888 for one night? This John Lin actually booked an Imperial Suite? Really? Not only him, even the internet celebrity next to him widened their eyes. An imperial suite? Isn't that even richer than this sugar daddy beside me? At that moment, the influencer's face showed signs of being tempted. A young man who can casually book an imperial suite is definitely not as simple as he appears. With her extensive experience with men, she could surely tell that Zhang Lin must be a low-key wealthy man. So, she suddenly let go of Zhou Zhengyang's arm and started sending electric shocks toward Zhang Lin. Zhou Zhengyang felt a sharp pain in his heart. I'm still here, okay? What do you mean by that? Is this already starting to fall for someone else? Unfortunately, Zhang Lin paid no attention whatsoever to the gaze of the internet celebrity face. Because his eyes were fixed on a mixed-race beauty walking gracefully not far away. Wow, a beauty. Zhou Zhengyang suddenly widened his eyes. This mixed-race beauty was definitely top-notch. That figure, that face, TSK. Moreover, she seemed to be coming towards him. That's right, she was coming straight for him. Ahem. Zhou Zhengyang cleared his throat lightly, revealing a gentlemanly demeanor. At this moment, he had already forgotten the internet celebrity face beside him and was ready to make a move on this goddess. Gathering strength. Attack. Hello, I. He only said 3 words before seeing the mixed-race beauty naturally link her arm with Zhang Lin's. Dear, is everything settled? Click. Zhou Zhengyang was stunned. This top-tier beauty was actually Zhang Lin's. How is that possible? Absolutely impossible. However, that's just the way it is. Zhang Lin couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. It was all done long ago. Isn't your timing a bit too slow? Annie planted a kiss on Zhang Lin's face and coquettishly said, Alright, don't be angry. I'm making it up to you now, aren't I? That's more like it. Let's go, let's head upstairs. Zhang Lin, holding the room card, turned and smiled at Zhou Zhengyang. Xiaoyang, we're leaving first, let's chat another day. Hey, wait, sir. At that moment, the doorman suddenly came running from the lobby and handed the platinum key in his hand to Zhang Lin. Sir, your Silby Black Arrow is already parked on basement level 1. Here is the key. Thank you. After receiving the key, Zhang Lin and Annie got on the elevator and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Click. 3 critical hits in a row. Zhou Zhengyang stood dumbfounded in place, feeling like his entire worldview had collapsed. Silver Black Arrow, isn't that a supercar worth tens of millions? The top model costs 100 million. But the porter just said that the supercar actually belonged to Zhang Lin. If that's true, then isn't a car worth his dad's whole company? This is a ING tycoon, this is a god tycoon. A car is $100 million, this is also too rich. Seeing Zhang Lin actually followed by a goddess, the net red face knew he had no chance. She was still a bit becounted in terms of her own face value and temperament. Therefore, she turned her target back to Zhou Zhengyang in front of her. With a whiny voice, she said, Hubby. Let's go up. Up my ass. Zhou Zhengyang said furiously, seducing others in front of me, roll. It has been blatantly with a bit of green, how can he not endure? Zhang Lin naturally didn't know Zhou Zhengyang's current mood. He and Annie went all the way to the top floor and found his room and swiped his card to enter. As soon as he entered it, Zhang Lin couldn't help but see a light in front of his eyes. Chapter 12 Ding. Rewarded skill, stow and go. The entire Imperial Suite was very spacious, at least 200 square feet or more as far as the eye could see. Inside, apart from the basic areas such as bedroom, living room, kitchen, and office. In addition to the basic areas such as bedroom, living room, kitchen, office, etc., there is also a game room, gym, check room, and so on. Bathroom is 20 to 30 square feet, inside a large bathtub, through the one-way glass window to see the scenery outside the Imperial City. Zhang Lin sat down on the sofa and looked at the time. It was already afternoon. Do you want to eat something? He proposed. Good. Annie nodded, she was indeed hungry. Reaching out, she picked up a tablet from the coffee table, which had a variety of dishes to choose from at any time. The Imperial City was a multicultural metropolis, so almost every kind of cuisine in the world could be ordered here. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Zhang Lin glanced at it and handed it over to Annie. One copy of the Theatre Banya Royal Veal Steak. Let's have another vegetable salad. Annie thought for half a day and only selected 2 dishes. Of course, it was really because the prices were ridiculously expensive. Even if she was a seafarer, she was still a bit overwhelmed. So little? How is that enough to eat? Zhang Lin had no concept of money now. Taking the tablet and looking at it, I'll also have a small steak, and 2 foie gras with caviar, which is considered Western. This hotel is said to have a Michelin star chef for a long time, and then a traditional pineapple and sweetmeat and crispy dry fried beef river. Zhang Lin put down the tablet in his hand. What do you want to drink? And red wine then? Annie looked at Zhang Lin. Alright, let me see. Zhang Lin flipped through the pages and finally found a picture of red wine in the back, so let's have a bottle of 90-year-old Petrus. As for red wine, Zhang Lin had indeed come into contact with a lot of red wine in his previous life when he was in the shopping mall. People know that the most expensive brand of red wine is called Romanée Conti. But very few people know that only the red wine of Petrus Winery is the most quality-oriented. And its price, only a little after the Romanée Conti. Only the annual production of Petrus is not much, and most of them are circulated in the high society. So the fame is rarely known in the eyes of the public. Even Anne, who has spent time abroad, was a little surprised to receive the tablet. When she saw the price, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 188,000. So expensive, the price alone was enough to call it a good wine. Not long after, a knock sounded outside the door. Opening the door, two waiters in succession came into the room pushing food carts. One by one, the food was placed on the table, and just looking at it was enough to whet one's appetite. The two of them took their seats by the dining room. Annie thoughtfully poured a cup of waking red wine for Jiang Lin and looked at him with a smile on her face. I still don't know your name? Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin casually cut off a piece of veal meat and placed it on Annie's plate. Eat it, it won't taste good if it gets cold. With Jiang Lin starting, Annie naturally had nothing to be polite about. These dishes were worthy of being from a top chef's handiwork, whether it was the appearance or the taste, it was all first class. More importantly was the red wine. Jiang Lin tasted a mouthful, the taste was silky and the aftertaste was long, in which he was also able to taste a variety of flavors such as blackberry, cream, chocolate, truffle, milk and oak. Worthy of being the world's top red wine brand, Jiang Lin felt that he did not lose this money spent. In a flash, nearly 2 hours passed. The two had eaten almost enough, so they sat on the sofa together to rest. At this time, Annie stood up from the sofa and smiled at Jiang Lin. I'm going to take a shower. Jiang Lin smiled and nodded. He walked into the bedroom and prepared to exercise his arms. Ding! You did a push-up, triggering a double blast, control 1. This is also possible? Although Jiang Lin was a bit upset that his thoughts were interrupted by the system's prompts, he couldn't help but be a bit elated to hear about this bludgeoning reward. So, he started to continue doing push-ups. Ding! You've done one push-up, triggering a doubling of blitz, control 1. Ding! You have done one push-up, triggering a 2x blitz, control 2. Ding! You did a push-up, trigger 5 times the impact, control 5. Ding! You've done one push-up, triggering 10 million times the impact, rewarding you with the skill Reignite. Cowardly! Jiang Lin almost gave a thumbs up to the system midway, this skill was simply divine. In an instant, he felt as if an electric current was flowing through his body, and he instantly had a feeling that everything was under his control. That feeling was like the highest realm of martial arts recorded in martial arts novels. Receiving and sending by the heart. There were no words in the night. The next morning, Jiang Lin woke up early, feeling in high spirits. Looking at Annie next to him, like a curled-up kitten, she slept deeply. Seeing Annie like this, Jiang Lin couldn't bear to wake her up. He was ready to get up and go back to the store. However, the very moment he lifted the quilt, he suddenly froze. How is this possible? Chapter 13, Do Miao Miao Who Waited All Night. Jiang Lin looked at the red spread on the quilt, feeling a bit incredulous, and subconsciously exclaimed in shock. Annie hazily opened her sleeping eyes and couldn't help but ask, what's impossible? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Jiang Lin's behavior and then understood. She laughed a little and couldn't help but say, why, is it surprising? It was a bit of a surprise. Jiang Lin honestly said, I thought that those like you who have spent time abroad should not pay much attention to these things, right? Annie didn't wait for Jiang Lin to finish before she took over the conversation. Luckily I have a domestic mom who told me to be careful with all this. Then why aren't you cautious now? Because I met the right person. Jiang Lin hugged her after hearing that. Although I'm glad you said that, I want to tell you that you've actually just met me, and if I'm a vain scum, you'll definitely regret it. Regret? Doesn't exist. And shook her head graciously, I just simply like you, I'm not asking you to like me, even if I never see you again from today onwards, I still cherish the beautiful memories you gave me. Speaking of this, she paused and suddenly smiled. In fact, from the time I have known you until now, you not only have outstanding charm, but your strength is also extraordinary. I know I am very good, but I can't be compared to you. Instead of pestering you like other women, it would be better to be a bit more spontaneous, and maybe there will be unexpected gains. Confessed, exceedingly confessed. Jiang Lin had to admit that this mixed blonde, not only was her face beautiful, she was also very pleasing in her thinking. Anyone who came across such a obedient, understanding, and not clingy beauty would be moved by it. With this thought, Jiang Lin opened his arms and hugged Annie. Luckily, we were able to meet each other. From now on, you are mine. Hearing these somewhat overbearing words, Annie's mouth was instead filled with a sweet smile. Jiang Lin didn't stay much longer, exchanged contact information with Annie and got up to leave. The floating grocery store had locked its doors for a day, so it was still time to go back and continue working. It didn't take long for Jiang Lin to return to the neighborhood of the small store. There was no parking lot around, so he could only leave the supercar in the parking lot to walk back first. Moreover, after the experience of these 2 days, Jiang Lin didn't intend to continue driving the supercar. There were 2 reasons for this. First, the space of the supercar was too small, and it was inconvenient for him to make deliveries. Of course, this reason wasn't really the main reason, he couldn't load a lot of goods when delivering. Then the second reason is the most important. Because it was too fast. The speed of the Black Arrow was just too fast. Basically, when he kicked off, he went straight into overdrive. He had already received 2 fines for speeding violations in the past 2 days after running a few laps. If it continued, I'm afraid the consequences would be even more serious. Therefore, John Lin still planned to turn back and use his own tricycle to make deliveries. After all, the roads he traveled weren't too far, they were all in the neighborhood. Parking his car, John Lin walked back to the small store on foot. However, when he walked to the neighborhood of the small store, when he looked from afar, the entire small supermarket was actually surrounded by people at the entrance. Moreover, all of them were women. What was the situation? John Lin wondered and walked over. Hello, may I ask if you want to buy something? This voice rang out. At that moment, John Lin saw all the women brushing towards him and forgetting about him. It was almost like a zombie that saw prey inside The Walking Dead. Ah. God, it's really God. Handsome. I never thought that there would be such a big handsome man here. The rumors are true, he's so handsome I'm suffocating. Huh, where's his supercar? One by one, all the women pounced towards John Lin, scaring him so much that he hurriedly flashed to the side. There was no way, it was just too scary. The most of these people had a face value of no more than 70 points. There were slightly better ones, looking at all of them with a conical face, a layer of foundation thick enough to make people look breathless. There is even a nearly 200 pounds of big sister, running so that the ground are trembling. Fortunately, John Lin's eyes and hands were quick, and he hurriedly flashed towards the street corner next to him. This flash does not matter, directly and a girl collided with a full embrace. Agoo! John Lin exclaimed, subconsciously hugged the other party, but he looked down and realized that the other party actually looked a bit familiar. It's you! The girl was surprised to see John Lin, followed by what seemed to come to mind, hurriedly struggled out of John Lin's arms with a red face. John Dong good. You are Do Meow Meow? Only then did John Lin react. This kawaii little girl in front of him wearing Pikachu short sleeves and blue jeans with a duck tongue hat was actually Do Meow Meow that he had saved before. At that time, although he saved her, but really did not look carefully. Now at a glance, the other party not only has an explosive figure, but her face value is also a cute girl in the cute department, looking like a porcelain doll, can't help but make people want to take a bite. Why are you here? John Lin asked in surprise. I wanted to come to thank you yesterday, but you were not there. Do Meow Meow said a little embarrassed. So you waited until now? John Lin looked at the other party incredulously. Didn't he wait all night? Well, I was afraid that I would miss you coming back. Do Meow Meow said a bit shyly. Come with me first. John Lin saw the many figures rushing over behind him, pulled Do Meow Meow and rushed to the location of the back door of the small store. Quickly opening the door, the two of them rushed in before they were completely relieved. Next to Do Meow Meow is also a little palpitating, patted the heaving chest and asked, what should we do next? Chapter 14 John Lin dislikes a 500 million villa online. How come there are so many people? John Lin couldn't help but wonder. Even if one's charisma is overwhelming, it's not like it spread throughout the entire imperial capital without even leaving the house. I heard that people in the building were talking yesterday, saying that they saw you delivering goods in a supercar. Do Meow Meow recalled that someone saw the clothes on your uniform, so they found the location. Oh, I see. John Lin's eyes turned, feeling that these people were running towards him. In that case, I do have a way to make a living, huh? He patted Do Meow Meow's shoulder. Do you have time? Do me a favor? Today is the weekend, I have time. Do Meow Meow nodded without hesitation. Even if it wasn't the weekend, if John Lin needed it, she could still take time off. Good. John Lin clapped his hands and pulled Do Meow Meow towards the inner room. It didn't take long for the women who had regrouped outside the grocery store to see the door clatter open from the inside. At once, each face revealed a look of unparalleled joy. Because the male god appeared right away. As long as one captures the male god, from then on, the fish will transform into a dragon when it jumps over the dragon gate and fly up to the branch to become a phoenix. However, when they rushed up in a hurry, what they saw was actually a cute young girl standing at the door. Ha! Where is the god? Where is my god of man? Quick, let us in, I want to find the godfather. Get out of the way, golden son-in-law, yuck, the male god is mine. Do Meow Meow smiled at the crowd through the glass and said, please be at ease, I can understand the anxiety of everyone who wants to see the owner of my store. However, the space of this store is small, if you want to enter, please line up outside the door. And customers without any consumption have no right to check out at the cashier. Hearing Do Meow Meow's explanation, the ladies were instantly a bit dissatisfied. What? There's still a queue. Then I want to be the first to see the male god, I'll be first in line. What's the reason? I'm first. I'm first. It took nearly 10 minutes for the women to form a line. Immediately after, Do Meow Meow opened the door and let the first customer enter first. As soon as this customer entered, she saw John Lin sitting blandly behind the cash register, not even raising his eyes. Wanting to get the heart of her male god, this customer with a 70% face value, a bucket waist, and big thick legs had her eyes rolled back and rushed towards the shelves. Swish! One piece of goods was taken in the hand, not even looking at it, picking the expensive ones. Moments later, directly rushed to the cash register. Rushed towards John Lin and threw a wink. Male god, check out. Okay. John Lin with a smile on his face helped the other party to scan the code and bag it. Not long after, he looked up and said, a total of 168, thank you. Good it. Bucket woman took out her cell phone, scanned the code to pay, and then looked at John Lin with a ladylike face. Handsome, can I have your WeChat? Luwenjia is single, right? John Lin handed the receipt in his hand to the other party and smiled. Although you are single, you are fat like two people. Goodbye, lady, next. Rumble. Bucket woman was thundered outside by John Lin and froze in place at once. Only after a long time did the party grunt with an ugly face pick up her things and leave. Even if he was a male god, he couldn't poke her where it hurt. After walking away with one, the second one followed right behind. 82, please. Boss, do you think I'm beautiful? If you're beautiful, look at your legs first. Are you 1.5 meters? Humph. Boyfriend, I won't leave until you give me WeChat. Beauty, you seem to have lost your silicone. Ah. John Lin calmly sat at the back, at the moment disguised as a viper anchor, disliking every customer. It couldn't be helped, if not, he felt like he couldn't cope at all. As he disliked the customers outside, he was about to finish the job. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Ding! You disliked someone once, triggering a billion times blitz, rewarding you with a villa in the Imperial Capital No. 1 courtyard worth 500 million. You who actually stormed a house. The corner of John Lin's mouth picked up, and the smile on his face became even more intense. He took out his cell phone and checked the location of this villa online. This look didn't matter, it made him unable to help but be slightly surprised as well. It turned out that this No. 1 courtyard was located in the East 3rd Ring Road, which belonged to the core of the commercial center. Not only is the environment beautiful, but also the design is unique, and the industry has the reputation of craftsmanship Crystal Palace. Each villa covers an area of at least more than 2,000 square meters. There were only 6 villas in the entire neighborhood. John Lin's villa was the king of all the villas, no matter the area and environment, it was the best choice. Previously, John Lin was still thinking about taking his $1 billion to buy a house or something. Now it was good, a direct storm gave a $500 million villa. Cool, simply cool. At this exact moment, Du Miao Miao walked over. Jiang Dong, all the guests have left. Oh? Is that so? John Lin was so surprised that he ghostly hugged Du Miao Miao and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Great, I have a house now. Du Miao Miao was a bit overwhelmed by this sudden scene. A kawaii-like pretty face instantly turned into a red apple. Not only was there not the slightest dissatisfaction in her heart, but it was also sweet. It was only then that Jiang Lin reacted to the fact that his actions just now were a bit out of character. Sorry, I'm just a little too happy. No, it's fine. Du Miao Miao felt like her face was on fire and hurriedly changed the topic. What did you just say? The house? Yeah. Jiang Lin nodded. I just received a phone call saying that the house I bought can go into the house. How is it? Is there any interest in going to take a look? Chapter 15 Roll, take a taxi and roll. Go to your house? Du Miao Miao was flabbergasted for a moment by Jiang Lin's invitation. Immediately followed by the blush that had just subsided resurfaced. Aya, is he asking me out? So excited. So excited. But wouldn't it be too frivolous to say yes to him directly? But if I don't say yes, what if he thinks I'm rejecting him? Jiang Lin couldn't help but look at Du Miao Miao, who was changing her expression, and wondered. Isn't it just that he asked a question? Do you need to be so entangled? Shaking his head, without waiting for the other party to answer, Jiang Lin raised his feet and walked towards the outside. If you don't go, I'll go first. No, I'll go. Du Miao Miao almost shouted out the answer, then ran all the way to follow. Jiang Lin smiled, this girl is really cute and cute. Okay, wait for me to close this door. Jiang Lin felt that he couldn't open this store for the time being. If he was able to attract so many people today, there could be even more tomorrow. So, he was going to change his strategy a bit, and was going to recruit 1 or 2 people who were specialized in helping to look after the store, saving him from having to show his face at times and avoiding unnecessary trouble. Looks like I'll have to print a dozen flyers to hand out at the school. Now the aspect of money he is not worried, so he just let the small store to be taken care of, he can free up time to enjoy life. This seemed to be more in line with his own salty fish-like character. Let's go! After closing the store, Jiang Lin suddenly remembered that this Du Miao Miao had already waited here for the night. Right, you shouldn't have eaten yet, right? Why don't we go and eat something? In order not to cause trouble for Jiang Lin, Du Miao Miao hurriedly waved her hand. No need, I'm not hungry. Who knew that just as the words fell, he heard a frog's cry coming from his stomach. Gulp! The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth picked up. Let's go, let's just go to the neighborhood and eat a little bit first. I know there's a very famous ramen restaurant nearby, would you be okay with that? Okay, I'll listen to you in everything. Du Miao Miao nodded her head and said. Alright then, we'll choose ramen. Because the time was still relatively early, there weren't particularly many people eating at the ramen restaurant. Jiang Lin and Du Miao Miao walked in and saw 3 or 4 people sitting at a large table eating. The two of them found a seat by the window and sat down. What do you want to eat? Feel free to order. Jiang Lin handed the menu to the other party, who knew that Du Miao Miao pushed it back in embarrassment. You decide, I can do it all. Seeing this, Jiang Lin did not push back, took the menu and glanced at it. Boss, give me 2 points of ramen, 1 gross fine, 1 normal, and then a stack of beef, a stack of small vegetables. Okay, please wait a moment. Putting down the menu, Jiang Lin couldn't help but ask, you waited so long outside the store, why didn't you call me? I was afraid of disturbing you. Du Miao Miao smiled embarrassedly. Jiang Dong, I wanted to thank you, in person. If it wasn't for you, I would have been molested by that bad guy. And wouldn't have been placed in such a high position all of a sudden. It's okay, just a show of hands. Jiang Lin smiled and asked, have you just graduated? Going there to look for a job? No, I'm only a sophomore, I'm going to look for a job during the summer vacation. Jiang Lin nodded. Girls who could find a job in the summer vacation were basically children who knew what they were doing, and their family's financial base must be lacking. Otherwise, some gold-digging girls would have already taken on kaiju and run off to travel abroad. The two chatted a few more times and became more and more familiar. It was also to understand, Jiang Lin felt that this Du Miao Miao is an honest and good child. Otherwise, with her face value and figure, it would be too easy to find a big spender. It wasn't long before the ramen and small dishes were served. Both of them couldn't help but start up. After familiarizing herself, Du Miao Miao wasn't so formal and also started to eat without caring about her image. It couldn't be helped, it was really too hungry. At this time, the 4 people eating inside the ramen restaurant had already finished eating. While they were talking, they walked towards the outside. Damn bad luck, actually ran into that Yakuza. If it wasn't for the crowd, I would have smacked him. A young man with long hair couldn't help but say. That's right, who doesn't give Big Brother some face in this neighborhood? We must fix him when we get the chance. The small-eyed youth next to him followed suit. As they were talking, suddenly the young man caught a glimpse of Du Miao Miao who was eating noodles. He immediately looked at Du Miao Miao with glowing eyes. Hey, brother, look, that girl is not bad. Not only is she good, she's simply the best of the best. The long-haired youth smiled with a lewd face. Let's go, it's just that I'm not in a good mood, so let's get to know this little sister first. Saying this, the 4 of them leaned over towards Jiang Lin's table. Du Miao Miao, who saw this scene, was instantly a little scared in her heart. Jiang Dong, they. But without waiting for her words to finish, she heard Jiang Lin's voice say mildly, it's okay, eat the noodles. Jiang Lin's words gave Du Miao Miao an indescribable peace of mind. She then withdrew her gaze and continued to eat. The sound of footsteps got closer and closer, and after a few seconds, the 4 of them stopped next to Jiang Lin's table. But before they could open their mouths, they heard a flat voice resonate from Jiang Lin's mouth. Roll, beat the car and roll. Chapter 16 Rewarded Talent, Intercepting Fist Dao Patriarchal Strength. The long-haired youth who hadn't spoken yet was immediately choked by Jiang Lin's words. At once, a nameless fire blazed from his heart. Yo-ho, you're quite cross. His eyes narrowed, and he said with an arrogant face, you don't even ask around, who doesn't know me long hair in this area? That is, my big brother's name, who heard not to give a few points of face. Next to the little brother followed to help. Sensible, give me hurry to get out, let my big brother and little sister to talk. A few people talking a cold laugh, let Du Miao Miao heart panic. Even the boss walked out, but did not dare to open his mouth to stop. In the middle of the entire noodle shop, only the sound of Jiang Lin eating noodles continued to resonate. Z.E. Jiang Lin ate up the last bite of noodles and let out a long breath in comfort. At this time, he suddenly stretched his palm out in front of Long Hair. See? Long Hair was stunned by what he said and subconsciously looked towards Jiang Lin's hand. It was at this moment that Jiang Lin's arm suddenly moved and directly slapped the other party's face. Slap! A huge force and sound instantly erupted in the entire noodle shop. This slap caused Long Hair to let out a scream of pain, and his entire body fell back 2 steps towards the back. How dare you hit me? Long Hair reacted, covering half of his face, and said furiously. Brothers, give me on, waste him for me. Yes. Big brother. The 3 little brothers heard a furious shout and rushed towards Jiang Lin. Seeing this, Jiang Lin stood up from his seat and told Du Miao Miao without looking back. Drink more soup to warm your stomach. As he spoke, he raised his hand and grabbed the stool beside him and threw it towards the other party. Ding! You hit the other party once, triggering 1x strike, strength 1. The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth curled up. Sure enough, the system didn't fail him. It would blitz at the critical moment. But the stool had already been thrown, so he could only meet it head-on. Bang! Jiang Lin raised his hand and punched out. He hadn't fought before and could only fight by instinct. This punch went down, good thing he was taller than the other party, and directly hit the small eyes that rushed in front of him with a black eye. Ding! You punched the opponent, triggering a doubled bludgeon, strength 1. Although it added a little, the effect was not obvious. In a flash of lightning, the opponent also seized the opportunity and punched Jiang Lin in the chest. Jiang Lin's figure trembled and he couldn't help but take 2 steps backwards. Jiang Dong. Du Miao Miao, who saw this scene, didn't care about eating noodles, her tears were almost flowing out in anxiety. Don't worry, I'm fine. Jiang Lin dodged a punch and threw 2 punches in succession. Ding! You punched your opponent, triggering a double blast, strength 1. Bang bang! 2 more punches hit Jiang Lin, and one even hit the corner of his mouth. It made him feel some pain. But at a time like this, he wouldn't back down. Kid, let's see how long you can hold out. Long Hair, who had slowed down, said with a sardonic smile on his face. He had just slapped him, and he was going to return it 10-fold and 100-fold. However, right at this moment, a bludgeon once again appeared in Jiang Lin's mind. Ding! You've been punched, triggering a 10 million times blitz, rewarding Intercepting Fist due Grandmaster level strength. This voice rang out, and Jiang Lin was instantly ecstatic in his heart. Intercepting Fist due, the great Kung Fu superstar, Little Dragon's self-created fighting technique. Intercepting Fist Wei fusion of the world's boxing arts to Wing Chun as the technical backbone, to Taoist thought based on the creation of the concept of the combat system, the creation of the integration of the world's various martial arts essence of the full range of free combat techniques. Xiaolong is the founder of such combat techniques, so that the world are marveled, thus showing the power of this system. The system directly rewarded the strength of a grandmaster, which was equivalent to brother Xiaolong being alive and directly possessing a powerful strength comparable to that of the founder. In an instant, Jiang Lin felt his body tremble, as if an electric current was rushing straight through his body from the top of his head. In this instant, he felt that he had countless more knowledge, experience, and an extremely deep understanding of power generation and control in his mind. There was even an intuitive understanding of the explosion of each muscle. To put it politely, now when he punched out, not only did his power increase greatly, but even then, he was able to achieve precise and incomparable control. That is, wherever he wants to hit you, wherever he wants to hit you, and whatever he wants you to become, that's what he wants you to become. Give me to die. A gangster raised a chair and swung it up high towards Jiang Lin's body and smashed it. However, at this very moment, Jiang Lin steeply moved his body and leapt up in the air. Ka-ching! The stool that couldn't even be broken by falling was instantly halved under Jiang Lin's foot. Silence, deathly silence. The rest of the gangsters who were originally going to rush up completely froze in place. The owner of the noodle shop froze. The employees froze. Du Miao Miao froze. Even Long Hair, who had just clamored, was completely frozen. What's going on? Has this kid gone chicken blood? Just now, he was clearly unable to support himself. How did he turn around and burst into battle? Long Hair rubbed his eyes vigorously and thought he was hallucinating. Unfortunately, the pieces of stool scattered on the ground next to him told him that it was all true. What are you waiting for? Give me ah! Long Hair, who had reacted, let out an explosive shout. The juniors instantly woke up as if from a dream, gritting their teeth and rushing up. This time, Jiang Lin just raised his thigh and kicked out 3 times in succession. Bang! 1, 2, 3. Each figure flew out 3 or 4 meters backwards without any suspense, shattering the tables and chairs next to them completely. Snap! Snap! Jiang Lin walked step by step to Long Hair's front. At this moment, Long Hair's legs were trembling and he almost didn't directly kneel down. Tick! Suddenly, a fishy smell came from below, and Jiang Lin looked down to see a puddle of yellow liquid falling low from Long Hair's pants. He raised his eyebrows and said with some disgust, "Get the hell out of here." Chapter 17 Bonus Skill, Soft and Hard. Hey, roll right away, we'll roll right away. Long Hair shivered and nodded repeatedly, pulling a few juniors to get up from the ground and fleeing towards the outside of the noodle shop. But without waiting for them to walk out of the store, suddenly Jiang Lin opened his mouth again. Stop! Long Hair shivered and almost cried in fear. Brother, you still have things to do? He turned his head with difficulty and looked at Jiang Lin. Compensate for the money. Jiang Lin swept a glance at the things that were broken. That was all you. Long Hair wanted to say it was all broken by you, we are also victims. But when he saw Jiang Lin's stern eyes, he wimped out. Okay, I'll pay for it. He took out his cell phone and was ready to scan the code. But at this time, he froze again. How much should I compensate? He took a look at the 3 tables, for chairs, and they were still of average quality. It would only add up to $500 to hold out. But before he could enter the numbers, he heard Jiang Lin say, 5,000. 5,000? Why don't you go well, 5,000 on 5,000? Long Hair heart is bleeding, people did not listen to their own ride $5,000. After scanning the code, he turned around and left, not giving Jiang Lin the chance to speak again. He was afraid that Jiang Lin would ask for another compensation fee. When long hair disappeared, Jiang Lin walked back to Du Miao Miao's side. Is it alright? Did it scare you? Brush. Which knew that Du Miao Miao brushed, directly jumped into his arms and let out a loud cry. Scared me to death, oh. Jiang Dong, oh, if something happens to you, what can I do? Whoops. Jiang Lin gently patted her back, and from her crying, he was able to feel it. Du Miao Miao was really worried about him, afraid that he would get hurt. It's okay, don't worry. After crying for a short while, Du Miao Miao also seemed to feel that she had lost her temper and hurriedly released herself from Jiang Lin's arms. When she saw the corner of Jiang Lin's mouth, she suddenly let out a shriek. Oops. You're hurt. It's okay, let's go to my house and take a look. Jiang Lin pulled her out of the noodle shop. What's the point of going here? Hurry back to the store, I'll help you deal with it. Du Miao Miao insisted. Jiang Lin actually felt really fine, but could not resist Du Miao Miao's insistence. He thought that the house was there anyway, and there was no hurry, so he agreed with the other party's idea. The two left the noodle shop and returned to the small store. For safety reasons, they still entered through the back door. Is there any red potion? As soon as they entered the store, Du Miao Miao hurriedly asked. Actually, I'm really fine. As soon as Jiang Lin opened his mouth, he heard Du Miao Miao retort with a stern face, no, what if I get infected? Okay, at the back. Jiang Lin pointed to the storage room behind him, and at once Du Miao Miao understood, and before long took out a small medicine box. Opened the medicine box, took out a cotton swab, dabbed some red potion. This series of actions flowed smoothly, so that Jiang Lin could not help but be surprised for a moment. You still know first aid? My grandfather is a doctor, I followed a little. Du Miao Miao laughed. I've learned a little bit from my grandfather. Then whoever marries you will be lucky to have a private doctor. Jiang Lin smiled and complimented. Put. Du Miao Miao smiled sweetly, a faint blush appeared on her face. I'm just skin deep here, I won't do anything else, raise your head. Jiang Lin sat on the chair and raised his head up. Du Miao Miao took a cotton swab and carefully and intently wiped the corner of Jiang Lin's mouth. Does it hurt? It didn't hurt. Under such a distance, Jiang Lin carefully looked at the other party and realized that Du Miao Miao's skin was really good, white and tender, blowing and cracking. Combined with that face value that was like a porcelain doll, one couldn't help but feel an urge to take a bite. Du Miao Miao, who was cleaning her wounds, also seemed to feel a little strange, and when she inclined her head, she happened to see Jiang Lin staring at herself with a burning gaze. At once, her heart was like a deer in headlights, poofing. You woo! Only one word came out of her mouth, and as a result, her mouth was blocked. Du Miao Miao felt a tremor in her heart, and her entire body seemed to have no strength left, and she just collapsed into Jiang Lin's arms. People often say that good times are always short. But in Jiang Lin's case, the good times were controllable. Because he had the skill to put it away. Inside the Floating Life grocery store, which was already closed for good, the sound of shelves shaking could be heard from time to time. Ding! You shook the shelves, triggering a double blast, firm 1. Ding! You shook the shelves, triggering a 10-fold blast, firm 10. Ding! You shook the shelves a lot, triggering 100 million times the storm, bonus skill, soft and hard moderation. Jiang Lin was secretly happy in his heart, putting away soft and hard, it was a perfect match. It seemed that the system was really thinking what he was thinking. 2 hours later, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. There was a single bed in the small store, originally used by Jiang Lin for temporary rest, but now there was Du Miao Miao. She was sleeping very deeply, Jiang Lin did not intend to wake her up. At this time suddenly his cell phone rang, Jiang Lin tiptoed out of the store. Only then did he pick up the phone. Just as soon as he connected, a staggering voice came from the other end of the phone. Surprise! Old Jiang, you Haonan brother, I came back. Chapter 18 Dormitory Dinner, The Boss's Good Intentions? Hearing this voice, Jiang Lin does not need to guess also know that, in addition to his college dormitory for 4 years, good brother Chen Nan will not have a second person. Because of his own and Chen Haonan name is similar, so he called himself Haonan brother. Chen Nan's family conditions are average, similar to his own. So the two people when they went to school were very close. Plus the same dormitory, the relationship is naturally iron brothers. Only close to the 4th year of college, almost all students went out to internships. Seeing that graduation is approaching, a lot of people have ended their internships and are ready to come back to defend. Chen Nan's grades were average, but after all, he was from the University of Finance and Economics, and had also found a medium-sized company in the Imperial City to work as an intern. Ever since he came as an intern, it was said that he worked overtime until dawn every day, and was simply exhausted to the point of being a dog. So the two hadn't been in contact. Hearing this voice, Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile. Brother Haonan returned from fighting the world so soon? What's the catch? Do 2 black eyes count as a harvest? Chen Nan only rolled his eyes when he heard it. Well, brother is relieved today and is ready to relax. It just so happens that both the boss and the second are back. We'll be at the usual place in a while. Okay, I will be right there. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Lin went back to the store to take a look and found Du Miao Miao sleeping heavily. He didn't wake her up, but left a note on the table, telling her what he went for and not to worry. He then left through the back door and turned his head towards the direction of the university town. In the past, if the entire dormitory got together for dinner, it was often at a hot pot restaurant not far outside the university town. This restaurant was not expensive and had an authentic flavor. And while eating hot pot and bragging, the atmosphere was also very warm. John Lin is the oldest in the dormitory. Chen Nan is the oldest. The eldest Ren Zhaokuan, the second He Liang. The two people's family conditions were good, so naturally they were a little closer. Overall, the relationship between several people was quite good. By the time Jiang Lin arrived, it just so happened that the oldest three, Chen Nan, had already arrived. Old Jiang, hurry up, this way. Chen Nan was not tall and looked like a monkey. As soon as he saw Jiang Lin, he beckoned in a hurry. What's up, Lao Jiang, take a look at me, have I become more handsome? As soon as Jiang Lin sat down, Chen Nan asked with a smelly face. Jiang Lin took a closer look and nodded. Well, the dark circles under his eyes are indeed heavier. Roll. You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Chen Nan laughed and cursed. The two of them said a few words, but suddenly they heard the sound of a car roaring outside. Chen Nan heard the sound and looked towards the outside. A meeting suddenly stopped at the door. Followed by two people from the car down, actually as the boss Ren Zhaokuan and the second He Liang. I go, haven't seen you for a long time, you two have mixed on the car ah. Chen Nan couldn't help but shout in amazement. Where, that's not my car, it's the boss. The oldest two walked over with an envious face and pulled out a chair to sit down. Behind him, the boss Ren Zhaokuan wearing a straight suit, with gold-rimmed glasses, but also deliberately sprayed his hair with a bit of hairspray, looked shiny. A small fight, not worth mentioning. Boss humbly waved his hand and similarly pulled out a chair to sit down. Come on, order, today is my treat. Just as soon as he sat down, the boss waved his hand and said with great bravado. Ha, the boss deserves to be the boss, into the big company is not the same ah. The oldest two at this time but unceremoniously licked a sentence. The four of them arrived, and immediately ordered the waiter to serve the food and make fun. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes were served. After chatting for half a day, the oldest Ren Zhaokuan suddenly looked at Jiang Lin, oldest 4, how is your job search going? He spoke in a different voice from before, with a feeling of condescension. To this, Jiang Lin smiled faintly, I didn't look for it. Didn't look for it? Jiang, what are you thinking? If you don't find a good place, you'll be picked out. Next to Chen Nan immediately a little anxious. Ren Zhaokuan heard raised his hand, signaling Chen Nan shut up. Then Fong just faintly said, Lao Si, not I say you, every year graduates of the competitive pressure is how big, you are not unaware. If you don't seize the time now, aren't you wasting your grades? After a pause, he said with some instruction, you think, with your part-time job, you can hit the ground running? That is all a small fight, there is no success. That's right, Cohen is right. The second began to help, you see the boss, people are seizing the opportunity to hold on to the class president of this big leg, that the company had been to the imperial city, the size of the boss. And the class president and the old classmates on the part, go to let Cohen directly to the correct, and now have become the marketing manager. Said the oldest two also enviously looked out the window, you think that the mighting where? Can be all the boss bonus in exchange. Full payment it. From beginning to end, next to the boss are modestly shaking his head, but did not have the slightest intention of stopping the oldest two said. He even enjoyed the oldest's adoring gaze very much. Jiang Lin sat next to him and listened quietly, not expressing any opinion. As graduation approached, all students were looking for their own way out. There were some who had a good career path, so naturally they couldn't help but be mentally inflated. We are all classmates, and still in the same dormitory, Jiang Lin naturally not good to break them down. On the contrary, it was the class president in the mouth of the oldest two that made Jiang Lin a bit surprised. The class president's family owned a company? I haven't heard of it. No, it's not. The class president is not a local, his father is said to be the financial director of the company, the power is very big. The second interface to explain up, class president and internship, went directly to there, even the boss is now under his hand it. The leader that's good. Old three couldn't help but marvel. Generally, for fresh graduates like them, most of them had the name of internships until they graduated. Only a few of them were able to transfer from internship to regularization early. And those like the class president, who could directly become leaders, were simply rare. At this time, the oldest raised his hand and suppressed the two's discussion. Old 4. He said in a serious tone, if you are willing, I will go and talk to the class president, I believe that we are all in the same class, he will be able to give me this face. Chapter 19 are all deliveries, why is he able to get in? At that time, you will be under my hand, to ensure that you can let you turn as soon as possible. Listening to the boss's advice, Jiang Lin could not help but smile, thank you, but no need, I am now like this quite good. What's good about it? You think you can work part-time for the rest of your life? The boss said a bit unhappy, it's already time, but still want to save face. Listen to me, it's settled. As it happens, the class president is coming back in 2 days and is organizing a get-together for all of us as a graduation party. I'll talk to him for you then. John Lin wanted to refuse, but when he saw his boss's slightly reddened face, he knew that it would be futile for him to say anything. A few people ate until the evening, before completely dispersing. Before leaving the house, John Lin sent a Weibo message to Do Meow Meow to see if she had woken up. As a result, he received a reply from the other party that she had already woken up and had left from the small store. In this way, John Lin didn't plan to go back to the store, but went back to the dormitory for a night first. The oldest and the second oldest had both rented a house outside and did not follow along. Halfway there, Chen Nan couldn't help but hook his shoulders and ask John Lin, "Old Jiang, do you have a girlfriend yet?" "No." John Lin shook his head, although he and Annie and Du Miao Miao developed relatively quickly, but also did not completely establish a relationship. To say that there is no words, it should not be wrong. Just no part-time job, wasted a great youth. Chen Nan swore and patted his chest. "Don't worry, this life matter to me, just my girlfriend's side of the resources, then introduce you. I really don't need it, I'm not looking for it." Did not wait for John Lin refused. Chen Nan face a plate interrupted. "Do not ink, good brother righteousness, absolutely will not let you become a single dog." A night without words. The next morning John Lin continued to return to the store. One is to take care of business. The other is to make a flyer, ready to recruit 2 people, a cashier, a stock delivery. But before his flyer was ready, he received a delivery call. "Hello? Boss, Shanghai neighborhood, building 9, 1001, a dozen water, a dozen toilet paper." It was a man's voice. "Okay." John Lin hung up the phone and couldn't help but feel a little strange. The Shanghai neighborhood was a bit far from here, so how could the phone call come here? However, since he picked it up, he couldn't go back on his word. John Lin was going to use his own Black Arrow supercar to deliver the goods. This was faster so as not to delay. He would pay attention when he drove again, trying not to exceed the speed limit. He picked up the stuff and started the car. In less than half an hour, John Lin appeared near the Shanghai neighborhood. However, there seemed to be something wrong with the navigation, and he felt that the route was wrong. So, at the stoplight, he rolled down the window, just in time to see a delivery boy next to him. "Hello, little brother." Hearing someone call him, the courier boy subconsciously inclined his head to take a look. It didn't matter if he looked at it, he was immediately shocked in his heart. "I go, supercar how much does it cost?" And the owner of the supercar was actually talking to himself. It immediately made his heart complacent. Through the car window, the delivery boy saw John Lin's uniform, showing what floating grocery store. There was also the QR code for delivery. This instantly made him feel incredible. Deliveries were now driving supercars? Is there any justice in this? Followed by envy and jealousy. Why is the same person, people drive supercar delivery, I have to drive a tricycle? "Little brother, may I ask how to go in front of Shanghai district?" The courier boy glanced at John Lin and didn't say a word. Just as the red light ended, he twisted the throttle, and suddenly the tricycle rushed out. It didn't give John Lin a chance at all. "John Lin? What's the situation? Didn't say a word?" Could it be that the courier boy was a mute? In reality, this was completely hatred of the rich. Feeling that you can't reach a goal in your lifetime turns into deep jealousy. No one told, John Lin could only look for himself. Luckily, after turning around for 2 minutes, he finally saw the gate of the Shanghai neighborhood. And outside the gate, he actually saw a familiar figure. The courier boy from just now. Only, this courier boy's tricycle was stopped by the gate guards. From a long distance, they could be heard exchanging words. "You let me in. I've got a lot of big shipments today, it's too heavy." The courier boy begged. "I can't. We have rules here, courier deliveries are not allowed to enter." The doorman did not give face. "No, brother, let me in, or customers complain, my bonus will be over." "No, absolutely not." The doorman shook his head and refused. But at that moment, John Lin's supercar stopped at the gate of the neighborhood. His voice came through. "Hello, please open the door, I'm going to make a delivery." The doorman glanced at John Lin, his originally serious expression instantly changed, and he nodded with a smile on his face. "Okay, you wait a moment." Swish. The gate opened, John Lin drove straight in with a kick of the gas. The gatekeeper next to him couldn't help but salute at this time, very professional. At this time, the courier boy next to him couldn't stand to watch. "Hey! Our deliveries, why he can go in this car?" And John Lin, the courier boy is too impressed, is just asking for directions at the traffic light. Absolutely not wrong. Which no, his words fell, heard the doorman look at him with an idiotic face. "Delivery in a supercar, are you stupid? What people say what you believe." Courier boy heard simply want to cry. What is the reason for this? I clearly saw the uniform he wore it, how is it not delivery it? This world is too crazy, say the truth no one believe. Chapter 20 Delivery meets old classmates, class president and class flower. Entering the neighborhood, John Lin found the delivery address. He parked his car, carried his things and went up the elevator. That's right, this is it. Lin raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Who is it? Hello, the water and paper you asked for is delivered to you. With a creak, the door to the room opened, revealing the figure of a man in pajamas. When the other party saw Lin, he suddenly blurted out, Lin, it's really you? It turned out that this, in front of him, was still an acquaintance. It was that class president mentioned yesterday, Gu Ming. Gu Ming looks handsome, family and good, once in Lin and known as the two-class grass. Now looking at graduation, Gu Ming has long become a team leader in the company's marketing department. Under the hands of the leadership of 3 or 4 people, in the eyes of the crowd has been considered a successful person. He came back this time, in addition to dealing with the graduation defense, the most important thing is to show off to others. In particular, he wanted to show off to Lin, who was in the same class as himself. Why should he, who had an outstanding family, be ranked as a class grass alongside a part-time guy? This was simply an insult to his own identity. Therefore, as soon as he came back, he dialed this number at the first opportunity. Wanted to take his chances to see if Lin was still delivering. Sure enough, Lin came to the door. Lin wasn't too surprised to see Gu Ming, but smiled very blandly, so it's the class president, long time no see. Seeing Lin in his uniform, Gu Ming had no reason to have a burst of darkness. Lin, I really did not expect that you were still doing part-time jobs, said also pretended to sigh a long sigh, alas, in fact, part-time are good, at least leisure, unlike me, all day for the company's things, worry about the effort, simply are almost tired of hair loss. Lin did not want to talk nonsense with him, reached out and put 2 things on the ground. Something to, I should go, a total of 50, you turn my WeChat on the line. See Lin to go, Gu Ming eyes a turn, hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted, hey, wait Lin, here there are your old classmates. Said he shouted toward the house, Wei, you see who came. Immediately after Lin heard footsteps, and then a figure also wearing pajamas walked out. Long yellow wavy hair, figure around 80 points, face value around 80. However, there was less innocence and more snobbery between her eyebrows. But when Lin saw this figure, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Classflower Luo Weiwei, wasn't this the class's high and mighty goddess? How did she appear in Gu Ming's house? Luo Weiwei had always been recognized as a high-cooled beauty by the whole class since she started college. Almost most of the boys had a crush on her. But she was so focused on her studies and her future career that she didn't show any respect to anyone. Only the 2 biggest grasses in the class, Lin and Gu Ming, were able to catch her eye. Even Luo Weiwei had secretly expressed the idea of liking Lin. But now that she has graduated, she has only been out for a year for an internship. Her thoughts have changed drastically. Discovered that no matter how hard she worked, she couldn't even catch up with other people's starting line. Therefore, she became more and more realistic, materialistic, and even snobbish. If it wasn't for Gu Ming's promise to buy her a Beetle, she wouldn't have gotten together with the other person. It was just that she hadn't expected that she would actually meet Lin in this situation. The moment she saw Lin, her heart ached for no reason. In terms of handsomeness and accomplishments, Lin definitely surpassed Gu Ming. However, the moment she saw Lin in his delivery uniform, that hint of pain instantly annihilated. It was true that she was right not to choose him. If she followed Lin, she would definitely only suffer for the rest of her life. It was better to sit in a BMW and cry than to laugh on a bicycle. This was Luo Weiwei's current rule of life. Long time no see. Luo Weiwei just said faintly, then turned around and walked back. For people with no value, she was no longer going to waste her time. Seeing Luo Weiwei in such a state, Gu Ming was even more pleased in his heart. On his lips, he even said with an apologetic face, Lin, don't take it to heart, she might be a bit shy. Lin laughed a little, turned his head and left. Looking at the back of the other side is about to disappear, the cool Gu Ming cannot help but shouted, Lin, do not forget, the day after tomorrow I set a seat in the Bright Island Seafood, must go off. Lin just went downstairs and received a WeChat, which turned out to be from Gu Ming. Afraid that he didn't know the place and time, so he specifically reminded him. And also added the location. Lin, who saw this, couldn't help but show a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. This is a setup row waiting to pretend to be X. Originally, Lin really lazy to pay attention to, but the thought of graduation will go their own way, some good classmates really worth to get together again. He also agreed. Took out his cell phone and typed a good word and sent it over. Lin was ready to go back to the store. But who knows, at this time the cell phone rang again to WeChat. Are you done? Lin thought that Gu Ming had sent something again, and subconsciously opened WeChat. It was actually a strange friend ad message. There was also a note message underneath. I am Jane Still. Chapter 21 Classmate Reunion, Pretender Gu Ming. Jane Still, didn't I add her WeChat? Lin was a little puzzled. Obviously swept the code before, how did it verify again? He suddenly remembered that after scanning the code that day, he actually forgot to pass the verification. With a pat on the head, Jiang Lin hurriedly passed the verification. Immediately afterward, he saw the other party send over a series of messages. Boss, you finally passed. People added so hard ah. Is it in? Questioning emoji. Cute emoji. Oh. The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth twitched. You sent this message a little too fast. Always give me time to reply. He moved his fingers. Don't call me boss, call me senior. Senior? You're from Kaijing University too? Of course I am. Almost graduated. Wow. A senior who started his own business right after graduation. That's awesome. Sir, can I visit you at your store? Jiang Lin's heart fluttered when he heard that Annie seemed to be traveling. He knew that. But it's possible that Du Miao Miao is watching the store for him. If he really let Jane still come, wouldn't that be a crash? No, I'm especially busy right now, so I don't have time to entertain you. Oh, then when is senior free? Jiang Lin suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a way. The day after tomorrow, at night, I'll wait for you at Mingdao Seafood. I'll send you the address then. On the other side, lying on the dormitory bed, Jane still saw this message and almost fell off the bed with excitement. Senior asked me out. The senior actually asked me out. Wow, so excited, so excited. Jane still jumped down from the bed and started to look for her suitcase. No, I must find a pretty dress. I can't leave a single bad impression on the senior. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know that his one sentence actually had so much power. He returned to the store, still nestled in front of the computer to continue making flyers. Now this flyer is not complicated to do. Download a template online. The information of their own recruitment will be filled in on the line. If there is no double rest, then the monthly salary is a little higher. Jiang Lin thought about it, and finally wrote a 10,000 above the salary treatment. It was estimated that this would be able to attract a lot of college students who were planning to work part-time. Next, he did not go anywhere. Most are delivery. After all, college students, one by one, are very lazy. By a thing all hope to be able to deliver to the hand, almost directly feed. This delivery a busy, is 2 days past. On the afternoon of the third day, Chen Nan sent a WeChat to Jiang Lin. Lao Jiang, 6 o'clock in the evening, Ming Island Seafood Princess Hall. Jiang Lin received the message, transferred it to Jane Still, and told her that he would pick her up at night. But not a moment later, the other party sent him 3 crying faces. Told Jiang Lin to submit a financial statement test at 6 o'clock in the evening on time. She was an accounting major and often had to do the math. Jiang Lin wanted to wait for her, but she was dead set on letting Jiang Lin go first. In Jane's still heart, how could she make her male god wait for her because of her own business? This was something that would never be allowed. There was no other way. Jiang Lin could only set off on his own. Mingdao Seafood, located in the commercial center of the East 3rd Ring Road, already had a steady stream of guests before 6 o'clock. The students who had originally made appointments also arrived one by one. Xiaomei, it's been a long time, you've gotten prettier. Yes, I bought a set of my favorite cosmetics on my first paycheck, it works. Mingliang, how's your job going? Oh, no. I'm almost there. Who booked this place today? It's so upscale. What's there to be afraid of? We're on the AA system anyway, just pay up. I just checked, the per capita spending here is over 500. What? Ahem, nothing, all work this little money can afford. Hearing the level of consumption, the crowd on the surface is safe and sound, but secretly some people secretly spit up. MMP, who is so unenlightened, booked such an expensive place. That's it, does this want me to eat instant noodles for the next month? In the middle of the discussion, the door opened and a man and a woman walked in, arm in arm. The crowd that saw this scene suddenly exclaimed out loud. Aya, class president, you can hide this deep ah. That's right, I said the class flower didn't care about me at all, so it turned out to be the class wife. My class grass has been snatched away by Weiwei just like that. I'm envious. Listening to the starry-eyed compliments from the crowd, Gu Ming's face remained as calm as water, but in his heart, he was already smiling from ear to ear. What was cool, this was cool. He coughed lightly and took Luo Weiwei's small hand and said to the crowd, announcing, this is my Gu Ming's girlfriend. Clap. A burst of applause rang out from the crowd, surrounding the two in the center. Luo Weiwei had a faint smile on her face, standing beside Gu Ming with a bird-like appearance. She likewise enjoyed such an honor. Looking at the classmates and sisters who were still struggling, while she had completely surpassed them. With this thought, Luo Weiwei became a bit arrogant again. She looked around the room, rather like a hostess. Are all the people here? Next to Rinjakuan saw the situation and hurriedly smiled and interfaced. Back to class sister-in-law, there are still 3 students who have not arrived. Next to Gu Ming suddenly puzzled. Jiang Lin, small Kuan, have you notified him? This is an important object to pretend to be X, how can he not come? At this point, Renjiaokuan hastily nodded his head, notified, I let the old 3 send him a message ah. If not, I'll call him again to urge him. As he was talking, suddenly the door opened, only to see Jiang Lin walk in wearing a uniform. Chapter 22 Sorry, senior, I'm late. Hey, isn't this coming? The moment the crowd saw Zhang Lin, quite a few female students felt their eyes light up. After not seeing him for a long time, it felt like Zhang Lin's face value had risen some more. Wow, class grass, more and more handsome. Ah. Yeah, a male god deserves to be a male god. Come on, do my side. Hearing the crowd of women chasing after him instantly made Gu Ming's heart unhappy. I'm the absolute protagonist of this party, how can I let others steal the limelight? At that moment, he gazed at Zhang Lin and said with a condescending tone, Zhang Lin, what's wrong with you? You came dressed like this? Zhang Lin didn't have the slightest fluctuation in his complexion when he heard it. Oh, I was just rushing to make a delivery, so I forgot to change. What? Zhang Lin went to make a delivery? No way. Is he still working part-time? He's not even looking for a job? Yeah, but isn't that a waste of time? His grades are so good. Gu Ming is still posing as a superior. Not that I'm talking about you, at least it's a party today, you have to pay attention to your image, or else it'll do you no good in the future. He said this, good brother Chen Nan immediately listened to quit. The class president, this is over it, have a meal only, and not to participate in the wedding, but also stipulate what to wear? Saying that, he pulled open the chair next to him and waved at Zhang Lin. Come on, Lao Si, sit here with me. Zhang Lin sniffed and walked over, sitting down next to Lao Si. Seeing this, Gu Ming smiled and didn't chase after him. After all, as the class president, one always had to show one's temperament. It was not good to be too calculating instead. As everyone took their seats, the topic of conversation gradually opened up more and more. Zhang Lin also chatted with a few familiar classmates. As for Gu Ming and the others, he didn't even care. Unfortunately, sometimes even if you don't look for things, things will find you. The class president was now flying high and had a beautiful woman in his arms. It was simply enviable. A classmate couldn't help but brag about it. That's right, originally I thought the class flower would choose Zhang Lin. Nonsense, the class flower is so high and cold, how can she choose casually? I guess it's Zhang Lin who unsuccessfully pursued and finally lost to the class president. I guess Zhang Lin's pursuit was unsuccessful and he finally lost to the class president. Hearing the laughter of the crowd, Zhang Lin couldn't help but faintly shake his head. You can't joke around, I'm the one who has a girlfriend. Girlfriend? Class grass actually has a girlfriend? A female classmate exclaimed. Really, my god, it's just big news. Luo Weiwei, who was sitting next to Gu Ming, listened but laughed coldly in her heart. You're a stinky delivery boy and you can actually find a girlfriend? Lying to the devil. Luo Weiwei's gaze towards Zhang Lin became a bit unkind. In her heart, the reason why Zhang Lin said that was clearly to clear the air with herself. She, the class flower, didn't even dislike you, but you actually want to clear the air with me. Even if I followed someone else, you don't have that right. Some women are like this, I cannot like you, but you must like me. Driven by this divine logic, Luo Weiwei opened her mouth. I can't imagine that our class grass has a girlfriend, it's really a real person. She suddenly smiled, since today is so lively, why don't you give her a call and come over to get together? When the others heard this, they immediately followed suit. That's right, let's see, what does it look like? That's right, even if she's not as good as Mrs. Ban, she shouldn't be far behind. Gu Ming, who was not far away, laughed coldly in his heart, letting you pretend, now you can't pretend anymore. See how I can make up for you. He suddenly laughed, Zhang Lin, everyone's hospitality is difficult to refuse, why don't you just make a phone call, big deal, I will lend you the car, so that you can go to pick up her. Zhang Lin looked at Gu Ming and Luo Weiwei with some amusement. Zhang Lin naturally knew exactly what the two of them had in mind. This made him unable to help but sigh in his heart, I'm afraid there will be a time for you to cry later. Only to see Zhang Lin calmly waving his hand, no need, I've already told her, she'll come over in a while. Oh, is that so? We can wait. Gu Ming smiled faintly and said, you want to perfume us? Absolutely no way. Let your lies be completely exposed today, and see how you get off. Creak. Suddenly the door to the private room opened at once, and two students walked in one after another. The door was criticized by the crowd, scared two people begged for forgiveness. Hey, classmates, guess who I just saw? One of the students hastily changed the topic. This opening immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Who is it? Speak up. After a pause, that student said with a smile, the freshman school flower, Jane remains. What? The most innocent school beauty? Where did you see that? It was right in front of the hotel. The student said he couldn't help but smack his lips, TSK, worthy of being the school flower, that value, that temperament, but unfortunately, I'm going to graduate. What's wrong with graduating? You can chase after her too. I can't, I have to look at it. Said a number of male students, stood up to go toward the private room outside. However, at this moment, the door of the private room opened. Wearing a snow-white dress, a head of short shawl hair, Jane still actually walked in. Gulp! At this moment, a sound of gulping resounded in the surroundings. The snow-white dress was like a fairy who didn't need fire on earth. Absolute beauty, well-proportioned body, a 4-waist, fairy crane legs, and that corner of the mouth like a rainbow after the rain charming smile. It is really too beautiful, too pure. This outfit, coupled with her face value, was simply an angel descending to earth. Even Gu Ming's eyes went straight. If it wasn't for Luo Weiwei here next to him, he probably would have taken the initiative to rush up. Even so, he slowly stood up from his seat and took a few steps to the other party. Hello, schoolmate Jane, how can I help you? Gu Ming revealed a smile that he considered himself a gentleman, while extending his palm to the other party. Unfortunately, Jane still swept her gaze around the private room and walked past without even looking at him. In full view of everyone, she actually walked straight to Jiang Lin and bowed slightly with a shy face. Sorry, senior, I'm late. Chapter 23: A seafood feast of $30,000 a table. The moment these words came out, the entire room fell dead silent. Everyone stared incredulously, simply unable to believe what they were seeing. The schoolflower Jane was actually here to find Jiang Lin? How could this be possible? Just now, when Jiang Lin said that he had a girlfriend, none of the crowd believed him. But now, the hallowed schoolflower was actually standing so shyly in front of Jiang Lin. Did this even need to be explained? Ka-ching! A sound of a broken heart rang out one after another. Everyone felt like they had been slapped hard. Even Gu Ming, who was standing there, had the smile on his face completely frozen. On what grounds was this schoolgirl his girlfriend? On what grounds? Gu Ming couldn't help but growl in his heart. At this time, he looked at Luo Weiwei again and instantly felt tasteless. The smile on Luo Weiwei's face was equally ugly. In front of Jane, even though she was quite beautiful, she felt ashamed of herself. At this time, she remembered Jiang Lin's previous words, feeling like a sharp knife in her heart. Jiang Lin pulled over Jane's still small hand, and immediately heard the sound of a broken heart again. I'm sorry, I should have gone to pick you up, letting you be alone so late. Being pulled by Jiang Lin's hand, Jane still not only did not resist, but felt unusually sweet. Only the pretty face instantly climbed all over the red halo, stammered to explain, no, alright, Don't me, sit down. Jiang Lin smiled and pressed her on the chair next to him, and said in her ear, today, you are so beautiful. Feeling the warmth beside her ear, Jane still felt her pretty face redden even more. Looking at the two of them acting so intimately, is it still necessary to explain if they are boyfriend and girlfriend? Click click click. There was another sound of a broken heart. Vaguely one could hear the wailing of the male students' hearts. The same graduates, why is the difference in being a human being so big? The personnel had all arrived, and someone ordered the waiter to start serving the food. Ming Island seafood, definitely seafood oriented. Soon, a plate of exquisite and incomparable seafood feast was brought up. Australian lobster, king crab, crisp puffer fish fillet, Australian abalone, braised basil shrimp and so on. However, all the students actually didn't move their chopsticks when they saw this table of seafood feast. Why? Because too damn expensive. This table down, how much money? They were on the AA system, so if they couldn't get the money when the time came, it would simply be embarrassing. Seeing this scene, Gu Ming knew it was time to show off his true ex-playing skills. He coughed lightly and attracted the attention of the crowd. Ha, everyone start, the quality of Ming Island's seafood is very superior. He clapped his hands, pointing to a large lobster of more than 2 pounds, this Australian lobster, but the fresh goods flown in from Australia, out of the water is absolutely no more than 2 days. Not only that, the lobsters of Mingdao is not the general sense of the Australian lobster bred by artificial breeding, it is really growing in Australia in a purely natural environment, without the slightest pollution in the excellent quality of the water fished out. Not only is the meat tender, smooth and crispy, and the flavor is delicious and sweet, the flavor is unique. There is also this puffer fish sashimi. Puffer fish is from the foot of the country sea air transported here, 100 fresh, plus here all year round a foot of the country's top knife masters, Master Okita's sitting town. Speaking on the spur of the moment, he suddenly slapped his palm. Slap. All the students were startled. Attention everyone, the traditional puffer fish fillet requires the puffer fish to be bled, boned, and then gutted. The blood and guts are highly poisonous, I don't need to say more about that. Gu Ming spoke eloquently, feeling his confidence revived once again. However, Master Okita was different from the traditional process, he was completely direct knife while the puffer fish was still alive, without bloodletting. In this way, the requirements for knife work are extremely demanding. He couldn't help but sigh. It was said that only the most honored guests could qualify to have Master Okita's knife on site. Gu Ming shook his head in regret. Unfortunately, my rank is not high enough, and I have only been here a few times, so I don't have the opportunity to open everyone's eyes. The crowd couldn't help but marvel at this as well. From the class president's words just now, it could be seen that the other party was definitely someone who had seen big scenes. He had even come to such a high-class place more than once, so it could be seen that his eyes were wide open. The class president is really the class president, he has seen a lot of things. Yeah, we've never even had a decent meal. With your abilities, you'll have a bright future ahead of you. Listening to the crowd's boasting, Gu Ming's face was full of smiles, and the feeling that he had just been given a hard time by Jiang Lin instantly disappeared. At this time, next to the little brother, Renjakuin is to seize the opportunity, timely asked. Class president, such a sumptuous meal, I'm afraid to spend a lot of money. This sentence has actually been arranged long ago. As early as before coming, Renjakuin has seen the menu, the whole price of the heart clear. Moreover, he also knew the class president's intention, so at this time, naturally, he looked at the right time to create an opportunity for Gu Ming to pretend to be X. To be honest, just saw Jiang Lin actually sitting next to the school flower, there was also a hint of jealousy in his heart. Sure enough, as soon as his words came out, Gu Ming next to him gave an appreciative look. On his mouth, he smiled flatly and said, "Not much money, this table of food is just over $20,000, plus the 2 bottles of Lafite that I ordered, it adds up to 30,000 up or down." Chapter 24. Gu Ming confused, who the hell did this? Hiss. Hearing this figure, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. My god, I knew that this meal wasn't cheap, but I didn't expect it to be more than 30,000. This is an average of at least $1,500 per person. This is simply robbing money. Looking at the somewhat ugly faces of the group of students, Gu Ming smiled faintly, pushing this wave of his cowhide to a climax. However, since I initiated this party, and since everyone hasn't officially graduated yet, none of them are financially well off. After a short pause, Gu Mingfong said faintly, "So, this meal, I'm buying, so everyone can eat freely, and if it's not enough, feel free to order." Wow! Everyone was instantly shocked as if they had been lapped by waves. Immediately afterward, a series of tidal wave-like boasts followed. Bravado, class president is too bravado. Bullish. Class president really isn't the stuff of the pool, look at this handiwork. Squad leader 666, is there still a missing pendant on your thigh? From now on, I'll follow the class monitor. Go on, don't call him class president. Call him Mr. Gu instead. In the face of a tidal wave of horses' farts, Gu Ming's heart is simply soothing to the extreme. What's the point of living? Isn't that what it's all about? Even so, he looked provocatively at Jiang Lin. What do you think you're going to do if you're able to gain the favor of the school's flower? In the end, you're still a stinking loser, not worth mentioning. Luo Weiwei beside her also felt honored at this time, her choice was absolutely right. On the contrary, she began to sympathize with Jane still next to Jiang Lin. It's true that young girls who are not yet experienced in the world only know how to look at faces and don't know the cruelty of society at all. Since the class president said he would treat the guests, all the people naturally let go of their burdens, and one by one, they all pushed their cups and exchanged drinks, making a lively scene. As for Jiang Lin, he had a calm face throughout, without the slightest fluctuation. He also gave Jane still dishes from time to time. Halfway through the meal, the boss Renjakuin felt that the time was almost up, so he gave Jiang Lin a wink. Let him give a toast to the class president. As a result, Jiang Lin didn't even look at him for a word, which instantly made Renjakuin speechless. But he felt that, at least, it was a dormitory, and today's opportunity was rare. So he himself picked up his wine glass and came to Gu Ming's front. "Mr. Gu, I'll toast you first," said the red wine in his hand and drank it all in one go. And Gu Ming just flicked a little, completely acting like a leader. "Mr. Gu, I have something to ask for your help." After drinking a cup, Renjakuin poured himself a cup. They are all classmates, but say no harm. Gu Ming waved his hand with a light smile on his face. "That, you see, our old four also did not find a job. I know the class president, you have a lot of energy. Just now he was embarrassed, so I asked me to convey with you to see if you can arrange an opportunity for him." Listen to the words of Renjakuin. Gu Ming eyes flashed, seemingly smiling said, "Small Kuin, you say this out of the ordinary, our classmates can help me, how not to help?" Hearing this, Renjakuin immediately faced a happy. But immediately afterward, he heard Gu Ming's words turn. "However, since Jiang Lin asked me, why didn't he come himself?" He took the red wine and filled the glass in front of him to the brim. "How about this, as long as Jiang Lin dries up this cup, this matter will be covered on me." His voice wasn't small, and he instantly caught the attention of all the students. Everyone looked at Jiang Lin in unison, some even secretly shook their heads. Alas, both are class grasses, how come the gap is so big? It can't be helped, born with a different starting point, the class president can still give a chance, it's already considered good. That's right, a glass of wine, to be able to have a good job, to me, absolutely dry. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Lin slowly stood up. It was impossible to toast a glass of wine. He just felt a bit ridiculous. Anyway, he had come and gathered himself. There was no point in staying any longer. Just as he was about to open his mouth for a split second, suddenly, the door of the box opened at once. 8 beautiful waitresses wearing cheongsams walked in one by one. In the hands of each waiter, they were holding a bottle of red wine. A sharp-eyed student who saw the name of the red wine instantly exclaimed in shock. "This is Romane Conti? What? A bottle of Romane Conti that costs tens of thousands of dollars? The class president is also too rich, right? He ordered so much." Gu Ming's heart jumped when he heard that. What the hell? When did I ask for Romane Conti? That's a bottle of top-quality red wine that costs nearly $100,000, how the hell can I afford to drink it? He swept his eyes and found that there were 8 bottles here. At a rough estimate, it was worth several $100,000. Gu-ming shivered and felt almost unsteady. MP, who the hell did this? He couldn't afford to pay it back even if he lost his family's fortune. He now regretted saying that he was treating himself. He had pretended to go out, and now he had pretended a lot. However, just as he was thinking about how to end it, behind the 8 beautiful waitresses, a manager in a suit suddenly ran in hot and fast. He swept a glance through the crowd and then rushed straight to Jiang Lin. He directly gave Jiang Lin a 90-degree bow. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, my subordinate didn't know that you came here to dine, so please bear with me if I missed the welcome. Chapter 25. Jiang Lin shook the whole place, Gu-ming looking for a chance to turn the tables. G.A. At this moment the entire princess hall completely froze. Everyone was like ducks pinched in the air, one by one their mouths opened wide in surprise. What the hell? Jiang Dong? This manager, who at first glance was the management of Ming Island, actually bowed to Jiang Lin and called himself a subordinate. How was this possible? When did Jiang Lin become the leader here? Wasn't he the delivery guy? Jiang Lin just nodded lightly at what he heard, and then queried, how do you know I'm here? The manager bowed and explained, just now when the food was served, my subordinate caught a glimpse and felt that you looked familiar. Previously, my subordinate had seen your photo on the group's documents, and only after repeated confirmation did he realize that you had come here. Then he turned his head to Jiang Lin and said, I specially asked someone to pick a few red wines for you from the cellar, because I don't know what flavors you like, so I brought them all. This is the 98. This is the 95. There are also 92, 90. Said he pointed to the last bottle, this bottle is the earliest, is 45 years. Hiss. Gu-ming sucked in a breath of cold air as he listened. He was shocked by these red wines. He had once seen his father drink Romane Conti, and it was all from 2010 onwards. But the ones in front of him were only 98 years old. Put outside, a bottle of at least 150,000 to start. The earliest bottle of 45 years, even if $500,000 are priceless. These 8 bottles of wine together, almost more than 2 million. What kind of a mortal was this Jiang Lin? Actually able to make the other party give out such a big gift? Just at this moment, the manager next to him was afraid that Jiang Lin would not be satisfied. He was even more eager to say, Jiang Dong, as the second largest shareholder of the group, in addition to the red wine exclusively, there is also an imperial hall specially prepared for you. Do you want to move now? I've already asked Master Okita from the Foot Basin country to wait there, and can cook fresh ingredients for you at any time. Swish. Everyone's eyes widened once again at this moment. No, second largest shareholder? Jiang Lin was actually a shareholder here? Wasn't he a delivery man? How did he suddenly become a shareholder? Moreover, Master Okita, who was just mentioned, was actually waiting in the Imperial Hall. Gu-ming's fingers were about to pinch off. The Imperial King Hall, that was the Imperial King Hall. The highest specification box of the entire Mingdao seafood, not to mention him, even his father is not qualified to eat in the Emperor Hall. Now the manager actually invited Jiang Lin? This is simply unreasonable. Next to her, Luo Weiwei was also shocked. Only now did she realize that Jiang Lin was the invisible tycoon. The second largest shareholder of Mingdao Group, at least a few hundred million, right? That was a billionaire. In comparison, the Gu-ming next to him was simply no different from a beggar. Luo Weiwei had to admit that she looked away. If she had chosen to be with Jiang Lin, wouldn't she be the shareholder's wife now? At the thought of this, her eyes flamed. Jiang Lin was right here, her own chance had come. Although he had a goddess-level pure schoolgirl beside him, it didn't matter. The big deal was that she could be a lover and then use various means to ostracize the other party. In terms of means, in terms of skill, Luo Weiwei thought that she was more than 10 streets away from her. Hearing the manager's suggestion, Jiang Lin faintly shook his head. There's no need for the Imperial Hall, we've pretty much eaten our fill, so we'll just stay here. Well, in that case, these waiters will stay and serve you. In addition, we will directly waive the bill for the meal that you hosted for your friends. Well, with all my heart, you go down. Jiang Lin waved his hand, and the manager immediately bowed and retreated, leaving behind 8 Cheongsam beauties, standing in rows on one side of the box. This time, everyone looked at Jiang Lin differently. He was handsome and had a good temperament. And also a rich invisible tycoon. Without having to make a move himself, there was a Romane Conti delivered to his door. All of a sudden, one by one, all the students gathered around and not only gave Jiang Lin a toast. Brother Jiang, what exactly do you do? Actually so rich. Yes, I am. Can you take my little brother to get rich together? Don't stop me, I want to hug my leg. I'll hold the leg hair. Jiang Lin said in a flat tone, nothing, I just used my savings from my part-time job to dish out a small supermarket. He told the truth, no problem. Entrepreneurship, really big brother, and our vision is different. Yes, graduation as a boss, a few streets away from us, Farsightedness, farsightedness. Listening to the crowd's boasting, Jiang Lin's heart had no ripples. On the contrary, not far away from the boss and the second, at this moment is simply embarrassing. Especially the boss, who had sworn to educate the other before. Let the other party follow the class president to mix. But now, the other person was actually an invisible rich man. Guming felt that he really couldn't stay any longer and found an excuse to leave the box. I don't believe it, you're a poor man, how can you be a shareholder? He ran to the bathroom and directly dialed his old dad's phone. Dad, do you know who the second largest shareholder of Mingdao Restaurant Group is? The second largest shareholder? How would I know? But my boss should know, it seems like they had dinner before. Guming's old dad's puzzled voice came over the phone. Dad, you should ask for me, I have a classmate here who says he is the second largest shareholder of Mingdao Catering. Your classmate? How can that be? He's a little kid, there's no way he can be a shareholder in this lifetime, you must have been cheated. Gu's father said with conviction, wait a moment, I will ask for you. Chapter 26 will be a trick, Jiang Lin, go to your family's big villa and take a look. Hanging up the phone, less than 5 minutes. Gu father called back, son, I asked, the second largest shareholder named Chen Xuan, before and my boss played together. Chen Xuan? That really isn't my classmate? The light in Gu Ming's eyes flashed, seeing the hope of his own turnaround. But Dad, he was personally received by the manager before, and he was even allowed to go to the Imperial Hall, and there was also a Romane Conti. Gu's father on the other end of the phone laughed out loud. Son, this classmate of yours is really interesting, in order to show off in front of you, it is simply painstaking. Those people can be completely his own money to hire, just a moment of effort, spend a few $1,000s is not easy to deal with. And the Empire Room. Did you guys go to the Empire Room? And the Romane Conti. Now the cottage version is so rampant, just find a bottle of inferior red wine labeled, it is not a matter of minutes. Gu's father said in a discerning tone, son, you can't just look at the surface of things, you have to look at the essence, understand? Hearing his dad remind him of this, Gu Ming suddenly woke up. Right, why didn't he think of it? He was almost fooled by Jiang Lin, the hangman. He instantly started mending the plot. That day he had Jiang Lin deliver the goods, and when he saw that Luo Weiwei was in his hands, his heart instantly turned over with anger. That's why he was prepared to get his revenge today. Jiang Lin had spared no expense just to set up the current situation. If he hadn't uncovered him himself, then everything would have been simply seamless. The crowd was impressed and worshipped Jiang Lin from then on. And he himself had achieved the purpose of pretending to be X. When they graduated, the crowd would go their separate ways, and they wouldn't have to worry about being unmasked by anyone. High, really high. On top of pretending to be an X, Gu Ming felt that he had met a great enemy. If it wasn't for his dad's discerning eye, he would have really let the other side get away with pretending. I didn't expect it, Jiang Lin, today I will definitely let you show your true colors. He snorted coldly and left the bathroom to go straight to the box. At a time like this, it had to be revealed in front of everyone so that Jiang Lin would be left with no place to hide. Even the schoolgirl by his side, Jane Still, would be disgusted with Jiang Lin because of this. This was his own chance. Thinking of this, Gu Ming almost secretly laughed out loud, even speeding up his steps a bit. He just didn't expect that when he rushed back to the box, he found that the entire box was already empty. Everyone had already left. He hurriedly ran towards the main door and finally saw the crowd outside the door. Class president, didn't you leave? Seeing Gu Ming appear, the boss Rinjiaokuan couldn't help but open his mouth in confusion. No, I just went to the restroom. Gu Ming swept his gaze and his heart moved. Now that he was out of the gate, there wasn't the slightest bit of physical evidence around. In this way, he wanted to expose the other party. Jiang Lin could completely deny it. At that time, the crowd would still think that he, the class president, was being calculating and deliberately denigrating Jiang Lin. But Gu Ming, since he couldn't reveal it head-on, he could use a roundabout tactic. Therefore, he smiled faintly and took the initiative to call out to the many classmates. Fellow classmates, it's rare for us to get together today, and we don't know when we'll see each other again in the future. Gu Ming said with a sincere face, why don't we go to KTV in a while and have a good time? Hearing him say this, there were quite a few classmates who were immediately moved. They followed and agreed. But Jiang Lin looked at the sky at this time, couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Forget it, you guys go, it's too late, I'm going back. Upon hearing that Jiang Lin was leaving, Gu Ming laughed even more coldly in his heart. Pretend, continue to pretend. You're afraid of being exposed, right? Well, I won't give you a chance. No, Jiang Lin, we're so happy today, don't spoil everyone's fun. Besides, you're a shareholder of the group, an invisible tycoon, you can ask your butler to pick you up. Jiang Lin didn't want to get too entangled with him and shook his head lightly. I don't have a butler. No butler? How is that possible? You're a billionaire, why don't you even have a butler? Can't it be that this rich man of yours is a fake? Ha ha. Hearing Gu Ming's laughter, Jiang Lin glanced at him and instantly understood this guy's mentality. This was a case of not believing that he was better than him and was ready to get back at him. Thinking of this, the corner of John Lin's mouth suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Kid, if you want to play, then I'll have a good time with you. John Lin was silent for a moment, pretending to be thinking about something. Afterwards, he said to the crowd, how about this, you guys go first, I'll send Still back to my house first, anyway, my house is nearby, I'll meet up with you guys then. The moment these words came out, Gu Ming really caught the loophole in them. Your house? It's nearby? His voice instantly rose, but he secretly sneered in his heart. Pretend you're a sister. You don't even look at the location. This is the third ring road in the east, except for the shopping district is a mansion. You really think this is your home? Ha, a rich man deserves to be a rich man, to be able to buy a house here, John Lin is really rich and powerful. Gu Ming complimented, followed by a casual remark, since our old classmate has a mansion in the neighborhood, wouldn't it be a shame if we didn't go and take a look? Everyone said is not it. Chapter 27 Scam, this must be a scam. When the crowd heard this, their eyes lit up and they followed suit. Right, brother Jiang, let's open our eyes. Yeah, I've never seen a mansion in my life. Hearing the words of the crowd, a slight look of panic passed over Jiang Lin's face. This detail was instantly captured by Gu Ming. He hurriedly urged up, how's it going? John Lin, old classmates don't even give this face. Finally, John Lin seemed to make up his mind and nodded his head. Okay, it's good to go and take a look, but with so many people, my car can't fit. Your tricycle can't fit. Gu Ming heart-cold snort, on the surface of a smiling face, it does not matter, anyway, have drunk, have a car cannot drive, we take a taxi to the past, you in the front to lead the way, on the line. It's okay. You can follow me closely John Lin nodded his head, and then started to stop cars on the street. There were quite a few cabs in the imperial capital, and in no time, all of them got into the car. John Lin, Jane, and Lao Si were in one. Gu Ming, Luo Weiwei, the boss Renjaku and 3 people sat in one. Before and after 6 or 7 cabs traveled towards John Lin's mansion. Mr. Gu, where do you think John Lin's mansion can be? The co-pilot Renjakuan couldn't help but wonder. Luxury my ass, what kind of mansion does he have? Gu Ming smiled coldly. Luo Weiwei and Renjakuan 2 people heard a stun, what does this mean? Then heard Gu Ming coldly open his mouth, the old man's various analyses to the 2. So that's how it is, I can't imagine that Lao Si has actually become like this. Renjakuan heard a face of pain, how he did not expect, John Lin actually will be such a pompous person. Luo Weiwei listened to the secret cry of danger, almost just now he was going to take the initiative to contact Jiang Lin. Fortunately, Gu Ming recognized his true colors in time. Not right but he is now taking us to the mansion, when the time comes how to explain? Renjakuan suddenly opened his mouth in doubt. Idiot, this is still not a good solution? Gu Ming snorted, he could have accelerated, so that we lost, and then told us that we did not follow the line. Even if we did not lose, then he can also excuse that did not bring the key, strict management in other words, do not allow us to enter. As we were talking, John Lin's cab suddenly stopped in front of us. The location where the cab stopped was exactly the entrance of a neighborhood. The crowd saw this and got out of the car, saw the neighborhood in front of them couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Wow, this neighborhood is awesome, even the walls are glass. You guys see, the neighborhood is so big, the greenery is really good. Gu Ming got down from the car and was slightly stunned when he saw the neighborhood in front of him. Wasn't this the #1 courtyard? He had seen news from the internet before. This was one of the most expensive villa districts in the entire imperial capital. The cheapest villa here was also quoted at nearly $200 million. John Lin had a mansion here, don't be ridiculous, what kind of international joke is this? Once he thought about this, the smile on his face became even more intense. Let's see how you'll end up later. John Lin got down from the cab and pulled Jane still towards the gate. It was also his first time here, and he didn't know what other formalities he needed to go through before he could enter. As soon as they approached the gate, the crowd was directly stopped by the security guard. Hello, please stay, this is not a tourist attraction. The quality of the security guards was very high, they didn't heckle in the slightest, instead, they were very polite and persuaded the crowd. At this time, John Lin smiled and said, hello, I'm the owner of this place, it's my first time coming here, I don't know how to get in. The security guard was stunned, all the owners here were either rich or noble, he had never seen such a young lad like John Lin. However, the professionally trained security guard had a high level of professionalism. Jiang Lin's words did not have any contempt, but smiled and explained, hello sir, this community uses intelligent control system, you can pass the camera face recognition at the gate, if you really are the owner, the gate can be opened directly. This way Then thanks a lot. Jiang Lin nodded his head and turned his head to the crowd, everyone wait a moment, I'll go open the door. Looking at Jiang Lin's back, Gu Ming smiled coldly, see, he must have pretended to try, and the result was a face recognition failure. After that, he will tell us that his information has not been entered yet, and let us come back another day. Hearing Gu Ming's words, the crowd couldn't help but show a puzzled look. At this time, Renjakuan, who was Dogleg 1, whispered Gu Ming's analysis to everyone. Some students immediately frowned at the words and looked at Jiang Lin with a somewhat unkind gaze. There were also people who hugged their shoulders and looked on with cold eyes, ready to watch the show. Soon, Jiang Lin stood in front of the camera next to the gate. Gu Ming's heart was already excited at this moment, as if he had already seen the image of Jiang Lin's failure. Drop! A crunching sound came, and a smile surfaced on Gu Ming's face all of a sudden. He even laughed out loud at once. Ha, how about that, sure enough failing. This sentence had not yet finished, but it instantly came to an abrupt end. Because, with a drop, the door actually opened. How was that possible? Gu Ming roared in his heart, this was not scientific. Obviously he was in disguise, how could he possibly go in? However, the truth was right in front of him, the cell gate really opened. At this time, Jiang Lin turned his head and waved at the crowd, everyone come in, don't freeze. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, didn't the squad leader say it was a scam? A scam can still open the cell door? Chapter 28 I Want to Be Quiet, Who is Jing Jing? Seeing the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Gu Ming panicked in his heart, but his mouth refused to admit defeat. There must have been an error in the system, it was just coincidence. The environment of the neighborhood was very good, with marble floors and greenery everywhere around. All kinds of valuable trees and flowers remained fragrant at night. The neighborhood square, full of the atmosphere of the times, was decorated with all kinds of artistic sculptures. It looked high-end and atmospheric, and at a glance, it was a few grades higher than the average neighborhood. Jiang Lin looked at the direction, his villa is the king of the building location, just walk towards the center. After walking for nearly 20 minutes, the crowd saw that not far away, a chic, ridiculously large villa emerged. The whole villa is surrounded by glass curtain wall, with unique curved dome shape, just look let people marvel. Jiang Lin pulled Jane still and led the crowd towards the king of the building's villa. At this moment, the uneasiness in Gu Ming's heart intensified. It couldn't be, there was no way he could have a villa. This was all a trick. Right at this moment, Jiang Lin finally walked outside the villa's gate. Before he could make a move, suddenly, the gate opened. A voice with a foreign accent and some joy rang out. Mr. Jiang, you are back. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm the Filipino maid provided by the community property, I'll help you take care of your room 24 hours a day. Although there was a bit of an accent, the Filipino maid was very fluent in Chinese. Hula. As soon as her words fell, she heard several footsteps appearing in the gate one after another. 1, 2, 3 more Filipino maids walked out from inside. The 4 Filipino maids split into 2 rows to welcome Jiang Lin home. The crowd was instantly petrified. Mr. Jiang, how can there be a mistake when he's already called Mr.? A strong emotion of shock surfaced from the heart. Godly man, absolute godly man. Someone just secretly checked. The King Villa in this neighborhood is worth $500 million. And it is equipped with gold medal property service for Filipino maids maintain it 24 hours a day. What kind of experience is this? It's the experience of the rich and famous. Ordinary people can't even imagine it. At this time, the crowd were still do not understand. Before Gu Ming said the oath of faith, it turned out to be a blind guess. Even if Jiang Lin spends a lot of money, can he get into such a high-class neighborhood? Can he afford to hire 4 maids? If he could hire them, how much would he have to spend? Hundreds of thousands of dollars? Is it worth it? Almost instantly, everyone's gaze toward Gu Ming was filled with snickers, disdain, derision, and even contempt. Gu Ming's face was as ugly as if he had eaten 10 piles of hot air in a row. How is this possible? How is this possible? Jiang Lin was real from beginning to end, he was really a shareholder, and even had a $500 million villa mansion. At this moment, Gu Ming was in a mess, feeling that his 3 views had completely collapsed. He thought he could break Jiang Lin's fake mask. He didn't expect to end up letting himself completely flop. This time, everyone knew that he was a small-minded, narrow-minded, and vindictive villain. All his prestige was completely buried at this time. Jiang Lin didn't even look at him squarely at this time, casually said to the maid beside him, "Go and notify the property owner, bring back a silver black arrow that I have in the underground garage of Mingdao Seafood, this is the key. Here is the key." The maid took the key and turned to leave. What's that, a silvered black arrow? Gu Ming was a self-proclaimed second-generation rich man, and he had studied about supercars. Upon hearing those words, he instantly thought of the model with the same name from a foreign auto show. That one was just a low-end model with a price tag starting at $50 million. Luxury cars, beautiful women, villas. Plus group shareholders. Everything a man aspires to, Jiang Lin actually owns all of it. Gu Ming gasped spit blood, "You so bullish, why still wear a uniform, but also door-to-door delivery? Isn't this digging a pit for himself to jump into?" Gu Ming's eyes went black, almost directly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Ren Zhaokuan next to him helped him, so he did not fall. "Mr. Gu, are you okay?" "It's okay, I want Jing Jing." "Who is Jing Jing?" "The daughter of the next-door neighbor's old Wang." Next, at Jiang Lin's invitation, the crowd entered his villa. Once they entered, the biggest feeling was that it was big and very spacious. 2 small forests in front of them, and a tree-lined path in the center. At the very least, there must be thousands of square meters. There was also a small bridge and water in the back. The water flow was automatically circulating, crystal clear, and fish could also be raised. And behind the small bridge, a 3-story villa surfaced. Elegant with modernity, technological with fashion. The 3 layers of the villa add up to at least a few hundred square meters, and once you enter, the floor under your feet is all made with the top international waterjet parquet process. It's all in one, high-end atmosphere. The entire 3rd floor, equipped with 7 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a gym. There is also an independent game room and a small theater. Almost all the equipment that can be thought of are complete. The crowd was simply shocked and lingered. The gazes towards John Lin could not be described in words. The male students were all ashamed of themselves and lost all their momentum. The female students had glowing eyes, like hungry wolves. Only Jane still had a smile on her face, pulling Jiang Lin's palm to look left and right. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Wow, there is also beautiful. When she came across a novel artifact, she curiously wanted to touch it, but she was afraid of breaking something. Chapter 29 Reward $50 million SUV car Roman King A. Jiang Lin rubbed her head in amusement. What are you nervous about? Feel free to touch anything here. After strolling around for a while, Jiang Lin saw that it was almost time and turned his head to apologize to the crowd. Sorry, it's getting late, so I won't keep you all much longer. This was an expulsion order. Everyone walked out of the villa reluctantly, saying goodbye to Jiang Lin. But just as they walked out of the villa, they heard a roar of an engine. Afterwards, a super cool and stylish black sports car appeared in everyone's field of vision. The silvered Black Arrow, a super sports car worth $100 million. Everyone was shocked once again. Cow, really 2 cow. What does it mean to be a hoe? This is really a hoe. Brother Lin is not only a hoe, but also low-key, unlike some people who don't have a couple of tricks up their sleeves and still pretend to be a big-tail wolf. That's right, and also denigrate others, this time the street. Hearing the crowd's comments, Gu Ming's eyes went black, this time directly fainted. There was no way not to faint, it was too suffocating and infuriating. Seeing this, Luo Weiwei paid no attention at all. Seeing Jiang Lin like this now, she simply regretted all her intestines. She hated that she couldn't be with Jiang Lin earlier. But now, Jiang Lin was standing next to someone else. This person was even better than her. Whether it was her face, body, or temperament. All of them were a few blocks better than her. Luo Weiwei is not a little cutie. Luo Weiwei is not a cutie, she is still a little bit of a B number for what level she is at. However, it was impossible to make her give up just like that. She had already made up her mind to use all sorts of methods to snatch Jiang Lin into her hands. Waiting until everyone had dispersed. Only Jiang Lin and Jane remained. Only then did Jane still realize that the two were sharing a room. All of a sudden, a wave of nervousness, apprehension, and shyness surfaced in her heart. She stood in place at a bit of a loss for words, her 2 fingers circling back and forth. Jiang Lin, who saw the scene, couldn't help but smile slightly, wanting to tease her. So, he walked to the front and even moved his body to the other side. Jane remained instantly trembled, feeling a hot breath blowing past her earlobes. At once, her heart panicked. Could it be, is he going to do something to me? But, people are not ready. To reject him? What if he gets sad? Oops, what the hell am I supposed to do? It's late, we should rest. Suddenly, Jiang Lin's words interrupted all her thoughts. Jane still stiffened for a moment and subconsciously nodded. Oh, good. Jiang Lin smiled faintly and pulled the other party's small hand towards the upstairs. The bedrooms, on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Ta! Ta! The 2 of them walked up to the 2nd floor, and Jane Still's little face was already incredibly red, to the point where her breathing started to accelerate. This was, Jiang Lin brought her to a bedroom on the 2nd floor. Is it coming? Jane still thought in her heart. However, just when she thought something was going to happen, Jiang Lin suddenly smiled and said, "This is your bedroom, rest well." After saying that, Jiang Lin turned around and left. Good, Jane still subconsciously nodded her head, but just after saying 2 words, she felt that something was wrong, and turned around abruptly, realizing that Jiang Lin was about to go upstairs. Hey, you! She subconsciously opened her mouth and shouted, but just as soon as she opened her mouth, she felt that what she said was a bit wrong. I didn't expect Jiang Lin to interface at this time. What? Do I sleep with you? No. Being broken by Jiang Lin, Jane still had a red face and shook her head, almost didn't find a crack in the ground to drill in. You have a good rest, good night. Jiang Lin's laughter came, the person had already disappeared in the stairway. Coming to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, Jiang Lin had just sat down on the sofa. Suddenly, he heard a long-lost system beep. Ding! You teased a beautiful woman and triggered a 10 million times blitz, rewarding an SUV car Roman King worth $50 million, the key has been issued. Jiang Lin subconsciously opened his palm and realized that a car key had appeared in his palm at an unknown time. This car key presented a diamond shape, like a knife cut. The material was also made of platinum, and it looked technological. Holding the car key with excellent tactility, Zhang Lin suddenly fell into deep thought. Until now, he had finally gained a little more insight into the system blitz. Most of the times when it would storm was when something special happened to him. Like a fight at the noodle shop. Or maybe doing something he hadn't done before. Like doing push-ups with Annie. As for the rest of the time, the storms were completely random. Although there wasn't any exact pattern, Zhang Lin understood one. No matter how big of a deal you encounter, don't be afraid, you're guaranteed to be escorted by Blitz. King Car Roman? I haven't heard of this car. Ever since he had gotten a Silby Black Arrow, Zhang temporarily followed the news of luxury cars on the internet from time to time. After all, with his current worth, he would definitely have to buy other models in the future. Previously, he was thinking about when to buy another SUV. Because the space of the Black Arrow was too small, no matter whether it was hauling cargo or carrying people, it was not spacious enough. It was really true that when sleep came, someone sent a pillow. Before he himself had even acted, the system sent it directly. What was a $50 million SUV like? Zhang Lin only knew that the most expensive SUV was Rolls-Royce's Cullinan, at nearly $10 million. It was made the most expensive SUV by the world. But now there was actually an SUV named King Car Roman that surpassed it? This instantly aroused his intense curiosity. Chapter 30 Luo Weiwei's Madness. Zhang Lin, who couldn't help himself, directly went down from the elevator on the third floor and reached all the way to the underground parking lot. The underground garage of the entire villa was very spacious. Even if a dozen luxury cars were placed at the same time, there was no problem. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator door, Zhang Lin saw the black chariot parked next to the Black Arrow. At once, Zhang Lin was shocked. With a huge body of more than 5 meters, it gave people a strong sense of oppression just by being parked there. The overall appearance was modeled with diamond cut lines, hard and tough, while also adding a sense of the future. It seems like a chariot that traveled from the future. Overbearing, powerful, solid, and wild. With just one look, Zhang Lin completely fell in love with this car. This was what a man should drive. Zhang Lin pressed the car key in his hand, and in an instant, all the lights on the body of the car, which was as black as ink, flashed instantly. The low engine roar was like a wild beast roaring. He couldn't wait to open the car door and sat in the car. The interior inside also caught his eye. The workmanship was fine, the materials used were high-end, but it didn't give off a rustic vibe at all. Instead, it was full of fashion and technology. He took out his cell phone and started searching for information about this car online. The overall body is made entirely of steel plates and high-strength carbon fiber. Equipped with a 68-liter V10 engine with an output of up to 500 horsepower. Car paint bulletproof, car glass bulletproof, car chassis explosion-proof. Almost all kinds of international advanced technology are used in this car. Not only that, this luxury car weighs as much as 6 tons. Even if it collides with a truck, it can ensure that the cockpit is unharmed. Cowboy glass. After tossing around in the car for half an hour, Zhang Lin resisted the urge to drive out and sneak around. After all, it was too late and he was afraid of disturbing the people. Loves to leave the underground garage, Zhang Lin decided. In the future, if the delivery, will open this. Zhang Lin returned upstairs, took a shower, and finally calmed himself down. But when he was ready to go to bed, all of a sudden his cell phone rang, and someone actually sent him a WeChat. Zhang Lin took a look and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was actually Luo Weiwei. It turned out that after leaving from the villa, Luo Weiwei had been pining for this place. As soon as she returned home, she immediately took out her cell phone and sent a WeChat to Zhang Lin. Is it there? Zhang Lin, 3 smiley faces. Zhang Lin lacked interest and only sent back 2 words. Something wrong? Nothing, I just want to say 3 words to you. I love you. Put. Zhang Lin, who was drinking water, saw this message and immediately sprayed out a mouthful of water. This Luo Weiwei is sick, right? Actually confessing to herself? On second thought, he instantly understood what she was thinking. Seeing her true colors today, she instantly changed from being a poor beggar to being a rich man in seconds. So she wanted to chase after herself. This was simply not the slightest bit different from a green tea whore. But for Luo Weiwei's change of face, Zhang Lin suddenly got playful. At once, he took his cell phone and replied, "Aren't you with Gu Ming?" Surprised. "Ooh yeah." Seeing Zhang Lin's reply, Luo Weiwei instantly jumped up in excitement. She instantly started brainstorming. Since Zhang Lin had asked this, he must be interested in himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid any attention to himself at all. At most, he would just send 1 or 2 words to cope with it. Now, her own chance had come. As for between her and Gu Ming, Luo Weiwei had already thought of a countermeasure. Boing boing, people, and just together, God forbid anything has happened. Brother Lin, in fact, my affection for you started as early as freshman year, only that I never had the chance to confess. Today, seeing Gu Ming denigrate you so much finally gave me the courage to say it. I love you, even if I have to be your lover. I know that you have a history with Guming, so if I'm with you, it's equivalent to giving him a hatchet job. If you like it, I can still continue to be with him on the surface so that he has a green head. You tycoons, don't you like this kind of tone once in a while? Jiang Lin looked at the messages Luo Weiwei kept sending, and a flash of disgust flashed in his eyes. Knowing a person's face is not knowing his heart. How could he not have expected that Luo Weiwei's mind would actually turn out to be like this? It made him feel disgusted. Jiang Lin casually put his cell phone aside, not even bothering to reply to the message. But on that side, Luo Weiwei also realized that Jiang Lin didn't respond and immediately panicked a bit. Hello? Jiang Lin, are you still there? It's okay if you don't like it, I'll break up with him tomorrow. No, break up with him now. Jiang Lin. As long as you're with me, you'll know I'm good. Me, I also know all kinds of poses and professional oral skills. The upside down golden hook. Old tree coil. Fire and ice. 20,000 miles under the sea. Lin Jiangxian has turned on friend verification, and you are not yet her friend. Please send a friend verification request first, and chat only after the other person passes the verification. Send friend verification. Luo Weiwei, 3 clueless. It was finally clear. Such a classmate, Jiang Lin felt it was fine not to contact him. Taking a look at the time, it was already 1 in the morning. Jiang Lin yawned and prepared to go to bed. I don't know how long it took, but Jiang Lin was half asleep and half awake when he suddenly saw a long-haired figure standing in front of him. He was startled and thought that the villa was haunted. As a result, he sat up violently, only to see that what was in front of him was actually Jane Still. The other party is wearing a white pajamas, holding a pillow in his hand, and his small face still has a timid look. Chapter 31 Cannot Sleep. Jane Still, met live female netizen. What's wrong? Jiang Lin calmed down and looked at her and asked. A little afraid, can't sleep. Oh, then let's chat. Save you from being scared alone. Jiang Lin comforted. Okay. Jane Still nodded and sat on the sofa next to her. When the two people talked, they talked for almost an hour. It was only when they were sleepy that they went to bed. The next morning, when Jane Still woke up, she realized that it was already noon. Wearing white pajamas, she stepped on her small slippers and walked down the villa, coming to the first floor and seeing Jiang Lin actually busy in the open kitchen. He was thoughtfully making breakfast for her. Such a scene made Jane Still have a sweet feeling in her heart, and hurriedly walked towards Jiang Lin. I'm up? How did you sleep? Jiang Lin samples the last omelette out of the pot and smiles. Well, although I made it for breakfast, it should be eaten for lunch now. Thoughtfully pulling out the chair for Jane Still, the two of them sat down at the dining table and started to eat. Do you have classes today? Jiang Lin asked. Yes, there is. Jane Still nodded and took a bite of the omelette, soft and hard, excellent taste. Then after dinner I'll send you to school, just to try out my new car. New car? Jane Still looked at Jiang Lin a bit puzzled. The one from last night? No, I've got a new one, it's in the garage, I haven't had time to drive it yet. Jiang Lin shook his head. Jiang Lin shook his head. To be able to get the boyfriend personally transportation, Jane Still heart natural sweet. After lunch, the two came to the underground garage together. When Jane Still saw the moment of the car Roman King, she couldn't help but be shocked for a moment. What a domineering car! She was a girl, although she didn't understand luxury cars, she was able to see the cost of this car. Jiang Lin opened the car door and let Jane Still sit inside. The entire interior was very spacious, almost like a small caravan. Boom! Jiang Lin started the car and drove out from the basement with a kick of the gas. Jiang Lin's place, compared to the university town, is still some distance, nearly words cost an hour, only will Jane Still sent to the school gate. Just arrived at the door, this unique shape, full of power SUV instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. I go, what kind of car is this, so cool ah? Hurry up and check it out, I've never seen such a strong SUV before. It's actually a King Car Roman, a top-of-the-line luxury car worth $50 million. What? $50 million? We can't afford to pay for a scratch. With a luxury car like this, is it possible that some rich guy is coming to school to pick up someone? Just as everyone was discussing, King Caraman stopped outside the school gate, followed by the car door opening, and a figure dressed in a delivery uniform stepped out from inside. At that moment, everyone was completely confused. What is the situation? Driving is actually a grocery store delivery man. Now the delivery are so awesome? Before, there are open Ferrari pull drop and open Porsche delivery. There are even open Wind God delivery takeaway. I didn't expect to see a Carlo Man delivery driver here. Is the logistics industry so profitable now? Without waiting for them to come back to their senses from the shock, the door on the other side of the car opened. Inside came out a stunning beauty wearing a snow-white dress that floated like a fairy. Upon seeing her face, a series of gasps surfaced. This is Jane Still? The freshman school flower? My god, my goddess was actually captured by someone? And it's still a delivery man. Watch out, that's a delivery man driving a $50 million SUV. That's a delivery man too. At this instant, all the male students couldn't help but bubble up with the idea of wanting to be a deliveryman themselves. The female students, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Lin with glowing eyes. Such a handsome appearance and driving a luxury car. Simply not enough to describe him as a rich and handsome man. Only, such a man had already been taken away by the school flower. In front of the school flower, they didn't have any chance at all. Zhang Lin didn't pay the slightest attention to the gazes of the crowd as he pulled Jane's still small hand and walked into the gate of the University of Finance. After sending Jane to the classroom building, Zhang Lin didn't leave immediately but took the flyers he had prepared and began to distribute them around. Floating Life Grocery Store is looking for a cashier with decent features and outstanding temperament, with a monthly salary of 10,000, ladies only. Underneath was Zhang Lin's contact number, but it wasn't his own, it was a cell phone that the store used exclusively for orders. However, it was class time, and there weren't too many students in the middle of the campus. He handed out some, and in the end, there were still a few left. Zhang Lin took the flyers and was ready to go outside the campus to distribute them again. His recruitment targets were not limited to students or employees. However, as he walked to the main entrance, he saw a curvaceous woman standing in front of her car Roman taking a selfie. When Zhang Lin approached, he realized that it wasn't a selfie, but a live broadcast. Chapter 32. Since this is your car, why don't you drive away? University towns have always been a gathering place for handsome men and women, and some Netflix anchors often come here to take pictures. Pretty Meow Meow had just arrived in the neighborhood this time, and at a glance, she saw this cool SUV parked at the entrance. She did not hesitate to rush up, took a selfie with her cell phone, and then even opened the cell phone live broadcast and began to brag to her fans. Hello, everyone, Meow Meow just picked up a new car this time, so I'll be the first to share it with you. Said she turned the camera to Caraman's body, which instantly drew a gasp from the fans. The pop-ups all followed, and a few fans even sent gifts. She blushed and spoke even more vigorously. You may not know what kind of car this is, I can tell you that it's called the King Car Roman, and it's extremely luxurious from the exterior to the interior, even Rolls-Royce's Cullinan can't be compared to it. Speaking of which, you may not know its price. Pretty Meow Meow said and paused, deliberately selling a secret. If you want to know, let Meow Meow see your enthusiasm. Just as she wanted to cheat on a wave of gifts, she suddenly saw a uniformed young man appear in the middle of the camera. And the other party seemed to be staring at herself. Pretty Meow Meow hated it when people stared at her like that, especially this kind of penniless pauper. Therefore, she turned her head to look at the other party without mercy at this moment and said in a cold voice, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? Look at you?" Looking at the face value only 70% up and down, cone face, eagle hook nose of the netizen woman, Zhang Lin could not help but shake his head. "I did not look at you, I'm looking at the car." "Looking at the car?" Pretty Meow Meow froze for a moment, followed by a disdainful smile. "Looking at the car cannot, the car is mine." "Yours?" Zhang Lin laughed out loud when he heard it. "This is your car?" "Of course." Pretty Meow Meow open live, now riding the tiger, can only continue to brag. "How about, have not seen it, like your identity, a lifetime cannot afford to buy such a car. You don't want to be unconvinced, tell you, this car is worth $20 million, huh, scared?" With a contemptuous smile on her face, she mercilessly mocked Zhang Lin. This kind of segment, which resonates the most on the internet, is loved by many fans. It was as if they were in the scene and were slapping the other party in the face. Do you know how much $20 million is? You definitely don't know, because you can't make $20 million in your life. Pretty Meow Meow is talking more and more vigorously. People like you at the bottom of the ladder, don't be overly ambitious, can't take a step when you see a luxury car, or even have bad intentions and want to hit my attention. Speaking of this, she did not forget to interact with her fans. "Fans, give me a witness. If this little brother dares to do anything wrong to me, you immediately call the police." Bottom little people like this, we have to criticize them fiercely and not give them any illusions. Listening to Pretty Meow Meow's words, Zhang Lin's face was still as flat as water, even with a smile. That kind of laughter, like watching a circus, felt very ridiculous. Waiting for the other party to stop, Zhang Lin asked without slowing down, "Since this is your car, why don't you drive away off?" This sentence immediately let the beautiful Meow Meow completely confused. MMP, just said really too intoxicated, almost thought that this car is really their own. However, under the gaze of thousands of fans, if this was not set right, her popularity would suffer a huge blow. Even lose a large number of fans and go downhill from there. Pretty Meow Meow's eyes turned, the plan came to her, and she hastily retorted, "Humph, what do you know, this is my dad's car, he came here to do some work, and he hasn't come back yet, and I don't have the key, so how could I open it?" Pretty Meow Meow praised herself for her wit. She didn't say boyfriend, because that would make her look too materialistic. Saying her dad would be no problem, and the other person was on an errand and couldn't be disturbed at all. She couldn't believe that her point was so backward that the owner of the car was coming back at this very moment. Sure enough, as soon as she said this, there was a pop-up screen. "Meow Meow Dad is so awesome. It turns out that Sister Meow is a rich second generation. Ho, just ho." Powdered and powdered, enter the fan club now. Disliking this little brother was dumbfounded. Pretty Meow Meow laughed out in triumph, simply having a great time in her heart. At this time, she even put on a condescending look and looked at Zhang Lin. How about it, what else do you have to say now? Hearing this, Zhang Lin just shook his head lightly, then raised his hand and pointed at Pretty Meow Meow's cell phone. Come on, lens hood here. Uncertain, Pretty Meow Meow subconsciously aimed the lens at Zhang Lin. Only to see Zhang Lin reach into his pocket and pull out a handful of rhombusifs, followed by a press towards the car Roman King in front of him. Only hearing a drop, all of King Caraman's lights instantly flashed, bursting out in blinding white light. In an instant, Pretty Meow Meow froze. The fanbase froze. The surrounding onlookers also froze. This uniformed little brother is actually the owner of this luxury car? This is incredible. The delivery boy actually drove a $20 million luxury car? The crowd felt that the three views have collapsed. And Pretty Meow Meow felt like her life had collapsed. She couldn't have imagined that a delivery boy like Zhang Lin could afford to drive such a luxury car. Before, she had taunted people with everything. Now it was good, it simply slapped her face. MMP, your sister, you are the owner of the car you say ah. Now it was good. She was completely demolished in front of all her fans, and there was simply no way to end it. For a time, she felt as if she had experienced a bolt from the blue, and her brain had completely short-circuited. In her stagnant gaze, Zhang Lin leisurely sat in the car Roman, started the car, and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Zhang Lin lowered the car window and said in a flat tone, "Correction, this car is worth $50 million, $20 million is just the low end." After saying that, the engine roared, and Caroman took off. Chapter 33 Pretty Meow Meow broke down and headed to the luxury store. As soon as Zhang Lin left, only the beautiful Meow Meow that was messy in the wind was left. At this time to watch the crowd, one by one cast a contemptuous gaze. Che, I thought it was a big netizen, but it turned out to be a liar. Nowadays, there are too many fake internet celebrities, and they are shameless. What's even more hilarious is that the fake was exposed on the spot. I don't think she's just a fake, she's a fake all over. Look at that conical face, I think it can puncture a car tire. Hey, I can't help it, it's just that people are ugly. Listening to a harsh voice, angry beautiful Meow Meow trembling face layer of foundation began to rustle down. Subconsciously looked at their own live broadcast, beautiful Meow Meow two eyes black, almost directly fainted. The public screen was full of voices scolding her, and countless fans began to take off. Her traffic simply plummeted. Basically, from now on, her Netflix career had completely hit rock bottom, and she wouldn't be able to recover at all in a short period of time. Zhang Lin naturally didn't know what happened to this Netflix girl, and after he handed out the flyers, he was ready to return to his villa. But on the way, he could make a trip to the commercial street near the villa. Zhang Lin planned to buy himself some clothes, otherwise, he always wore delivery this one and was always misunderstood by others. It wasn't that he wanted to show off, but he was too lazy to explain himself to those people. Luckily, there were several commercial streets near the Imperial Capital No. 1 Courtyard Villa area. This is the place where the business district converges, CBD, China World Trade Center and other business centers are here. Some of the top clothing brands naturally converge here. For men's clothing brands, Zhang Lin also had some contact in his previous life, like Burberry, Versace, Dolce & Gabbana, and so on, all of them are top men's luxury brands. Zhang Lin turned half a day, and finally walked into an Armani store. Armani is a globally recognized luxury brand. Especially in men's clothing, it was particularly outstanding. As soon as Zhang Lin stepped through the door, he was able to feel the thick atmosphere of luxury. In the hall of nearly 1,000 square meters, there were many ready-to-wear samples. Men's clothing, women's clothing, sports, leisure, perfume, accessories, and so on. At this time, there were a few salesmen who saw Zhang Lin's appearance at a glance. Originally, it was the time to compete for customers, but when they saw what Zhang Lin was wearing, it was actually a delivery uniform. It didn't look like a rich man at all. If they weren't rich, how could they go out and buy luxury goods? At most, he was just here to hang around and get a long look. At the thought of this, everyone's interest was lacking, and no one was willing to receive it. But at this time, a waitress in a short black silk skirt stood up and took the initiative to walk over. Ifei, why are you ignoring him? He can't afford it either, he's just looking at it at most. A colleague next to her couldn't help but call out to her. Luo Ifei heard the body shape did not have the slightest pause, did not look back and said, "We are doing sales, treat every customer to be fair and responsible, sisterly, you think so is not right." Sisterly was disliked, immediately face ugly up, whispered cold humming, "Humph, you are not the sales champion? What are you yanking for? How long have you been here and now you're lecturing me?" She is the old man here, although her performance is mediocre, but she is the sister-in-law of the store manager, and has always been able to stay here. No one else dares to mess with her. In fact, she has long been looking at this Luo Ifei is not good, the other side is not at all kneeling to lick their own, everything is my way. Sisterly several times want to kick her out, but the other party's performance is good, her brother-in-law simply do not agree. What makes her even more angry is that her brother-in-law has another plan to keep Luoyifei, that is, he wants to pick her up. This put her sister's position in jeopardy, which made Sisterly look even more unfavorable. Jiang Lin looked at Luoyifei as she walked towards him and couldn't help but light up. The figure was tall, over 1.7 meters by visual estimation. The curves were exquisite, more where there should be more, less where there should be less. Above the white goose neck, there was a stunning face with a face value close to 90 points. The nose was straight, and the eyes were like stars. Combined with that faint smile, just by looking at it, it gave people a feeling of calmness, confidence, and warmth. What made Jiang Lin pay attention to the most was the pair of long straight legs, with the black silk, simply perfect. Luoyifei's heart similarly moved the moment she saw Jiang Lin. What a handsome delivery little brother. Not only is he handsome, but he also has a unique temperament that can't help but make one's heart flutter. Oh no, this is the feeling of falling in love. Luoyifei's heart trembled, but she still maintained her professional smile. Hello sir, may I help you in any way? Jiang Lin smiled at his words. Yes, can you help me buy a kind of medicine? Medicine? What kind of medicine? Luoyifei was a bit surprised. The magic medicine that keeps me from being attracted to you. Luoyifei's face was slightly red. She didn't expect Jiang Lin to actually open his mouth and tease her. If she had met other guests before, even if she didn't say it on her lips, her heart would be averse. But she didn't know why, looking at Jiang Lin's handsome face and sunny smile. She actually didn't have the slightest bit of revulsion in her heart, instead she was a bit delighted. Previous customer, face value control. Humph. Luoyifei smiled warmly. Do you need men's clothing? Do you want me to recommend a few models to you? Being able to become a sales champion was definitely not an ordinary person. Luoyifei didn't lose her composure because of Jiang Lin's words, and continued to introduce herself to him calmly. Chapter 34, a stunningly beautiful salesperson, Luoyifei. Good, then I'll trouble you to help me choose a few models. Jiang Lin wore a smile on his face and couldn't help but secretly nod in his heart. Luckily, it didn't come up like the other sets and make up some kind of bridge that looked down on him. In his previous life, he had read online articles. Basically, as soon as the protagonist entered the luxury store, he was despised by the waitresses because of what he was wearing. As a result, the pig's foot exploded and hit his face like crazy. At the same time, the other waiters around him were all madly shocked. However, in his case, Luoyifei's service attitude was simply first class. Not only was her voice pleasant and melodious, even her vision was extremely old-fashioned. Almost every selection made Jiang Lin feel very satisfied. This introduction lasted for a full 10 minutes. Finally, after turning around, Luoyifei politely smiled and said, Sir, I've introduced you to almost everything, what else do you need? Or which one you like, I can let you try it on. Try it on? Jiang Lin nodded. Then bring over all the ones you introduced, I'll try them on. Try them all on? Luoyifei was slightly surprised. Before and after she had introduced no less than a dozen sets of clothes and various accessories. If she were to try them all on, wouldn't she die of exhaustion? No need. Jiang Lin smiled and shook his head. I'll only try one set, you memorize the size and wrap all of them up for me. What? You want them all? You want them all? Luoyifei couldn't help but be surprised. She originally thought that Jiang Lin, a delivery boy, was just coming to take a look. At most, he would try it on and experience it. But she never expected that he would actually want all of them. She roughly estimated that all the clothes and accessories introduced to Jiang Lin added up to at least over $500,000. And the other party actually didn't even blink an eye just now. In an instant, Luoyifei couldn't help but feel a little excited in her heart. She knew that she might have met a big customer. And it was still the fried chicken big kind. What's wrong? Can't it be? Jiang Lin's words brought her back from her disorientation. Of course, sir, please wait a moment, I'll help you pick a suitable set. She smiled and opened her mouth, turning her head to the nearest shelf to take down a set that might be suitable for Jiang Lin. This side is the dressing room, you can try it on. Good, thanks a lot. Jiang Lin took the clothes and walked into the dressing room. Luoyifei started to get busy immediately afterward. As an excellent salesperson, she was able to tell Jiang Lin's suitable size almost at a glance. In order to give Jiang Lin a better experience, Luoyifei decided to pack all the clothes he had his eye on in advance. Avoid delaying the guests. This was what a good salesperson should do. But as Luoyifei got busy, Sisterly, who was already a bit angry, suddenly realized that something was wrong. A delivery boy, who was done looking at it, actually wanted to try it on. What was even more outrageous was that trying on one set wasn't enough. Luoyifei actually took one set after another off the shelves for the other party. All of a sudden, Sisterly felt that her chance had come, finally catching Luoyifei's handle. She hurriedly took out her phone and called her brother-in-law. Not far away, outside another luxury boutique, a middle-aged man with a shy stomach was teasing a sales clerk. I'm the head of a store, you should know my position well. With a lewd smile on his face, he leaned towards the other party's neck. He was about to succeed when his cell phone rang. Bad luck, who the hell is bothering me? He muttered to himself in dissatisfaction and took out his cell phone to take a look. It was actually his sister-in-law. Although this sister-in-law was annoying, he didn't dare not answer the phone. Otherwise, if he went to the tigress's place at night to blow off steam, he would definitely have no good fruit to eat. Hey, didn't I say? Don't call me without something important. When the phone was connected, the Big Belly store manager couldn't help but count the other party. Brother-in-law, it's not good. Luo Fei brought a delivery man to the store to look around and try on. What? A delivery man? How did you let them in? The store manager frowned upon hearing this. They weren't looking at an ordinary store, but a luxury store. Every item inside was worth a lot of money. If it was broken or soiled by others, it would be a big trouble then. He, the store manager, would definitely bear the brunt. I'll go back immediately. Hanging up the phone, the big-bellied store manager hurriedly ran back towards the Armani franchise store. Wow, sir, this suit looks really handsome on you. Luo Fei let out a heartfelt admiration from her mouth. Compared to before, the current Jiang Lin was simply a different person from before. It wasn't a change in face value, but the whole person's temperament was further sublimated. As the saying goes, a Buddha needs to be dressed in gold, and a person relies on his clothes. At this moment, Jiang Lin just stood there, giving off a noble, atmospheric feeling. Combined with his handsome appearance and calm demeanor, he was simply a girl killer. Even Luo Fei had little stars floating in her eyes at this moment, deeply attracted by Jiang Lin. Is that so? I feel the same way. Jiang Lin smiled, feeling that this set of clothes still fit. He subconsciously touched the collar, as if the shirt wasn't done properly. Luo Fei, who saw the scene, instantly reacted and took a few steps to Jiang Lin. Sir, let me help you. Saying that, she stretched out her hand, very sweetly, carefully organizing Jiang Lin's collar. It was like an understanding wife organizing her husband's clothes. It was at this moment that the big-bellied store manager who hurried back happened to see this scene. Instantly, a wave of anger rose from his heart. He rushed towards Jiang Lin. What are you doing? Stop it for me. Chapter 35 Reward of 15 shares of Armani Group, third largest shareholder. Jiang Lin was carefully admiring Luo Fei's face and suddenly felt a bit upset at being disturbed. But without waiting for him to open his mouth, he saw Luo Fei beside him opening her mouth in surprise. Store manager, didn't you go to the main store? So fast back? The big belly store manager was furious at the moment. Luo Fei was already his prey. How could she be snatched away by someone else? He raised his hand and pointed at Jiang Lin. Who are you? As the words fell, Sister Li, who had long been waiting for her brother-in-law to return, rushed out at once. Store manager, it's him, that delivery boy. Luo Fei actually casually let him try on the clothes. Sister Li pointed to a piece of clothing waiting to be packed next to her and said in a sharp voice, look, these are the ones he intends to try on. Fortunately, the store manager, you came back in time, or else it will all be spoiled by him. Hearing this, Luo Fei next to her retorted, store manager, not so, these things are all this gentleman intends to buy, and not to try on. When she said this, at once Sister Li let out a loud laugh. Ha, you're funny, right? Just him, a stinking delivery guy, not even as good as a courier, has to buy so many things? Sister Li's face was full of disdain, not to mention all, just the one he was wearing, it was worth 3 months of his salary. At this time, the big belly store manager but raised his hand, stopping Sister Li to continue. Only to see his face icy cold look at Jiang Lin, tone indifferent opening. Kid, I also do not talk nonsense with you, hurry to take off this clothes, as is put back to me. In addition, because of your try-on, may have soiled the clothes, you again leave me $5,000 compensation, this thing even too clear. Settle it? You want me to compensate you? Jiang Lin looked at him with the same gaze as a retard, feeling that this store manager's brain was broken. However, the shopkeeper with a big belly smiled proudly, humph, kid, in the future, remember that not everything can be touched, and even more so, not everyone can be messed with. Just as Jiang Lin was about to open his mouth, suddenly, the system's voice appeared. Ding! You tried on a set of clothes, triggering a billion times blitz, rewarding Armani Group with 15 shares as the third largest shareholder. Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows. Armani Group's total market capitalization was nearly 3 billion knives. If he owned 15, that would be 4.5 billion up or down. When converted, that would be more than 2 billion. Cool. It was simply too good. Trying on a set of clothes actually enabled him to obtain shares. If he had known this, Jiang Lin might as well have picked a luxury item with a bigger market value to try on. However, he also knew that the system strike was also random, and could be encountered but not sought. Right at the same time as the system prompt, far away in the fashion capital of Dali country, the board of directors of the Armani headquarters group's building. Armani's chairman had just received an important piece of news. The group's third largest shareholder actually transferred his shares. And the transfer was actually made by a young man from the country of Daxia. Did you find out? What is his identity? The chairman frowned and asked. Found out, his name is Jiang Lin, he's a shareholder of a restaurant group from the Great Summer Country, and he also has a $500 million villa, a $100 million Sylphy supercar, and a $50 million car Roman King. A moment later, the assistant replied. Eh? The chairman, who heard this news, immediately changed his face. Caroman? He actually bought that car, Roman? He wasn't sure about the others, but this car Roman was as good as a thunderclap. It was a top-class chariot sold from the free country, once fought over by all the rich and powerful. But then it was said to have been bought by a mysterious buyer, who turned out to be John Lin. This person's energy is by no means simple. Quick, immediately contact him for me, must be befriended. The chairman gave an order, and at once the assistants under his hand began to look for John Lin's number. I can't imagine, Armani will actually have your kind of store manager, really let me down. John Lin spoke in a flat tone. Ha, disappointed? The big belly store manager laughed out loud. Who do you think you are? The chairman of Armani? Kid, I advise you to be more sensible and hurry up to pay up, otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. John Lin nodded deeply. The consequences are indeed serious. Starting tomorrow, you can stop coming to work. John Lin raised his hand and pointed at him. You are fired. Fired? Ha ha. The store manager froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. You really think you're the chairman of the board? I'm standing here today, let's see how you can fire me. Sisterly next to him even snorted with laughter. Is this kid out of his mind? Actually wants to fire the store manager? Luo Yifei saw this and even looked at John Lin with an apologetic face. I'm so sorry, sir, for bringing you such a bad experience. It has nothing to do with you. John Lin smiled. By the way, do you have the phone number of Armani Dasha's headquarters? Tell me the number. Phone number? Luo Yifei looked at John Lin with a puzzled face. Did she really intend to complain about the other party? But Armani has a special network connection and even a public account to receive complaints. The phone is no longer accepted. Just as she was about to open her mouth, suddenly John Lin's cell phone rang. John Lin reached out and took his cell phone out, and it actually displayed a string of unfamiliar numbers. He subconsciously answered it, and an exotic voice with pleasure in its respect came from the opposite side. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm the chairman of Armani's global headquarters. Chapter 36. Sorry, Mr. Jiang, Xiaowei is late. Global headquarters? John Lin raised his eyebrows, instantly understanding that it must be the other party who knew about the change in equity, so they specifically called. Hello, it just so happens that I still have things to find you here. Oh? Mr. Jiang, what is your business? Please speak. Chairman Armani nodded his head hurriedly. It's like this, I met a store manager in the franchise, his behavior is very offensive to me and I need to fire him. John Lin was communicating in a foreign language and gave a general overview of what had happened to him. Chairman Armani was instantly very surprised after hearing this. What? There's actually such a thing? It's too much. Don't worry, I'll help you resolve this matter immediately. Please give me some time. Okay, bye. Seeing John Lin hanging up the phone, the big belly store manager and sisterly they still said with a mocking face. Oh yo, is this the end of the call? Ready to fire me? Yeah, when people make a phone call, they might have called abroad. Acting, keep acting, kid. This store manager, on the basis of you acting so funny, give you another 5 minutes. I really want to see how you end up. John Lin was already too lazy to explain to him, turned his head and walked into the changing room again to change out of this set of clothes and pack them together then. When he changed his clothes and walked out of the changing room, he saw the big belly store manager said with a snicker, 5 minutes are up, the game should end. Kid, you still want to say something? His words just fell, but heard the franchise store door, steeply came a violent breaking sound. Only a giggling sound was heard, and a Bentley instantly appeared outside the gate. Immediately following, several figures in suits descended from the car and stepped straight into the franchise. Seeing the figure of the middle-aged man at the head, the originally arrogant and incomparable big belly store manager's face immediately changed. Isn't this Mr. Wei, the president of Armani's headquarters in the great summer country? Mr. Wei, why do you have time to come over? Seeing this, the big belly store manager hurriedly ran his ass to the other party and said with a respectful face. As a result, Mr. Wei didn't even say anything and raised his hand to slap him. Snap! With a crunching sound, the big belly store manager was completely blindsided. Mr. Wei, why did you hit me? It's you I'm hitting. Armani franchise actually has a store manager like you. It's simply our shame. Mr. Wei almost roared out with his voice. From now on, you are officially fired. Take your personal belongings, immediately, get out for me. Ka-ching! The big-bellied store manager was completely confused. What is this situation? How could the president not ask anything and just come up and fire himself? Could it be that the kid, who just called him? No way, it can't be. How could he, a delivery man, know the president of Armani in the great summer country? This was simply heavenly. Just as he was extremely puzzled, he saw a respectful and incomparable smile instantly appear on Mr. Wei's face, jogging to John Lin's heel, directly bowing 90 degrees. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, little Wei is late. Rumble. If the previous slap was considered a bolt of lightning, and this current scene, it was considered a heavenly tribulation. This apocalypse shook everyone to their core. The president actually bowed to John Lin? And also called himself Little Wei? How was this possible? In the entire region of the Great Summer Country, the biggest one was the president. Who else could make him put his posture so low? Looking at his appearance, he was practically on his knees. Jiang Lin calmly swept him a glance. Nothing, you came quickly. At those words, Mr. Wei was immediately terrified. My subordinate was originally prepared to visit a few nearby franchises. I did not expect to receive a call from the foreign headquarters halfway, so I rushed over. Mr. Wei's words made the crowd's hearts flip up. A call from the foreign headquarters? Jiang Lin was actually able to contact the foreign headquarters? And was able to give feedback back so quickly? Then his identity. Right now, almost using their toes to think, they were able to guess that Jiang Lin's identity must be extremely high. The big-bellied store manager was now regretting his bowels. P, you say you're a big brother, why do you still choose to dress like this? He simply wanted to cry without tears, and wanted to run over his head. If he didn't have this job, all of his status would be completely zeroed out. A job as a store manager in a luxury store would pay more than $30,000 a month alone. Now that he didn't have a single penny, if his wife found out, she would definitely commit domestic violence against him and beat him so much that he couldn't take care of himself. When he thought of this, the pot-bellied man felt shivering all over and hurriedly rushed to President Wei, falling to his knees with a plop. President, I beg you, don't fire me, you let me do anything. The president saw this cold snort, did not pay the slightest attention to the meaning. Seeing this, the pot-bellied man climbed to Jiang Lin's front again, raised his palms, opened his bow left and right, and slapped himself one after another. Jiang Dong, I was wrong. It's me who is dog-eyed and has no eyes. Please give me a chance. However, Jiang Lin didn't even look up at the pot-bellied man's performance. Mr. Wei, not only him, but also her and these people, don't need to go to work tomorrow. Jiang Lin said indifferently, treating customers without even the minimum of equal treatment is not at all in line with the basic quality of sales. Saying that, he looked at Luo Yifei next to him. This young lady's performance is very good, and didn't look down on me because of what I was wearing. Hearing Jiang Lin say this, the Wei general manager next to him had a heartbeat and immediately understood what Jiang Lin meant. Chapter 37 I want to ask if I can be your confidant. Yes, Jiang Dong. Mr. Wei hurriedly nodded his head and turned to the several sales with a cold face. You are all fired just like him. The finance will settle your accounts later and give you all the compensation according to the contract. After saying this, his face turned, with a smile to Luo Yifei said, this young lady, from today onwards, the company will promote you to the national 18 franchise stores as the chief store manager, responsible for the inspection and training of staff working hours flexible system, salary and wages will be issued along with the contract. Jiang Dong, do you see satisfaction? Aha! Let's do it! Jiang Lin nodded and said rather casually. Luo Yifei next to her was completely frozen this time. In just a few short minutes of work, her life trajectory had changed drastically. From a small sales clerk, she had leapt to become the head store manager. This would have required at least 10 years of work experience if she had been promoted by virtue of her experience. But now, it was only a single sentence from Jiang Lin. At that moment, her gaze towards Jiang Lin became somewhat complicated. Jiang Lin naturally observed the change in her complexion and directly smiled. There's no need to be nervous, you're so good, this is what you deserve. Since the matter had been settled, Jiang Lin planned to leave directly. But just as he was about to leave, Luo Yifei, who had just been silent, suddenly opened her mouth and shouted. Wait! Jiang Lin stopped to look at her, is there still something else? Luo Yifei hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, Jiang Dong, can I delay you a little bit, let's talk alone? Looking for me to talk? Jiang Lin felt that there was nothing to do anyway, so he nodded, okay. Go to my car to chat. Okay. Luo Yifei nodded and followed Jiang Lin's footsteps. Mr. Wei, you arrange the rest, I'll go first. Jiang Lin greeted Mr. Wei and walked towards the gate. Okay, leave everything here to me, you take your time. General Manager Wei nodded repeatedly, a smile on his face. The two of them went out of the gate. Luo Yifei looked around. Where is your car? Jiang Lin smiled and raised his hand to point to the car Roman King not far away. This is it. Seeing this avant-garde styled muscle beast, Luo Yifei's heart jolted. A delivery boy was actually driving such a cool luxury car. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, it would be impossible to believe. In this way, she was even more certain that she had made the right decision. The two of them got into the car and Jiang Lin laughed. What do you want to talk to me about? Speak. Luo Yifei was silent for a moment, then opened the door and said, Jiang Dong, I want to ask if I can be your confidant. Confidant? Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows. Isn't that the category of lover? It wasn't even a formal girlfriend. To be honest, it was the first time Jiang Lin had seen such a direct girl. Why? Jiang Lin looked at her and said indifferently, you'd better not say anything about love at first sight, it will make me feel disgusted. Upon hearing this, Luo Yifei didn't have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction on her face. Instead she generously said, my reason is simple, because I need money, I want to live a life of easy enjoyment. Instead of facing one unsuspecting gaze every day here. If I become your confidant, I feel that what I expect should all be realized. Oh? You are very frank. Zhang Lin couldn't help but feel some good feelings towards this Luo Yifei. Generally, when a woman wants to fall for a rich man, most of them take some lovey-dovey and other reasons to cheat. What I am not married to you, what I do not care about your money, in other words. But Luo Yifei is different. She also cares about money, but directly put this matter on the table to talk about. It's not like a quest, but rather like a business. But I'm curious, on what basis can you trust me to keep you clothed and fed for the rest of your life? What if I'm a scumbag? Zhang Lin asked rhetorically. In fact, from the moment you entered, I was first attracted by your looks. Luo Yifei smiled slightly and said bluntly, to be honest, at first I didn't have such an idea, until the occasion when you asked me to pack all the items. I suddenly realized that your strength is definitely not as simple as it seems. Although your time here is short, but speak and do things, simple and direct, never drag the mud. Luo Yifei said after a pause, I have always been sure of my intuition, that is, you must not be a full of lies, moralistic generation. Of course, the last thing that made me make up my mind is that you received a phone call from the foreign headquarters. Luo Yifei suddenly laughed a little. I forgot to tell you, I am also a university graduate, and I can understand some foreign languages. Speaking of this, Zhang Lin finally understood why Luo Yifei had chosen himself. One had to admit that her emotional intelligence and ability to read people's words was indeed beyond the ordinary. But that might not be enough to make Zhang Lin agree. Then what do you think? Why should I agree to your request? Zhang Lin looked at her with a smirk. After a pause, Luo Yifei continued, I don't have full certainty that I can make you agree, but I can reiterate my advantages. First, my face value figure, not counting narcissism, is definitely first class. Zhang Lin nodded. This was indeed the truth. So far, he had also met quite a few girls. Luo Yifei compared to these people, her body was comparable to Annie, her face value was not inferior to Jane still. Personality-wise, she was obviously more mature and considerate than Du Miao. It could be said to be quite excellent. Chapter 38, Luo Yifei's 3 no's and 2 follows principle. Secondly, if you promise me, I definitely won't have any thoughts of writing myself, and will definitely keep my peace and not create any trouble for you. I will do the 3 no's and 2 follows. Should not ask, do not ask. I will not listen to what I should not listen to. Should not say, do not say. Anytime, anywhere, on call. Zhang Lin's pupils shrank, feeling that this Luo Yifei hadn't done research on confidants. Or has she read any specialized writings or something like that? She actually analyzed the most crucial points of a confidant so thoroughly. What's even more terrifying is that there is a recipe? Zhang Lin at this moment, he only wanted to say one thing. Sure, is that you? In the end, I can assure you, I can even sign an agreement. If you choose to give up this relationship, then I will unconditionally withdraw. The specific compensation, all depends on your own meaning. Zhang Lin almost clapped his hands when he heard this. It's simply a tiffin show. Even the breakup agreement has been thought out. This is too damn thoughtful. He imagined, if he met such a confidant, simply do not to worry. Even if he met such a confidant, it would be too much of a relief. He didn't even need to think of any excuses or reasons. The other party would understand everything. After saying this, Luo Yifei also seemed to have relaxed a lot. She said calmly, when I was in the store, I encountered the harassment of customers countless times. Those rich people, all of them are condescending and condescending. It was as if it was my good fortune to be able to look at me. Being able to meet you today, I feel that this is my chance of destiny. Even if you don't agree, I'll still try. Seeing that Zhang Lin didn't interface, Luo Yifei then continued, of course, you don't have to answer me in a hurry, you can think about it and then give me an answer. With that, she pushed open the car door and turned around to get out of the car. Just as she was about to leave, Zhang Lin suddenly lowered the window and laughed. Hey, what's the hurry? It's not like I said I don't agree. Luo Yifei stopped at the words and turned her head to look at Zhang Lin with some delight. So, you agree? I seem to have no reason to refuse. Zhang Lin spread his hands. Great, then I'll go back and resign with Mr. Wei now. Luo Yifei smiled happily. There's no need for that. Zhang Lin waved his hand. That's just an idle position. If you're willing to work, you can visit any time, and you'll also be able to have an extra income. Why not? Hearing this, Luo Yifei almost jogged to Zhang Lin and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you. Getting into character so quickly? Zhang Lin couldn't help but laugh. So being a lover also requires professionalism. One. He got out of the car and Luo Yifei naturally held on to his arm. So blatant, aren't you afraid that people will say that you've been adopted? In response to her move, Zhang Lin asked casually. Luo Yifei smiled faintly. Since I'm already your person, I have to do my part as a confidant should enter. As for what they think of me, I naturally don't care. Besides, in their eyes, I'm destined to be the result of being adopted by someone else anyway. Makes sense. Zhang Lin did not mince words and gave Luo Yifei a thumbs up. This logic, you really can't say it without being a professional. The two of them walked back to the store and found that all of the clerks had been cleared out. Only Mr. Wei's assistant was left here to contact new sales clerks to come to the door. The reason why Jiang Lin came back was firstly to take away the clothes he had tried on. The other was to wait for Luo Yifei to change out of her work clothes. When Luo Yifei came out of the lounge, she changed out of her work clothes and made Jiang Lin marvel again. The hair that was originally coiled up had now fallen down. The black overalls had changed into a sky blue bohemian dress, and with the chic belt in the center, her curves were perfectly reflected. A pair of small sandals with cartoon patterns under her feet added a little more playfulness. In an instant, Luo Yifei's entire temperament changed from the gentle and generous before, to a lively and lovely temperament goddess. These two very different temperament transformations made Jiang Lin couldn't help but think of the words goddess of variety. Next, where are we going? Luo Yifei walked up to Jiang Lin and asked, holding his arm. To sweep the goods. Jiang Lin snapped his fingers. He just took a hurried glance and realized that the clothing Luo Yifei was wearing was not any expensive brand. Since he had already promised her, Jiang Lin naturally couldn't treat her poorly. At the same time, it also allowed her to be able to see clearly what she was like. It just so happened that this was a street of luxury goods. All the major franchises were here, and the opportunity was rare, so Jiang Lin was prepared to take her to pick out a few suitable clothes. Thus, on this street, such a scenery appeared. A goddess-level beauty with a figure and face value of 90 points, holding the arm of a delivery boy, entering and exiting one luxury counter after another in a very intimate manner. At once, all the attendants were shocked. Hiss, that beauty was actually holding a delivery boy? Isn't it too different? Hush, what do you know, that delivery boy is driving a car Roman king, a tens of millions of dollars. What? An invisible rich man? Isn't that too low profile? Not only that, I just saw outside the Armani store, that fat-ass store manager actually got fired. It seems to be related to him. Geez. That little brother is so handsome, it makes me a little heartbroken. Big sister, you're almost 40, can you stop dreaming? Amidst a sea of shocked, envious, and marveling gazes, Jiang Lin pulled Luo Yifei in and out of all the major luxury stores. Chanel, Prada, Gucci, Dior, Cartier, and so on. Anyway, as long as you see something that suits her, just one word, swipe your card. From the beginning to the end, Luo Yifei was very sweetly holding Jiang Lin's arm and didn't stop any of his moves. She knew that Jiang Lin had done all this to give himself enough security. Moreover, as a woman, under such occasions, one should never refute a man's opinion. The spirit of 3 no's and 2 no's was already deep in her bones. Chapter 39, Former Colleague Nana's $1 million Boyfriend. Of course, she wasn't all knee-jerk. Whenever Jiang Lin asked for advice on his clothes, she was able to give very appropriate comments. Even more so, she dragged Jiang Lin into some men's luxury stores to pick something suitable for him. After all, as good as Armani was, one couldn't always wear the same brand. The two of them wandered around for a few hours. The things they bought almost filled up the entire trunk. John dear. Having just changed her name, Luo Yifei was still a bit uncomfortable. It's already enough, we shouldn't need to buy more, right? Aha! It's almost enough. Jiang Lin inclined his head and thought, oh yeah, you still lack a watch, it just so happens that the street next to it should have won, let's go take a look. Jiang Lin didn't like the trouble, since they had all been chosen, they just chose all of them. The adjacent neighborhood is not far, the two didn't drive, directly strolled, and walked over. Honey, which store are we going to look at? Looking at the entire street of famous watch stores, Luo Yifei couldn't help but ask. What brand of watch do you like? Jiang Lin asked. I don't know much about famous watches. Luo Yifei shook her head. She was an expert when it came to clothing, but she didn't know much about watches. Good, then go to Patek Philippe. Jiang Lin nodded. He had gotten a piece of Patek Philippe from the system before, it felt good, so he just picked this one quite well. Alright, I'll listen to you. Luo Yifei nodded with a smile. The two of them walked into the Patek Philippe store arm in arm. The clerk saw Jiang Lin and Luo Yifei come in and immediately marveled in her heart. Wow, what a handsome little brother, what a beautiful beauty. Ha! The little brother was a delivery boy? Man, can all delivery boys have such beautiful girlfriends now? The quality of the store clerk was very high, although there were several mental ups and downs, it did not show any expression of contempt or disdain. Still with a smile on his face, hello, both of you, may I ask if you are picking a watch? Pick one for her. Okay, the lady's watch is over here, please follow me. The clerk led the way in front, and the two of them followed closely behind. Just as they reached the counter, suddenly a surprised voice came from the side. Yifei? What a coincidence! Hearing this voice, Luo Yifei subconsciously inclined her head to look at it, and was likewise a bit surprised. Shenna? Why are you here? Shenna smiled with a smug smile on her face. This is not it, my boyfriend said he wanted to buy me a watch, this is not to pick well. Said she patted a thin figure in front of the counter, husband, to recognize. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed eyes turned around, and saw Luo Yifei's face instantly lit up. Beautiful, simply too beautiful. Shenna beside him had a face value of 80 points at most, and that was even after applying makeup. The figure was simply even more incomparable. At that moment, the corners of the glasses man's mouth revealed a hint of what he thought was a spontaneous smile. Nana, this is the colleague I told you about earlier, Luo Yifei. Shinna took the arm of the glasses man and said, we once worked at a specialty counter, I didn't expect to meet here today. The man with glasses smiled as he listened and extended his hand to Luo Yifei. Hello, I am Nana's boyfriend, Zhu Fei, working in an investment company. From the moment he saw Luo Yifei, he couldn't help but be moved. So, when he introduced himself, he casually blurted out his identity. Because he had long since realized that Zhang Lin next to him was wearing a uniform similar to that of a courier boy, and was a poor hangman at first glance. However, Luo Yifei didn't even raise her hand after hearing his introduction. Instead, she reached out and put her arm around Zhang Lin's arm and laughed. This is my boyfriend, Zhang Lin. Being put on the spot by Luo Yifei, irritation flashed in Zhu Fei's eyes. Then he let out a faint smile and looked at Zhang Lin and said, this little brother, where do you work? Zhang Lin glanced at him flatly. I can't say I'm employed, I'm a delivery boy for the grocery store. When he said this, the glasses man and Shin Na both had a twinkle in their eyes. Shin Na had worked with Luo Yifei before, and had been overwhelmed by the other party in everything. Whether it was face value, figure, temperament, or sales performance. There was simply no time when she surpassed the other party. On the surface, Shin Na had a peaceful face, but in reality, she was secretly jealous of Luo Yifei. Never thought that she would actually find a delivery boyfriend now, which instantly gave her a strong sense of pleasure in her heart. Once this pleasure came, she wanted to show off even more. The man with glasses was originally a bit skeptical about Zhang Lin's identity, and now that he heard the other party admitted himself, he became even more disdainful. How could such a flowery goddess be cheaper than a delivery hanger-on like you? Therefore, Zhu Fei was prepared to show his own substance and ability in front of Luo Yifei, thus creating his own opportunity to cross the line. In this way, the idea of the glasses man and the material woman simply clicked. Oh yo! So it's a delivery Shinna said in a conspiratorial manner, Yifei you are not as good as me in this point of choosing a boyfriend. Look at our little Fei, working in a listed investment company, annual salary of millions of it. Hearing her say this, the ice-smart Luo Yifei instantly understood the other party's psychology. She frowned, not even bothering to talk to the other party, turned her head and hugged Zhang Lin's arm and softly said, honey, let's go to another house to take a look. She knew that Zhang Lin didn't care to argue anything with these people, anyway, it was just buying a watch, so why don't we just go to another one? Seeing Luo Yifei wanting to leave, Shinna naturally refused to do so. She hadn't shown off enough herself, so how could she let the other party leave? Chapter 40 I don't know much about watches either. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Shinna pulled Luo Yifei's arm and said enthusiastically, come all the way here, let my husband introduce you, on the famous watch, he is a connoisseur. Right, husband. Of course. Zhu Fei secretly laughed in his heart, Shinna simply gave himself a divine assist, it seems that it is time to show the real skill. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. Watches are not simply a timekeeping function, but can emphasize a person's temperament. He gushed and introduced, Patek Philippe can be regarded as the king of watches, come on, let's take a look over here. Luo Yifei did not nod her head, but turned her head towards Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin smiled and nodded, anyway, it was idle, just missing a free guy to help with the introduction. This two little cuties. Since he volunteered, he was also willing to take a look at the theater. Go ahead, just in time for us to take a look as well. Walking in front of a counter, Zhu Fei pointed to one of the silver-colored watches and introduced, this is Patek Philippe's ladies' classic model, and it's also the cheapest one. 24 series of watches with a diameter of 2,530 millimeters. Made of stainless steel, quartz movement, the surface is set with 36 diamonds, totaling about 0.45 carats. Said he glanced at Zhang Lin, the price is less than $90,000, maybe a little bit of a struggle for this little brother, but if you can't afford it, you can consider buying a piece of second-hand, it should be cheaper 30. These words were said by Zhu Fei in a watertight manner, i.e. introducing the watch and at the same time belittling the other party without a trace. If you can't even afford 90,000, then you can only buy second-hand goods. However, for Zhu Fei, his pretending to be X has just begun. Of course, my Nana didn't intend to choose this one. Saying that, he pointed to another one, Aquanaut, Diver Series, quartz movement, stainless steel case, set with 46 diamonds, exactly 1 carat size. With the chocolate-colored composite band, it looked great on. Embossed dial, gold 3-dimensional blocks, sapphire crystal, are all classic Patek Philippe design. Speaking of which he smiled proudly, this piece is a bit more expensive, 120,000 out of the beginning, waiter, wrap it up for me. Comparison, introduction, take, this series of actions in one go, not the slightest delay. Simply a successful man's free-spirited atmosphere set off the best. Perfect. Husband, you are really too good to me. Next to her, Shinna excitedly kissed Zhu Fei when she saw this and looked at Luo Yifei with a smug look on her face. How's that? This is the man I'm looking for. It's just so grandiose. Look at you again, from start to finish that delivery boy, apart from being handsome, he didn't even have a word to say. He's so lame. I said I see my husband introduced you to the model is good, less than 90,000, and there are second-hand goods. She was so nonchalant to continue to fight. If you don't like it, why don't you let my husband introduce you to the other used ones, or don't let your boyfriend's half a year's salary ride on it, it's also a strange waste. Hearing the words of the other party, Luo Yifei completely could not endure. It was too much. She could allow others to taunt herself, but she would not allow others to taunt Jiang Lin. But just as she was about to open her mouth, Jiang Lin next to her suddenly patted her shoulder and comforted her. We're just buying a watch, we don't need to be generalized with the dirtbags. The moment these words came out, both Zhu Fei were instantly offended. Turtle? Who are you calling a turtle? Shen Na's face turned cold and snorted. I think you are the one who is a soft-skinned turtle, a poor man like you. I guess you haven't even seen a Patek Philippe, right? Still buy a watch, I see you can't even afford a strap, still here poor pretend. Next to Zhu Fei is a disdainful smile. Nana, pay attention to the quality, there is no need to be angry with this kind of unseen people at the bottom of the world. He is not to buy a watch? Let him buy it. I would like to see what kind of watch he can afford. Ignoring the taunts of the two, Jiang Lin dragged Luo Yifei to the counter. The clerk smiled and said, Sir, which watch are you going to pick? I don't know much about watches either. Jiang Lin said as he reached out his hand and pulled the sleeve of his uniform upwards. See if there's any ladies' watches similar to this one, help me pick one. Hearing the first half of Jiang Lin's sentence, Zhu Fei immediately snorted out a laugh. Don't know anything, still pretending here. But before he finished his words, he saw that on Jiang Lin's wrist, a watch that was hidden under his sleeve was exposed. In an instant, his entire body shuddered violently, and the words behind him came to an abrupt end. That watch? Zhu Fei blinked vigorously, fearing that he had misread it in general. Patek Philippe's Sky Moon Tourbillon? He had a hellish expression on his face. Wasn't this the ultra-complicated and timely watch that had been auctioned off at the auction house? He still remembered the auction price at that time, which was actually upwards of $10 million. Hiss. How is this possible? A delivery man was actually carrying a Patek Philippe of over $10 million? Zhu Fei felt like all three of his views had been overturned. Shen Na also saw the wrongness on Zhu Fei's face, but before she could say anything, she heard the clerk behind the counter exclaim. Oh my god, sir, this Patek Philippe of yours is worth nearly $20 million, it's all for sale in the auction house, we don't have it here at all. The clerk's heart was in a state of shock. This little brother was too rich, wasn't he? Without showing his face, he was actually carrying a $20 million watch. If this could sell him a piece, the commission alone would have already made a fortune. Chapter 41, I don't understand it anyway, so I'll just buy the most expensive one. This way, Jiang Lin shook his head a bit disappointed, then take out the most expensive models of women's watches you have here. Hey, okay. The clerk was so excited that she was about to scream. She is really too lucky, actually met a tycoon customer. No, it is a god customer. Her speed is extremely fast, less than 2 minutes. On the end of a delicate tray walked back. On it were 4 watches, all with labels. Sir, these are the 4 most expensive watches in our store, see which one you like? The clerk asked eagerly. Jiang Lin pushed the tray to Luo Yifei. Take a look, do you have a favorite? Luo Yifei shook her head. I don't know, you can help me pick. I don't know, you can help me pick. Then this one. Jiang Lin pointed to one of them without hesitation. Luo Yifei looked at him with surprise. Why did you pick it? Because it's expensive. Jiang Lin nodded rightfully. I don't understand it anyway, so I'll just buy the most expensive one. Zhu Fei. Do you listen to human language? Is this human talk? When you buy a watch, you still need to choose carefully and compare carefully. You see people, just one sentence, only buy the expensive, not buy the right. This is the real luxury. Shen Na, now simply embarrassed a sum of money, just thought he was better than Luo Yifei, found a rich boyfriend. But now I realize that people are the hidden rich. She had just seen the most expensive lady's wristwatch with a price tag of $3 million. Nima, $3 million for a watch, she didn't even dare to think about it. Okay, I'll wrap it up for you. The clerk was simply ecstatic, looking at Jiang Lin as if he was looking at a god. Packing, swiping the card, paying the bill. In less than a few minutes, everything was done. Not only that, even the store manager who knew about the order personally came out and sent 2 small gifts worth thousands of dollars to Jiang Lin's hands. At the same time, he said with a respectful face, Mr. Jiang, inside is the store's lifetime VIP Supreme Diamond card, you can get a 20% discount on any future purchases in the store. Thank you. Jiang Lin took the gift and walked towards the outside of the store with Luo Yifei's waist in his hand. As she passed by Zhu Fei, Luo Yifei, with a faint smile on her face, said to Shen Na, Nana, next time you are looking for a boyfriend, it's best to find one like Jiang Lin. Knows how to keep a low profile. See you later. Zhu Fei and Shen Na were both winded. Low profile, my ass. You're wearing a $10 million watch and you call that low-key? What are we then? Beggars? Jiang Lin naturally didn't know what they were thinking at the moment. After the two of them bought the watch, they returned to the top of Caroman. It's late, let's go eat something. Zhang Lin took a look at the time and felt hungry too. Then let's go to my house. Luo Yifei thought about it. Today you are also tired for the whole day. It just so happens that my house isn't too far away from here. I'll make you something to eat. Oh? You can still cook? Zhang Lin was a bit surprised. Of course, it's expensive to always eat outside. Luo Yifei laughed. Okay, let's go to your house. Zhang Lin kicked the gas pedal down. The two went straight to Luo Yifei's home. Luo Yifei rented a house not far away for the convenience of commuting. The house was in a high-grade neighborhood, and the price was not expensive. For the expenses of the house, Luo Yifei's understanding is that safety comes first, and she would rather be more expensive and live here. The environment of the neighborhood was good, and the security was also very good. Luo Yifei rented a 2-bedroom apartment, not a large area, but it was quite loose for one person to live in. What Zhang Lin didn't expect was that the style of the whole house was actually mostly in pink colors. I didn't expect that Luo Yifei, who looked gentle and lovely, actually had the heart of a little princess. You sit down for a while, I'll go cook. Luo Yifei greeted Zhang Lin and sat down to rest, while she herself walked towards the bedroom. Not a moment later, when she came out again, she had already changed into a halter top and hot pants. This time, her long, straight legs were completely revealed. Who could stand this? Fortunately, she used her apron to cover part of it in time, which allowed Zhang Lin to press down a little. Bored, he sat on the sofa and took out his cell phone, replying to his confidants on WeChat. Annie, honey, I'm on a business trip abroad, I'm so bored. Zhang Lin, then come back soon, waiting for you. 3 kisses. Do meow meow, I miss you. Zhang Lin, then I'll go look for you? Do meow meow, no need, I'm working overtime, it's going to be late. Zhang Lin, okay, drink more water and don't turn on the air conditioner too much. Jane still, I have to be busy with the exam recently, I don't have time to accompany you. 3 pitiful. Zhang Lin, busy is busy, pay attention to rest. Chatting and chatting, the meal is ready. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes and white burnt broccoli. Both dishes are relatively light. Thoughtfully serving Zhang Lin with rice, he also gave Zhang Lin a cup of red wine that had woken up. This is the only thing we have at home, although it doesn't quite match, we can only make do with what we have. Luo Yifei said with some embarrassment. Zhang Lin picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of the tomato scrambled eggs, nodded, and said, well, your handiwork is really good. The best compliment to a chef is not having leftovers. So, Zhang Lin winded up launching an attack on the rice on the table. Luo Yifei, who saw the scene, had a smile at the corner of her mouth and looked unusually happy. Both of them were probably a bit hungry, and basically didn't talk much, and in just less than half an hour, they had already swept away all the meals. Even the red wine had drunk nearly half a bottle. Chapter 42, Everyone Greedy for Other People's Bodies. Ah! It was true that being full was the happiest. Zhang Lin sat on the sofa and sighed comfortably. I feel honored to get Zhang Dong's affirmation. Luo Yifei leaned against Zhang Lin's body and couldn't help but be curious. You can call the foreign headquarters, you must have a very important identity, right? Zhang Lin looked at her with a smile, then you can guess? Luo Yifei inclined her little head. You are able to contact the foreign headquarters, and they call you Zhang Dong. If my guess is right, you should be a shareholder? Smart. Zhang Lin appreciated. Actually it's nothing, I only take up a part of their shares, I'm the 3rd largest shareholder. What? The 3rd largest shareholder? Although Luo Yifei had already guessed, but when she really came to know, she still couldn't help but be a bit shocked. That's the Armani Group, with a market capitalization of billions of dollars. Zhang Lin being able to become the 3rd largest shareholder is a testament to the energy behind it. No wonder you were able to get the support of the headquarters, it seems like I really picked up the treasure. Luo Yifei smiled happily. With this shareholder as support, her position definitely didn't have any shakes anymore. I picked you up, my luck is also good. Oh. Zhang Lin pinched her fair and pretty face and said with a smile. Feeling Zhang Lin's move, a faint scarlet color surfaced on Luo Yifei's face. I'll go take a shower first. Luo Yifei stood up in some panic, turned her head and ran towards the bathroom. Zhang Lin didn't chase after her, but sat there with a smile on his face. About an hour or so later, the two of them took turns taking a shower. Following that, they sat on the sofa again. Tired, rest for a while. Luo Yifei pondered for half a day before saying. She subconsciously stood up and walked in the direction of the bedroom. However, Zhang Lin didn't get up, but pulled her hand and said. I think the sofa is quite soft, and it's good to rest here. But the sofa in my house is too old, the quality might not be too good, what if it breaks and hurts you? Luo Yifei couldn't help but say. It's okay, just sit for a while, your sofa is not so bad. Zhang Lin spread his hands, some do not believe. But did not expect, he sat for a while, found that this sofa really, as Luo Yifei said, really a little old. It would make some noises from time to time, like the boards rubbing back and forth against each other and twisting. Crunching non-stop. Sometimes the sound was very soft, and sometimes it was very heavy. Zhang Lin carefully counted them and realized that there was a certain pattern to these rattling sounds. It was often a few light ones, followed by a heavy one. Luckily, these strange noises lasted for less than an hour and were finally gone. Jiang Lin let out a long breath with a palpitating heart. The sound was too noisy, it would be bad if it disturbed the neighbors downstairs who were resting. He swept a glance at the sofa and actually made an unexpected discovery. Jiang Lin opened his mouth a little surprised, but before he finished his words, he saw Luo Yifei laughing. What? Is it very unexpected? Luo Yifei leaned on Jiang Lin's shoulder and couldn't help but say. This is called increasing the chips, only this can make you more happy. Once you are happy, maybe it will be better for me? This is also possible? Jiang Lin was really convinced by Luo Yifei's theory. It was incisive and headstrong. The relationship between the two felt a bit more intimate, and Luo Yifei was now clearly a bit more relaxed in front of Jiang Lin, less rushed. From the time I was in high school, I was always surrounded by all kinds of suitors. Without exception, they all coveted my beauty and craved other people's bodies. But the more this happened, the more I felt that how precious such things were. So, from that time on, I decided that I must protect it and maximize its value. Cow. Jiang Lin didn't even know what he should say. How could he not expect that Luo Yifei would actually be able to think this through for such a long period of time? Just for the sake of her being so attentive, Jiang Lin felt that he should treat her well. Dear. After a pause, Luo Yifei suddenly hesitated. How much money do you plan to give me in a month? How much do you want? Jiang Lin asked with a smile. If I count my performance, on average, it's about 20,000 a month. Luo Yifei mused, if it's a store manager, it should be double, 40,000 almost. I only need 50,000, just a little more than the salary. After all, I still have another idle position in. 50,000? Enough? Jiang Lin looked at her with surprise, not expecting to ask for so little. Enough. Luo Yifei nodded. Half of this 50,000 I will spend on myself, such as fitness, yoga, SPA, etc., mainly to maintain their body, skin, face, so that you can have a better experience. As for the remaining half plus my salary, that's my income. Jiang Lin couldn't help but shake his finger after hearing this. An ordinary store manager earns 40,000 per month, but your current position is the general store manager of a national franchise, so even though it's an idle position, at least the monthly salary should be doubled again, and that's 80,000 yuan. Since I'm the one to underwrite it, it must be more than your salary, right? Make it up, 100,000, do you think it's okay? 100,000? Luo Yifei's heart jumped at the words. If this is added to her salary, wouldn't that be close to 200,000? God, no wonder some people desperately want to be adopted, this is too good to earn it. Reacting, Luo Yifei gave a kiss with a happy face. Thank you, Jiang Lin, you're so good to me. Hugging Jiang Lin, Luo Yifei said with a bit of embarrassment, then, dear, can I trouble you to call me with this month's money first? Chapter 43 Reward a Wanqing Shopping Center. She thought that Jiang Lin would be hesitant, after all, no confidant has ever asked to pay the bill first. But after Jiang Lin heard it, he actually nodded without saying a word. Good, give me the card number. You're agreeing to this? Jiang Lin was so dry, which in turn made Luo Yifei a bit surprised. What? Surprised? Jiang Lin asked this question back. No, I thought you would ask me what I'm going to do. Luo Yifei shook her head. This is the first time I've seen someone like you who doesn't ask for anything. Jiang Lin took the bank card from the other party's hand and operated it while saying, since I can make you take the initiative to ask me, there must be a reason to ask. As for what it is, if you are willing to say it, you will naturally tell me. Saying that, he put down his cell phone and nodded. Okay. Turned around. Without waiting for Luo Yifei to open her mouth, she heard her cell phone text message ding, and then saw a message emerge. 200,000? That much? Luo Yifei looked at Jiang Lin with some surprise. The first payment has a discount, you can double it. Jiang Lin made a small joke. Since the other party needed money, then he simply transferred more. After all, he had $1 billion lying in his card right now. That's not counting those shares from before. Ding! You have completed a transfer, triggering 1 billion times blitz, rewarding you with a Wanqing shopping center. The sudden sound caused Jiang Lin to faintly freeze, followed by the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that a random transfer of 200,000 would actually be exchanged for a commercial center. Compared to the two, the difference was simply heavenly. Wanqing Commercial Center? It felt so familiar. Without waiting for Jiang Lin to think carefully, he was interrupted by Luo Yifei's words. In fact, there is nothing that can't be said. Luo Yifei smiled. It might be similar to other TV clips. My family does need a large amount of money. My father had a car accident 3 years ago and became a vegetable, and is now recuperating in a hospital over in his hometown. In order to take care of him, my mother quit her job a long time ago, but the expenses of the hospital, as well as my father's treatment, all need money, so that's why after I graduated from college, I put my major not to do, and came here to be a salesman. The reason I didn't tell you in the beginning was because I didn't want you to think I was using this to gain sympathy. Jiang Lin gave Luo Yifei a deep look. Even though the other party was calm at the moment, he was still able to see the exhaustion and pressure deep in the other party's eyes. He gently patted the other party's shoulder and comforted, "It's okay, from now on, you don't need to worry about this.
Whenever you don't have enough money, talk to me again.
Luo Yifei listened to the tears flashing in her eyes, and couldn't help but hug Jiang Lin's arm tightly. Thank you, dear, meeting you is the luck of my life.
One night passed.
The next morning, Jiang Lin had just eaten the breakfast made by Luo Yifei, and was planning to go back to the store to take a look. Because he had planned to recruit people to work part-time, the time arranged was this morning.
But before he could move, suddenly his cell phone rang. Jiang Lin subconsciously glanced at the caller ID and it was actually Du Miao Miao.
Shoo. Reward you raised his hand and made a silent gesture, then picked up the phone.
Hello? Miao Miao, where are you? I'm on my way to your grocery store. Du Miao Miao's cute voice rang out from the other end of the phone.
Luo Yifei, who was cleaning up the dishes next to her, suddenly flashed a playful glint in her eyes, then put down the plate in her hand and squatted down.
Oh, I will also go back in a while, just hiss.
Jiang Lin, who hadn't finished speaking, violently sucked in a mouthful of cold air. With an unbelievable gaze, he looked at Luo Yifei.
And Du Miao Miao on the other end of the phone exclaimed, "What's wrong? Jiang Lin, are you alright?" It's fine, it's fine.
Jiang Lin took a deep breath. I was so focused on talking to you that I bumped into a chair.
Oh. Let's not talk about it then, I'll call you when I get there.
Du Miao Miao said and hung up the phone.
10 minutes later, Luo Yifei looked at Jiang Lin with a smile on her face. Your girlfriend?
Sort of. Jiang Lin nodded and got up, ready to change clothes and go out.
Luo Yifei thoughtfully organized his clothes for him. This time Jiang Lin didn't wear his uniform, but changed into an Armani suit.
It looked handsome and dashing.
Walked.
After greeting Luo Yifei, Jiang Lin was ready to push the door open. At this time, Luo Yifei suddenly called out to him.
Hey, what's going on? What?
Jiang Lin turned his head to look at her.
How was my performance just now? Luo Yifei asked with a smile. Jiang Lin smiled and replied, good practice, room for improvement.
After leaving Luo Yifei's place, Jiang Lin got on the car Roman King and rushed towards the grocery store. But before he drove for a few minutes, he heard Du Miao Miao's phone call again. Jiang Lin answered the call with his headset, and without waiting for him to open his mouth, Du Miao Miao's voice on the phone seemed unusually anxious. Jiang Lin, it's not good. A lot of people gathered outside your grocery store. They seem to come to demolish the house.
Demolish the house?
Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows. He had rented the store from the landlord for a year. How could he just demolish it?
Miao Miao, don't be anxious. Wait for me to go over there.
After saying that, he hung up the phone and pushed the gas pedal to the bottom with one foot.
Chapter 44 Arrogant Tianma Decoration. Let your general manager listen to the phone.
Outside the floating grocery store, Du Miao Miao stretched out her arms and stopped the group of people in front of her dead. Little girl, you're not the boss. I advise you that it's best to step aside. Outside the grocery store door, a group of people with engineering hats were confronting Du Miao Miao. A horse-faced middle-aged man at the head of the group was looking at Du Miao Miao with a stern gaze. If we hurt you in a while, it won't be easy when the time comes. You dare. Du Miao Miao gritted her teeth. You didn't go through the boss's consent. Why did you come here to demolish this place?
If you want to tear it down, you'll have to go over my body. Toast to toast.
The horse-faced middle-aged man snorted coldly. Do you really think that this body of yours can block me? Saying this, he took a step out and raised his hand and pushed on Du Miao Miao's shoulder. Horse-faced middle-aged man is about 1.75 m. Du Miao Miao's height of 1.62 m, whereas his opponent. With this push, Du Miao Miao was directly pushed to stumble and fell to the ground at once.
Ah, how do you push people? Ah.
Du Miao Miao let out a cry of pain and shouted towards the horse-faced middle-aged man. Pushing you is light. If you get in the way here again, the consequences will be more serious. He said with a wave of his hand, pull her away from me, don't delay us from starting work.
Yes, Mr. Ma. The two workers nodded their heads, subconsciously about to strike.
Right at this moment, a sound of a car roaring came sharply from the distance. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look, only to see a ferociously styled SUV speeding from the distance.
Quick look, what kind of car is that? So fierce. What a cool SUV, never seen it before.
This car is not cheap, although I have never seen the brand, but at least a few $100,000.
I don't know, maybe it's a modified one.
Just as the crowd was talking, only to hear a giggle, the car violently stopped in front of the grocery store. Then a young man in a suit with an imposing demeanor walked down from above.
Stop it for me. An ice-cold voice came out from Jiang Lin's mouth. To demolish his store, actually not even informing him, the store owner? The current Jiang Lin wasn't the little brother in a delivery uniform from before.
From top to bottom, he was dressed in luxurious clothes. Not only was his look handsome, his temperament was too much higher than before. Coupled with the car Roman king, he was simply a proper domineering president. Seeing Jiang Lin in such a state, the leader, Mr. Ma, couldn't help but feel a slight flinch in his heart. Even the icy coldness on his face disappeared by 3 points.
He opened his mouth suspiciously. Who are you? I am the owner of this grocery store. Jiang Lin walked to Du Miao Miao and asked with a concerned face, Miao Miao, are you alright? Are you hurt? No, Jiang Dong, you finally came back.
Du Miao Miao was mesmerized by Jiang Lin's handsome look for a moment, then hurriedly said, "They said they want us to move, I don't agree, he just pushed me." Jiang Lin, who heard this, immediately had a cold face. "What a big nerve, who gave you the right?" Hearing this cold cry from Jiang Lin, the same anger surfaced on Mr. Ma's face. I thought you were some big shot. Turns out it's just a small supermarket owner." He was indeed almost bluffed by Jiang Lin just now. But when he heard the other party declare himself, he immediately sneered in his heart. He pointed to the logo on his uniform. "See, we are from Tianma Decoration, specializing in the expansion project of Wansheng Shopping Center. Your store has been purchased by Wansheng, the homeowner has finished the process, and now we are going to get our hands on the decoration. Kid, I'll give you an hour to move all your stuff out." Jiang Lin smiled indifferently as he listened. "What if I don't move?" "Not moving?" Mr. Ma raised his eyebrows. "Then I'll just bulldoze the place, I'm not responsible for your losses." "Oh." Jiang Lin suddenly laughed when he heard it. "Very good, this is the first time I've seen an arrogant decoration company like you. You want me to move out, right? Can." He narrowed his gaze and said in a flat tone, "Kneel down and apologize to the girl right now, otherwise, everything is off the table." "Kneel and apologize?" Mr. Ma froze for a moment, followed by an instant maniacal laugh. "Ha, really laughed me to death, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard." He covered his stomach and laughed for half a day, then suddenly looked gloomy and said, "Who do you think you are? The king of heaven? Still let me kneel down and apologize? You also do not take a piss to look at yourself, a small boss dare to be arrogant with me." Said he slapped his palm. "Today I put the words here, you move also have to move, do not move also have to move, as for the apology, you don't even think about it. You will not be able to do anything." Jiang Lin shook his head. "You have successfully provoked me, this has serious consequences." "Consequences? Ha, I want to see what you can do to me." Mr. Ma said and waved his hand. "All give me a copy, ready to push here." "Yes." Seeing the movements of the crowd, Jiang Lin did not fluctuate in the slightest. He raised his head and looked in the distance. Behind the small store, a huge 10-story building was the Wansheng Shopping Center. On one side of the building, there was a huge advertising banner marked, and above the banner, it happened to have the shopping center's customer service number written on it. Jiang Lin took out his cell phone and dialed the number above. Soon, a sweet voice appeared on the other end of the phone. "Hello, this is the Wansheng Shopping Center customer service hotline, how can I help you?" Jiang Lin thought about it and said indifferently, "I'm Jiang Lin, put your general manager on the phone." Chapter 45. That's right, I'm your new boss. Hearing Jiang Lin's words, the customer service sister froze for a moment. What is this situation? Looking for the general manager as soon as you come up? Who do you think you are? She had no doubt that this was the strangest call she had ever received since she started her career. However, after all, she had received professional training. After a short silence, the customer service sister said gently, "I'm sorry sir, the general manager is now working, may not have time to answer your call." There was no way but to find a reason to put it off. "She can't say that you are sick." But who knows, her words fell. Jiang Lin's tone was slightly more serious for a few moments. "I advise you to better do as I say and tell him to come pick up the phone. I will only give you 3 minutes. After saying that, Jiang Lin fell silent, not saying a single word. On the other end, the customer service sister was also silent. Theoretically, she didn't believe the other party's words. But psychologically, she was a bit uneasy. What if the other party really knew the general manager? What if the other party really had a good relationship with the general manager? What if she didn't agree and caused the other party to complain? Anyway, just ask, the big deal is to be scolded by the general manager 2 sentences. It's better than being complained about. After just a few seconds of thinking, the customer service sister got up from her seat and jogged all the way towards the general manager's office. General manager's office, Lin Ziyuan was sitting in front of the desk, opposite the chairman of Tianma Decoration, Ma Xinglong, was smiling and holding the design drawings to him. "Mr. Lin, look, our design drawings are like this. When this piece is opened up, the area of our first floor will be expanded by at least double, and then it can be remodeled like this to accommodate more brand stores." Lin Ziyuan nodded. "The effect is good, but we still need me to submit all the drawings to the new boss to take a look at them, and only after he passes them will we be able to start construction." It's okay. Anyway, our initial clearing work is already underway, we are all old relationships, it's okay to wait for the boss to finalize before signing the contract." Ma Xinglong hurriedly nodded. Wansheng Shopping Center is their big customer. This time the offer of the project reconstruction is equivalent to the whole company's turnover of half a year. In any case, it must be served well. That's good, As I was saying that, suddenly a sharp knock sounded outside the door. "Please come in." Lin Ziyuan looked up and saw a customer service sister hurriedly walk in. "General manager, just now a customer named Jiang Lin called the customer service phone to look for you." When she saw the general manager, the customer service sister panicked in her heart, but still said stiffly, "Are you kidding me? Can't you see that I'm in the middle of a meeting with Mr. Ma?"
Lin Ziyuan immediately waved his hand with some impatience. How could he have time to answer a customer service call when he was the general manager of a shopping center? But just halfway through his words, he abruptly froze. Wait. What did you say his name was? The customer service sister, a little nervous, said, called Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin? Boss? Lin Ziyuan jolted awake. He had just received a notification in the middle of the night yesterday that the entire shopping center had actually been bought by a mysterious buyer. When he saw the information, he realized that this buyer was actually only in his 20s, so young. And the name of this young boss was Jiang Lin. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? His heart snapped. He was worried that he couldn't contact the boss, but he didn't expect the other party to actually take the initiative to call in. Quickly, you go back and transfer the call. Hearing this, the customer service sister hurriedly ran back towards her own workstation. While running, her heart was incomparably happy. Luckily, I came to ask, and sure enough, the other party really knew the general manager. Just now, she was just a little bit close, and she was going to face an extremely miserable end. Hello, sir, I have notified the general manager, and will now transfer your call over. The customer service sister who ran back to the workstation said urgently. Good, thanks a lot. Jiang Lin nodded his head, and then he heard the phone turn, and a calm middle-aged man's voice instantly surfaced. Hello, this is Lin Ziyuan. Lin Ziyuan's words were directly interrupted by Jiang Lin before he could finish. That's right, I'm your new boss. Snap. Lin Ziyuan, who heard this, slammed his thighs. Lucky. If he had missed this call, he would have simply missed out on $100 million. Hello boss, I'm really sorry, my subordinate's site is executing the expansion project left behind by my former boss, so I haven't been able to travel to pay you a visit. Lin Ziyuan hurriedly explained. Now I'm looking at the design drawings. Until finalized, I will bring it to you to personally clap. I'm not interested in knowing about those for now. Jiang Lin faintly said, Tianma decoration, you know, right? Pegasus decoration? Hearing this, Lin Ziyuan's heart was sudden, subconsciously said, No, this company is the winning company of our expansion. He asked cautiously, what's wrong? What's wrong with this company? Humph. Jiang Lin suddenly sneered, this company is very arrogant, come up to tear down my store, but also pushed my people. As he spoke, Lin Ziyuan heard a piercing sound coming from the other end of the phone. It seemed like the sound of smashing glass. What? Smashing your store? In an instant, Lin Ziyuan's face suddenly changed, and then angrily roared towards Ma Xinglong, Mr. Ma, what are you guys up to? How dare you smash my boss's store? Ma Xinglong was confused by Lin Ziyuan's sudden roar. What is the situation? Whose store did I smash? But in the next second, he reacted at once. In order to speed up the progress of the project, he had asked his brother Ma Xingsheng to go below to do the preparatory work. The so-called preparatory work is to completely clean up some of the original tenants who have not yet moved out. All the heads of households have been acquired. As long as these tenants are cleared away, you can start moving. Thinking of this, Ma Xinglong suddenly opened his mouth wide and looked at Lin Ziyuan incredulously. It couldn't be that it was Jiang Lin's store that they were cleaning up, right? Chapter 46. For every extra bit of destruction you do, the more you pay for it. When Lin Ziyuan saw how ugly Ma Xinglong's face had become, he knew that this matter hadn't run away. He slowly turned his cell phone on speakerphone while looking at Ma Xinglong with an angry face. Mr. Ma, our design drawings haven't been finalized yet. Who told you to start construction? Who gave you this right? Mr. Lin, I thought. Ma Xinglong opened his mouth, but didn't continue. No matter which way you look at it, it's his fault. At a time like this, there wasn't the slightest bit of point in arguing. The only way was to remedy the situation. Snap. He jerked up from his seat and made a 90-degree bow at General Manager Lin. I'm sorry, boss, Mr. Lin, please give me a chance. I'll definitely teach this kid a good lesson. Ma Xinglong said sincerely, as long as you have any conditions, just ask. General Manager Lin sniffed, then humbly said into the phone, Boss, how do you want to deal with it? Me? Jiang Lin suddenly laughed, a laugh that made Ma Xinglong a little hairy. I am just an ordinary citizen. I am not qualified to negotiate with you. Plain words came from the phone. Starting today, the expansion project of Wanqing Shopping Center, suspend all cooperation with Tianma Decoration and retender other companies. Ka-ching. These words from Jiang Lin were no less than a bolt from the blue. If Jiang Lin really suspended their cooperation, then the entire Pegasus decoration would face a great crisis. It wasn't just a matter of missing half a year's profit. Because in order to this project, Ma Xinglong has already begun to purchase goods, invested manpower and material resources have been tens of millions of dollars. If this does not cooperate, he simply lost even the North cannot find. In an instant, Ma Xinglong panicked, completely panicked. Don't, please boss. Ma Xinglong bowed repeatedly, no need for you to mention the conditions, everything is wrapped up in me, then you see how I deal with it on the line. Said he hurriedly took out the phone, in front of Lin Ziyuan face on the phone to his brother Ma Xingxing. Give me this side of the window also smashed.
Outside the floating grocery store, Ma Xingxing commanded the crowd with an arrogant face and also looked at Jiang Lin from time to time. Kid, where is your savior? After calling for half a day, how come no one came to help you? Don't think you're so young that you can open a small supermarket and wear some fake brand names and then you can do whatever you want. Ma Xingxing with a didactic tone of teaching, this grandfather in the outside world, you are still wearing crotch pants at the four sides of the glass. Jiang Lin spoke indifferently, every bit more you destroy, the more you pay.
Oh? Is that so?
Where is my price?
In the...
Ma Xingxing disdainfully spread his hands, but before he finished speaking, the phone suddenly rang. He opened it to see that it was actually his own big brother.
Hello?
Big brother, things are going well over here, just wait for. He also had a joyful face as he reported his good news to Ma Xinglong. But just after he said half of it, he heard Ma Xinglong growling madly over there.
Shut up, you stupid pig, brainless ram, do you know what you have done?
Ma Xinglong's words immediately scolded Ma Xingxing in a daze.
Wait, big brother, what happened to me? What's wrong? What did you say? Are your eyes blind? Don't even recognize the boss? Ma Xinglong was almost half dead from Ma Xingxing's anger. Boss? Which boss?
Ma Xingxing is even more confused, there is only one supermarket small boss on my side.
Asshole, the small boss you are talking about is the only boss of the entire Wanqing shopping center. What? How can that be?
Ma Xingxing's face changed and he looked at Jiang Lin with an expression of having seen a ghost. How is it impossible? General Manager Lin has already confirmed it himself. Ma Xinglong roared, now, you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Jiang, you must satisfy the other party, otherwise, if we are terminated, I'll skin you.
Tick. Listening to the busy tone on the other end of the phone, Ma Xingxing was completely confused.
How could he not expect that a small boss of a supermarket is actually the boss behind the entire Wanqing shopping center? MMP, you have a shopping center, but also run here to open what grocery store?
You this in the end is the figure of what it. Next to this time there is not open-minded underlings over to ask, Mr. Ma, glass smashed, other than smash not? Hearing this, Ma Xingxing instantly reacted, back to give each other a slap.
Smash your sister smash. All give me to stop, quickly stop. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not you let us smash it, how now and then do not smash. Before they could react, Ma Xingxing fell to his knees with a plop.
Toward Jiang Lin repeatedly bowed and said, Boss, I was wrong, I know I'm wrong. Snap.
He said and raised his hand to give himself a slap in the face, it's all my fault for having no eyes and not knowing you, the great Buddha. I beg you to forgive me, don't be so familiar with me. All the workers were dumbfounded.
The onlookers were also confused. Even Du Miao Miao behind Jiang Lin was confused. What's going on here? Wasn't he arrogant just now?
And he even smashed the glass.
But what's going on here? Could it be that you've realized your conscience and are condemning yourself? But your condemnation is also too hard, right?
From the beginning of the conversation to now, this slap has not stopped.
And one by one, it's heavier than the other.
Hit half of the face is swollen. It is not that Ma Xingxing does not want to stop, but he does not dare to stop.
If Jiang Lin is not satisfied, then the whole project will be yellow.
At that time, the entire Pegasus decoration faces not a little difficulty, that is a huge disaster.
Chapter 47 Lords Ma Xinglong, giving away 20 shares.
From the beginning to the end, Jiang Lin just looked at him so quietly, not saying a word.
If Jiang Lin wasn't here today. If he was replaced by a second boss, then the entire grocery store would have been completely destroyed.
All the hard work would have gone down the drain. Fully pumped for nearly 10 minutes, pumped Ma Xingxing is almost comatose. At this time Jiang Lin was about to open his mouth, but he saw several figures in the distance hurriedly running over.
Ma Xinglong panting rushed to the front, without saying a word, raised his leg and gave Ma Xingxing a kick.
Kicked him directly to roll to the side.
I will beat you to death, you dog with no eyes. Ma Xingxing is really angry, it is because of you this asshole almost buried our entire Tianma.
After rushing up to make up 2 more kicks, Ma Xingxing squarely turned his head and made a 90-degree bow towards Jiang Lin. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, it's all because of my poor discipline that I caused you such a huge trouble.
I want to compensate you for your losses.
Only at this point did Jiang Lin give the other party a proper look and said in a flat tone, a grocery store is just a grocery store, I can afford to lose it. When Ma Xingxing heard this, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The other party actually did not accept their own compensation. But he was, after all, an existence that had been polished for many years in the sea of commerce, and in the blink of an eye, he understood the key. He turned his head to look around, and with a single glance, he locked onto Du Miao Miao who was behind Jiang Lin. I'm sorry, Sherbrooke actually hurt this girl, I'm really sorry. He sincerely said, if this girl doesn't mind, I can take the lead and compensate you with $500,000 in cash, what do you think? The moment these words came out, even the onlookers were completely shocked.
Nima, casually pushed a little, can compensate $500,000? Even if it is not so good to make money, right? What is this small supermarket boss? How could he scare the other party like this?
Du Miao Miao was also shocked by this figure. Her annual salary now only added up to $300,000. It was still because of Jiang Lin. But as soon as the other party made a move, they actually took out $500,000 directly. She had the intention to open her mouth, but she realized that Jiang Lin didn't have the intention to speak.
Ma Xinglong was an old man and naturally understood the key.
When he saw that Jiang Lin did not speak, he gritted his teeth. Tianma Decoration is willing to take out 20 shares and give them to this girl free of charge. I don't know if you are satisfied.
This time Du Miao Miao was completely shocked.
How much is the market value of Pegasus Decoration she doesn't know, but to be able to take over all the projects of the entire Wanqing shopping center. At least is also tens of millions of enterprise scale.
20 shares, that is nearly 10 million ah. How can this be made?
Du Miao Miao almost subconsciously waved her hand. No, I don't want it. But without waiting for her to finish, she saw Jiang Lin patting her shoulder and faintly said, alright, it's not much, but it's a piece of Mr. Ma's heart, so just take it.
Ma Xinglong. God damn though it's not much. That is 20 ah.
He didn't know that he had to struggle for a few years to earn it back. Although Ma Xinglong meet pain, but also have their own plans, as long as the other party took over the share. Even if you give it to the girl, it's still equivalent to having a relationship with Jiang Lin. The benefits he would be able to reap at that time might be beyond imagination. Du Miao Miao heard this but shook her head repeatedly. Jiang Lin, I don't want so many shares, it's better to give them to you.
Silly girl.
Jiang Lin smiled and gave the other party a head touch. Let you take it, take it, Mr. Ma will only be happier. Ma Xinglong heard but his heart flinched. The other party is able to control a shopping center, it is really not an ordinary person. Just one sentence, it punctured the idea in his heart. After solving the problem here, Jiang Lin looked up at the floating grocery store in front of him. With some emotion, he let out a light sigh. Originally, he had wanted to spend his life leisurely inside this grocery store. But it had only been a few days and so many things had happened. It caused him to not even operate the grocery store for a few days. What was even more amusing was that he had sent out all the flyers. As a result, the interview didn't come and the demolition came. Just as well, since it was demolished, it was demolished.
Jiang Lin didn't want to stay here either.
With his strength nowadays, he can live his life leisurely anywhere. There was no need to stay here. It wasn't like this was the setting of a novel where one had to be in one place to be able to advance. After thinking about it, he walked back into the grocery store. After searching for half a day in front of the cash register, he finally found an old man's phone. It was the phone that had made the delivery in the first place. Jiang Lin took it and turned around to go out the door. Handing it to the general manager waiting at the side, Lin Ziyuan.
Take it, if someone calls you for an interview.
Jiang Lin said indifferently, just tell him that the grocery store is gone, but they can go to the Wanqing shopping center for an interview, and you can set the treatment yourself. All the interviewees could not have imagined that because of Jiang Lin's words, they had accidentally actually become employees of a shopping center.
Good, don't worry, I will definitely do it.
Lin Ziyuan put his cell phone away and solemnly said.
Alright, let's all disperse. Jiang Lin pulled Du Miao Miao's small hand and was ready to leave.
But at this time, Ma Xinglong hurriedly opened his mouth.
Mr. Jiang, I don't know if you have time in the evening, can you give me a face to have a casual dinner? Chapter 48, Luo Yifei's ardent best friend, Xu Yaoyao.
Jiang Lin paused for a moment and inclined his head towards him.
Ma Xinglong was afraid that Jiang Lin would not agree, and hurriedly accompanied with a smile and couldn't help but say, Mr. Jiang, don't be in a hurry to refuse, our project is about to start. The details about the design drawings still need to be introduced to you. Only after you give your approval, we can start. It's also just right to use this opportunity, I'll bring the design team around me, and give you a good introduction at that time. If it was simply a meal, Ma Xinglong could be sure that an existence like Jiang Lin would 100% not be able to see himself.
That's why he thought of this reason.
In fact, this reason was indeed the truth.
Hearing this, Jiang Lin was silent for a moment, then nodded, okay, send me the time and place.
Okay, tonight at 8 o'clock, I'm waiting for Mr. Jiang at the Wangfu Hotel. Ma Xinglong thoughtlessly blurted out.
This Wangfu Hotel is one of the highest class hotels in the imperial capital, and it is also the highest specification for him to invite guests.
Good, see you tonight then. Jiang Lin waved his hand and then pulled Du Miao Miao into the Caroman King. Lin Ziyuan, who saw this car, couldn't help but exclaim, the boss is so luxurious? It's actually a Caroman King? Seeing this, Ma Xinglong couldn't help but wonder, what? Is this car very expensive?
He drove only $1 million or so Mercedes-Benz, he really doesn't know much about this. Lin Ziyuan disdainfully glanced at him, not expensive, the low end is just over $20 million, but boss, this looks like the top end to me, almost $50 million. $50
million? Ma Xinglong's eyes widened in shock.
This car, simply put, his small half of the company are able to ride in. This made him more and more glad that he was able to invite Jiang Lin to dinner is such an honor.
Jiang Lin sent Du Miao Miao back home and drove back to Luo Yifei's place.
He wanted to change his clothes. Jiang Lin realized that he still wasn't used to wearing such formal attire.
It was okay to wear it once in a while, but it felt a bit awkward if he wore it all the time. Luckily, there was a Luo Fei at home who had superb taste in clothes and gave him a round of picks to rematch a casual outfit. Versace's t-shirt, Armani slacks, Loewe's belt, Fendi's shoes. In fact, Luo Fei preferred to match John Lin with a pair of Langdon's shoes. But these were being customized and it would take time until they were delivered. How's that? This is comfortable now. Carefully helping Jiang Lin straighten his collar, Luo Fei said with a smile. Well, sunny, handsome and comfortable. Jiang Lin pinched the other party's smiling face. It's still my family's Ifei's good eyes. Hee hee, people are so good, do you have any rewards? Luo Fei reached out and ruffled the corner of Jiang Lin's coat and laughed. Reward? Jiang Lin's eyes revealed a smiling but not laughing look. So do you want spiritual or material? Spiritual? What is that? Luo Fei asked a bit puzzled. You will know in a moment. Jiang Lin smiled mysteriously. An hour later, Luo Fei felt spiritually delighted. I'm going to eat at night, so you can get something to eat by yourself. Jiang Lin looked at the time. It was already afternoon. Okay, feel free to tell me if you need anything. Luo Fei held his arm and laughed. I have a driver's license. If you drink, I can pick you up then. She didn't say to follow Jiang Lin, because she knew that if Jiang Lin wanted to take her there, he would naturally say so. This was a woman's sense of proportion, and it had to be mastered just right. Okay, wait for me to send you a tweet when I get there. Jiang Lin organized his clothes and was ready to go. Luo Fei took him step by step like a little daughter-in-law to the elevator door. Seeing that the elevator was about to close, Jiang Lin suddenly remembered, right, the material rewards won't be less. When I'm done, I'll take you out for a stroll. Aha, I'll listen to everything you say. Luo Fei nodded her head and then parted ways with Jiang Lin. Returning to her hut, she lazily lay on the bed. At this time, suddenly a sound came from her cell phone. It seemed to be WeChat. She opened it and saw that it was actually a message from her best friend Chu Yaoyao. The two were college classmates and were especially close when they were in school. Only after working, Luo Fei came out to work because of her family's bad situation. While Chu Yaoyao took the graduate school in the imperial capital and her days were spent in a leisurely manner. Chu Yaoyao, hey, Fei, I went to your store yesterday, how come you didn't work? Luo Fei, I'm not working anymore, hee. Chu Yaoyao, what? You don't work anymore? What about your family? Luo Fei, don't worry, I've already paid the money. Chu Yaoyao, huh? Little Fei, I actually smelled a sour odor of love. Luo Fei, smart, I found a boyfriend. Chu Yaoyao, extremely shocked JPG, how is it possible? You actually really got adopted? As a good best friend without words, Chu Yaoyao naturally weighed Luo Fei's own intentions. But she really didn't expect to actually find a suitable target in this piece. In an instant, she began to worry about her good bestie's future. Chu Yaoyao, you silly girl, do you think that adoption is so much fun? Once you embark on this path, how miserable your future will be, do you know? Luo Fei, hee, I don't know about the future, anyway, right now I'm quite happy. Chu Yaoyao, huffing and puffing JPG, no, I'll rush over tomorrow and help you out. Luo Fei, speechless JPG, come on, but I'm afraid you'll fall in love with him. Chapter 49, Wang Fu Hotel meets acquaintances, introduce you, this is your sister-in-law. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know what Luo Fei and Chu Yaoyao talked about. He knew that night time was the most congested time in the imperial capital, so he went out a little earlier so that he could avoid the annoyance of waiting for a bit. Who knew that after walking for less than 15 minutes, it was still jammed? From 6 o'clock in the evening, it was jammed until after 7. Jiang Lin took a look. If this is a bit more jammed, it's estimated that it can be jammed until after 9. Forget it, I'd better not fight with the imperial capital's traffic. Shaking his head, Jiang Lin prepared to find a place to park. Anyway, he glanced at the navigation. There were still a few hundred meters from the Wangfu Hotel, so it would be fine to walk there. After parking his car, Jiang Lin slowly walked towards the direction of the hotel alone. This was the core area of the entire imperial city. At the foot of the imperial city, the surrounding night scenery was naturally beautiful. The Wangfu Hotel was on a street not far from the imperial city. When Jiang Lin walked nearby, he realized that this Wangfu restaurant was not a place dedicated to eating. How could anyone use an entire building to open a restaurant? Just as he was a bit lost in thought, a surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Old Jiang, is that you? Hearing the voice, Jiang Lin subconsciously looked towards the side, only to see that a figure came down from the Mercedes-Benz not far away, and walked towards him quickly with an excited face. Brother Chong? Why are you here? Jiang Lin, who saw this figure, couldn't help but show a look of surprise. This tall and thin youth was his senior in college, 2 grades older than him, studying civil engineering. The civil engineering of the University of Finance was naturally not a key major. The two people were able to meet each other, completely because of the part-time job caused. Zhao Chang's people are good, honest, can suffer. When the two were delivering goods back and forth, they helped each other a lot. To be able to see Zhao Chong here, Jiang Lin is also very happy. You kid, we haven't seen you for 2 years. Zhao Chong vigorously hammered Jiang Lin's shoulder. Line you mixed this good even Versace are wearing. In front of real friends, Jiang Lin never liked to show off wealth, he did not want to create too much alienation between friends. So he smiled, which is not, I'm not disc a small supermarket, save continue to buy. You really opened a small supermarket Zhao Chong laughed after hearing, I thought you were joking at that time, I did not think it was true. Oh, not to mention me, but you, good even Mercedes-Benz are open on. Hearing Jiang Lin said, Zhao Chong eyes suddenly flashed a flash of bleak color, forced to laugh. Hey, blind mix. By the way, why are you here? Came here to eat? Zhao Chong changed the topic and said, well, yeah, a friend wanted to invite me for dinner, I haven't been here before, so I came early. Jiang Lin nodded his head. Is that so? Old Jiang, a friend who can treat you to dinner here might have big energy. Zhao Chong couldn't help but pat Jiang Lin's shoulder, make sure to greet him well, maybe he can use it in the future. Oh? Is it so exaggerated? Jiang Lin looked at him a little surprised. Of course. Zhao Chong nodded his head, then pointed to the building and introduced, this building was built in 1988, designed by a famous architectural design firm at that time, using the classical Chinese architectural style. Opened in '89, it was very famous for its palace cuisine. It was redecorated in 1997 and managed by the Shangcheng Group, with a total floor area of 70,000 square meters. The main building has 18 floors, 3 underground and 15 above ground. It is a 5-star hotel with the functions of hotel, restaurant, business center and conference center. The restaurant contains Italian, Western, German, Chinese and other restaurants, additional bars, KTV and other types of entertainment facilities. Said Zhao Chong face cannot help but smile smugly, to tell you the truth, Ginger, today we are at the request of the boss, to accompany a large customer dinner. How is it? Awesome, isn't it? Jiang Lin grinned at the corner of his mouth and similarly laughed along. He knew that Zhao Chang's smugness wasn't about showing off with himself or climbing up the ladder. Rather, it was just the kind of bragging between good friends. What made him glad was that Zhao Chong, who had gone into society, had not been swept away by money. It hadn't become so snobbish like the others. Just as he was about to speak, an untimely voice suddenly came from not far away. Zhao Chong, are you still finished? A somewhat sharp, mean voice surfaced. Jiang Lin subconsciously looked towards the side and saw a spectacled girl wearing a small dress, with a face value of about 70 points or so, stepping on her sky-high. This woman had obviously drawn very thick makeup, and from a long distance away Jiang Lin was able to smell a pungent perfume flavor. The other party's face carried a peculiar arrogance, arrogant and incomparable as she walked over. Who is this? Jiang Lin was a little surprised to see Zhao Chong, and then he saw Zhao Chong smiled. I'll introduce you, this is your sister-in-law. Upon hearing the word sister-in-law, the woman with glasses immediately voiced her retort. Zhao Chong, don't talk nonsense to me here. Who is your wife? We are just in a relationship. If you don't behave well, you'll have to get the hell out of here anytime. Jiang Lin's eyes flickered as he listened, feeling that there was a bit of female strength and male weakness between these two. Moreover, this female didn't care about Zhao Chang's face in the slightest and didn't give him a good face at all. Being spoken to by her like this, even if Zhao Chong had a good temper, he couldn't help but be a little annoyed. Yang Xiaoman, what are you talking about? I don't see my brother here. Don't you know how to give me some face? Chapter 50, Senior Zhao Chang's Troubles, Green Tea Bitch Yang Xiaoman. Yang Xiaoman snorted after hearing this. She had just come over when she heard Jiang Lin and the two of them talking. Originally, she thought that the other party was wearing a famous brand and standing in front of the Wangfu Hotel, so he was definitely a rich second generation. But she didn't expect that he actually opened a small supermarket. At that moment, she looked down on Jiang Lin a bit. What is a small supermarket? She is a local of the Imperial City. Her family has a 3-bedroom house, which is worth almost $20 million. A small supermarket was not as valuable as her family's toilet. That's why she interrupted the conversation between the two with some impatience. Being said so by Zhao Chong, Yang Xiaoman was instantly unhappy. Face? You Zhao Chong have the face to ask for face? Even your car was bought by me at your expense, do you have the qualification to ask for face? Yang Xiaoman, you've gone too far. Zhao Chong let out a cold shout, he was really a bit angry. However, Yang Xiaoman didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, looking at him with a proud face. What? Are you angry? If you want to save face, you can. You buy me a 3-bedroom apartment in the imperial capital, I will give you face. Said she walked towards the inside of the self-centered, while walking, but also said in a cold voice, Humph, really is a thing of the kind, people are divided into groups, the friends of the stinking fish, really is also a rotten shrimp, no future. Listening to the other party's undisguised words, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Lin's face. Brother Chong, this girlfriend of yours has quite a temper. Being ridiculed by his girlfriend like this in front of his friends, Zhao Chang's face was simply on fire. He patted Jiang Lin's shoulder and said with an apologetic face, I'm sorry, brother, it's all my fault that you've been implicated. Hey, what Brother Chong said? Jiang Lin shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. But after a pause, he said with some desire to speak, Brother Chong, since you treat me as a brother, I won't be polite to you. There are 2 words, I don't know if I can say them. Zhao Chong laughed at this. Hey, what else do you want to see with me? Go ahead. I feel that this girl doesn't seem to suit you. Zhang Lin thought about it and felt that he should still tell the truth. Just now, although he had only given the other party a glimpse, but at a glance, he saw that the other party's dress was not like an honest person. Especially when she took a few more glances at these designer clothes on her body, Zhang Lin was secretly sure that this girl was a green tea whore. Suitable, how not suitable? Zhao Chong listened to a flash of bleak color in the eyes, forced to smile. You do not see her speak hard to hear. In fact, people are high school students, architectural design professional, when it is not her help, I cannot promote so fast. Said to look around no one, he suddenly sighed, and Zhang Lin said, Brother, you are also foreign, know how difficult we mix. Yang Xiaoman is a local household, home and house. The conditions themselves are good, naturally arrogant some. Besides, she still has feelings for me, this is not waiting for us to complete this big project, we'll soon meet the parents. Hearing him say this, Zhang Lin naturally couldn't say anything more. He could only pat him on the shoulder and said, Brother Chong, if there's anything you need help with, just tell me directly. Good, it's fine to have you say this. Zhao Chong looked at his watch and exclaimed, Alas, it's getting late, I have to go brother, if the boss comes in a while and sees that I'm not here, he'll definitely be angry. Okay, you are busy. Zhang Lin nodded. Zhao Chong then ran towards the hotel door in a hurry. While running, he couldn't help but say to Zhang Lin, Zhang, if you're not in a hurry, you can wait for me here, I'll eat at the USO hall, and we'll have a drink when we're done. Zhang Lin nodded, and suddenly he was in a state of shock. Zhang Lin nodded, suddenly a little confused, USO hall? Isn't that where Mr. Ma sent me? Not long after, Zhang Lin saw his cell phone ringing. He opened it and saw that it was Ma Xinglong calling. As soon as he connected, he heard Ma Xinglong's respectful and incomparable voice from the opposite side. Mr. Jiang, have you arrived? Do you want me to send a car to pick you up? No need, I am already at the door. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I'll be right there, please wait. Ma Xinglong hung up the phone with some trepidation and then hurriedly ran out from the underground parking lot with Ma Xingxing. The swelling on Ma Xingsheng's face had gone down quite a bit, but he was still able to see the marks. He also knew how terrifying Zhang Lin really was. So at this time, the 2 short legs ran extra hard. 5 minutes later, the 2 of them saw Zhang Lin, who was still there looking at the scenery, at the entrance of the hotel. Mr. Jiang, kept you waiting. Ma Xinglong bowed repeatedly and said, let's go in. Zhang Lin glanced at him and gave a faint You please. Ma Xinglong and Ma Xingxing reached out their hands at the same time and respectfully said. Just as Zhang Lin and the others were walking towards the USO hall, in the middle of the USO hall, Yang Xiaoman was complaining about Zhao Chong with a displeased face. Are you out of your mind? Do you know how important today's meal is? Yang Xiaoman said in a chilling voice, if you annoy the guests, can you afford it? Without a word, Zhao Chong opened his briefcase and took out several drawings. He then placed one of them beside Yang Xiaoman. This is the outline of the whole design concept, if you don't understand, just look at this. Zhao Chong said in a deep voice. This is more or less the same. Yang Xiaoman joyfully received the drawing, she is now indeed the director of the design department of Tianma Decoration. But because of Zhao Chong, she basically doesn't do it herself anymore. All the designs are handled by Zhao Chong, and the final results are all attributed to her handwriting. Yang Xiaoman subconsciously opened the drawings, however, at this glance, anger immediately rose. Chapter 51, Brother Chong, what a coincidence, we meet again. Zhao Chong, how do you do things? She slammed the drawing in her hand on the other party's face. What kind of nonsense have you written? Zhao Chong took a look, the labeling written on it about the drawings was indeed scribbled a bit. He took a deep breath and explained, I didn't sleep all night last night, the handwriting does have some problems. What are you talking about? Hurry up and mark it for me, it will be too late when the customer comes, what a waste, can't do anything well. Yang Xiaoman snorted coldly, sat down on the side and began to make up for herself. Zhao Chong clenched his fists, and finally took a deep breath and started to mark up for the other party. However, without waiting for him to write a few words, he instantly heard laughter and footsteps coming from outside the box. Oh no, it's the boss and the others. Zhao Chong looked up at Yang Xiaoman. A trace of panic also appeared on the other party's face. What are you waiting for? Give me the drawings. Yang Xiaoman couldn't care less about seeing clearly now. She grabbed the drawings, and at the same time carefully looked at herself in the makeup mirror. After confirming that it was perfect, she stood up with a smile on her face and stood at the entrance of the private room at the same time as Zhao Chong. Listening to the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. Yang Xiaoman's heart also grew more and more expectant. In fact, long before this meal started, he had learned important news from his colleagues. This behind-the-scenes boss who owned the entire shopping center was actually a handsome young man. If she could seize this wave of opportunity to befriend the other party.
This would be equivalent to climbing up the ranks of the powerful and wealthy, and from then on, her future would have a huge change. Even if she was able to gain the favor of this boss, even if it was just as a mistress. She also had no complaints. As for the main palace, she didn't even think about it, she still had a bit of count for her own face value and figure. In these aspects, she naturally did not have the slightest competitiveness. However, she had talent. She was a high achiever who had graduated from a famous university although it had been deserted. This was something those vases could never compare to. Creak! The door to the room opened. Yang Xiaoman subconsciously bowed slightly, and then she saw the two Mr. Ma, one on the left and one on the right, open the door for each other. Mr. Jiang, please. Coming in. Yang Xiaoman felt her little heart fluttering and starting to beat wildly, as if she had become a little girl who had just fallen in love. And that object of love was this mysterious Mr. Jiang. Ta-da! Ta! Footsteps came, and a figure walked in from outside. At this moment, Yang Xiaoman took a deep breath and revealed a smile that she thought looked the best. Raising her head, she subconsciously said under her breath, Mr. Jiang, how are you? Right at the moment she saw this Mr. Jiang, her entire body trembled violently, and all her words stopped at once. Immediately followed by an incredible exclamation of surprise, yes, it's you? Seeing it clearly, she never expected that the one who came from in front of her eyes was actually that old friend who had been talking and laughing with Zhao Chong outside the gate. Next to her, Zhao Chong was also shocked and staring wide-eyed at this moment. Zhang Lin actually came to Yueshou Hall as well? Could it be a mistake? This thought was just a flash and disappeared in an instant. Even if the two bosses were confused, it was impossible for them to drag an unknown guest in. In that case, then the answer was already crying out. Zhao Chang's heart was simply flooded with shocking waves at this moment. It turned out that his own brother was actually the boss behind the Wanqing shopping center. The two Mr. Ma were also stunned by Yang Xiaoman's sudden voice. Immediately followed by Ma Xinglong, his face immediately sank, and he coldly drank. Superintendent Yang, what are you freezing for? This is Mr. Jiang. Yang Xiaoman, who reacted, lowered her head with an embarrassed face and stammered, see, meet, Mr. Jiang. However, Zhang Lin actually didn't even look at her greeting. He just walked straight to Zhao Chang's side and said with a smile on his face, Brother Chong, what a coincidence, we meet again. No, Mr. Jiang, you said that a friend invited you to dinner, it turns out to be General Manager Ma. Zhao Chong laughed bitterly. He also told people to seize this opportunity. Now it's good, even the two Mr. Ma are begging people to come here for dinner. It's not Zhang Lin who wants to seize the opportunity, it's them. I also didn't expect that when you said you wanted to eat, it was actually with me. Zhang Lin patted his shoulder and said, come, sit, don't be polite. The two Mr. Ma looked at each other. It turns out that this Zhao Chong actually know Zhang Lin. MMP, this is a ING treasurer. Originally, Zhao Chong was just an assistant to Yang Xiaoman. Now it seemed that it was necessary to reacquaint Zhao Chang's identity. Zhang Lin pulled Zhao Chong to sit next to him. The two Ma bosses, on the other hand, had the good sense to sit on the other side. On the contrary, it was Yang Xiaoman who could only end up sitting in the farthest seat with immense embarrassment. However, although she sat far away, she had thick skin. Not only that, she was secretly excited in her heart. Oh my god, actually so handsome? How come I didn't realize it just now? I must find a way to get in touch with him so that I can have a chance to get my hands on him. Money can make the skin thick, even if a golden needle can't penetrate. She had already gained deep insight into the true teachings of the Green Tea Sutra, and she must make her move on Zhang Lin's body. When she succeeded, she could just become a big shot lover who sat in a shopping center. Then she'd make her way up the ladder and finally succeed in getting to the top and taking out all the competitors. Ha! Why? Superintendent Yang, Superintendent Yang? Ma Xingsheng's voice was so loud that he was close to directly slapping the table. Ma, Mr. Ma, you called me? Yang Xiaoman reacted and couldn't help but ask. Not me, who else? Ma Xingsheng suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, introduce your design concept and the entire drawing to Mr. Jiang. Chapter 52 rewards a Gong Wangfu worth $5 billion. Oh. Good. Yang Xiaoman reacted at once and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's finally my time. It's time to show the real skill. Cough. She coughed lightly and picked up the drawing in her hand and glued it to the display board, which wasn't hard to find for a 5-star hotel inside the box. Then holding the laser pointer in her hand, while pointing at the drawings above, she started to explain against her own drawing labeling. Our design concept this time, or in order to continue the overall unified style of Wansheng, like here. She said with a smile on her face as she pointed at the overall drawings. Of course, under the premise of unity, we have added some personalized design space, such as for example. Yang Xiaoman frowned, a touch of embarrassment surfaced on her face. Gothic architecture from Europe, which is characterized by, there are. MP, it's ing hard to see again. At this moment, Yang Xiaoman simply wanted to tear Zhao Chong into pieces. But even so, it couldn't alleviate her current predicament.
Right at this moment, Jiang Lin, who hadn't said anything, suddenly opened his mouth. Stop for a moment. Ma Xingsheng glared fiercely at Yang Xiaoman. Quick, stop. Brother Chong, you know about this, right? Zhao Chong pondered for a moment and nodded. Well, I participated in the design. Okay. Then you say it. Jiang Lin nodded. Zhao Chong glanced at the two Ma general managers. At that moment Ma Xinglong laughed. Zhao Chong, Mr. Jiang has opened his mouth, don't just stand there. Right. Ma Xingsheng similarly nodded his head repeatedly, then rushed at Yang Xiaoman and said in a deep voice, Superintendent Yang, why are you still frozen there? Zhao Chong walked forward and took the laser pointer in the other party's hand. He didn't even take the drawings in his hand, but directly pointed to the drawings on the display board and said, we have adopted a design that combines Chinese and Western styles, with the central axis of the main commercial center of Wanqing as the dividing line, separating the two sides. One side is in the classical Chinese architectural style, based on simple and hard lines, with traditional furniture, highlighting the atmosphere of the Ming and Qing dynasties, and then with paintings and calligraphy, hanging screens, bonsai, porcelain and other decorations to increase the classical atmosphere. On the other hand, the other side is based on the Gothic characteristics of the pointed rib vaults, the internal use of flying buttresses, windows, glass and other decorative styles, to be able to fully create the feeling of Western-style elegance. With Zhao Chang's introduction, the two Mr. Ma, who hadn't cared much about it, gradually changed their gaze. This kid has something off? How did they not find it before? In fact, how could they know that most of the design works from the beginning to now were from Zhao Chang's hand? Jiang Lin had just opened his mouth, and it was because he saw this that he was prepared to help Zhao Chong. This showed how considerate Jiang Lin was. If he really asked the two Ma bosses to give Zhao Chong a chance, it would naturally be more powerful. But then, Zhao Chang's self-esteem as a man would be dealt a great blow. In the end, it might even be possible that he would resign. Whereas, if this method was used, it would allow Zhao Chong to fully display his own strength, thus achieving the recognition of the two old bosses. This was more important than anything else. 20 minutes later, Zhao Chong rushed towards the three of them and bowed slightly. My explanation is finished, please review Mr. Jiang. Jiang Lin on the other hand smiled faintly when he saw this, his hands stretched out to give Zhao Chong a round of applause. Brother Chong is Brother Chong, still so professional. The two Ma general managers who heard these words instantly understood. They had already made up their minds that once this meal was over today, they would go back and directly promote Zhao Chong to be the summarizer. As for that Yang Xiaoman, she would be directly demoted. Come on, the dishes are all served, Mr. Jiang, I'll toast you first. Ma Xinglong personally poured a glass of Romane Conti for Jiang Lin and raised his glass at the same time. Good. I wish us a happy cooperation. Jiang Lin smiled and similarly raised his glass. Good, happy cooperation. The whole table stood up at this moment, only Jiang Lin sat by himself. Gulp. Ma Xinglong took the lead and drained a cup of red wine all the way. On the contrary, Jiang Lin gently took a sip. This was the difference in status. Come on, Mr. Jiang, often the craftsmanship here, in terms of Cantonese cuisine, this place is famous. A glass of wine down, Ma Xinglong then greeted Jiang Lin to eat. This is baked lobster in soup, good flavor, and this, steamed Eastern Star Spot. While letting the waiter to Jiang Lin clip food, while Ma Xinglong is introduced, this Wang Fu Hotel, I heard that the predecessor is specialized in doing the palace dishes, is for those real princes ministers what, which later turned into a hotel. There are a lot of people are also in order to dip into the blessing of the king, specifically to taste here. Oh? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Jiang Lin smiled faintly, then maybe, eat a bite, the future also have the opportunity to be a king. As he was talking, he took a bite of the peeled lobster meat. The texture was smooth and tender, and the flavor was delicious. It was indeed worthy of the 5-star hotel signboard. However, as Jiang Lin took this bite, the entire person's pupils suddenly shrank. Ding! You ate a bite of the King's House specialized banquet, triggering a billion times blitz, rewarding a Gong Wang mansion worth 5 billion. Gong Wangfu? Jiang Lin, who heard those 3 words, completely froze. Chapter 53, The Chartered Room Escapes the Beautiful Girl. There is no time to explain, quickly hug me. Although Jiang Lin was not a student of history, he still had heard about this Gong Wangfu. Because in his previous life, he even went to this place to visit. Gong Wangfu was known as one of the largest royal residences in the history of the Qing dynasty. Once here lived the most famous as the big corrupt official in Koan. The entire royal mansion is located in Luing Street A1, located in the entire imperial capital of the Two Dragon Vein connection line. Therefore, it is an excellent place in terms of feng shui. The royal mansion covers an area of more than 60,000 square meters. To be precise, the north-south length is about 330 meters, and the east-west width is nearly 200 meters. What soccer field, basketball court, in front of it is simply weak. The number of houses in it is even more than hundreds, pavilions, gardens, flowing water, everything is complete. Of course, this was not what surprised Jiang Lin the most. What surprised him was that in his previous life, this royal residence was a tourist attraction. And in this life, although it had never been open to the public, Jiang Lin had never thought that it had actually become private property. And now, it had even fallen into his hands. Just being able to get the property rights of this royal mansion was enough to utilize an unusually large amount of connections. Jiang Lin couldn't help but want to give the system 10,000 kudos at this point. Without the system, he wouldn't have been able to get it even in his dreams. The system gave a valuation of up to $5 billion, which was actually a bit on the low side. Because just the background and status of this royal family alone was not something an ordinary person could do. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this dish? At this time, Ma Xinglong's words pulled Jiang Lin back from his disorientation. Oh, this dish? Very tasty, Mr. Ma has a heart. The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth grinned, revealing a very happy smile. Seeing this, Mr. Ma's heart was suddenly blossoming. It felt like he really chose the right place this time. It was a pity that he didn't know that this wasn't what Jiang Lin was happy about. Jiang Lin, who had obtained a royal residence, was in a great mood and also drank quite a lot of wine under the persuasion of the two Mr. Ma. He looked at the time and felt that it was almost time. He couldn't help but open his mouth and said, Mr. Ma, I think it's also very late, why don't we stop here today? Good, as long as you are satisfied. Ma Xinglong nodded with a smile. Okay, then I will leave first, Brother Chong, see you at the bar later. Jiang Lin smiled and patted Zhao Chang's shoulder. Jiang Lin didn't like this kind of socializing, he still liked to drink and chat with his friends alone. It just so happened that there was a bar downstairs, so he could have a good chat with Zhao Chong. Seeing Zhao Chong nodding, Jiang Lin left Yueshou Hall on his own. After leaving Yueshou Hall, Jiang Lin walked along the corridor and was able to reach the elevator. And on the opposite side of Yueshou Hall was another Chinese food room of Wangfu Hotel, Fei Huan Hall. As Jiang Lin walked through the doorway, he inadvertently heard a fierce argument coming from inside. I won't listen, I just won't listen. Who are you to decide my life? I don't want a blind date. Jiang Lin, who had heard two sentences, couldn't help but shake his head slightly, not realizing that someone was actually on a blind date in such a place. It must be a rich family, presumably. What he never expected was that he had just walked past the door not long ago. Suddenly a loud bang was heard from the door of the room, as if it had been kicked straight open. Immediately afterward, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard surfacing, along with a majestic voice shouting, Asshole, come back here. What are you two waiting for? Chase me back. Not waiting for Jiang Lin to come back to his senses from his daze, he suddenly felt the footsteps behind him approaching in a hurry, and a black shadow actually crashed into his body in a panic. Ego, can you watch where you're going? Hit me to death. A dissatisfied voice rang out from a girl's mouth. Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but spit in his heart. Clearly you hit me, right? How did it become my fault? He subconsciously turned around to look, only to see a girl wearing a cartoon short skirt, with dyed dark green hair, looking just like Hatsune sitting on the ground. This girl's voice was very clear and crisp, and she looked just as kawaii as Hatsune. Her eyes were huge, and she looked very animated. At this time, the other party also looked up and saw Jiang Lin. Wow! What a handsome little brother! Han Duoduo's eyes lit up at the first sight of Jiang Lin. She swore in her heart that this was the most handsome and sensational little brother she had ever seen. In an instant, she felt her heart begin to throb. Seeing such a kawaii girl, Jiang Lin didn't hold back from accusing the other party, but asked, Hey, are you alright? Oh, I'm fine. Han Duoduo hurriedly got up from the ground, when she suddenly heard footsteps from far and near behind her. Her face instantly changed, and immediately afterward, she made a move that made even Jiang Lin a little confused. Bang! With a movement of her body, she rushed towards Jiang Lin, pushing the other party directly to the position at the corner of the corridor in a hurry. Quickly, hold me! Jiang Lin? What is this situation? Although his own charm was indeed powerful, it wasn't so hasty. Who knew that while he was in this daze, he heard Han Duoduo call out again. Quickly, hurry up and hold me, it'll be too late in a while. Jiang Lin's heart stirred when he heard this, and he instantly understood who the other party was. He stretched out his arms, wrapped his arms around the other party, and then directly turned around and pinned the other party against the wall. Chapter 54. Are all the little girls nowadays so crazy? Han Duoduo's height was at most 1 meter 6.5, and was completely wrapped up like a rag doll under Jiang Lin's 1 meter 82 frame. Adding to the fact that this was a corner, if one didn't look closely, they really couldn't tell. They seemed to be chasing after them. Jiang Lin lowered his head and whispered in Han Duoduo's ear. But as soon as his words fell, he saw Han Duoduo suddenly stretching out her hands. With one hand, she hugged Jiang Lin's head, and at the same time, her lips directly printed on it. Jiang Lin? Oh. What is this situation? Are girls nowadays so proactive? Wall thumping at the drop of a hat? And it's still a counter wallop. As a man, in the matter of wall thumping, Jiang Lin was absolutely unable to admit defeat. Soon, he took the initiative and let the other party completely melt in his embrace. Han Duoduo had even forgotten about her bodyguard chasing after her, and instead was obliviously cooperating with Jiang Lin.
At this time, beside the two of them, two bodyguards hurriedly swept past. Where are the people? Where are the people? How did they disappear so quickly? One of the bodyguards stopped violently and turned his head towards Jiang Lin's direction. Crisis surfaced at this moment. It was at this moment that suddenly the alarming voice of a waiter came from not far away. Madam, be careful, the elevator door is about to close. Quickly, the lady is getting off the elevator. The two bodyguards instantly reacted and hurriedly rushed towards the stairway. They had to catch up with the lady. Only during the running process, a trace of doubt flashed through the mind of the bodyguard who had just seen Jiang Lin. Impossible, how could the young lady be hugging with someone else, and it was still wall to wall? After a full 3 minutes, Jiang Lin couldn't bear to let go of his mouth, but Han Duo in his arms couldn't help but murmur. No, don't stop. Jiang Lin breathlessly rolled his eyes. Big sister, why are you still addicted to this? So he lightly coughed, that the person chasing you has already left. Ha? Han Duo only reacted at once at this time, and immediately her pretty face turned red. Damn, just now people actually with him, ouch, shy people. But why didn't I recoil? Many thoughts flashed through her mind, and finally Han Duo's big eyes stared at Jiang Lin. With a solemn face, she said, since you kissed me, it's my person, you have to be responsible for me. Jiang Lin? Are all the little girls nowadays so crazy? What's this all about? Why did I become one of you? Jiang Lin snorted coldly, turned around, and walked away. You die of this heart, it is impossible for me to be yours alone. That's right, I can only be everyone's, it's impossible to be one's. Well, there's nothing wrong with saying that. Oi! Handsome guy, you, don't go. Han Duo trotted to catch up. How can you eat it all and deny it? Me? Jiang Lin snorted. You took the initiative, right? You. Han Duo just wanted to retort, but suddenly thought, it seems to be so. Without waiting for her to open her mouth, she suddenly heard a low voice from the other side. This dead girl actually dares to escape. The moment she heard this, her face immediately changed, and she didn't care about tangling with Jiang Lin. Handsome man, this is my business card, you must remember to contact me. Taking out a business card and stuffing it into Jiang Lin's pocket, she jogged all the way and turned around to escape. Running halfway, she suddenly turned back and looked at Jiang Lin with a fierce face. If you dare not contact me, I'll curse you to shorten 5 centimeters. Jiang Lin felt his legs tighten. Do you want to be so vicious? How dare you curse me like this? Pinching the business card, he looked down. The head of the Beauty Girl Cosplayer Club, Han Duo? Shaking his head, Jiang Lin put the business card in his hand into his pocket. A color of silence and helplessness appeared on his face. AI, people are handsome and have a lot of right and wrong, there is indeed trouble wherever he goes. System, shameless JPG. He and Zhao Chong had an appointment to go to the bar, so Jiang Lin didn't stop and directly rode the elevator to the building's bar. This was a high-class place after all, and it wasn't as noisy as a normal bar. Instead, there was faint light music and the atmosphere was very quiet and cozy. When Jiang Lin walked in, he saw that on a card seat, Zhao Chong was already sitting there. When he saw Jiang Lin, Zhao Chong stood up a little bit in a hurry, not knowing what to say. After all, the current Jiang Lin was too different from his previous status. He didn't even know how to conduct himself. In response, Jiang Lin just smiled sagely. Brother Chong, next time you are so raw, I won't invite you for a drink. Hearing Jiang Lin's words, Zhao Chong instantly relaxed. That's right, no matter what his status was, the Jiang Lin in front of him was still the same Jiang Lin he knew before. Ha, old Jiang, I really didn't expect it. Zhao Chong said with emotion. I didn't expect it either. Jiang Lin similarly lamented. After all, if there was no system as a plug-in, he might still be running a small supermarket now. Although their identities are different, but the good thing is that their natures have not changed. Chatting, also let go. After 3 rounds of wine, a little on the head of the Zhao Chong cannot help but cry. Hey, old ginger, really envy you have a free life. Jiang Lin listened to the eyebrow raised. There is a story here. Chapter 55, Helping a Friend, Testing Yang Xiaoman. Without waiting for Jiang Lin to ask, he heard Zhao Chong take the initiative to speak up. At first, I just graduated, that will, a graduate of the University of Finance, actually civil engineering major, simply cannot find a suitable job. At that time, the buddy bitter thought I went to college for 4 years, and fell into such a state. At that time I took my graduation design, in the bar to buy drunk. That was when I met Yang Xiaoman. Zhao Chong said with a bitter face. She saw my graduation design and said that she thought very highly of me and wanted me to join her design company. After hearing this, I was overjoyed and spent nearly 3 all-nighters completing the interview questions she gave me. And I, too, was successfully accepted. But did not expect, when I arrived at the company, only to know, Yang Xiaoman actually put my interview design, take to participate in the bidding, and finally won the bid. What made me even more angry was that she actually changed the designer's name to her own. I was so angry that I went straight to her for a theory. But unexpectedly, she told me that she liked me from the moment she saw me. Moreover, she begged me not to expose her. This is one of the most important projects of their company. Once exposed, it will all be ruined. Not only that, she also gave me a monthly salary of $15,000. Speaking of which, Zhao Chong couldn't help but smile bitterly. At that time, I was so poor that I couldn't even afford to pay the rent, and a $15,000 deal was really too important to me. So, I was soft-hearted. After all, she was the first to appreciate me, and she also knew me well.
Zhang Lin didn't say anything, but listened quietly and didn't interrupt the other party. Since then, Yang Xiaoman treated me very well, and her family treated me as a prospective son-in-law.
The business of the design company was also getting better and better, and my income rose with it. Finally, last year, our company suffered a change and declared bankruptcy. Since then, Yang Xiaoman's attitude towards me has gotten colder and colder, and from time to time, she even speaks ill of me. When the Tianma decoration here, her temper has become more and more bad, not only let me help her to complete all the work, but also often duty me useless. Speaking of this, Zhao Chong simply tears, brother, I now do not know what I should do, I want to leave, but after all, she has the grace of knowing me.
Zhang Lin was silent after hearing this. Obviously, Zhao Chong was already dissatisfied with the current state.
However, due to the other party's favor, there was no way to propose a decision to part ways. But in Zhang Lin's opinion, the reason why the other party couldn't make a decision was that he still lacked a bit of determination. Brother Chong, don't think too much, maybe, there are some things that are not what you think.
He said this because that Yang Xiaoman's behavior made him very distrustful.
So, for Zhao Chang's sake, he decided to test the other side.
Since you treat me as a brother, I will help you this time.
The two of them drank most of the night and finally walked out from the bar. Zhang Lin helped Zhao Chong and realized that this guy was already drunk as hell.
Gotta.
Zhang Lin was ready to put him in the Wangfu Hotel. He directly opened a room and left Zhao Chong here.
Zhang Lin then walked out and looked at the time. It was 12 in the morning. It was better to choose a day than to crash.
Nodding his head, he took out his own cell phone and saw a whole bunch of messages pop up above WeChat. These messages, almost 99% of them were from one person.
That was Yang Xiaoman.
It turned out that Yang Xiaoman was dead set on adding Zhang Lin's WeChat at the end of the meal. After all, Zhao Chong was beside him, and in the end, Zhang Lin could only agree stiffly.
Unexpectedly, since he left, Yang Xiaoman began to send him crazy messages. Yang Xiaoman, hello, Mr. Jiang.
Yang Xiaoman, I'm sorry, I apologize for my previous presumptuous behavior. Yang Xiaoman, when are you free so I can express my apologies to you in private?
Yang Xiaoman, are you there? You must be very busy, right? Then I will wait for your reply anytime. Smiley. Shy. It's late, you must take care of your rest. Call me if you need anything.
I'll pick up Zhao Chong if you need me.
Are you there?
Zhang Lin couldn't help but feel a brainache when he saw this 99 message. He didn't pay any attention to this, but took his cell phone and replied with the word, in. At that instant, Yang Xiaoman, who had already washed up and was about to take a rest, immediately saw her eyes light up, and her hand holding the cell phone couldn't help but tremble. Oh my god, the male god finally gave me a message back, waha. The current Yang Xiaoman didn't mind in the slightest if she transformed into a female licking dog. Started returning messages in seconds. Yang Xiaoman, yes, Mr. Jiang, you're still up this late. Zhang Lin, well, I just finished drinking with Zhao Chong, he's drunk. Yang Xiaoman, Mr. Jiang is really good at drinking. I can't believe nothing happened at all. 3 thumbs up.
Zhang Lin couldn't help but snort coldly when he saw this message.
He had just intentionally mentioned Zhao Chong, but he didn't expect the other party to even ask.
Zhang Lin, do you have time? Come to the Wangfu Hotel. Oi.
Yang Xiaoman excitedly waved her fist, practically almost jumping up and down.
The male god actually asked me out. He actually asked me out?
Great, here's your chance. Yang Xiaoman quickly jumped up from the bed and found a dress from the closet that she thought was the most attractive. She rushed out of the house under her family's puzzled gaze.
Master, Wangfu Hotel.
In order to be able to put on her makeup in the car, she didn't drive. By the time she was done with her makeup, she arrived right at the entrance of the restaurant. It was just that what she didn't expect was that Zhang Lin's first words upon seeing her were actually, Zhao Chong is up there, go find him. Chapter 56, The Completely Clueless Yang Xiaoman.
Yang Xiaoman? Oh. Hoping that you called me in such a hurry, so it's for someone else? MMP, the old lady actually made a fool of herself. However, at this time, the night was deep and quiet, Yang Xiaoman couldn't care less. She smiled sweetly and opened her mouth. Mr. Jiang, he is up there, let him rest. Are you alone? Do you want me to accompany you? As she spoke, she also intentionally slipped her shoulder strap towards the side a bit. Seeing this, Zhang Lin laughed coldly in his heart. As early as just now he had quietly turned his cell phone on to record. He was able to accurately record both of their conversations. Accompany me? It's not appropriate, right? After all, you are Chang's girlfriend. Zhang Lin opened his mouth indifferently. It's okay, we're just ordinary friends. Yang Xiaoman laughed, besides, there are only you and me here, so don't let go. Zhang Lin raised his eyebrows and couldn't help himself. Zhang Lin raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but get suspicious. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yang Xiaoman gave Zhang Lin a you-know-what look. You rich people, don't you just like this kind of excitement? Isn't it exciting to be able to take over your best friend's most beloved woman? Zhang Lin felt goosebumps all over his body and almost directly vomited on the spot. This won't work, I can't do this. Zhang Lin shook his head. If you do this, are you worthy of Zhao Chong? Don't you love him? Love him? In order to show Zhang Lin her determination, Yang Xiaoman immediately spat out her heart without any doubt. Between me and him, there isn't any love at all. If it wasn't for his good talent, I wouldn't have chosen to be with him at all. Just like him, he wants no money and is ugly. How could he be worthy of me? Is that so? Then I heard that you knew him well and liked him very much. Zhang Lin said with a puzzled look on his face. It's impossible to be fond of him. Yang Xiaoman immediately took a stand. At first I just see his graduation design is very good, just the company has a project need to find someone to produce drawings, so I let him try. I didn't expect that his design was actually instantly recognized by the client. In this way, I intend to enlist him to my side. As for the reason for liking it, it's just a saying to trick him. Yang Xiaoman said, her eyes flashed, hurriedly said, you don't worry, I absolutely don't have the slightest affection for him, I like the knowledge you are. Is that so? All the evidence needed has been collected, and Zhang Lin has no intention of tangling with her. I'm sleepy, goodbye. Saying that, he didn't give the other party a chance at all and left towards the distance. Yang Xiaoman? Oh. Why are you leaving? What did I say? Zhang Lin took a cab on the side of the road and directly rushed back to Luo Weifei's place. After all, it was so late now that he didn't want to toss the other party over. On the way, he sent the voice he recorded to Zhao Chong. It was estimated that once Zhao Chong woke up tomorrow, he would be able to see it. As for what to do in the end, it was out of his hands. Half an hour later, Zhang Lin tiptoed open the door to his room, and just as he came in, he saw Luo Weifei lying asleep on the sofa. And on the table next to him, there were a few small dishes and a bottle of red wine. Obviously waiting for him to come back. Zhang Lin, who saw the scene, couldn't help but feel some warmth flowing in his heart. He was about to find Luo Weifei a piece of clothing to cover her up, when he didn't expect the other party to awaken. Yeah, you're back? Why didn't you send me WeChat to pick you up? Luo Weifei was instantly happy to see Zhang Lin. It's too late, I don't want you to go back and forth. Zhang Lin smiled and swept the other into his arms. It's late, rest. I'll listen to you. Luo Weifei nodded with a scarlet red on her face. Zhang Lin's side was busy for an hour. Early the next morning, while he was still sleeping, the drunken Zhao Chong on the other side finally awoke. After he subconsciously clicked on the recording that Zhang Lin had given him, his entire body suddenly fell into a long silence. After a long while, he took out the phone and called Yang Xiaoman. As soon as he connected, Yang Xiaoman's disgruntled voice came out from the opposite side. Zhao Chong, you can You know a rich friend, you dare not report to me at night, right? Listening to Yang Xiaoman's angry voice, Zhao Chong just flatly said, Yang Xiaoman, let's break up. Break up? How dare you break up with me? When Yang Xiaoman heard this, she immediately became angry. Zhao Chong, let me tell you, in my Yang Xiaoman, only I kicked you, there is no qualification for you to dump me. Do you know that all of your achievements over the years were all given to you by me, Yang Xiaoman? Now you've got hardened your wings? You want to break up with me? Fine, if you want to break up with me, you can come to the company right now and pack up your things and get the hell out of here. I'll see how you'll get along without me. Da! The phone hung up. Zhao Chong, however, had a look of relief on his face. If he got out, he got out. The big deal was that he had to start all over again. Leaving the hotel, Zhao Chong rushed back to Tianma Decoration. Returning to his workstation, he began to pack up his things. In a few minutes, packed everything into a large cardboard box. At this moment, Yang Xiaoman appeared with a cold face. Get lost, hurry up and get lost, old lady feels in the way when she sees you. Zhao Chong silently carried the box out of the office. But just at this moment, face-to-face actually saw the wind and fire coming Ma Xingxing, Mr. Ma. Ma Xingxing couldn't help but stare at Zhao Chang's state, and then laughed. Xiao Zhao, you have a good brain. Actually guessed to move? Chapter 57. I do not have the habit of shaking hands with my girlfriend's best friend. Moving? Zhao Chong was flabbergasted for a moment, followed by a bitter smile. Sorry, Mr. Ma, I'm here to resign. Resign? Who dares to resign you? Ma Xingsheng is a big old man. When he heard this, immediately cursed. Just kidding, it's not easy to have an employee who can get along with Mr. Jiang. Actually want to give the damn resignation. Simply brain pumped okay. Seeing Ma Xingxing's appearance, behind him Yang Xiaoman's face changed, followed by a smile. Mr. Ma, is his own resignation. Resign? What resignation? I do not agree. Ma Xingxing shook his head and drank. From today, Zhao Chong, the company will formally promote you to the director of the design department. This office is too small, I just got a new one for you, right next to me. said he pulled Zhao Chong toward the new office. But the back of the Yang Xiaoman herd immediately changed color. Hey, Mr. Ma, he is the director, what about me? Yang Xiaoman is now the director of the design department, let her in Zhao Chong level, this has not hit her face? Hearing this, Ma Xingsheng's body gave a start and drank with a gloomy face, You still have the nerve to come to work? Starting tomorrow, you don't have to come. You are fired. Yang Xiaoman, oh. Holy, why? She doesn't even know what mistake she made, so how did she get fired outright? Mr. Ma? I don't like it. Why? Why did you fire me? She has no face at this time, directly in the whole company shouted. Ma Xingsheng saw this and sneered, since you want to know, then I'll tell you, General Manager Lin sent me a message last night, saying that you used Zhao Chang's results from start to finish. Assholes like you, still have the nerve to mention the reason to me? Get the hell out of here. In an instant, Yang Xiaoman was completely frozen. She finally understood why Zhao Chong actually wanted to break up with her after last night. It turned out that Jiang Lin was condoning her words from start to finish. A strong regret rose up from the bottom of her heart, engulfing her instantly. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know what exactly happened here at Tianma Decoration. At this moment, he had just gotten up, while Luo Yifei had made lunch. Do you have any arrangements for today? Luo Yifei asked. No. Jiang Lin thought about it, he now has no mini-market, the whole is an idle person. Right, you still don't have a car, right? He suddenly remembered that Luo Yifei told him that he had a driver's license. I don't have a license, I don't have a driver's license. The Imperial City is so congested, I have no intention of buying one. Luo Yifei nodded her head. Just in time, today is free, let's go buy you a car. Jiang Lin laughed, my family's Yifei doesn't even have a car, saying it out isn't making people laugh. Luo Yifei heard a strong sweet color emerged on her face, and said from the bottom of her heart, Dear, you are so good. As soon as her words fell, her cell phone suddenly rang. Luo Yifei swept her gaze and let out a cry of surprise. Yeah, I forgot, yesterday my best friend said she wanted to visit me. The caller ID on the cell phone was writing the 3 words Chu Yao Yao. Best friend? If she's willing, then let's go together. Jiang Lin didn't care anyway, one more person or one less person doesn't matter. Luo Yifei nodded and picked up the phone. Hello? Fifi, I'm downstairs at your house, open the door for me. Chu Yao Yao shouted inside the phone. Good, I'll open the door for you. Hanging up the phone, Luo Yifei directly called the elevator for the other party. Then she stood up and walked towards the door. As for Jiang Lin, he was lazily sitting on the sofa with no intention of getting up. Not long after, the door to the room opened. A whiny voice that made one's body soft instantly rang out. Aya, my little Fei Fei, Luinjia really for good what you owe to us sound. Luo Yifei saw the situation and gave her a blank look, do want to hit the shape. Chu Yao Yao, pay attention to the image, okay? Speak properly. Oops, don't hit me here. I'm still developing, okay? Chu Yao Yao heard this and hurriedly jumped towards the side. Only then did she see Jiang Lin sitting on the sofa. She instantly screamed, Ghost Ghost your ass Chu Yao Yao, this is my boyfriend. Luo Yifei was really defeated by her own living treasure of a best friend. When Chu Yao Yao heard this, she instantly rushed up with both eyes glowing. Quick, let me see, are you the tycoon who has adopted Fei Fei? Jiang Lin looked at her with a smile and couldn't help but say, Dirtbag? Where do you see me as dirt? Wow, it's a big handsome pot not right shouldn't it be a bad old man? Jiang Lin looked up and down at the Chu Yao Yao in front of him. 1 meter 6.5 tall, face value of 85 points or more, figure of 90 points. The important thing was that it was really too big. It was simply choppy. Who can top this? Who told you he's a bad old man? Luo Yifei breathlessly knocked Chu Yao Yao's head. This BFF just dares to say anything. Well, the face value is over, hello, my name is Chu Yao Yao. Chu Yao Yao said as she extended her small hand towards Jiang Lin. However, Jiang Lin didn't extend his hand, but instead smiled lightly and said, Sorry, I don't have the habit of shaking hands with my girlfriend's best friend. Hearing this, Chu Yao Yao's big eyes glared, Humph, Fifi, this boyfriend of yours is quite a personality. Although she had an angry look on the surface, in her heart, she secretly nodded her head because of Jiang Lin's actions. This tycoon is quite principled. Chu Yao Yao, will you stop fooling around, we're going out. Luo Yifei held her forehead with one hand, completely speechless to this bestie. Going out? Where are you going? I'll go too. Chu Yao Yao's eyes lit up and hurriedly said. Chapter 58, Chu Yao Yao calls dog liquor 1. Chu, Yao Yao, Yao. Luo Yifei's eyes glared, do you even know what a light bulb is? Electric what Chu Yao Yao pulled Luo Yifei aside, you are a person who is good at everything, but you are too kind, I am with you so that I can help you keep an eye on him. If he doesn't work out, I'll help you talk him out of it. Luo Yifei was really speechless. She was still about to say something when she saw Jiang Lin standing up with a smile. It's fine, since she wants to go, just let her follow. Seeing that Jiang Lin agreed, Luo Yifei had no choice but to nod. Just like that, when Jiang Lin was fully dressed, the three of them went downstairs together. Once downstairs, Zhu Yaoyao looked around and said, Jiang Lin, where is your car? I didn't drive, the car was left at the hotel yesterday. Jiang Lin took a taxi back last night. You didn't drive? Che, I'll be damned if I believe you. Zhu Yaoyao glanced at her mouth and couldn't help but say, then where are we going? To buy a car. Jiang Lin walked out of the neighborhood, stopped a cab and set off. Zhu Yaoyao and Luo Yifei sat in the back row, making whispering noises from time to time. Fei Fei, how long have you known him? It's been about almost a week for the two of us. What? Are you crazy? It's only been a week and you dare to be a mistress to someone else? Zhu Yaoyao said with a shocked face. To be exact, we just met less than 2 hours ago and I decided. Luo Yifei said with a smile. My silly girl ah. Zhu Yaoyao knocked her forehead with an indisputable face. Do you know, I'm afraid that if you're a junior to someone like you, you'll lose your money? She whispered, what is a junior? Xiao-san are all abandoned in the end ah. Right now, he still has a fresh feeling for you, but when time passes and you get tired of it, you will be kicked away. Zhu Yaoyao said with a pained face, you should just maximize the benefits as much as possible before you are abandoned. What house ah, car ah? In short, the more you can get, the more secure it will be for you. Ha, you say it like you were once a pawn. Luo Yifei took the opportunity to come up with a wave of counterattack. Zhu Yaoyao sniffed and immediately said in an indisputable manner, am I not doing this for your sake? Really don't know the good heart. Seeing Zhu Yaoyao angry, Luo Yifei couldn't help but comfort her again. Well, don't be angry, isn't he taking me to buy a car? The good things are already here. What do you know? Zhu Yaoyao faced a shrewd look, they're kind of rich people, smart variant. To buy you a car certainly does not write your name, buy a house is the same. Finally, when they break up, they give you a few $100,000 breakup fee and that's it. The rest you cannot get anything. Listening to the two whispering in the back, Jiang Lin's mouth slightly raised and had no intention of participating. Counting on the Gold Master in front of the Gold Master, this Zhu Yaoyao really was something big and brainless. Not long after, Jiang Lin let the cab drive to the direction of the new national exhibition. He had checked yesterday, this place often held car shows. And in the neighborhood, many 4S stores for cars were located here. Having the cab stop at the entrance of an Audi, Jiang Lin's trio got out of the car. He then looked at Luo Yifei and asked, Fei Fei, what kind of car do you like? Porsche. Cadillac. Luo Yifei was talking about the latter, while the former was actually Zhu Yaoyao. Jiang Lin looked at her with a smile on his face and said, you know cars? Do not understand. Then why did you say Porsche? Because it's expensive. Luo Yifei secretly pinched her best friend and said to Jiang Lin, I'll go with Cadillac, the name of this car is not so loud in the country, the price and discounts are cheaper. Jiang Lin said, I'll go with Cadillac. Jiang Lin nodded, then let's go to Porsche to take a look. Petty, huh? Zhu Yaoyao just said that, then her face changed, go to Porsche? Right. Jiang Lin nodded, I think what you said is still reasonable, since you don't know, surely choose the expensive one with better performance ah. In Zhu Yaoyao's suspicious gaze, Jiang Lin pulled Luo Yifei into a Porsche 4S store. As soon as he walked into it, a uniformed young man walked up with a smile on his face. Hello, may I ask if you're choosing a car? Well, let's just take a look. Jiang Lin pulled Luo Yifei while walking and said, like your current state, you don't need to drive a too expensive car, it's mainly for transportation. Zhu Yaoyao, who was following behind, was instantly unhappy when she heard this. What do you mean you don't need too expensive car? Just for transportation? Originally thought that you were generous enough to choose a good car for Fifi. But now, you've already revealed your nature even before you started picking. Zhu Yaoyao, who thought of this instantly, had a plan. You want to save money and make Fifi suffer, dream on. Today I will let you lose face. She took out her cell phone and directly opened WeChat. Inside the address book list, there was a series of names labeled with the word lick dog. She found one of them, the name of the Porsche 4S licking dog's avatar, and directly sent a message to the other party. I am now at the Porsche 4S store in the new national exhibition, appear within 3 minutes. This message was just sent less than a minute. Just saw from the depths of the 4S store a very fast pace of the figure emerged. The other party was tall and handsome. Seeing Zhu Yaoyao, he was instantly enraptured. Yaoyao, why don't you notify me in advance when you're here, so I can go greet you all? Seeing the other party, Zhu Yaoyao just gave a petulant grunt, less nonsense, today my best friend her boyfriend came to buy her a car, I need you to teach him a lesson. Saying that, Zhu Yaoyao introduced Luo Yifei and Jiang Lin's situation roughly. Immediately heard the other party said with a confident face, don't worry, Yaoyao, this matter is wrapped up in me. Chapter 59. The selling price is $15 million, do you pay in cash or by credit card? Yaoyao, may as well tell you, I am the general manager of this 4S store. The youth has an arrogant smile on his face, I have seen too many customers of his level here. Thinking that they have a little money, they start to inflate. But in the end, as long as I step in, all of them left in disgrace. Oh? Sounds good to me, you better be able to fulfill my purpose. Xu Yaoyao looked at him with a warning face. If you don't do it well, you won't be able to see me a second time in your life. Don't worry, Yao Yao, I guarantee to accomplish the task. Zhuang Xiang said with a smile on his face. If I do a good job, can I have the honor at night? Before he finished his words, he was interrupted by Chu Yaoyao impatiently. Okay, let's talk about it when you're done. For Chu Yaoyao's impatience, the general manager youth not only did not have the slightest dissatisfaction, but instead nodded his head with a smiling face. The two of them said and chased up towards Zhang Lin and the two of them. When they reached the front, this general manager took the initiative to speak. Two guests, I just heard that Yao Yao you guys are here, so I specifically came over to take a look, said the young man extending his hand towards Zhang Lin, under Zhuang Xiang. Nice to meet you. Zhang Lin glanced at him after hearing this and extended his hand with the same smile on his face. However, at the moment he was about to shake hands with the other party, this Zhuang Xiang actually withdrew his hand, letting Zhang Lin fall short. Zhang Lin's eyes flashed, then he retracted his hand with a flat face. It seemed that the visitor was not good. However, at this stage of Zhang Lin's life, it didn't matter anymore. Please continue your performance. Moreover, he was 100% certain that this general manager who suddenly appeared was definitely related to that Chu Yaoyao. Giving a downward spiral, Zhuang Xiang glanced at Chu Yaoyao with some complacency. How about it, this is a good start for me. Directly finished. I wonder what car this gentleman wants to choose, he asked with a professional smile. Can you introduce me to the Cayenne? Zhang Lin asked. Cayenne? Zhuang Xiang raised his eyebrows and sneered in his heart. It was just as he guessed, not a real tycoon, at most a tycoon. The average Cayenne is only $1 million or so. And it is the favorite of many tycoons. Thinking that it is very dignified to drive out, but in fact do not even know how low they are. But since he is here to teach Zhang Lin a lesson, he naturally has his own way. This gentleman, although the Cayenne here is the best-selling model in our store, but I'll be honest, at most it's just a substitute for the role of transportation, and it simply can't match the temperament and face value of a woman like your girlfriend. Zhuang Xiang is simply a handful of these. Sure enough, once these words came out, Zhang Lin also fell into deep thought. Then, in your opinion? Facing Zhang Lin's question, Zhuang Xiang almost laughed out loud in his heart. Hooked, really hooked. Can't find the north after a couple of compliments. The next step is to show the real skill. Okay, the two of you, please follow me. Zhuang Xiang led the way in front, followed by Zhang Lin and Luo Yifei, while Chu Yaoyao followed at the end. She looked at Zhang Lin and secretly gritted her teeth. Let you not spare the money, let's see how you get off the stage later. Even to the point that by the time Zhang Lin was embarrassed, she was ready with what to say about the other party. The three of them followed Zhuang Xiang all the way to the Forest Store's garage. Inside the garage, most of the vehicles were freshly arrived in stock, and there were also some vehicles reserved by the guests. Zhuang Xiang went all the way to the deepest part of the garage and stopped in front of an incredibly cool-looking sports car. Sir, ma'am, how about you two take a look at this car? To be honest, when he saw the styling of this car, Zhang Lin felt his eyes light up. This car, although it wasn't as sci-fi as his Silbies, also presented a streamlined shape overall. The color was silver, and it looked as textured as a shark's skin. The car uses a plug-in hybrid system, including a 46-liter V8 engine with a maximum power output of 570 horsepower, an electric motor with a maximum power output of 109 horsepower acting on the front axle, and an electric motor with a maximum power output of 122 horsepower acting on the rear axle. Naturally, Zhuang Xiang knows the parameters of the entire car. Due to the dual power system, the car can output up to 887 horsepower of strong power. 100 kilometers acceleration is less than 3 seconds. Said he opened the door. The interior of all the materials and configurations absolutely are the top of the line. Although the design style continues the style of the old model, but there is no outdated feeling appeared. The length, width, and height are 4650 mm, 1960 mm, 1200 mm. The wheelbase is 2650 mm. The space is also absolutely enough. Speaking of which, Zhuang Xiang smiled and looked at the two. How about it? Want to try? Zhang Lin nodded, then patted Luo Yifei's small hand. Like it or not? Like is like, but we haven't asked the price yet. Zhang Lin waved his hand. It doesn't matter, as long as you like it, price is not a problem. Hearing this, Zhuang Xiang simply wanted to give Zhang Lin a thumbs up. Brother Die, beautiful words. When you know the price, I'll see if you can still laugh. Zhuang Xiang smiled slightly. Ma'am, since this gentleman is so bold, I don't think you need to excuse yourself. Hearing Zhuang Xiang say this, Luo Yifei also couldn't help but nod her head. She was aware that Zhang Lin's worth was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Even Armani had shares, so how could he not afford a luxury car? Seeing Luo Yifei nodding, Zhuang Xiang slapped his palm. Just waiting for you to say this. With that, only then did he open his mouth to say, the killer app he had prepared for a long time. This Porsche 918 is a global limited edition, priced at 15 million. This gentleman, are you cash or credit card? Chapter 60, a substitute car and a speeding car. Zhuang Xiang grinned.
In order to accomplish the task Xu Yaoyao had delivered, he had simply taken great pains. Just now, he gave a flurry of introductions to the entire model.
Not a single word was mentioned about the 918. He was afraid that Zhang Lin would recognize the price of the entire car after hearing this. Thus no longer on the set.
Now well, Zhang Lin not only on the set, but also very pretentious to buy this car.
This just gives him this opportunity. Small, $15 million car is you can afford to buy?
This car has been parked here for half a year.
Zhuang Xiang originally did not hope for this.
Unexpectedly, some time ago, was actually a rich second generation, and immediately paid a deposit. Only at that time he said to go abroad for a few days, and when he came back, he directly paid the full amount to bring the car.
In addition to this, no one has ever looked at it at all. Why is no one out? Isn't it because it's too expensive? Really rich boss, basically older, most of them by Rolls-Royce, Bentley and so on. And the young rich second generation, who can take out more than $10 million from the family, said to take out more than $10 million? And still buy a sports car.
Originally, Zhuang Xiang thought that this car wouldn't be useful anymore before it was lifted. But never thought that it actually accomplished an important mission, that is, to let Zhuang Xiang pretend to be X. Hearing Zhuang Xiang's words, Xu Yaoyao's face next to him simply smiled. This licking dog really does have some skill, actually able to come up with this hand.
Not bad, not bad.
She looked towards Zhang Lin a little provocatively. Fighting with me, you're still a bit young. Xu Yaoyao hurriedly put on a look of surprise and exclaimed, wow, this car is actually so expensive.
Fifi this time you are blessed.
Zhang Lin actually willing to buy you such a good car.
I'm really happy for you.
Said she looked at Zhang Lin with a hopeful face, couldn't help but ask, Zhang Lin, you just said you want to buy it you won't be able to spare the money, right?
Lick dog, even the master has spoken, how can he lag behind?
Zhuang Xiang likewise smiled and helped. Mr. Jiang does not have to be in too much of a hurry. If you really do not have the money and cannot afford to buy this car, you can consider a loan.
Loan?
Come to buy luxury car, guests actually want a loan. If spread out, simply let people laugh off teeth.
The implication is that you don't have the money you came to buy what luxury car? Why don't you go back and get enough money together before you come? Without waiting for Zhang Lin to open his mouth, Luo Yifei next to him was instantly a bit anxious. Do not buy, so expensive car, I do not dare to drive.
Luo Yifei pulled Zhang Lin's arm, pouting, honey, you just buy me a Cayenne, okay?
It's convenient to drive that one.
Fifi you. Xu Yaoyao's face changed, wanting to open her mouth to stop, but she was glared back by Luo Yifei's fierce gaze. She was so aggrieved in her heart that she was on the verge of crying.
What the hell?
People have gone to such great lengths to help you, and as a result, you're still ungrateful.
Just at this moment, Zhang Lin actually directly nodded, rightfully said, good then we will buy a Cayenne.
Once this word came out, originally still waiting for Zhuang Xiang suddenly snorted.
Mr.
Jiang had gone through so much effort and actually only bought. He was just halfway through this mocking remark when he heard Zhang Lin casually add a sentence.
That one is called 918, right?
Give it to me as well, both for you, one for transportation and one for speeding.
Zhuang Xiang, Xu Yaoyao,
The two of them froze in place almost simultaneously, an unbelievable look flashing in their eyes.
Nima, is he telling the truth? One for transportation and one for speeding? He actually wants to buy two together?
Big brother, are you that rich?
That's $15 million. Not $1,500.
Xu Yaoyao vigorously rubbed her ears, wondering if she had heard wrong. But the Zhuang Xiang next to him, at this time, his face was suddenly more ugly than a pile of Xiang.
MMP, he only cared about pretending to be X.
He forgot that this 918 was the most powerful car in the world. He had forgotten that this 918 had been reserved.
Now Zhang Lin also want to buy, how the hell?
In an instant, Zhuang Xiang felt like he was messed up. Only when Zhang Lin couldn't help but shout at him with some impatience in the middle of the morning did he come back to his senses from the shock.
What are you waiting for? Go and do the formalities. Zhang Lin looked at the ugly Zhuang Xiang, couldn't help but wonder secretly, could it be that this kid was dazzled and confused by himself? At least he is a general manager, not so bad.
Zhuang Xiang pondered for a moment, but still decided to tell Zhang Lin. After all, that person was a character he couldn't afford to mess with. The old man behind him was worth more than $1 billion. Therefore, he was silent for a moment and said to Zhang Lin with an embarrassed face, Sir, I am very sorry, my 918 has been booked out. Hearing this, Zhang Lin's face suddenly turned cold.
Are you playing with me?
These words were like thunderbolts that instantly exploded around Zhuang Xiang.
Chapter 61 Hello, Mr. Jiang, please call me Xiao Pan.
Although Zhang Lin was not very old, after this period of time,
his own temperament has undergone a sea change.
To put it simply, he had developed a kind of big brother's majesty.
He was usually pleasant and calm.
This majesty naturally did not show itself. As the saying goes, when the Dragon King is angry, the sky turns over.
Now this anger erupted, immediately let Zhuang Xiang feel his heart jumped. MMP, why do I feel so flustered? And panic a batch. This kid is not as old as me, how can he have such an aura? Zhuang Xiang is a licking dog, but not stupid.
Zhang Lin actually casually bought 2 cars. He naturally knew that the other party must be rich and powerful.
So, he could only accompany the smile and said, I'm really sorry, Mr. Jiang, this car before a big young man has paid a deposit of 1 million. If we defaulted on the contract, surely we have to compensate people double ah.
Paid a deposit?
Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow. Doesn't that mean the deal is not completed?
Said he casually waved his hand. Breach of contract 2 million right, this I out. If you can't do it, find a person who can do it to see me. After saying this, Zhang Lin took out his cell phone and casually dialed Ma Xinglong's phone.
Hello? Mr. Jiang, what are your orders? Ma Xinglong took a look at Zhang Lin's phone and immediately opened his mouth respectfully. I'm at the Porsche 4S store, do you know anyone? Zhang Lin opened his mouth flatly.
Yes, there really is. I decorated the villa for the owner of this store 2 days ago, and we even had dinner together. Ma Xinglong hurriedly opened his mouth.
Then I'll call him now and ask him to come over.
Okay, thanks. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Lin didn't even look at this Zhuang Xiang, pulled Luo Yifei and left.
He can find the boss?
Zhuang Xiang said with a little stutter, how he did not expect Zhang Lin actually a phone call to be able to contact the boss. Moreover, looking at the other party's demeanor, it seemed that he wasn't joking at all.
MMP, his heart is now panicking a batch.
Because, although the other party promised to give him $1 million deposit, but Zhuang Xiang in order to flatter that big young man, so full of promise to the other party to keep. So, up to now, there is actually no such thing as a $1 million deposit. Just a verbal agreement.
But if the boss came in a while, then wouldn't all his actions be completely exposed? He couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Chu Yaoyao, wanting to seek help from the other party. However, before he could open his mouth, he saw Chu Yaoyao say with a look of disgust, Hump, you can't even sell a car, what else can you do? Said a face of arrogance away.
MP, Zhuang Xiang heart inside the cow full of face.
Less than 20 minutes, a Bentley appeared outside the 4S store.
Then saw a middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly walked into the store. At that moment, all the employees of the 4S store all had their hearts jumping and their chrysanthemums tightening.
Boss, why is the boss here?
Normally, this boss rarely comes to the store to inspect if he is fine. After all, this place has 360-degree surveillance.
If there is anything, it can be easily solved by opening a video conference, which needs the boss to personally visit. But now, the boss actually came.
And it seems to be very anxious. Just as the crowd was a bit puzzled, the boss walked straight towards Zhang Lin amidst the crowd's shocked gazes.
Ha, Mr. Jiang, I am the boss of this 4S store, Pan Gui. Just call me Little Pan.
Boss Pan stretched out his hands towards Zhang Lin with a smile on his face.
Ka-ching.
The entire 4S store could not hear a pin drop. Everyone craned their necks to look towards Zhang Lin incredulously.
This 20-something-year-old guy actually made the boss so respectful? And he even called himself Little Pan? What's going on here?
They all saw Zhang Lin when he arrived just now. They thought it was just some rich kid bringing his lover to choose a car.
But I didn't expect that even the boss would be alarmed now. There is no way not to be alarmed.
Pan Gui was also relatively surprised when he received Ma Xinglong's call.
Because the two are hometowns, they chat more opportunistically. When Ma Xinglong said that Zhang Lin was actually the boss of the entire Wanqing shopping center,
he was then completely shocked. Not only that, after hanging up the phone, he had someone look up Zhang Lin's information. Only then did he realize that the other party was not only the owner of the Wanqing shopping center. He was also a shareholder of Mingdao Seafood, and even the foreign Armani group had shares. The luxury car in his name, the villa, is worth a lot of money. What surprised him even more was that there was actually a royal residence under Zhang Lin's name.
Nima, the existence of being able to buy a king's mansion, in the end how horrible was it?
It wasn't something that could be measured with money at all, it was energy, immense and incomparable energy. Therefore, after he got this news, he couldn't wait to have 2 rocket jets under his feet and rush straight to Zhang Lin's heels. Zhang Lin looked at Pan Gui's appearance and knew that Ma Xinglong must have said something. Then he lightly smiled on his face. Hello, Boss Pan.
Mr. Jiang, I heard that you are purchasing a Porsche? After exchanging pleasantries, Boss Pan went straight to the point.
2 cars. Zhang Lin stretched out 2 fingers, but this general manager of yours said that one of them has already been booked, so I'll pay for the breach of contract.
How can I let you pay for it?
Pan Gu shook his head without hesitation, turned his head towards Zhuang Xiang and beckoned, Xiao Zhuang, bring the customer's contract over, we will do the formalities now. Old boss, in fact. Even the boss has come, Zhuang Xiang just can't hide it even if he is more capable. In the end, he can only honestly spit out the truth.
Good, Zhuang Xiang, you took my car to expand contacts ah.
Pan Gu heard the anger rose. From tomorrow, you do not have to come here to work, give me a roll. Chapter 62, 10 billion times the storm, rewarded 30 shares of the king's real estate.
Finished with a smile on his face, he said to Zhang Lin, Mr. Zhang, let's do the formalities over here. Please. Zhang Lin was invited to the side by Pan Gui, leaving only Zhuang Xiang standing at the same place in the wind. Just didn't expect that at this time, even the goddess in his heart came out to make up for it. Zhuang Xiang, you really let me down, don't contact me from now on. Humph. G.A. It was as if Zhuang Xiang saw crows flying in front of his eyes. How could he not expect that he was just licking the goddess? How could he become like this? Licking a dog, licking a dog, licking a dog, licking a dog, licking it until the end, having nothing to lose. With Boss Pan's personal arrangements, this series of processes naturally went very smoothly. The young lady responsible for filling out the contract looked at Zhang Lin with a smile on her face and said, Hello, may I ask the owner's name right? She didn't finish, she was waiting for Zhang Lin's reply. Buying 2 cars at once, should I give one to this female companion? As soon as her words fell, Zhang Lin said in a flat tone. Write her, both cars. Good, huh? The young lady subconsciously nodded her head, but immediately realized that something was wrong. Nima, actually writing the name of her female companion on both cars? Is this a female companion, or a wife? The Cayenne is understandable, but the 918 is worth more than $10 million. You're just giving them away? Boss Pan next to him couldn't help but feel that Zhang Lin was simply unfathomable. More than $10 million of sports cars, said to give away without even blinking an eye. Is this something an ordinary person could do? Thank you, my dear. Luo Yifei was simply moved to tears when she heard this. Behind her, Chu Yaoyao, who had just chased over, felt her heart and soul shake when she saw this scene, as if countless lemons were exploding in her heart. Your sister, old mom, is sour. I also want to be a junior when I can give away a car of more than $10 million with my hand. At this moment, Chu Yaoyao's gaze towards Zhang Lin was a bit different. There were more indescribable meanings. It didn't take long for the contract to be written. It was time for the payment part. Before Boss Pan could say anything, Zhang Lin directly took out a bank card. Swiped the card. Okay. This kind of store has a bank screen channel, so the operation is very fast. Not long after, Zhang Lin heard the tone of the SMS. But before he could look at it, he heard another tone ringing. Ding. You purchased 2 cars, triggering a 10 billion times blitz, rewarding King Real Estate with 30 shares as the first major shareholder. King Real Estate? The corner of Zhang Lin's eyes jumped. This real estate didn't even need to be checked, it was simply too famous. In the country of Daxia, those who were able to enter the real estate industry were all bigwigs. And under the background of the current system, many small real estate properties had gone completely bankrupt due to broken capital chains. Nowadays, the real estate enterprises that can survive this cruel elimination are all giants in the industry. And this King Real Estate belongs to the entire industry, can rank into the top 5 powerful giant. How strong is it? To put it simply, the real estate projects of the King's Real Estate are spread over hundreds of cities in the entire country of Xia. The annual contracted turnover is nearly $400 billion. The total size of assets is nearly $800 billion. The current market capitalization reached $180 billion. Maybe someone will question. Total assets of $800 billion, why the market value is less than $200 billion? The reason is very simple. The total assets refers to, including liquidity, including real estate, subsidiaries, etc., all owned or controlled, can bring economic benefits of all assets. Market capitalization, on the other hand, refers to the total value of a company's shares on the stock exchange. In other words, if you owned all the stocks of the entire company and sold them all now, you would be able to get nearly $200 billion. And Zhang Lin owned 30 shares at once, which was equivalent to a market capitalization of $60 billion. It was directly worth $10 billion. Isn't it scary? Even Zhang Lin, who had already been baptized by the system's storm, was a bit agitated at this time. Nima, simply don't be too ho, okay? Zhang Lin grinned. It seems that this time the Porsche simply came at the right time. Zhang Lin, who was in a good mood, couldn't help but look at Boss Pan. Boss Pan, when can we drive this car away? The preliminary process has been completed, now it is the license plate and so on. Boss Pan said with a smile, we definitely have a green channel on our side. At the latest tonight, we'll be able to give you a good, why don't you leave me an address? I will send someone to send you to the house? Address? Zhang Lin raised his eyebrows. He had his own place, but it wasn't a car for him. Whether it was sent to the villa or the royal residence, it was a bit inappropriate. After pondering for a while, Zhang Lin nodded and said, this way, the car is first placed in your place. After 2 days I will send you the address, okay? Okay, this is my business card. If you have anything, at any time command. Pan Boss hurriedly handed the business card in his hands to Zhang Lin. Good, thanks a lot. Zhang Lin took it and took a look, then stuffed it into his pocket. At this time, Luo Yifei and Chu Yaoyao came over after completing the formalities. Fei, all done? Zhang Lin asked with a smile. Well, the materials have all been submitted. Luo Yifei let go of Chu Yaoyao's arm and then rushed to Zhang Lin's front. Thank you, dear. Thank you for what? Jiang Lin gave her a head-touching kill. Right, we can't drive the car now, I'll let Boss Pan help watch it first, and then send it over to you when it's ready. Well, I'll listen to you. Luo Yifei nodded happily. Where are we going next? Where to? Fei Fei, you bought 2 luxury cars, of course we have to celebrate. Xu Yaoyao opened her mouth with an excited face. Let's go to a 5-star restaurant and have a big meal. Who knows, as soon as she opened her mouth, she heard Jiang Lin give her a blank look. Just know how to eat, we haven't finished our business yet. Xu Yaoyao was disliked by Jiang Lin and was about to have a fit, but when she heard the words behind her, she suddenly became curious. Business? What other business? Jiang Lin gave her a look with an idiot's eyes. Of course it's to buy a house. If you don't buy a house and a parking space, where will the car be parked at that time? Buy a house? Xu Yaoyao felt her head rumble and was completely shocked. Big brother, you just spent more than $10 million to buy a car, and then you want to buy a house? Do you want to be so luxurious? I just want to say, is it too late for me to chase you now? Of course, this Xu Yaoyao can only think about it in her heart. After all, she and Luo Yifei are good girlfriends. She absolutely can't do this kind of man-stealing thing. Chapter 63, The King's Residence, Zheng Xiao's Arrival. Luo Yifei was similarly startled when she heard about buying a house. Honey, you've already spent so much money, the house we'll talk about later. Besides, don't I have a place to live there now? It doesn't matter. Jiang Lin raised his hand and scraped on her agitated nose. Silly girl, no matter how good your place is, it's not yours. Besides, your car is so expensive. If it's just parked inside the neighborhood, I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep at that time. It can't be helped. Who made Jiang Lin so sweet? He was always generous to his own people. Hearing Jiang Lin's words, Luo Yifei felt her nose turn sour and couldn't help but kiss Jiang Lin on the spot. Dear, I really love you so much. Xu Yaoyao felt like she had been forcefully stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. Her stomach was bulging. Honey, then if we want to buy, which property should we go to? After sweetening up a bit, Luo Yifei couldn't help but get curious at once. Just now I've already checked, just not far from where you used to live, there's a King's real estate project called King's Residence. Let's go there. Good, let's go then. After discussing the matter, Jiang Lin greeted Boss Pan and then took Luo Yifei, Xu Yaoyao and the two of them to take a taxi. But when their silhouettes disappeared, General Manager Zhuang Xiang, who had already been fired by Boss Pan, suddenly appeared at the door with an indignant face. Jiang Lin, it's all because of you, causing me to be abandoned by the goddess and even lose my job. He viciously said to himself, well, I can't offend you, but there are people who can rule you. Saying that, he took out his cell phone and directly dialed a number. Hello? Zhang Xiao, I am Xiao Zhuang'a. His tone all of a sudden sank. Zheng Xiao, I'm sorry for you, your favorite car was snatched by others. What? Snatched? Who the hell dares to rob my Zheng Feng's car? On the other side of the phone, a furious voice instantly came. Next, Zhuang Xiang told the story of Jiang Lin's visit to the car, while adding fuel to the fire, saying how arrogant Jiang Lin was. How he didn't put him in his eyes. In the end, mentioning his big name to the other party himself didn't help in the slightest. Zhang Xiao, I see that person is really quite arrogant, and you didn't pay the deposit, so why don't you just forget about it? Zhuang Xiang persuaded with false benevolence. I don't know what I'm talking about. To me Zheng Feng and trench people have not been born yet. Zheng Feng said with an angry face. Zhuang Xiang, you tell me, where did they go? I will go there now. I want to see how trenchant he really is. After talking for half a day, Zhuang Xiang actually waited for this sentence. Hey, well, Zheng Xiao, I have already helped you to pay attention, they are now going to go to the king's residence, that property. Zhuang Xiang said with a flattering face, I will leave now and help you keep an eye on them. Good, I'll be right there. Zheng Feng said and hung up the phone. Zhuang Xiang had a hint of a successful smile on his face. Jiang Lin, right, I want to see with my own eyes how you can still pretend in front of Zheng Xiao. Zheng Xiao is a real rich second generation. It is said that his family has a large group of companies, worth more than $2 billion. And around the friends are also non-rich or noble, definitely not the general mob. Zhuang Xiang hung up the phone, also called a cab straight to the king's residence. About half an hour later, Jiang Lin, Luo Yifei and Xu Yaoyao arrived at the king's residence. The king's residence was also a very famous property in this area, focusing on high-end residences. It was divided into two types, high-rise and house. The entire sales center was decorated in a grand and luxurious manner, which seemed to be the standard of a large real estate company. As soon as the three of them entered the door, a salesgirl with a face value of at least 80 points walked up. The first thing the salesgirl saw when she saw Jiang Lin was, wow, this little brother is so handsome. Immediately following that, she realized that the other party was followed by two stunningly beautiful women. The salesgirl's eyes lit up and she felt that this could be a big client. So she hurriedly greeted him. Hello, may I ask if this is your first time here, or do you have a specialized property consultant? First time. Jiang Lin said indifferently. Hello, my name is Lin Li, just call me Xiao Li. Lin Li enthusiastically introduced up. You want to see what type of household I help you to introduce the introduction? The house, well decorated have? Jiang Lin said. Yes, you come with me. Listen to buy a house, now Linley Hart more happy. Definitely a big customer. The three followed Linley to the location of the simulated property. Then they saw the introduction about the townhouses. The main focus of our townhouse this time is the fine decoration of the delivery of the house. Linley pointed to one of the house types and asked, "Look at this 5 or 6 story duplex townhouse, 7 meters high, space and light are first class. A total of 5 rooms and 2 halls, upstairs and downstairs a total of 4 bathrooms, our brand name bathroom, decoration materials are also first class. In addition, the top is also given a terrace." "Well, looking at the floor plan feels okay, can you look at the house?" Jiang Lin asked. "Can, of course can." Linley smiled even more winning, because our property has been open for a period of time, the first phase have been moved in the location of the king of the 5th building, now happen to have existing houses. I will take you to take a look. Good, let's go. The three of them followed the real estate consultant and walked towards the inside of the property. Jiang Lin walked while surveying the entire environment of the property. It had to be said that from the location to the greenery, the environment to the property, King Real Estate could definitely be called a first-class standard. As the first major shareholder, Jiang Lin naturally wanted to take a good look at his company's achievements. It was estimated that the news of the change in shareholders should have spread throughout the entire real estate by now. Jiang Lin said in his mind while browsing. For the efficiency of the system, he was still always very much recognized. Sure enough, they had just stepped out of the elevator when Jiang Lin saw an unfamiliar call on his phone. Once he connected it, it was actually a call from the CEO of King Real Estate. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am the CEO of King Real Estate, Chen Shan." A middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor on the other end of the phone said in a respectful tone. "HM. Hello, Mr. Chen." Jiang Lin nodded his head. "Mr. Jiang, because the equity change was a bit sudden, we haven't had time to pay you a visit. I wonder if it's convenient for you?" Once Chen Shan heard that Jiang Lin's voice was actually so young, he was immediately in awe. "No need." Jiang Lin refused. "I'm in our company's building to see, as for the meeting have the opportunity to meet naturally. The specific work, Mr. Chen, you guys just continue to be in charge." When Chen Shan heard this, he instantly understood Jiang Lin's meaning. The other party didn't like him disturbing now, so naturally he couldn't make a fool of himself. Good, then you can call me anytime if you need anything." Good. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Lin watched the two little girls looking around the townhouse like little swallows, so he didn't like it. Just at this time, a luxury car appeared outside the sales center. From inside the limousine came down a small-eyed youth. It was Zhang Feng. Chapter 64. Zhang Feng is going to cut the price. Zhang Feng's car was a Maybach. This was what his father had told him, to be calm and collected. Choosing a car was the same. That 918 was also something he had to grind for a long time to get his dad to agree to. He didn't expect to be cut off before he could get his hands on it. So Zhang Feng is very angry in his heart. "Zhuang Xiang, where is he?" Looking at Zhuang Xiang, who ran his ass to the front, Zhang Feng asked. "Zhang Xiao, just inside. I was afraid of being discovered by them, so I did not follow them in." Zhuang Xiang said curtly. "Very well, go." Zhang Xiao said and took big steps towards the sales center. As soon as Zhang Feng appeared, he immediately attracted the gazes of countless women. Just now at the entrance, the Maybach was already in the eyes of the crowd. A few of the sales ladies even scrambled towards Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng only coldly returned 2 words when he saw this. "Looking for someone." As he swept his eyes, he did not see this combination of 1 man and 2 women in the entire hall. But at this moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared from the corridor inside the center. A property consultant and a man and 2 women. "Zhang Xiao, it's them." Zhuang Xiang hurriedly opened his mouth when he saw this. "Oh." Zhang Feng subconsciously looked towards the other party and saw the 2 big beauties beside Jiang Lin at a glance. Especially Luo Yifei, that figure, that face, that temperament. TSK. Simply perfect. At once, Zhang Xiao's heart was moved. Such a beautiful beauty, actually not on this young man's side? He never thought that there would actually be a windfall this time. Cough. Coughing lightly, Zhang Feng began to formulate a plan in his heart. This time, it wasn't as simple as just coming to pretend to be a man. This could involve the learning of snatching a woman, it had to be appropriate and reasonable, and it couldn't cause any resentment from the other party. Zhang Feng thought that he was by no means the kind of rich second generation that was like a tycoon. He was not the stupid type who came up and directly took out 2 stacks of money and slammed it in front of Jiang Lin to tell the other party to get lost. It was even more unlikely that he would make any similar move. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, he instead greeted him with a smile on his face. "Hello, 2 beauties." Although Zhang Feng was average-looking, his speech and demeanor were considered decent. At this moment, he was wearing a smile and nodded politely at the 2 of them. "Introduce myself, my name is Zhang Feng, I am Zhuang Xiang's friend. At this time, if you want to get in touch, you can only use Zhuang Xiang's side as an entry point.
I just heard from Zhuang Xiang that the two beauties want to come here to buy a house, so I specially rushed over to see what I can do to help. Zhang Feng spoke modestly and courteously, without being arrogant and domineering. Even Jiang Lin was not in a good position to speak ill of him, and Luo Yifei was even more unable to say anything. She just smiled faintly and nodded politely. Thank you Mr. Zhang for your kind words, but we've already picked them out.
That's euphemistic enough to say.
I've picked it out, so you don't have to get involved. Of course, if Zhang Feng really got rid of it so easily, then it would also be a pity for his ability to pass through the flowers all these years without touching a single leaf.
Ahaha, you've picked it out, haven't you? Did you ask about the price?
Zhang Feng smiled, not to hide the two beauties, in the real estate industry slightly involved, even with the king of real estate also have some interactions, may be able to help you too. I'm not sure if I can help you, but I'm sure I can help you. When Luo Yifei heard this, her heart was immediately moved. She was naturally not a fan of this Zhang Feng, but if the other party can really make the sales office discount, that can save a lot of money. This money was all spent by Jiang Lin, and she also wanted to save a little for the other party. Jiang Lin next to her didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, just faintly looking at Zhang Feng performing there alone. In fact, from the moment Zhuang Xiang appeared with the other party, he knew that this Zhang Feng was definitely not here to make friends. Although he was humble and courteous on the surface, in reality, from the moment he appeared until now, he hadn't even looked at himself squarely. This made Jiang Lin understand that the other party was coming for himself. When he heard that the other party could actually offer a discount, he couldn't help but smile in his heart. Since you're willing to play, then I'll play with you. Luo Yifei hesitated for a moment and turned her head to look at Jiang Lin.
My dear, with a discount, it's estimated that you can save a lot of money. Do you think?
Before she finished her words, she heard Jiang Lin faintly smile. Good, since this Mr. Zhang is so enthusiastic, then I naturally can't wait.
Ha, well, this brother is right, it's fate to know each other. This favor today, I, Zhang Feng, will help out no matter what I say.
Looking at the other party's hypocritical and incomparable acting skills, Jiang Lin similarly had a smile appearing on his face.
It's time to show the real acting skills. Ha, then thank you Mr. Zhang.
Since they agreed, Zhang Feng and Zhuang Xiang naturally followed a few people along. While walking, Zhang Feng said enthusiastically, the location of this property is quite good, and the price should be at least 100,000 square feet. First of all, the two beauties look at which set, I have a number in mind. Xu Yaoyao looked at the other party with some scrutiny, how to feel that this guy is not as good as Jiang Lin. It is the set of the king of the house area, 5 or 6 floors, with a terrace. Zhang Feng took a look, this townhouse built surface of nearly 200 square meters, if calculated according to 100,000 square meters. At least more than $10 million. Ah. The corner of his mouth picked up, revealing a smile. Expensive is good, expensive discount is what makes him look bullish. Ah. Ahem, not bad, the two beauties have really good eyes. Zhang Feng praised with a smile on his face, this set of townhouses, the total price is estimated to be close to $20 million. All of you wait a moment, I will let the real estate consultant first.
Said he looked to Lin Li, we now have any discount? How much discount can I get?
Sir, it is so, because it is past the opening period, now there are only 2 discounts, full payment 95% discount, loan 98% discount. Lin Li explained with a smile.
So little? Isn't there any internal discount or something like that? Zhang Feng frowned and seemed a little dissatisfied. In reality, he was just pretending to get the bottom price of the entire sales office first.
He then made a bid himself, which only made him look more bullish.
To talk about pretending to be X, there was also a technicality to it.
This. Lin Li also knows the importance of this single, so he gritted his teeth. I can at most find the manager to bring another internal subscription discount, and I can also make a 95% discount on the basis.
The lowest. This is the lowest? Zhang Feng reconfirmed.
Really, this is the biggest discount I can apply for now.
Lin Li nodded.
Good. A flash of dissatisfaction appeared on Zhang Feng's face, then he faintly said, wait for me to make a call.
Chapter 65 I think this discount is not enough, how about a 10% discount?
If it is paid in full, a 98% discount on top of the 95% discount.
This sounds like 2 discounts. In fact, when you multiply the 2 discounts, it's only 93% off.
According to the total price of $20 million, there is $1.5 million left. But this amount of money, in Zhang Feng's eyes, was simply not enough to show his ability. So, he made a phone call. It was directly to the chief person in charge of the entire king's residence building next to him.
Hello? Is it Uncle Li?
Answering the phone, Zhang Feng said with a cordial face.
Zhang Feng? So it's you. Why are you so free to call me?
The person on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, only to laugh immediately afterward. Ah, it's like this, I have a friend here who wants to buy a house in our king's residence, I want to see if you can give a discount. Zhang Feng said with a smile.
Discount? Ah. That's no problem, what do you say? What discount does he want?
The person on the other end of the phone didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly nodded.
Ah, that would be great. As soon as Zhang Feng heard that the other party was so painstaking, his smile grew even stronger. Uncle Li, look, it would be best if you can give a minimum discount. Zhang Feng's voice was slightly lowered. As long as you can help me with this favor, I will definitely let my dad thank you properly. I'm sure I'll let my dad thank you later. The opposite side listened to Zhang Feng's words after a moment of silence. Well, since you opened your mouth. Uncle Li naturally cannot not give you face. In accordance with my internal discounts in the entire real estate company to go can be 75% off. This is the lowest discount of the entire company, even if the headquarters of the CEO is also this discount. The discount is the lowest in the whole company, even the CEO of the headquarters is this discount. When Zhang Feng heard this, he almost laughed out loud directly. How could he not expect that Uncle Li would actually be so giving such an awesome discount? It was simply more than 93% off by an unknown amount. If this was told to them, it would definitely be able to excite them enough. At that time, they would naturally be impressed with themselves. Thinking about this, he immediately said with a smile on his face, "Thank you so much, Uncle Li. Do you think you need me to go up to you? Or?" Before he finished speaking, he heard Uncle Li's side casually say, "No need, I still have things to do on my side. I'll give my assistant a call and let him take you up on it." Good, then thank you, Uncle Li, you first busy, I will not disturb." Very respectfully, he hung up the phone. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Lin and the others with a smile on his face. Fortunately, it's done. Really? A flash of curiosity surfaced on Chu Yaoyao's face and subconsciously asked, how many discounts can I get? Zhang Feng took a deep breath, with an incomparably bland smile on his face. Not much, at most 75% off. 75% off? Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao screamed. She had never seen such a horrible discount. Not just her, even the property consultant next to her was shocked. 75% off, this is the highest discount in our group, ordinary people cannot really do ah. Lin Li said with a surprised face. She was also an old person in the group. Although she had heard of this discount, it was said that only some leaders could get it. Now this Zhang Feng actually managed to get it with a single phone call, so he had to be impressed. Zhuang Xiang, as a croupier, had to come forward at this time. Our Zhangxiao's wide network of people is not something you can even imagine. A mere 75% discount is nothing, even a 70% discount is not impossible. Zhang Feng's forehead was filled with black lines as he sniffed. Can you not blindly praise? People have told me that this discount is the lowest? But I'm still digging a hole. Feeling Zhang Feng's somewhat changed gaze, Zhuang Xiang immediately shut up. Oh, cannot succeed, is not my say, still need to wait for the real estate consultant to confirm it. The words cannot be said too full, this is also the way to pretend to be X. This is the way to appear more humble. When Lin Li heard it, she immediately laughed and said, a few people wait a moment, I will go to confirm it. She hurriedly left, leaving a few people waiting here. Zhang Feng stood there with a faint smile on his face, putting on a look of don't brag about me. Not more than a few minutes later, Lin Li ran back with a surprised face. Before she arrived, she couldn't help but exclaim, confirmed, 25% off, really 25% off, Mr. Zhang is really great ah. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's heart was so cool. But on the surface, he still waved his hand modestly and courteously and said, it's not worth mentioning, it's not worth mentioning. Saying this, he looked towards Luo Yifei with a smile. Miss Luo, if you think it's okay, then let's go sign the contract now? Luo Yifei subconsciously nodded. This discount was indeed low enough. If it was a 75% discount, she could help Jiang Lin save $5 million. However, the exact meaning of this still depended on Jiang Lin's decision. At times like this, she still turned her head towards Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin sniffed but suddenly shook his head calmly, saying a sentence that shocked everyone. I feel that this discount is not enough. The moment these words came out, the entire room was shocked. Everyone looked at Jiang Lin incredulously, thinking that he had gone crazy. A 75% discount isn't enough? Then how much more do you want? Zhuang Xiang, who was the comic relief, snorted out a laugh at this time. Funny, what do you think you are buying? What do you think you're buying? Why don't you go and grab it if it's still too expensive at 75% off? Hey, no need to say that. Zhang Feng raised his hand and stopped Zhuang Xiang's words in a graceful manner. Then, in a flat tone, he asked, so, how much discount does Brother Jian think is appropriate? If not, I can try again. Is that so? That's a good feeling. Jiang Lin looked at him with a bland face. My ideal discount is 10% off. 10% off? Jiang Lin's words made the crowd stagnate again. Zhuang Xiang was even more unable to hold back at this time and jumped out directly. Are you sick? 1% off? Why don't you let people give it to you for nothing? Oh, Mr. Jiang is really joking, this discount, I have not even heard of it among the group. Lin Li's mouth twitching, this damn if you can play a discount, that the whole king of real estate will not be lost to death ah. Next to Chu Yaoyao at this time oddly touched his forehead, and then ran to Jiang Lin's forehead and touched it, before wondering. Huh, strange, you don't have a fever either? What nonsense. Zhang Feng at this time but suddenly laughed lightly. Brother Jiang, you really love to joke.
He shook his head. In the entire King real estate, 75% discount is already the biggest discount, not to mention your 10% discount or 50% discount, there is simply no one who can approve it.
10% off for you? Is that possible? If it wasn't for the two beauties here, Zhang Feng would probably be cursing. Kid, you deliberately looking for trouble. A discount, if this can be approved, I'll be upside down to eat Xiang. Luo Yifei at this time to look at Zhang Lin. She also thought that Zhang Lin said this is deliberately angry with Zhang Feng. But did not wait for her to persuade the occasion. Zhang Lin suddenly said faintly, Zhang brother so say, seems to be unable to do?
Of course, not to mention me, even the entire King real estate CEO Mr. Qin Shanshan is not qualified to say 50% discount. Zhang Feng said with a determined face.
Is that so?
Zhang Lin nodded. Sorry, excuse me for a moment, I'll make a call.
Good, brother Jiang, make yourself at home.
Zhang Feng smiled and nodded, directly giving Zhang Lin a way out. Zhang Lin calmly walked a few steps, then took out his own cell phone and dialed the number that Chen Shan had just called.
Mr. Jiang, what are your orders?
The phone was connected and Mr. Chen's respectful voice came from over there.
It's like this, my friend wants to buy a.
Zhang Lin simply spoke to the other party in a few words. Then he heard Mr. Chen nodding his head without any hesitation and said, Good, don't worry, I will arrange it for you right away. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Lin walked back with a calm face. Seeing Zhang Lin come back, Zhuang Xiang still didn't forget to hit the other party.
Good, Mr. Jiang is back? How is it? Did you apply for a discount?
Whenever there is a need for the existence of a comic like Zhuang Xiang, it was just the right time to show Zhang Feng's demeanor. Only to see Zhang Feng glared at him, then laughed. Zhang brother also do not need to be too anxious, 75% discount is also already a very favorable discount. Zhang Lin didn't even look at him at this time, but smiled and said to Luo Yifei, Don't be in a hurry, wait for a while.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Luo Yifei held him intimately and leaned her head on Zhang Lin's shoulder. Regardless of whether it would work or not, she was already very happy. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 minutes that passed. At this time, not only Zhang Feng, even the property consultant Lin Li was getting a bit impatient. Mr. Jiang, look, why don't you consider a 25% discount? If it was any other guest, she might have directly taunted. But there was no way, who made the Zhang Lin in front of her handsome. Moreover, looking at the other party's calm and relaxed appearance, Lin Li's heart was also a bit drummed. Next to her, Zhang Feng sighed a bit regretfully at this time. I say brother Jiang, I think it's almost time, always waiting here is not a solution. He sighed softly, with a face of I'm good for you expression said, Do people well, sometimes cannot be too impulsive, said the words, splashed out of the water, now the water cannot be recovered, why bother? Why not?
Did not wait for him to finish, suddenly. Zhang Lin, who had not been speaking, flashed his eyes and looked toward the front.
Here it comes. Chapter 66 My royal mansion hasn't had time to look at it yet
Zhang Feng subconsciously inclined his head to look, and at a glance, he saw that an old man wearing a suit, with white hair, and probably around 60 years old, with a group of henchmen behind him hurriedly ran over. That's right, just running.
Uncle Li?
Zhang Feng also didn't expect that this old man was actually General Manager Li whom he had called before. Seeing that the other party had made an appearance, he felt that he could finally put a perfect end to this wave of words. Thus, Zhang Feng felt a bit bloated. Even the hallowed general manager had personally come out to pick himself up and work on his own affairs.
This honor, who could obtain it?
He coughed lightly, casually straightened his clothes, and then greeted General Manager Li with big strides towards him. Ha, Uncle Li, I'm really sorry that I'm bothering you to come personally for such a small matter. As he spoke, he walked towards Uncle Li and wanted to extend his hand to thank the other party for his help. However, Uncle Li was just running in a hurry and didn't even look at him. He just felt that there was someone in front of him blocking the way, and at that moment, General Manager Li furiously reached out to the side and pulled his hand towards the side. Give me up. General Manager Li had been working out for many years and had a tall body, and with this reach, he directly pushed Zhang Feng out 2 to 3 meters and spun around several times. Immediately, General Manager Li was seen running directly to Jiang Lin with his men, bowing violently.
Good day, Mr. Jiang.
At this moment, the entire room was silent and a pin could be heard.
Everyone felt like their brains had short-circuited. Oh. Xu Yao Yao. Luo Yifei. Zhuang Xiang. Property staff. Property viewing customers. Zhang Feng. What's this? Am I blind? How come the general manager actually gave that kid luggage? Zhang Feng couldn't believe what he saw. Didn't Uncle Li come to help himself? How did he get to him? Besides, what do you mean by bowing as soon as you meet him? When I called before, didn't you say you were busy? How come now running up and down the air actually is for this person? And what's the meaning of those assistants next to you? Are they busy? No work? Are they all here to watch the fun? Countless questions flashed madly in Zhang Feng's mind. Failed, all his preparations, all his plans have completely failed. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person, definitely not a thug. Rather, he truly had a background. At this time, Jiang Lin squarely looked at the bowing crowd in a calm manner and smiled faintly. You don't have to be like this, get up. Saying this, he reached out to help General Manager Li up, while getting close to the other party's ear and said 2 words, low-key. General Manager Li heard the words in his heart. It seems that he made the battle a little too big. Let the major shareholders do not like ah. At this thought, his heart jumped. His old bones, if he offended the major shareholders, that is not to be eaten? Almost instantly, cold sweat flowed down his forehead. A far-fetched smile appeared on his face, and he lowered his voice. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, it's really because the notification from above was too urgent, and my subordinate was also momentarily eager. Never mind. Jiang Lin shook his head. I just don't want to be too publicized. Good, subordinate understands. General Manager Li let out a long breath in his heart, then smiled brightly. Jiang Lin, the above has already called me, a discount of 10%, wrapped up in me. Good, then thanks a lot. Jiang Lin nodded and looked at Luo Yifei with a smile on his face. How about it? I'll say it's okay. At this moment, Zheng Feng, who was next to him, only then came back to his senses from the shock. He hurriedly rushed to General Manager Li and asked with an indignant face, Uncle Li, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say before that the highest discount could only be 75%? How come he even gave a 10% discount? You've gone too far. General Manager Li only saw Zheng Feng next to him at this moment, and his face sank at his words. Zheng Feng, who do you think you are? How dare you question me? Jiang Xian Jiang Lin's discount is not something you can compare to? Zheng Feng was simply overwhelmed by anger. He is a rich man, why can't I be compared to him? Before he could finish his words, he heard General Manager Li shout angrily, that's enough, for the sake of your old man, I won't bother with you. Xiao Lu, blast him out of here. In Zhang Feng's dumbfounded gaze, he was carried by the security guards and blown out of the sales center. Zhuang Xiang could only open his mouth when he saw this and followed with a gray face. Only when this was over did General Manager Li look at Jiang Lin with a smile on his face and said, Jiang Lin, do you think we can do the formalities now? Aha! Let's go! Tough luck, General Manager Li. Jiang Lin nodded with a smile. Just as Jiang Lin and the others were going through the formalities, Zhuang Xiang hurriedly ran to Zhang Feng's side and asked cautiously, Mr. Zhang, you didn't. Snapped. Zheng Feng, who was depressed, gave Zhuang Xiang a slap on the backhand. It's your fault, you had to let me come, now it's good, I was humiliated. Humiliated. Zhuang Xiang covered the painful half of his cheek and looked at Zheng Feng with an aggrieved face. Wasn't it you who wanted to come? And I was helping you from the beginning to the end. Roll. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Zheng Feng is angry when he sees Zhuang Xiang. Although he is a playboy, but does not mean he is stupid. He knew that Zhuang Xiang must have something to hide from him, but at that time he felt that his status, no one can fight with himself. But now, the other party can not only fight against him, but also hit him to the bone. After driving away Zhuang Xiang, Zheng Feng also slightly calmed down. Jiang Lin, you think you can just crush me like that? Zheng Feng coldly laughed. Zheng Feng's connections are not worse than yours, we'll see. Said he once again got into his Maybach, then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. The phone rang for nearly a minute before it was picked up. At the moment of connection, Zheng Feng suddenly changed into an extremely pleasing smile. Young Ning, there's something that requires your presence. Jiang Lin and the others naturally didn't know exactly what else Zheng Feng had planned. They were in front of the counter, going through the formalities related to the housing contract. After Mr. Li finished explaining to his men, Jiang Lin let him leave. After all, there were a lot of home buyers here, so if they stayed for too long, I'm afraid that they would still attract the attention of people who were interested. Now that the internet was so developed, if it was photographed and posted on the internet, it could have an unfavorable negative impact on King real estate. Jiang Lin couldn't help but sigh breathlessly in his heart. A good shareholder who can think about the image of a group like him all the time is simply hard to find. System, shameless JPG. Mr. Jiang, the contract has been filled out. The assistant next to him respectfully handed over the contract to Jiang Lin. The name of your house, is it written as you? Jiang Lin waved his hand without lifting his head. Right, Luo Yifei, just have her sign it. The few female employees who heard this were so envious that they were about to cry out. Look at others, casually giving their girlfriend a $20 million house. He didn't even frown. It was really a dream to meet such a man. Until more than an hour later, Chu Yaoyao looked at Luo Yifei standing at the entrance of the house with the key in her hand. Only then did she come back to her senses from her disorientation. She felt like everything was a dream. A house worth $20 million had actually become her best friend's house. Although Chu Yaoyao was a local household, her family had a 3-bedroom house that was not much smaller than this one. But no matter from the location or environment, there is no way to compare it to this place. Not to mention the total price and potential for future appreciation. And that set of house is still only obtained by his parents through the demolition of the ancestral house inherited from several generations. If he really relied on Chu Yaoyao to struggle on his own, I'm afraid that he would never be able to afford it in his lifetime. But now, the financially strapped BFF first got $200,000 of pocket money and then bought a $10 million supercar. Now the $20 million townhouse has also arrived. It hadn't even been a few days yet, and had actually accomplished a goal that was impossible for her to accomplish in her lifetime. A wave of envy grew from the bottom of her heart. Xu Yaoyao knew that if she took another step forward, it would be envy. Because of this, her gaze towards Zhang Lin began to turn more complicated. She always felt that there seemed to be an invisible charm on the other party that was attracting her. Zhang Lin naturally didn't know that she actually had so many complex emotions in her heart at the moment. At this moment, he was being excitedly pulled by Luo Yifei as he wandered around in the townhouse. Zhang Lin couldn't figure out why he was so excited to see it again when he had obviously just seen it. Half an hour later, Luo Yifei had finally seen enough, and only then did she shyly stick to Zhang Lin's chest. "I'm sorry, dear, I'm really like this because I'm too happy to have my own house," Luo Yifei said softly. "It's okay, I can understand." Zhang Lin smiled and nodded. "Aya, it's getting late, you must be hungry, right?" Luo Yifei said with an apologetic face, "I'll cook for you." AI. Zhang Lin pulled her back. "It's been a tiring day, no, we can't go out to eat." "No, you have to cook in a new home, we have this custom in our old home," Luo Yifei insisted for a rare moment. "All right, dear, just sit here and rest, leave the rest to us." Luo Yifei pressed Zhang Lin on the sofa, while she herself pulled Xu Yaoyao to the kitchen to get busy. Zhang Lin, who was sitting on the sofa, didn't stay idle either, but took out his cell phone and made a call to that boss Pan. He told the other party to send the car to the king's residence when it was done. "Anyway, this townhouse comes with 2 parking spaces, so it's just right for parking. I haven't had time to look at that king's mansion yet." Zhang Lin rubbed his brow. Today he focused on choosing a house with Luo Yifei and the girls. How did he forget about this? After thinking about it, he decided to go over and take a look tomorrow. The only thing that was a bit of a puzzle was that he didn't know who to bring along to take a look. Luo Yifei has been accompanied by a lot of people lately, so what if he left out his other confidants? AI. Zhang Lin let out a long sigh. Handsome is not away, always have to worry about these things. Just when he was a little depressed, suddenly his cell phone rang again. Chapter 67 Cannot. I Chu Yaoyao willing to lose. Chen Shan? What is he calling me for? Zhang Lin raised his eyebrows and with doubt, he answered the other party's call. "Hello, what's the matter?" Chen Shan on the other end of the phone hurriedly and respectfully said, "Mr. Jiang, just now, several shareholders of the group called, saying that they want to ask you when you have time to pay a visit to your residence. There are also several big suppliers who want to see you." "Call on me?" Zhang Lin's eyes flashed. The entire King real estate was so huge, suddenly the shareholders' shares actually changed hands. He didn't care how the system did it, it would always still make people suspicious. Furthermore, to the extent that he had jumped up to the first shareholder all of a sudden, if he didn't have some strength and substance, I'm afraid that he certainly didn't carry much weight in front of the other shareholders. As for those suppliers, they naturally wanted to pull some strings with the new boss. Almost at the drop of a hat, Zhang Lin guessed the intentions of these people. "Want to come and probe my bottom?" Zhang Lin shook his head and smiled. "Fine, then let them come over to meet me tomorrow afternoon. I'll send you the address at that time." "Okay, Mr. Jiang, then I won't disturb your rest." Chen Shan nodded and then hung up the phone. Finally, after the two beauties had been busy for almost 2 hours, a large table of colorful and fragrant meals was ready straight away. Celebrating the joy of housewarming. Cheers! The three of them raised their glasses at the same time and drank the red wine in their cups. "Fifi, do you have any plans for tomorrow?" While eating, Zhang Lin opened his mouth and asked. Luo Yifei inclined her head and thought, "There are a lot of things tomorrow. Although the decorations and furniture are all here, there are still a lot of ornaments, home appliances, and other things that I haven't purchased. I want to go with Yao Yao tomorrow to pick them out. After that, there's still decorating, moving, and whatnot." Zhang Lin heard. "Anyway, there's busy." Then he shook his head. "Okay, then I still have things to do tomorrow, so I won't accompany you." "Aha, honey, you go and get busy." Luo Yifei nodded her head obediently. After having dinner, originally Chu Yaoyao was planning to leave. But she couldn't resist Luo Yifei's hospitality, saying that she must invite her best friend to stay here for a night in her new room. For Luo Yifei's kindness, Xu Yaoyao excused herself for a bit and finally could only agree. The time now was 9 o'clock at night. If she rested so early, she wouldn't be able to sleep at all. In the end, it was Luo Yifei who came up with a traditional entertainment program. Fight the landlord. 3 people fighting the landlord, it's simply not too appropriate. Good, I'm the best at fighting the landlord. Hearing this proposal, Chu Yaoyao immediately got excited. Then we can't play for nothing, there must be a punishment for losing. Punishment? What punishment? Zhang Lin didn't care anyway, with his strength as the king of landlords, it definitely wouldn't be his turn. Luo Yifei heard it but smiled wryly. "We'll play big if we want to play." Both of them looked at her at the same time. "What's the bet?" "If you lose, take off your clothes."
Shu Yaoyao's face instantly blushed upon hearing this. Fei, you're so bad, this isn't fair to me.
You two have seen everything, but I haven't. Luo Fei sniffed but smiled with a smug face. Who made you not believe in darling in the beginning? Can't I give you a small punishment? Of course, if you are afraid, forget it. Afraid? What am I Chu Yaoyao afraid of? Chu Yaoyao immediately retorted, it's not certain who will lose or win. Come on. Zhang Lin couldn't help but glance towards Luo Fei when he heard this. As a result, he actually gained a meaningful smile from the other party. What does this little girl mean? Could it be that? Zhang Lin's heart skipped a beat. This confidant was also too good at playing, right? Doesn't mind this?
It didn't take long for the playing cards to be bought back, and the three of them started playing.
I won, Ifei you lost. In the first game, Luo Fei was the landlord, Chu Yaoyao and Zhang Lin won. Good, I'm willing to lose. Luo Fei didn't hesitate for a second and waved her hand and took off her jacket. This was something the two deliberately put on after knowing the punishment. Again.
In the second game, Zhang Lin lost.
He was the landlord, and although there was a water release from Luo Fei, Chu Yaoyao's luck was really good to the point of bursting, and every time, he happened to manage Zhang Lin's hand.
Zhang Lin didn't hesitate and directly took off his short sleeves. It was the first time Chu Yaoyao saw the lines of Zhang Lin's upper body, and immediately her pretty face turned red.
The heart couldn't help but thump up.
So sturdy, so great. As the third set began, Zhang Lin and Luo Fei looked at each other and reached a tacit understanding at the same time. Their own home court, actually letting others be so arrogant.
This is absolutely not okay. My streak, anyone?
Chu Yaoyao felt that her luck with cards was particularly strong, and with this set going down, she was simply invincible.
Zhang Lin looked down at his hand and couldn't manage.
Even if his card skills are great, there is nothing he can do without good cards. But who knew that at this time, Luo Fei suddenly flashed her eyes and said to Chu Yaoyao, Yaoyao, help me with my cell phone.
Oh.
Chu Yaoyao pressed her hand card, while her other hand reached out to the cell phone on the sofa. At this very moment, Luo Fei and Zhang Lin had a heart-to-heart and came together, swapping their hand cards instantly by several.
Here you go. Thanks. Do you want it or not?
Zhang Lin raised his hand and piped on, Jacks, just right. Chu Yaoyao was dumbfounded. I didn't expect this to be piped on.
I'm sorry. Don't. One more set, 3 with 1, 4 left.
Zhang Lin had only 4 cards left in one breath. At this time, Chu Yaoyao hurriedly showed her bombs.
4 balls. 4 kings, just right.
Zhang Lin clapped his hands and looked at his opponent with a breezy face.
You lose. Okay, I'll take off. Chu Yaoyao bristled. It was just a jacket, it didn't matter.
But next was the beginning of the nightmare. No matter how good her hand was, Luo Fei and Zhang Lin were simply like nemesis, suppressing her at just the right time every time.
Second game, lose. Take off another piece. Third game, lose. Take off one more. Fourth game, fifth game. Losing in a row. Chu Yaoyao immediately stood up in a gambling mood.
I'm not playing anymore, my luck is too bad, I lose every time. Luo Fei forced a smile on her face. If you don't want to play, you don't want to play, but, Yaoyao, you're willing to gamble, you're willing to lose. The jacket, silk scarf, including the shoes have all been taken off. Chu Yaoyao looked down at the short sleeves and short skirt on her body. Her face instantly turned red and incomparable. Seeing Chu Yaoyao stammering, Zhang Lin smiled and waved his hand. Forget it, Ifei, it's late, we should rest too.
No way. Chu Yaoyao, am willing to gamble. She droned out, take off, just take off.
In the end, with great courage, she successfully completed the bet. However, she only stayed in the living room for 3 seconds before fleeing back to the bedroom like the wind.
Seeing this, Zhang Lin couldn't help but look at Luo Fei with some speechlessness. Fei, you schemer. He. Luo Fei jumped into Zhang Lin's arms and said with a smile, I'm just letting her get used to it in advance, she'll be with you in the future anyway. Put.
Zhang Lin sprayed a mouthful of water on the coffee table and looked at Luo Fei with an unbelievable face. But Luo Fei smiled, I'm serious, Yaoyao is my best friend, if I can be together for the rest of my life, I'll be happy too.
Zhang Lin, Bulby Glass JPG. There was no time to talk all night.
The next morning, Zhang Lin got up early in the morning and directly left the king's famous residence. He first took a taxi back to the villa and then drove his Silby Black Arrow to the king's mansion. He was going to take a look at his royal residence first, whether he needed to have it cleaned up. After all, the guests were coming in the afternoon, so it couldn't be full of dust.
But before he arrived, an unfamiliar call suddenly entered his cell phone.
When Zhang Lin connected it, a voice with a light smile entered his ears.
Hello brother Jiang, I'm Zhang Feng. Chapter 68, Don't Punch Mr. Jiang. Zhang Feng? Zhang Lin raised his eyebrows. After this guy failed to pretend to be X, he actually called himself back? But for this guy, Zhang Lin didn't have much good feelings. So he just faintly said, something wrong? Aha!
Zheng Feng smiled. I didn't realize that Brother Jiang was actually so young and promising that he was actually a shareholder of Mingdao Restaurant Group.
It is really Zheng Feng's honor to be able to know a successful person like you. After a pause, Zheng Feng added, I told my friends about your deeds, they are all very curious about you. I wonder if you have time today, come to our place to get together, let's make friends.
Jiang Lin smiled slightly, he was naturally not a cutie. This Zheng Feng took the initiative to call himself, naturally did not have a good heart.
Its real purpose is nothing more than one, wanting to get back in front of himself and get back in the city.
Therefore, he only said 2 words, no time. After saying that he is going to hang up the phone, his own day-to-day business, do not have time to deal with these playboys it. But at this moment, Zheng Feng hurriedly said, wait, Brother Jiang, we are sincerely invited, not even this face will not give it, right?
Of course, if you're afraid, it's fine if you don't come.
Jiang Lin snorted, excitement?
Oh, what a joke, you think that the magic trick? Well, you've successfully provoked me.
Jiang Lin's dictionary, there is no fear of this word.
Since you're looking for trouble, I'll be polite.
Maybe I can even swipe some more Blitz rewards. Okay, I'm not available today, tomorrow, time and place send me.
Okay, Brother Jiang, then we'll see you the day after tomorrow. Zheng Feng's triumphant laughter came from the phone.
Hanging up the phone, he turned his head with a smile on his face and said, Ning Xiao, it's done. In the middle of an ancient room, a slender, sword-browed young man was sitting on his knees. In front of him was a tea table. He raised his hand and poured a cup of tea, which was fragrant and aromatic. He took a sip, and then, in a flat tone, he spoke, strong people, all have the dignity of strong people, for him to agree, proves that he still has some guts. Zheng Feng, I will help you this time, even if I return your favor, from now on, the two do not owe. Zheng Feng smiled and said, Ning Xiao, what are you talking about, you never owe me anything, this time you are able to help out, I can't thank you enough. Besides, our families have always been led by the Ning family, so it's only natural that you would be the most appropriate person to step in at a time like this. Ning Xiao glanced at him, his complexion not fluctuating in the slightest. Remember, we are just dabbling in the construction industry, compared to the real giants, there is still a world of difference. Ning Xiao's lesson is correct. Zheng Feng compensated with a smile. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know what kind of rescuer Zheng Feng had invited, he had now arrived at the place labeled Luin Street A1 on the address. But he had wandered around for half a day, but he actually didn't see this door number. Strange, shouldn't the entrance to this king's mansion be a number 1? With doubts, Jiang Lin suddenly saw that at the location of A5, there was actually an ancient, imposing gate. The 2 stone lions at the entrance were very imposing. The lintel above the door was also carved and skillfully crafted. Could it be that this was it? Jiang Lin got out of the car and was about to go up and open the door when he suddenly saw the small door next to the gate open at once, and a figure in a suit walked out from inside. Seeing Jiang Lin, the other party's face surfaced with surprise. Mr. Jiang, I can finally wait for you. This person walked a few steps. I am a staff member of the Property Rights Trading Organization, although the property rights have been registered, the key to this Wang Fu has not been sent to you yet. I have been waiting for you for several days. As he spoke, this staff member could not help but sigh in his heart. It was the first time he had seen a person who had obtained a royal residence not come over to receive it at the first opportunity. Instead, he made himself wait for several days. Perhaps, this was the big brother. Thanks a lot, it's been hard on you. Jiang Lin smiled and nodded, then took the key from the other party. This if didn't look like a door opener, but like a car key. He subconsciously pressed it, and instantly the entire gate opened with a soft thud and actually opened automatically. The former owner of this royal residence has remodeled the entire royal residence and installed a very advanced smart home system. Your key can not only be remote controlled, but also through the app, Remote Control. The staff introduced Mr. Jiang. Our organization has arranged for you to have 50 housekeeping staff to clean the entire royal residence. Including all utensils have been fully equipped. Good, thanks a lot. Jiang Lin nodded his head, sure enough buying a royal residence is good, even this kind of service has been arranged. By the way, Mr. Jiang, do you need a butler or maid or something like that on your side? We can also handle it on your behalf. The staff asked thoughtfully. No need, I'll arrange my own maid on my side. Jiang Lin waved his hand, the property of number 1 courtyard could contact Filipino maids, he could ask them to send more over. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. Bye. Bye. After sending off the staff, Jiang Lin directly called the property center of number 1 courtyard and asked them to send 20 Filipino maids over. He himself, on the other hand, leisurely walked into the king's mansion to take a good stroll around his home. As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Lin was shocked by the sight in front of him. Although in his memory, he vaguely remembered the appearance of the royal residence in his previous life, but when he really saw it, he still couldn't help but be shocked. The Crescent River surrounded the mansion like a dragon, and the western mountains looked like a tiger's perch in the distance. The entire royal mansion is full of buildings, with extraordinary grandeur. Garden, flowing water, rockery, attic, everything. One modeling ancient atmosphere, carved beams and painted buildings, exquisite.
Not only that, after the renovation, there were all sorts of modernized facilities, which could be described as everything. Zhang Lin was so dazzled that he felt like he couldn't even count the houses. But he wasn't in a hurry. When he lived here every day in the future, he would always be able to count them clearly. It wasn't long before the maids were all in place, and even though they were all maids who had seen big scenes, they were completely shocked. When they recovered from the shock, they began to familiarize themselves with the environment and assign work. In a flash, nearly 2 hours passed. At this time, outside the royal residence, a dozen luxury cars surfaced one after another. There were Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Maybachs, and so on. All of them were big brands that were stable and solid and luxurious. If one simply appeared, it would not be enough to draw attention. But when more than a dozen of them appeared together at once, it instantly made many people gasp in amazement. Look, wow, 3 Rolls-Royces. So many luxury cars. That MPV seems to be very expensive too. At least $5 million. Why are there so many luxury cars here? Is there some big shot here? Between people's discussions, a group of luxury cars had already appeared at the entrance of Luyin Street. Suddenly, the Rolls-Royce in the lead stopped. A middle-aged man in the car with an extraordinary demeanor raised his eyebrows. What's wrong, Xiao Zhang? Xiao Zhang, the assistant sitting on the co-pilot, frowned at the words and said with some uncertainty. Mr. Alu, the address that Mr. Zhang gave is here, but there is only one wall. Ha! King Real Estate's second largest shareholder, LV Xianlong, raised an eyebrow at the words. Mr. Zhang's information can't be wrong, look again. Chen Shan, the CEO sitting next to him, nodded his head and said, Mr. LV is right, since Mr. Zhang has given the address, there will definitely be no mistake. At the same time, the two men's cell phones rang at the same time, and amongst their specialized WeChat group, a voice of inquiry popped up. Mr. Lu, why did it stop? Are we going the wrong way? But the map's labeling is here. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Mr. Lu raised his hand. Xiao Zhang, drive inwards. Maybe Mr. Zhang said number 10 and we misunderstood. Okay. The driver kicked the gas, the Rolls-Royce directly along Luyin Street to the head. But from the beginning to the end, there was actually no gate of any villa area in sight. This time, everyone was puzzled. Even CEO Chen Shan couldn't help but frown. Could it be that Mr. Zhang had said the wrong address? After a moment of silence, CEO Lu couldn't help but say, Old Chen, why don't you call and ask to see? Among the crowd, it was Chen Shan who was most familiar with the other party. Hearing this, Chen Shan nodded. All right, I'll ask Mr. Zhang. Saying that, he dialed the phone and just as soon as it rang, it was connected. Chen Shan immediately said with a smile on his face, Mr. Zhang, this is Xiao Chun, we have found a one, but we didn't see where your mansion is. Zhang Lin on the other end of the phone nodded and said, oh, you guys drive to number 5, I'll open the door for you. Hey, good Lu. Hanging up the phone, the Rolls-Royce moved forward again. This time the driver stopped at the location of number 5. The crowd looked towards the outside from the car window and realized that apart from a King's Gate, they didn't see any other buildings. Just as Chen Shan thought about whether he should ask Zhang Lin again. Suddenly, the imposing gate next to him actually opened towards both sides with a soft sound. Hiss. Almost everyone subconsciously sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Wang, the king's residence? Their number 1 shareholder, actually living in a king's mansion? This was too bullish. Now they suddenly realized that the address given for a number 1, the whole damn street, was owned by someone else. Mr. Lu and Mr. Chen looked at each other and scrambled down from the car. All the other owners inside the luxury cars were actually God synchronized at this moment. These people gathered at the door and looked at the gate for a long time, unable to calm down. Only after a long time did General Manager Lu say in a low voice, Gentlemen, you must be careful when you go in later, don't bump into Mr. Zhang. This Mr. Zhang is definitely not an ordinary person. Chapter 69, Zhang Lin, you have to work hard too. The crowd nodded their heads at the words. They were all old men. Naturally, they understood the reasoning behind it. The existence of having a royal residence, not to mention how much money was spent. This place alone was not something that an ordinary person could buy. Without an absolute background, this formalities alone wouldn't even go down. Big brother, this is definitely a big brother. A line of a dozen people didn't even dare to sit in a car this time. One by one, they entered it on foot. Walking along the marble floor of the central axis to the end, they saw a building as opulent as a palace. And a young man in casual clothes was actually standing there so plainly. Whether it was the shareholders or the suppliers, they had already seen Zhang Lin's picture long before they came. It was naturally impossible to recognize him wrongly at this time. But even so, the moment they saw Zhang Lin, they were still shocked by the other party. Too young. The other party looked like he was only 24 or 25 years old. Moreover, he was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. Even when he faced so many bosses, he didn't fluctuate in the slightest, his face just had a light smile and was breezy. Seeing the other party's state, the hearts of the crowd were once again in awe. This Mr. Zhang is definitely not a very human being. Unconsciously, everyone in their hearts labeled Zhang Lin as an unpredictable person who could not be messed with. CEO Chen Shan was the first to welcome him. Mr. Jiang, hello, my name is Chen Shan. Welcome. Jiang Lin nodded his head indifferently. Welcome all of you, please come in. With that he turned his head towards the hall. In the parlor, the people were seated in groups of guests and hosts. Jiang Lin sat on top of the main seat and listened to Chen Shan introduce him. Mr. Jiang, this is the second largest shareholder, LV Xianlong, Mr. LV. This is the third largest shareholder, Mr. Zhu Zhenban, Mr. Zhu. This is the main structure-related supplier, Ning Buguang of Ning Group, Mr. Ning. This is the supplier of waterproof materials, Zhang Jiong of Zhang's Group, Mr. Zhang. Jiang Lin listened to the introductions one by one, nodding with each other one by one. Looking at Jiang Lin's calm and relaxed, laughing and chatting appearance, the many bosses in their hearts once again raised their perception of Jiang Lin. Normally, the juniors they saw who were of a similar age to Jiang Lin. Which one of them were not all respectful and trembling with fear and trembling? On the contrary, the other party was not only not the slightest bit nervous, but also had a calm face. It seemed that he was not facing a big boss, but a commoner. In fact, how do they know that Jiang Lin was also a business elite in his previous life and had seen many big scenes? Adding to that, since awakening the system, his psyche had already been refined by the system to be very strong. Just a few bosses in the district, he didn't put them in his eyes yet. The crowd just sat here for less than half an hour before getting up to leave. Because what should be known had already been known. What should be known had already been known. They naturally didn't dare to delay Jiang Lin here. Mr. Jiang, if there is any need in the future, just give old Lu a call at any time. LV Xianlong rushed towards Jiang Lin and slightly arched his hand. Mr. LV is too polite. Jiang Lin similarly smiled and arched his hand. After sending the other party away, Jiang Lin drove his car Roman King away from the royal residence. His destination was the imperial capital airport. Because he had just received a call that Auntie, who was traveling abroad on business, had returned today. He was asked to pick up the airplane. Moreover, together with Anne, there is also a good friend of hers who is abroad. At the imperial capital airport, Annie and Catherine were standing at the exit gate waiting. Annie, what time is that boyfriend of yours coming? Catherine said with some dissatisfaction. It's been almost an hour, why hasn't he arrived yet? Soon, I just asked. The traffic jam, you are not unaware of the traffic in the imperial capital. And spread her hands and expressed her helplessness. Although I'm from the imperial city, I've been abroad for too long, I didn't realize that the imperial city is still so dirty and messy. Catherine shook her head and said with a disappointed face, Annie, at least you've been abroad for so long, why do you have to find a boyfriend at home? Like me, why don't you find a rich man abroad? Catherine, my boyfriend is rich too, okay? Annie retorted, he's driving a supercar worth $100 million. Really false. Catherine giggled, she had heard Annie say this a long time ago. A boss who owns a small supermarket can afford a $100 million supercar? That's a lie. What kind of supermarket does he think he runs? Walmart? When she first heard Annie say this, she didn't believe it at all. But at least it is girlfriends, she cannot face the demolition of the stage, can only agree that, well, know that your boyfriend has moneyline, then later I have to see what 100 million sports car looks like. I'll have to see what a $100 million sports car looks like later. As she was talking, and suddenly opened her mouth in surprise and said, he's coming, honey, I'm here. Catherine looked up, a handsome little man in casual clothes walked towards Annie. Looking at the face value is not bad, but what's the use? It's not like you can eat it. Annie had already rushed towards Jiang Lin like flying at this time. Jiang Lin also smiled and opened his arms, hugging the other party in his arms. I missed you so much, honey. Me too. After making out with Jiang Lin for a while, Annie then pulled Jiang Lin to introduce to Catherine. Catherine, this is my boyfriend Jiang Lin. Honey, this is my best friend, Catherine. You are from Daxia? Jiang Lin couldn't help but be a bit surprised when he saw the other party. He thought Annie's best friend should be a foreigner. What? Am I not allowed to immigrate? Catherine proudly looked at Jiang Lin. Oops, let's go, the domestic air is unbearable. Jiang Lin looked at her with some displeasure. Something that panders to foreigners. But after all, Annie was also here, so he couldn't directly dislike the other party. Jiang Lin turned his head and took the luggage from Annie. Let's go home. Hey, where's your car? Drive over. When Catherine heard this, she couldn't help but say. I didn't expect Jiang Lin to look at her and faintly said, can't you read the sign? Parking is not allowed here. Being disliked by Jiang Lin, Catherine's face instantly darkened. What are you pretending for? See me poking through you later. The three of them came to the underground parking lot. Catherine opened her mouth while walking. Jiang Lin, I heard Annie say you have a $100 million supercar, did you drive it today? Jiang Lin smiled faintly and shook his head, he didn't drive it. Why didn't you drive it? It couldn't be that it just happened to be sent for repair. LOL. Catherine let out a delicate laugh and said in a sarcastic tone. Which knew that Jiang Lin didn't seem to hear that it was sarcasm at all, but instead clapped his hands and laughed. Oops, you're so good? Guessed it in a flash. Let you pretend. Catherine Heartcold smile, that you drive what car to pick us up? Will not be more than 100,000 yuan car it. That kind of car I do not sit. The material is formaldehyde, harmful to the body. Oh, is it? Zhang Lin a little surprised pat on the head, really is more than 100,000 it, or you take a taxi to go? You. Just said Zhang Lin took out the car key and pressed it, and at once the lights of Carloman's car lit up at once. Catherine took a look and immediately brightened up and swallowed the words that came to her mouth hard. Wow, this car is so cool. She rushed up with some excitement, suddenly realizing that Zhang Lin must have deliberately lied to him. Only the logo of this car she hadn't even seen before, and for a while she really didn't know what kind of car it was. Zhang Lin, you changed your car? And who saw this car was also a bit surprised and couldn't help but ask curiously. No, I borrowed this from a friend. Zhang Lin shook his head, the supercar could not sit on 3 people. Catherine, who was originally still a little excited, immediately despised it in her heart when she heard it. I said, so it is borrowed. Let's go. Get in the car. The 3 of them got into the car and sat in the passenger side, while Catherine sat in the back. Honey, where are we going? And, who was sitting in the car, asked. To my house. Zhang Lin laughed, I've changed to a new place, it's just right to show you around. Is that so? That's great. Annie smiled, she hadn't been to Zhang Lin's home yet. When Catherine in the back heard this, she raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but ask, Annie, your boyfriend bought a new house? It's not bad at all. I heard that the house price here is very expensive. When she said this, Zhang Lin shook his head with a modest face. No, this place is rented by me. The original rent expired, and the place is small, so I replaced it with a big one. Rented? When Catherine heard this, she immediately lost interest and didn't even bother to speak. On the contrary, and did not care about this, but curiously said, big house? Catherine, do you want to go and take a look together? No need, what is there to see in that kind of small house? Catherine waved her hand with a disdainful face. When you guys arrive, I will find a 5-star hotel in the neighborhood to stay for a while, and then go back to my hometown tomorrow. Then she sighed with a haughty face. Hey, considering the domestic security, when I was leaving, my boyfriend told me to stay in a 5-star hotel. Otherwise he will be angry. She said and pretended to be natural, stretching out her wrist, revealing the bracelet she had hidden under her clothes. Handsome man, can I trouble you to turn up the air conditioning a little bit? It's so hot. She rested her wrist on the side of the seat, and at once she heard Annie's surprised voice. Catherine, this bracelet of yours is so pretty? From your boyfriend? Of course. Catherine smiled with a modest face. I said I didn't want it, but he insisted on buying it for me. It's over 60,000 knives, people are heartbroken. More than 60,000, isn't that more than $300,000? Zhang Lin's eyes flickered, and he was suddenly surprised. This is almost catching up with the cost of my place for a year. Humph. Catherine smiled arrogantly. Ma, my boyfriend even said that when I go back, he will send me a big house of 300 square feet. Your boyfriend is really rich. Zhang Lin said with an envious face. It's not bad. Catherine smiled smugly. Zhang Lin, you also have to work hard, although you can't catch up with my boyfriend, but you can still live better. As she was saying, Zhang Lin's car slowed down for a moment, and then she heard him say, here we are, get off. Chapter 70 is a year's electricity bill. Cannot add the cost of water more fee. Getting out of the car, Catherine looked at the surrounding streets and couldn't help but snicker. Annie, what kind of house is your boyfriend renting here? Is it a bungalow? Annie listened and looked around, couldn't help but wonder, honey, where is this place? Are we going the wrong way? But Zhang Lin smiled slightly and shook his head. Yes, this is the place I rented, don't believe me, look. Saying this, he pressed the key in his hand, only to see the lights instantly shine on the originally dark street. In front of them, an imposing gate appeared at once. Creak. With a soft sound, the gate opened, and an incomparably luxurious and imposing royal mansion was completely presented in front of the 2 of them. In an instant, the 2 women were completely shocked. A series of dumbfoundedness directly surfaced on Catherine's face. Nima? What kind of place was this? A tourist attraction? But why would Zhang Lin have the key? Did Catherine not dare to think any further? She couldn't believe that Zhang Lin actually owned such a huge palace. She used to grow up in the country, and if she remembered correctly, this was a royal palace. Zhang Lin owned a royal palace? Impossible, this was absolutely impossible. She didn't believe it. Wow. This is actually your home? At this time, Annie also came back from her shock and shouted with surprise on her face. Yeah, welcome, beautiful lady. Zhang Lin made a gesture of invitation. At this time, the Catherine beside him was not having it. She hurriedly asked, Zhang Lin, didn't you say you rented a house? How could it be here? Zhang Lin glanced at her with a look of a retard. Do you think this is a place that can be rented? Idiot, you believe whatever you say. But Catherine was undeterred. Impossible, didn't you just say that this bracelet of mine is able to cover your expenses for a year? Right.
Jiang Lin nodded rightfully. It's a year's electricity bill. You can't add the water bill, plus the water bill isn't enough, I'm more charged for water here.
Catherine, oh. Goddamn water is more expensive. This is clearly playing with me?
Only now did she react. From the beginning, Jiang Lin was playing with her. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and checked the Carrot Man logo online.
She was shocked.
The low end was $20 million, and the top end was $50 million.
And it was a limited edition, with only one coming out a year worldwide.
Where the hell can he borrow it? It is clearly his own.
Embarrassed, super damn embarrassed.
He actually showed off his jewelry to others along the way, but it turned out that the other party had been treating him as a clown. But in this instant, Catherine also instantly realized a truth. Jiang Lin was rich, and super rich. At this point, even his boyfriend couldn't compare. Her boyfriend was just an executive of a foreign company, earning hundreds of thousands of knives a year. He could never afford to buy such a large royal residence. Moreover, although she called her boyfriend externally, she actually called her godfather in front of the other party. Now, there was actually such a handsome and rich man in front of her.
How could she not be moved by it?
Annie, don't blame sisters for being heartless. Catherine secretly resolved in her heart that she would grab this man. With this thought, she had a shy look on her face, and opened her mouth towards Annie with an embarrassed face. And, my good sister, people have never, ever lived in a royal residence. Hearing her say this, as a good sister, Annie naturally nodded her head and said, I have no problem, but if you want to stay here, you still need to look at Jiang Lin's meaning.
Catherine had black lines on her head. If I thought he would agree, would I still need to ask you to intercede?
But at this moment, in order to be with Jiang Lin, she gave up. Therefore, she revealed a smile that she thought was the most charming, and said in a whiny voice, Mr. Jiang Toyin, I changed my mind, okay? Jiang Lin looked at her and felt sick to his stomach, but with a smile on his face, he nodded and said, good.
Wait for me to help you carry your luggage. Ah. Really? Then thank you so much, you're so nice. Catherine was flabbergasted for a moment, then a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. See, it's true that old me still has charisma.
She was secretly pleased in her heart. In this world, there is no cat that doesn't like to steal fish. She believed that as long as she was able to stay inside, when the time came to perform her teasing men in 108 styles stance, she would definitely be able to completely decapitate him. While she was thinking about it, Jiang Lin's voice suddenly rang out. Alright, I've already put the luggage for you. She came back to her senses and subconsciously looked to the side. What? Jiang Lin actually put all her luggage into a cab.
Jiang Lin, what are you doing? Catherine suppressed her disbelief and continued to say in a whiny voice.
I've already put the luggage. As long as you get in the car, the master will drive you to the nearest 5-star hotel.
Jiang Lin said as he already turned his head towards his royal residence.
Creak. The gate of the royal mansion closed at this moment. Catherine, who saw this scene, instantly panicked. She rushed towards the direction of the king's mansion's gate and couldn't help but shout, Hey, Jiang Lin, didn't you promise to let me stay at your home? As the words fell, Jiang Lin's icy voice could be heard from inside.
I'm sorry, I don't receive moyo dogs here. Bam!
The gate closed, leaving only Catherine standing there in the wind. How could she not expect that Jiang Lin would end up giving him a closed door? What did he just call me?
Moyo dog. He actually called me a moyo dog? Jiang Lin, you.
Catherine shouted towards the Wang Fu with incomparable anger, but just as she opened her mouth, she heard a disgruntled chorus coming from behind her.
Are you leaving or not? If you're not leaving, take your luggage down. Really, wasting master's time. Catherine was so scared that she almost didn't directly pass out from anger. Jiang Lin naturally didn't have time to pay attention to this moyo dog.
Seeing him come back alone, Anne, who was browsing around, was puzzled. Dear, where is Catherine? She said that she is not used to living here, or go to a 5-star hotel. Jiang Lin said casually.
Is there a 5-star hotel nearby?
Annie was puzzled.
Oh, I let the driver master pull her back to the airport, there.
Catherine never expected to be back in that familiar place when the cab stopped.
Honey, it's very late, should we rest?
Annie said to Jiang Lin with a smile on her face. There was no time to talk all night. The next morning, when Jiang Lin woke up from his sleep, he saw an additional text message on his cell phone. Eastern Suburb, Wind and Cloud Tea House. 12 o'clock at noon.
Tea house? Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows. Shouldn't a tea house be opened in the downtown area? The eastern suburb is a suburb now. How come there are still people going to drink tea? It seems that it's not to drink tea, it's to eat hongmen banquet.
Jiang Lin shook his head and smiled. He was really quite curious about what the other party could come up with. It's best to come up with something fresh, maybe they can blitz out something good. Annie had something to go back to the company, so Jiang Lin naturally had to go by himself. Driving car Roman, Jiang Lin directly navigated to the direction of the eastern suburbs. He walked for almost an hour and finally arrived near the eastern suburb. But after searching for half a day, he didn't see any Fengyan tea house. In the end, when he was about to give up, he suddenly saw a somewhat abandoned factory. Although this factory was abandoned, the houses inside were still as good as new. What made him even more strange was that there were quite a few luxury cars that appeared from time to time from afar, directly exercising into the factory. With a stir in his heart, Zhang Lin also drove his car in directly. In the middle of the factory, he saw a huge plaque that read, Wind and Cloud Tea House. 4 big words. Opening a tea house in a factory? Zhang Lin shook his head. You rich people are really good at this. He parked his car and saw a lot of people coming out of the luxury cars, talking and laughing with each other and walking in. At a glance, this place didn't look like any illegal place. Just as he was wondering, a voice suddenly rang out. Brother Jiang, so you're here. Zhang Lin inclined his head to see that it was Zhang Feng, the Zhang Gengzi who had invited him. Chapter 71 Trigger Trillionfold Blitz, reward a copy of Bianhe Guanyu scripture. Duke Shang, this tea house of yours actually opened here, it's quite interesting. Zhang Lin swept a glance at the other party and said in a flat tone. Ha, this is not my tea house. Zhang Feng laughed out loud. This Wind and Cloud tea house was not a mere tea house, said he with a hint of smugness on his face, pointing to a relatively large factory building. Here is the tea. He also pointed to the small factory building next to him. There is the pavilion, adding up to the tea house. Let's go. Ning Xiao has been waiting in the tea house for a long time. Ning Xiao? Zhang Lin raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, this guy had found help. He followed the other party over, but when Zhang Feng pushed open the door of the old factory outside, the scene inside really had nothing to do with the tea house. In the middle of the empty and huge factory building, there were actually quite a few people gathered at this moment. They all seemed to be staring at a pile of stones and commenting on them. The only thing more related to tea. Perhaps it was the drinks served by the waiter next to them. Come on, Brother Jiang, inside please. Without waiting for Zhang Lin to say anything, Zhang Feng led the way in front. The two of them passed through one divided area after another, and finally, at the very end, they saw a separately isolated room. The room was decorated in ancient colors and looked as if it was the study of an ancient family. A few chairs were placed on both sides of the study, with some young people sitting on them. At the moment, these people all fell on Zhang Lin with scrutinizing gazes. In the center, there was an antique tea table, and at the back of the tea table, a young man dressed in white, looking like a Taoist master, was holding a precious purple sand kettle. With a gentle pour, the dark-colored tea soup flowed out, and only part of it fell into the teacups below, while most of it flowed down the tea table. Zhang Feng walked up to the other party and bowed slightly, saying, Xiao Ning, the person has been brought. Ning Xiao slowly raised his head at the words and met Zhang Lin's gaze in mid-air. Crackle! Zhang Lin's eyes stared. The other party's eyes were different from normal people, they actually gave him a stern feeling. However, Zhang Lin was a figure who had reached the intercepting fist Dao Grandmaster level of strength, and he didn't care about this kind of gaze at all. He didn't even have the slightest fluctuation in his eyes, looking at the other party very plainly. Very well. Ning Xiao suddenly smiled faintly and pushed the teacup in front of him forward. Please. Zhang Lin swept a bland glance at him, but didn't move a muscle. Seeing this, Ning Xiao let out a light laugh. Hee, Brother Jiang doesn't drink. Could it be that he's afraid that the tea is poisonous? Zhang Lin sniffed but shook his head slightly. No. Oh? Then why don't you drink it? Ning Xiao asked with some surprise. Zhang Lin was silent for a moment and said in a flat tone, You, not qualified. The moment these words came out, the spectators on both sides of the room quit. Unbridled, you dare to speak to Ning Xiao like that? Do you know who young Ning is? How capable he is? How dare you speak so presumptuously? You simply don't know the heights of heaven and earth, and even young Ning isn't qualified, so who do you think you are? Looking at the righteously indignant spectators on both sides, Ning Xiao suddenly raised his hand. A hush fell over him. Snap! Snap! Ning Xiao clapped his hands and said rather appreciatively, You're very interesting. Zhang Feng is indeed quite inferior compared to you. Saying that, he bowed slightly. I, Ning Yi, am the owner of this tea house. It's fine for you to call me Boss Ning. Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow and said flatly, I guess you're the one who told Zhang Feng to call me, right? There's something to say quickly, I'm in a hurry. He. Ning Yi smiled faintly. No rush, I heard Zhang Feng say that Brother Jiang is young and wealthy. That's why I'm here today. I want to ask Brother Jiang to play a couple of games. I don't know if I'm interested. Zhang Lin raised his eyebrows and seemed to have some guesses. Play what? Gambling stones. Gambling on stones? Zhang Lin's heart stirred. Although he hadn't played this in his previous life, he had heard of it on the internet. Gambling on stones was a game of picking mined jadeite raw stones without cutting them, at a relatively low price, to win big with small. This behavior is not gambling, but because its nature of chance is similar to gambling, it is called stone gambling. Zhang Lin also didn't expect that this Wind and Cloud tea house was a stone gambling ground. It was a bit interesting. Zhang Lin secretly said in his heart, but on the surface, he said flatly, As far as I know, most of the gambling stone farms are concentrated in the southern area. Are the stones here reliable? When this statement came out, a young man next to him couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Ning Xiao's strength, I'm afraid people like you have never even heard of it. To tell you the truth, Ning Young family is doing construction business, specializing in dealing with the earth and stone, the stone here, including the country's top 10 field mouth of the wool. Not only that, even if the jadeite big country, the face of the country's stone we are also able to transport to. Speaking of this, the youth smiled proudly. Kid, I'm afraid you can't afford to play. Not waiting for John Lin to open his mouth, the other youth next to him sneered. If I say, directly take him to the Taoist temple, then he guaranteed to be honest, so as not to waste time. Looking at each arrogant face, Zhang Lin's eyes were unusually calm instead. He turned his head towards Zheng Feng who was sneering next to him. These are the helpers you found? Zheng Feng sniffed but shook his head and said, Brother Zheng, they didn't come for me. They came because of Ning Xiao's face. Saying that, his original courteous appearance suddenly changed, turning hysterical all of a sudden. Haha, how about it? Scared, right? You think you can snatch my favorite car, and in front of my favorite girl flick my face even? He let out a cold drink and completely changed his face. I'm telling you, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a little bit of money? In front of Ning Xiao, in front of our many brothers, you are nothing. Zhang Lin, if you know what's good for you, kneel down and apologize to me now, and respectfully send your 2 chicks to me. Zheng Feng a skimming mouth, let's forget about this matter, otherwise, you will not be able to eat today. Zheng Feng's shouting felt soothing in his heart. There is no need to disguise, no need to mask, just need to be arrogant is enough. Since he had used this relationship of Ning Xiao, it was for this moment. He wanted to trample Zhang Lin under his feet and trample him to death. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Lin just looked at Zheng Feng calmly as he went crazy there. Even when the other party finished, he didn't fluctuate in the slightest. He slightly inclined his head and looked at the bland Ning Yi. In a calm tone, he asked, What do you say? Zhang Lin knew that the only one who could make the call here was Ning Yi. Alas! Ning Yi sighed, I owe Zheng Feng a favor, so I have to be on his side. Saying that he suddenly raised his hand, however, I, Ning Yi, am not as petty as he is, so naturally, I can't do this kind of thing where I use my power to oppress people. Therefore, I will give you 2 chances. He raised 2 fingers. What I, Ning, am most proud of, is this wind and cloud tea house. If you can beat me in these 2 parties, not only will I not hurt you in the slightest, but I will also apologize to you for my impudence. Zhang Lin nodded, then this gambling, is the first one? That's right. Good. Then I'll play 2 games with you. Zhang Lin smiled, say, how do you want to play this gambling? It's cool. Ning Yi laughed, the rules are simple, you and I each pick 3 stones in the quarry, whoever has the highest total value will win. Of course, here Ning may have taken advantage of the situation, because the stones you pick are the ones you have to pay for. If you can't afford it, there's nothing you can do. Okay, deal. Zhang Lin nodded his head. Then please. Saying that, Ning Yi took the lead and pushed open the door of the room and walked out. Seeing Ning Yi appear, the customers who were still picking stones in the quarry immediately threw respectful gazes at Ning Yi. Ning Yi, how are you? Good day, Mr. Ning. Young Mr. Ning. Master Ning. Hearing the people address him, Zhang Lin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This Ning Yi was definitely not a simple dude. There must be something else about him that could convince the crowd. Who knew that just as soon as his thoughts fell, Zheng Feng, who was next to him, said with a cocky face, surnamed Zhang, are you afraid? To tell you the truth, you don't even have the qualifications to walk to the next game anymore. Ning has been playing with stones since he was 13 years old, and has touched more stones than you have ever seen, and is known as the Eye of the Stone. Bright stone wise eyes. Zhang Lin's heart stirred, although he has not gambled, but also know that some experienced gambling masters, indeed can see out of the green or not green. Although there was the issue of probability here, it was still much better than him not knowing anything at all. However, Zhang Lin did not have the slightest panic in his heart. He was a hanging wall, who was he afraid of? As long as the system could storm, don't say your bright stone-wise eyes, your perspective eyes, it's useless. Ning Yi walked to the center and nodded at the crowd, then looked at Zhang Lin and smiled, Brother Zhang, shall we start now? Good, I have no problem with that. Zhang Lin nodded his head. Alright then, let's start the timer now, with a time limit of 10 minutes. Ning Yi said. Good. As Zhang Lin nodded his head, an assistant beside Ning Yi immediately held a large stopwatch and started timing. It seemed like this Ning Yi hadn't done this much before. As the timing began, Ning Yi's entire body instantly went into a state. His eyes were glued together, and his entire body seemed to be like a hunting hawk as he cruised back and forth between the many stones. 10 minutes is not a long time. Want to find the green wool in such a short time itself is extremely test of eyesight. Therefore, even Ning Yi did not dare to waste the slightest bit of time. On the contrary, Zhang Lin swept a glance at the labels on each interval, which indicated the field entrance of origin. However, he was clueless as to whether the field entrance was good or bad. He casually walked over to one of the field entrance's stones and raised his hand to touch one of them. At the same time, he knocked again. Seeing this action of his, the many great young men following Ning Yi revealed snickers. At a glance, this person was clueless, and was bound to lose this game. That's right, it's really unnecessary for Mr. Ning to go through so much trouble for this person.
That's right, I think I'd be better than him if I went up and picked him. Listening to the crowd's voices of discussion, Jiang Lin's palm was about to retract from the stone. But just at this moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! You touched the stone and triggered a trillion times blitz, rewarding you with a copy of the Bien He Jade Viewing Sutra. Chapter 72. What is the experience of instantly becoming a stone gambling master? Bien He Jade Viewing Scripture? Jiang Lin frowned. The system storming a trillion times made him, although elated, he didn't expect that it would actually just reward a scripture. Besides, who was this Bien He? Is he good at observing jade? Even if he's awesome, what's the use of giving me a book? Let me learn for another 10 or 8 years and then come back to betting on the stone knot. Just as he was casting aspersions in his mind, suddenly, Jiang Lin felt a tremor in his head, and a clear stream flowed in. At the same time, countless knowledge and memories rushed into his mind along with this clear stream, and in an instant, he was able to integrate them. This process only lasted for a few short seconds before disappearing at once. At that moment, the moment Jiang Lin opened his eyes again, he finally realized just what kind of person this Bien He was. In the state of Chu 2000 years ago, there was a man named Bien He who discovered a jade diamond. Successively took out to offer to the two kings of Chu. The king thought he was cheated and cut off his left and right legs successively. Bien He couldn't walk without legs, and he cried for 3 days and 3 nights on the Chu mountain with the jade diamond in his arms. Later, when King Wen of Chu found out about it, he sent someone to bring the jade diamond to the king and asked the jade worker to cut it open. The result was a gem-quality jade. This gemstone was named He Sure Bai. The gemstone was later owned by King Hui of Zhao. King Zhao of Qin promised to exchange 15 cities for the gemstone, which shows the high value of the gemstone. This gemstone was later carved into the jade seal of state transmission, which was lost until the Western Jin dynasty. It is needless to say that the person who was able to unearth all the famous He Sure Bai in the history books had a strong experience in gambling with stones. Now, all these experiences had been transformed into a Bien He Jade Viewing Scripture, which was again thoroughly comprehended by Jiang Lin. In an instant, Jiang Lin had grown directly from a stone gambling novice to a supreme king. This time, when he looked at the many stones again, the feeling was completely different from before. Mountains had mountain shapes, and the earth had terrain. Stones were born from the movement of heaven and earth, and had their own veins and traces to be found. The Bien He Jade Viewing Scripture is based on the veins of the stone, distinguishing the veins of the rock formation so as to determine the type of jade, and even the texture. This method is not some kind of supernormal ability, or talent beyond the ordinary. In fact, it is through the observation, cutting and summarizing of countless stones that this huge accumulation of experience can be formed in the end. It was Bien He himself who had reached such a level only in his later years. But now, all of this experience had been absorbed by Jiang Lin. Only seeing his eyes move, he swept over the many stones one by one. On each piece of stone, the seemingly mottled and messy textures were all summarized and organized at this moment, revealing different temperaments. Look, touch, knock, break. These are the 4 major steps in Bien He's Jade Viewing Scripture for selecting stones. Look at the shape, touch the veins, knock and smell, and judge the quality. What Jiang Lin was doing now was the first step, looking at the shape. Ha! What is this kid doing? The crowd looked at Jiang Lin's sudden change in temperament and immediately became a little suspicious. Humph, what can he do? Pretend. He can't just show his cowardice and make people laugh. In my estimation, he doesn't even know what kind of green is coming out of that field. How can he choose? Look, it's been 3 minutes and Ning has already picked the first one. I can't believe it's a Hojiang material. Mr. Ning really has a good eye. When the crowd heard that, they looked towards Mr. Ning and immediately found that he had picked out a piece of stone from the Hojiang yard. The Hojiang yard is famous in the industry, especially the old Hojiang. Although the stone is generally small, but often produce high emerald material, and once the green, its texture and color are extremely extraordinary. More importantly, the green of Hojiang is easy to process, and naturally has more potential in the market in the future. Of course, since the mouth of the field is so famous, even if there is no window of the wool is not expensive. Ning Xiao picked a piece of stone that was only the size of a fist, but actually priced at $150,000. However, Ning Xiao was already ready to pick a second piece. Jiang Lin was still scanning around, looking like he had no idea what to do. 6 minutes later, Ning Xiao's second stone had also been selected. It was also a stone from the old Hojiang, but the size was much bigger than before, the size of a human head. This was very rare in old Hojiang. Master Ning really has the courage to choose this kind of stone. Master Ning is known as the eye of the stone, so naturally he can't be compared to us. See? I'll take any stone that Master Ning touches. Ha! That's not a bad idea. If Master Ning eats the meat, we can have the soup. In the blink of an eye, 7 minutes have passed. Ning Xiao had already run towards the third stone. Just when the crowd thought that Jiang Lin had completely given up, suddenly, he moved at once. Only Jiang Lin moved his feet and walked straight towards the entrance of the back river field. When the crowd took a look, they couldn't help but skim their mouths. One could only blindly follow the wind.
This kid wasn't stupid, knowing that where Master Ning made his move, the probability of green was definitely the highest. That is, but he is not Master Ning, the same field mouth inside. Master Ning can produce green, he may just pick a stone. In the middle of the crowd's discussion, Zhang Lin was already standing in the middle of the old Hajong's field. He moved his fingers and stroked the surface of several stones one after another. At the same time, he felt the veins of the stones through his touch. Finally, his eyes condensed and landed on top of a stone. Ting ting. He flexed his fingers and tapped, and a crisp sound was emitted. Such an action, falling in the eyes of the crowd, immediately triggered a roaring laughter. Ha, did he think he was picking a watermelon? Actually using a knock? Even the flashlight does not take, pretend also to pretend like a little bit. With regards to the surrounding comments, Zhang Lin's expression was flat and unperturbed. He continuously knocked several pieces of stone beside him, and finally, tapped one of them. This was it. This stone was only the size of an egg, but it had a price tag of $50,000. The crowd scoffed at his choice. With such a small piece of wool, even if there was green, it would still be very small and couldn't be worth too much. From this it was clear that the other party was simply a layman. Phew! After selecting this piece, Zhang Lin lightly exhaled. Just now he was most entangled in this piece. The other two pieces, which were very conspicuous in the entire hall, were able to be determined just by looking at them. At this time, not far away, Ning Xiao had already picked out the third piece of stone at the 9-minute mark. This piece of stone was not small, as tall as half a man. Of course the price was also very expensive, nearly $2 million. At this time he also looked at Zhang Lin and couldn't help but smile. Brother Jiang, time is running out, you have to hurry. Okay, I'll take this piece, and that one. Enough. Zhang Lin nodded at his words and took a few steps to another field to choose a piece of stone that was more than one person high. And for the last piece, he actually aimed at a huge stone that was placed in the center of the entire hall and was several meters in size. You chose these two pieces? Seeing Zhang Lin's choice, even the watery Ningyi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Because of the two pieces Zhang Lin chose, the first one was dragon pit material, with a price tag of only $10,000. Because it was a piece of scrap, it was cut from other material. The fracture is flat, and you can see that there is not the slightest trace of green on it. Almost 99% can be concluded that this piece of waste material in the green will not appear. The reason why it is still placed here, to be frank, is to coax the laymen who do not understand. As for the third piece, it is even more surprising to Ning Yi. Because Zhang Lin chose is actually the whole haul of the treasure of the town. This piece of treasure was transported from the face of the country. But Ning Yi knew in his heart that saying it was the treasure of the town hall was actually a gimmick. Because he had already had someone hit the probe hole from the side that was close to the ground. There is no green inside. But in order to publicize it, it is directly priced at 100 million. To put it bluntly, it was just put there to see, never expecting anyone to buy it. After all, who wants to spend 100 million to buy such a big piece of stone? In the event that everything is not green, that really is a loss of body and soul. Zhang brother, are you sure you want to choose these two pieces? Ningyi thought about it and still couldn't help but give Zhang Lin a chance. If you don't think it's suitable, I can let you pick again. Zhang Lin smiled faintly at his words. No need, I have a card here, pay directly. Ha, this time you will lose. Hearing that Zhang Lin wanted to pay the bill, the few great young men who were originally watching the fun burst into laughter. They knew all about the details of the treasure of the museum. Zhang Lin's method of picking the stone was pure luck. If this was able to win against Ning Xiao, they all dared to live broadcast eating Xiang upside down. Since this was a gambling center, the payment process was naturally fast and furious. It didn't take long for Zhang Lin's account to be scratched with $160 million. At this time, the crowd unknowingly gathered around. Because, next was the most exciting moment. Cutting the stone. Chapter 73, the first block, Extreme Ice Green Imperial Green. At the back of the gambling stone quarry, there was a hall specialized in stone cutting. The stones selected by the two gamblers had already been transported into it. The entire hall had surveillance video throughout, ensuring that there was no possibility of the stones being switched. Outside the hall, there was a huge display screen. In front of the display screen is a resting sofa. People can watch the whole process of stone cutting, while communicating with the buyer, bidding at any time. If there was really a good green, there was no need to leave, it could be taken away by the buyer at a high price. Ning Yi and Zhang Lin each sat in the front row. And behind Ning Yi, the many great young men were right behind them. On the contrary, on Zhang Lin's side, he was the lone person. It looked bleak and desolate. At times like this, any words of mockery seemed superfluous. As long as the stones were everything, it would be able to clearly tell who won and who lost. Take turns cutting the stones in the order we picked. Brother Jiang has no opinion, right? Ning Yi inclined his head and smiled at Zhang Lin. It can be. Zhang Lin nodded his head and said in a flat tone. Good, then I'll throw a brick to attract Jade and cut a piece first. Ning Yi smiled faintly and waved his hand.
Instantly, on the big screen, the crowd saw an old man in protective clothing walking to the cutting machine with the first stone that Ningyi had picked. Because the size of the rough material was different, there were different techniques for cutting the stone. They were generally categorized into line cutting, slice cutting, and emery cutting. Because this piece of raw material was only the size of a fist, it was cut with an emery cut. Starting the cutting machine, a machine similar to a grinding wheel will start to rotate rapidly. At this time only need to rub the wool material on it, can slowly cut off the surface of the stone skin. The masters responsible for cutting stones have more than 10 years of experience in stone cutting. Not only that, the other party in the jade appreciation above is also a master level. Basically, as long as you cut and look at a few eyes, you will be able to give an accurate evaluation. Ningyi is also in order to give the user a better experience, only deliberately spend high and new hire each other. Just by moving his palm, he pressed the wool onto the emery cutting machine. At that instant, stone chips were flying. All the audience at this moment cannot help but hold their breath, in the end cannot come out of the green, and out of what kind of green? Moments later, suddenly in the audience seat someone exclaimed, out of green. At this time in the screen above, the cut stone master hands of the piece of wool surface has actually surfaced green lines. This is a sign of green. Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately praised Ning Xiao. Worthy of being Master Ning, it's really green. Yes, now let's see what kind of green it is. A few short minutes later, the stone cutting master uttered a sentence that made the crowd rejoice. Ice type positive sun green. Once this word came out, the entire hall instantly boiled. Oh my god, it actually opened an ice seed. When Master Ning makes a move, he's really got his hands full. I'll give you $5 million. $5 million? Oomph. I'll give you $10 million. Listening to the crowd's comments, Ningyi always had a faint smile on his face. Brother Jiang, perhaps you are not clear about the grade of this jade. He looked to Jiang Lin, took the initiative to introduce it. General look at the jade, from two aspects. First, the water species, that is, we say the head. From high to low is generally divided into old pit glass seed, water seed, ice glutinous seed, other species. Ice seed above, regarded as top quality. And the second aspect is to see the color. We in this line of work generally to the green as the respect, followed by red, the rest is the other colors. This green is divided into apple green, positive sun green and the best emperor green. Ningyi on this natural know well, like my stone, is ice seed positive sun green, is also considered a good color. Ningyi smiled faintly. Objectively speaking, its market value is around $10 million. Unfortunately, the size if a little bigger, certainly much higher than this. At $10 million, I wonder if Brother Jiang has any opinions? Jiang Lin didn't have any objections when he heard this, although he didn't know the market price of these jadites. He could tell from his experience with the Bian He Jade Viewing Sutra that this Ningyi hadn't exaggerated what he said. $10 million, very fair. Good, then we'll cut Brother Jiang's. This piece, Jiang Lin's, was even smaller than Ningyi's. When the crowd looked at the screen, they barely held out much hope. After all, not everyone was Master Ning. However, just as the stone-cutting master was planning to cut it, suddenly Jiang Lin opened his mouth. Wait a minute. The crowd looked at Jiang Lin with puzzled faces. Kid, at this point in time, do you still want to back out? Zheng Feng smiled coldly and mocked. However, just as he opened his mouth, he was stopped by Ningyi. What? What else does Brother Jiang have to say? He asked with a puzzled face. Slice cut it, emery cut delay. Jiang Lin said flatly. Oh? Slicing? Ningyi raised an eyebrow. Just a little bit of wool if you slice cut, even if the green is out, it is likely to be cut into pieces off. But since Jiang Lin was willing, he didn't refute it. Then he nodded and said to the intercom. Do as he said. The stone-cutting master clamped the wool on the slicing machine and was about to do it. Then he heard Jiang Lin speak again, 15 centimeters from the left, the first cut. Once this was said, Ningyi's eyes condensed and looked at Jiang Lin again. He actually asked for the size? Generally speaking, cutting stone size, who can be more experienced than the stone-cutting master? But now Jiang Lin actually said the size. Could it be that he knew there was green inside? The crowd naturally didn't have Ningyi's doubts. Hearing Jiang Lin open his mouth, there were many people who could not hold back and started to mock. Ah, it's funny. So precise, you think there is green inside? No, he's just pretending that there's green so as not to lose face. Ha, I'm laughing my ass off. Maybe he's telling the truth. He's got tunnel vision. Right, wasn't there a mysterious TV show before that was able to directly see through the inside? Listening to the crowd's ridicule, Jiang Lin is not moved, but still said, the right side of the start between 2 to 3 centimeters, the second knife. The stone-cutting master is also paid to work, since Ningyi has said to listen to him, naturally did not hesitate. Only to see him adjust the scale, from the left side to start the first knife. Giggle. The slices cut through, and immediately the stone skin fell off, and a flat and smooth gap appeared on top of the wool. Originally had no hope of the many viewers subconsciously looked toward the big screen at this moment. But just at this moment, a touch of emerald green suddenly emerged from the cut at once.
Hiss. In an instant, the entire hall instantly resounded with the sound of cold air being sucked in.
Out of green.
Everyone looked at the big screen incredulously, simply unable to believe their eyes. They originally didn't hold any hope for this at all. How could a layman who didn't know anything be able to produce a green with a single pick? But now, just the first knife down, actually already out of the green.
Ningya's eyes suddenly flickered. His focus was completely different from the others.
The green was certainly surprising, but what was even more surprising was the size that Jiang Lin had just said. It actually happened to be cut right against the edge of this piece of green, and at most, it only slightly rubbed a little bit of green. It could be said that the whole of the emerald was almost completely preserved.
Ningyi steeply gazed at Jiang Lin. Was he blindly guessing, or did he see something? But even if he was blindly guessing, he couldn't guess so accurately, could he?
Aside from perspective eyes, Ningyi really couldn't think of anything that could explain it. Ningyi shook his head. Perspective eyes don't exist. The only possibility is that the other party has extremely profound strength in gambling. The only possibility is that the other party has an extremely profound strength in gambling. He can deduce the location and size of the internal green from the surface clues.
If this is really the case, then this Jiang Lin, too horrible.
As Ningya's thoughts rolled around in his mind, on the big screen, the second blade had already begun. This time, the originally careless audience had completely focused. Exactly what grade of green had come out, it was still too early to tell. Brush. The second knife fell, and this time, it was slightly more deviated than the first knife, cutting out a small piece of the complete emerald. But because of this, the texture of that emerald was instantly presented before everyone's eyes. This waterhead. There are sharp-eyed merchants see the green color on this has been excited. Translucent, pure, color, top quality, absolute top quality. This kid is too lucky, right? $50,000, actually fired the very best? Originally also arrogant incomparable many big young, at this moment's face is simply like eating a dead fly as ugly as incomparable. How this kid casually took a piece, actually able to open the green.
And also ing is excellent green?
Finally, a few knives down, the whole emerald completely fell into the hands of the cutstone master. Due to the size of the wool is too small, into the hands of this piece of emerald is only a thumb so big piece. But the stone cutting master took a look and said a few words with great certainty.
Ice type Emperor green. Wow.
At this statement, the room was filled with clamor.
Chapter 74. Don't be in a hurry, here, it's the good stuff. Oh my god, ice grown imperial green? This kid's luck is too good to be true. Don't try to steal it from me.
I'll take the emerald green.
$20 million. How about 20 million for the emerald?
I'll take 30 million. Listening to the crowd scrambling for the green, the smile on Ningya's face was still there, but it seemed to be a little less spontaneous. He smiled and looked at Jiang Lin. I'm curious, how did Brother Jiang determine the size of this emerald? Jiang Lin gave him a faint look. Guessed.
Oh, guessed? That was a stroke of luck.
Ningyi shook his head and smiled. I hope the next piece of Jiang brother can still be so lucky. In the end, Jiang Lin's piece was valued at $30 million, 3 times higher than the other side.
It was really because it was too small, otherwise it would have been even higher.
With the opening of the first piece, the crowd was even more excited about the next 2 pieces.
Ningya's second piece of stone is also old Hojang material.
But the size of a man's head, this time can only be cut with a slice. Experienced stone cutting master directly take 1/3 of the position of the knife.
As long as the green, basically will be able to see the head at a glance. Click. This knife under the crisp and clear. Everyone stared at the big screen in unison. This is the Emperor Green? Ice type Emperor Green. Someone exclaimed in shock, not expecting this second piece to be even more outstanding than the first.
Ice grade Imperial Green, this was almost the same color quality as Jiang Lin's piece. But the only difference is that this piece of green is much bigger than Jiang Lin's piece. Since it was bigger, the value naturally increased exponentially. After some deliberation, finally gave this piece of Imperial Green reached a high price of $70 million. $2 million in exchange for $70 million, all of a sudden more than 30 times. This kind of income simply let people read. This is also why the stone gambling business can make many people rush to it even if they don't want to lose all their money. Either you get rich overnight or you are penniless. $70 million plus the $10 million from before was a total value of $80 million. This was more than twice as much as Jiang Lin's $30 million. The crowd couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Lin's second piece could produce green or not. Green? Ha, a piece of waste out of a ghost green. Zheng Feng said with conviction, if this can be out of green, ing directly eats Xiang. Even if he doesn't know any better, he knows that this piece of waste can't have any good green. It has already been opened, can be good green still be able to sell 10,000? The crowd also thought deeply, this is a piece of waste. No one asked about it. Unexpectedly, actually by Jiang Lin fancy, is it to save money? Brother Jiang, how should we cut it this time? Ningyi was now back on cloud 9 because he had already obtained a total value of $80 million. The
The veins are broken and cannot be estimated. Jiang Lin shook his head slightly and casually said, let's just cut it from the center. Giggling. The stone-cutting master made a direct move, and suddenly the slices were slowly cut from the center of the stone. The crowd did not refute Jiang Lin's idea. After all, this was already a piece of scrap, so it was arbitrary how it was cut. However, the slice had only just cut halfway through, when a sudden flash of emerald green suddenly surfaced. Everyone almost subconsciously blinked, thinking that they had misread it. But the moment the entire stone chip completely fell, the crowd was instantly shocked and completely dumbfounded. Because at the incision, not only was there green, but there was also a large piece of green. Such a large piece of green, how much is it worth? Even the teacher in charge of cutting the stone, our pupils shrink, breathing heavily up. This is old pit glass seed emperor green. There was no way for him not to be excited. He had been cutting stones for more than 10 years, but it was the first time he had seen a top-grade jadeite of such a color. Old pit glass emperor green? Everyone was stunned speechless by this information. Visually, this piece had to be at least the size of an egg. Such a large piece of old pit glass emperor green, how much would it be worth if it was put outside? 100 million? 200 million? Or higher? They don't even dare to think about it. Mr. Jiang, I'll take this piece of green. I'll bid 100 million. Mr. Jiang, on behalf of Imperial Jewelry, I bid 200 million. Eternal Jewelry is bidding 250 million. Listening to the near-crazy offers from the many bosses, the smile on Ning Ye's face instantly stiffened. Was this a coincidence? Goddamn coincidence. There are so many coincidences. He now finally understands that this Jiang Lin is simply a pig in a poke. From the beginning to the end to pretend to be a white appearance, in fact, is simply a master. The old pit glass seed emperor green, conservative valuation is more than 100 million. If you let this group of bosses bidding, even 300 million is not impossible. Such a large piece of raw stone, as long as to go back to process a little, can even be used as the treasure of the store. At the moment of seeing the old pit glass seed, Ning Yi knew that he had lost. Unless the third stone is also cut out a piece of old pit glass seed, otherwise, it is a complete defeat. But how can it be so easy to come up with a piece of old pit glass seed? It's lucky to get one piece, but two pieces is a mirage. In the end, this piece of old pit glass seed emperor green was valued at 200 million. $10,000 for 200 million, a difference of 20,000 times. Everyone couldn't help but open their mouths after hearing this result. Wanting to say something, they found that they had run out of words. Several jewelry giants had already handed their business cards to Jiang Lin. The ownership of this treasure still needed to be decided by Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin smiled lightly at this, not caring. He hadn't figured out what to do with it yet, so he'd wait until the gambling was over. Ning Yi took a deep breath and forced down the irritation in his heart. Mr. Jiang, let's go for the third piece. Good. Although on the surface Ning Yi was very bland, seemingly indifferent to fame and fortune. But in reality, he was a person who was bullying and arrogant, especially when it came to the gambling stones he was so proud of. Therefore, although the ending was nearly doomed, he still wanted to see if there was any hope in the end. Without too many words, the stone-cutting master once again opened the cut. Ning Yi's third piece was not small, and was still cut in a slice. Although the crowd has great expectations, but when it really cut the occasion. A piece of ice apple green jadeite or let them a little disappointed. On weekdays, even out of a piece of ice glutinous seed green, the whole haul to boil for a long time. But now, under the pressure of Jiang Lin's piece of old pit glass seed emperor green, simply tasteless. Oh. I've lost. Seeing this result, Ning Yi suddenly let out a long sigh. I can't imagine that Brother Jiang actually has deep pockets, it's really because Ning was mistaken. However, since Brother Jiang won, it is only after this tea pass, there are still passes yet to go, why don't we move now? Ning Yi thought that no matter whether the last piece of treasure was cut or not, it had no effect on the outcome. Besides, there is nothing inside that piece of treasure, so it's a waste of time to cut it. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw Jiang Lin suddenly raise his hand, stopping his words. Don't be in a hurry, here, there's the good stuff. Plain words rang out from Jiang Lin's mouth, causing the entire hall to go silent. This is already out of the old pit glass seed emperor green, what could be better than this? Oh? Brother Jiang, are you so sure that the one in here is even better than the one just now? Ning Yi's eyes narrowed, a stern face asked. He had opened the window a long time ago, but he hadn't found anything. But now, Jiang Lin actually said that there was a better one inside. If this was true, this Jiang Lin's eyesight was simply appalling. However, Jiang Lin still sat there calmly and said lightly. Is it good or not? You'll know if you cut it in a while? Good. Then cut. Ning Yi nodded his head and said in his heart, I want to see if what you say is true. A stone several meters in size, cutting it up was a bit of a hassle. Jiang Lin simply waved his hand this time, cut from the center, leave the left side, and cut again. Listening to Jiang Lin's glib words, the crowd looked at each other with completely different gazes. Unexpectedly, this Mr. Jiang turned out to be a stone gambling master as well. Yes, even the position can be seen, simply God. No matter if this piece comes out or not, we must make a good friendship later. In the middle of the discussion, the huge stone has been cut from the center. The cut was smooth and even, without the slightest hint of green. According to Jiang Lin's instructions, the stone cutting master once again on the left side of the stone again. Click. Another cut in half. But this time, actually did not see the slightest sign of green. Oh, it seems that brother Jiang this time may go out of sight. Ningya's heart was relieved. This damn if you open to again, simply the gods down to earth. Which knows Jiang Lin's still faint smile, the left side of the continuation. Still cut? Ningyi raised an eyebrow. Several meters of stone is now after 2 cuts, there is only a piece of more than a meter left. This is basically all edge material. With such a large piece of wool, there really wasn't much chance of a green color coming out. But since Jiang Lin insisted, there was nothing he could say. Giggle. The stone cutter's knife went down, and the entire stone only had 70 centimeters left. The section cut was also less than half a meter left. But just at this moment, a bright red color like blood from the incision steeply found. This piece of the treasure of the town hall, actually, out of red. Chapter 75 is comparable to the immortal blood of the He Sure Bai. The crowd never expected that red would actually come out from among this piece of stone. The so-called red is red jadeite, also known as red fei. In the market, the price of red jadeite was definitely not as good as green jadeite. The moment he saw this red jadeite appear, Ningyi suddenly laughed lightly. Brother Jiang really does have outstanding strength, and every time he makes a move, he makes a catch. After a pause, his words changed, but I'm afraid that the value of this red fei isn't as good as your imperial green, right? Is that so? Jiang Lin snapped his fingers and continued. Since it was out of red, following the entire red texture could continue cutting. Soon, a piece of red fei that was about 10 centimeters wide and 30 centimeters long appeared on the big screen. The moment he saw this red fei, the stone cutting master nodded his head heavily. Old pit glass seed, actually old pit glass seed. What? It's another piece of old pit glass seed. My god, how much is such a big piece worth? Unfortunately, it's not imperial green. If it were imperial green, it would be worth $1 billion. Everyone marveled. But while they were in awe, they were also a bit sorry. Head of water is good, the size is also very rare, but unfortunately this color is not ideal. Didn't hear several jewelry representatives, the highest offer of 250 million. Ha ha. Ningyi face surfaced a smooth smile. Brother Jiang, I did not expect you actually so good. Open 2 pieces of old pit glass species. Unfortunately, you are wrong, this piece of red fei is at most equal to your piece of imperial green. When Ningyi said that, he was actually forcing himself to find some face. Not to mention equal value, or even second best, this wave of Jiang Lin has already won him a lot. Now Ningyi was just forcibly biting off more than he could chew, wanting to lose Jiang Lin's face. However, Jiang Lin smiled faintly and stood up from his seat. How can we know without seeing the real thing? With that, he beckoned, and instantly the stone cutting master came out of the stone cutting hall pushing a car with a tray. When the crowd saw the real thing, their mouths even let out a thick gasp of amazement. Too beautiful. It was really too good looking. They had never seen a red fei that was so crystal clear and as red as blood. Ningyi, who saw this piece of red fei, all had his pupils shrink and felt his heart skip a beat. This texture was just too good. Jiang Lin raised his hand and gently stroked the surface of the whole piece of red fei, and then spoke with a bland face. Red is fei, green is chui. The color of red fei is generally divided into 4 classes: peach red, vermilion, red, bright red. The deeper the color, the more expensive. Jiang Lin pointed to the red fei in front of him. This piece of red fei, the size of the rare, not to mention that this head of water even in the old pit glass species can also be considered to be the top choice. As for its color, is not a simple bright red color. Hearing him say this, the crowd immediately toward the red fei above a closer look. Sure enough, this color bright red seems to carry a fortune, as if living things. At first glance, it looks like flowing blood. Ningyi had been studying stone gambling for many years, but at this moment, he was also a little short of words. Because he had never seen such a special red fei. This had already exceeded the entire definition of the color of red fei. He suddenly raised his head and looked towards Jiang Lin. The other party was light-hearted and calm at the moment. Obviously, he knew something about the provenance of this color. Jiang, Master Jiang, I wonder how this color should be judged. Without realizing it, Ningyi had already used honorifics. Have you ever heard of the He Sure Bai? Jiang Lin glanced at him before speaking faintly. I have heard of it. This object was discovered by a person named Bian He during the Warring States period. Ningyi nodded. Jiang Lin carried his hands behind his back and looked towards the distance. The world thought that the He Sure Bai was the king of jades, a gem-quality jadeite that was rare in the world. But no one knew that Bian He had once discovered a piece of supreme treasure even more precious than He Sure Bai in his later years. Everyone's heart jumped. More precious than He Sure Bai, what kind of treasure must it be? This treasure is the supreme product among the red fei. Its color is bright red, like flowing blood, pure and spiritual.
Then he found this treasure, immediately surprised by the heavenly, sighing its color, but also hard to find in heaven, hard to find underground. So he named this color, named Immortal Blood. Jiang Lin said with a light sigh, with the blood of immortals clearly, enough to illustrate its preciousness, but unfortunately, he was afraid that this object invites trouble. In the end, it will be directly smashed, spilled into the river. The entire hall was silent. Everyone looked at the piece of red jadeite in front of them, and couldn't help but associate it with the 3 words that Jiang Lin had just said. Nima, they had actually witnessed the birth of a piece of red fei that was even more precious than the he sure buy. What an honor! What luck! This color should only be found in the heavens, the blood of an immortal. It was indeed just right. A touch of bitterness surfaced on Ningya's face. He never thought that the treasure of the town hall, which he didn't even look at, would actually have a piece of the top collection. Mr. Jiang, this piece of immortal's blood, I bid 300 million. 300 million? King Zhaowang of Qin once traded 15 cities for the Husher buy. You're taking 300 million? How dare you? I'll offer 500 million. I'll offer 600 million. 800 million. 1 billion. The crowd was simply shocked and almost planted themselves on the ground as they listened to the offers from these merchants. At first, when Jiang Lin had taken out $100 million to purchase the wool, it had caused a few people to snicker. But now, it had been speculated to $1 billion. And there was a big trend that even 1 billion could not be stopped. Jiang Lin slightly shook his head. This thing I Jiang temporarily did not intend to sell, please do not think about it. Upon hearing that it was not for sale, disappointment flashed in the eyes of the crowd. One of the pretty-faced jewelry company representatives smiled at Jiang Lin and said, Mr. Jiang, if you are willing to sell it, we, Imperial Jewelry, are willing to buy it at a high price of 2 billion. Hiss. 2 billion. The crowd felt like their hearts couldn't take it anymore. As long as they sold this piece of broken stone, they would directly become billionaires, and it was still $2 billion. However, Jiang Lin remained unmoved by this. Such a good thing, he was still prepared to keep it for himself first, in case he had a use for it in the future. As for the other 2 pieces, he didn't see much use in them and could just sell them. Brother Ning, after this T level, it's time for the Dao level. Jiang Lin realized that as soon as he encountered a new problem, the system was very likely to give him a violent attack. In comparison, the others were rather unimportant. Ningyi sniffed and gave Jiang Lin a deep look. Okay, please. The 2 of them, one after the other, directly left the stone gambling ground. As soon as the 2 men disappeared, the few great young men who stayed behind glanced at each other. This is a $2 billion deal, should we think of a way? One of them couldn't help but whisper. Well, inform the family, this amount is definitely not something we can do. Zheng Feng sneered, yes, such a large sum of money here, if we do not take it will not be unable to that Jiang Lin. When my father comes, I will tell him to take the money. The crowd nodded their heads, all of them showing sinister smiles in their eyes. Afterwards, one by one, the phones were dialed out, ready to notify the elders at home. What? The tea house actually produced a glass seed? Or is it imperial green? Not far away in the eastern suburbs of a luxury villa, the chairman of the board of directors of Xingyang Construction Zhang Jiyong steeply exclaimed. So important news, why did you not tell me earlier? What? There is more precious than the Husher buy? Kid, get me to keep that person, I will go immediately. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiyong hurried out of the villa and rushed in the direction of the eastern suburbs tea house. At the same time, in different parts of the imperial capital, a boss also rushed towards the same place in a hurry. The jade that was more precious than the he sure buy could not fall into the hands of outsiders. Chapter 76, 1 against 100, don't seriously injure Mr. Jiang. In another small factory building next to the gambling quarry, Jiang Lin saw a dojo that resembled the decorative style of the footbath kingdom. There were all sorts of equipment used for fitness in the dojo. There were also wooden katanas that were used in the foot basin country. Apart from that, there were quite a few men wearing kimonos in the entire dojo. Jiang Lin swept his gaze and there were at least close to 100 of them. Some of these people were working out, some were sparring, it looked so lively. However, upon seeing this scene, a sudden dawning color appeared in Jiang Lin's eyes. Dojo, it seems that this Ningyi is still a martial arts enthusiast. Jiang Lin smiled faintly, finally realizing where that sharpness in the other party's eyes came from. If one wasn't a martial arts practitioner, it would be difficult to give that kind of gaze. Not to mention the fact that Ningyi was not very old to be able to possess that kind of aura, he had obviously gone through martial arts training. Mr. Jiang can feel free to wander around, I'll excuse myself for a moment. Ningyi smiled faintly, then turned around and left under the crowd. Jiang Lin casually swept his eyes twice, feeling that it didn't raise much interest. It wasn't long before he saw Ningyi change into the kimono of the footbath country and walk out from inside. Seeing Ningyi reappear, the many practicing figures stopped. They unanimously bowed slightly towards Ningyi and said in unison, "See you, master. HM. Let's gather." Ningyi nodded indifferently, then waved his hand. All of a sudden, everyone began to split into 2 rows, standing on both sides of the dojo.
And in the middle, a huge empty space was left. At this moment, Ning Yi, who was kneeling at the other end, once again regained a confident smile on his face. Brother Jiang, as the saying goes, both the literature and the martial arts, just now, our battle of betting on stones was considered a literature competition, and you won. Now, it's a martial arts competition, so naturally it's all about moving your muscles. Said he bashfully smiled, in my body has half of the foot basin country's blood, so from childhood also study this way. However, Brother Jiang can rest assured, although I lost a ride, I will never take advantage of you because of this, so you don't have to fight me. Saying that, he waved his hand, and instantly a small youth of only about 1.7 m came out from the side. This Mr. Aoi is a student who just joined my dojo, his belt is a white belt, which means he is an entry-level student. Ningyi faintly smiled, Brother Jiang, you only need to hold on to his hands for 3 minutes without saying surrender, and you'll be considered to have won. How about it, do you think this match is reasonable? Zhang Lin sniffed but smiled faintly, stretching out a finger and shaking it. I don't think it's reasonable. Since it's our bet, why don't you fight me? The moment these words came out, a few of the great young men immediately quit. Kid, don't you dare to toast me. Ningxiao is a 10th degree black belt in karate, if he were to strike, you wouldn't even be able to intercept a single punch. One punch is overestimating him, 1 finger is enough. Ningyi raised his hand, and suddenly all the chatter was silent. He looked towards Zhang Lin, Zhang brother, if you don't fight hard, you still have a chance to last 3 minutes in front of a white belt. White belt, it's just the lowest rank in this dojo of mine. Any more, and it can only go higher. The implication is that it's impossible for you to go any lower. I'm sorry. Zhang Lin suddenly laughed out softly after hearing that, I think you misunderstood me. What a coincidence, I happen to have some research on martial arts, suffering from no opponent to spar, today is just an opportunity. Said Zhang Lin, suddenly reaching out and pointing at Ning Yi, speaking in a flat tone, so, I want to challenge you. Ning Yi smiled and was about to open his mouth. However, Zhang Lin's later words caused his face to sink. And everyone else present. Brother Jiang, what do you mean by that? Ning Yi raised an eyebrow, you must know that in our karate circle, this kind of challenge is not issued casually. The big youngsters beside him laughed even more when they heard it. You're kidding, you're beating all of us? Who do you think you are? Chen Jin? Ha, even if Chen Jin was alive, he would probably be able to die of exhaustion. Maybe he was lying on the ground at the beginning, pretending to be dead. Listening to the laughter of the crowd, Zhang Lin looked at Ningyi with flat eyes. Using the method that the other party had used to give him before. Why don't you dare? Or does everyone else not dare? The moment those words came out, the entire dojo went completely silent. Everyone's gaze towards Zhang Lin changed to something different. A thick sense of wariness rose from the bottom of their hearts. Ningyi deadpanned Zhang Lin, he wanted to see a tiny bit of nervousness and cowardice in his opponent's eyes. However, he was disappointed. Zhang Lin's eyes were as calm and wave-free as a deep pool. Good, since Brother Jiang has such vigor, then I, Ningyi, will accompany you. Ningyi said and raised his hand, everyone heard that, remember, don't seriously injure Mr. Jiang. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Everyone responded in unison, and the next moment they were all looking at Zhang Lin with annoyed faces. 1 against 100, this was humiliating for all of them. Ah! Suddenly, a figure finally couldn't hold back and rushed towards Zhang Lin with an explosive shout. He wanted to directly knock this arrogant and cocky guy down, only then would he be able to gain Ning Xiao's appreciation. From then on, he would be able to rise through the ranks. At this moment, his body was filled with power, he leapt up and directly delivered a flying kick. This flying kick was so powerful that even 10 wooden boards could be pierced through at once. Everyone reported a cold smile at this moment, as if they had already seen the scene where Zhang Lin was knocked down. However, just at the moment when the opponent was about to land, Zhang Lin, who had been incredibly calm, suddenly moved. As still as a flat lake, he moved like a landslide. The youth flying in mid-air only saw a blur before his eyes. Bang! With a muffled sound, his entire person actually flew backwards in an instant. Ah! A mournful scream came from the mouth of the youth who landed 4 or 5 meters away, because the leg was broken. The dojo was violently silent, and everyone looked at this scene incredulously, simply unable to believe that this was true. He was actually this powerful? Impossible, an illusion, it must be an illusion. Senior brother Mingchuan was on the verge of black belt. Ning Yi, who saw this scene, suddenly had a sudden jolt in his heart. Just now Zhang Lin's kick was actually a shadow of Interceptor Fist Do. Intercepting Fist Do versus Karate? His eyes narrowed vainly, and he let out a steep bellow. What are you waiting for? Do it! Ah! Punch it! Damn it, die for me! In an instant, the people who reacted rushed towards Zhang Lin in a frenzy. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Lin's face, then he only saw his footsteps, his body instantly rushed forward. Ta! 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 It was as if he was transforming into little brother Long at this moment, and his mouth let out a frightening shout.
Every figure that rushed at him was directly sent flying without staying in front of him for even a second. Intercepting Fist Dao emphasized on quickness, accuracy and viciousness, not sticking to forms, intercepting the opponent's attacks with absolute speed and power. Zhang Lin was now a grandmaster of intercepting Fist Dao. What is a master level? It was the level of the founder. In other words, his current strength was that of brother Xiao Long in his prime. The young men who were still confident were completely flustered. There's no way they can't panic, it's only been a few minutes and there's already a whole bunch of them lying in front of them. But then you look at Zhang Lin, the whole person actually does not change color, every shot is accurate results of an opponent. Is he a monster? 100 people can't beat him? He's a monster, can't even be beaten by 100 people? What are you guys waiting for? Go! At this moment, even Ning Yi, who had been calm and confident before, gradually became grave. He slowly stood up and walked towards Zhang Lin step by step. Disperse! He waved his hand. It's still up to me to solve this. He could already see that it was these 100 people going up that were no match for Zhang Lin at all. It wasn't that Zhang Lin could fight 100 of them one at a time. It was because the force area of a person was limited, and the most that could lean up at the same time was definitely no more than 4. This was no threat to Zhang Lin at all. Therefore, Ning Yi had to strike out on his own. The crowd dispersed, and Zhang Lin looked at his opponent with a calm expression. Following that, he flicked the corner of his coat and hooked his finger towards Ning Yi. Come on, better not let me down. Chapter 77, Interceptor Fist Do vs Karate Do. I'll do my best. Ning Yi's eyes glazed over, and his hands were suddenly raised to his chest. Hi! 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 His palms raised violently, and he performed a beautiful roundhouse kick in midair. Of course, this was just a warm-up. But you can also see the power of this kick. Good. Ning Xiao was bullish. Worthy of being a 10th degree black belt, master level. Fight! Zhang Lin just stood there and watched Ning Yi perform. After a few hits, his opponent seemed to have finished warming up. Then, his body moved and charged towards him. At this moment, Ning Yi, who originally had a calm appearance, seemed to have transformed into a hideous beast. He roared, gathering all of his strength into this leg. He only needed to gain a little advantage, and his attacks would surely follow like a raging storm. At that time, Zhang Lin would only be bitterly suppressed, unable to turn around. Drink! In the midst of the explosive shout, the crowd saw that incomparably powerful leg kicking towards Zhang Lin's shoulder in the air. Everyone didn't dare to blink their eyes for fear of missing out on this wonderful and incomparable scene. However, right at this moment, the motionless Zhang Lin abruptly shortened his figure. In the next moment, his entire body leapt up. Ta! A lightning-fast roundhouse kick surfaced from mid-air. Bang! Before Ning Yi could react to what was going on, he saw Zhang Lin dodge his own leg kick and send himself flying through the air with a kick. Aha! This kick Zhang Lin could be said to have used his full strength, and even Ning Yi, who was a 10th Dan black belt, was at the moment sent flying several meters away. He planted himself heavily on the ground, and his entire body instantly arched up like a shrimp. If Zhang Lin's kick had been slightly more off, the hit would not have been on his belly, but down below. Hiss! The entire dojo was dead silent. Everyone was deeply shocked by this kick. Why did Ning Yi have such prestige amongst the many rich kids? Firstly, he was an expert stone gambler. But more importantly, he was awesome. With his own hand of karate, no one dared to take liberties in front of him. In the eyes of these second-generation rich people, Ning Yi was a godlike existence. But now, this godlike existence was knocked down. And it was such a crisp knockout. The other party had only landed a roundhouse kick, completely ending the fight. It was too terrifying. Zhang Feng felt his legs trembling and his teeth chattering. He now finally knew just how terrifying an existence he had offended. In terms of money, Zhang Lin had shares in the restaurant group. In terms of vision, Zhang Lin was able to discern immortal blood. In terms of strength, even Ning Yi was not a match for the other party. Is this guy still human? Everyone couldn't help but feel this emotion in their hearts. It's over. Originally we were planning to leave his red fei behind, but now. Zhang Feng said with some trembling. So many people cannot beat one person, how can we still leave him? Just as the crowd was terrified, all of a sudden, the entire door of the dojo suddenly opened. Whoosh! One after another, a figure with an extraordinary aura and a face full of fury emerged. What's going on? Who is causing trouble in the dojo? The face of the leader, a middle-aged man in his 50s, changed as he hurriedly rushed to the fallen Ning Yi. Son, who moved? I'll kill him. Ning Buguang shouted angrily, practically enraged. Ning Yi was his most outstanding son, the hope of his entire Ning family. Now, his hope had actually been beaten by someone else who couldn't stand up. But without waiting for Ning Yi to open his mouth, Zhang Feng he jumped out and pointed at Zhang Lin and shouted. Uncle Ning, it's him, he's the one who injured Ning Xiao. Not only that, he also opened the old pit glass seed Emperor Green, and immortal blood. It was only after these words that the many bigwigs reacted.
It turned out that the owner who had gained billions of dollars was right here. For a moment, everyone looked towards Jiang Lin's direction in unison. However, the moment they saw Jiang Lin, everyone shook in unison, as if they were struck by lightning. This familiar figure, familiar temperament, and that familiar faint smile. How could they not have expected that this being who had stirred the wind and cloud tea house into a frenzy was actually Jiang Lin? Uncle Ning, it's him, this bastard. Not only did he injure young Ning, but he also humiliated us. Before he finished his words, Zhang Jiyong next to him steeply burst out. Shut up! Zheng Feng was dumbfounded by Zhang Jiyong shouting at once, and said with an incredulous face, Dad, what I said is all. Snapped. Zhang Jiyong backhanded Zheng Feng and gave him a slap on the face, knocking the other party's words out instantly. You rebellious son ah! Zhang Jiyong said and rushed to Jiang Lin in a fiery rage, giving Jiang Lin a deep bow in full view of everyone. Mr. Yi Jiang, my dog's son was reckless and bumped into you, I apologized for him. This sentence shocked the entire audience once again. All the rich second generation looked at Zhang Jiyong incredulously, feeling as if they were blinking. What kind of joke was this? Uncle Zhang actually bowed to the other party? But before their shock could dissipate, they saw one after another of the bigwigs walking towards Jiang Lin. One by one, they lowered their noble heads. Good day, Mr. Jiang. Rumble. As if they had been hit by a bolt from the blue, each and every one of the rich second generation men were completely dumbfounded. Who the hell is this guy? Even the pops have to be so respectful? Then we've already offended each other, aren't we going to be cold? The impact of this scene on Ning Yi was simply too great. He struggled to get up, unable to believe this scene. Why is this? Why is he, a youth younger than even me, actually able to possess the ability to make even my father bow down? At this time, Ning Buguang next to him suddenly let out a long sigh. In an instant, he felt as if he had aged a dozen years. Son, go apologize to Mr. Jiang. With that, he stood up and came to Jiang Lin's front, making a direct bow. Greetings to Mr. Jiang. The entire dojo, a dead silence. Even the spectators in the back who had come over to spectate because of the commotion had been dumbfounded. What is this situation? These old bosses actually bowed to Master Jiang. This is too bullish. Who here didn't know that the boss behind the Wind and Cloud Tea House was the big shot of the construction industry, Ning Buguang? He's worth nearly $10 billion. The shareholders of the Wind and Cloud Tea House are all their colleagues in the construction industry. These people formed a huge network of relationships, and could almost be said to be calling the shots. But now, these big brothers who called the wind and the rain actually bowed their heads like a youth in his 20s. This simply refreshed their three views. However, Jiang Lin just looked at the crowd calmly and incomparably, and the corner of his mouth even swept up a mocking smile. Ning Buguang, I didn't expect that we would actually meet again here. Just this one sentence caused the cold sweat of all the bigwigs to come down. They could hear that Mr. Jiang was angry. Mr. Jiang getting angry was going to cause big trouble. Which everyone here was a bigwig in the business world, but even if they were stronger, they simply couldn't be compared to King Real Estate. The Ning family is engaged in the main project of real estate main building, concrete, steel structure and so on. But no matter which one of them has to rely on the help of real estate developers to do so. And the King's Real Estate was the biggest customer of all of them, bar none. As the first major shareholder of Jiang Lin, just a word can cut off their lifelines. From then on, what with the Ning family and the Zhang family, they would all suffer a huge blow. In today's competitive world, once they suffered a change of heart, it would be difficult for them to gain a foothold in the entire industry. The air in the entire dojo froze for more than 10 seconds. Ning Buguang could only speak stiffly, Mr. Jiang, can you please move to the inner hall so that we can apologize? Jiang Lin swept a glance at him and was about to speak. But he didn't expect that just at this moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! You've injured many people, triggering a billion times blitz, rewarding Jin Kong Medical Group with 25 shares as the second largest shareholder. Chapter 78 Jin Kong Medical second largest shareholder, Rain Capital a Cloudy Mountain Village. Jin Kong Medical? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow, this medical organization hadn't heard of it. But a reward that could be looked at by the system shouldn't be bad. At this time, he turned back to Ning Buguang. Do you know about Jin Kong Medical? Ning Buguang was confused, what's going on here? Could it be that Mr. Jiang is planning to beat us to death? Have you even found a hospital? However, Ning Buguang knew that he couldn't go against the other party's wishes at a time like this. He could only answer honestly, I know, this Jin Kong Medical belongs to a global top private medical organization. It is equivalent to a private clinic. Clinic? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow, that could be worth a few dollars? Ning Buguang hurriedly explained, don't look at what we call it, it's because Jin Kong Medical is not open to the public at all, it can only accept member appointments. If you want to become a member there, you need to pay at least $1 million in membership fees. Seeing that Zhang Lin did not show, Ning Boguan could not help but continue. This Jin Kong Medical brings together the world's top medical experts and also employs all kinds of experts as honorary professors. Every year, I don't know how many rich people break their heads to make an appointment to see them. But as far as I know, the appointments that have been arranged now have already been scheduled for next year. HM. Zhang Lin nodded his head faintly, then he realized that this medical institution was really bullish. How difficult it was to see a doctor in these days. Especially for some difficult and critical diseases, it was even harder to find a good hospital. Now that he had become a shareholder of this medical group, he wouldn't have to worry about the problem of seeing a doctor in the future. In a good mood, Zhang Lin's dissatisfaction with Ning Boguang and the others also slightly subsided. What did you want to tell me just now? Hearing Zhang Lin return to the topic, Ning Boguang immediately bowed and said, Mr. Zhang, we have to ask for forgiveness. Oh, apologize. Then hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Zhang Lin waved his hand and walked towards the depths of the dojo on his own. Only then did the many bigwigs let out a long breath, feeling that their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. Mr. Ning, what should we do next? The crowd gathered around and couldn't help but ask. Let's inquire about the situation first, then figure out how to compensate Mr. Jiang. Ning Boguang said with a gloomy face, it must be these little brats who bumped into Mr. Jiang. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you want to keep your status as suppliers, then you better show me your sincerity. Understood, we understand. Numerous bigwigs nodded their heads. At this juncture, they naturally knew which was more important. Hey, by the way, Mr. Ning, why did Mr. Jiang ask you about Jin Kong Medical just now? Suddenly a veteran general manager asked with some doubts. This, I'm not too sure. Quick, check the information of Jin Kong Medical. Ning Boguang reacted extremely fast and immediately let his assistant log into the website of Jin Kong Medical. After just a few minutes, all the bigwigs couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Zhang Lin was actually the second largest shareholder of Jin Kong Medical. My god, how terrifying is this Mr. Jiang? At such a young age, he actually has so many identities already. What was the intention of what he just said? Was it to tell them just how deep their own depths were? In an instant, the numerous bigwigs felt chills running down their spines, itching to strangle their own pups straight to death. This time, I'm afraid that if there wasn't a huge hemorrhage, it wouldn't satisfy this Mr. Jiang. Zhang Lin sat on the main seat of the parlor inside the dojo, waiting for a few old bosses to meet him. Out of boredom, he learned a little more about Jin Kong Medical. It was a hospital that only had branches in a few first-tier cities in the entire country. Not only was it difficult to get an appointment, the prices were also ridiculously high. A most common appendicitis surgery actually cost as much as $500,000, $5,000 for a normal one. $1 million for a cesarean section. A heart stent $2 million. Bone marrow transplant $3 million. Lung cancer removal $5 million. However, although it is expensive, the other party is an absolute authority, and the entire medical organization has not received a single complaint for 10 consecutive years. This shows the powerful strength of this Jin Kong Medical. Zhang Lin was checking, when suddenly many bigwigs led by General Manager Ning walked into the parlor one after another. They consciously stood aside, followed closely by a group of rich second generation. At the head of the group, naturally, was the once incredibly confident young man, Ning Yi. Zhang Lin looked up and swept the crowd, and saw Ning Yi and the other rich second generation standing in a row in front of him. Immediately, he heard Mr. Ning shout in a cold voice. Kneel down for me. Plop. Under Mr. Ning's shout, the row of rich second generation in front of him fell to their knees in unison. Mr. Yi Jiang, it's all because these untalented boys have bumped into you, let them apologize to you now. Ning Boiguang said with a compensatory smile. As the words fell, everyone bowed their heads towards Zhang Lin in unison. Even the most arrogant Ning Yi was not the slightest exception at this moment. He actually didn't want to, but he didn't dare. Just now outside, Ning Boiguang finally told Zhang Lin the real bottom line now. Mingdao Restaurant Group shares, the #1 courtyard villa, a shopping center, and a royal residence. What was even more terrifying was that he was actually the #1 shareholder of King Real Estate. A single word could hold most of the orders for all their businesses. It was simply the power of life and death. And what was even more unbelievable to Ning Yi was that all these assets actually belonged to Zhang Lin alone. That is to say, it has nothing to do with the family and power behind him. What kind of horrible strength is this? This is simply not human. It wasn't until just now that Ning Yi completely understood why Zhang Lin had said from the very beginning that he wasn't qualified to invite him for tea. Compared to himself, a foppish young man who needed the support of his elders to stay in this tiny wind-cloud teahouse, he was indeed unqualified to invite the other party for tea. Even his own fathers had to look up to Zhang Lin's nose. At this moment, all the pride was ruthlessly shattered by Zhang Lin. Seeing the crowd kneeling down towards him, Zhang Lin frowned and faintly said, "Forget it, I'm not a god, I don't like being kneeled down. Quick, don't roll up yet." Seeing Zhang Lin's dislike, Ning Boiguang hurriedly shouted angrily. The many big boys stood up grayly at this moment, looking at Jiang Lin with a gaze filled with respect and awe. Of course, as a multitude of bigwigs, it was naturally impossible to simply give Jiang Lin such a little formal compensation. Ning Boguang arched his hand towards Jiang Lin. Mr. Jiang, these boys have bumped into you, an apology alone will never get you through. Saying that, he placed a door card and a bank card in front of Jiang Lin. Mr. Jiang, amongst this black diamond card of the Great Summer Country Bank is a compensation gift from all of us to you, 1 billion in cash. Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Boguang with a bit of surprise. He didn't expect the other party to hemorrhage so much. 1 billion in cash, this was not a small number. As far as he knew, these bigwigs were indeed worth a lot of money, several billions, some more than a billion. But that was worth, not liquidity. And for the progress of the company's projects, there must be large sums of money to spend. The funds on the books are definitely not too much. But now, it was actually willing to give him access to 1 billion. Even Jiang Lin had to admit that these bigwigs were worthy of being seniors walking the rivers and lakes. Of course, even Jiang Lin had somewhat underestimated his position in the hearts of many bigwigs. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Ning Boguang then introduced once again, this door card is a set of Cloud Mist Villa's manor sent to you by all of us. Said Ning Boguang face with a shameful bitter smile, this Cloud Mist manor in Jiangnan Rainall, not afraid of your joke, originally is our people together to buy, ready to speculation out of the, whether it is the location or location is the best choice, although with the Imperial City prices cannot be compared, but please be sure to accept. Cloud Mist Villa? Jiang Lin looked at the other party without moving, and couldn't help but feel puzzled in his heart. He remembered that he seemed to have seen it on the internet before, and this mountain villa seemed to have been on the news. It was said that this villa was a huge manor that was built by a top real estate company. The address was right above the Cloud Mist Mountain in the rain capital. And that's how the Cloud Mist Mountain Villa got its name. At that time, the Cloud Mist Mountain Villa was known as the rain capital's #1 mansion. And the price tag for its entirety was a terrifying $1 billion. 1 billion ah! In the Imperial City, $1 billion could buy a top-notch villa. In this quasi-first-tier city of Yudu, this price was simply heavenly. At that time, Jiang Lin was still wondering how it was possible to sell it at such a high price. As a result, it wasn't long before it was bought directly by a mysterious buyer. Only now did he realize that the other party was simply a group, and it turned out to be these few people in front of him. 1 billion in cash, 1 billion for the manor. In order to make amends to Jiang Lin, he took out $2 billion at once. To be honest, this sincerity, Jiang Lin saw. After a moment of contemplation, in full view of everyone, Jiang Lin nodded in a flat tone. Mr. Aning, I, Jiang Lin, have seen your sincerity. Saying that, he knocked on the armrest. I can take the things, but I, Jiang Lin, have always been clear about my grudges. Since I have taken your things, naturally I won't let you guys suffer. Said he looked at Ning Boguang and said, the 3 pieces of emerald I got at Fengyan Tea House today can be handed over to your Fengyan Tea House to deal with. Chapter 79 Jane Still Call, Leukemia Bad News. What? Are you serious? Upon hearing this, Ning Boguang's pupils instantly shrunk, and he became ecstatic inwardly. Even the other few bigwigs had colors of excitement flashing across their faces. Jiang Lin was really making a big move this time. Although he didn't give them any compensation in kind. But just the right to operate these 3 pieces of jadeite was enough to make the entire Wind and Cloud Tea House famous. Imagine, the world's first immortal blood-red fae actually appeared in the Fengyan Tea House and was auctioned off from the operation of the Fengyan Tea House. The popularity gained from this series alone was enough to make the whole world pay attention to it. This was not something that could be measured by $2 billion alone. Even so, in the future, it would bring in billions or even more. Jiang Lin looked at Ning Boguang plainly, said with a smile or not, how? Mr. Ning thought I was joking? Hearing Ning Boguang a jolt, hurriedly arched his hand and laughed. Mr. Jiang really extraordinary temperament, such kindness. I Ning Boguang on behalf of many friends, the Wind and Cloud Tea House, to you to thank you. Yes, from today onwards, Mr. Jiang is our benefactor. But then need, just ask, we will certainly go to the fire. That's right, we will definitely take Mr. Jiang as our honor. As Ning Yi watched his many elders speak in this manner, he felt a trance in his spirit. What an enviable scene this was. Unfortunately, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to reach such heights in his entire life. No one had expected that the matter of the Wind Cloud Tea House would actually be resolved in such a way. Since it was fine, Jiang Lin naturally had no need to stay any longer. He politely declined Ning Boguang and the others' request for a banquet, and left the place with his own black diamond card, as well as the Cloud Mist Villa's Smart Gate card. Rain capital, there's time to go and have some fun. Jiang Lin said to himself in his heart. His trip out this time was simply amazingly rewarding. Not only did he learn the Bianhe Guanyu Sutra, but he also owned shares in Jin Kong Medical. At the same time, he had once again obtained $1 billion in cash in a mountain villa. It was simply the envy of countless people. The company's equity change, this is the most important thing.
Just now he had received a call from the board of directors at the global headquarters of Gene Kong Medical. The content of the phone call was very simple, nothing more than congratulating himself for becoming the second largest shareholder of the company and hoping to visit the headquarters for guidance sometime. Gene Kong Medical's headquarters was in Magic City, and Zhang Lin had no plans to go there yet. So he just exchanged a few pleasantries and left his contact information before hanging up. Alas, all day long, it was either this invitation or that invitation. It was annoying as hell. He let out a long sigh, feeling really lonely like snow. System, super shameless JPG. Just as he was sighing, suddenly another call came in on his cell phone. This call is actually his confidant that he hasn't seen for a long time, Jane Still. Huh, Still is not busy with the examination? Why did you call me? Zhang Lin subconsciously picked up the phone, and before he could say anything, he heard Jane Still crying from the other end of the phone. Senior, oh, something happened at my home. Hearing Jane Still crying, Zhang Lin's heart was tight, hastily comforted. Still, you do not cry, what happened at home? My father is sick, Jane Still almost sobbed. Is leukemia? Leukemia? Zhang Lin's heart was shocked. This disease is not a small matter, no wonder Jane is still so sad. But his current mindset was after all too much stronger than before. So, in a calm tone, he comforted, Still, don't be anxious, I'll rush back to the school now, we'll go back together to take a look. Zhang Lin kicked the gas down, and the car Roman roared madly on the highway. In less than an hour, he rushed back to the gate of the financial institution. From afar, he saw Jane Still carrying a small school bag, standing alone and forlornly outside the gate. Seeing Zhang Lin walking down from the car, the tears in Jane's eyes could no longer be suppressed, and she jogged towards Zhang Lin and jumped into each other's arms. Senior, what should we do? That's leukemia. Don't worry, Still, we'll go now. Zhang Lin patted her shoulder and sent her to the co-pilot. On the way, Zhang Lin learned about the family's situation from Jane Still's mouth. Jane Still's hometown was in Golden City, not far from the imperial capital. Jincheng is a harbor city. Jane Still's old family is not rich and wealthy, but also well-off level. Originally, Jane's father, Jane Minji, was the manager of a construction and decoration company. On weekdays, he would often lead the team to various decoration sites to check the progress. Jane Minji, this person itself is a big grin, so each inspection, do not bring masks or even protective masks. Over time, the chemicals in the decoration materials attacked his body, which led to the outbreak of leukemia. Leukemia, for any family, is tantamount to a kind of bad news. Under Zhang Lin's constant acceleration, nearly 2 hours later, the two appeared at the First People's Hospital of Jin City. Hello, nurse, may I ask which ward Jian Minji is in? Zhang Lin opened his mouth at the nurse's station and asked. Ward 709. Thank you. The two got the number and hurriedly walked towards the ward. But as soon as Zhang Lin pushed open the door, he saw that there were actually quite a few people standing in the middle of the entire ward. These people were roughly divided into 3 areas. In the area at the head of the bed, a middle-aged woman was looking at Jian Minji with a haggard face. Needless to say, it was naturally Jane's mother, Li Hong. And not far behind her stood quite a few young people, both male and female, who looked about the same age as Jane Still. And on the opposite side, on the sofa of the ward, sat 3 packer-like figures. Zhang Lin just swept a glance and roughly guessed the identity of these 2 gangs of people. The ones on the sofa were inevitably the leaders of Jian Minji's unit. And the young people next to them should be Jane Still's classmates. Because Jane Still's mom, Li Hong, is a senior teacher of the first middle school in Jin City. Experienced, trained a lot of students. Including Jane Still, including her hand brought out. Seeing the door open, everyone almost subconsciously looked towards the door. Immediately after, they saw Jane Still rushing over with an anxious face. Dad, I'm back. Whoops. Jane Still rushed to Jane Minji's front. Still, you're back. The oxygen-masked Jin Minji's face smiled when he saw Jane Still. Good girl, don't cry. Dad's life is strong, he won't die. At the mention of death, Jane Still cried even more sadly. At this time, next to the Li Hong, his tearful eyes pat Jane Still's shoulder. Comfort, daughter, do not cry, there are still students in it. At this time, Jane Still only stopped crying, turned her head towards the crowd. Lu Ming, Zhou Wei, Zhao Nana, you all came. Jane Still nodded slightly at the crowd. Thank you for coming to see my father. Aya, Still, what are you saying? Mr. Li is so good to us, how could we not come to see him? That's right, don't be anxious, let's think of something together. Suddenly, a young man with a short height and long eyebrows separated from the crowd and walked to Jane Still. Still, don't worry, as long as Qian Liang can do, you can just order. Qian Liang said, and then toward Jane Still's small hand to shake. However, just at the moment he was about to shake it, Jian Still actually took the initiative to avoid it. On her face, she nodded, thank you, Qian Liang. Saying that, Jane Still turned her head and walked to Zhang Lin's front, pulling the other party's arm and said, Senior, what about my father, what about him? Seeing this scene, Qian Liang immediately sank in color, a touch of grimness flashed under his eyes. Back in high school, he had already been pining for Jane Still.
Qian Liang was a rich second generation in Jin City, and his family was worth tens of millions of dollars.
He had pursued Jane still before, but unfortunately, Jane still didn't care about him at all in high school. When he graduated, he went his own way and missed his chance. But this time was different. He heard that Jane Minji was sick and knew that his chance had come. That's why he took the initiative to contact all of his high school classmates and asked everyone to come over to take a look. It was just that he never expected that the Jane that he longed for was still actually following a man back together. And, just now the two people's behavior actually so intimate. MMP, this ing rhythm is not right off. Obviously, Jane is still my favorite dish, how could she fly into someone else's bowl? At that moment, he let out a cold laugh in his heart. Kid, grabbing a woman in front of me, Qian Liang, you are afraid that you are impatient to live. Thinking about this, his face surfaced modest smile, pretending to be unexpected asked, still, this is? Jane still heard subconsciously looked toward Jianglin. Immediately, heard Jianglin light smile, said, I am still boyfriend, Jianglin. Chapter 80, pretending to be AX is not the opposite of being X's Qian Liang. Boyfriend? The moment these words came out, the entire classmates showed a look of surprise. The top school flower in their hearts, the pure goddess actually had a girlfriend? Still, when did you have a boyfriend? At this time, Li Hong couldn't care about being sad and couldn't help but look at Jane still with a dissatisfied face. His own daughter had a boyfriend, actually he did not know. Naturally, there was no way to be happy. Hearing Jianglin say she was his girlfriend, Jane was still very happy in her heart. Seeing her mother's gaze at herself, she hurriedly said, Mom, we both just met not long ago, we haven't had time to say it yet. Li Hong heard, immediately felt more wrong. Just no not long, to determine the relationship? This is also too hasty. Mother-in-law was very strict about her son-in-law. From this point on, Li Hong instantly labeled Jianglin as a rash, frivolous person who looked extremely unpleasant. Thinking about this, she instead pulled Jane's still hand said, you are still small, anxious to talk about what love you look at others Qian Liang, although the university has not graduated, but has its own Jinging a company. This time, if not for his help, we cannot be so fast to live in this VIP ward. For Qian Liang, Li Hong is still very satisfied. Although the other side of the person looks average, temperament is not as good as this Jianglin, but cannot help people have money but also know how to please her. Before, when Jane was still not at home, she gave her all kinds of brand name supplements. Hearing Li Hong say this, Qian Liang eyes flashed a smug color. Even if you're good, it's useless if you can't get past your mother-in-law. Besides, just now Jane still called him senior. In a school can know what good goods? The poor student is just a. Thinking of this, Qian Liang's smile on his face is even more intense. Mr. Li, you say these are out of place. You don't have to worry about the wards, I've already said hello, and I'll stay as long as I want. Jane is still not a fan of this Qian Liang. See the situation directly change the topic. Mom, how is my father's condition? What did the doctor say? Once back to Jane Minji's condition, Li Hong's face was suddenly gloomy. What else can be done? The best way is of course a bone marrow transplant. But to wait for the right match is not an easy thing at all. Li Hong let out a long sigh. Now the experts have gone back to consult to see if there is a suitable donor who can match your father's bone marrow. Mom, that bone marrow matching is not need a lot of money Jane still knows the family's situation, she has spent a lot of money on school over the years. At this time, next to the Qian Liang is smiling and interjected, still don't worry, the money thing, I'll think of a way, 200,000 yuan, I can still get out. Qian Liang in order to be able to win the favor of Jane still is also desperate. He secretly resolved in his heart, the big deal is that he half a year of pocket money not to spend well. He is still in college, and his monthly money is all taken from his family. On the surface, it was said that he managed the company, but in reality, it was just for the sake of sounding good. So there was even less to talk about in terms of salary. Zhang Lin didn't pay too much attention to this, and at this moment, his gaze fell on the three leaders sitting on the sofa. From the moment he entered the door, these three had never said a word. Intuition told him that there was definitely something going on here. Alright, old Jane, I see that you have quite a few people here. One of the middle-aged men with an inch head slowly stood up. We won't bother much. As for the issue of compensation, the company has already given you an answer, so there is no need to say more. Hearing these words, Jin Minji, who had been lying there, suddenly became agitated. Mr. Wu, what do you mean by that? Jin Minji, for so many years, how many benefits have I created for the company? The reason for my illness, as you can see, is because the formaldehyde in the materials used by our company exceeds the standard. This statement, that Wu suddenly eyes condensed, gloomy, humph, old Jane, you have to understand, the reason why you get sick, because of your own carelessness, the boss can let me come to see you, has been very give you face. My own carelessness? Jane Minji's face turned red with excitement at hearing this, coughing repeatedly. I've seen the quality control parameters of each batch of your materials, and the formaldehyde is nearly 5 times higher than the standard value. Do you dare to say that it has nothing to do with the company?
Humph, nonsense, old Jane, today I may as well tell you, the boss said, he gave you up to 10,000 yuan of condolence fee, the rest you better not get an inch. Otherwise humph. Saying that, he let out a cold snort, obviously giving Jane Minji a warning. The moment these words came out, it made Jin Minji almost pass out directly from anger. The Chen Liang next to him, however, was happy in his heart at this moment. It seems that the time for his performance has arrived. Mr. Awu, right, my name is Chen Liang, I am Qian Feng's son. Chen Liang coldly smiled, I advise you better let your boss to give the compensation that should be given, otherwise, don't blame me for not polite. You? Mr. Wu inclined his head to look at him and suddenly took a step in front of the other party. Snap. In the midst of the crowd's incredulous gazes, he raised his hand and slapped Chen Liang in the face. Who do you think you are? Your father is just a small logistics boss, even he doesn't dare to be reckless in front of me, you are arrogant, hear my ass. Mr. Wu's look was fierce at the moment, scaring the students around him to subconsciously take 2 steps backward. Even Li Hong and Jin Minji followed suit and were shocked. In the entire Golden City, the reason why Mr. Wu was so arrogant was because the boss behind him was a big shot worth over $1 billion. Even Shen Feng had to call out Brother Wu when he saw him, so how could he be intimidated by this Qian Liang? He was not intimidated, but Qian Liang was intimidated by him. How could he not expect that this boss, who looked poor and short, was actually more powerful than his old man? Wu, Uncle Wu, since you know my dad, then we are friends. Shen Liang still wanted to use a roundabout tactic to try and ease this awkward situation. However, just as he opened his mouth, he saw that Mr. Wu raised his hand and slapped his face, laughing coldly. Kid, do you think you are worthy of being friends with me? If you want to learn from others who are out of the way, you'd better give it to me. Before he finished his arrogant words, he suddenly heard a low voice ringing beside him. Hey, you're disturbing Uncle's rest. As soon as Mr. Wu inclined his head, he saw Jiang Lin looking at himself with a calm face. Yo-ho, young people nowadays are getting more and more arrogant, ah. Mr. Wu snorted, why, you also want to. Snap. Before he could finish his words, he was slapped by Jiang Lin with a raised hand. The tremendous force caused General Manager Wu to spin around in place 2 or 3 times before he finally sat down heavily on the ground. At this moment, the entire room was silent. Everyone looked at Jiang Lin incredulously. I didn't expect him to actually dare to make a move. Wow, still this senior is so manly. Although I don't see him ending up in a good place, it's really cool. From this point of view, this is pure man, better than Qian Liang. The crowd of students were even filled with admiration for Jiang Lin after the shock. At this time, Mr. Wu reacted and covered his face and shouted angrily, You, how dare you hit me? Which knows that Jiang Lin swept a glance at the text on his uniform, Guobang decoration, right? Let your boss come over to compensate, roll. Seeing Jiang Lin's stern eyes, Mr. Wu put down a harsh word. You wait for me, let's go. Chapter 81 I show my cards, my family has relatives in Jinkong Medical. As soon as General Manager Wu left, Li Hong immediately looked at Jiang Lin with some exasperation. Why are you such an impulsive child? Do you know who he is? What about our family's compensation if you hit him? Hearing Li Hong say this, Shen Liang next to him immediately helped out. That's right, why didn't I fight back just now? He said with an expression of enduring humiliation, I was just afraid that it would affect communication. What kind of company is Guobang Decoration? The #1 decoration company in the entire Golden City, the owner is worth more than $1 billion. We simply can't afford to mess with it. Jiang Lin didn't even look at Chen Liang, but turned his head to Jin Minji and said, Uncle, in your current state, it's not advisable to get excited, it might affect your condition. As soon as he said this, Li Hong next to him immediately said in displeasure, if it wasn't for what you just did, how could he be so agitated? Still, look, what kind of people have you brought back? Jane is still aggrieved and is about to cry, Mom, Senior has been driving back from the imperial capital for me, how can you talk about him like that? Just now he even taught that Mr. Wu a lesson. What lesson? If the lesson is useful, what do we need the police for? Li Hong said in a cold voice, you let him leave now, here will only delay your father's condition. No, how can you do this to others? Jane still shook her head like a rattledrum, Senior may even be able to help us. What help? It's good that he doesn't help us. Li Hong spoke with an indignant face. But before she finished speaking, she heard Jin Minji say with difficulty, enough, you guys are still arguing cough cough. As he was saying this, his entire face suddenly turned white and he began to cough violently. Seeing this, the mother and daughter who had just been arguing, suddenly completely panicked. Quickly call the doctor. Li Hong shouted loudly. Not long after, an old doctor appeared in a hurry with a team behind him. Everyone was kicked out and waited outside the ward. Not enough to make things happen. Chen Liang, who was standing outside the ward, couldn't help but taunt. This time if Uncle has any crisis, I won't let you off the hook. Said he also very kindly comforted Li Hong next to him, Ms. Li, don't worry, everything has me. Jiang Lin next to him was not in the mood to pay attention to it at the moment, because inside, Jin Minji was carrying out intense rescue work. In a flash, nearly half an hour passed. Finally, the originally closed ward door suddenly opened. Director Chen, how is it? Li Hong and Jane still too directly surrounded up, and then saw Director Chen with a gloomy face take off the mask. The situation is very bad. Just now the patient, because of emotional fluctuations, fell into a brief state of shock. Director Chen frowned and said, although we have been rescued, but his current state has been transformed towards the acute stage. Even if the bone marrow transplant is also very difficult to save. What? Bone marrow transplant is no longer an option? Hearing Director Chen's words, Li Hong simply had a black eye and almost directly sat down on the ground. Fortunately, she was assisted by Jane, who was next to her. Director, then there is no other way? Jane still has tears in her eyes. She really doesn't want her father to go away like this. The way. Not without. Just when she was close to despair, Director Chen's words completely pulled her back from hell. At present, it's too late to rely on bone marrow matching, but as far as I know, internationally, there is now an extremely advanced gene therapy. Director Chen recalled that, simply put, it is the introduction of exogenous genes into the target cells in order to correct, compensate for, or inhibit certain abnormalities or defective genes, so as to achieve the therapeutic purpose. However, this kind of gene therapy technology only exists in some foreign medical research institutes and cannot be popularized on a large scale at all. Hearing him say this, the hope that had just risen sank to the bottom again. However, in the imperial capital, I know there is a medical institution that possesses such technology. The crowd once again brightened up, feeling as if they were on a roller coaster. It was too exciting. Director Chen, which medical institution are you talking about? We can transfer to the hospital now. Li Hong asked with an anxious face. Gene Kong Medical. Director Chen thought for a moment and spat out 4 words that were unfamiliar to the crowd. This institution was a medical group that was spread all over the world, specializing in private medical services, only that it was expensive and not known to the general public. Then Director, how can we transfer to this organization? Director Chen shook his head. It's difficult because it only accepts guests with appointments, and as far as I know, the appointments have all been lined up until next year. What? Then can my old Jane hold out until then? Li Hong's heart sank and asked with some trembling. Can't. Director Chen gave an affirmative answer without even thinking about it. If you have the ability, it would be best if you can contact Gene Kong Medical within a day, and then have them send experts and equipment over. Jian Minji's current condition is simply not suitable for a long bumpy ride. The situation would easily continue to deteriorate. Director Chen took a heavy breath. I can objectively say that if once the situation deteriorates again, even if there is gene therapy, it won't be of the slightest use. After saying that, he turned around and left with his team. What can be done about this? As soon as Director Chen left, Li Hong simply nearly collapsed. She snapped her gaze and pulled Chen Liang's hand and asked, Chen Liang, you are the teacher's most promising student, can you help and let your father try? Seeing this, Chen Liang glanced at Zhang Lin without a trace and sneered in his heart. See, kid, you want to compete with me, simply dream. In reality, he did not care about the death or life of Jian Minji. But at a time like this, in order to please his mother-in-law's heart, he had to do this matter beautifully. As long as this matter was accomplished, he would not only be successful in pretending to be an ex, but he would also be able to harvest Jane's gratitude and goodwill. Everything will be completely water to the canal. Oh, there's no way, it's really heaven helping me. Xian Liang smiled wildly in his heart. No one knew that one of his distant relatives worked at Gene Kong Medical. And also an attending physician, although it is not hematology, but it is already very good. If anyone could say anything, it was none other than him, Xian Liang. Thinking of this, he laughed out softly. Auntie, don't be sad, at this point in time, I have to say it. Well, I'll show my cards, my family has relatives in Gene Kong Medical. At these words, the crowd was stunned. What, Chen Liang, you actually have this relationship? Oh my god, you're the hidden big brother. Awesome, these Uncle Janes are saved. Not only did the crowd brag, even Li Hong excitedly held Chen Liang's hand. Great, Xiao Liang your Uncle Jane's life is in your hands, you have to help the teacher At this moment, even Jane still looked at Chen Liang, her eyes changing. Ha, Mr. Li, you can rest assured, this matter will be on me. Chen Liang patted his chest and immediately took out his phone and dialed out. Hello, Dad, it's like this. Not long after, he hung up the phone with a smile on his face and said, Teacher Li, still, you do not need to be anxious, there will be news in a while. Zhang Lin saw this and quietly retreated from the crowd. Directly dialed the phone number of Gene Kong Medical. Yes, this is the address, immediately, send someone over. I want the best experts, understand? A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, Mr. Jiang, we will arrange for someone to come over right now, use all the resources, and ensure that your elder gets the best treatment. Zhang Lin nodded. Thanks a lot. So how long will it take the soonest? 1 hour. Chapter 82. You don't have to be in a hurry, the money delivery is here. 1 hour? Zhang Lin was very satisfied with this time. As expected of Gene Kong Medical, it was really efficient. He didn't ask the other party how he would be able to realize 1 hour. Since the other party dared to promise, they would naturally be able to do it.
Anyway, as long as he could give the most timely treatment to Jian Minji, nothing else mattered. When Jiang Lin came back from outside, he found Qian Liang standing before the crowd with his hands in the air. Everyone, I've just checked, the cost of this Gene Kong medical visit is very expensive. Plus the gene therapy used this time is even the top international medical technology. I just went to Director Chen's side and asked, at least $1 million is needed for the treatment.
$1 million?
When Li Hong heard this, he immediately looked bitter. They were only well off. $1 million was not a small amount. Even if they were able to come up with it, they would still need to sell their house.
But now in such an urgent situation, where to find a suitable buyer? Without enough money for medical treatment, how could they possibly come to the rescue?
Qian Liang beside him naturally saw the other party's difficulties. The reason why he said so much was just to create an opportunity for himself to pretend to be X. He was also trying to further bring Li Hong and Jane closer together. And to further bring Li Hong and Jane still closer to his favor. Therefore, he faintly smiled and said to the crowd, classmates, Mr. Li in school, the care for us, you should not forget it.
Didn't forget. Numerous students also shook their heads.
Since we have not forgotten, then now Uncle Jane is in trouble, how can we stand by and do nothing? Said he opened his mouth in a deep voice, I suggest that we all take out what we can to donate some money for Uncle Jane, what do you say?
Good, this proposal is very good. I'll donate 500. I'll give 300. I'll give 1,000.
There were nearly 20 students present, and after half a day's work, the final amount was nearly $30,000. Although this money seems to be a lot of money, but for 1 million, but a drop in the bucket. At this time, the originator of all this, Shen Liang is a light cough. Mr. Li, I now have limited ability, cannot take too much, this 200,000, you accept.
Hiss. 200,000? It's true that it's still Brother Liang's luxury. Alas, I can't compare. Not many people are as generous as Brother Liang nowadays.
As the crowd boasted, Li Hong was even more excited to hold Shen Liang's hands.
Little Liang, teacher really don't know how to thank you. With that, she looked to the side of Jane still, don't thank Shen Liang yet.
Jane still looked at Shen Liang, then still anxious, but now only 230,000, there is still a difference of more than 70 million, how to do? Hearing this, Li Hong's complexion changed a bit, the deposit on the card there is less than 100,000, but it adds up to 300,000, there is no 1 million, what can be done? As she was saying, Jiang Lin, who had been silent all along, suddenly said,
Auntie, you don't have to be anxious, the money delivery has come. Who sent the money? Who is delivering the money?
Li Hong subconsciously looked up and saw that Mr. Wu, who had been beaten away by Jiang Lin, had come back with people in an aggressive manner.
Oh no, that Mr. Wu is back. This is troublesome. What to do? What should we do? Why did they come with so many people? It's not the Black Shark Club, right? People are so scared.
Shen Liang saw Mr. Wu, suddenly his heart snapped, then he looked at Jiang Lin and questioned in a cold voice. It's all your fault, if it wasn't for your reckless outburst, how would we have the situation now? Look at people come to settle the score, right? As he was saying, beside General Manager Wu, a tall middle-aged man rushed to the crowd in a few steps.
A low-voiced rank, which one is called Jiang Lin? Got it, this is over.
The crowd was shocked in their hearts, this is directly looking for the rightful owner to settle the score.
Next to Qian Liang even gloated, see, this is the consequences of your recklessness.
Saying this, he raised his hand and pointed directly at Jiang Lin. That's him, he is Jiang Lin. That middle-aged man sniffed and looked towards Jiang Lin, then rushed to the other party in a few steps, and a look of delight suddenly appeared on his face. Mr. Yi Jiang, my subordinate is here to apologize to you on behalf of Chairman Wang. The moment these words came out, the entire room was dumbfounded. G.A. Everyone grew their mouths incredulously like ducks with their necks pinched.
What is this? Wasn't it here to find fault? How did it change to bowing? Could it be that this kind of routine is all the rage in Golden City nowadays when it comes to looking for trouble? The smile on Qian Liang's face was also instantly frozen, replaced by a strong sense of incredulity. How is this possible? It was clearly Jiang Lin who hit someone, how come he came to apologize now instead? This is not scientific.
Jiang Lin's gaze remained calm at the moment, but he looked at the middle-aged man and said, where is Wang Guobang? Why isn't he here? The middle-aged man raised his head and said carefully to Jiang Lin, Chairman Wang is still dealing with things in the imperial capital, he can't come here for the time being, so he ordered me to come on his behalf to say hello to you.
Jiang Lin waved his hand, well, I don't need you to greet me, you know what you should do, right?
The middle-aged man nodded his head repeatedly at his words, of course I know. Saying this, he took out a bank card from his pocket and said, in response to Mr. Jane's current situation, the company has given a special condolence of $1 million and promised that if Mr. Jane is able to recover, he will be able to continue working at the company afterward and will be promoted to the position of vice president.
Hiss. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air and unanimously looked at Jiang Lin. What kind of person was this guy?
He actually made the other party lose $1 million with a single slap. At this moment, Chen Liang's face simply had embarrassment written all over it. It was so damn awkward. He had been slapped by someone before, and not only did he not ask for half of the compensation, but he almost offended the other party instead. But Jiang Lin, he directly slapped someone else and ended up compensating $1 million. In comparison, he was simply a weakling. If it wasn't for the doctor's matter where he was still firing, Chen Liang felt like he was about to be killed by other people's gazes. Jiang Lin reached out and took the bank card from the other party, seeing the password written on the back. Then nodded, well, tell Wang Guobang, do things according to the standard in the future, go, do not disturb Uncle Jane here to rest. Hey, good, Mr. Jiang, your words, I must bring. Said that middle-aged man once again bowed and turned to leave with Mr. Wu and others. Seeing that the other party had left, Jiang Lin took the bank card and handed it to Li Hong's face. Auntie, keep this money, it's uncle's compensation. This. Li Hong was now a sum of embarrassment, rubbing her palms on her legs, she just couldn't lift them up. Thinking that she had just said that about Jiang Lin, how could she not raise her hand? Jiang Lin, who saw this scene, then shoved the bank card to Jane still next to him. Still, you help Auntie to keep it, you have to use it in the future. Seeing this, Jane still jumped into Jiang Lin's arms with red eyes and softly said, thank you, senior. Crunch. Seeing the two of them in such a scene, Chen Liang simply had his teeth clenched. He felt as if there was an extra prairie above his head. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the ringtone of his cell phone saved him. Chen Liang looked down and a smile appeared on his face. Immediately, he hurriedly said, Teacher Li, it's my dad calling. The crowd hurriedly looked towards him, while Chen Liang answered the phone with a happy face. Hello, Dad, how are things going for you? But as soon as his words fell, the crowd saw Chen Liang's face change at once. What? How is it possible? This doesn't even work? A few minutes later, he hung up the phone with an embarrassed face and looked at Li Hong and apologetically said, Mr. Li, just now my dad told me that several experts from Jin Kong Medical couldn't come. Why? Don't you have relatives? When Li Hong heard this, she was a bit agitated. It's that relative of ours who said that he's already approached the director of their department, but there's no way, the appointments at Golden Healthcare are only available to members. If you're not a member, it's no use even if you have more money. Barstool. Hearing this, Li Hong immediately sat down disheveled on top of the bench. It's over, it's over. It was so hard for her to have the money to treat Jin Ninji, but now, the specialist couldn't come. Mom, don't be like this, let's think of another way, okay? Jane still had tears in her eyes as well and jumped into Li Hong's arms. The many students even sighed. Even Chen Liang hadn't succeeded, there was no hope at all now. Just at this moment, Jiang Lin suddenly walked up to Li Hong and said softly, Auntie, don't feel bad, just now I've already made a phone call, Jin Kong Medical's people will be here soon. Chapter 83 Look, there is a large wave of helicopters flying over. What? What you said is true. Li Hong snapped out of her despair and looked at Jiang Lin incredulously. I've already notified them, and they said that they'll be able to arrive in an hour at the latest. As soon as these words came out, Chen Liang next to him instantly quit. He sneered, Humph, what time is it? You're still joking? Just now, my dad has clearly asked, only members can qualify to book a treatment, and the entire Jin Kong Medical's booking number has already been lined up until next year. Even if you were able to make an appointment and have Jin Kong Medical come within an hour, are you kidding me? The crowd felt that what Chen Liang said was somewhat reasonable. Regardless of whether they could come or not, it was unrealistic to arrive here in an hour. Who knows, not waiting for them to discuss, originally has left the director of Chen actually panting ran over. Hey, Jin Ninji family members, you guys are really great. He gasped for breath, a look of admiration appeared on his face. Just now, the Imperial City branch clinic of Jin Kong Medical actually took the initiative to give the hospital a call, saying that they would soon rush over to give Mr. Jin medical treatment. Really? Li Hong violently stood up from her seat, looking at Director Chen with an excited face. Of course it's true, you guys get ready, you may have to do the surgery in a while. Hearing Director Chen's affirmative reply. It was only at this time that the crowd was really sure that Jin Kong Medical had actually contacted them. Brush. All gazes swiped to Jiang Lin in unison. Just now, Chen Liang had already said that, so the appearance of this Jin Kong Medical was naturally due to Jiang Lin. Jiang. Li Hong opened her mouth and was about to say something. But just at this moment, outside the hospital, there was suddenly a violent roar. Suddenly, everyone unanimously looked towards the window. They saw a scene that they would never forget. 3 helicopters in a row actually swept rapidly from the distant sky. On top of the fuselage, there were actually the 4 big words Jin Kong Medical printed on all of them. In an instant, everyone was shocked. They hadn't counted on it, but they were actually coming in helicopters. Chen Liang was confused. Li Hong was confused. All the students were confused. Even Jane still stared in amazement. Suddenly. Fortunately, the entire Golden City First People's Hospital was large enough. Next to it, there was also a plaza that was specially designed for convalescents. The helicopters landed one after another on top of the square.
Wow! The cabin door of the helicopter opened at once, followed by 4 old figures with white heads coming down from one of the helicopters. On top of the other 2, several people came down to carry the equipment. Hula! The dean of the entire hospital, the main leaders all poured out from the hospital gate. The dean at the head of the hospital was even full of joy as he greeted the old man. "Aya, Professorson, I didn't expect you to come here in person." The leading Professorson nodded. "Time is running out, we'd better hurry up and save the people." "Good, follow me." Not long after, the 4 experts appeared outside Jian Minji's hospital room under the dean's leadership. The first thing they said when they saw the crowd was, "Excuse me, which one is Mr. Jiang?" As soon as Professor Tsun opened his mouth, immediately everyone's hearts jumped. "MMP, why the hell does anyone come to find him first? This guy in the end, where is the great god? We all grew up eating rice, why is there such a big difference in being a human being?" "I am." Zhang Lin nodded at the 4 experts. "Mr. Jiang, I'm the hematologist of Jin Kong Medical, Sun Mu, and these 3 are also visiting professors of Jin Kong Medical." Professor Sun introduced Zhang Lin. "After receiving your notification, our Imperial Capital Branch Clinic has already dispatched all the hematologists at the first opportunity. After our initial consultation, we will also transfer experts from other branch clinics in China if needed." Zhang Lin nodded. "Thanks, Professor Sun, as long as you guys can come up with a solution, any conditions can be mentioned." "Good, then let's take a look at the patient first." Professor Sun nodded, then led the people into the middle of the ward. As soon as the doctor left, the gazes of the people towards Zhang Lin became complicated. Especially that Chen Liang's face, at the moment it was as ugly as if he had eaten hot air. Failed, too damn failed. He was a rich second generation, originally thought that this time to deal with Jane still hand to hand. But now, all the efforts were not as smooth. He was simply beaten by Zhang Lin. Not long after, Professor Tsun's figure appeared outside the ward. "Mr. Jiang, the situation is much better than we expected." Professor Tsun directly said, "We need to perform a phase 1 gene therapy surgery here immediately. If the results are good, the condition can be stabilized. But the follow-up will require a period of convalescence at the Imperial Capital Clinic." Zhang Lin nodded as he listened. "What are the chances of recovery?" Professor Tsun listened and pondered for a moment. "We medical practitioners have always refrained from speaking of exact values, but I can tell you that as for the possibility, it is above 70% if I conservatively estimate it." Hiss. Everyone listening to this could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. "Listen, this is the expert of Jin Kong Medical, 70%, and also conservative estimate. If this is said by the experts here, it's a death sentence." Thank you, doctor." Li Hong mother and daughter heard this simply tears of joy. "There is nothing that can make Jane Mingyi recovery more people open line of things. There is no need to thank me. If you want to thank Mr. Jiang." After saying this, Professor Tsun left with his men to make preparations before the surgery. At this time, Li Hong was looking at Zhang Lin with tearful eyes, and after a long time, she actually made a move that made everyone surprised. She actually directly gave Zhang Lin a 90-degree bow. "Hey, Auntie, what are you doing?" Zhang Lin hurriedly reached out to help each other, but heard Li Hong say, "I'm really sorry for you," before Auntie's preconceived notions actually have too much prejudice against you. "This is Auntie's fault, don't take it to heart." "Auntie, what are you talking about?" Zhang Lin shook his head. "Still, things are naturally my things, can help, I definitely want to help." Yes. Li Hong nodded her head repeatedly. "In the future, you guys are going to be a family, it is right to help each other." Qian Liang. "Goddamn family What are you doing?" "I'm still here." "That's not what you just said to him." Next the crowd saw what is called epic change of face. Li Hong was warming up to Zhang Lin, just as sweet as can be. Even Zhang Lin himself was a bit overwhelmed by this kind of enthusiasm. "Auntie, you don't have to worry too much." Zhang Lin's eyes turned. "It's getting late, I won't stay here, if there's anything you need, you can call me anytime." Li Hong heard Zhang Lin want to go, actually gave birth to a reluctant emotion. "Hey, good, Zhang Lin, that, really thank you, wait for a period of time, Auntie must go to your home to see your parents Zhang Lin. "I go, this just met, how to meet the parents." He hurriedly said goodbye to Jane, turned his head and left like he was running away. Nima, he was afraid that if he stayed any longer, Li Hong would directly give them an engagement date. Seeing that Zhang Lin had left, the crowd of classmates in Shanliang naturally had no intention of staying. The crowd said their goodbyes and then walked out of the hospital. "Hey, you guys, what kind of person is this Zhang Lin? He's actually so powerful? He must be a tycoon, and a tycoon with a special background." "No, he's not a tycoon, he's a god, the god of gods, so handsome." "Nymphomaniac, he has a girlfriend." "Idiot, won't I be a lover?" "Sister, you're already 106 and you're still a lover? Bomb lover?" Listening to the crowd talking, Shen Liang was unusually indignant in his heart. His strength is only the strength of his family, and besides, you can see that he looks like a human being, but in fact, he will not be dirt poor to wear. Qian Liang coldly snorted. "Otherwise, when we made donations, why didn't he give a single dime?"
The crowd raised their eyebrows when they heard this, and what was said was not without reason. If he was really a godly man, he wouldn't move his hands hundreds of thousands of dollars up and down. However, just as they were wondering, Jiang Lin's figure suddenly stopped in front of a car in front. This car is so cool. Let me check. Nima, it's a car Roman King, a global limited edition. $20 million to start with. What? $20 million? Get away from it, I'll never be able to pay it back if I touch it. As the crowd marveled, they suddenly saw Jiang Lin press the car key in his hand. Then the cool lights of the car Roman lit up, and Jiang Lin opened the door without stopping and sat in. A roar like the roar of a wild animal instantly exploded. In the crowd's shocked eyes, he left. Qian Liang. Snap. He felt the taste of light speed hitting his face, half of his face was on fire. Driving a $20 million car, Nima is still not a godly man? Then what the hell is a godly man? Not only that, the gazes of the students next to him were filled with a strange flavor. Jiang Lin sped all the way back towards the imperial capital on the highway. Who knew that before he arrived home, he received a long-lost phone call? The caller was someone he never dared to offend in his life. His mom. Hello. Son, how's your small supermarket? Son, how's your mini-mart doing? On the other end of the phone, his mom's concerned voice emerged. Also, not bad, right? Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows. The small supermarket was opened by him. But in order not to let his parents worry, he decided not to tell them. Well, he was that kind. I'm not going to tell them, but I'm going to tell them. On the other end of the phone suddenly came out mom's unsuspecting laughter. Is there a girlfriend? Jiang Lin rolled his eyes, couldn't help but say, not yet. What? Not yet? Hearing that there is no, mom immediately anxious. Tell me, how old are you? Can't even find an object? You see people next door to the family's dog child, even the child can play soy sauce. Jiang Lin ahead of black line, I just actually want to say, not yet determined But he was afraid that mom killed him, so he did not say. But mom is not no At once on the phone inside a pat on the thigh, I know you kid thin skin, so mom gave you thought. This time the blind date, you can grasp the girl old good, but the imperial capital of the locals it. What? A blind date? Jiang Lin immediately faced confused. Chapter 84 MMP, this is encountered foodie devil? What, a blind date? Mom, when did I say I want to go on a blind date? Jiang Lin was dumbfounded when he heard it. A few thousand kilometers away, Mom, how you are thinking to this side. Shut up, little brat, I can't control you anymore, can I? Mom Zhao Yuqin at this time to take out the majesty of the mother. I tell you, this is our village, your sixth aunt's cousin's brother's girl. The girl is also a university graduate, working less than 3 years, good looking, you cannot give me to miss this opportunity Jiang Lin felt a black line. Mom, working for 3 years is called graduating? She's at least 2 or 3 years older than me. A woman who is 3 years older can hold a golden brick, do you understand? Zhao Yuqin direct force suppression, little brat, you do not give me the whole useless, your mother I have to go through a lot of words to get people to make a good date with you on a blind date. As long as you can let the other side of the match, I even talk about the bride price money, direct 200,000 to her. What? Mom, did you let someone cheat you? You're giving people money? Jiang Lin on his own mom is completely speechless. Which knows that the phone came Zhao Yuqin complacent voice, you think your mom's stupid it? 200,000, I can give her all? I've just called her $10,000, as a gift, after all, you want people to come to the blind date, always have to be a little sincerity Good. You're good. Jiang Lin was completely defeated by his mom. He heard for the first time, did not meet first to give a gift of meeting. Good thing $10,000 is just a drop in the bucket for him now. He didn't look into it. Mom, I've been busy at the store lately, so I won't go. As soon as his words left his mouth, he heard Zhao Yuqin's voice instantly rise an octave. What? What did you say? I didn't hear you, say it again? Cold sweat instantly appeared on Jiang Lin's head, and he smiled and said, okay, I'll go, okay? This is more or less the same. Zhao Yuqin turned her anger into joy, Mom will send you the address in time later, so you have to work hard and don't mess it up for me. Okay, I know. Not long after hanging up the phone, Jiang Lin received a WeChat from his mom. Now in this era, the elderly play WeChat is also very common, especially his mom, play the thief. Mom, son, address information sent to you, accompanied by a photo, look at the beauty. Jiang Lin took a look at this blind date, the face value in the 75 points or so, body general, can only say 70 points. But the dress was flamboyant. He swept a glance, then retracted his gaze, he was surrounded by too many goddesses, for this kind of really cannot even a little fluctuation cannot set off. After half a day of tossing and turning, by the time Jiang Lin returned to the royal mansion, it was already evening. To Jane still reported a piece, and asked Uncle Jane's situation, Jiang Lin is ready to rest. Tomorrow, he had arranged a blind date in a cafe. Cafe, a common scene for blind dates. Jiang Lin was just thinking that he would be able to cope with it.
When the time comes, he will be able to give his mom the job. There were no words in the night. At noon the next day, John Lin drove his silver black Arrow and left the house. He didn't drive the car Roman King because he'd get tired of driving one car all the time. If he had the time, it would be best to come across some car show or something like that, so he could go and buy a few more and switch them around at that time. Anyway, the parking lot inside the house was big enough to stop a dozen luxury cars without a problem. Although Jiang Lin intended to deal with it, but since he promised his mom, he couldn't be late. Therefore, he arrived at the cafe half an hour earlier. This cafe was very famous on the internet and belonged to the upscale cafe. A cup was several $100s. Jiang Lin didn't like coffee, so he ordered a cup of lemonade and sat there waiting. His black Arrow was parked in the parking space outside the cafe. A supercar worth $100 million parked there naturally attracted the attention of everyone. There were quite a few people there taking pictures and sending friend circles. But very few people dared to go near the car, because once something went wrong, the compensation couldn't even be afforded. However, just as the time was approaching, Jiang Lin suddenly saw two figures seeing his supercar from a distance and instantly screamed, "Wow! Mom, look, this car is simply cool." A girl wearing a super short skirt and heavy makeup screamed shrilly. Next to her, a middle-aged woman, also dressed up in a flamboyant outfit and wearing sunglasses, similarly exclaimed, "My God, I've never seen such a beautiful supercar before. Wait for me to check." The middle-aged woman took out her cell phone and started searching online, and soon she let out a sound like a sow howling. "Ow, this car is actually worth 100 million ah." "What? 100 million? Her daughter screamed, "What are you waiting for? Take pictures ah, Mom, this opportunity can be rare." Speaking, the mother-daughter duo towards the supercar rushed past. Good nonchalant in front of the supercar concave styling, a variety of posing for the camera, and then sent to the circle of friends, began to show off. A full 10 minutes to shoot, the two talents from the supercar side of the leave. "Aya, this supercar is really exciting, if only I also have a good." Daughter while walking, cannot help but envy said, It's a pity that there is no phone number left inside, otherwise your mom I would have been tempted." The woman next to me thought deeply. The two of them actually walked into this cafe. Jiang Lin had just retracted his gaze when he saw the two men walking towards his position. The woman in the lead came to her table, removed her sunglasses, and looked at Jiang Lin with a slight scrutiny. "You are Jiang Lin?" Jiang Lin looked up at her and said flatly, "If there isn't a second person here named Jiang Lin, then it's me." Hearing Jiang Lin's words, the other party sat down on the chair for a moment, then smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Willow Eyebrows." Jiang Lin's pupils shrunk, the lemonade in his mouth almost spat out. The mom. It was good that the other party added 3 words at the end, only then did he resist the urge to grab the door and escape. At this time, the ultra-short skirt girl next to him also sat down and removed her sunglasses. "I am Lu Mei Mei." The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth twitched, not realizing that the two people who had just taken pictures in front of his limousine were his blind date for today. It can't be helped, since they're here, the formality has to go. "Hello guys, may I ask for a drink?" Jiang Lin smiled slightly and asked. Mother Lu glanced at Jiang Lin. She actually ordered lemonade, she was really a poor person, she didn't even order coffee. So she didn't have anything to pretend anymore. "Alright, don't waste any more time." She slapped the table and took the initiative to say, "Jiang Lin, I've already learned about your family's situation from your parents. Although you are able to open a small supermarket in the imperial capital, but if you want to gain a foothold in the imperial capital, relying on this alone is far from enough. So now I'm going to make a few requests that you can fulfill so that we can have a chance to play." Jiang Lin swept a glance over this mother-daughter duo and couldn't help but reveal a hint of amusement. To be honest, he really wanted to see what this odd mother and daughter actually requested. Therefore, he nodded and said flatly, "Good, Auntie, what are your requests? Mention them." When Mother Lu heard this, she then directly said, "Good, this first, our dowry money should be increased to 800,000. 800,000? Jiang Lin was a bit surprised, didn't he say 200,000? How did it go up to 600,000 more? The original is 200,000. Mother Lu said with vigor, "But because Mimi's brother is planning to go abroad, the 600,000 is for him." When Jiang Lin heard this, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. MMP, am I encountering the foodie devil? Chapter 85 Auntie, you are selling your daughter, how much is a caddy? Jiang Lin had always thought that foodie devils existed only in legends. They come without a shadow, go without a trace, walking as if a gust of wind. He had never thought that he would be able to meet a foodie devil even if he was just looking for a marriage. He suddenly smiled after hearing, "Auntie, your son is going abroad, what has it got to do with me? Aren't we talking about what happened between me and Lu Mei Mei? How is it not related?" Mother Lu raised her eyebrows. "If you and Mimi become a family in the future, is my son also your brother?" "That's true." Jiang Lin nodded his head. "So, shouldn't you as a son-in-law help solve your brother's problems?" Jiang Lin didn't say anything, but looked at Lu Mimi next to him. Lu Mimi nodded her head in the same rightful manner. My mom is right, I only have this one younger brother, you say who will help him if I don't? When the time comes, if we get together, who will help him if you, his brother-in-law, don't? Do you want to see him suffer? Zhang Lin almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Interesting. Are there any more requests? Zhang Lin couldn't help but ask. Of course there is. Mother Lu nodded. As a matter of course, in addition to 800,000, you have to buy a house, and it must be a 3-room hall. In the future we will also have to live, small certainly not. She glanced at Zhang Lin. Look at your appearance, also does not look like you can afford to buy a car like, then the car must also be counted. And the price cannot be less than 300,000. Otherwise, it will not be able to take the hand. Let my friends laugh. Zhang Lin still has a smile on his face. Is there any more? Well, for the time being, there is no more. Mother Lu thought for a moment and suddenly said, right, whether it is a house or a car, it should be written in my daughter's name, and know that you certainly do not have the means to pay the full amount, the loan is acceptable. But our eyebrows are not responsible for helping you pay back the loan. Bride price, house, car, these are all there. Zhang Lin broke his fingers and counted, and then he turned his head to look at Lu Mei. Do you have anything to add? Well, I also have nothing to add, is that people's girls' skin is more delicate, so a month what maintenance cosmetics fitness yoga all need to spend money. Plus bags, clothes, basically all brand name. Ordinary brand people are not wearing, too low. Lu Mei tilted her head and thought about it. These must be at least about $20,000, so you have to give me this money every month to turn in. As for the rest, I'm still a very reasonable person, you can freely dispose of it. Like this. Zhang Lin nodded flatly. Then I'll do some math. The house is 10 million, the car is 300,000, the bride price is 800,000, plus 20,000 per month for consumption. He paused and suddenly looked at Mother Lu with a bit of doubt. Auntie, you are selling your daughter, how much is a caddy? When this statement came out, it instantly made the two people's faces change. At the same time, it instantly attracted quite a few gazes in the middle of the entire cafe. What? Is she selling her daughter? So blatant? Che, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? It's a blind date, and the woman's making the offer. What kind of offer is that? Can the average person afford it? Go find a tycoon. Do you think a tycoon would want her? Is it diamond encrusted? Listening to the surrounding discussion, Mother Lu and Lu Mei both immediately changed their faces. Mother Lu was even more furious and slammed the table. Zhang Lin, do you have any sincerity or not? You don't want to give anything, just want to be with my daughter, you're dreaming. Lu Mei even echoed, yes, even this test cannot pass, how can we be together? In today's society, who can't afford to have some security for their future, or who knows if you're going to start and end up abandoning them in the future? Seeing the two of them look like they are taking it for granted, Zhang Lin smiled and shook his head. Alright, I'm done with the theater, let's call it a day, thank you for your wonderful performances. Saying that, he stood up and walked towards the outside of the cafe. Walking to the side of Lu's mother, Zhang Lin suddenly slightly lowered his head and whispered beside the other party's ear, Auntie, if you really can't find someone who can satisfy your request, why don't you let your love go to a nightclub, it might be easier to realize there. After saying that, Zhang Lin turned his head and left. You, bastard. Mother Lu was furious and violently stood up from her seat. A little yakuza like you, a poor man, you will never be successful in this life. Still want to marry my daughter? You can't even think about marrying my daughter. That's right, towards me believing in your family's bull, and still say what have sincerity. Lu Mei likewise sneer open, tell you, this is your own disagreement, the 10,000 yuan meat gift, but I will not return. Already out of the door of Zhang Lin suddenly beat, and then coldly toward the two said, no, that 10,000 yuan, stay in the future to give you an abortion. Lu Mei was disliked by Zhang Lin's sentence and her face turned blue. She screamed and rushed out from the cafe. At this moment, she only wanted to give this Zhang Lin who didn't know the heights of heaven a hard slap. To tell him that even if she had an abortion in the future, he was not qualified to accompany her. However, just as she was chasing out from the cafe, she suddenly saw Zhang Lin walking in front of the supercar that she had just photographed herself. Immediately, a dripping sound was heard, the supercar opened, and Zhang Lin sat inside and took off. Gah! It was as if there were crows flying through the sky. Lu Mei, oh. She stood in place with a dumbfounded face, watching from afar as Zhang Lin disappeared above the street. At this time, her old mom chased after her. Where is he, where is this little yakuza? Lu mother said in a furious voice. Immediately afterward, she heard Lu Mei's somewhat dumbfounded voice. Mom! Aha! That supercar just now, seems to be his. Oh, so what? The supercar is his? At this time, Mother Lu snapped and screamed, and she suddenly saw that the supercar on the parking space was already gone. In an instant, the two of them were simply an embarrassing amount. Didn't they say that the other party's family was from the countryside? Did not say that the other party is to open a small supermarket? Did not say that the other party is a poor man? How the hell now drive a luxury car? This is a deliberate attempt to play with us, isn't it? The mother and daughter were completely messed up at the moment. How they did not expect, originally already to the hands of the duck, actually just flew away. 100 million, so drive away? Lou mother looked at the empty parking space, simply intestines are repenting. Even if the little cute. All know, driving a 100 million sports car, how can it be a poor man? John Lin on the supercar was currently looking at his cell phone with a smile on his face. Because just now he has recorded all the words of the other party. At this time just hurry to send over to his mom, so as not to say that he did not come. And this time, even the reason was saved. Okay, done. John Lin put down his cell phone, subconsciously walked towards the front. However, at this time, he saw himself in front of actually don't know when to stop a beetle. Fortunately, John Lin himself was quick on his feet and hastily stepped on the brakes. Snort! An ear-splitting braking sound rang out. Less than 2 centimeters short, John Lin's car was going to be mounted on the other car's rear end. John Lin had to walk out of the car, wanting to see who was so good at parking, actually able to park on the main road. Only when he walked to the front did he realize that the car in front of him actually had a car accident. One of the owners of the car accident was actually a stunning beauty who floated like a fairy. Chapter 86 stumbled upon a big mom who touched the porcelain and compensated $2 million. This big beautiful woman was tall and slender. Wearing a set of light blue dress, a head of long black hair draped behind her head, and a string of emerald necklace around her neck. John Lin knew the price was high just by taking a look at it. He didn't know about the finished product, but the raw jadeite stone was labeled at least tens of millions. This girl definitely had a decent status. Then he looked at the face value, Nima. It was like the moon was closed and the country was in love with her. The face value reached 95 points, super positive. However, at this moment, this young girl's face was filled with anxiety, a look of wanting to cry. Only then did John Lin see that in front of her car, there was actually an older woman lying on the ground. She was wearing a long coat and long pants, her hair was messy, and she was lying on the ground wailing at the moment. "Ay mama, it hurts me to death. My legs. My waist. You son of a..." Driving without looking at the road. Not only that, under her pants, there was actually a trace of blood flowing out. A lot of people had gathered around her, pointing at the beautiful girl. "Look, what's all this about?" Yes, he actually didn't admit it after hitting someone. Hey, people's hearts aren't what they used to be. There are a lot of bumper cars nowadays, but look at the bloodshed. That's right, if you didn't bump into them, how could they bleed? Wen Yingxue was on the verge of tears when she heard the comments around her. With tears in her eyes, she couldn't help but refute. I really didn't touch her. Little girl, what time is it? Hurry up and call an ambulance. That's right, if you delay any longer, the old man's life will not be saved off. Listening to the crowd's discussion, the old lady lying there had a flash of cunning in her eyes. She tremblingly opened her mouth. Girl, Auntie also knows that you are not a bad person, and you did not do it on purpose. How about this, you compensate me some money, I let my family to accompany me to see a doctor. Wen Yingxue heard subconsciously asked, that you want how much money? No, not much, just 10,000, no, 20,000 will do. She has often touched porcelain, the other side has no money at a glance to be able to see a rough. She could tell at a glance that the string of necklaces the little girl was carrying was definitely worth a lot of money, maybe more than $100,000. $20,000 should be a price that the other party can afford. Sure enough, as soon as she said this, she saw Wen Yingxue hesitate for a moment, then nodded. Good, then I will transfer it to you. Auntie, do you have a WeChat or something? To be able to spend $20,000 to solve things, Wen Yingxue naturally begged for it. There is Smell that old lady eyes bright, raised his hand from the pocket, pulled out a step smartphone. You just give me directly scan code on the line, little girl, you can really a good person. Wen Yingxue took the cell phone and scanned the other party's collection code, then entered 20,000 on her own cell phone. However, just as she was about to confirm, all of a sudden, a palm reached out from beside her and pressed her small hand. Wait. Wen Yingxue subconsciously inclined her head to look, and at a glance, she saw John Lin standing next to her with a calm face. Wow, he was so handsome. A good face has an advantage everywhere. Wen Yingxue didn't even care that the other party had skin-to-skin contact with her. At this time, John Lin's voice sounded again. Auntie, almost there, have to wait for me to call the police before you get up. John Lin watched from the side for a while, and knew at a glance that this old lady was touching porcelain. Only now that the technical content of the crooks are getting more and more upgraded, who knows that she actually even artificial blood packs are ready. It is true that the road is 1 foot tall and the devil is 10 feet tall. Oops, you young man, how to say change? Can't you see I'm bleeding? Seeing someone intervene, Jean's bumper sticker mom was suddenly upset. Seeing the money is going to be in hand, actually halfway out of a program bite gold. How can she not be angry? Oh, God, actually there are people to help her speak. You all judge, is there any justice in this? Hearing the old lady cry like this, the crowd pointed towards John Lin. Some even took out their cell phones to take pictures. However, Jiang Lin did not have the slightest indication of this. He just looked to the side of the immortal beauty, said, "Your car has a car recorder?" Wen Xue could not help but laugh bitterly. "This is my friend's car. The car just picked up not long ago. Have not had time to install it." This is not only Jiang Lin heard, even the old lady heard. Once she heard that the other party didn't even have a car recorder, she was even more relieved. "No, if you don't give me 40,000 today, you can't even think about leaving." "You, how can you be like this? Didn't you just say 20,000? Wen Xue feel all anxious to cry out. "I have never seen so say price increase on price increase ah." She is rich, but cannot be so confused to give each other ah. At this time, Jiang Lin next to her smiled faintly and gave her a reassuring look. "Don't be anxious, just leave it to me," Jiang Lin said and stretched out his hand towards her. "Give me the car keys." "Oh." Wen Xue subconsciously handed over the car keys to Jiang Lin. Then she saw Jiang Lin turn his head and sat in her Beetle, starting the car and moving it directly to the side. "Hey, do you want to run?" The old lady took a look and immediately screamed, "Everyone quickly look ah, cannot let this bad man escape ah." At this time, the onlookers with an overwhelming sense of justice all surrounded in unison. They instantly blocked Jiang Lin's way of trying to escape. "Kid, come down, there's no use running away. Yeah, it's better to settle things. Look at Auntie, she's bleeding, better hurry and go to the hospital." Jiang Lin just moved the Beetle to the side and got out of the car. At this time, he couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry everyone, we definitely won't run away." Hearing him say this, the crowd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The siege on him also relaxed. "Alright, Auntie." Jiang Lin once again returned to the old lady once again and asked with a smile on his face, "Is your injury serious?" The old lady immediately grunted miserably, "Pain especially pain it is estimated to be fractured "Yes? So serious?" Jiang Lin looked at her with surprise. "Then this compensation for you 40,000 is not a little less Ha?" The old lady stared at Jiang Lin. "Is this kid conscience, actually give yourself an assist?" At that moment, her eyes lit up. She was able to ask for a higher price. Isn't it more profitable? If this harvested 50,000, in the future she can brag for half a day in front of her peers. "Young man, you have a good heart, so you see, how much is the right amount to compensate Big Mom?" She threw the question to Jiang Lin, so that they appear to be more vulnerable. Jiang Lin thought about it and nodded. "Auntie, I think you have to compensate at least this number." Saying this, he stretched out 2 fingers. 200,000. "What? $200,000? The mom was completely excited. 200,000 If she got her hands on this, she would probably break the record in the porcelain industry. This is not on the way to the peak of life? But next to the Wen Xue heard but completely confused. "Ooh. What's going on here? Isn't he here to help me?" How to help the old lady instead of raising the price $200,000, even she cannot get out for the time being Not know, because she sneaked out, cannot let the family know Just as she was thinking, Jiang Lin smiled and said, "If 200,000 isn't enough, how about 2 million? Hiss. This time even the onlookers were confused. "Nima, what is this kid doing? You want $2 million for a leg bump? $2 million would buy your life. 2 million? Gulp." The old lady gulped, feeling like she was dreaming. If $2 million came to her, wouldn't she even be able to make the down payment? But before she could say anything, Jiang Lin nodded his head. "Okay, let's settle it, give you 2 million. Chapter 87, Trillionfold Strike, Reward for a copy of Hua Tuo's Medical Scriptures. Okay. The old lady was feeling a bit unconvinced and couldn't help but want to confirm it again. But just as her words left her mouth, she saw Jiang Lin turn around and walk away. Not far away, a black supercar instantly entered the public's view. This kid is a tycoon. That car is so handsome. So cool. How much does this car cost? Millions? Tens of millions, I'm afraid. No wonder he could afford $2 million. Before people could finish talking, they saw Jiang Lin sitting in his supercar. Boom! With a loud bang, the supercar directly started. Boom, boom, boom. The engine was spinning crazily, with a bang that was higher than a bang, and a wave that was higher than a wave. At this time, the crowd looked at Jiang Lin with a bit of confusion. What the hell is this for? Isn't it giving $2 million? Which knows Jiang Lin from the car window to peek out. A smile towards the old lady shouted, "Auntie, you can lie well I'm sure I'll have the right one later." The old lady heard the heart suddenly panicked a batch. She hurriedly shouted, "Young man, what are you going to do This time Jiang Lin was surprised. "You do not want 2 million? I give you But look at you now, this injury is afraid not enough 2 million So, I have to roll out this number Jiang Lin face emerges confident color. "Rest assured, as long as you do not move, I am sure I can directly from your legs over. At that time, 2 million I directly transfer your account up." You want to really? The old lady heard a sudden more panicked. This kid is crazy, right? He wants my legs for $2 million? I don't believe it. She cried out, "Help me, stop him, he's crazy." But Jiang Lin listened with a cold look on his face. "I advise everyone not to intervene, or I will also pay you $2 million. When the crowd heard this, they immediately trembled in their hearts. "Nima, it's not a matter of concern. If you rush up, what if you get knocked off too?" Just at this moment, Jiang Lin's foot gas pedal slammed, and suddenly the engine's roar became even more violent. "Lie down, Auntie, I can come." As the words fell, Jiang Lin let go of the clutch, only to hear a roar. The black supercar rushed out like an arrow off the string. Whoosh! Between the car and the person, there was less than 8 meters. These 8 meters, it only took 2 seconds to end this instantly. So, the moment Jiang Lin's supercar was unleashed, the big mom who was on the ground finally got completely scared. Only to see her let out a mama's cry, she violently jumped up from the ground all at once and made a series of tumbles towards the side. Thud! The long sound of brakes resounded in the street. The crowd then saw that Jiang Lin's supercar happened to stop at the place where the big mom was lying. Phew, sure enough the brakes were still powerful. Patting the steering wheel, Jiang Lin once again smiled and walked out of the car. "Auntie, your reaction is really fast, you almost got hurt." The aunt who got up from the ground subconsciously said, "That's right, when I thought about it." But just said a few words, she froze. Everyone's eyes fell on her leg at this moment. The blood was still dripping there. The air was violently silent for a moment, and then a clamor suddenly erupted. "What the hell? So you're pretending? Isn't this just touching porcelain? What an unashamed person to even do such a thing. Alas, for the old, for the old, for the old, for the old." I almost blamed her. That's right, if it wasn't for this handsome guy, I would have wronged this beauty. Yeah, this handsome guy is so smart and handsome. Under the crowd spitting like a tidal wave, that old lady was simply so embarrassed that she was about to find a crack in the ground. In the end, she didn't even dare to stay here for a second longer and left the place as if she was running away. "Thank you, thanks to you." Seeing that the problem was solved, Wen Yingshui couldn't help but say to Jiang Lin in embarrassment. Just now she almost thought that Jiang Lin was in league with others. "You're welcome, it's just a small matter." Jiang Lin looked back. "Well, it's over, you can leave too." Saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. But at this time, Wen Yingshui took the initiative to stop him and said, "Hey, you, can you leave a phone number? You did me a favor, I have to thank you sometime." Seeing the beauty's expectant eyes, Jiang Lin sighed in his heart. Who made him a kind person? If he refused at such a time, how sad the other party would be. Good Then let's add WeChat. Jiang Lin took out his cell phone and prepared to add WeChat with the other party. At this moment, outside the distant street, a cab violently stopped near Jiang Lin's supercar. Immediately, he saw 2 women rushing down from the car. It was Lu Mei Mei and Lu Mother who had a blind date with Jiang Lin. "Mom, caught up, it's this car." Lu Mei Mei shouted with a surprised face. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and catch up." Mother Lu was excited while making the payment. "Your brother's future, it all depends on you. The future of your brother depends on you." Lu Mei Mei nodded. "That Jiang Lin, certainly have not seen any beauty, with my posture and body, enough to let him fall in love." Saying that, she trotted all the way to Jiang Lin's heel. Just about to speak, but saw Jiang Lin is looking down at the side of the beetle said, "Cannot start? Just now also good. Maybe it's malfunctioning." Wen Yingshui sighed in frustration. "It seems that you can only let your friends find a tow truck." "It doesn't matter, don't I have a car? Where are you going? I'll give you a ride." Okay," said Wen Yingshui with a smile on her face as she got down from the beetle. The two of them were about to walk towards Jiang Lin's black arrow. Who knew that just as Jiang Lin turned around, he saw Lu Mei Mei standing behind him with an embarrassed face. Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows. "Who are you?" "Lu Mei Mei." "So damn embarrassing. It's just how long they've been separated, and they actually don't recognize each other. But awkwardness can't be helped, she also can only harden her head and say, I'm Lu Mei Mei. Jiang Lin, don't you recognize me?" "Oh. When you said that, I seem to remember." Jiang Lin said in a somewhat dazed manner, "Aren't you that Fu Di demon? You want a house, a car, and pocket money, right?" "Aha. Don't say so, people are just testing you, now you pass, we are together." Lu Mei Mei's cheek is simply thick to a certain extent. Jiang Lin couldn't stand it anymore, and he didn't have the heart to joke with the other side. Pointing to a huge glass mirror not far away, he said, "Go there and take a look, that's a magic mirror that can tell you where to look." Said he turned his head and pulled Wen Yingshui and got into his supercar. He went away. Girl, Jiang Lin, where is he?" Mother Lu caught up at this time and couldn't help but ask. "What person? Mom, he told me to look at myself in the mirror, what does it mean?" Lu Mei Mei frowned thoughtfully and asked. Mother Lu felt black in front of her eyes when she heard it. "What do you mean, are you stupid? People can't see you. At the same time, Jiang Lin had just driven the black arrow not far out, when he heard the system's beep, which instantly came. Ding! You terrorized a bumper, triggering a trillion-fold blitz, rewarding you with a copy of Hua Tuo's medical scriptures and a set of Ghost Gate 18 needles. The items have been distributed. Chapter 88. What if I let you give your body to me? John Lin almost missed his steering wheel when he heard this reward. Who was Hua Tuo? As long as one was from the entire Great Xia Kingdom, there wasn't a single person who didn't know. Hua Tuo, name is Biao, word is Yuanhua, late Han Dynasty Pei Chao people, the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty medical practitioner, with Dongfeng, Zhang Zhongjing, and known as the Jin and Three Divine Doctors. This man had comprehensive medical skills and was especially good at surgery. He was also proficient in internal medicine, gynecology, pediatrics, and acupuncture, and was known as the Sage of Surgery. That is, he was living in the era is too old, no matter equipment and instruments are not perfect. If placed in today's world, he would be a god of surgery. What's even more horrifying is that this divine doctor was basically good at everything. Unfortunately, he was persecuted to death by the treacherous Cao Cao. It is said that before he was killed, this man wrote up all his medical skills into the Hua Tuo Medical Classic. He gave it to his jailer. The jailer regarded this as a treasure, but he never expected that his mother-in-law would learn of it. His mother-in-law was afraid that her husband's family would be affected by Hua Tuo's death, so she threw the book into the fire. Although rescued by the jailer, but has been burned most of the book, leaving only the veterinarian-related medical skills. Of course, this is all a legend, and did not take it seriously. It's just that Jiang Lin didn't expect that this Hua Tuo's lifelong medical skills were actually given out by the system as a reward. Buzz. He felt a tremor in his head, and a huge wave of memories instantly rushed into his mind. Like the previous Bian He Guan Yu Sutra, it almost instantly turned Jiang Lin from a Chinese medicine novice to a medical supreme. Right, there was also a Ghost Gate 18 needles? In addition to this Hua Tuo medical scripture, this other 18 needles was a prop. It was the silver needle used by Hua Tuo when he practiced medicine. This needle with Hua Tuo medical scripture, so that Hua Tuo and the folk reputation far and wide, to save the lives of many people. Simply from the Ghost Gate will be human life to the hard pull back. Over time, because of the silver needle exactly 18 groups, so the world called it, the Ghost Door 18 needles. Jiang Lin reached out and touched, just below his seat, a package of silver needles wrapped in oilcloth did not know when it appeared. With this item, Jiang Lin was equivalent to having a scalpel, so he could go around healing people. Of course, he didn't have the mind of Hua Tuo. Healing the sick and saving the world also depended on the times. Nowadays, in this society, if you rashly cure people, maybe not only no one will be willing, but will call the police to arrest you instead. These thoughts were temporarily pressed to the bottom of his heart. Jiang Lin has not forgotten that he is still doing a big beautiful woman beside him. So he subconsciously asked, "Where are you going? I will send you off." Wen Yingxue sniffed and thought, "Then please send me to the Imperial Hospital." Hospital? Are you sick? Jiang Lin couldn't help but be surprised. No, it's my grandfather, his illness has not been well, has been looking for all kinds of doctors, but not the slightest improvement. Wen Yingxue sighed, "I just want to come to the imperial capital this time, to see if I can find any famous doctors to cure my grandfather. I would recommend Jinkong Medical. I would recommend Golden Healthcare." Jiang Lin knew that the standard of Jinkong Medical was one of the best in the world. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Wen Yingxue shaking her head. "I've searched, our family spent a lot of money to invite Jinkong medical consultation in Magic City, it's just ordinary asthma, but no matter what medicines are used, there has been no improvement." Jinkong Medical can't do it? Jiang Lin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Even the Golden Healthcare couldn't solve the problem. Either it's a terminal disease with no cure, or it's a difficult disease with no cure at all. Alright, then I'll send you to the hospital, I hope you can find a suitable doctor. Jiang Lin nodded and prepared to drive towards the hospital. But just at this moment, suddenly, Wen Yingxue, who had just been fine, let out a cry of pain. Ah! Although she deliberately held it back, it was still heard by Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin looked towards her, and saw that her small face was white, and a pair of jade hands were resting on the location of her belly. In an instant, Jiang Lin, who had already become a medical sage, instantly understood what had happened to the other party. "Nima, this is menstrual cramps. Do you want to take a break?" Jiang Lin somewhat kindly reminded. No need, I can still hold on, it should pass in a while." Wen Yingxue's pretty face blushed. She was a lady of the house, she had never talked to a boy about this kind of topic. How did she know that just as her words fell, she saw Jiang Lin stop the supercar on the side of the road at once? Then his palm reached out and pinched her wrist. "You're going to do it." Wen Yingxue was just about to speak when she heard Jiang Lin speak in a low voice. "Don't move." Immediately. Only to see Jiang Lin put one hand on her wrist, a soft force began to travel around her wrist. At that instant, Wen Yingxue felt that the pain in her belly seemed to have lessened by a hair. How was this possible? Her eyes widened incredulously, never expecting that Jiang Lin would actually know this. At this moment, Jiang Lin did not notice her expression. After kneading his wrists for a moment, he rested his hands 2 inches below her shoulders. Then his thumbs exerted force and slightly pressed. Ah! Wen Yingxue let out a soft cry. It wasn't painful, but it was just too comfortable.
She felt as if Jiang Lin's 2 hands were pressing on her acupoints, making the pain in her belly instantly lessen too much. Every time Wen Shui encountered this kind of situation, she would die of pain. That kind of taste, thinking about it made her shiver a little in her heart. However, she never expected that under Jiang Lin's flexible hands massage, that kind of pain actually miraculously disappeared. Even so, she was a bit comfortable and about to fall asleep. It lasted for nearly 15 minutes, just when Wen Shui was a bit confused. Only then did a low and gentle voice ring out from Jiang Lin's mouth. Okay, how do you feel? Hearing Jiang Lin's voice, Wen Shui woke up from her sleep. Embarrassed, she looked at Jiang Lin. Good, I'm fine, I'm sorry, just now it was too comfortable, I fell asleep. Jiang Lin sat back to his position and smiled lightly. It's okay, I think you should be a little tired from the long distance running, which aggravated this painful state of yours. Plus you have a cold uterus in your body, so every time you come to this time you will be in more pain than normal people. This you know? Wen Shui incredibly wide-eyed, just now Jiang Lin is just pressed too. Actually the doctor has seen the results to say the exact same are you a miracle doctor? Jiang Lin heard but shook his head and smiled. Nothing, I once learned some medical skills from a white-bearded old man, it's not worth mentioning. Jiang Lin started the supercar. Let's go, I'll send you to the hospital neighborhood and help you find a hotel first. No, I'm not going to the hospital. Wen Shui's words made Jiang Lin froze. Why? You're not going to find a doctor for your grandfather? No need, because I found one. Wen Shui suddenly revealed a smile that was so beautiful. Found it? Where? Jiang Lin was surprised. It's you. Wen Shui snorted a smile and directly said. Me? Jiang Lin froze for a moment, followed by shaking his head. No, I'm just a hobby, can't reach the Hall of Fame. He knew that in modern society, if you want to give medical treatment, you need a license to practice medicine. Although he had obtained the medical skills of Hua Tuo's medical scriptures, he couldn't just treat people indiscriminately. Why not? The way you performed just now is what some experts can't do. Wen Shui did not mince words of praise. My intuition tells me that you are the divine doctor I am looking for. Dr. Jiang, you can help me this time. Wen Shui honestly didn't want to be so hasty in valuing Jiang Lin. The truth was that her grandfather's condition had been deteriorating, and all the doctors hadn't been able to do anything about it. So, at this time she really couldn't care less. As long as you can go and save my grandfather, no matter what the conditions are, I will promise you. Wen Shui said sincerely. Jiang Lin paused for a moment, then glanced at her and said, Can you promise me any condition? What if I ask you to give your body to me? What if I ask you to give your life for me? Wen Shui's face turned red when she heard this, and the whole person instantly fell silent. Chapter 89 Jiang Lin Fire Circle of Friends, not polite do not see, really good white Instead, Jiang Lin drove while he couldn't help but persuade, Beauty, in the future when you go out, don't trust others so easily, in case I'm a liar. At that time, not only do I cheat money and color, and then delay your grandpa's condition, wouldn't it be the end of the line? But Jiang Lin's words just fell. Wen Shui suddenly raised her head and said, I am willing to give my body to you. Put. Jiang Lin violently twisted the steering wheel and almost missed the guardrail. What is this situation? Are all the girls nowadays so wolfish? They're willing to give their bodies for me? In order to cure my grandfather, I can pay any price, even if the chances of it being useful aren't great. I don't want to miss any opportunity. Wen Shui seriously said, Moreover, my intuition tells me that you must be able to. Hearing the other party say this, Jiang Lin was silent for the first time. It wasn't because Wen Shui agreed to give her body in return that she was silent, but because, even being able to agree to such a request was enough to show that her grandfather's condition was indeed serious. And this piece of filial piety she had for her grandfather also unmoved Jiang Lin. Well, since you have said this, I can promise you to go and take a look. Jiang Lin nodded. However, I can't guarantee any results. Ooh yeah. Great. Upon hearing this, Wen Shui broke into tears and cheered with an excited face. Thank you, really thank you. Jiang Lin looked at the time and asked, You're not going to the hospital, where are you going now? You're home. Wen Shui said without even thinking. Jiang Lin froze for a moment. Aren't you a lady of the house? How so not reserved? You actually want to go to my house as soon as you open your mouth? Seeing Jiang Lin's reaction, Wen Shui knew that the other party had misunderstood. Her face flushed red, and she hurriedly explained, I was afraid that you wouldn't go, so I went to your house to watch over you. For the sake of her grandfather's illness, she had racked her brain. Okay. I'm really drunk. Jiang Lin also didn't expect that he just had a blind date, the kiss didn't work out, and he ended up picking up a big beauty. This time, he turned the car around and drove towards his royal residence. Along the way to Willow Street, next to Wen Shui couldn't help but be curious. Jiang Lin, where is your house? She looked at the surrounding houses and there didn't seem to be any high-class villas or anything like that. It's not like she didn't know this Silby Black Arrow, and she knew at a glance that Jiang Lin was a rich man. So she subconsciously thought that the other party should be living in a villa. But who knows, the other party had already driven half a block in, and there was no villa in sight.
Just as she was puzzled, Jiang Lin's voice rang out, "He'll be here soon, get ready to get off." Ah, arrived? Where is it?
Wen Yingxue subconsciously turned around and instantly her whole body froze.
Ka.
In front of her, a huge royal mansion gate slowly opened, followed by two Filipino maids who were looking at Jiang Lin with a respectful face.
Master is back.
Well, prepare dinner, there are guests. Jiang Lin nodded and drove in through the gate. Wen Yingxue looked at the entire royal mansion with a surprised face, the shock in her heart was beyond words.
She wasn't some girl who hadn't seen the world.
Whether it was a luxury car, villa, or any brand name, luxury goods. None of it was worth showing any waves in her eyes. However, she had never seen how someone could actually live inside the royal residence.
How big must this courtyard be?
She had just walked a street, and it turned out that it was all the walls of someone's royal residence. Originally, she thought that Jiang Lin was just a rich man. But now she realized that the other party was not rich, but super rich. He was handsome, had a good temperament, and was super rich.
Wen Yingxue suddenly felt that if she could give her body to Jiang Lin, it wouldn't be so bad. Aya, Wen Yingxue, what are you thinking? What are you thinking about?
Wen Yingxue scolded herself in her heart, not realizing that she actually came up with such a shameful idea in front of Jiang Lin.
After parking the car, Jiang Lin opened the door for Wen Yingxue.
I'll take you to familiarize yourself with this place, my house is a bit big, otherwise I'm afraid you'll be lost. Jiang Lin said thoughtfully.
Wen Yingxue couldn't help but spit in her heart. You listen to people's words. In someone's home actually being worried about getting lost. This is how low-key showing off wealth, how low-key pretending
However, when Wen Yingxue wandered with Jiang Lin for 20 minutes, she realized that what people said was actually true.
The entire royal mansion is really too big, if you are not familiar with it, it is really possible to get lost. After familiarizing themselves for a while, the servants had already prepared dinner.
After the two had eaten, they were ready to rest individually. Jiang Lin was lying on the bed, holding his cell phone and looking through the messages. Then he saw a 99 message from his old mom. The general content of the message was, after receiving Jiang Lin's recording, his mom directly found Mrs. Liu and scolded her furiously. I did not expect the other side actually did not even put a fart, and ultimately not only to $10,000 back, and even lost $10,000.
Inside and outside also earned.
Jiang Lin replied to the mom 2 sentences, said they must be their conscience, absolutely sorry you, this is to give you compensation. In fact, Jiang Lin knows that this is just those two mother and daughter want to stick with themselves again. At this time, suddenly another message caught his attention. It was from Chen Nan, a college friend.
Chen Nan, Lao Jiang, you're ing hot, you know that? Jiang Lin? What happened to me? Jiang Lin was dumbfounded. What's the situation? What did I do? What did I do?
Just after his reply, he saw Chen Nan directly send him a link. He then clicked on it and found that it happened to be today's video of him helping Wen Yingxue to expose the bumper car lady. It was just that he didn't expect that someone had actually taken a cell phone and filmed the entire process, and it had also been transmitted to the internet. How long had it been? The number of hits had already exceeded 1 million. He took another look at his circle of friends, and the entire circle of friends was also screened. There were comments about him everywhere. Ultra Running Man God fought the Big Mom who touched the porcelain wisely. Terrifying car skills instantly cured the Big Mom's leg injury. On the mental capacity of the Ultra Running Man God. The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth twitched, he also did not expect that he had become a celebrity in just a little while.
Jiang Lin, nothing, I just happened to be passing by. Chen Nan, from now on I should call you Jiang Warrior, acting heroically and saving the beauty. Jiang Lin, 3 blank stares speak human words, there is something else? Chen Nan, yes, the main thing, 3 days after the graduation defense you know? Jiang Lin, 3 blank stares so soon? Chen Nan, what do you mean? What do you mean, do you have something to do? Jiang Lin, I have to go to Yudu, may not be able to catch up Chen Nan, big old bull, this time can still wave around.
But 3 days' time is accurate, the group has been posted. Jiang Lin, alright, I'll try to make it back by then. As he was talking, Jiang Lin heard footsteps and he subconsciously looked up. I'll go. Wen Yingxue did not know when she came to his bedroom, and, wearing a bath towel, with a towel wrapped around her head. It was obvious that she had just come out of a bath. A pair of slender, white, straight long legs, simply about to blind people's eyes.
Nima, who can withstand this? Jiang Lin looked at Wen Yingxue with some incredulity. At this time of the night, you came to my bedroom dressed like this. What do you want? What do you want? Jiang Lin subconsciously ducked back. I'm not a casual person
Wen Yingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes after hearing this.
Big brother, I'm not a casual person either.
However, once she thought of herself coming in dressed like this, her face instantly turned red.
I just called out to you outside, but you didn't answer me back.
Wen Yingxue said with a red face, I was afraid that you ran away by yourself, so I came in to take a look. Don't worry, this is my house, I can't run away.
Jiang Lin let out a bitter smile, can you please just go? If you don't go, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. I'm not a human being when I get up casually. Put. When Ning Shui was amused by Jiang Lin, the next moment, the original taut bath towel actually opened at this time. Wow! The towel fell to the ground, and at that moment, both of them were completely confused. Ah! Don't look! When Ning Shui screamed, grabbed the bath towel and turned her head to run away. Only until when Ning Shui completely disappeared did Jiang Lin mutter to himself in a somewhat dazed manner, do not look, but it's really so white. Chapter 90, when family came to an expensive guest, fried chicken expensive. Jiang Lin didn't know how many times he washed his face before falling asleep. When he got up early the next morning, the two of them ate at the restaurant. As soon as he saw Wen Shui, Jiang Lin couldn't help but think of yesterday's image. Wen Shui even felt her face burning, if it wasn't for her grandfather's condition. She wanted to just run away. The two of them finished breakfast in this unusually awkward atmosphere. Afterwards, Jiang Lin simply packed his luggage and was ready to leave. The two of them took an airplane to fly from the imperial capital to Yudu, and it wouldn't take more than half a day before they were able to land. In order to avoid being recognized by others, this time Jiang Lin drove out of the door in his car Roman, going straight to the airport. Arrived at the airport, changed boarding passes, boarded the plane, and took off. Around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two of them appeared at the rain capital airport. Hiss! Taking a hard breath of the moist air of the rain capital, Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile. It's been a long time since he's been here, he must send a circle of friends. In fact, he said it's been a long time because he came here in his previous life. Since crossing over, he didn't have the time or money to wander around. Taking a shot at the airport, Jiang Lin then posted the photo on top of his friend circle. It didn't take long before it gained a bunch of likes. However, when Jiang Lin and Wen Shui walked out of the airport, a phone call suddenly came directly. Jiang Lin looked down and was shocked. Hello, little aunt? You're actually in Yudu? Brat, don't you know that I've moved to Yudu for several years? The little aunt on the other end of the phone said with dissatisfaction, you said, why don't you call me in advance when you come to Yudu, so that I can let your aunt go to pick you up? The little aunt is only in her 40s this year, saying that she is called little aunt, but actually she is Jiang Lin's dad's godsister. We have a very good relationship, except that Jiang Lin is always outside, so he hasn't been in touch much. Jiang Lin remembered that his father was a leader in his hometown. I didn't expect that he actually moved to this side. No, Auntie, isn't my little aunt's father working in his hometown? Why did he come over here? Your little aunt was promoted and transferred to this side, so we came over. Little aunt hummed, don't change the subject with me, say it, when will you come to little aunt's house for dinner? I have something on my side for the time being, wait until I am done. Jiang Lin thought about it and said, good, then it's a deal, I'll send you the address in a moment, if you dare not come, see how I pack you. Little aunt hung up the phone in a thunderous manner. Jiang Lin let out a bitter smile, this little aunt is still so windy. It didn't take long for Jiang Lin to receive a message from his little aunt, then he put away his cell phone and prepared to go over there when he finished giving this elder one a visit. Right, take some time to go to the Cloud Mist Villa side to have a look, it just happens to be on the way. Jiang Lin walked over to Wen Shui's side and saw that she had just hung up the phone. Jiang Lin, I've already asked my family to come and pick us up, so wait a bit, I'll be there soon. Wen Shui said with a slight apology. I'm sorry, Jiang Lin, I just told my dad about your situation, but he doesn't believe me at all. When you arrive at my house in a while, don't care about their words, just treat my grandfather, okay? When Jiang Lin heard this, he immediately understood. The other party definitely didn't believe that Wen Shui was able to find a miracle doctor back. At this, he also understood, if he were in his place, I'm afraid that it would also be hard to accept a divine doctor that suddenly appeared. However, since he had promised Wen Shui, there was naturally no reason to back out. It's okay, I'm here for you, their words won't affect me. Jiang Lin said casually. Well, then thank you very much. Wen Shui sighed in relief and said with a smile on her face. Not long after, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of Wen Shui, and then 2 bodyguards in suits came down from the car. When they got out of the car, they greeted Wen Shui. Miss. Yes, ma'am. Let's go, Jiang Lin, let's hurry back. Wen Shui nodded and pulled Jiang Lin into the car. The bodyguard next to her looked at Jiang Lin with a scrutinizing gaze from the beginning to the end. Probably because Wen Shui was there, they didn't say anything. The Rolls-Royce started up and drove towards the busy area of Yudu. Not long after, Jiang Lin saw a villa area. This villa area had an elegant environment with lush greenery, and although the entire area was large, there were less than 10 villas. It was evident that the value of this villa. As he had guessed, the Wen family was clearly not an ordinary family to be able to live in such a villa area. At the location of the king of the building of the entire villa area, the Rolls-Royce stopped. Seeing this, Wen Shui pulled Jiang Lin out of the car. They walked in towards the villa. As soon as she entered, Wen Shui saw a maid and asked, Mrs. Wu, where are they? Miss, you're back, Mr. Wen is in the parlor, today there are guests. Mr. Wen is in the meeting room, there is a guest of honor today. Wen Yingxue raised her eyebrows and turned to Jiang Lin and said, "Follow me." The two of them walked towards the parlor. When Jiang Lin and Wen Yingxue walked in, they saw that there were quite a few people sitting in the parlor. Above the main seat, an old man with white hair and a thin figure sat there. On the right side were 3 men and 2 women, who looked similar to Wen Yingxue, presumably her relatives. As for the left side, there was an old man and a young man sitting there. The old man had a beard and was wearing a tang suit, an immortal look. The young man next to him was also wearing a famous brand, with an arrogant look on his face. Seeing Wen Yingxue appear, the first middle-aged man on the right side immediately spoke in a deep voice. "Yingxue, you still know to come back?" When Wen Yingxue heard this, she immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Dad, didn't I go to the imperial capital to find a doctor for Grandpa?" "Humph, what kind of doctor can you find?" When Zhao snorted coldly, he just knew that he was fooling around. "Who said I was fooling around?" Wen Yingxue did not show any weakness and pulled Jiang Lin. "Grandpa, you see, this is the miracle doctor I found for you. His name is Jiang Lin, he has studied Chinese medicine, his medical skills are especially powerful." The old man on top of the main seat sniffed and a kind smile appeared on his face. "Hee, Yingxue, hard work, these grandchildren of the children, only you are the most filial." This old man, naturally needless to say, is the helmsman of the entire Wen family, Wen Chang Wen old man. On the way here, Jiang Lin learned from Wen Yingxue. This Wen family was a very large family in the entire reign. Industries and businesses in all walks of life, worth tens of billions of dollars, belonging to the kind of invisible tycoon. And when old man and the young, but also by virtue of the ancestral funds, seized the golden period of real estate development, a move into the real estate industry, and thus harvested a lot. This has laid the economic foundation of the Wen family in the entire rainy capital. Originally thought that under the leadership of the old man one, a move towards even more brilliant. Who knows, from a few years ago, the old man found out the change of asthma, and how to cure cannot be cured. In the past few years, the situation has become more and more serious, which is why the entire Wen family is extremely anxious. However, hearing the old man say this, the other several sons and daughters are a little dissatisfied. The second Wen Zhaoyuan is not salty open-mouthed. "Dad, you say this can be wrong, your grandson is not in foreign countries? He can't come back at all." "Yes, besides, we haven't tried anything. Even if he came back, how could he help?" The oldest, Wen Zhaoyang, agreed. The eldest daughter, Wen Zhaoyue, also smiled and said, "Yingshua's filial piety we have seen, but this brought back a miracle doctor? So young, boyfriend? Oh." The youngest daughter, Wen Zhaoshan, laughed. "In my opinion, Yingxue is using the search for a doctor as a front to go to the imperial capital to meet her boyfriend." Elder Wen frowned at this moment. "Alright, shut up when you've said enough." Then he smiled and looked at Wen Yingxue. "Yingxue, you guys just came back, you must be very tired, right? Quickly go down to rest and take a break, properly arrange this guest you brought back." When Yingxue heard but shook her head, "Grandpa, this Jiang Lin is really a miracle doctor." Before Yingxue had witnessed him saving people's lives, she couldn't help but blush when she thought of Jiang Lin giving her a massage. At this time, has not spoken when Zhao Hai coldly bellowed out, "Nonsense, Yingxue, still do not take him down, do not see that there are valuable guests here." When Yingxue still want to say more, but next to Jiang Lin pulled her. "Forget it, your grandfather's condition is still okay, don't be in a hurry." Hearing Jiang Lin's words, Wen Yingxue could only nod. Then she pulled him and was about to leave. But at this moment, the old man in the tang suit who hadn't said anything suddenly spoke up. "Wait." Chapter 91, Elder One, "If you're doing this, do you want to die?" Jiang Lin and Wen Yingshue's two figures lurched and looked towards the old man in the tang suit. "Oh, since Missy has a lot of hard work, I don't think we can let her down on this." The old man laughed, and just now she said, "This little friend has studied Chinese medicine." Justin the old man is also considered a peer, stay to observe, may be able to put forward some suggestions. With these words, the people present couldn't help but look at the old man with a face of admiration. Master Bai is worthy of being a sage of the medical profession. This tolerance is something that we can't compare to. When Zhao Yang praised without mincing words. "Yes, this time we asked the master to come out, we will definitely be able to make father's illness go away. Master is a master, I cannot wait." While the crowd went down with a flurry of horse's ass, the old man smiled faintly, with a breezy look. Seeing that even Master Bai had said so. When Zhao Hai could only nod and said, "Alright, for the sake of the master, you two will stay and observe. However, remember, when the master steps in, don't dare to interrupt or interfere with your grandfather's condition. See how I'll deal with you." Wen Yingxue stuck out her tongue and pulled Jiang Lin to sit down on the guest seat beside her. "Alright, since there's nothing else, this old man will take a look at Mr. Wen's condition," Master Bai said, stroking his beard. Alright, thank you for your trouble." When Zhao Hai hurriedly smiled. "Mr. Wen, please sit beside me." Master Bai tapped the table beside him, and his disciples immediately understood, placing the pulse pillow they carried with them on the table. Mr. Wen stood up from his seat, his steps trembling slightly as he approached Master Bai. He then extended his wrist. Master Bai extended his palm and began to take his pulse. Jiang Lin sat nearby, observing Mr. Wen's condition. As the saying goes, observe, listen, ask, and feel. Only through comprehensive observation can one accurately diagnose a patient's condition. However, after staring at Mr. Wen's face for a moment, Jiang Lin couldn't help but change his expression slightly. Because he seemed to have figured out what was wrong with the old man. However, since he hadn't conducted further observations, he dared not jump to conclusions so hastily. Master Bai sat there calmly, taking the old man's pulse while chatting casually with him. Occasionally, he would ask about the patient's condition. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and nodded confidently. I have already figured out 7 or 8 parts of Mr. Wen's condition. Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately showed expressions of surprise and delight. The master is indeed a master. He had already discerned the underlying issue so quickly. The condition that old Master Wen had contracted was indeed asthma without a doubt. However, given his advanced age and weakened vital energy, his ability to withstand the asthma was growing increasingly feeble. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. This is exactly what the hospital diagnosed. What should we do about my father's condition, Master Bai? When Zhaohai, seeing the situation, hurriedly asked. To treat this condition, we must first address the underlying cause. We should use tonifying herbs to restore his qi and blood. Once his qi and blood are stabilized, we can then administer asthma medication. Master, please prescribe the medication. We will go and fetch it immediately. No rush. Master Bai waved his hand and nodded to his disciple beside him. Seeing this, the disciple took out a porcelain bottle the size of a palm from his bag. This medicine is a secret formula of the Bai family. Master Bai pointed to the bottle and said, this medicine contains various tonic herbs such as Angelicus sinensis, ginseng, and yam. Mr. Wen should take it first for a few days. Once the effects take hold, he can then take the other herbs. He then handed the bottle to Mr. Wen and smiled faintly. Rest assured, since I have accepted your invitation, the consultation fee has already been paid, so there is no need to pay for the medicine either. There is no intention to defraud you. Ha, Master Bai's reputation is far-reaching. Who in the southern regions doesn't know him? Mr. Wen laughed heartily and said, today, this old man will take this medicine in front of the master. Saying this, he pulled off the bottle cap and was about to drink it. But just then, a sudden, startling voice rang out. Mr. Wen, are you trying to die? At those words, the entire crowd was startled. Everyone turned their heads toward the source of the voice and were shocked to see that it was none other than Jiang Lin. Nonsense! Yingxue, is this the divine doctor you invited? When Zhaohai roared angrily, his face flushed with rage. Exactly. Do you think this is some kind of place where you can say whatever you want? When Zhao Yang also slammed the table, cursing my father to death. Do you have any manners? Yingxue, you've been deceived, haven't you? How could you bring such a person back? How ridiculous. When Zhao Yue, the ant, snorted coldly. Someone, get this madman spouting nonsense out of here. As they spoke, footsteps could be heard approaching from outside. It seemed like bodyguards had arrived. Mr. Wen, the old man, looked at Master Bai with some embarrassment. Master, please don't blame him. He's just a child and speaks without thinking. He certainly didn't mean to question you. Before Master Bai could speak, his disciple immediately objected. Humph. My master is renowned throughout Jiangnan for saving countless lives. You, a mere upstart, dare to speak such nonsense? If my master weren't here today, I'd make you pay dearly. Master Bai raised his hand to stop his disciple from speaking. Enough. These young people nowadays are impatient and lack restraint. It's only natural. That's right, that's right. Mr. Wen nodded. Since Master Bai had prescribed this formula, he would certainly not hesitate. Saying this, he tilted his head back and drank all the medicine in one gulp. After finishing, his face remained unchanged, showing no signs of any abnormalities. At the same time, 2 bodyguards had already entered the reception hall and rushed toward Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin shook his head and smiled, then said to one Yingxue, you'd better call emergency services right now. Otherwise, it'll be too late. What? When Yingxue's expression changed upon hearing this. She trusted Jiang Lin implicitly. If Jiang Lin said grandfather's condition was critical, then it must be critical. She immediately pulled out her phone and began dialing the emergency number. The bodyguard beside him reached out to pull Jiang Lin back. But just then, the old man, who had been looking perfectly normal, suddenly coughed. Cough. He himself wasn't surprised by the sound and simply smiled, saying, normal. I cough every day. Before he could finish his sentence, he began coughing again. Cough, cough, cough. The coughing grew increasingly severe, and when Zhaohai and the others nearby began to panic, they hurriedly found an asthma inhaler and were about to administer it to the old man. But the next moment, the old man suddenly rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Dad, Dad. How could this happen? He was fine just a moment ago. At that moment, everyone immediately turned to look at the white-robed master. It was precisely because he had taken his medicine that this had happened. Step aside, let me take a look.
Master Bai was also startled by this sudden turn of events and hurriedly stepped forward to examine the person. The pulse was irregular, and the breath was weak. This is critical. Master Bai's expression changed as he spoke in disbelief. He had only given the patient a mild tonic. Why had such a sudden change occurred? Just as everyone was growing anxious, the voice of Wen Xue suddenly rang out from the distance. John Lin, please save my grandfather. Chapter 92, triggering a 100 million-fold critical hit, rewarding a 20 billion value hummingbird helicopter. Him? At that moment, everyone couldn't help but look at John Lin. They suddenly remembered that it was this John Lin who had stopped the old man from drinking the medicine earlier. Could it be that he really knows medicine? At this critical moment, when Zhao Hai knew there was no time for hesitation, he hurriedly bowed to John Lin. Young master, if you truly have the ability, please step forward and save him. We will forever remember this life-saving favor. John Lin glanced indifferently at the crowd before turning his gaze toward Wen Xue. Seeing her tearful and anxious expression, he could only sigh softly. All right, I'll give it a try. Saying this, he walked quickly to Mr. Wen's side and waved his hand to disperse the crowd. Master Bai hesitated for a moment before stepping aside. After all, in this situation, even he was powerless to act. John Lin knelt down beside Mr. Wen, checked his breath, and then gripped his wrist with one hand. The other hand moved swiftly toward his own pocket. Swish! A small package wrapped in oilcloth was pulled out. Without even glancing at it, John Lin raised his hand and shook it, instantly opening the small package. In an instant, countless silver-white needles appeared inside the small package. Acupuncture? Master Bai's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with astonishment. This art of acupuncture is not something just anyone can master. It requires years of dedicated study and practice to grasp its essence. Not only must the acupoints be precise, but the depth must also be carefully controlled. Even he himself wouldn't dare to perform acupuncture on someone in such a hurry. But just as he was deep in thought, John Lin's actions left him speechless. Swish! Without even looking, John Lin raised his hand and swept it across the bundle. Immediately, several silver needles fell into his hand. Snap! He raised his hand and slapped it down, managing to drive several silver needles into the old man's head. The Baihui acupoint? Master Bai's heart skipped a beat. This was a vital acupoint, a single misstep could be fatal. The few children standing nearby were about to speak up. But at that moment, when Zhao Hai glared at them, stopping everyone from acting. John Lin's expression was calm, and his techniques were incredibly skilled, as if he were a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. One silver needle after another was inserted into Wen Laoya's head, chest, and back. They were so densely packed that they sent a chill down one's spine. The Ghost Gate 18 needles were not limited to 18 needles, but rather 18 different techniques for inserting needles based on the specific condition. Sigh. John Lin took a deep breath and inserted the final silver needle into the patient's acupoint. Only with this final needle in place could the full power of the 18 needles of the Ghost Gate be unleashed. Whoosh! As the needle entered, everyone watched in shock as the elderly Mr. Wen, who had been in a state of shock, suddenly began to tremble. Immediately, he opened his mouth wide and coughed violently. Put! A mouthful of dark red blood spurted out from his mouth. In an instant, his complexion began to improve visibly. He's awake! He's really awake! Wen Xue exclaimed in delight, and everyone was startled to see that the old man's eyes were slowly opening. What happened to me? The old man, upon opening his eyes and seeing the needles protruding from his body like a hedgehog, couldn't help but ask. Immediately, John Lin's deep voice rang out, "Don't move. If you move, the needles will go in even deeper." Moments later, John Lin waved his hand and withdrew all 18 of his ghostly needles. Mr. Wen was able to sit up and move around. Seeing that Mr. Wen's face had returned to normal, everyone couldn't believe that such a dangerous situation had just occurred. From that moment on, their gaze toward John Lin changed completely. I am an old fool who failed to recognize your extraordinary medical skills. Please forgive me. Master Bai suddenly stood up and bowed deeply toward John Lin, his face filled with shame. If it weren't for John Lin's timely intervention, he would have become the murderer of Mr. Wen. Seeing this, John Lin shook his head slightly and waved his hand, saying, "Master, there's no need for such formalities. I merely happened to be there by chance, it's nothing worth mentioning." You're too kind, young friend. Master Bai shook his head repeatedly. Your acupuncture technique is something I have never seen in all my years of practicing medicine. If that is not worth mentioning, then all my years of practice would have been in vain. Everyone present also smiled awkwardly. Indeed, we never expected Jiang Master to be so skilled. We were truly blind. Exactly. Such medical skills are truly on par with Hua Tuo of ancient times. At that moment, Wen Xue, sitting beside him, wore a smug smile on her face. See? I told you I found a divine healer. That's right. All thanks to Xue. Mr. Wen, the old gentleman, smiled broadly at John Lin. Master Zhang's skills were indeed beyond our imagination.
I never thought he could cure my illness with just a few moves. I feel incredibly light now.
Little did he know that as soon as he spoke, Jiang Lin waved his hand, indicating that it was still too early to say he was cured. At those words, everyone's expressions changed.
What? Is there still a problem? It was my master who stroked his beard and asked humbly, Master Jiang, did you discover the cause of Mr. Wen's illness? Jiang Lin nodded. If I'm not mistaken, the old gentleman isn't suffering from asthma at all, he's been poisoned.
At this, the entire hall was startled.
Poisoning? How could he have been poisoned? Could someone have poisoned him? Damn it, let me know who it is.
Mr. Wen raised his hand to stop the commotion and turned to look at Jiang Lin.
May I ask Master Jiang, where did this poison come from? Jiang Lin shook his head. I'm not a god, how would I know?
However, the only thing I can confirm is that this poison is a slow-acting toxin. It must have been developing for at least several years to reach this stage.
This poison is likely a chronic respiratory toxin.
Even a small amount can gradually impair your lung function. It causes coughing and shortness of breath, with symptoms nearly indistinguishable from asthma. However, the only difference is that this toxin will spread throughout your body via the bloodstream over time.
What White Master just said is indeed correct.
Your internal energy is severely depleted, which is actually the result of the toxin's influence.
Then why did drinking the old man's decoction cause such a severe reaction? Master Bai couldn't help but ask in confusion.
Jiang Lin glanced at him.
You can't tolerate tonics.
Although it was a mild tonic, the toxins were present, and abruptly supplementing your body would have exacerbated the toxin's movement. I only suspected that Mr. Wen might have an adverse reaction, but I didn't expect it to be this severe.
Upon hearing Jiang Lin's explanation, everyone suddenly understood.
Mr. Wen clapped his hands.
That's right.
Several years ago, when our Wen family was rising to prominence in the real estate industry in Yudu, perhaps that was when our rivals sabotaged us. Jiang Lin didn't hear Mr. Wen's words at that moment, as his mind was filled with the system's notification sound.
Ding! You saved a patient, triggering a 10 billion-fold critical hit.
Reward, 1 Hummingbird helicopter worth 2 billion, and 1 master-level pilot's license with expert-level flying skills.
Items have been delivered nearby. Chapter 93, Cloud Mist Manor? You won't be able to go up there. Just as expected. Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile inwardly. This time, saving someone had unexpectedly triggered another critical hit.
He had seen helicopters before, but most were worth a few million. At most, a few tens of millions.
But he never imagined there could be a helicopter worth 20 billion.
However, the system informed him that it had already been deployed nearby. According to Jiang Lin's guess, the most likely place was Yunwu Mountain Villa.
Otherwise, there wouldn't be any other convenient place for takeoff and landing in Rain City. Master Jiang, regarding my condition, what further treatment is needed to eliminate the toxins? At that moment, Mr. Wen looked at Jiang Lin with a humble expression.
In their eyes, Jiang Lin was no longer a young man in his 20s, but a mysterious and highly skilled medical master. Jiang Lin pondered for a moment and said, at least 2 more acupuncture sessions, combined with some detoxifying herbal formulas, should do the trick.
That's wonderful. Upon hearing Jiang Lin's response, everyone was overjoyed.
They never imagined that Mr. Wen's long-standing illness, which had plagued him for years, could be resolved so easily by Jiang Lin. Master Bai, seeing this, stood up and bowed to Jiang Lin, saying, Master Zhang's medical skills are truly humbling to an old man like me. With Master Zhang taking charge, there's no need for an old man like me to stay. With that, he nodded slightly and said, in that case, I shall take my leave. Should Master Jiang ever have the honor of visiting South City in the future, please feel free to contact me at any time. With that, he departed with his disciples. Seeing them leave, Jiang Lin also stood up. It was getting late, so he would take his leave as well.
Why not stay at the mansion for a few days? The old gentleman looked at Jiang Lin in surprise. Could it be that you have other places to go here? Jiang Lin nodded. I do have somewhere to go.
Mr. Wen, please rest assured.
I will come tomorrow at noon to perform acupuncture for you. I promise not to delay. All right, then. Seeing that Jiang Lin was insistent, Mr. Wen did not press the matter further.
He turned to Wen Yingxue and said, Yingxue, please see Mr. Jiang out.
Got it, Grandpa. Wen Yingxue nodded and immediately escorted Jiang Lin out of the villa.
Once Jiang Lin had left, Mr. Wen sat down again with his numerous children.
Dad, who did this? Should we investigate? When Zhaohai's expression darkened, and a flash of anger crossed his face. What's there to investigate?
Old Master Wen waved his hand. Those old rivals, I know them well enough. Besides, so many years have passed. It would be extremely difficult to investigate now. Changing the subject, he said, I asked you to stay because I wanted to ask about this young man named Jiang Lin.
Have you found out anything about him?
As early as earlier, Old Master Wen had already known that when Zhaohai and the others had gone to investigate. This was a long-standing habit of the Wen family. They had to gather information on anyone to know their intentions.
When Zhao Yang, who was in charge of intelligence, nodded and said, "Father, I've already had my assistant look into it. The information should be back soon." Just as he was speaking, his phone buzzed. He hurriedly opened it. Whoa! After a moment, when Zhao Yang suddenly sucked in a sharp breath, he said in shock, "This Jiang Lin is actually this powerful? Oh, tell me more." Mr. Wen asked with interest. He is originally from Northeast China and is currently attending university in the capital city, likely in his senior year. However, he actually owns a villa in the prime location of the imperial capital. A villa? With his medical skills, it's not impossible. Mr. Wen nodded slightly and analyzed. But he also holds shares in Mingdao Seafood, making him the second largest shareholder. Oh? He's also in business? Mr. Wen asked curiously. Not only that, he also owns a shopping mall, a $100 million supercar, and a $50 million SUV. He is also the largest shareholder of King Real Estate, the second largest shareholder of Jin Kong Medical, a shareholder of Armani Overseas, and he even has a mansion. When Zhao Yang grew increasingly shocked as he spoke, and by the end, his hands were trembling as he held his phone. What? King Real Estate? And a mansion? Old Mr. Wen, who had been listening all along, suddenly changed his expression. With so many shares, the total value must be in the hundreds of billions, if not more. Whoa! Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. If all of this was earned from treating patients, it was simply absurd. Who exactly is he? When Zhao Yue spoke cautiously, she remembered how she had mocked him earlier. Mr. Wen pondered for a moment before saying firmly, "He is someone we cannot afford to provoke. Our Wen family may be considered prominent in Yudu, but in the imperial capital, we can't even make a ripple. Let alone anything else, even a single piece of the king's property is beyond our reach." Everyone nodded in agreement. They had made their fortune in real estate, but even at the height of their power, they dared not challenge a conglomerate like the King's Real Estate Group. Let alone when you add in the Jin Kong Medical Group and all its subsidiaries. After a long silence, Old Master Wen suddenly spoke solemnly, "Remember, from now on, we must do everything in our power to cultivate a good relationship with this Mr. Jiang. Do you understand?" "Understood, but Dad, how should we handle Mr. Zhang's compensation this time?" When Zhao Hai suddenly thought of a very serious issue. Mr. Wen pondered for a moment before saying, "Zhao Hai, how old is that girl in Xue this year?" "She just graduated, she's 23. When Zhao Hai blurted out without thinking, but immediately realized what he had said. "Dad, what do you mean?" "Exactly. In terms of money, Mr. Jiang probably wouldn't be interested. From what I observed earlier, Ing Xue seems to have feelings for this Jiang Lin. If we could arrange this, it would be a huge blessing for the Wen family." The old man smiled faintly. "However, you should ask the girl first. I think she'll be very happy." He laughed heartily. Saying this, he stood up with a hearty laugh and turned toward the room. Just then, when Ing Xue's flushed figure suddenly appeared at the door. "Grandfather, you're being disrespectful to your elders." It sounded like a protest, but it felt more like she was secretly delighted. Jiang Lin, of course, had no idea what reward Mr. Wen had in store for him. He didn't send Wen Ing Xue's servant to deliver it but instead hailed a car and headed straight for Yudu Yunwu Mountain. Although Yunwu Mountain was a mountain, it wasn't in the outskirts. On the contrary, it was just a short distance from the most bustling downtown area of the entire city. The mountain peak is only a few hundred meters high, and the Yunwu Mountain Villa is perched on the summit, offering a breathtaking view of the entire city of Yudu. "Young man, it's almost dark. What are you going there for?" The taxi driver couldn't help but shake his head and said, "That's not a tourist spot anymore. Even if you want to go up, you can't get there." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin smiled and said, "It's okay, driver, I'm going home." Chapter 94, My Aunt's Invitation, the pure-hearted young lady Zhang Xiaoming. "Go home? Are you joking?" The taxi driver almost laughed out loud. "Young man, your joke is really funny. There's a cloud mist mountain villa on the mountaintop. Do you know how much that villa sold for? 10 billion. People like us could never afford it in a lifetime. Don't even mention buying it, we couldn't even afford a toilet there." Jiang Lin shook his head and said honestly, "Driver, I'm really going home. My house is in the Cloud Mist Mountain Villa." "Stop joking." The driver laughed. "If your home is in the Cloud Mist Mountain Villa, wouldn't you be a rich second-generation heir? Have you ever seen a rich second-generation heir taking a taxi?" Jiang Lin. "You're so right, I have no words to respond." Soon, following a straight road at the foot of the mountain, the taxi drove straight up to the summit of Yunwu Mountain. "All right, young man, you're home." The driver couldn't resist cracking a joke. "Thank you, sir." Jiang Lin paid the fare, got out of the car, but before leaving, he couldn't help but say, "Driver, this really is my home. Hey, you kid, you sure can talk." Just as the driver was speaking, he suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. Because Jiang Lin had walked up to the entrance of Yunwu Mansion, pulled out a keycard, and swiped it. The gate actually opened. You. The driver stammered, unable to speak, and after a moment managed to blurt out, "You're home?" He couldn't believe it, the passenger he had picked up actually lived at Yunwu Mountain Villa. John Lin swiped his access card and walked straight inside. The entire estate was quite large, though not as vast as a prince's mansion, but not much smaller either. The architectural style of the entire estate was designed in a garden-style layout. The environment was elegant and lavish. As John Lin entered, the lights throughout the estate automatically turned on. However, the houses were empty and uninhabited. John Lin walked to the back and, lifting his eyes, saw a sleek, futuristic helicopter parked there. It was the very helicopter the system had told him about, worth 20 billion. However, it was late at night, so John Lin merely took a look and left it at that. He had no intention of taking it for a spin. Everything else was fine, but there was no one there. John Lin thought to himself that the house needed someone to live in to give it some life. He didn't have time to stay here all the time, but he could hire a housekeeper to look after the place. At that moment, he suddenly thought of Wen Shui. The Wen family was probably more familiar with this area and could quickly find a suitable housekeeper. Picking up his phone, John Lin sent a message to Wen Shui while lying on the bed. She replied quickly, saying she'd handle it right away. At that moment, John Lin received another familiar message. It was from his younger aunt. Shaolin, when are you coming for dinner? John Lin raised an eyebrow, feeling that if he didn't go, he'd probably get scolded to death. Alright, Auntie, I'll come over tomorrow afternoon. John Lin thought for a moment before replying. Soon after, his aunt sent back an okay gesture. The night passed without incident. The next day at noon, John Lin took a taxi to the Wen family's villa. As soon as he entered the door, he heard Wen Shui's voice. John Lin, are you looking for a housekeeper for your mansion? John Lin shook his head. No, I already have a house here. I'm just looking for someone to look after it. Oh? Mr. Jiang has actually purchased property here as well? At that moment, Mr. Wan, the elderly gentleman, smiled and said, well, if there's an opportunity, I'd love to visit your place. It shouldn't be too much trouble, right? John Lin smiled and said, no trouble at all. However, I've just moved in, and there's no housekeeper or servants yet. I think you, Mr. Wan, should be most familiar with this area. It shouldn't be too difficult to find someone, right? Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I've already instructed them to handle it. At the latest, by tomorrow evening, I'll definitely find suitable people. Mr. Wan said confidently. Thank you very much. John Lin nodded. Since he had to visit his younger aunt in the afternoon, he didn't waste any time. He once again performed the 18 needles of the ghost gate on Mr. Wan. Before long, the acupuncture was finished, and John Lin politely declined the Wan family's invitation to stay, hailing a taxi and heading straight to his aunt's residence. Watching John Lin disappear, Mr. Wan couldn't help but say to his granddaughter, Girl, I think you need to hurry up. What are you talking about, Grandpa? Hurry up and take him down. Otherwise, once he returns, it'll be too late. Grandpa, what are you talking about? I'm not talking to you anymore. John Lin, of course, had no idea about the conversation between Wen Laoyi and his granddaughter. At that moment, he had just bought some tonics near his aunt's house and was on his way there. Hey! Auntie, I'm outside your apartment complex. John Lin said into the phone. Alright, I'll have Xiaomeng come down to meet you. His aunt's voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiaomeng? John Lin raised an eyebrow, and the image of a little snot-nosed kid flashed through his mind. Back then, they were all still kids, and Zhang Xiaomeng used to follow him around everywhere. But in the blink of an eye, it had been so long since they'd seen each other. He wondered what the little girl had grown up to look like. A few minutes later, the gate to the residential complex swung open, and out walked a young girl wearing denim shorts and a snowflake-patterned t-shirt. The girl looked to be around 16 or 17, tall and slender, with an elegant demeanor. Especially her long, straight legs were truly eye-catching. She was clearly a beauty rated above 85 out of 100. However, Zhang Xiaomeng was feeling a bit down at that moment. After all, the college entrance exams were already over, and she should have been able to relax freely. Today was her best friend's birthday, and they had all planned to go out and celebrate together. But who would have thought that her mother refused to let her go, insisting that there were important guests at home? What important guests? They're just neighbors from her hometown. But she never expected it to get even worse. She's making her go out in the blazing sun to pick someone up. Zhang Xiaomeng shielded her eyes from the sun with one hand and looked around the neighborhood. She soon spotted a boy carrying some items, dressed in casual clothes, smiling at her. Is that Xiaomeng? I'm John Lin. John Lin seemed to recognize Zhang Xiaomeng and spoke up first. John Lin. Zhang Xiaomeng, upon seeing John Lin, had intended to call him by his first name, but suddenly noticed that he seemed even more handsome than before, and belatedly added the honorific brother. Ha, it's been a long time. You've grown into such a beautiful young lady. John Lin smiled. Let's go. Zhang Xiaomeng, however, remained rather indifferent to John Lin's enthusiasm. She turned and walked toward the residential complex, while John Lin, who was behind her, quickly dropped his smile and looked puzzled. What's going on? I haven't done anything to offend her, have I? This confusion didn't linger for long, and Zhang Lin followed Zhang Xiaoming upstairs. This residential complex was considered one of the upscale neighborhoods in the entire city. Zhang Lin looked around and felt that his aunt's family was living quite comfortably here. As soon as they entered the door, a middle-aged beauty in an apron came out enthusiastically. "Big nephew, you're finally here. Come in quickly. Xiaoming, get your brother some slippers." Zhang Lin put on the slippers and walked in, where he saw his aunt's husband sitting on the sofa wearing glasses and watching TV. He paused for a moment before speaking first. "Hello, Uncle Jiang." At that moment, his aunt's husband finally turned around, nodded at Zhang Lin, and said, "It's been a long time, Xiaolin." Chapter 95, Night Banquet at KTV, Zhang Xiaoming's invitation. Feeling the other's coldness, Zhang Lin merely smiled faintly. "It's been a while, uncle." The aunt standing beside him seemed to notice something was off. She smiled and said, "Come on, don't just stand there. Sit down. It's time to eat." She also gave her uncle a subtle glare. "All right, let's eat." Soon, the four of them were seated at the dining table. "Xiaoming, what are you standing there for? Serve some food to your older brother." Her aunt gave Zhang Xiaoming a stern look before smiling and saying, "Come on, come and try Auntie's hometown dishes. See if she's lost her touch." Zhang Lin took a bite and nodded seriously, "First rate." "All right, then eat more." Auntie smiled and continued to serve Zhang Lin. Meanwhile, Auntie's husband poured a glass of red wine, sipped it, and said to Zhang Lin, "Little Lin, are you still in the capital?" "Yes, I'm still in the capital city." Zhang Lin nodded. "What kind of work are you doing there now?" her uncle asked again. "Nothing much, I run my own supermarket." Zhang Lin thought for a moment. Does a shopping center count as a supermarket? A small supermarket? Upon hearing this, his aunt's husband's expression grew even colder. Not only him, but even Zhang Xiaoming beside him couldn't help but glance at Zhang Lin and sigh softly in her heart. Sigh, they really aren't from the same world. She herself had only graduated from high school, but with outstanding grades, she had already applied to a top university in Shanghai. Plus, her family background was impressive. Her father was a high-ranking official. Her mother also ran a small company, though not a large one, earning a few million yuan a year. No matter how you look at it, it's still far better than Zhang Lin running a small supermarket. Even if he's in the capital city, so what? The capital city also has its share of ordinary people. The younger aunt, who was standing nearby, naturally picked up on her husband's subtle hint and immediately laughed it off, saying, "Zhang Lin's supermarket? How could it be a small supermarket? He's got a bright future ahead of him." Zhang Lin smiled and nodded. "My aunt is right. My supermarket is very big." Zhang Xiaoming, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, "Big? How big?" "As big as a shopping mall." Zhang Lin replied matter-of-factly. "Ha, it is big." Zhang Xiaoming gave a cold laugh. "Are you trying to be funny? It's just a small supermarket, why make it sound like a shopping mall?" The aunt changed the subject. "Xiaolin, why did you come to Yudu?" "Me? A friend asked me to help out, so I came to take a look." "Help? So you've been staying at your friend's place these past few days?" Auntie asked with concern. "No, I have a place to stay here." Zhang Lin shook his head and said something that surprised all three of them. "You have a house? You bought a house here?" His aunt exclaimed excitedly, "That's great, Xiaolin. Where did you buy it?" Without hesitation, Zhang Lin replied, "I bought it at Yunwu Mountain Villa." Yunwu Mountain Villa? Zhang Xiaoming and her father rolled their eyes simultaneously. "You can brag all you want, but at least make it sound plausible. You bought Yunwu Mountain Villa? Do you know how much it costs?" Zhang Yukai couldn't help but glance at Zhang Lin and said excitedly, "Wow, Zhang Lin, you actually bought Yunwu Mountain Villa? I'll have to go check it out someday." As soon as he finished speaking, his younger aunt hurriedly interjected, "Go? What are you going to do there? Zhang Lin is so busy here he doesn't have time to entertain you." In reality, she was just trying to find an excuse for Zhang Lin. She had also noticed that Zhang Lin was just bragging. If they took him seriously, it would be embarrassing for him later. Of course, Zhang Lin had no idea about this. He was just speaking the truth. "All right, if you have time, you and your family can stay for 2 days. I'm not always there anyway." Zhang Xiaoming was so upset she couldn't even eat. "Big brother, can't you just be honest? Can't you? Isn't it better to be honest?" She had no appetite and just sat there playing with her phone. Her uncle, sitting beside her, had downed a glass of red wine and was feeling a bit tipsy. At that moment, he seemed to summon a bit of his authority as a leader, leaning back in his chair and speaking to Zhang Lin. "Little Lin, you know, men are all about saving face. It's only human nature." Zhang Lin smiled slightly but didn't respond. However, boasting is one thing, but when it comes to real situations, you need to rely on your actual abilities, don't you agree? The auntie sitting beside him glared at her husband angrily upon hearing this. But the man paid no heed and said, "Why are you glaring at me? I'm just sharing some life wisdom with Xiaolin."
At that moment, Jiang Lin smiled again and put down his bowl and chopsticks.
Auntie, uncle, I'm full.
You're full?
Then go rest on the sofa for a while, the aunt said with a smile. I'll go to the restroom.
Jiang Lin stood up and walked toward the restroom. As soon as he entered, he heard his aunt's dissatisfied voice from the table.
Zhang Yukai, what are you doing? How can you talk to someone like that? What did I say? I'm just stating the facts. How could you even think of trying to match Xiao Meng with him?
Not only is he 5 years older, but his abilities are already on a different level from Xiao Meng's.
Shu, keep your voice down. What about Xiao Lin? He's honest and reliable, and we know him well.
Listening to their conversation, Jiang Lin shook his head slightly in the bathroom. From the very beginning, he had always regarded Zhang Xiaomeng as a younger sister. But since she doesn't like him, this sister isn't worth keeping.
As for the rest, he hadn't even given it a second thought.
He had plenty of female friends at home, any one of them was better than Zhang Xiaomeng. Of course, there was no need to explain anything to his younger aunt. After stepping out of the bathroom, Jiang Lin sat down on the sofa with his usual expression. He was just keeping his aunt company and planned to leave soon. Little did he know that as soon as he sat down, Zhang Xiaomeng stood up nearby and turned to his aunt.
Mom, I'm going out for a bit.
I'll be back late, so you don't need to wait for me for dinner. Upon hearing the girl was leaving, his aunt immediately called her back.
Hey, Xiaomeng, where are you going?
There are still guests at home. Oh, Mom, Zhu Leinan is celebrating her birthday today, and many of my classmates are going to celebrate with her.
I'm the only one who didn't go.
Zhang Xiaomeng said with a displeased expression. Just now, Lanlan told me they're going to a KTV later and asked me to join them.
What? KTV? Won't that be really late?
Upon hearing this, her aunt's eyes widened in disapproval.
No way, you can't go. Mom, I'm an adult now. Why can't I go? Zhang Xiaomeng's face darkened as she spoke discontentedly. It's so late. I won't feel at ease if you come back late. No way, unless you bring Xiao Lin with you. My aunt said sternly. Him? I'm going to a class reunion. What's he doing there? Zhang Xiaomeng was speechless. Just say whether you're going or not. If you go, you have to bring Jiang Lin.
Her aunt brought out her mother's authority, leaving no room for negotiation.
All right, I give in.
Zhang Xiaomeng complained, then stood up and walked toward the door. Her aunt turned to Jiang Lin at this moment and said, Little Lin, Xiao Meng will be a trouble for you tonight. This girl is wild, don't let her stay out too late. Seeing her aunt's sincere smile, Jiang Lin thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll take care of her. Saying this, he stood up, nodded at his aunt, and followed Zhang Xiaomeng out.
Chapter 96, Unexpected Turn of Events. Two beauties are dragged away. Master, Night Banquet KTV.
After hailing a taxi, Zhang Xiaomeng and Jiang Lin headed straight for the KTV.
Throughout the ride, Zhang Xiaomeng didn't say a word to Jiang Lin.
Jiang Lin, however, was quite content with the silence, leaning back in the passenger seat and almost falling asleep.
After getting out of the car, Zhang Xiaomeng and Jiang Lin stood at the entrance of Night Banquet KTV waiting. Zhang Xiaomeng checked the time and suddenly said to Jiang Lin, Don't say anything later. Just listen to me.
Jiang Lin smiled slightly and nodded. All right, I understand. He had only come because of his younger aunt and naturally wouldn't interfere in their matters. Just as they were talking, a sudden roar of engines echoed from the distance. Soon, Jiang Lin saw 4 or 5 cars speeding toward them from the distance. BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, Autos, though not top-of-the-line luxury cars. But for a group of high school graduates, being able to drive such cars indicated that their families were well off. A girl wearing a super short skirt and a spaghetti-strap tank top got out of the first BMW. Though her face still looked youthful, she had deliberately dressed to appear mature. Her eyes darted around, and she immediately spotted Zhang Xiaomeng standing at the door. She exclaimed with delight, Xiaomeng, you finally arrived. Zhang Xiaomeng also looked delighted and handed the small gift she had prepared to the girl, saying, Lanlan, happy birthday.
Thank you. Zhu Lanlan giggled. Ah, Xiaomeng, who is he? She pulled Zhang Xiaomeng and couldn't help glancing at Jiang Lin. He's pretty handsome. Is he your boyfriend? What are you talking about?
He's not my boyfriend. He's a friend of my mom's from her hometown.
He came to visit my mom.
Zhang Xiaomeng hurriedly explained. My mom insisted it wasn't safe so late, so she made him come along.
I couldn't refuse. Oh, I see. As long as he's not your boyfriend, that's fine. Otherwise, I was worried Yin Feng would get angry.
Zhu Lalan said with a smile. At the mention of Yin Feng, Zhang Xiaomeng couldn't help but blush and hurriedly said, Who I bring with me has nothing to do with him.
Don't make things up. Come on, everyone in our class knows Yin Feng has a crush on you.
Zhu Leinan laughed. We're all here thanks to you. This is a top-notch nightclub, and Yin Feng is treating us. Just as they were talking, everyone had parked their cars and was walking toward Zhang Xiaomeng. The young man leading the group, with his arrogant demeanor, also noticed Zhang Xiaomeng and was immediately impressed. No need to say more, this man was naturally Yin Feng.
Xiaomeng, you're here.
Yan Feng glanced around and spotted Jiang Lin beside Zhang Xiaoming, his heart racing. He blurted out without thinking.
Who is this? Xu Lulan smiled and interjected, this is Zhang Xiaoming's bodyguard. Nonsense, I'll hit you.
Zhang Xiaoming glared at her and explained, he's a friend from my mom's hometown.
Oh?
Yan Feng smiled and said, since you're here, let's all play together. Saying that, he extended his hand to Jiang Lin, my name is Yan Feng.
Nice to meet you.
Jiang Lin glanced at him but didn't extend his hand. He just muttered under his breath.
Jiang Lin.
Yan Feng's hand paused in mid-air for a moment before he awkwardly smiled.
Alright, let's go inside.
We'll have plenty of time to get to know each other later. Everyone entered the nightclub and headed straight for the Queen's Hall that Yan Feng had reserved.
The entire Queen's Hall was lavishly decorated and spacious. As soon as they entered, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in awe.
Wow, Yan Feng is really splurging today. What a grand gesture. I heard this Queen's Hall is really hard to book.
It's hard to book because Fenggu is so awesome. Ha!
Listening to everyone's praise, Yan Feng humbly smiled. In reality, this was all thanks to my father, who knows the owner of this place, Mr. Cohen, so he helped me secure this spot.
Cohen Zone? Joe Cohen? I've heard that this boss is no ordinary person, apparently backed by the Wen family. A classmate exclaimed in surprise. What? The Wen family? That powerful?
Everyone in Yudu knows that the Wen family is the most prominent family in the city.
Their businesses span every industry. If Feng Ji's dad knows Mr. Cohen, that's basically like knowing the Wen family. Impressive. Looks like we'll have to latch onto Fenggu from now on. I'll lick his boots.
Yan Feng felt a surge of pride inside, but on the surface, he clapped his hands and said, everyone, drink and eat to your heart's content.
Today is all about celebrating Lan Lan. Alright.
A case of beer was brought over.
Everyone drank heartily.
Meanwhile, Jiang Lin sipped a glass of lemon water, sitting in the corner watching the scene unfold. However, what surprised him was that among these classmates, there were actually some who weren't drinking. They were also sitting in the corner, just like him.
This guy must have some experience.
Jiang Lin merely glanced at him and realized that the other person was likely a hidden master. He must have practiced martial arts.
However, this classmate seemed rather low-key and was also accompanying a female classmate.
From their conversation, Jiang Lin learned that the female student was named Nana. She was around a 75 in terms of looks, which was pretty decent. Jiang Lin couldn't help but speculate that the male student might be her bodyguard or perhaps a secret admirer. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere in the KTV grew even more lively. Some were drinking, some were singing, and the place was bustling with activity. As the birthday girl, Xu Lulan was already drunk, her eyes half closed, and she didn't even mind the male classmate placing his hand on her thigh.
I can't take it anymore, I need to go to the restroom.
Feeling a bit tipsy, Xu Lulan stood up unsteadily. Zhang Xiaoming, who was standing nearby, saw this and stood up to support her.
Let's go together. Me too. Nana followed them out as well. Seeing the three women leave, Yan Feng turned his gaze toward Jiang Lin. Holding his wine glass, he walked toward Jiang Lin. Friend, let's have a toast. He said generously.
However, Jiang Lin merely glanced at him before looking away. He treated him as if he weren't even there.
The second rejection left Yan Feng feeling utterly humiliated. He gave a cold smile. Your friend has quite the personality, doesn't he? Given your age, you don't look like a high school student. I wonder where you work. The classmates nearby couldn't help but chime in. I don't think this guy is the type to have a good job either. Is he just a bum? They laughed.
Jiang Lin heard this and glanced at them. These kids really don't know their place. Before he could speak, the door was suddenly pushed open. Immediately, Zhang Xiaoming rushed over with a panicked expression.
No, it's bad. Lan Lan and Nana have been taken away by them. What? What is going on? Everyone's expressions changed instantly upon hearing this. One by one, the students' faces turned angry. How dare they lay a finger on our classmates? Where are they? Hurry up and go save them. Guys, bring the bottles. Just as they were discussing, Yan Feng waved his hand and said, let's go. I want to see who dares to cause trouble at the night banquet. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed Zhang Xiaoming as he left. Jiang Lin saw that Zhang Xiaoming had left, so he decided to follow and take a look as well. Otherwise, if something happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his aunt. Just as he stood up, his phone suddenly rang. Jiang Lin took it out and saw that it was Wen Xue calling. He answered the call and heard Wen Xue's excited voice. Master Jiang, I found the butler and maid you were looking for. Where should I tell them to find you? Jiang Lin thought for a moment and said, tell them to wait for me for a while. I have some things to take care of and can't leave right now. Alright. Should I come pick you up? Wen Xue paused. These people are waiting for their interviews. How long will you be back? Pick me up? Alright, I'll be at Night Banquet KTV. Come over there. Jiang Lin thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Alright, I'll drive over right away. Wen Ningxue nodded and hung up the phone.
Zhang Lin put away his phone and followed the others out of the princess hall. Whoosh! Everyone rushed out of the private room and headed straight for the door of a nearby private room. However, upon seeing the label on the private room door, Yen Feng suddenly frowned.
King's Hall? What's going on? Brother Feng.
Yen Feng furrowed his brows. The King's Hall was the highest tier private room at the night banquet, normally never open to the public. If it was open, it must mean an important guest had arrived.
Don't make any sudden moves. Just follow my lead.
Got it. Everyone nodded, and Yen Feng pushed open the door and walked in.
Upon entering, everyone was immediately filled with anger.
Because Zhu Lulun was currently being held by a middle-aged man with a fat head and large ears, forcing her to drink this cup of wine. Chapter 97, The Hidden Protagonist, Liang Chao of the 12 Leg Kicks. Zhu Lainan was being held by someone, while Nana, standing beside her, looked terrified and tried to stop them. This scene was witnessed by many students, who were naturally furious. A classmate who had long harbored feelings for Zhu Lulun immediately shouted angrily and charged forward, kicking the middle-aged man.
Oh no!
Caught off guard, the man was knocked to the ground.
At that moment, everyone finally reacted.
They all shouted angrily.
How dare you cause trouble in the King's Hall?
In an instant, several figures burst out from the side, kicking the student who had attacked away with a single kick.
You all!
The other students only then noticed that there were already at least a dozen people seated inside the private room. In the center of the room, sitting on the sofa, was a man with a crew cut wearing a t-shirt, flanked by several tall bodyguards.
Just standing there, they exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure.
And that didn't even include the few who had just intervened.
In an instant, the previously angry students fell silent. This is getting a bit scary, isn't it?
The students who had attacked were quickly subdued, their faces pressed into the ground, struggling helplessly. At that moment, the middle-aged man who had gotten up from the ground charged forward with a furious expression, kicking the other person in the stomach.
Damn it! How dare you hit me?
The student was kicked so hard that he arched his back, the pain making it difficult for him to breathe. Seeing this, Yen Feng knew he had to step in.
Otherwise, something bad would happen.
So, he paused for a moment before forcing himself to speak.
Friend, you've already hit him. Isn't that enough?
We're all just out having fun, there's no need to make things so unpleasant.
The middle-aged man, however, sneered coldly. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you have the nerve to talk to me like that? Forget it? If you say so, then forget it.
Yen Feng saw this and smiled slightly, bowing his hands and saying, Sir, my name is Yen Feng.
My father and the owner of this store, Mr. Cohen, are friends. Could you please give me some face? Oh, your father and Mr. Cohen are friends?
This caught the middle-aged man off guard, and he turned to look at the man seated at the head of the table.
You know his father?
The man heard this and raised the corner of his mouth, looking at Yen Feng with a hint of amusement.
What's your father's name? Tell me. Yen Feng. Could it be that coincidental?
He was just bragging earlier, and now he's actually met the real deal. He never imagined that the man sitting in the main seat was actually the Kuenzong his father had mentioned. But he still believed the words his father had told him. Since his father knew this Kuenzong, he should at least give him some face.
Yen Feng forced a smile. Mr. Cohen, my father is Yen Chong, the chairman of Chongha Technology. Yen Chong?
Kuenzong tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying with a hint of realization, Oh,
I remember now. There was a banquet once, and someone introduced you to me, saying we should get to know each other. Oh. The middle-aged man deliberately dragged out his words. So you consider us acquainted now? Kuenzong snorted derisively. There are plenty of people who want to befriend me. What does he think he is?
As he spoke, he glared at Yen Feng with a cold smile.
You saw that your men kicked my guest just now.
He waved his hand dismissively.
Let's talk about this. How do we settle this? Yen Feng,
MMP, Dad, you're actually bragging in front of me. He didn't know that in Kuenzong's eyes, his father was nothing at all.
But now that we've come to this critical point, we can't back down, can we?
If he backed down, the glorious image he had built up today would be completely ruined. Forcing a smile, he finally spoke up. So,
what does Mr. Cohen and this gentleman have in mind? We're all just here to have fun, there's no need to make a big deal out of this, right?
Upon hearing Yen Feng speak, the middle-aged man glanced at Mr. Cohen and suddenly burst into laughter.
Ha!
I came to you to discuss a partnership, and the deal is worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
Who the hell do you think you are? If you want me to let it go, that's fine.
He suddenly broke into a sinister smile. He pointed his finger at the three girls not far away.
Have them stay here with me. As long as I'm in a good mood, everything can be discussed. Zhang Xiaomeng, Zhu Lulun, and that girl named Nana all looked startled. Among all the people present, these three girls were the most attractive.
Each had her own unique charm and style, no wonder they had been singled out at first glance.
This isn't right, is it?
After all, these three girls were brought here by him. Yen Feng couldn't help but laugh awkwardly.
What's wrong with that? The middle-aged man grabbed a bottle of red wine and slammed it on the table. Bang! Each of them drinks a bottle, and I'll let this matter drop. Otherwise? He gave a cold smile. None of you are leaving today. Hearing this, the three women's faces turned pale. Nana, who was scared, blurted out, if you keep this up, I'll call the police right now. Upon hearing this, Yen Feng couldn't help but mutter under his breath, this is bad. Smash! Sure enough, the middle-aged fat man smashed the wine bottle on the ground, and the shattering sound made the three women scream in terror. Call the police? What did I do that you're calling the police? He sneered coldly, go ahead and try. Saying this, he picked up the broken bottle and walked toward the other man. He intended to teach these kids a lesson with his actions. Zhang Lin stood at the back of the crowd, his eyes fixed on the fat man in the distance. At this point, he had originally planned to intervene, but before he could move, he saw the other male student, who was just as low-key as him, step forward. Instantly, Zhang Lin stopped, wanting to see what the other person would do. After all, such hidden masters were usually the protagonists in such schemes. Swish! The middle-aged man threw a bottle at the woman's arm. If that hit had landed, it would have left a permanent scar. But just then, suddenly, a hand emerged from nowhere, swiftly grabbing the attacker's wrist. Ha! The middle-aged man froze abruptly, instinctively trying to break free. But when he exerted force, he realized that the other person's hand was as still as a clamp. The middle-aged man felt annoyed. What was wrong with him today? Did he forget to check the almanac before leaving home? Why is everyone picking on me? Who are you? Seeing that he couldn't pull his wrist back, the middle-aged man could only ask. The male student fell silent for a moment, tilted his head, and thought for a moment. I'm not someone you can afford to mess with. As he spoke, he suddenly kicked out with all his strength. Ah! The middle-aged man let out an agonizing scream as his entire body was violently kicked 2 or 3 meters away. This time, he fell to the ground, looking far worse off than before. Koenzone, who had been sitting there with a calm expression, also looked serious at that moment. I didn't expect your place to produce such talent. He sneered coldly and waved his hand. Instantly, over a dozen bodyguards charged forward simultaneously. Ah! The student who had attacked let out a loud shout and charged forward instead of retreating. A few minutes later, these bodyguards, each standing over 6 feet tall, were all knocked down by him alone. This left the students who had been feeling a bit nervous earlier suddenly excited. Wow, who would have thought that Liang Chao had this up his sleeve? I never would have guessed. This guy is a real tough guy. Yeah, thanks to him stepping in, otherwise we'd be finished. Just as they were talking, Zhang Lin suddenly narrowed his eyes and saw a middle-aged man, only 5 feet 7 inches tall, stepping out from behind Koenzone. Crack! His knuckles cracked loudly, and his face bore a look of intense excitement. Kid, you've got some skills. Let us give it a try? Chapter 98, Zhang Lin, I'm leaving, and you can't stop me. Let's settle this quickly. Liang Chao gave a cold smile, and in a flash, he vanished from where he stood. Swish! His body was like a phantom, appearing in an instant before the shorter man. He leaped into the air with a powerful kick, delivering a fierce spinning kick mid-air. Whoosh! As the kick landed, a powerful gust of wind erupted throughout the air. Zhang Lin's eyes flashed. He seemed to discern the meaning of the 12 leg techniques within the opponent's kick. Jeet Kune Do is based on Wing Chun, incorporating elements from various martial arts. These 12 springing leg techniques are also part of it. Therefore, the moment the opponent made his move, Zhang Lin immediately spotted the flaw. However, upon seeing the small man's expression, Zhang Lin sighed inwardly, fearing that Liang Chao was about to be at a disadvantage. Swish! Just as his leg was about to strike, the short man suddenly moved. He let out a savage laugh, his arms tensing abruptly. At the last possible moment, his body flickered, and he managed to dodge the kick. Liang Chao's expression changed drastically, but by the time he tried to pull back, it was already too late. At that very moment, the opponent gathered all his strength and delivered a powerful punch toward Liang Chao's thigh. Crack! Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Liang Chao's mouth. Just one punch had dislocated his entire leg bone. He collapsed to the ground, the intense pain nearly causing him to faint. At that moment, the short man who had just attacked him suddenly kicked him in the dislocated area. You say you can't handle him? Really? Ugh! Liang Chao was in so much pain he could barely breathe, let alone speak. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone stared at Liang Chao in disbelief. Just moments ago, they thought a savior had emerged, but instead, the villainous boss showed up. He had directly knocked out the protagonist. What the hell are we supposed to do now? Clap! Koenzone couldn't help but clap his hands, smiling as he said, Your Muay Thai has indeed improved a lot. He glanced at the crowd, who were all too scared to move, and asked, Is anyone else willing to play the protagonist? No one dared to speak. Even Yen Feng was sweating profusely at that moment, fearing he might end up like Liang Chao. Alright, since no one has anything to say, Mr. Liu, you may continue. Koenzone smiled at the middle-aged man who was getting back up. Alright.
The middle-aged man nodded fiercely, then turned to the three girls.
Now I've changed my mind. Each of you will take 2 bottles, and the matter will be settled. 2 bottles?
The three women were speechless.
They couldn't even finish 1 bottle, let alone 2. Meng, what should we do?
Zhu Lalan trembled as she gripped Zhang Xiaoming's arm, unable to contain herself.
I don't know either. Zhang Xiaoming was also scared.
If all else failed, she could only resort to using her father's influence.
But if that doesn't work, what if they become even more ruthless? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a figure suddenly appeared beside Zhang Xiaoming.
And he raised his hand to pat her on the shoulder.
It's getting late. We should go home.
The words came from Zhang Lin's mouth. In this private room, it sounded unusually out of place.
Everyone, oh. Big brother, what time is it? Can't you see the situation? I want to go home too. The problem is, can I even go back?
However, Zhang Lin simply looked at Zhang Xiaoming indifferently, with no trace of emotion on his face. At that moment, Koan Zong, who was sitting there, suddenly burst into laughter.
Interesting, truly interesting. Another savior has emerged?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin turned his head to look at him. He shook his head slightly and said, I don't know them, but I need to take her with me.
It's late, and her family will be worried. Koan Zong paused for a moment before saying with a smirk, what if I don't let her go?
Zhang Lin froze for a moment, then shook his head.
No, you can't stop me.
Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Zhang Xiaoming's wrist and headed toward the door.
Humph. Then I'll try to stop you.
At that moment, the short man called Pucha gave a sinister laugh and charged forward from behind. Without a word, he delivered a knee strike. Muay Thai is most skilled at using elbows and knees for attacks.
This knee strike could even deform a door panel in an instant.
Even Zhang Xiaoming, who was being held back, instinctively cried out in alarm, be careful.
Bang! Crack! Ah! This all happened in just a few seconds. Here's what happened.
Everyone only saw Pucha deliver a knee strike, but just as the opponent was about to land the blow,
Zhang Lin suddenly turned around even faster and kicked the opponent's knee with precision. Even Pucha didn't expect it.
Zhang Lin's kick not only broke his attack but also caused his knee to cave inward. In simple terms, it was a fracture. With just one kick, Zhang Lin sent Pucha flying backward with a fractured knee. The agonizing scream that echoed through the room came from Pucha as he was sent flying backward. At that moment, the entire private room fell silent. Everyone stared at Zhang Lin in disbelief, never expecting him to be a wolf killer. Even Koan Zong, who had been smiling just moments ago, couldn't muster a smile now. Because the bodyguard was his most skilled bodyguard, someone he had hired from abroad at great expense. He never imagined that the other party couldn't even catch this young man.
Zhang Xiaoming was equally shocked, staring at Zhang Lin in disbelief. You are that powerful? Zhang Lin didn't answer but turned to look at Koan Zong in the distance and said, are you still going to keep me here? Koan Zong's expression darkened. All right. I never expected to have underestimated you. As he spoke, he suddenly gave a cold laugh. Your strength is indeed formidable. However, what if I insist on keeping you?
As he spoke, he suddenly clapped his hands. Instantly, the doors to the private room burst open, and one after another, figures rushed in from outside. In just a few moments, nearly 24 people armed with baseball bats surrounded the private room. This left the crowd, who had briefly seen a glimmer of hope, tense once again. Damn it, this is way too dramatic. Mom, I really want to go home. Zhang Lin glanced at the crowd and looked at Koan Zong with a puzzled expression. Do you think these guys can keep me here? He felt as though he had been underestimated. However, Koan Zong shook his head and smiled, I want to give it a try. Zhang Lin nodded and said to Zhang Xiaoming beside him, stay here and don't move. As he was about to act, the door to the private room suddenly swung open. Zhang Lin, so you were here? Everyone instinctively looked toward the door and saw a stunningly beautiful woman walk in with a surprised expression. Chapter 99, triggering a billion-fold critical hit, rewarded with a 200 million yuan donation building for his alma mater. Originally, Wen Xue had been waiting at the entrance of the night banquet KTV. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't see Zhang Lin anywhere. With no other option, she decided to call Zhang Lin. But no one answered. Wen Xue had no choice but to enter the KTV to look for him. Just as she was about to ask Mr. Kuan for clarification, she saw Zhang Lin in the private room. The middle-aged man, who hadn't expected to encounter such a stunningly beautiful woman, couldn't help but smirk. Mr. Kuan, this girl is pretty good. Can I have her? Slap. Before he could finish, Koan Zong raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Shut up. The young lady is not someone you can talk about. Koan Zong's heart skipped a beat. If he angered her, he'd be in big trouble. He hurried over to Wen Xue and bowed slightly, saying, Miss Wen, you came without letting me know beforehand. I could have come to pick you up. Wen Xue was about to speak when she suddenly noticed the tense atmosphere in the private room. Glancing at Zhang Lin, she suddenly understood something.
Her expression darkened, and a layer of frost instantly crept up her cheeks. Lee Kuan, did you offend Mr. Jiang? Mr. Jiang? Lee Kuan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of the renowned young physician who had recently helped the old master recover. Damn it, could it be that coincidental? Thinking further, he wondered why Winning Shue had suddenly appeared here. The answer was already obvious. Swish! He felt cold sweat instantly drip down his forehead. Miss, please let me explain. Slap! Winning Shue raised her hand and slapped him across the face, cutting off Kuan Zong's words mid-sentence. What are you doing? You don't even recognize Mr. Jiang? Although Winning Shue appeared like a proper young lady in front of Jiang Lin. But she was the eldest daughter of the Wen family, having seen the world since childhood. A sense of family-instilled authority had been ingrained in her from a young age. This sudden outburst completely stunned Kuan Zong. Everyone else in the room was equally stunned. She actually hit Kuan Zong? And it seemed like the other party dared not do anything to her? This is way too impressive. Just as everyone was speculating, Winning Shue suddenly turned to Jiang Lin and smiled. Jiang Lin, let's go? Jiang Lin nodded and said, Xiaomeng, come with me. I'll drop you off on the way home. Winning Shue only noticed Zhang Xiaomeng standing beside Jiang Lin at that moment. Instantly, she felt a sense of danger and blurted out, is she your girlfriend? No. She's my cousin's kid. Jiang Lin shook his head and told the truth. For some reason, Zhang Xiaomeng felt an odd emotion welling up inside her upon hearing this. Oh. Let's go then. Winning Shue nodded and turned to walk out. Jiang Lin and Zhang Xiaomeng followed suit. Only the people left in the room looked at each other in confusion. Fengge, can we leave now? A student couldn't help but whisper. Before Yin Feng could respond, Kuan Zong, who had been acting arrogantly and coldly earlier, suddenly changed his demeanor. With a smile on his face, he addressed everyone enthusiastically. Haha, so you're the young lady's friends? It was all a misunderstanding. You can enjoy yourselves. Today's bill is on the house. Everyone was confused as Kuan Zong had his men escort them back to the Princess Hall. Sitting in the private room, everyone felt as though they were in a dream. Brother Feng, who is that young lady? She's so powerful. Yin Feng took a big gulp of beer before finally saying with a trembling voice, if I'm not mistaken, she should be the eldest daughter of the Wen family, Winning Shue. What? She's the goddess? My goodness, someone from the Wen family, no wonder she's so powerful. But that Jiang Lin actually knows the Wen family's eldest daughter? Their relationship must be pretty close. Jiang Lin had no idea what everyone was talking about. He sat in the car, chatting casually with Winning Shue as they drove Zhang Xiaomeng home. Zhang Xiaomeng remained silent the entire way. Her gaze kept darting back and forth between Jiang Lin and Winning Shue. After sending Zhang Xiaomeng off, Winning Shue drove the car, taking Jiang Lin with her, and prepared to rush back to the Wen family. Mr. Jiang, the housekeeper and servants you requested are waiting for you to interview them. How many people in total? Jiang Lin asked. Just one butler, but there are 4 or 5 maids. You can take a look when you get there. If they don't work out, I'll find someone else for you. Winning Shue said with a smile. No need, I trust the people you find. Jiang Lin shook his head. Hire them all. The house is big enough and we need more people. Ha, Mr. Jiang, where do you live in Yudu? Why do you need so many people? Winning Shue asked with a smile. Yunwu Mountain Villa. Jiang Lin nodded. You know it, right? It's huge, and with just a few servants, it's really hard to keep it clean. Oh, so it's Yunwu Mountain Villa? Winning Shue nodded instinctively, but mid-sentence, she suddenly felt something was off. Cloud Mist Manor is actually yours? She couldn't believe her ears and opened her mouth wide in disbelief. Yes. It's mine. Jiang Lin gave her a strange look. What's so strange about that? No, I heard that the mountain villa was bought by a mysterious buyer, but I never expected it to be you. Winning Shue's heart trembled. Her grandfather had once said that if he could buy Yunwu Mountain Villa, he would give it to Jiang Lin. But she never imagined that the Yunwu Mountain Villa had always belonged to someone else. No, it's not like that. I just helped them out a little, and they gave it to me. Jiang Lin shook his head. Although the Yunwu Mountain Villa was given to him, the property transfer procedures probably haven't been completed yet. Given by someone else? Winning Shue was startled upon hearing this, just as her grandfather had said. Could someone in Yudu already be cultivating a relationship with Jiang Lin? At that thought, she suddenly recalled what her grandfather had once told her. Ing Shue, you must act quickly and secure him. No, no. Winning Shue shook her head quickly, feeling her cheeks grow red. She glanced at Jiang Lin, only to find that he seemed distracted and hadn't noticed her expression. Jiang Lin was currently listening to the system's notification sound. Ding! You defeated a Muay Thai master, triggering a billion-fold critical hit. Reward, a donation building worth 2 billion for your alma mater. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. What the heck is a school donation building? There's actually such a reward? However, he knew there was no way the system would explain it to him now.
so he could only speculate on his own. Based on his estimation, the most likely scenario was that the building would appear within the premises of the University of Finance and Economics. After all, every year, some successful alumni from the university donate large sums of money or property to their alma mater. Only those particularly famous and successful individuals would spend such a fortune to build laboratories, teaching buildings, apartments, and so on for their alma mater. Since the system had given him this reward, Jiang Lin decided he had no choice but to return to his alma mater and look for it himself. What still puzzled him was how the system would handle the appearance of the building. Does it really just materialize out of thin air? Chapter 100, Are you going to offer yourself again? Jiang Lin didn't dwell on it further. Before long, when Ningxua arrived at Yunwu Mountain Villa. Outside the estate, a butler and 5 servants were already waiting. They hadn't expected that this time they would be staying at the renowned Yunwu Mountain Villa. Jiang Lin got out of the car, swiped his keycard, and entered. Instantly, the gates opened. The entire estate was fully revealed before everyone's eyes. Wow! This is the first time I've ever entered such a luxurious mountain villa. Our host isn't just young, he must have some connections. Look, isn't that the young lady the mistress of the house? Shoo, don't say that. If you say the wrong thing, you'll be fired, and that'll be trouble. As everyone chatted, Jiang Lin also took Ningxua around the estate. Not bad, indeed. This Yunwu Mountain Villa truly lives up to its reputation. Ningxua marveled as she looked around. If you like it, why not stay here for a night and experience it for yourself? Jiang Lin smiled and made a polite suggestion. To his surprise, Ningxua nodded without hesitation. Sure, I've never stayed in a mountain villa like this before. Are you serious? Jiang Lin looked at her in surprise. What? Not welcome? Ningxua feigned anger. Of course not, you're more than welcome. Jiang Lin shook his head and smiled. After letting the servants familiarize themselves with the place, Jiang Lin assigned them their rooms. The entire estate, aside from the main luxurious villa, also had 2 separate small villas specifically for the servants and guests. Even the servants had their own villas to live in, which was enough to imagine the luxury of the entire estate. Soon, the newly appointed butler had the servants prepare a late-night snack. This was where a butler's sharp mind truly shone. Always thinking about the services the master might need. Jiang Lin and Ningxua ate the midnight snack together, then each went to rest. Jiang Lin was in the 3rd floor bedroom, and Ningxua was in the 2nd floor bedroom. Jiang Lin lay in bed, picked up his phone, and wanted to ask about tomorrow's graduation defense. From Chen Nan, he learned that it would start at 8 a.m. and continue until 3 p.m. This was the defense time for the entire major. Jiang Lin calculated that if he hurried, he should be able to catch the last batch of presentations. Just as he was about to rest, a new message popped up on WeChat. Zhang Xiaomeng? What does she want from me? Jiang Lin furrowed his brows, feeling puzzled. He instinctively opened it and saw the message Zhang Xiaomeng had sent him. Zhang Xiaomeng, what's your relationship with Ningxua? Jiang Lin frowned, surprised that she would be concerned about such a matter. However, after thinking about it, she was after all his aunt's daughter, so there was no need to take it personally. Jiang Lin, we're just good friends. Zhang Xiaomeng, rolling her eyes, nonsense, are you two dating? Jiang Lin, what's it to you? Zhang Xiaomeng, I don't care, but I'm warning you as a man, don't you dare act like a freeloader. That would make me look down on you. Zhang Xiaomeng had thought Jiang Lin was so capable that he could rescue her from Koan's own. But who knew that Ningxua would show up in the end? She had thought they were just ordinary friends. But when she heard from Lan Lan that Ningxua was actually the eldest daughter of the Wen family, she immediately labeled Jiang Lin as a freeloader. Otherwise, how could a country boy like him catch the eye of the Wen family's eldest daughter? Let alone stand up for him. Thinking about it this way, Zhang Xiaomeng felt particularly annoyed. You, a freeloader, dare to act so arrogant in front of me? So she sent Jiang Lin a furious message. She wanted to persuade him to turn back and not take such a spineless path. But she never expected that Jiang Lin not only didn't appreciate it, but also said it had nothing to do with her. This made her so angry that she blurted out the truth. Upon seeing the message, Jiang Lin's lips twitched slightly. Do I look like someone who would take advantage of others? Jiang Lin, I don't need your approval. I'm just telling the truth. I'm not a freeloader. Zhang Xiaomeng, Jiang Lin, at this point, are you still going to keep up the act? You say you live in Yunwu Mountain Villa and even told my mom to stay there for 2 days. A villa that even the Wen family can't afford, how could you possibly live there? If my mom finds out you're a freeloader, how do you think she'll feel? Jiang Lin rolled his eyes. This little girl is crazy, isn't she? Whether I'm a freeloader or not, what does it have to do with her? Thinking this, Jiang Lin decided he didn't want to argue with her anymore. Jiang Lin, I'll say it again. If my aunt wants to come stay, I'll welcome her anytime. Goodbye. Zhang Xiaomeng angrily threw her phone onto the bed. She didn't know why she was so angry. Especially when she thought about Jiang Lin and Ningxua together, she felt even more furious.
Fine, you told me to send my mom, right? I'll take her there tomorrow and see how you handle it. Zhang Lin had no idea what Zhang Xiaoming was planning.
He put down his phone and prepared to take a shower and go to sleep.
Half an hour later, when he emerged from the bathroom,
he nearly jumped out of his skin at the sight before him.
Wen Xue was still sitting on the edge of his bed wrapped in a bathrobe. What the hell? Am I hallucinating?
Zhang Lin patted his head, feeling a bit unreal. Before he could finish speaking, he heard Wen Xue laugh softly.
What? Am I that unexpected here? Zhang Lin's lips twitched. Damn it, it's real. He smiled. Not surprised.
Beautiful lady, what brings you here?
Wen Xue blushed and glanced at him. I just wanted to ask you, after saving my grandfather's life, what do you want in return?
Reward?
Zhang Lin paused. What kind of reward? Suddenly, he felt a surge of mischief and couldn't resist teasing her. Ha, didn't I already tell you? I want you to marry me. As she spoke, Wen Xue nodded suddenly and whispered, I already agreed, didn't I? But I was just joking.
Zhang Lin wanted to say he was just joking, but he only got halfway through his sentence. Suddenly, he saw Wen Xue stand up, and her bathrobe accidentally slipped off.
However, this time, Wen Xue didn't scream.
Instead, she blushed deeply and said, this time, I didn't drop it on purpose.
They didn't have time to speak all night.
The next morning, when Zhang Lin woke up, it was almost noon.
When he opened his eyes, he didn't see Wen Xue anywhere.
Zhang Lin knew that he would have to go to her house today, and it would be a bit awkward if they went together. He hurriedly got out of bed and prepared to head to the Wen household. As soon as he arrived at the Wen residence, he felt that everyone around him was looking at him strangely. It made him feel uneasy all over. At the same time, at his aunt's house in Yudu, Zhang Xiaoming was smiling sweetly as she tugged on her mother's sleeve and said, Mom, since Zhang Lin invited us, you should go take a look.
Chapter 101, The Shocking Revelation from the Zhang Xiaoming Family. Oh, my head hurts. I'm not going. The aunt held her forehead. She knew full well that Zhang Lin had just spoken impulsively. These two already looked down on Zhang Lin. If she went, wouldn't that make Zhang Lin lose face?
But to her surprise, Zhang Xiaoming didn't even acknowledge her, instead clinging to her tightly. Zhang Yukai, who was standing nearby, saw this and stood up, walking to the door to put on his clothes. I think since Zhang Lin said it, we should go check it out. He said calmly, if it's true, that's even better. If it's not, we can try to talk him out of it. He should learn to think before he speaks. Spreading rumors without evidence won't get him anywhere in this world. Hearing Zhang Yukai say that, my aunt was completely helpless. It's over. These two are determined to go today. Zhang Yukai, I know you don't want me to match Zhang Lin with Xiaoming, but you better remember that if we miss out on Zhang Lin, our Xiaoming might not find such a good child in the future. Seeing that the two were determined to go, my aunt decided not to hold back anymore. What kind of background does our Xiaoming have? She's the daughter of a high-ranking official. The man she marries should either come from an intellectual family or be extremely wealthy. What does Zhang Lin have? All he can do is brag and live off others. Didn't you hear what Xiaoming said? Zhang Yukai has become much more arrogant since he became an official. He has been relying on his connection with the eldest daughter of the Wen family to get by. What kind of future does he have? You're talking nonsense. His aunt shouted angrily, I know Zhang Lin best. Even if he's poor, he'd never resort to living off others. Is that so? Zhang Yukai sneered, alright, since he's not a freeloader, let's go check it out. As far as I know, that Yunwu mountain villa was bought by a mysterious buyer years ago. Even the Wen family couldn't buy it. If he's really there, I'll believe him, and he certainly isn't a freeloader. And when the time comes, I'll apologize to you. That should be fair, right? Hearing Zhang Yukai speak so provocatively, Xiaogu could only grit her teeth, change her clothes, and go out. Deep down, she still harbored a sliver of hope that Zhang Lin might be telling the truth. Then everything would be resolved effortlessly. As the younger aunt's family left the house, Zhang Lin had already begun acupuncture treatment for Mr. Wen. After 3 treatments, Mr. Wen's condition had improved significantly. However, after each session, he would cough up blood. It looked a bit alarming, but it was actually to expel the toxins accumulated in the alveoli. After these treatments, the entire Wen family was utterly amazed by Zhang Lin. However, what felt a bit odd to Zhang Lin this time was that the entire Wen family was looking at him with a hint of ambiguity in their eyes. Cough, cough. Mr. Wen, the acupuncture session is now complete. Zhang Lin cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. Alright, thank you very much, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Wen smiled warmly at Zhang Lin. I wonder what Mr. Jiang has planned next. He suddenly asked. I have my graduation defense today and am just heading back to the capital. Oh? Your defense? Mr. Wen asked in surprise. Shouldn't Xue accompany you? She doesn't have anything to do anyway. Cough. Zhang Lin cleared his throat. No, it's okay. There's no one to take care of the mountain villa, so I'll have to trouble her to come by and check on it when she has time.
Oh, so she's become the mistress of the house? Old Master Wen's eyes lit up, and he blurted out without thinking. Cough. Jiang Lin's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but feign ignorance. Mr. Wen, what did you say? Oh, nothing, nothing. Mr. Wen laughed heartily and didn't dwell on the matter. After all, he was a seasoned old man and knew that someone with Jiang Lin's background wouldn't be easily tied down by a young woman. Well, it's getting late. I should go or I'll be late. Jiang Lin checked the time. There were less than 3 hours left until 3 in the afternoon. He had to hurry. Alright, shall I having Shues send you off? No, it's okay. I'll walk on my own. After saying that, Jiang Lin hurriedly left the Wen household. As soon as he stepped out of the Wen residence, he let out a long sigh of relief. He finally understood why a son-in-law would be so nervous when meeting his mother-in-law. He quickly hailed a taxi and hurried away, instructing the driver to head straight for Yunwu Mountain Villa. At that moment, Zhang Xiaomeng and Zhang Yukai were dragging their aunt toward Yunwu Mountain. As soon as they arrived at Yunwu Mountain, the younger sister-in-law instantly regretted it. How could she have believed that Jiang Lin was really staying here? This place was absolutely prime real estate. It had even been featured on the news. A $10 billion price tag. Where on earth could Jiang Lin possibly earn that much money? She really wanted to go back, but the two of them, one on each side, wouldn't give her a chance to escape. Zhang Yukai and his daughter were determined to prove Jiang Lin's lies. If she doesn't see the truth now, how can she ever stop her from trying to bring them together in the future? Amidst the struggle between the two sides, the three of them finally appeared at the entrance of Yunwu Mountain Villa. Wow, Mom, look! This Yunwu Mountain Villa is so grand. Zhang Xiaomeng exaggerated deliberately. I never thought Jiang Lin would live here. He's so rich. Exactly, Xiaomeng. We're already here. Why don't you call Jiang Lin and ask him to come out and pick us up? Zhang Yukai chimed in. Hearing this, the aunt completely lost her temper. Zhang Yukai, are the two of you trying to drive me crazy? I'm going back right now. If any of you dare to call him, I'll never forgive you. After saying that, her aunt turned and left. Zhang Xiaomeng and Zhang Yukai couldn't let her leave like that. One on each side, they grabbed her, struggling to pull her back. Suddenly, a taxi sped up from the distance and came to a sudden stop. Jiang Lin got out and, seeing his aunt there, couldn't help but exclaim with joy, Auntie, what are you doing here? Ah! We were just out for a walk. Auntie, upon seeing Jiang Lin had arrived, immediately felt embarrassed and made up an excuse. Little did she know that Zhang Xiaomeng, standing beside her, sneered, Jiang Lin, didn't you say you were staying here? We came specially to check on you. Since you're here, let's go inside and take a look. Zhang Xiaomeng's eyes sparkled with a smug smile. Why don't you let us in? I'll see how you'll handle this later. Even Zhang Yukai, standing nearby, looked on with a smug expression. However, just as they were waiting for Jiang Lin to make a fool of himself, Jiang Lin nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Alright, I was just in a hurry to get back. You can come by any time in the future. Saying this, he walked toward the gates of Yunwu Mountain Villa. Before he even reached the entrance, the gates suddenly swung open. An elderly butler emerged, smiling broadly as he addressed Jiang Lin. Master, you're back. Chapter 102, the male supporting character Wei Tong explodes, overseas Fortune 500 company, annual salary of $1 million. Click. Jiang Lin's younger sister and her family of 3 were struck speechless. They all froze in place. My aunt, no way, did I hear that right? That old man called him master? Zhang Yukai, this can't be possible. He actually lives here? Zhang Xiaomeng, he's not the one living off others? How could that be? Though their inner thoughts differed, the shock on their faces was perfectly synchronized. Jiang Lin nodded, then turned to look at the 3 stunned individuals and said, Auntie, what are you still standing there for? Come in. Oh, okay. The 3 aunts were drawn into the estate as if by some unseen force. Instantly, they were overwhelmed by the grandeur and opulence of the entire Yunwu mansion. Zhang Youcai's face turned bright red. He had always thought that living in a high-end residential area was already quite decent. But upon seeing this place, he felt his home was no better than a doghouse. Zhang Xiaomeng stood there speechless, watching all the servants greet Jiang Lin with master. A voice in her head told her, this can't be real. What I'm seeing must be a hallucination. But reality weighed heavily on her heart like a massive boulder. It turned out that Jiang Lin, whom she had always looked down upon, actually possessed such terrifying power. Everything he had said was true. Her aunt, who had finally come to her senses, immediately broke into a wide smile. Jiang Lin was so outstanding as his aunt, she couldn't be happier. Xiao Lin, how did you manage to buy such a huge estate? She couldn't help but ask. Jiang Lin laughed, I didn't buy it. This estate was given to me by a few friends. What? A gift? Zhang Yukai couldn't believe it and exclaimed in shock, such a huge estate? That's 10 billion. Just like that, they gave it away? How powerful is this Jiang Lin? Compared to him, I'm just a lowly official. No one has ever given me anything. Jiang Lin had no time to care about what they were thinking.
As he spoke, he walked toward the back of the estate. Seeing his anxious expression, his younger aunt also showed concern.
Jiang Lin, you look so flustered. Where are you rushing off to? His aunt asked.
Oh, Auntie, I have to rush back to the imperial capital this afternoon.
Today is my graduation defense, Jiang Lin said without looking back. Rushing back to the capital city? It's already noon. Will you be able to make it back in time? Auntie hurriedly spoke up. Why don't I ask your uncle to drive you to the airport? No need, Auntie.
Jiang Lin waved his hand.
I'll drive back myself. Drive yourself? His aunt couldn't help but shake her head. Shaolin, how can you drive?
Before she could finish her sentence, her words were suddenly stuck in her throat.
Because a sleek, stylish helicopter had landed behind the estate. A helicopter?
Zhang Xiaoming was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief.
There was actually a helicopter here? Is this what the world of the wealthy is like? Just park a helicopter at home like that?
At that moment, she felt her imagination was running dry. Zhang Yukai, standing beside her, seemed even more excited. He had been a helicopter enthusiast since childhood and had once dreamed of becoming a pilot. Unfortunately, due to various circumstances, he ended up on this path. Nevertheless, his passion for aircraft remained undiminished.
His knowledge of helicopters was encyclopedic.
But when he saw Jiang Lin's helicopter, he immediately recognized it as the top-of-the-line Hummingbird helicopter produced abroad. Not only does it have enough space to accommodate 8 people at once, but the interior is also incredibly luxurious. Its price was a staggering 2 billion. When he saw the report about this helicopter, he couldn't help but joke that even a true billionaire wouldn't buy it. After all, 2 billion could easily buy a private jet. However, he never imagined that he would actually see the real thing here today. He finally understood why someone would buy it. Because helicopters are small and easy to park. It can easily be parked in a single estate. It's also convenient for takeoff and landing. Plus, with the low-altitude airspace now open, there is no need to apply for permission from civil aviation authorities. Just as the three were stunned, Jiang Lin had already climbed into the helicopter's cockpit with ease.
Zhang Yukai exclaimed in surprise, "You can fly a plane?" Jiang Lin nodded matter-of-factly, "Of course. I got my pilot's license while I was in school. It's not that hard." Zhang Yukai nearly spat blood 10 meters away. When did getting a pilot's license become so easy? He clearly remembered failing 5 times himself.
Jiang Lin activated the helicopter's takeoff system and shouted to his aunt from above. "Auntie, if you're willing to stay here, feel free to visit any time. I've already told the housekeeper they'll take care of you when you arrive. I'm in a hurry, so I won't stay long." The roar of the helicopter's engines filled the air. Seeing this, his aunt smiled and called out to Jiang Lin, "Little Lin, be careful and don't worry about me." Jiang Lin made an okay gesture, then skillfully gripped the helicopter's control stick and lifted the helicopter off the ground amid the roaring noise. He just got his license? How is he flying so smoothly? Zhang Yukai watched Jiang Lin take off in disbelief. His aunt, who had been watching, said with a touch of pride, "See? Little Lin is such a good boy. He never lies. Ha, this estate is so big. I should take a good look around and post some photos on my social media later." He. The aunt left alone, leaving Zhang Xiaoming and her father standing there in the wind, feeling disoriented. Watching the helicopter fade into the distance, Zhang Xiaoming felt a bitter taste spreading in her heart. She regretted it. Jiang Lin had no idea about her current state, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Thanks to the master-level piloting experience the system had granted him, flying this helicopter was as easy as driving a car. At that moment, he couldn't resist taking out his phone to send a message to Chen Nan. "Jiang Lin, brother Nan, how's the situation over there? How many people are left to defend their theses this afternoon?" "Chen Nan, 3 angry emojis big brother, the dean has called your name 3 times. I'm almost being killed by his glare." Jiang Lin, sweat. "Don't worry, I'll definitely be back by 3 o'clock. I'll hold the fort for you." Chen Nan, "Alright, I'll do my best." Flying back from the rain-soaked city to the capital would take over an hour, even by plane. While Jiang Lin was rushing back, the auditorium of the School of Economics and Management at the University of Finance had already begun the tense defense presentations. Whether it was Zhou Zhangyang, Gu Ming, Ran Jiaquan, or anyone else. Whether you're a rich second-generation heir or the class beauty, you have to submit to the gaze of Dean Liao. The only one who caught Dean Liao's attention was the most outstanding student in the entire department, Wei Tong. When Wei Tong was in college, he kept a low profile and his family didn't have particularly strong financial backing. At the time, whether it was the wealthy second-generation student Zhou Zhanyang or the department's heartthrob Jiang Lin, they were all prominent figures on campus. However, he harbored a strong determination to make a name for himself in society and return to his alma mater in glory. Therefore, while his peers were interning across the country during their senior year, he set his sights on studying abroad. To everyone's surprise, he actually succeeded. He has now risen to become an investment manager at a prominent investment firm on Wall Street. Even before graduating, he was already earning an annual salary of $200,000, which amounts to over $1 million when converted. He felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life, and becoming a CEO and marrying a wealthy, beautiful woman was now within his grasp. Of course, this wasn't what he truly sought. Making a name for himself in history is what he truly loves. Therefore, he donated nearly half a year's salary to the entire college, contributing it freely to support its development and construction. This was also what impressed Dean Liao the most. Soon, the defense was nearing its end. When President Liao looked at the list, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Where is Zhang Lin? Chapter 103, Look, a gray plane. Such a big gray plane. At those words, everyone couldn't help but shrink their necks. President Liao was about to lose his temper. As Zhang Lin's best friend, Chen Nan could only steel himself and step forward. Director, Zhang Lin he'll be right there. Shut up. Don't mention immediately. Liao, the dean, snapped coldly, instantly shutting Chen Nan down. A student who doesn't even have the slightest concept of a graduation defense, how will he ever make it in society? He raised his eyebrows and said, I heard from a classmate that he apparently opened a supermarket off campus. Isn't that nonsense? A graduate from a prestigious university actually went to open a supermarket? Now look at him, the supermarket was shut down, and he's unemployed. This is just adding to society's burden. Liao, the dean, said this while his gaze fell on Wei Tong in the front row. Look at Wei Tong, not only did he secure a high-paying job abroad, but he also didn't forget his alma mater and donated most of his savings. Liao, the dean, praised him without hesitation, saying, students like this are the pride of our college and the future of our university. Wei Tong smiled modestly, feeling overjoyed inside. This is amazing, absolutely incredible. He had worked so hard for this moment. Money can be replaced, but missing out on such an opportunity to show off would be a regret for life. What about Zhou Zhengyang, Gu Ming, or Jiang Lin? They're all trash. Especially that Jiang Lin. Do you think being good-looking can put food on the table? Of course not. Now I'm the positive example, and you've become the cautionary tale. At this moment, Wei Tong couldn't help but think that the half-year's salary he spent was well worth it. What's the point of life if not to show off? And you don't even have to do it yourself, others do it for you. And the other party is authoritative, with no hint of insincerity. This is the pressure of authority, with a level of sophistication that's off the charts. Liao, the dean, praised Wei Tong for a moment before suddenly snorting, alright, since Jiang Lin hasn't arrived, we won't wait any longer. No, director. Jiang Lin must be able to make it back. It's not even 3 o'clock yet. Chen Nan immediately rushed to plead for Jiang Lin. Immediately, he heard Liao Yixiang glare at him. Do you think we all have time to wait for him? Today is the inauguration ceremony for our new building, and the mysterious donor will be attending in person. Liao looked at Wei Tong with admiration. An alumnus who donated 200 million yuan to our school without asking for anything in return, how could we make him wait? He then turned to Wei Tong and said earnestly, Wei Tong, among all the students here, only you have the potential to reach such heights in the future. Don't ever let your teacher down. Wei Tong stood up humbly, but his smile couldn't be concealed. Did you see that? Did you see that? Only I have the potential to become such an existence. You all don't even have the qualifications. I will work hard and not disappoint you or any of the teachers. Very good. Liao, the dean, nodded with a smile and waved his hand. Well, then. Today I'll give you one last lesson and take you to meet that mysterious alumnus to inspire you on your future path. Chen Nan, seeing this, hurriedly asked, Dean, what about Jiang Lin? Him? President Liao snorted coldly. Since he missed the deadline, he'll just graduate next year. It's over, Chen Nan thought. Jiang Lin is definitely going to be held back now. Just as they were speaking, Dean Liao had already led everyone out of the lecture hall. Right next to the academy, a brand new 20-story building had been completely completed. In front of the building, a stage for the completion ceremony had been set up. Many college leaders, and even university officials, were already waiting there. Because today, they would finally get to meet the mysterious donor. They were eager to express their gratitude in person for his support of the school. Soon, a large crowd gathered below, and all the officials took their seats. President Liao turned to look at the students behind him. Stay here and take a good look. See what kind of person this alumnus is. As he was about to turn and leave, Chen Nan suddenly raised his phone and shouted, Dean, Jiang Lin is here. He's here. He's here? Liao paused, glancing around. Where? Where is he? At that moment, Wei Tong, full of confidence, couldn't help but chime in. Chen Nan, don't use such tactics to stall for time. He sneered. He went to Yudu, didn't he? If he wants to make it in time, he'd have to fly here from the sky. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the sky above the university suddenly filled with the roar of a helicopter. Everyone instinctively looked up and saw a sleek helicopter breaking through the sky from the distance. That helicopter is so cool. Whose is it? Hey, look, the pilot looks like Jiang Lin. No way.
He must have flown back in a helicopter to make it on time. Damn, that's the real deal. As everyone was discussing, the helicopter slowly landed on the playground. Soon, a figure dressed in casual attire was seen running toward Director Liao and the others. "Director, I'm back. I didn't arrive late," Zhang Lin said to Director Liao with a sheepish smile. He had already learned from Chen Nan's message. The director is very angry, and the consequences will be severe. Wei Tong opened his mouth, almost wishing he could slap himself. "I should have kept my mouth shut. I just said it came flying back from the sky, and now it really did? That's not right." He suddenly snapped back to reality. When did Zhang Lin learn how to fly a helicopter? Where did he get the helicopter? Is he a rich guy? A series of questions flooded his mind. Wei Tong deeply felt that it was precisely because Zhang Lin had appeared out of nowhere that his newly established authority had been severely undermined. Liao, the dean, was also startled by Zhang Lin returning in a helicopter. But then, he coldly remarked, "No wonder you dared to be late? So you have a helicopter now, do you? Zhang Lin, you have this ability, don't just think about indulging in luxury. Why not contribute something to the school instead?" He scolded him, then said, "Wait here. After the completion ceremony is over, you can defend your thesis." "Alright, got it." The dean is the boss, so Zhang Lin dared not say anything more. He simply stood beside Chen Nan. At that moment, the gazes of many students toward Zhang Lin were filled with envy. Damn it, a helicopter tycoon. Even some female students were already sending him flirty glances one after another. Wei Tong didn't know about this overseas, but the entire academy had already heard that Zhang Lin was a wealthy individual. He's a shareholder of Mingdao Seafood and even has a villa. Wei Tong watched everyone's reactions and felt a pang of jealousy. He snorted coldly, "Zhang Lin, you're doing pretty well for yourself now, aren't you?" Zhang Lin wasn't very familiar with him, so he just replied indifferently, "Not bad. You're doing so well, why not donate something to the school?" Wei Tong seized the opportunity to mock him. "You should know that everything you've achieved today is thanks to the school's nurturing. Even a drop of kindness deserves a gushing spring in return. Even if you become successful, you mustn't forget the school's kindness." Zhang Lin glanced at him and thought, what a nutcase. He hated this kind of moral blackmail the most. After being rebuked by Zhang Lin, Wei Tong snorted coldly and said nothing more. But in his heart, he thought, wait until the inauguration ceremony is over, then I'll show you. Chapter 104, Is Zhang Lin the Heartthrob? Teachers and students, today, the new building we've been constructing for a year has finally been completed. The principal said with a smile. Here, we would like to express our gratitude to this mysterious donor, who is one of our alumni. After achieving success, he did not forget his alma mater but instead invested 200 million to build this building. Today, we are honored to have invited this mysterious alumnus to name our new building. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Clap. A thunderous round of applause erupted. Soon, everyone saw a middle-aged man in a suit pushing through the crowd, smiling as he walked onto the stage. All the school leaders shook hands with him gratefully. Then, the middle-aged man, holding a greeting card, stood at the podium. Thank you for your support. He smiled slightly and said, Good evening, everyone. I am Yen Chang, the general manager of Mingsheng Donation Affairs Office. Upon hearing this, everyone, including the school administrators, was taken aback. What's going on? Isn't this the mysterious alumnus? What's going on? Soon after, Yen Chang continued with a smile. The original donor who had entrusted us to donate this building was an entrepreneur. However, we only received notice yesterday that the actual donor was not him, but someone else. Upon hearing this, the crowd below erupted into another round of commotion. What? It's not Mr. Yen after all? Wow, this alumnus is so impressive. He hasn't even shown his face yet. Why is he so low-key? We just don't understand the world of the wealthy. As the crowd discussed, Wei Tong's face was filled with admiration. He glanced in Zhang Lin's direction without giving it away and said indifferently, Look at him. Unlike some people who start flaunting their wealth as soon as they get a little money. Chen Nan, standing beside him, couldn't help but snort derisively. Of course, our Zhang Lin isn't someone who flaunts his wealth. Just look at that hummingbird he has. He raised his phone. It's not that expensive, just 20 billion. Whoa! All the students were stunned. Holy crap, a $20 billion helicopter? I've never even heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. That's way too extravagant. Wei Tong was taken aback, his face turning grim. What good is all that money? It's just money to be wasted. Can you compare yourself to this donor alumnus? Look at him, he went through all this trouble just to be low-key. Do you understand what low-key means? Just as the two were arguing, Yen Zong on stage smiled and said, When I found out about this alumnus, I was also very surprised. I believe he must be one of the most outstanding students at our university. Mr. Yen sighed and continued, Now, I will announce the name of the new teaching building, named after the true donor. At that moment, everyone's hearts began to race. They all wanted to know who this mysterious donor was. We will name this teaching building Jianglin Hall. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed toward the crowd below. Let us please welcome Mr. Jianglin to the stage. Applause erupted. Clap. Yan Zong clapped his hands for a while, then looked stunned. Not a single person clapped, and everyone stared in disbelief. Even the school administrators were completely speechless. Who is Jianglin? They've never heard of him. Before coming here, they had checked the school's records, and there was no one named Jianglin among the more famous alumni. At that moment, Liao, the dean sitting on stage, suddenly twitched his lips. Damn it, there is only one person named Jianglin in the entire School of Economics and Management. Could it be him? Impossible, it must just be a coincidence. I just said he had no future at all. How could I be so quick to eat my words? The main thing is, Dean Liao simply couldn't believe that an undergraduate student could manage to donate a teaching building. Not only him, but even Wei Tong below was completely speechless. How is that possible? The donor is named Jianglin? What a coincidence, it's the same Jianglin. It can't be him. If it really was him, why didn't he say so earlier? In fact, Jianglin himself didn't know either. He doesn't even know how the system was arranged. He just never expected that the newly completed building would be named Jianglin Building. As soon as he heard the name, Jianglin immediately knew it had to be the system's doing. At that moment, Yan Zong, who had been startled by the unexpected reaction of the crowd, snapped back to reality. He walked down from the stage, pushed through the crowd, and approached Jianglin. Mr. Jiang, I just received your information as well. Please forgive me for not coming to meet you sooner. Click. Everyone was completely speechless. Even Yan Zong said that there must be no mistake now. Wei Tong was even more shocked, his mouth wide open, his face looking worse than if he had eaten something disgusting. Did I just mock him? He's a nouveau riche who loves to show off. He doesn't know how to give back, he hasn't left anything for his alma mater. Wei Tong even admired the donor for doing good deeds anonymously and staying humble. Now look at you, the donor is standing right in front of you. Embarrassed? Are you blushing? Does it hurt your pride? Compared to Jianglin, Wei Tong felt that giving half his salary was a joke. Under Jianglin's indifferent gaze, he felt like a 3-year-old child playing with mud in front of him. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone present, Jianglin calmly extended his hand and shook hands with Yan Zong. Ha, thanks to Mr. Yan's hard work these days, this building was completed so quickly. With those words, everyone knew it was confirmed. Damn it, I never knew I was following such a big shot. He casually donated 200 million. Under Mr. Yan's guidance, Jianglin walked onto the stage with a calm expression. He then shook hands with all the school officials one by one. Especially Liao, the dean, who was utterly embarrassed at that moment. Liao, after this is over, could you please listen to my defense? Jianglin couldn't help but ask. Jianglin, no, Mr. Jiang, I have full confidence in your abilities. President Liao felt as though half his face was on fire. Your defense is unnecessary. I will approve you directly, and your grade will definitely be excellent. Oh, thank you very much, Dean Liao. Jianglin smiled and nodded, then stepped up to the microphone. As soon as he stood up, all the students in the entire school were completely stunned. Ha, is he the donor? He's so handsome. So young, why does he look familiar to me? It's not just familiar, it's familiar because he's the heartthrob god. What heartthrob? The guy who exposed the elderly woman in the hit-and-run accident a while back? Wow, heartbeat guy, I'm your fan. The entire school was completely buzzing. It turned out that the heartthrob guy who was driving a $100 million sports car in the viral video on social media was actually the donor. This time, the heartthrob, whose popularity had just started to fade, suddenly became popular again. Chapter 105 triggered a 100 million-fold critical hit, rewarding Dolphin Music Group with 35% of its shares. Jianglin only spoke a few words at the inauguration ceremony. Because just mentioning the heartthrob was enough to send the entire crowd into a frenzy. After the ceremony ended, he didn't even have a chance to take off in his helicopter before being invited to dinner by the school leaders. A fourth-year graduate was surrounded by a group of university presidents. Jianglin appeared calm on the surface, but deep down, he couldn't help but feel bored. He was still young and didn't want to join this circle of old men too soon. He truly admired these old men's drinking tolerance. They had down so much Mao-Tai it seemed as if nothing had happened. There was nothing he could do, so Jianglin found an excuse and hurriedly made his escape. Stepping out of the school banquet hall, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! You attended a banquet at your alma mater, triggering a 100 million times critical hit. Reward, 35% shares in Dolphin Music Group, making you the largest shareholder. Wow, this can trigger a critical hit too? Jianglin never expected that eating a meal could also result in a critical hit. And this time, the critical hit was for shares in Dolphin Music Group. Dolphin Music is the top music company in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, undeniably the number one. From childhood to adulthood, he had always used the Dolphin Music player to listen to music. Dolphin Music has launched the careers of countless singers and music producers.
It was truly a star-making factory. Now, John Lin has suddenly become the director of the entire factory, and the feeling is still quite surreal. As far as he knows, Dolphin Music's headquarters is located in the imperial capital. This is an opportunity he must take to visit. However, this isn't urgent. He first took out his phone and called the butler of the wine mansion. He wanted the other party to help him hire a pilot, offering a high salary. Otherwise, he couldn't keep flying the plane himself all the time. They say don't drink and don't drive after drinking. Jiang Lin frowned. In his current state, he probably couldn't even fly a helicopter now. Shaking his head, he decided to go back first and come back here tomorrow after he sobered up. The summer sun was high in the sky, and a gentle evening breeze blew. Feeling the pleasantness in the air, Jiang Lin couldn't help but want to take a walk on his own. Since the awakening system had activated, he hadn't taken a walk outside the campus in a long time. Although graduation certificates weren't distributed today, it essentially marked the end of his entire university career. As one grows older, one becomes more prone to reflection. Jiang Lin was no exception, so he stepped out of the university and took a stroll alone under the evening breeze. Little did he expect that as he walked, he suddenly heard the sound of a guitar. He felt a stir in his heart. It was the sound of a street musician. This area is the university town, and there have always been music students from the conservatory performing here. In fact, singing on the streets wasn't entirely about making money. Some did it to practice their vocal techniques and hone their skills. Jiang Lin followed the sound of the music and walked toward the street singer. Jiang Lin was a time traveler, and the music in this world was not entirely the same as in his original world. Whether it was the singers, the songs, or even the film and television stars, everything was different. However, there were some songs that touched Jiang Lin's heart and stirred his emotions. Feeling the fingertips that linger at the tip of my hair. How time freezes in an instant. Remember the steadfast gaze in my eyes. Perhaps there is no tomorrow. Facing the vast expanse of stars. We are as small as dust. Drifting in a sea of helplessness. Perhaps the future lies far away, light years beyond. I never imagined I could go to such extremes for you. Even if mountains crumble and seas rage, I wouldn't want to escape without you. My mind has gone mad for you. My pulse and heartbeat don't matter without you. HM? Jiang Lin suddenly froze, recognizing the melody. Isn't this the song Light Years that had accompanied him throughout high school? Someone is actually singing this song? Jiang Lin remembered that it was sung by a famous online singer named Emoziki back then. Back then, Emojiki was all the rage across the country. She debuted at 16 with the song Drunk, which shocked the internet. From then on, she was unstoppable. Not only was she beautiful, but her unique voice captivated all her listeners during her school days. Songs like Devil, Painting, and True Happiness, among others. Jiang Lin could rattle off a string of her song titles without even thinking. Little did he know that time would pass so quickly, and nearly a decade had gone by. Flowers don't bloom forever, and people change over time. Even the once famous Emoziki has gradually faded from the music scene over time. But Jiang Lin never imagined that he would hear such a familiar melody here again. And the singer's interpretation was so similar to Emoziki's back then one could even say they were on par. Following his instincts, Jiang Lin walked over. There, he saw a young woman wearing a flowing long dress, a denim jacket over her shoulders, and a hairband on her head, holding a guitar and singing with deep emotion. When he recognized her, he nearly gasped in surprise. Emozichi? Jiang Lin couldn't help but be surprised. He never would have imagined that she was the very same online singer he had just thought of. But how had Emoziki ended up looking like this? Was he here on purpose to film a variety show? Or was it something else? But he instinctively looked around and didn't see any cameras or anything like that. So does that mean Emozichi is here to perform as a street artist? Without saying a word, Jiang Lin stood there quietly listening. Until she finished singing the entire song, Jiang Lin finally clapped his hands sincerely. Clap. Clap. The sparse applause snapped Emozichi back to reality. She smiled shyly and nodded at Jiang Lin, saying, "Thank you." Because she had sung for so long, Jiang Lin was the only audience member. Jiang Lin smiled and couldn't help but ask, "Are you Emoziki?" Ha ha. Emozichi shook her head and smiled, surprised that someone actually recognized her. "It's really you." Jiang Lin also laughed, feeling as though the two of them had instantly become friends. "I grew up listening to your songs." Emozichi burst out laughing even harder. "You make me sound so old." She hurriedly corrected herself, cough, cough, "Actually I'm only 26 years old, not much older than you." You're right." Jiang Lin nodded and looked around. "It's rare to meet my idol. Would you like to have a drink with me?" Emozichi felt that Jiang Lin exuded a unique charm, handsome, confident, and poised. So she didn't refuse but nodded instead. "All right, but you're treating, okay?" "No problem." Jiang Lin nodded. After Emoziki put away her guitar and grabbed the small speaker, she followed Jiang Lin. Near the university town, there were still quite a few casual small bars. Jiang Lin casually chose a place he was familiar with and walked inside. The two of them found a quiet private room inside and sat down.
What would you like to drink? Jiang Lin asked. Beer is fine. Emojichi smiled casually. Getting to meet a fan and have them treat me is really bringing back memories, she said with a touch of emotion. Oh? Is there a story behind that? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. If it's convenient, why not share it with this fan?
I've dabbled in music myself, maybe I can offer some help.
Chapter 106, my fan finally turned 18. You? Emojichi looked at Jiang Lin. He had a decent demeanor.
However, judging by his age, he was probably just a recent college graduate.
What could he possibly do to help me? Well, at least I've finally met a fan. Being a listener isn't so bad. Emojichi took a sip of beer. Back then, I was at the peak of my career and signed directly with Penguin Music. Drinking brings back all those memories.
Jiang Lin gradually understood from Emojichi's account why she was in such a state. Now there was a reason behind it. Back then, she debuted too early, when the internet was just taking off, and there was little awareness of copyright.
Earning money online was simply unrealistic.
So even though Emojichi was extremely popular at the time and signed with Penguin Music,
but unexpectedly, despite significant investments in her promotion, the returns were minimal. In Tencent Music's eyes, if it wasn't making money, why continue investing? Of course not.
So, she was eventually completely sidelined. Only a handful of commercial performances allowed her to barely make ends meet.
But even Emojichi never imagined that this hiatus would last a full decade.
In 2 months, her contract will officially expire. And by then, Emojichi would have become a completely free musician.
Ha, a freelance musician. Emojichi smiled bitterly.
It sounded nice, but in reality, she was just a penniless person.
Jiang Lin listened to her story and remained silent for a moment before asking, what are your plans? Emojichi paused. Plans?
I'm already 26 years old, past the prime of a singer's career. After that, I'll have to rely on the savings I've accumulated over the years to open an online store back home or try live streaming to get by for the rest of my life. Jiang Lin heard her speak lightly, but he could sense the regret and unwillingness in her heart.
So he thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask, don't you want to continue making music? Music? Emojichi's eyes lit up for a moment before quickly dimming again. My music is all in the past. Who would still take me seriously now? Ha ha.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin suddenly burst into laughter.
Actually, I know someone at Dolphin Music. Maybe they can help you. You? Really? Emojichi looked at Jiang Lin in disbelief. Are you kidding me? She looked at Jiang Lin with some disbelief. You're just a recent college graduate. What kind of help could you possibly offer? Dolphin Music is the top music company in the country. Do you think you can just walk in there?
Jiang Lin shrugged.
What's there to be afraid of? You're already in this situation. Why not give it a try? What if it works out? Success? Emojichi thought for a moment. Alright, let's give it a try. If it really works out, I'll even marry you. Put.
Jiang Lin, who had just taken a sip of beer, spit it out instantly.
Seeing this, Emojichi puckered her lips. What? You're not happy now? No, no.
Jiang Lin laughed and waved his hand. Emojichi may be 26 years old, but both her looks and figure are top-notch. She debuted too early, so even though it's been 10 years, she's actually not that old. If she weren't such a beauty, how could she have become the goddess in the hearts of so many people back then?
No, it's just that lately, too many people have been asking me to marry them.
Jiang Lin said half-jokingly.
Alright, let us get serious.
Jiang Lin composed himself. Since you're planning to sign with Dolphin Music, you should first terminate your contract with Penguin Music.
No rush, right? Emojichi looked puzzled. I only have 2 months left, it'll automatically terminate then. Jiang Lin shook his head. I'm a man of action. Once you've signed with Dolphin Music, I'll organize a big concert for you. I've even thought of the name, my fans have finally grown up. Listening to Jiang Lin's serious words, Emojichi skeptically touched his head. Are you feverish?
You're starting to talk nonsense.
Jiang Lin laughed. Remember our promise.
Meet me at the entrance of the Penguin Music headquarters tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. After saying that, he paid the bill and left with Emojichi.
Jiang Lin never expected that Emojichi could have such a cute and innocent side.
This made him chuckle inwardly, but he couldn't help but keep his true identity a secret for now. Anyway, he'd tell her when it came time to sign the contract.
It would probably be a nice surprise. If she really offers herself to me, then, should I accept?
Upon returning to the Wang mansion, Jiang Lin couldn't help but think of a very serious question. However, before he could come up with an answer, he was interrupted by An rushing over. And had been staying at his mansion recently.
Upon hearing that Jiang Lin had returned, she was naturally overjoyed. They didn't have time to talk all night. The next morning, Jiang Lin went to school first to retrieve his hummingbird.
Then he took a taxi to the entrance of Penguin Music.
At the entrance, he immediately spotted Mozichi wearing a denim jacket. You really came? Seeing Jianglin, Mozichi was both surprised and a little taken aback. You were really waiting for me.
Jianglin teased her with the same tone. Saying that, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her inside.
Let's go. Today, we're going to pull off a big one.
As Jianglin held her wrist, Mozichi's heart suddenly trembled, as if an electric shock had run through her.
Oh no, this is the feeling of falling in love. Mozichi was an outsider, having worked hard in the capital city for many years. She never imagined that a man could make her feel this way. Fortunately, as soon as they entered the door, Jianglin let go of her wrist and whispered, "Let's go, straight to your boss." All right. Mozichi led Jianglin to the director's office. Dong. Come in.
As soon as the two entered, they saw a middle-aged man wearing a floral shirt sitting there with a cold expression.
Mozichi? What are you doing here? Upon seeing Mozichi enter, the music director couldn't help but furrow his brows. Let me tell you, with your current reputation, even commercial performances won't want you. So, don't waste my time with any more nonsense. Hearing this, a surge of anger rose within Mozichi. Mr. Zhao, I didn't come here today to ask for a commercial performance. Humph. Zhao Zong looked at her with a smile. Then why did you come? Just to chat? I don't have time to waste on you. Mozichi's expression changed, and she was about to speak. But before she could speak, Jianglin tapped her on the shoulder and said, "We're here to discuss terminating the contract." Chapter 107, Jianglin, I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm the major shareholder of Dolphin Music. Terminate the contract? Zhao Zong raised an eyebrow. Aren't you only 2 months away from the end of your contract? What contract are you talking about? He snorted derisively. Don't worry, we won't renew your contract. I has been online singer like you won't get signed by anyone else. Jianglin held back Mozichi, who was about to speak. If our company doesn't value Mozichi so much, does it really matter if we wait 2 more months? Oh? What do you mean? Terminate the contract early? Zhao Zong sneered. Mozichi, do you think a contract is something to be taken lightly? You can just terminate it whenever you want? Breaking the contract means paying a breach of contract fee. Do you think I'm stupid? Jianglin smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry. Since Mozichi has brought it up, we definitely won't ask for your breach of contract fee. So you can rest assured about that. Who are you? Zhao Zong finally realized that he had never seen this Jianglin before. Me? Jianglin smiled. I'm her new agent. Ha, you actually have an agent? Mr. Zhao burst into laughter, but said, if you want to terminate the contract early, you'll have to pay me 1 million yuan in liquidated damages, and we'll call it even. What? Mr. Zhao, you're being too much. Over the years, have you ever given me a single commercial performance? And now you want a breach of contract fee? Mozichi's face turned cold with anger as she said. Jianglin patted her on the shoulder at that moment. Any problem that can be solved with money isn't a problem. He looked at the other party and said calmly, account number. Mr. Zhao glanced sideways at him. What do you mean? Of course, to transfer the money to you. Jianglin said indifferently, bring her contract over now. We'll handle the paperwork, and the money will be transferred immediately. Is there such a good deal? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zong's heart immediately filled with joy. This Mozichi was practically an unwanted artist. Anyway, the 2-month contract is about to expire, so ending it early and getting 1 million yuan is a win-win. Plus, as the director, he could easily keep this under wraps for now. By then, the 1 million would easily end up in his own pocket. Thinking of this, Zhao Zong didn't hesitate for a moment and slammed his hand on the table. All right. Deal. Half an hour later, the three of them completed the procedures, and Jianglin transferred the 1 million directly to the other party's account. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Zhao. Jianglin's smile grew even broader. Ha, I should be thanking Mr. Jiang instead. Zhao Zong couldn't help but let a smug smile show on his face. Now that the contract was finalized, he felt it was his duty to remind Jianglin. He suddenly spoke up, Mozichi, that singer, is completely past her prime. Helping her now is just inviting trouble for yourself. Is that so? I don't see it that way. Jianglin smiled faintly. Perhaps in a couple of days, Mr. Zhao will regret it so much he'll be kicking himself. Ha, impossible. If I ever regret it, I'll live stream myself eating my own feces upside down. Zhao Zong joked. Jianglin also laughed, well, I hope Mr. Zhao doesn't go back on his word then. Saying that, he pulled Mozichi and left Penguin Music. As soon as they stepped out the door, Mozichi looked guilty and said, Jianglin, why did you spend so much money on me? It's only 2 months. Can't we wait a little longer? Besides, you're in such a hurry, as if we could sign with Dolphin Music. Jianglin shook his head. How will we know if we don't try? Now, just remember that you owe me, so you have to repay me properly. Alright, how about I give myself to you? Mozichi joked. Sure, but don't back out later.
Saying that, John Lin hailed a taxi and waved at Mojichi.
Let's go. Where to? Mozuki looked puzzled. Dolphin music. Are you crazy? You're the one who's crazy. It's not worth going.
The two of them spoke and immediately hopped into a taxi and left.
Dolphin music wasn't too far from penguin music.
After about 10 minutes, the two of them arrived at the entrance of Dolphin Music. The entire building, spanning several floors, was all Dolphin Music's office space. The two registered at the entrance and entered Dolphin Music's headquarters.
Hello, where is the music director's office? John Lin stopped a female employee of Dolphin Music and asked. Wow, what a handsome guy.
The female employee's heart skipped a beat, then she smiled and said, Young man, our director Joe is very busy. You need to make an appointment to see him.
Come on, beautiful lady, you're so pretty, can't you help me out? John Lin couldn't help but smile. Wow, I'm going to faint. The female employee was so captivated by John Lin that she was about to faint. She nodded immediately, alright, but don't say anything out of line. The director is also auditioning today. I'll add you to the list.
That's so kind of you. John Lin said with a smile. After he finished his business, Mojichi couldn't help but feel curious.
You said you knew people here. Why do you need to use your good looks?
John Lin shot her a disapproving glance.
Low key, low key. Do you understand? Yeah, low key. Our Mr. Jiang is the most low key.
Mozuki nodded repeatedly, unable to resist rolling her eyes inwardly.
I believe you.
But anyway, she owes him $1 million, so she has to do as John Lin says.
Hey, did you bring your demo tape? John Lin remembered that bringing a demo tape was necessary for the audition.
After the director listens to it, if they're interested, they'll discuss further details.
I brought it, along with my resume. Here, it's all for you. Mojichi handed her things to John Lin. Let's go. John Lin followed the female employee over. Sure enough, they entered a recording studio where someone was singing.
Originally, John Lin had planned to reveal his identity right away, but considering Mozuki's pride, he decided to let her try on her own. Proving her own abilities could also boost her confidence. Soon, the last musician auditioning was berated so badly that he ran out crying.
The female employee then cautiously waved at John Lin. John Lin understood and immediately pulled Mozuki inside. Here, hand over the documents and the singer.
The female employee gave John Lin a subtle glance, and John Lin could only hand the documents and demo to Mojichi.
Mozuki walked up to a middle-aged man with a bald head and a large belly. Mr. Joe, here are my documents and demo.
Mojichi placed the materials and demo on the table and stood there waiting. Joe director reached out and picked up the materials from the table, glancing over them.
Mozuki? The online singer Mozuki? He looked at Mozuki in surprise and asked with a puzzled expression, aren't you at Penguin Music? Why did you come here for an audition?
I terminated my contract early, so I thought I'd give Dolphin Music a try.
Mozuki said with a smile.
But before she could finish speaking, she heard Joe snort derisively.
You're Mojichi? What's the point of auditioning? He raised his hand and threw Mozuki's documents onto the ground. You're just an obscure, washed-up musician. How dare you come here to audition? Who gave you the nerve? Liang Jingru?
At this, Mojichi's face turned pale, and she felt angry. But at that moment, she forced herself to calm down and whispered, Director, you haven't even listened to my demo yet. As she spoke, she reached down to pick up the USB drive containing her demo and handed it to him. But the other person raised his hand and slapped it away, sending the USB drive flying across the room.
Are you crazy? I told you you're not good enough, and you're still here whining? Get out now, or I'll call security. Mozuki's face turned bright red with anger. She explained, Director, why can't you give me a chance? Can't I start over and try music again? Shut up. You're already past your prime. Do you understand? Joe director sneered, a online singer like you, even 10-cent music doesn't want you. Do you really think I would?
Mojichi was so angry she was trembling all over, but just then, a calm, deep voice rang out beside her.
Enough, you're being too harsh. At those words, Director Joe looked up and saw John Lin frowning at him. Who the hell are you? What are you doing here? Daring to come into my office and give orders? Xiao Lu, what are you doing? How dare you let anyone in here?
The female employee who had been scolded immediately apologized repeatedly and tried to pull John Lin and Mozuki away.
But to everyone's surprise, John Lin didn't budge an inch. Aren't you here for an audition? Shouldn't you be listening to the voices? John Lin said calmly, how can you sentence her to death without even listening first? You don't know anything. Zhou Zong sneered, and who are you to talk to me? You're meddling in my business. What are you standing there for? Get her out of here. This time, not only the female employee, but even Mojichi couldn't help but pull John Lin.
Forget it, I appreciate your kindness, but let's go. Hearing her say that, John Lin suddenly shook his head. It seemed that conventional methods just wouldn't work.
He spread his hands and said, "Alright, I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm the major shareholder of Dolphin Music. Chapter 108, I told you to get out. Do you have any objections? I've laid my cards on the table. I'm the major shareholder of Dolphin Music." As soon as John Lin spoke, the entire room fell silent. Then, a burst of laughter erupted. "Ha, that's hilarious. You're the funniest girl I've heard all day." Joe, the director, laughed as he rushed out of the room. He then pointed at Zhang Lin and shouted, "Everyone come and see. There's a major shareholder of our company here, the so-called boss of Dolphin Music." His shout immediately caught the attention of all the employees on the floor. Instantly, everyone gathered around, staring at Zhang Lin and chatting excitedly. "Wow, that guy is pretty handsome. Are you kidding? Is he really a shareholder? You're the one who's dumb. Shareholders aren't that young." "Exactly, but is this guy crazy? Did he fail an audition and end up with schizophrenia?" Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Joe, the director, said disdainfully, "Kid, since you made me laugh so much today, I won't make things difficult for you. Get out of here." Zhang Lin, however, smiled indifferently. "If all the directors at Dolphin Music are like you, the company won't last long." At those words, Joe director flew into a rage. "You brat, watch your mouth. This is my territory. I won't tolerate your nonsense. What are you standing there for? Call security. What are the security guards for? How did they let such a mad dog in here to bite people?" Just as he was speaking, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. "What's going on? What's all the commotion about?" At those words, the entire company fell silent. Even the arrogant Joe director turned pale. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit, looking stern and authoritative, walked over. "I could hear you all shouting and causing a commotion from upstairs," the man said displeasedly. "If this gets out, it will damage our company's reputation." Just as he was speaking, Joe rushed forward. "Mr. Shin, there's a madman claiming to be a shareholder and insulting me, so I had to." Before he could finish, the entire executive president of Dolphin Music, Joe Tian, his pupils suddenly contracted. Because the young man in front of him bore an uncanny resemblance to the company's newly updated first shareholder. At that moment, Zhang Lin also noticed him. Seeing the smirk on Zhang Lin's face, Joe Tian felt his heart skip a beat. It must be him. Therefore, he completely ignored Joe Tian's words and walked up to Zhang Lin in a few steps. He spoke humbly, "Mr. Jiang, what brings you here?" As soon as he spoke, the entire room fell silent. Mo Shichi. Female employees. Onlookers. Joe director, "Oh. What's going on here? Calling him Mr. Jiang? Why is the president treating him like this? This doesn't make sense." Zhang Lin glanced at the other person indifferently and coldly said, "Mr. Shin, your director here is quite arrogant. I clearly remember him telling me to get out just now." Upon hearing this, Shin Zong flew into a rage. "Zhou Changdong, are you out of your mind? How dare you speak to Mr. Jiang like that? He's our company's newly appointed largest shareholder and our boss." Whoa! Upon hearing Shin Zong's words, everyone stared in disbelief. Shocked, completely stunned. They never imagined that Zhang Lin, whom Joe director had called crazy, was actually the major shareholder. Mo Ziki was also stunned. He was actually the major shareholder? And the first shareholder? She never would have imagined that by performing on the street, she would end up meeting the boss of Dolphin Music. But he's so young? It wasn't just Mo Zichi whose mind was spinning. Even Zhou Changdong was completely dumbfounded. This is over. We're doomed. He had just insulted the boss and told him to leave. Zhang Lin gave Joe director a casual glance. "I told you to get out. Do you have any objections?" Joe director broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. No objections." "Alright, if you have no objections, go process your resignation." "What?" Joe director was dumbfounded. "Does get out mean I have to resign completely? But what if I have objections?" "Objections?" Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow. "Having objections won't help. Joe director. It doesn't matter either way. Why are you asking me? Are you messing with me?" Of course, no matter how wronged he felt, it was all in vain. Because from this moment on, he had been completely expelled from Dolphin Music. Joe director was escorted out by security. Everyone looked at Zhang Lin with fear in their eyes, fearing that this new boss might accidentally fire them all. Zhang Lin had no intention of firing anyone upon his arrival. It was just that Joe director had gone too far. He looked at Mr. Shin and said, "Mr. Shin, I want to hire Mo Ziki. I think she has a lot of potential. She has a sample recording, you can listen to it first." But Shinzong waved his hand and smiled, "Mr. Jiang, there's no need to listen. I already know Mo Ziki. Her voice is unmatched. It's just that." After a pause, he objectively said, "Considering the company's interests, I really don't think signing her is appropriate." Mr. Shin had been in the music industry for years and had a keen eye for talent.
Emojichi had been with Penguin Music for years without making much progress, so he had long since labeled her as a musician with no potential. Mr. Shin, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Jiang Lin shook his head and smiled. I plan to organize a solo concert for her first, see how it goes. If the response is good, we can consider other options later. Mr. Shin frowned upon hearing this. Mr. Jiang, if we're going to hold a concert, we'll need to budget for the venue, promotion, operations, and various other expenses. The cost alone would be at least 5 million. Moreover, concerts typically aren't just one-off events. Because that wouldn't even break even. What he meant was that it would be a waste of money and not worth it. Jiang Lin shook his head and smiled. It's okay, I'll cover the costs myself, it won't go through the company's accounts. Emojichi, who was standing nearby, immediately refused. Jiang Lin, really, it's not necessary. I already owe you $1 million. Jiang Lin smiled and shook his head. Yes, you already owe me $1 million. If I don't invest, I'm afraid even that $1 million will go down the drain. He then turned to Mr. Shin and said, let's settle this then. Sign a 1-year contract with her first. If it works out, we can renew it. If not, you can terminate the contract at any time. Since the matter had been settled, Mr. Shin naturally had nothing more to say. Mr. Jiang, what's your budget for Emojichi's concert? Jiang Lin thought for a moment and decided to go ahead with a budget of 10 million. Chapter 109, The Terrifying Pre-Sale Results, Jiang Lin's Masterful Handling. What? 10 million for one show? This time, even Mr. Shin was completely stunned. As someone in the industry, he knew all too well. For a second or third tier singer, the cost of a concert is at most around 5 million. Even top tier singers rarely exceed 8 million. Only the top tier singers, the true legends of the industry, could afford to spend such a massive amount, approaching 10 million per show. And Jiang Lin was saying this because he wanted to organize a top tier concert for Emojichi. He couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Jiang, a concert costing 10 million per show is indeed the highest standard. If it's a concert by a top tier superstar, we might even break even or make a profit. But Miss Emojichi. Shinzong couldn't help but glance at her. I won't beat around the bush. Miss Emojichi did indeed rise to fame as an online singer, but back then, she was just a high school student, and some were even middle school students. And so much time has passed, she simply doesn't have the appeal anymore. We might end up facing a loss. Upon hearing this, Emojichi's expression grew somber. She knew the other party was right. She had been away for too long. Even if she held a concert again, there wouldn't be many people who would come to listen. The venue might not even be full, let alone make any money. But Jiang Lin smiled slightly upon hearing this, shook his head, and said, no, I don't see it that way. He explained calmly, I came from Emojichi's era. I know how deeply she influenced her entire student life. I believe that if people really heard about Emojichi's return, there would be plenty of fans willing to buy tickets to see her. Shinzong furrowed his brows and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Jiang, I don't understand. Why are you so certain that so many people would support her? Jiang Lin smiled, because her fans have grown up. Although Mr. Shin wasn't completely convinced by Jiang Lin, he still followed his instructions. The next morning, on the official Weibo and website of Dolphin Music, a new announcement was simultaneously released. Emojichi, the once popular online singer from 10 years ago, has successfully signed with Dolphin Music. Additionally, Dolphin Music will spend 10 million yuan to hold a comeback concert for Emojichi at a stadium with a capacity of 10,000 people. The date was set for 2 weeks later. The news sent shockwaves across the internet. Dolphin Music actually decided to promote a former online singer who had long since faded from the spotlight. This was completely unexpected. At Penguin Music Company, music director Zhao couldn't help but laugh upon hearing the news. Haha, she actually got signed by Dolphin Music. A concert? Dolphin Music must be out of their minds. He now wants to see how Dolphin Music managed to lose 10 million. Fortunately, he had the foresight to transfer 50,000 to the boss beforehand. Otherwise, once the official Weibo account reported it, the boss would definitely find out he was meddling. As the official Weibo account promoted the news, it sparked a heated discussion on Weibo. The headlines were all about how much money Emojichi's concert would end up losing. As soon as it appeared, countless negative news reports followed. All industry insiders were skeptical about Dolphin Music's handling of this event. Soon, this information reached Jiang Lin's desk. Shinzong expressed his concerns. Mr. Jiang, should we delay this further? I can hire a PR team to manage the situation for a while. Then have Emojichi participate in some charity events or other activities to make an appearance and generate buzz. But Jiang Lin waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Start the first pre-sale in 3 days. What? So soon? The stadium Shinzong had chosen could accommodate 50,000 spectators. The front row tickets are priced around 2,000 yuan, with seats on either side at 1,500 yuan. The cheapest seats in the back are around 500 yuan. According to the standard concert mechanism, multiple rounds of pre-sales are typically conducted. This time is no exception. With a total capacity of 50,000 people, 5 rounds of pre-sales will be conducted. Generally, 1 round per day, and within about a week, we can estimate the ticket sales situation. This provides sufficient confidence for the entire concert and any subsequent events. The first round of pre-sales is the most critical phase of the entire pre-sale process. If this round doesn't sell out, there's no point in discussing the remaining rounds. What Shinzong didn't expect was that, despite the unfavorable media coverage and the unfavorable circumstances, Jiang Lin still insisted on launching the pre-sale immediately. This was truly baffling to him. However, seeing Jiang Lin's determined expression, Mr. Shin knew that there was no point in saying anything else. Before he knew it, 2 days had passed. On the third evening, the pre-sale deadline was fast approaching. Almost all the senior executives at Dolphin Music were secretly worried. Sigh, our new boss really has no idea what he's doing. This pre-sale will be the deciding factor. If it fails, Dolphin Music might become the laughingstock of the industry. I'm not asking for much if we can sell just 30%, I'll find a way to explain it. Jiang Lin was also sitting in the Dolphin Music office. She hadn't come voluntarily, Moziki had dragged her there. Jiang Lin, how many tickets do you think we can sell? What if we don't sell a single ticket? Or what if we only sell 100? Jiang Lin rubbed his slightly aching head and shook his head. It's almost time. You'll see for yourself then. The concert had a separate ticket sales link posted online, and the entire ticket sales situation would be immediately reported to Dolphin Music. The office where Jiang Lin was located could directly receive the data from the online feedback. By keeping an eye on the computer and watching the numbers, they could determine how many tickets were left. Soon, it was 7:50 p.m. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. 755. 756. 757. 758. 759. 800. As the final digit flickered, the website instantly refreshed all the vote counts. Emojichi's small hands trembled as she gripped the mouse in front of her, ready to click the refresh button. She could see the results immediately. But she dared not. She feared the outcome would be too much for her to bear. Jiang Lin had been waiting so long he was almost asleep, until he finally grew impatient and glanced at his watch. Hey, Emojichi, you've been thinking for a whole minute. Can you do it? Emojichi startled awake and immediately looked scared, saying, can we wait a few more minutes? Please? What are we waiting for? If you want to buy it, just buy it already. Jiang Lin raised his hand. Are you going to click or not? If you don't, I'm going to do it. No. Emojichi screamed and said, I'll do it myself. She closed her eyes tightly and quickly clicked the mouse. Swish. The entire web page refreshed completely. The number that had been 10,000 was now unknown. At that moment, Emojichi hesitated for 2 seconds before suddenly opening her eyes. The next moment, she let out a piercing scream. Ah! Jiang Lin was startled, almost thinking she had seen a ghost. But then he heard her excitedly jumping up. No, it's gone. It's all gone. Jiang Lin finally turned to look, and his lips curled into a slight smile. In just 1 minute, all the pre-sales were completely sold out. It seems that the power of adult fans is truly no joke. Chapter 110, triggering a trillion-fold critical hit, rewarded with the god of song talent. Before Moziki could get too excited, Shinzong's call came in. After Jiang Lin answered, he heard Shinzong pause for a moment. He then spoke in a low voice, Mr. Jiang, could you tell me if you were the one who intervened? Me? What did I do? Jiang Lin asked in astonishment. Vote rigging. Only someone with your financial resources could have rigged the votes so quickly that they were cleared in just 1 minute. Mr. Shin said cautiously. After all, this concerns the future of the entire company. He didn't want Dolphin Music to be maliciously slandered. Jiang Lin snorted lightly. Mr. Shin, you'd better go to the ticketing website right now and check the authenticity of this ticket sale. Remember, keep the evidence for me. Otherwise, I'll hold you accountable. Beep. The call was completely disconnected, leaving Shinzong completely baffled. He hurriedly got up and contacted the relevant departments of the company. He immediately accessed all the data from the network backend. Upon further investigation, he was shocked to discover that the identity information of every ticket purchaser was genuine and valid. Moreover, they were scattered across the entire country. This left Mr. Shin completely stunned. My goodness, does Moziki have such strong influence? He couldn't believe it and muttered to himself. If this trend continued, he was certain that all 50,000 concert tickets would sell out in no time. Mr. Jiang is so amazing. He has such sharp insight. He now admired Jiang Lin so much that he was completely in awe. It turns out that from the very beginning, Jiang Lin had already foreseen the current outcome. Such a mind, such foresight, even after years of experience in the music industry, he couldn't help but feel inadequate. By the way, quickly take screenshots of all the background information and send them to me. Yes, everything, and make sure to blur out any sensitive information to protect personal privacy.
Mr. Shin slapped his thigh in realization, finally understanding why Jiang Lin had spoken that way earlier.
He was certain that once this news broke, the Weibo trending topics would be dominated by it the next morning. And it would all be about Black Dolphin music.
No doubt about it, vote rigging. Once he releases the evidence, he is confident that all the media attacking and smearing him will be silenced. That's brilliant. Mr. Shin couldn't find the words to describe Jiang Lin. This is simply divine manipulation. Sure enough, the next morning, the entire Weibo platform was flooded with news about Dolphin music allegedly engaging in malicious vote stuffing. Countless comments flooded the platform like a tidal wave, overwhelming the entire music industry.
But at that very moment, Mr. Shin directly posted all the evidence on Dolphin Music's official Weibo account.
In the next moment, all media outlets fell silent. Countless insults, complaints, and smear campaigns from industry peers were left speechless.
They never imagined that Imozeki, who had once dominated an era, could be so terrifying. And all of this was orchestrated by Jiang Lin behind the scenes. As a result, all the defamatory attacks ended up becoming a powerful boost for Mogichi's popularity. In no time, her fame skyrocketed online. See? I told you could do it. Jiang Lin smiled as he closed his phone and said to Imozeki beside him. Mogichi was trembling all over, clearly unable to hide her turmoil.
Jiang Lin, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Imozeki bowed deeply to Jiang Lin. Can I ask you for one more small favor?
Jiang Lin looked at her in surprise and said, Go ahead, I'll do my best to help. It's not for anything else, just for the sake of those beautiful moments we shared in the past.
Could you come be a guest performer at my concert? Mozeki's words were shocking. What? A guest?
Jiang Lin hurriedly waved his hands.
No way, I can't sing. What would I do as a guest? Come on, it's all because of you that I am where I am today. You just agreed.
Mogichi grabbed his arm and shook it, saying, Besides, you're not tone deaf. You can just sing a few lines of my song when the time comes.
Jiang Lin shook his head firmly. Damn it, I'm just an amateur, okay?
If I go up there and sing in front of 50,000 people, I'll be humiliated.
That's going to be so embarrassing. He had already made up his mind. No matter how much Mogichi begged him, he wouldn't agree. Ding!
Host successfully planned a concert, triggering a trillion-fold critical hit, rewarding the talent of a singing god.
This is too good to be true.
Jiang Lin was still thinking about how to refuse, but the system was kind enough to give him a direct critical hit.
God of song talent?
In an instant, Jiang Lin felt his throat undergo a transformation, as if he had gained a deeper understanding of sound. No matter what song it was, he could sing it effortlessly after humming it once. At that moment, Mogichi was still pleading desperately beside him.
Boss, what conditions do you need to be my guest? However, at that moment, he heard Jiang Lin speak, If you really want me to go, that's fine, but I want to sing a complete song. I won't stop you. Mogichi was stunned. What was going on?
She had originally thought that the other party didn't want to go because they were too shy to sing and feared they wouldn't perform well.
But now she realized, you're just complaining about the short time, right? Why didn't you say so earlier? Don't just sing one song, I can sing 10 songs for you. Alright, what song should I sing?
I'll arrange the music for you on the spot.
Mogichi nodded repeatedly, afraid that Jiang Lin would change his mind. No need.
I'll handle it with the band myself.
It's been ages since I sang. So I'd like to give it a try. Jiang Lin raised the corner of his mouth. How talented is this singing prodigy, after all?
Before long, several days had passed, and the preparations for the concert had reached a critical stage. As expected, all the concert tickets were sold out. The news had already spread like wildfire throughout the music industry.
In the office of Penguin Music's director, Zhao Zong was bowing his head, listening to the CEO of Penguin Music reprimand him. Are you an idiot? How could you let such a promising singer be buried like this? How could I have been so blind to promote you in the first place? Boss, Missouri Zeki is just an online singer, she's past her prime. Over the hill? Over the hill and can't even sell 50,000 tickets? You dare to terminate the contract early? 50,000? Do you know how much I've lost? It's not even 5 million. Don't think I don't know you think you can get away with this?
$1 million breach of contract fee, and you only asked for half.
Damn it, if you had done your job properly, I would have let it go. But look at the mess you've made. Get out. You're fired, get out.
Jiang Lin naturally had no idea about the tragic fate that had befallen Zhao, the general manager of Penguin Music. He had been searching through his previous life's music library these past few days. After all, it was his first time performing on stage, so he wanted to be well prepared.
After days of intense practice, the highly anticipated and thrilling Mogichi fan coming-of-age concert finally began.
Chapter 111, Jiang Lin takes the stage, shocks the crowd with Grey Avatar.
You are the legendary devil from heaven. You took my heart away. Please don't be so kind to me. This is a conspiracy you didn't even notice. I hate your careless smile.
I'm almost beyond salvation. You're like a whirlpool slowly pulling me in. I can't escape, just keep falling. Dear, you're an elegant devil. Slowly swallowing me whole. You are the devil from heaven that everyone talks about. You took my heart away. At the stadium, when 50,000 fans sang along to Emoziki's song Devil, Emojichi was so moved she was nearly in tears. Thank you all for your support for Ziki, she said, wiping away her tears. Today, Ziki wants to sincerely thank one person. It was he who helped me reach this point. It was he who made it possible for you all, and for me, to reunite once again. Therefore, today, he is the only guest of honor at this event. He is not a professional singer, but today he will also sing a song for everyone. Please welcome him. Emoziki smiled and pointed toward the stage, and soon everyone saw Zhang Lin wearing a clean white shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes. Seeing his figure, it felt as though everyone had suddenly returned to their school days. Wow! He's so handsome. Are you sure he's not from the entertainment industry? I know. He's a rich kid. I heard he's the heartbeat guy from the internet. What? Heartthrob? My heartthrob idol? He can sing? Originally, Zhang Lin had already gained some fame online. Now, with his sudden appearance, he was recognized even more by the crowd. The atmosphere in the entire venue became incredibly lively. Zhang Lin tapped the microphone and sat down on a chair. He didn't speak but instead gave the band a hand signal. Soon, the music began, and all the audience members couldn't help but pause for a moment. This intro wasn't Emoziki's song? And it wasn't any song they had ever heard before? Holy crap, Heartbeat Guy actually wrote an original song? No way, isn't he just an amateur singer? It must be an old song from before. No way, as the go-to guy for songs in Dacia, I've heard countless songs, and I've never heard this one before. Really, regardless of how well he sings, I'll give him a thumbs up for the courage alone. Just as we were talking, Zhang Lin began to sing the first line. Last night I had a dream. In the dream, we were holding hands. The sadness upon waking. I couldn't put into words. I opened OICQ. The chat history stopped at last autumn. The final plea. Left unsaid. As Zhang Lin spoke, the entire crowd of 50,000 fell silent. They froze in place. That gentle, magnetic voice, that beautiful melody. It left them completely speechless. What song is this? It's so beautiful. Is he an amateur? How can he be so professional? I feel so emotional, I want to cry. Countless people were left speechless. Zhang Lin had chosen a song that was his favorite from his previous life. Gray Avatar. Back in the days when the internet was just taking off, a simple greeting could bring someone immense joy. The moment he began to sing, he instantly transported all his fans back to that innocent, pure, and beautiful era. The entire stadium was now completely silent, with only Zhang Lin's voice echoing through the air. At that moment, Zhang Lin's song reached its pinnacle. Your gray avatar will no longer flicker. Even a simple greeting. Heart-to-heart exchanges, page by page, how heartbreaking. What is it that falls and rises? I recall your promise to stay by my side until the end. Warm dreams turn into icy shackles. If time could turn back, what could we possibly hold on to? Your gray avatar will no longer flicker. Warm-colored dreams turn into icy shackles. If time could turn back, what could we possibly hold on to? As the song ended, the entire stadium fell silent. Everyone was lost in thought, completely immersed in the melody. Until Zhang Lin softly said, "Thank you." Immediately, the stadium erupted in a thunderous cheer. At that moment, all the fans, as if on cue, began to chant Zhang Lin's name. Zhang Lin! Zhang Lin! Zhang Lin! Emojichi, who was backstage preparing for the next song, was left speechless. What's going on? Is this my concert, or his? Emojichi was stunned. Even when she sang Devil with the fans, she hadn't seen them this crazy. She could already imagine that after this concert, Zhang Lin's popularity would skyrocket. Zhang Lin finished singing a song, bowed to the crowd of fans, and then left the stage. He felt very satisfied with his natural talent as a singer. At least it sounded good to him. Alright, he sung his heart out and had his fun. Zhang Lin was about to sneak away and go home. Little did he know, as soon as he slipped out from backstage and hadn't even gotten into the car yet, he heard a shrill scream from behind him. Zhang Lin, stop right there. Oh no. Zhang Lin's neck tensed up. He must have thought a fan had followed him. He didn't have time to think about how the fan had managed to follow him. He could only instinctively take off running. But as he saw his frantic figure fleeing, the voice behind him grew even sharper. Zhang Lin, stop right there. Have you forgotten our agreement? Zhang Lin paused for a moment but didn't stop. Pact? What pact do we have? Just as he was puzzled, the voice behind him suddenly rang out again. If you keep running, I'll curse you to never have a little penis. Ha! How cruel. Zhang Lin came to an abrupt halt. A figure flashed through his mind. He remembered that the girl had used a similar curse on him back then. She had said that if he didn't contact her, she would curse him to shrink 1 centimeter. Hearing similar words now, Jiang Lin couldn't help but turn around and take a look. What he saw made him gasp in shock. "It's you, Han Duo?" Jiang Lin never imagined he'd run into her at a concert. Han Duo was still dressed in her Hatsune Miku outfit. Her hair was still incredibly voluminous, giving off that suffocating vibe. When she saw Jiang Lin stop, she finally caught up, panting heavily. "Run, let you run." She was panting, her breath coming in gasps. You didn't contact them. Did the curse take effect?" Jiang Lin instinctively reached down to check, then sighed in relief. Thank goodness, it's still there. Seeing Jiang Lin's actions, Han Duo, despite her boldness, blushed and gave him a light peck on the lips. "Bastard. Alright, we've already contacted them. I should go now," Jiang Lin said, turning to leave. He was afraid the commotion would attract too many fans. Although tonight was Mojichi's night, judging from his Song Gray avatar, Jiang Lin must have sensed that many fans were following him. "Hey! Don't go!" Seeing Jiang Lin leave, Han Duo didn't care anymore and hugged Jiang Lin's waist. "If you're leaving, let's go together. Otherwise, none of us should leave." She started acting like a spoiled child. "I finally found you again. If you run away, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." Jiang Lin was about to say something else, but suddenly heard what sounded like shouting coming from behind. "If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." Seeing this, he could only shout, "Hold on tight." He reached out and grabbed her, lifting her into a princess carry. He charged toward the distant Karo man. Chapter 112, Jiang Lin, another selfless act of devotion? After placing Han Duo in the passenger seat, Jiang Lin hurriedly started the car and fled the parking lot. While driving, Jiang Lin caught a glimpse of Han Duo staring at him with a dreamy expression. "Handsome guy, I never expected you to sing so well." Cough. A girl should be more reserved. Jiang Lin cleared his throat and refocused on driving. Little did he know that Han Duo, upon hearing this, burst into an even wider smile. "Handsome guy, look at me, am I being proper or not?" Jiang Lin instinctively glanced over. Oh my god, he felt his nose get hot and almost started bleeding. Who could resist that? Ugh. Jiang Lin took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress his thoughts. Han Duo, if you keep causing trouble, don't blame me if we get into an accident. Hearing this, Han Duo stuck out her tongue and settled down. After driving for a while, Jiang Lin couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going?" "I'll drive you back." Han Duo replied without hesitation, "Your place." "Why should I go to your place?" Jiang Lin was speechless. Why did every girl he met want to go to his house? "Because I like you. How can I not go to your place?" Han Duo replied without hesitation. "Be honest." Jiang Lin's face darkened. He didn't want to argue with a girl. "Alright, I'm just here to escape trouble." Han Duo spoke honestly. "Did your dad set you up on another blind date?" Jiang Lin blurted out without thinking. "Ha? You know about that?" Han Duo's eyes widened. Jiang Lin rolled his eyes. "Last time we met was because of this. What's so hard to guess? But I am a bit curious. You don't seem that old. Why does your dad keep setting you up on blind dates?" Han Duo pouted. "How would I know?" "You're wrong. I'm not that young." "What's not young about me?" Jiang Lin felt that Han Duo was acting so weird. "How old are you?" 36D. "Speak properly." 23. "But you haven't graduated yet, have you?" "I've graduated. I started school early, okay." Jiang Lin shook his head. "You should go home and talk to your father about your issues. I'll take you back." As soon as she heard Jiang Lin was going to send her away, Han Duo screamed, "You dare? If you send me back, I'll scream sexual assault as soon as I get out of the car." As she spoke, she began to tear at her clothes. Jiang Lin's lips twitched. If he really let this girl run away, he might end up being arrested as a pervert. "Alright, I'm scared of you." Jiang Lin was speechless and could only turn the car around and drive toward the first courtyard. Why not go back to the mansion? Annie hasn't been on a business trip these past 2 days and has been staying there. Although the mansion has many rooms, there's no need to worry about being discovered. But Jiang Lin didn't want to take any chances. He didn't want to deal with the 2 women fighting over him. Soon, they arrived at the first courtyard. As Han Duo stepped out of the car, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Wow! Jiang Lin, I never thought you were so rich. Are you a second-generation rich kid?" Jiang Lin shook his head. "I'm not a second-generation rich kid. I'm the first generation." "You're lying. By the way, you're a singer, I completely forgot." Han Duo didn't believe him, but she quickly asked, "So you're really rich, right?" "Really rich? Not bad." Jiang Lin thought for a moment, nodded confidently, and thought to himself, "My assets add up to over 100 billion, right? But that would mean selling all my shares, and there's no need for that." "Not bad?" A sly gleam flashed in Han Duo's eyes, and she let out an "oh."
before skipping and jumping into the villa. John Lin sent a message to Anne, telling her he had something to do these 2 days and wouldn't be returning. He then instructed the maid to prepare some late-night snacks, as the concert was already quite late. Especially now. Han Daodu, though petite, had an enormous appetite. She ate so much that John Lin couldn't help but be amazed. After finishing her meal, she even asked the Filipino maid to prepare some beautiful desserts. You want more? John Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course. But not now, I'm planning to indulge later tonight. Han Duo said with a smile. What does late night poison mean? John Lin was a bit confused. I'm a beautiful food vlogger, and I do it late at night. Han Daodu said with a touch of arrogance. Food vlogger? John Lin looked at her in surprise. Aren't you a rich kid? Why do you need to be a streamer? It's a hobby, do you understand? Han Daodu snorted. It's the same as what you boys like, stockings and see-through clothes. John Lin. Alright, you've left me speechless. Is live streaming fun? John Lin had never done this before and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. It's not fun. It requires persistence. Han Duo opened her own Shinsho live streaming app account and said, look, others have been live streaming for 2 or 3 months already, and they only have 50,000 followers now. Alright, then you go live stream. I'm going to sleep. John Lin yawned and couldn't help but turn his head toward the upstairs. Han Daodu, seeing this, looked up and called out, hey, heartthrob, take me in. I haven't thanked you yet. No need to thank me. Just let me sleep early. John Lin waved his hand, feeling like this girl was acting like a madwoman. Probably her dad set her up on a blind date, and he must have had enough of her too. John Lin returned to his bedroom, took a shower, and was about to rest. However, when he opened the bathroom door, he saw Han Daodu standing right inside his bedroom. What the hell are you doing here? John Lin jumped in surprise. It's the middle of the night, you could have scared someone to death. But Han Daodu blushed and said, I've been thinking about it, and the only way I can thank you is by dancing for you. Dance? You can dance? John Lin couldn't help but be surprised. Of course. I'm a cosplayer. Dancing is a given. Han Daodu said matter-of-factly. Alright, let me see how good you are. John Lin sat down by the bed and waved his hands at Han Daodu. Go ahead and show me what you've got. Alright. Han Daodu opened her phone and played an anime song that John Lin hadn't heard before. Soon, lively and dynamic dance moves began to emerge from Han Daodu's body. You know what? John Lin hadn't seen other cosplayers dance before, but he felt that Han Daodu was actually pretty good. However, he gradually noticed that the more Han Daodu danced, the closer she seemed to be getting to him. By the time John Lin realized something was off, he found Han Daodu had suddenly pushed him down like a little kitten. John Lin's expression changed, and he exclaimed, Han Daodu, what are you doing? Han Daodu chuckled, what else? Of course, to thank you. I snuck out without any money or gifts, so I can only offer myself as payment. John Lin, oh. Again with the offering yourself? This offer lasted nearly an hour. John Lin looked at Han Daodu beside him in disbelief and couldn't help but complain. You cosplayers are all so careless? Hee, of course not. If we didn't do this, what if you ran away again? Chapter 113, triggered a 100 billion-fold critical hit, rewarded with a 25% stake in Shinsho Live, becoming the largest shareholder 25. John Lin rolled his eyes. He was utterly amazed by Han Daodu's way of thinking. Using everything you have to ensure you can't run away. What kind of logic was that? However, since things had already come to this, John Lin could only accept his fate. He ruffled the other person's hair. You little rascal, you probably planned to trick me from the start. How can you call that a setup? Han Duo hugged his arm and smiled, I'm such a precious gift. This only happens once in a lifetime. How can you call it a scam? Besides, the real trick is yet to come. What did you say? John Lin thought he had heard wrong. No, I meant I have something else for you to help me with later. Han Daodu laughed. What kind of things? John Lin looked at her suspiciously. Can you accompany me on a blind date the day after tomorrow? Han Daodu spoke up, a bit embarrassed. Put. John Lin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? You just did that to me, and now you want me to go on a blind date with you? Are you trying to set me up with someone? But before he could explode, he heard Han Duo explain, you're getting it all wrong. I've already met this match before you did. Actually, I didn't want to go either, but my dad said he'd beat me to death if I didn't go. He said his family is wealthy and could be a huge help to the company. So I went. Han Daodu said with a bitter expression, who knew that the rich second-generation guy would take a liking to me at first sight. He's already asked me out for a second meeting in 2 days. So I wanted you to go and make him so angry he'd give up on me, ending this arranged marriage. John Lin calmed down upon hearing this. Hearing her say that, it seemed like it wasn't his own green meadow, but he had planted a meadow for someone else. At that moment, he suddenly snapped out of it and glared at Han Daodu with a sinister expression. Great, so you've dug a trap for me. No.
Han Daodu hurriedly explained. But before she could finish, Jiang Lin coldly laughed. Since you've set me up, you have to accept the punishment. Saying this, he lunged forward, clawing and scratching.
Girl, face the storm. Another hour passed.
Dear Lin, rest here. I'm going to release some poison in the dead of night.
Han Duo turned and walked downstairs. Me? Are you cosplayers that energetic?
Jiang Lin checked the time. It was past 1 a.m.
Of course not, this is perseverance.
Since I'm a member of the food vlogging army, I have to stick to my post. Han Daodu clenched her fist and said, Come on, little wave Daodu, you're the best.
Yeah.
Han Daodu walked downstairs to the restaurant and began preparing her live streaming equipment.
Soon, she went live.
Jiang Lin stayed upstairs. Hearing Han Daodu say that, he felt a stir in his heart.
He picked up his phone, downloaded the Qianshou app.
He registered an account named Heartbeat God.
After searching for Lively Little Flower, he entered Han Daodu's livestream. But unexpectedly, the system suddenly triggered a critical hit. Ding! You have entered the livestream and triggered a 100 billion-fold critical hit.
Reward, 25% shares in Qianshou Live, making you the largest shareholder.
Ha! Is that even possible? Jiang Lin's eyes lit up. 100 billion times critical hit? This doesn't happen often. Plus, it's in the form of actual shares. This is the best reward aside from those divine tier talents and medical skills.
He had also looked into Qianshou Live recently.
It's now one of the two major giants on the entire internet live streaming platform.
It's on par with Zhaoyin.
In fact, in terms of consumer payment rates, Qianshou has already surpassed Zhongyin's data. Following its fifth round of financing, the Qianshou platform has successfully achieved a valuation of 200 billion. This is an astronomical figure equivalent to the entire King's real estate empire.
And now, Jiang Lin alone holds 25%, which is an astonishing figure.
That's 500 billion.
This reward was so exciting that Jiang Lin couldn't help but feel thrilled, all traces of fatigue vanishing from his face. At that moment, he couldn't help but glance at Han Daodu's livestream.
She was sitting at the dining table downstairs, enjoying some dessert. Wow, those osmanthus cakes look so delicious.
Han Daodu said with a happy expression, Dear viewers, seeing Daodu enjoy such delicious food late at night must make you drool, right?
If you like Daodu, don't forget to follow me.
After all, it was already late at night, and Han Daodu felt there weren't many people watching. There were less than 1,000 viewers in the entire livestream. Seeing this, she couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart.
Guys, seeing how sleepy you all look, why don't I pull out my secret weapon? Han Daodu laughed, let's have a PK to ignite everyone's passion. PK is a common way to boost popularity on live streaming platforms.
By randomly matching different streamers, participants compete within 5 minutes to earn points through gift donations. At the end of the time limit, the streamer with the highest score wins. Jiang Lin didn't watch often, but he had heard about it from others.
One of the main ways streamers make money is through PKs.
The other, more common method, is product promotion. Sure enough, when Han Duo mentioned PK, the text on the chat screen started flooding in. Everyone was curious to see what kind of opponent she would match with at such a late hour.
Guys, she is about to start matching. Let us see who she ends up with.
As she spoke, Han Daodu clicked the match button.
Swipe. The screen changed from one window to two.
Immediately afterward, another figure appeared on the screen beside it. The moment she saw the figure, Han Daodu screamed in surprise.
Oh my gosh. I actually matched with Tao Zigu.
Han Daodu screamed so loudly because this streamer, Tao Zigu, was the top streamer on the Qianshou live streaming platform. He was known as the #1 streamer of Qianshou.
Tao Zigu also didn't expect to be matched with Han Daodu.
He had just randomly matched with someone for fun, but never expected to match with such a cute little girl. When he saw Han Daodu, his eyes lit up immediately.
Haha, girl, nice to meet you. Han Daodu was a bit excited. Tao Zigu, hello. I never expected to meet you, the big shot. How about it? Let us have a showdown? Tao Zi couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. No way.
You're a big shot with 50 million followers, while I only have 500,000.
That's 100 times less. Han Daodu started to close the call.
But Tao Zi hurriedly spoke up, Hey, don't rush.
Let's have a match, and you can stay a little longer. It'll help boost your popularity, right? Besides, it's so late, it's not easy to find a match.
Han Daodu perked up at the mention of gaining followers.
Right. Win or lose doesn't matter, but I can gain followers. Such a rare opportunity shouldn't be missed.
With that thought, she nodded and said, Alright, thanks for your help, Tao Zigu.
She wasn't particularly fond of Tao Zigu.
He had a face full of acne scars, was tall and muscular, but nowhere near as handsome as her family's Jiang Lin. However, since he was the top player, she had to give him some face. Upon hearing Han Duo agree, Tao Zi smiled broadly and said, Don't worry, little sister.
Win or lose doesn't matter. Let's just treat it as entertainment. Chapter 114, 1.3 billion views, breaking the platform record. Alright, I'll do my best.
Han Daoda waved her little fists and shouted at the screen, "Everyone, my dear fans, we're about to have a PK with the top streamer. Do your best, but don't let me lose too badly." After giving a quick instruction, Han Daoda nodded to Tao Zigu and said, "Alright, Tao Zigu, let's get started." "Alright, let's go, girl." Tao Zigu smiled and immediately pressed the mute button. Instantly, the 5-minute countdown began. Swish. As the timer started, Tao Zige's score had already skyrocketed to 200,000. 1 yuan could be exchanged for 10 points. 200,000 points equaled 20,000 yuan. This was still because it was late at night. If it had been in the evening, it would have been even more intense. Tao Zigu has over 50 million followers. The number of live viewers is also at 1 million. In contrast, Han Duo only has fewer than 1,000 viewers. Her score is not even 1,000 points. The gap is enormous. Han Daoda felt her face flush with shame. Although she had already anticipated this in her heart, she never imagined the gap would be so vast. I eat. As a food vlogger, all she could do was eat as much as she could. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin, watching her from upstairs, suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. Damn it, it's just a competition, and it's making my woman so upset? I won T allow it. So, he immediately opened his account and entered the quick recharge interface. He linked his bank card and entered the amount. By the time he finished all the steps, he realized 4 minutes had already passed. There was less than a minute left until the entire PK ended. At that moment, Xianqiu Yi's score had already reached 2 million. 2 million, that's $20,000. But for a 1,000-handed master, this was just a drop in the bucket. Tao Zigu once set a record of over 500 million points in a single PK. That's 50 million. Although he only had a measly 2 million points now, compared to Han Duo, it was like night and day. There are only 30 seconds left, everyone. Keep going. Just give me another 1,000 points. Han Daoda looked at her pitiful 5,000 points and felt her heart break into pieces. Tao Zigu, standing beside her, wore a calm smile, exuding the air of a strategist. Tao fans, don't be too harsh. Look at the little girl over there, she's about to cry. Ha ha. Alright, I didn't expect there to be so many Tao fans supporting us at this time. Thank you. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly raised his eyebrows because someone in Han Daoda's livestream had sent a piercing arrow. A piercing arrow worth 288 points, which is 2,880 points. This instantly boosted the score to over 7,000 points. Wow! Not bad. This little girl might even gain a loyal fan. Tao Zigu smiled slightly. The Tao fans were really supportive, even thinking to comfort the girl. But before he could finish speaking, another piercing cloud arrow appeared on the screen. That's 10,000 points. 2 million versus 10,000. The gap is still huge. And there were still 50 seconds left. The outcome was already decided. The Tao fans are indeed kind-hearted, they never expected. Before he could finish his sentence, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. Han Duo's livestream was flooded with piercing cloud arrows. 1,314 piercing cloud arrows. The score had skyrocketed to over 370,000. She had overtaken the leader. This left even Han Daoda, who was still eating, completely speechless. However, she only froze for 2 seconds before screaming. Ah! Thank you, Heartthrob God, for the cloud-piercing arrow. Thank you, Big Shot. You're the best. On the other side, Tao Zige's smile froze instantly. He had 2 million, and the other side was almost 4 million. If I didn't calculate wrong, this has doubled the lead. In an instant, he let out a wild scream. Tao fans, this isn't fair. Fight back. There are only 40 seconds left, and the opponent is a wolf. Sure enough, his call to action garnered the support of countless fans. The 2 million points that had stopped rising began to climb rapidly at a visible speed. 3 million. 5 million. 10 million. 30 million. In less than 5 seconds, it had already surpassed 100 million points. At such a late hour, the opponent managed to break through the 100 million score mark so quickly. This is enough to prove his title as the one-handed master. However, on the other side, something utterly shocking happened that left Han Duo speechless. The screen was once again filled with the special effects of the piercing cloud arrow. 1314 piercing arrows. 1314 piercing arrows. 1314 piercing arrows. 1314 piercing arrows. 1314 cloud piercing arrow. Han Duo had no idea how many 1314 piercing arrows there were. All she could see was her score, which was skyrocketing at an alarming rate. 5 million. 10 million. 50 million. 100 million. 200 million. 300 million. Whoa. Tao Zi felt like his eyes were about to pop out. He clearly saw that all the gifts on the other side were from someone called Heartbeat God. 300 million, that's 300 million yuan. At this point, he couldn't care less. Only 15 seconds left. Tao Zigu dialed the number as fast as he could, and 5 seconds later, the response came from the other end.
Brother, someone's attacking me. Call for help. At that moment, all the brothers connected to Tao Zigu were jolted awake from their dreams. To put it bluntly, they were also big influencers, with tens of millions of followers on Xianshou. Their influence was immense. Some of the most powerful influencers wanted to unite. What for? To challenge the Xianshou platform. This way, they can negotiate terms with Xianshou. The purpose of negotiating terms is ultimately to secure greater benefits. For example, the split of tips. When one is in trouble, all come to help. Within just 30 seconds, at least 10 major influencers appeared in Tao Zige's livestream. Wave after wave of gifts began flooding the screen. The score was skyrocketing. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, 400 million. We've overtaken them. Just 100 million more, and we'll be close to Tao Zige's own record. 500 million. But he knew it was impossible. Because it's the middle of the night, and even donations have a limit. No one would risk their entire fortune for themselves. That's not realistic. So he thought he was safe. 400 million. It didn't break the record, but it was still enough to be proud of. On Han Duoduo's side, as expected, everything was already decided. The other party's 300 million score was also largely unchanged. The countdown appeared. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. 5 seconds. However, just as Tao Zi thought this was the final moment. Suddenly, at the very moment of the 5th second, the score on the other side, which had been motionless, suddenly flickered. Jiang Lin, who was upstairs, raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a look of realization. So you could just enter the amount directly. I wasted all that time clicking around. This is so tiring. Tao Zige's pupils contracted sharply, almost convinced he had seen wrong. Because, above the original 3 billion score on the other side, there was an extra digit 1 in front of it. An extra 1? Tao Zige's mind flashed with that thought, but the next moment, he snapped back to reality. 13 billion. 13 billion. The platform's PK record had been broken like that. Chapter 115, Top Influencers Gather at the Thousand Hands Headquarters. Jiang Lin makes an appearance. Tao Zi has this in the bag. Many influencers couldn't help but discuss it in the last 5 seconds. Who is that person creating all the buzz? I've never seen them before. Clearly, they have some connections. But compared to Tao Zi, they still fall short. Exactly, who doesn't know Tao Zi's strength? However, just as their discussions ended, they suddenly saw Tao Zi's health bar plummet almost to 0. Instantly, everyone stared in disbelief. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. What's going on? 13 billion? My goodness. Who is this big shot? He's so ruthless. Defeated? The number 1 player in the entire network, Tao Zigu, has been defeated so easily? In the dead of night, a shocking piece of news sent shockwaves through the entire Qianshou community. The top streamer of Qianshou, Tao Zigu, was defeated by a small streamer with only 500,000 followers. Oh no, after a recent round of battles, his follower count has skyrocketed to 1 million. And the numbers are still rising rapidly. Impossible. Tao Zigu, this must be the platform rigging the results. A major influencer immediately sent Tao Zi a group video call, and soon many other influencers joined in. That's right, the official team must have noticed that we influencers are getting more popular, so they're trying to suppress us on purpose. But what's the point? What do they gain by suppressing us? Are you an idiot? Didn't we previously collaborate to negotiate with them to change the revenue split from 50-50 to 70-30? This is too much. Tao Zigu shut down his livestream and fell into deep thought. Guys, what should we do now? He suddenly spoke up. What should we do? Tao Zigu, it's time to lay our cards on the table. Let them see our influence. Exactly, let's go straight to headquarters tomorrow and demand an explanation. Right, with all of us influencers, we can influence the entire platform's operations. After hearing everyone's opinions, Tao Zi finally frowned and nodded firmly. Alright, everyone, let's meet at the Qianshou headquarters at 10 a.m. tomorrow. This time, we must get a satisfactory answer. Alright, it's settled. Everyone dispersed. Jiang Lin had no idea that his casual tip of over 100 million had caused such a stir. At that moment, Han Duoduo, who had won the PK, screamed and rushed upstairs. Before even entering the door, she shouted, "Dear, I won. I won. I actually beat the top player of Qianshou in a PK. I could tell that bald guy wasn't as good as you." Jiang Lin smiled and nodded. How do you know that Tao Zigu has a flat head? Han Duoduo paused for a moment, then reacted with a look of surprise. It's you. It was you all along. She finally understood that the heartthrob who had tipped her over 13 million yuan was actually Jiang Lin. Without a word, Han Duoduo expressed her gratitude to Jiang Lin through her actions. This whole ordeal took over an hour. By the time Jiang Lin woke up, it was already the next day at noon. He hadn't woken up naturally, he had been woken up by a phone call. The call was from an unknown number. John Lin answered instinctively and heard a somewhat urgent voice on the other end. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang? Yes, this is he. May I ask? Before Jiang Lin could finish speaking, the other person hurriedly said, Mr. Jiang, I'm Qianshu live streaming platform CEO, Xiao Yunfei. I just received word that you've become our largest shareholder after the recent funding round. Xiao Yunfei spoke very quickly. However, early this morning, after a massive donation challenge, over a dozen top influencers led by Tao Zigu all came to our headquarters, accusing us of malicious manipulation and demanding an explanation. Now that you are the company's major shareholder, we would like to seek your opinion on how to handle this matter. John Lin paused, then got out of bed. How do you want to handle this? He asked. In reality, Tao Zi and his group are simply seeking greater benefits from us. Xiao Yunfei pondered. However, if those dozen or so influencers team up, they could almost control a third of our platform's traffic. So, should we consider increasing their commission by 10% and reducing the tax rate by 10%? Both regular tips and product promotions are subject to taxes. The 20% tax is non-negotiable. If we reduce the tax rate by 10%, it would mean the company would bear that portion of the taxes. John Lin, a high-achieving graduate from a prestigious university, immediately understood the stakes involved. I disagree. He said it with unwavering determination. Then, they might negotiate with us, or even be poached by another company. Xiao Yunfei said with some concern. It's okay, I'll go to the company right now. You help me with something. John Lin gave some instructions to Xiao Yunfei, and Xiao Yunfei's eyes lit up. He nodded repeatedly. Soon, John Lin hung up the phone. Upon returning home, he saw that Han Duo was still sleeping soundly, so he left alone. Following the address, John Lin spent nearly an hour before finally arriving at the headquarters of Qianshu Live Streaming. As soon as he stepped through the door, he saw a young-looking executive in a suit coming toward him. Mr. Jiang, I'm Xiao Yunfei. John Lin smiled and shook hands with him. Mr. Qiao, have you prepared everything I asked for? Everything is ready, Mr. Jiang. Almost everyone has it, especially the most for that Tao Zigu. Mr. Qiao nodded. Excellent. John Lin smiled and nodded. Let's go. Have them head to the largest conference room, and bring the materials along. Got it, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Qiao immediately took out his phone and began communicating with his assistant. The two of them got into the elevator and headed straight to the 20th floor conference center. The conference center was very large, spanning hundreds of square meters. It was specifically designed for Qianshu Live to hold meetings for some streamers. However, at that moment, the vast conference center was empty except for Tao Zigu and a dozen or so other influencers. As John Lin and Xiao Yunfei stepped out of the elevator, they hadn't even reached the door when they heard the commotion inside. Today, we must make him give us an explanation. That's right, exactly. Otherwise, we'd have come all this way for nothing. Right, no matter who comes, it won't work. We must split it 70-30. Just as they were talking, there was a loud bang, and the door swung open. All the influencers instinctively turned toward the door. What surprised them was that the first person to walk in wasn't Mr. Qiao. Instead, it was a young-looking man. Hello, Mr. Qiao. After all, they hadn't yet broken ties, so they remained respectful toward Xiao Yunfei and the others. Xiao Yunfei nodded and stood half a step behind John Lin, introducing him. Come, let me introduce you all. This is our company's major shareholder, John Lin, Mr. Jiang. Chapter 116, I can make you successful, or I can destroy you. The moment those words were spoken, over a dozen influencers were completely stunned. What? John Lin? Is he the one from the concert? Mo Ziki's guest? Is that for real? I've seen his photos, he looks like him. I also heard he's the heartbeat guy from the internet. No, it's Heartbeat God. As everyone was discussing, all the influencers suddenly realized that John Lin was actually the guy who had made a sensation at the concert and was dubbed the Heartbeat Guy, who became an overnight sensation. However, everyone noticed that he rarely appeared in public, making it difficult to track his whereabouts. Tao Zi, however, turned pale upon hearing the words Heartbeat Guy and cautiously asked, Mr. Jiang, are you the Heartbeat God from last night? John Lin gave him a casual glance and nodded without hesitation. It's me. Upon hearing this, the crowd of influencers turned pale. Oh my god, I knew it was the company's fault. The boss is personally involved, how can we possibly compete? This is a setup. A setup. The company can't treat us like this. This will affect our popularity. Right, if this keeps up, the company's future is in trouble. John Lin listened to everyone venting their frustrations, saying nothing, just listening quietly. Until someone sensed something was off, the room gradually fell silent. At that moment, John Lin finally turned his head to look at them. Are you done complaining? Then it's my turn to speak. John Lin casually leaned against the nearby desk. I know why you're here, but remember this. This platform belongs to the company. And you all became famous because of the company's platform. Without the platform, you're nothing. So, leave through the door and go back to your respective homes. I can pretend this never happened. Otherwise. Zhang Lin gave a cold smile. The consequences will be severe. What? Are you threatening us? A long-haired, effeminate influencer couldn't help but retort. Zhang Lin glanced at him and then pointed at him, asking, what's his name? Xiaozong, standing beside him, flipped through the files and said, Sissy. Ban him for 3 months. Zhang Lin said only 5 words. The effeminate man immediately flew into a rage. What gives you the right to ban me like that?
Zhang Lin didn't even glance at him, linked all his Qianqiu accounts to his ID, and froze all his Qianqiu coin withdrawals.
Alright.
Xiaozong meticulously recorded every word Zhang Lin said. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, even the womanizer who had just spoken fell silent. He dared not say another word, fearing even harsher punishment.
A bald middle-aged man who looked rather intimidating spoke up boldly, Mr. Jiang, isn't what you're doing a bit unfair? What's his name?
Zhang Lin pointed at the bald man. His name is Bald Strong, Mr. Jiang.
Same as before 3 months suspension.
Bald Strong immediately shut up. Damn it, if I say another word, I'll probably get linked to my ID again.
At that moment,
the dozen or so big influencers who had come charging in with such momentum were completely deflated in front of Zhang Lin.
They couldn't help but look toward Tao Zigu.
Among all the influencers, he was the most powerful. After a moment of hesitation, Tao Zigu couldn't help but speak up, Mr. Jiang, we just wanted to have a discussion with your company.
Why did you take such a heartless action before even starting the conversation? Moreover, do you have any idea how much traffic and revenue we influencers bring in? If this is all the sincerity your company can offer, then we might as well go to other platforms. We hope Mr. Jiang won't regret it later.
Hearing this, Zhang Lin suddenly burst into laughter.
He turned his head to look at everyone and couldn't help but ask, is there anyone here who shares his opinion? Step forward, let me see.
At those words, all the influencers hesitated for a moment.
Damn it, who dares to stand up now? A 3-month ban would be enough to make them bleed money from their noses. After waiting 3 seconds, Zhang Lin suddenly smiled and looked at Tao Zigu. You're Tao Zigu, right? Tao Zigu nodded, about to speak, when suddenly he heard Zhang Lin say calmly.
You, permanent ban, all ID accounts linked and banned across the entire network.
Tao Zige's face turned pale upon hearing this. Why am I permanently banned? What did I do to deserve this?
Zhang Lin sneered, because I don't like you.
You don't like me? Tao Zigu couldn't hold back anymore.
He sneered, Mr. Jiang, I know you have powerful connections.
I'm no match for you.
But don't forget, besides your 1,000 hands, there's also Zhaoyin. I, Tao Zi, may not be able to say much else, but if I go to Zhuangyin, I can at least bring along over 30 million followers. That's his biggest advantage. Losing 30 million fans would have a massive impact on the entire Qianqiu platform. Because it would trigger a powerful chain reaction, with one influencer after another leaving, eventually leading the entire platform downhill, even into a vicious cycle. However, Zhang Lin remained completely unfazed as he looked at Tao Zi. He didn't seem to be affected by what the other person said at all. Until the other person finished speaking. Zhang Lin finally raised his hand to show him something.
Xiao Yunfei hurriedly nodded upon hearing this.
He then glanced at his assistant. Instantly, the lights in the entire conference center dimmed. On the projection screen at the front, a video clip appeared instantly.
Tao fans, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and buy. This product is authentic, and there are only 30,000 units available. If you don't act fast, you'll miss out. Everyone's pupils contracted. Wasn't this the live stream of Tao Zigu?
On the entire Qianqiu platform, all live streams and video data are stored on the company's servers.
If you want to find anything, there's nothing you can't find. This is also a way for the platform to preserve evidence.
Soon, under Xiao Yunfei's instructions, the large screen began playing several video clips one after another.
Every single streamer present had their footage shown.
And without exception, they were all live streams from when they were promoting products. After the videos finished playing, Tao Zigu and the others looked at Zhang Lin with confusion.
Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by showing us this? Tao Zigu couldn't help but ask.
Zhang Lin remained silent, but Xiao Yunfei, the general manager, spoke up.
We have cross-referenced every single one of your videos with the actual products and tracked the product links. Xiao Yunfei's voice grew cold. All of your products are counterfeit, fake, and have various other issues. However, in order to boost sales, you deceived consumers by aggressively promoting them in the live stream and guaranteeing they were authentic. Later, your product reviews were flooded with negative feedback, but you resolved the issue by compensating customers with monetary compensation. Although you quickly deleted the comments, we have already restored the deleted data and taken screenshots. As Mr. Chow continued, the expressions of all the influencers turned grim. In the digital age, they thought they could get away with making empty promises and engaging in false advertising. As long as they act quickly enough, everything can be covered up.
But they forgot that in this digital age, as long as you have the technology, even if you destroy the computer, the data can still be recovered. If this evidence is ever fully exposed, all the influencers will be ruined. Would any consumer want to buy products from a live streaming host who deceives everyone? Without consumers, they would instantly fall from their pedestals and become ordinary people. By the time Mr. Chow finished speaking, everyone's faces turned pale, trembling like quails. Alright, think about it. If we expose this, where do you think you'll end up? Mr. Chow gave a cold laugh, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Even the once popular Tao Zigu was trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, everyone turned their gaze toward Jiang Lin. The outcome of all this, the future, was now entirely in the hands of this young man. Jiang Lin looked at the terrified expressions of all the influencers. He spoke in a cold, indifferent tone, I can make you, and I can destroy you. Chapter 117, Trigger a trillion-fold critical hit and unlock golf master level skills. I can make you great, or I can destroy you. This single sentence jolted everyone awake. That's right, no matter how popular they are, they still rely on online platforms. Without this platform, they wouldn't necessarily die, but their popularity would plummet dramatically. And yet, this young man before them, who seemed even younger than they were, had already gained control over their fate in the blink of an eye. Ha, Mr. Jiang. Tao Zigu was completely intimidated. He couldn't help but smile ingratiatingly. We've realized our mistake. Could you give us another chance? There's no choice, he can't afford not to back down. If he really followed Jiang Lin's plan, he was certain he'd be ruined. Then he'd just be an ordinary person again. Without a steady income, he wouldn't just fail to get rich, he might even end up penniless. Jiang Lin gave him a sidelong glance and said indifferently, you want a chance, do you? Fine. What did you come here for today? Isn't it just to change the profit-sharing ratio? And have us cover your 10% tax fees? Then we'll do it your way. The profit-sharing ratio will be 30-70, but it's 70 for me and 30 for you. Plus, you still have to pay the taxes, but you'll also have to subsidize me an extra 10 in taxes. Do you understand what I'm saying? These words left all the influencers completely speechless. MMP, this is using their own tactics against them. We thought we were coming in force to change the revenue split, but while it was changed, now we're even worse off. And we have to pay an additional 10% subsidy to them. What kind of situation is this? Tao Zigu sighed wryly and started complaining about his financial situation. Mr. Jiang, you can't do this to us. How are we supposed to survive like this? How are we supposed to live? Jiang Lin heard this and immediately felt his blood boil. His previously calm face turned icy cold. When you were selling counterfeit goods and deceiving people, did you ever think about how the common folk survive? You've made a fortune, but have you ever considered the trust they placed in you? Don't try to play the victim in front of me. Your poor acting makes me feel sick. Remember this, if you ever dare to cheat the people again, I'll make sure you lose everything and end up penniless. Jiang Lin sneered coldly, don't doubt my words, I mean what I say. He didn't even glance at them, turning instead to walk out the door. Xiaozong hurried after him, hearing Jiang Lin casually add, have them sign the agreement, and all the extra profits we've taken from them must be donated to charity. Yes, Mr. Jiang, I will arrange it immediately. Xiao Yunfei was utterly impressed by this new major shareholder. Not only did he effortlessly deal with these influencers, but he also donated all the profits he had secured to charity. Such boldness was truly unmatched. Watching Jiang Lin's receding figure, Xiao Yunfei couldn't help but mutter, Mr. Zhang's future is limitless. Ding! You insulted the influencer, triggering a trillion-fold critical hit. Reward, master-level golf skills. Golf skills? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. Something's off here. Why did the system suddenly offer this reward? Usually, it just gives you whatever you need. Never mind, golf it is. Jiang Lin thought to himself, maybe it'll come in handy someday. He stepped out of the Qianshou Tower and was about to get into his car to head back. Suddenly, his phone rang. He looked at it, it was Han Duo. He couldn't help but smile. Was this little kitten just waking up? He answered the call instinctively and heard Han Duo's lazy voice on the other end. Hello, dear, my dad just told me that the rich kid wants to meet me at the Purple Rose Golf Course tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Golf course? Jiang Lin was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Finally, he understood the system's thoughtful intentions. Great, I was just looking for a place to practice my swing. He nodded with a smile. Really? Dear, you know how to play golf? Han Duo asked in surprise. I know plenty. Jiang Lin shook his head and smiled. I have no idea how much I'll end up knowing. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Lin told Han Duo to rest at home. After all, there were maids at home if she wanted to eat or do anything, she just had to ask. He then called Luo Yifei. It had been a long time since they last spoke, and he really missed her. Luo Yifei was naturally overjoyed to receive the call. Jiang Lin hadn't contacted her for days. Though she didn't complain, she missed him deeply. Being able to see each other made them both incredibly happy. John Lin spent the entire afternoon with her, shopping and dining, and they had a wonderful time. However, they didn't expect that what was supposed to be a romantic date for two would turn into a trio. Her best friend, Zhu Yaoyao, had been called over by Luo Yifei in advance. According to Luo Yifei, it was to build their relationship in advance.
John Lin could only sigh in resignation.
By evening, John Lin didn't stay at the King's mansion but returned to the villa to accompany Han Duo, as they needed to head to the Purple Rose Golf Course early the next morning.
John Lin had specifically researched the Purple Rose Golf Course.
It was a nationally renowned chain of golf courses with a massive scale. Moreover, it was located in the suburbs of the imperial capital, not in the outskirts.
Securing such a location alone was no small feat. Moreover, the environment and standards of the Purple Rose Golf Course were built to the exact specifications of world-class golf tournaments.
From landscaping to the quality of the grass.
It is said that the renowned golfer Tiger Woods has played at Purple Rose and praised it highly.
In short, this golf course is truly exceptional, the kind of place most people can't afford to visit.
John Lin only took a quick glance and didn't think much of it.
He was currently very busy, working so hard that he couldn't sleep a single night.
Another night without sleep. However, the next morning, John Lin was as energetic as ever.
After forcing Han Duo to get up early, John Lin asked Luo Yifei to help her buy a few outfits. She had snuck out, so she couldn't keep wearing Hatsune's clothes around.
To be honest, once Han Duo put on a form-fitting sports outfit, she instantly transformed from a cute and playful Hatsune Miku-style girl into a sporty beauty. Her curves were absolutely stunning. It looked incredibly exaggerated.
John Lin nodded in approval, impressed by Luo Yifei's taste, and the two immediately drove off in the caravan toward the Purple Rose. At the same time, at the Purple Rose Golf Course, a young man wearing a silver-white golf shirt was walking among the crowd with an arrogant expression.
Today was their second meeting.
In fact, during their first meeting, he had already noticed that Han Duo's father was highly impressed by him. The reason was simple: his father, Lu Qingkong, was the global distributor for Ferrari, the world's top luxury car brand.
A tycoon worth billions.
Lu Qingkong, relying on his father's influence, had gained some fame within their circle. More importantly, Han Shichong, Han Duo's father, had a favor to ask of his father. Therefore, for Lu Qingkong, this marriage was a done deal. Therefore, during their second meeting, Lu Qingkong felt it necessary to showcase his upbringing and sophistication as the son of a wealthy family to his future wife.
Show off the refinement and sophistication that comes with being the son of a wealthy family.
Golf, of course, is the most prestigious sport that truly reflects one's level of sophistication. At the same time, he also wanted to use this opportunity to introduce her to his many friends. Now, everything was in place, all that was needed was the right moment.
Finally, the moment arrived. Han Duo's adorable and charming figure appeared at the Purple Rose Golf Course.
Lu Qingkong, with a smile on his lips, was about to speak.
But the next moment, his expression darkened instantly. Chapter 118, Jiang Xiong, why don't we take a gamble? Han Duo's style today was very sporty, exuding a youthful and lively vibe.
Just one glance from Lu Qingkong left him feeling unusually captivated.
Wow, is that her? Lu Xiao has such great taste. She's absolutely stunning. Impressive, impressive. Lu Xiao's moves have us all in awe. Should we call her sister-in-law? Ha ha.
As everyone joked around, they saw Han Duo walking toward Lu Qingkong. A smug smile played at the corners of Lu Qingkong's lips.
This Han Duo is truly exceptional in every way.
The only thing lacking is her height, which is just under 1.65 meters, a bit on the short side.
But he is short too.
He was only 1.7 meters tall, and the two of them together were simply perfect for each other.
However, just as his smug smile was about to bloom,
he suddenly noticed a tall, handsome figure chasing after Han Duo from behind. And then, Han Duo actually wrapped her arm around the other person's arm in an affectionate manner. In an instant, Lu Qingkong's smile froze on his face. He felt as though he had turned into a highland, with endless green grasslands stretching above his head.
Green, it was so damn green.
The young men who had been nodding along beside him also felt awkward. This is ridiculous. The future sister-in-law is now linking arms with another man, and look how close they are. They're almost deformed from the pressure.
They didn't even need to think to know that Lu Xiao was completely green with envy. At this point, Lu Qingkong's expression grew even more grim. However, Han Duo was completely oblivious to this, dragging Jiang Lin over to Lu Qingkong.
Han Duo pointed at Lu Qingkong confidently and introduced him. "Dear, this is Lu Qingkong, the guy I was supposed to go on a blind date with."
Jiang Lin smiled and nodded, then turned to Lu Qingkong and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Duo's new boyfriend, Jiang Lin. I've heard her mention you a lot lately. Nice to meet you." Lu Qingkong. What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean, just met boyfriend? Do you two even acknowledge my existence? This is clearly you coming here to tell me that you're cheating on me? However, despite the intense anger raging within Lu Qingkong,
he still couldn't vent his anger. Because, during the first arranged meeting, the only one who agreed was Han Daodu's father, Han Shichong.
I get it now.
Suddenly, Lu Qingkong had an epiphany and figured out the issue. He suspected that the other person was likely not Han Daodu's boyfriend at all, but someone she had brought along to provoke him. If he got angry and broke up with her, she would get what she wanted. Once he understood the crux of the matter, Lu Qingkong's anger dissipated. Since you came here to provoke me, let me show you what true strength really is.
Jiang Lin, right? Nice to meet you.
I didn't expect Daodu to bring you here.
Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. Lu Qingkong smiled broadly, looking warm and hospitable.
Jiang Lin and Han Duo exchanged glances, both noticing the surprise in each other's eyes.
This Lu Qingkong is something else. He can actually tolerate being betrayed like that.
She's nothing like the spoiled rich kid they imagined.
This is a master of endurance and resilience. Suddenly, one of Lu Xiao's friends looked at Jiang Lin and exclaimed in surprise. Hey! Lu Xiao, look at that guy, he seems to be that new internet celebrity. It seemed as though he had recognized Jiang Lin's identity.
Instantly, the people around them also reacted.
Yeah, it really does look like him. The one who sang at Mo Ziki's concert, right?
Yeah, I heard she even made it to the Weibo trending list. Everyone chipped in, quickly figuring out Jiang Lin's identity. Lu Qingkong, who heard this, kept a calm expression on her face, but inside she was overjoyed. What a stroke of luck! Lu Qingkong didn't have many hobbies in his spare time, aside from golf and playing with luxury cars, and watching live streams.
In the entire influencer circle, he knew almost every major influencer by name.
Take the thousand-handed brother, for example, they were as close as brothers. Although he was also an influencer, his net worth was staggering, amounting to over $100 million. Even in his eyes, he has someone worth admiring. However, what Lu Qingkong never expected was that Jiang Lin was also an influencer.
Fine.
You're just a flash in the pan, a small-time influencer who rose to fame overnight.
He suddenly came up with a brilliant idea to directly humiliate Jiang Lin. Han Duo, listening to the others' discussions, couldn't help but say to Jiang Lin, "Dear, you're so famous now. Why don't we go back? We don't want to run into your fans."
Jiang Lin thought for a moment and nodded, all right. After all, he had already revealed his identity to the other party, so that Lu Qingkong should have given up by now. However, just as the two were about to leave, Lu Qingkong, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Hey, Daodu, don't leave so quickly.
Han Duo turned around in surprise. Lu Qingkong, I already have a boyfriend.
We're not suitable for each other. A fleeting shadow of darkness flashed across Lu Qingkong's eyes before she smiled faintly.
Since we've met, it must be fate. Since we're here, why not have a few rounds? Lu Qingkong's gaze fell on Jiang Lin. Since this Jiang brother is also quite skilled, he must have played golf before, right? Why not give it a try? What do you think? What's there to try? Han Duo blared at him, unwilling to take the bait.
Although she had heard Jiang Lin boast about his golf skills, she couldn't be sure how good he really was.
So Han Duo was about to refuse.
However, before she could continue, she heard Jiang Lin say calmly, "Sure, I haven't played in a while.
Let's have a few rounds." Clap.
Lu Qingkong clapped her hands excitedly.
Great. I love Jiang's personality.
Among influencers, he must be one of the most outstanding ones. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow and said casually, I'm not an influencer, I just like to sing a few songs.
Modest. To be honest, I actually know quite a few of your peers in your circle.
I'll introduce you to them later, it might help you in the future. Lu Qingkong said with a friendly smile. Since they weren't leaving, everyone prepared to start playing.
Lu Qingkong glanced at Jiang Lin and said, Brother Jiang doesn't seem to have brought a racket.
Jiang Lin nodded upon hearing this. I haven't had a chance to buy one yet.
Didn't buy one?
Upon hearing this, Lu Qingkong couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He's just a naive influencer who's never seen the world. He's probably never even played golf before. At this thought, he laughed even harder.
Come, let me introduce you to the rules of golf.
There are two main formats, stroke play and match play. He explained enthusiastically, most of us play stroke play. In stroke play, there are 18 holes on the course, and you hit the ball into each hole one after another, recording the total number of strokes. The fewer strokes, the better. He was so meticulous in his explanation that even Han Daodu, who knew nothing about golf, understood clearly. She turned to look at Jiang Lin and noticed that he was still wearing a confident smile.
Jiang Lin nodded. When should we start?
Lu Qingkong shook his head with a smile. Don't rush, Jiang brother.
Why don't we make a bet? Chapter 119, 18 holes, 18 strokes. Not a single miss. Take a gamble?
Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow and looked at her.
Exactly. Lu Qingkong shook his head and smiled. I often play here, and I usually bring a little something to make it more exciting. That way, we'll take it more seriously. He clapped his hands. I don't have much to bet either. How about a small wager? A Ferrari 488?
The moment he said that, a chorus of exclamations erupted around them.
Wow, Lu Qingkong is really loaded. A 488? That's at least 3 million, right? Nonsense, that's just the cost. Over here, it'd easily go for over 4 million. Lu Xiao is so generous. No wonder he runs a car dealership. He'll bet a luxury car on a whim. Lu Xiao must be so poor he only has luxury cars left, ha.
Hearing the continuous praise from everyone, Lu Qingkong smiled faintly, appearing unusually calm.
In reality, she was absolutely thrilled inside. Kid, I'll see if you dare to take it.
A $4 million luxury car, you'd probably have to sell everything you own to afford it. Little did they know, Zhang Lin shook his head decisively after hearing this.
No way.
I don't play such small games.
Lu Qingkong.
If Han Duo hadn't been there, he would have lost his temper.
What are you trying to pull? A $4 million luxury car as a bet, and you think it's too small? Who do you think you are? Bill Gates? Suppressing his anger, Liu Qingkong asked, so, Zhang, how much are you willing to bet?
Zhang Lin thought for a moment and casually said, there's not much to bet on.
How about 10 billion? Cash or card, either is fine. Put.
Lu Qingkong nearly choked on his own blood.
You're putting on an act, but there's a limit to how far you can go, right? 10 billion to bet? Our entire family couldn't even come up with 10 billion in cash.
However, he didn't believe Zhang Lin could actually come up with that much money. It was just him bragging in front of him.
Alright, since Zhang Lin doesn't want to bet, let's just get started then. Lu Qingkong extended his hand, inviting them to proceed.
Soon, everyone boarded the golf carts and, led by the caddies, headed toward the starting point of the competition. On the way, Lu Qingkong sneered and dialed his best friend's phone.
Let us see how long you can keep up this act. Hey, Tao Ge, got time? Come to Purple Rose. What's up? I've got a little influencer here who thinks he's all that.
I need you to knock some sense into him.
Alright, bring a few more friends.
I can't wait to see the look on his face when he realizes what's happening. After hanging up, everyone had already stopped at the tee-off point of the golf course. Under normal circumstances, a stroke play match is played in turns. That means when the first player hits the ball, if it doesn't go in the hole, the next player takes their turn. If the opponent doesn't make it into the hole, the previous player takes another turn. The rules aren't complicated, it all comes down to skill.
Zhou Qingkong's face now bore a confident smile.
His skill on the golf course is no mere boast. The one who sinks the ball, that's exactly who he is. Standing on the tee box, he addressed Zhang Lin with a gentlemanly demeanor. Mr. Jiang, since I'm the host, you go first.
No problem, even if you've never played before, just relax.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin smiled slightly and nodded. Alright, I'll go first. He gave Han Daodu an assuring look, picked up his golf ball, and walked up to the tee. He casually pulled out a club from the temporary set provided by the golf course. He placed the golf ball on the tee.
Zhang Lin took a deep breath and looked toward the first hole in the distance.
On a golf course, to play well, a player must possess exceptional mental resilience, technical skill, and physical strength. Additionally, one must have extensive experience in assessing the situation, wind direction, and environmental conditions. Not far away, Liu Qingkong stood by with a spectator's expression.
Those who haven't played golf wouldn't know. If you're a beginner, forget about swinging, you might not even hit the ball at all. Mr. Liu, how many strokes do you think he'll need to get in on the first hole? Someone couldn't help but ask. I have no idea. Lu Qingkong shook his head indifferently, but I think it'll be at least 3 strokes. I think he won't even make it in 5 strokes. We won't be waiting here all day, will we?
Just as everyone was discussing, Zhang Lin's figure moved. He gripped the club with both hands, raised his arms high, and in the next instant, swung downward with unstoppable force.
Crack! A soft sound echoed as the golf ball soared high into the air.
In an instant, it captured everyone's attention.
Everyone's eyes were fixed on the golf ball.
They all wanted to see how far the first ball would fly.
Finally, after a few seconds, the golf ball began to descend from its highest point. Descending.
But just as it was about to touch the ground, a small flag suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes.
That little flag? Isn't that the marker for the first hole?
As this thought crossed their minds, they suddenly saw the golf ball in mid-air land perfectly in the first hole.
Hole in one.
At that moment, the entire field fell silent, and everyone was completely dumbfounded.
This can't be possible? That's too accurate. Someone spoke in disbelief. Coincidence, pure coincidence. Even Tiger Woods might not be able to pull that off.
That's right, I never expected this.
This guy is so lucky.
Lu Qingkong narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Lin, noticing that the only expression on his face was a faint smile, with no trace of surprise.
Impossible. Could he really have hit it in?
He shook his head, unwilling to believe that Zhang Lin could be that skilled. So, he clapped his hands and smiled, saying, Impressive. I never expected Zhang brother to be so skilled. Jiang Lin gave him a casual glance and said indifferently, "Actually, you shouldn't have let me go first."
Lu Qingkong was taken aback and asked, "Why?" "Because once I started, you wouldn't have had a chance." "Ha, Jiang Lin, you're really joking." Lu Qingkong burst into laughter. "Could you really hole every shot in one stroke? If that were the case, I'd eat a golf ball whole." Jiang Lin ignored her and directly got into the golf cart and headed toward the first hole. The end of the first hole is the starting point of the second hole. This pattern continued for the next 18 holes. Upon reaching the second hole, Jiang Lin didn't waste any words. He simply took out his golf club and positioned the ball. Observe, think, and tee off. The entire sequence of actions was executed flawlessly. Thud. A hole-in-one, spot on. This left Lu Qingkong and the others, who had previously thought Jiang Lin was arrogant, completely speechless. Is this just a coincidence? Jiang Lin didn't even bother to speak. He headed straight for the second hole. Clang. Slap. Snap. Everyone was nearly stunned by the consecutive sounds of the clubs striking the ball. They stared at Jiang Lin in disbelief. This guy had aced every hole. 18 holes, 18 strokes. Not a single miss. Chapter 120. I'm not just good at this, I'm great at many things. How is that possible? Watching Jiang Lin smoothly sink the ball into the 18th hole, Lu Qingkong felt like his brain was about to short circuit. Is this guy even human? Are you sure he's not the reincarnation of a golf god? All the young masters watching nearby were left speechless in astonishment. That's too accurate. Even in novels, it's never that accurate. After Jiang Lin finished his final shot, Han Duo rushed over with a delighted expression. Darling, you're amazing. You hit it so accurately. Jiang Lin smiled slightly. He was in good form today, and the environment was also favorable. At that moment, he finally turned his gaze to the dazed Lu Qingkong. Do you want to keep going? Lu Qingkong. Why the hell would I continue? You finished the game in 18 strokes. Even if I threw it with my hands, I couldn't get 18 strokes. Ha ha. Lu Qingkong forced a smile that looked worse than crying, and said awkwardly, I never expected Zhang's golf skills to be so terrifying. I won't mind looking ugly. Why don't we head back to the rest area and have a drink? Jiang Lin shook his head. No need. It's getting late. We should head back. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a shout suddenly rang out from the distance. Old Lu, where's the little internet celebrity? The moment the voice rang out, Lu Qingkong's face lit up with joy. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Seeing this, he burst into laughter and called out toward the distance, over here. Over here. Hurry up. He then turned to Jiang Lin and said, Jiang brother, you're indeed skilled at golf, but on the path to becoming an influencer, you still have some room for improvement. I don't have many other strengths, but I do have a wide network of connections. Come, let me introduce you to a few big influencers. Maybe they can help you out in the future. Just as he was speaking, a group of over a dozen influencers approached from the distance. The leader, a man with a shaved head, was none other than Xianqiu Yaij, Tao Zigu. Lu Qingkong saw this and hurried over, patting Tao Zi on the shoulder and saying to Jiang Lin, Brother Jiang, this is the thousand-handed brother, Tao Zi. He is the strongest influencer with over 50 million followers. If you want to develop your career in the future, you'll need to get close to Tao Zigu. Saying this, he looked at Jiang Lin with a smug expression. You little upstart, what good is it if you can play ball well? It all comes down to real ability. See that? Even Xianqiu Yaij came to support me. You're just a little influencer compared to me. Tao Zi heard Lu Qingkong's introduction and smiled arrogantly. The little internet celebrity Lu Xiao was referring to was. But before he could finish, his voice suddenly trailed off. Because at that moment, Tao Zigu was staring wide-eyed, his gaze fixed firmly on Jiang Lin. What am I seeing? He thought he was seeing things, but after blinking a few times, he realized it was none other than the thousand-handed master from yesterday. Swish! Almost all the influencers rushed toward Jiang Lin in an instant. There were over a dozen of them, all of whom were familiar faces. Lu Qingkong saw this and sneered inwardly. Haha, look, see how the big influencer teaches you a lesson? I'll see how you dare to be so arrogant now. Duo, now you know how weak your cheap boyfriend really is. However, just as he was lost in his fantasies, he suddenly witnessed an unbelievable scene. Led by Tao Zigu, the entire group of influencers came to a halt in front of Jiang Lin. They then bowed 90 degrees toward him. They shouted in unison. Good day, Mr. Jiang. Ga! The synchronized bow and the sound it produced left everyone present completely stunned. What's going on here? Isn't that the big influencer teaching him a lesson? Why did they change it to bowing? Lu Qingkong stood there dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold. Who is the big influencer? I hired this person to make a show, not to bow to someone else. In a state of utter confusion and bewilderment, Lu Qingkong couldn't help but walk up to the other person. She urgently tried to pull Tao Zigu up. Tao Zigu, what are you doing? He's just a small-time influencer. Little did she know that as soon as those words left her mouth, over a dozen influencers glared at her angrily. Tao Zigo beside him gave a cold smile. Lu Qingkong, watch your mouth. Zhang Xiansheng is a shareholder of Qianshou. He's not just some influencer. Damn it, if you want to talk big, don't drag us down with you. We just signed that humiliating agreement. If you drag us down again, we're really screwed. What? Shareholder? Lu Qingkong suddenly exclaimed in shock. A shareholder of the Qianshou platform? How is that possible? He's so young. As a seasoned live streaming enthusiast, he was well acquainted with the Qianshou platform. This is a major platform that has gone through 5 rounds of funding. After the funding, its market valuation reached a staggering 200 billion. Even the smallest shareholder must be worth at least a few billion, right? A bit better, and it's tens of billions. In other words, Zhang Lin is now a billionaire, or even a multi-billionaire. Remember, this isn't a second-generation wealthy individual. There is an essential difference between him and those spoiled brats. As for himself, Lu Qingkong still has some self-awareness. No matter how impressive he is, he only achieved his status through his father's protection. But even if someone else is just a billionaire, they can at least freely dispose of all their funds. Every penny of his wealth requires his father's approval. From this perspective alone, the other party had already crushed him. A complete defeat, an utter defeat. Zhang Lin gave Tao Zi a casual glance and said indifferently, "Don't go running around causing trouble. It's easy to get into trouble." With that, he waved his hand and dismissed them. Alright, got it. All the influencers disappeared even faster than they had arrived. All the influencers left, leaving Liu Qingkong and the others standing there in the wind, disheveled. Zhang Lin and Han Duo didn't even acknowledge them, continuing their conversation as they walked toward the golf course. "Dear, you're really amazing. Your golf skills are so good." "Of course, I'm not just good at this, I'm great at many things." "Really? I don't believe you." "Ha? Dare to doubt me? Tonight, I'll show you just how amazing I am." The two spoke in low voices, just loud enough for Liu Qingkong to hear. Upon hearing this, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Han Shichong, you actually played me like that." Liu Qingkong clenched his teeth tightly. This matter couldn't just be left like this. He couldn't touch Zhang Lin, but Han Shichong would have to pay for this. "Let's go. I'm heading back to find my father right now." He stormed out of the golf course and headed straight for his father's company. Lu Hong walked in with a smug expression. The sales of Ferraris in the country were booming. What made him even happier was that Han Shichong, as the domestic agent for Land Rover, had actually approached him to discuss a partnership. Even more astonishingly, he was being offered his daughter's hand in marriage. Why? Because the Han family was facing an economic crisis. They need his help. However, Lu Hong coldly laughed. Han Shichong, do you really think that one daughter is enough to help you through this crisis? Once my son takes your daughter, I'll make you lose both your daughter and your fortune. Even if I give you another Land Rover dealership, that wouldn't be so bad." Ha! Just as he was laughing, his son, Liu Qingkong, burst through the door. Chapter 121, A Billion-Fold Blow, Rewarding Fiat Group with 20% of its shares. Seeing his son return so quickly, Lu Hong's smile grew even broader. "Qingkong, you're back so soon? How was your date?" Upon hearing this, Liu Qingkong's face turned sour, and he almost burst into tears. "Dad, what kind of girlfriend did you introduce me to? I've been cheated on." Liu Qingkong then recounted the entire incident in detail. Immediately afterward, Lu Hong slammed his fist on the table. "You bastard, Han Shichong. How dare you treat me like this?" He shouted angrily. "Don't worry, son. We won't let this go." Does he think finding an influencer can solve his crisis? He's dreaming. Even if he's a shareholder of the Qianshou platform, so what? He's so young, how much of a stake could he possibly have? Lu Hong waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry. I'll handle this. Today, I'll revoke the funding approval for the Han family, and I'll submit an application to the global headquarters of Land Rover, requesting them to transfer the agency rights for the Great Xia Kingdom to me." "Han Shichong, you're unkind. Don't blame me for being unrighteous." Less than half an hour later, Han Shichong, the once smiling head of the Han family, received an international call. "What? Someone is competing with us for the next year's Land Rover agency rights?" Han Shichong's expression turned grim. Who? Who could it be? What? Lu Hong? After hanging up the phone, Han Shichong slumped back into his chair, looking dejected. Lu Hong was the exclusive agent for Ferrari, a wealthy and powerful company. Originally, the entire Han family's operations had hit a snag, with a severe shortage of working capital. Han Shichong wanted to collaborate with Lu Hong to stabilize his current cash flow. That's why he had arranged a meeting with him under the pretense of an arranged marriage. To his surprise, their first meeting went smoothly, and Lu Hong even agreed to provide him with over 50 million yuan in initial working capital. This gave Han Shichong great confidence.
As long as he could successfully secure this batch of vehicles, he would be able to maintain his position during the agency leadership transition. However, he never anticipated that such a twist would occur today. Lu Hong had actually gotten involved in the competition for the Land Rover dealership. As soon as he hung up the phone, he saw the office door being pushed open by his assistant. His assistant's face was filled with panic. He hurriedly said, "Chairman, it's bad news. The first batch of funds that the Lu family had promised to transfer today has been withdrawn." "What?" Han Shichong's face turned pale. If Lu Hong's funds didn't arrive, how would he pay the deposit for the order from Land Rover headquarters? Almost instinctively, he dialed Lu Hong's phone number. But all he heard was the other party's furious curses and ruthless mockery. After a few minutes, Han Shichong hung up the phone in despair. "It's over. It's all over." In a fit of rage, he immediately dialed his daughter's phone. It must be because of his daughter, otherwise, such a turn of events wouldn't have happened. He wanted to yell at the other person, but when the call connected, Han Shichong suddenly fell silent. His daughter was innocent. She shouldn't have been pushed into this. Han Shichong's wife had died young, and he had raised his daughter alone. Thinking of all this, he sighed deeply and hung up the phone. "Chairman, what should we do now?" the assistant asked with a hint of concern. "What should we do?" Han Shichong sighed deeply. All he could hope for now was that the car exhibition over the next few days would boost sales and that the bank loan would be approved. The assistant felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Given the company's current financial situation, securing a bank loan was already extremely difficult. As for the car show? There are many people looking, but few are buying. Unless we clear out all the inventory, that money won't make a difference. On the other side, Han Duo hung up the phone with an odd expression. Jiang Lin, sitting beside her, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Did your father scold you?" "No, it's just that he didn't scold me, which is why I feel strange." Han Daodu tilted her head in thought for a moment. "He's not usually like this. Did something happen?" Jiang Lin couldn't help but ask. "Probably not." Han Daodu shook her head. She was a bit confused too. Jiang Lin's eyes flickered, suddenly connecting today's events. "What does your family do?" he asked abruptly. "We make cars." Han Daodu said, "Our family is the exclusive distributor for Land Rover in the Dasha region." "I heard you mention before that the Lu Qingkong family also seems to be in the car business?" Jiang Lin frowned. "That's right. They make Ferraris, which are much bigger than ours. Maybe my dad wants me to date him because of that." Han Daodu casually said, "Our family has a booth at the car show this week." "Car show?" Jiang Lin pondered for a moment, sensing that there was definitely something going on here. Han Shichong wouldn't just suddenly make Han Daodu rush into a relationship with that rich second-generation heir. The only possibility was that the other party was facing business difficulties, and their business could happen to be of assistance. Ding! You played a round of golf, triggering a billion-fold critical hit. Reward, 20% shares of Fiat Group, making you the second-largest shareholder. The notification made Jiang Lin's heart skip a beat. A trillion-fold critical hit. This was the highest equity reward he had received since the 100 billion-fold physical critical hit. Needless to say, the name Fiat Group alone was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. In today's automotive market, luxury cars and super luxury cars may command exorbitant prices. But the real money is made by models that are widely accepted by the general public. Because these are mass-produced models, their staggering production volumes are enough to overshadow any luxury car. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Lin eagerly pulled out his phone to check the current market value of the Fiat Group. When he saw the number, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 500 billion. That's a market capitalization of 500 billion. Not 5 billion. The entire King's real estate group was only worth nearly 200 billion. And now, Jiang Lin had managed to secure a 20% stake in the Fiat Group. He has suddenly become the second largest shareholder. How much is that? A market value of 100 billion. In other words, with this single blow from the system, his net worth has skyrocketed by 100 billion. That's terrifying, that's powerful. Not only that, but the entire Fiat Group encompasses a wide range of vehicle models across all segments. The models speak for themselves, but this is not what surprised Jiang Lin the most. What truly astonished him was that two luxury car models familiar to the public actually belong to this group. They are Ferrari and Maserati. Chapter 122, Jiang Lin, assigning cars to company mid to senior management. Jiang Lin had always wanted to go to the auto show to pick out a car. Little did he know that before he could even buy one, he had become a shareholder of Fiat. Now he wouldn't have to worry about luxury cars anymore. This also made Jiang Lin glance at Han Duo. "Daodu, let us go to the car show tomorrow." Jiang Lin suddenly said. "Sure, are you planning to buy a car?" Han Daodu laughed, "We can go to our place. The Land Rover is really great." The two drove back to the villa, had dinner, and then went to rest. They didn't have time to talk all night.
The next morning, the two set off together for the auto show at the National Exhibition Center. The bustling scene at the car show exceeded Jiang Lin's imagination. Countless visitors flooded the exhibition, some to look at the cars, others to admire the car models. However, there weren't many models that actually ended up being sold. The two of them weren't in a hurry anyway, so they wandered around the entire car show. Meanwhile, in the high-end car exhibition area, in order to increase sales, Han Shichong personally took charge of overseeing the sales situation at the exhibition. The Land Rover, as a high-end model, has a solid customer base across the market. However, due to its high price, there were very few customers willing to splurge on it. After a morning of no sales, there was still not a single deal closed. Just as Han Shichong was looking gloomy, suddenly, two familiar figures walked into the Land Rover exhibition area. Oh my, Mr. Han actually came here today. That's rare. Han Shichong recognized the voice immediately. It was none other than Lu Hong, the man who had nearly driven him to bankruptcy. Upon seeing him, Han Shichong's expression darkened. Mr. Liu, you're not welcome here. Please leave. To his surprise, Lu Hong burst into laughter. Don't get so worked up. This is an exhibition area, isn't it? Exhibition areas are supposed to be open for free viewing. Mr. Han, what are you saying? The company is in this state, and you're still putting on a brave face? Look at you, you haven't made a single sale all morning. Lu Hong said with a pained expression, look at me. I'm selling Ferraris, high-end cars. They're too expensive. In the entire morning, I only made 3 sales. You, Lu Hong, get out of here. Han Shichong couldn't help but explode upon hearing this. This is so frustrating. His Land Rover is way cheaper than a Ferrari, yet he hasn't sold as many as this luxury car. How could he not be angry? Seeing Han Shichong so furious, Lu Hong and Lu Qingkong couldn't help but sneer coldly. If only we had known this would happen, why bother in the first place? Han, let me tell you straight, I'm going to take your title as agent. Lu Hong couldn't help but snort with derision. Look at you now, you're like a stray dog, utterly defeated. Once your funding chain completely breaks down, you won't just go bankrupt, you'll lose your agency rights as well. Then you'll see how miserable it is to cross someone like me, Lu Hong. Fine, Lu Hong. Han Shichong, upon hearing this, immediately pointed at Lu Hong in anger and said, it seems you never truly intended to help me from the start. You've been eyeing my agency rights all along, haven't you? Ha, now you know, but it's too late. Lu Hong laughed loudly. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for being so foolish as to actually believe I would help you. You. Han Shichong was so enraged that he felt a surge of heat in his chest and his vision went black, as if he might faint at any moment. Just then, a sudden scream echoed from the side. Immediately, a petite figure rushed over. Daddy, Daddy! Han Duo shouted anxiously. Duo, you, what are you doing here? Han Shichong snapped out of his daze and couldn't help but ask. Why can't I come? If I didn't come, you'd faint. Han Duo asked with a trembling voice, Dad, did you encounter any difficulties? Sigh. Han Shichong sighed deeply. Our company is finished. We have too much inventory piling up, and we have no funds to help us. We're going to go bankrupt soon. No, it can't be. Han Duo shook her head vigorously upon hearing this. Jiang Lin will definitely help us. Jiang Lin? Who is Jiang Lin? Han Shichong looked puzzled, then suddenly realized that Lu Hong had mentioned that name to him yesterday. It was precisely because of Jiang Lin that Lu Qingkong had become so enraged. But now that things have come to this, there's no point in pursuing it further. He could only sigh and shake his head, saying, it's no use. No one can help us now. That's not necessarily true. A low voice suddenly pierced Han Shichong's ears. He snapped his head up and saw Jiang Lin walking over with a calm expression. Hello, uncle. I'm Jiang Lin. After all, the other man was Han Duo's father, so Jiang Lin decided it was best to meet him. If Han Shichong saw anyone else, he might have started yelling right away. However, upon seeing Jiang Lin, he realized that the man was unlike anyone else. There was no need to mention his appearance. The composed demeanor he exuded was something ordinary people could never possess. Before he could speak, Lu Qingkong pointed at Jiang Lin and coldly said, Dad, it's him. He's Jiang Lin. Lu Hong, upon hearing this, coldly stared at Jiang Lin and couldn't help but say in a deep voice, Young man, I advise you not to get involved here. The waters are too deep, I fear you might not be able to swim. Though he didn't say it outright, the warning was clear. However, Jiang Lin didn't even glance at him. Instead, he said directly, Mr. Han, how many inventory vehicles do you have left? Han Shichong almost blurted out, each model has around 100 units, and the total is just under 1,000. What? 1,000 vehicles? Han Duo couldn't help but exclaim in shock. If each Land Rover is priced at 800,000 yuan on average, that's 800 million in inventory. No wonder Dad said we're going bankrupt. With so much inventory, if we can't sell it, we'll be bankrupt for sure. All right. Jiang Lin only said one word before raising his hand and gesturing toward the outside. Mr. Chow, Mr. Chen, come in. As he spoke, two middle-aged men with imposing demeanors, dressed in suits, walked in.
At that moment, Lu Hong, who had been watching the commotion, suddenly changed expression.
Qianqiu lives Chow Yunfei and King Real Estate's Chen Shan? Though not from the same industry, he was well acquainted with these two heavyweights.
One was the CEO of a live streaming giant, while the other was the CEO of a top-tier real estate company. These two men were the kind of people who could shake the earth with a single step, no matter where they went. Yet here they were, appearing together. Just as everyone was puzzled, the two executives walked up to Zhang Lin and bowed simultaneously. Mr. Jiang.
Click. Everyone froze in shock. What the hell is going on here? The two bigwigs are actually greeting Zhang Lin? And they look so humble. Zhang Lin ignored their shock and addressed the two men.
Look at this, even when assigning vehicles to mid to senior level company executives, they demand Land Rovers.
Chapter 123, it's time to replace the Ferrari agent. Alright, Mr. Jiang. Xiao Yunfei nodded.
My side might not have as many as Mr. Chen's, but together we're only around 300 people.
Alright, then order 300 vehicles.
You can choose the models yourself, just discuss it with Mr. Han later. Zhang Lin turned to Chen Shan beside him.
What about you? Chen Shan thought for a moment. The exact numbers for the company aren't very accurate. How about this, Mr. Jiang? Whatever's left, King Real Estate will cover it. Whoa!
At those words, Han Shichong instantly sucked in a cold breath.
What the hell? Just take it all? That's nearly 700 vehicles. One at 300, and one at 700. Isn't that clearing out the entire inventory? At that moment, Zhang Lin suddenly smiled at Han Shichong and said, Uncle Han, do you think this is acceptable? Yes, absolutely. Han Shichong's lips trembled with excitement.
The crisis was resolved, and the cash flow wouldn't be interrupted.
This would bring in nearly 800 million in one go. Although the transaction hasn't been finalized yet, who are these two men? Even if it were 18 billion, they wouldn't bat an eyelid. This is impossible. Lu Hong, who was watching the commotion from the side, couldn't believe his ears and blurted out in disbelief.
Just moments ago, he had been mocking the other party for being in a desperate situation. But he never expected that Zhang Lin's arrival would resolve everything so easily. Deep down, he refused to believe it.
But those were Chow Yunfei and Chen Shan. The two big shots wouldn't joke around about something like this. Upon hearing Lu Hong's exclamation, the two big shots turned to look at him simultaneously. Xiao Yunfei glanced at him and immediately recognized him as a villain. He then smiled faintly. How could it be impossible?
Mr. Jiang is the largest shareholder of King Real Estate and the Thousand Hands platform. His words are as good as an imperial edict. Chen Zong, standing beside him, nodded in agreement.
Don't question Mr. Chow's words. Even if Mr. Jiang isn't the absolute majority shareholder, his influence is nearly absolute. What? At that moment, everyone present was completely stunned. The largest shareholder of King's Real Estate and Qianqiu platform? This is impossible.
Lu Hong's eyes were filled with disbelief.
This young man, who looked younger than his own son, was the mastermind behind these two colossal entities? Lu Qingkong felt a chill run down his spine.
He had assumed Zhang Lin was just a minor shareholder of Qianqiu. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect him to be the largest shareholder. What shocked him even more was that the other party was also the largest shareholder of the entire King's Real Estate.
This is unbelievable. He felt like he had hit a brick wall. No, not a brick wall, but a steel wall, or even a titanium alloy wall.
Han Shichong was also completely stunned. From the moment this young man appeared, less than 3 minutes had passed.
All his crises had been resolved effortlessly. What kind of power is this? What kind of energy? At that moment, he looked at his daughter and couldn't help but want to say to her, if I had known you had such a boyfriend, you should have told me sooner. Why did I force you to marry someone like that? Even if you were his mistress, the entire company would thrive.
At this point, even someone as cunning as him couldn't help but let his joy show. He excitedly grasped Zhang Lin's hands.
Mr. Jiang, such kindness Han Shichong truly has no way to repay you. From today onward, my daughter will be under your care. What do you think? Put.
Zhang Lin nearly spat blood from Han Shichong's sudden outburst.
Uncle, you just sold your daughter without a second thought? Do you have to be so ruthless? Cough.
Zhang Lin cleared his throat and hurriedly said, Uncle, there's no need for this.
I was just helping out.
As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something.
Right, Uncle, since you're so familiar with car dealerships, what about taking on another brand? Oh? Take on another brand? Han Shichong's eyes lit up. He had thought about it, but he didn't have the resources to negotiate such a deal. If it were a regular brand, it might be manageable, but if it were a high-end brand, they probably wouldn't even consider my qualifications. Zhang Lin smiled faintly. It's nothing. It's not a big brand, just Ferrari. What? Ferrari? Han Shichong couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Isn't that the brand Lu Hong is representing? Why would they give it to me? Oh, don't worry about that. He won't be the agent for much longer. Jiang Lin shook his head. Lu Hong, who was nearby, couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Jiang, I admit your abilities are indeed formidable, even surpassing my expectations. His expression darkened, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. However, the Ferrari's regional agent for the Great Xia Kingdom has always been my Lu family. How could it be changed by just your words? Lu Qingkong, standing beside him, couldn't help but chime in. Exactly, no matter how strong you are, can you really influence Ferrari? Lu Qingkong snorted derisively. You wouldn't go so far as to make such a grand promise to the entire Han family just for one Han duo, would you? Although Lu Qingkong was clearly trying to show off. However, it couldn't be denied that there was some truth to what she said. Even Xiao Yunfei and Chen Shan exchanged glances. They could all see the confusion in each other's eyes. Others might not know, but they were well aware of foreign capital. After all, Ferrari is owned by the massive Fiat Group. And to change the agency decision, it would at least require someone with influence within the Fiat Group. Although they hadn't had much contact with Jiang Lin, they knew that Mr. Jiang never spoke arrogantly. If he was confident, then he must truly be confident. But this raises a problem. Both of them felt a chill run down their spines, as they both thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that Jiang Lin actually has his own influence within the Fiat Group? Before their thoughts could fully form, Lu Hong's phone suddenly rang. He instinctively opened his phone and was startled to see it was a call from abroad. Instantly, his eyebrow twitched, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. Could it be that coincidental? With a mix of anxiety and trepidation, he answered the call. Hello, Mr. Steven, how are you? Before he could say much, his expression suddenly changed, and he let out a startled cry. Why? How can it be cancelled just like that? Everyone who heard this immediately understood. The Lu family's agency status had actually been revoked. Whoa! A series of gasps echoed through the crowd. There was nothing to be done, it was simply too shocking. They looked at Jiang Lin in disbelief. He had just finished speaking, and it had already come true. If this wasn't a coincidence, then it must have been intentional. Jiang Lin had anticipated this outcome long ago. He smiled and turned to Han Shichong with a grin. Uncle, the Ferrari people should be contacting you later. Given your current state, why not let Dowdo stay here to keep you company? Saying that, he turned and walked toward the exit. Jiang Lin. Han Shichong felt at a loss for words. But before he could speak, he heard Jiang Lin suddenly stop. Oh, by the way, besides Ferrari, there's another brand you could take on as an agent, Maserati. At those words, Han Shichong froze in place. Chapter 124, The True Big Spender. Jiang Lin goes on a shopping spree at the car show. The agency rights for Ferrari and Maserati? Han Shichong muttered in disbelief. Dodo, who exactly is your boyfriend? He couldn't believe that the other party had decided the dealership rights for his two luxury cars with just one sentence. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong was so enraged he nearly fainted on the spot. He turned around, grabbed Liu Qingkong, and fled the scene in a hurry. If he stayed any longer, he might just die here. Xiao Yunfei and Chen Shan exchanged shocked glances. They all saw the horror in each other's eyes. Jiang Lin left Han Shichong's booth but didn't plan to leave immediately. He had finally made it to the auto show and thought it was the perfect opportunity to buy a few cars. Although he owned shares in Pfister, he was limited to Ferrari and Maserati. He wanted to take a closer look at other brands. Jiang Lin first entered the Aston Martin section. The area was crowded with visitors, many of whom couldn't afford the cars but were there to admire them. Moreover, as a top-tier luxury car brand, Aston Martin's car models were exceptionally attractive. However, Jiang Lin only glanced briefly before looking away. Because these models were mostly green TES. Once they sensed you had money, they wouldn't even need you to speak, they'd come to you on their own. Jiang Lin knew little about luxury cars, so after browsing around, he realized he had no idea which one to choose. With no other option, he approached a girl who looked like a staff member and couldn't help but ask, "Hello, who should I speak to if I want to buy a car?" The girl turned her head after hearing him and gave Jiang Lin a quick once-over. Look around first, then decide. She had intended to say, look around first, because there were so many people asking for consultations, and most of them were just talking big, wasting her time without making a single sale. However, before she could finish, her gaze fell on the watch on Jiang Lin's wrist. Coincidentally, she was a watch enthusiast with an uncontrollable obsession for high-end luxury watches. As a result, she immediately recognized that Jiang Lin's watch was from a top-tier brand, Patek Philippe. Moreover, it was a super complicated chronograph watch. The price was at least several $1,000,000. Wow! A young man who looks so stylish and handsome is wearing a watch worth over 10 million. There were only two words to describe it: rich, absolutely rich. So, she forced herself to swallow the word she was about to say and instead smiled and said, "Which one do you like? I can give you a detailed introduction, sir." Jiang Lin looked at the saleswoman, whose attitude had suddenly changed, and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He shook his head and said, "I don't know much about cars. No problem, she replied with a smile. I can walk you through each one and help you compare them, the saleswoman said enthusiastically. However, John Lin waved his hand. No need to go through all that trouble. I have one standard when buying a car, just pick the most expensive one, the saleswoman said. Listen to that's what you call a wealthy individual. Others buy cars by comparing different models, getting detailed explanations, and even doing model comparisons. Some even go online to research extensively, only to end up choosing a base model. All for the sake of showing off when they drive it back home. But look at them, they don't ask a single question, they just buy. If it's not the right one, they just buy the most expensive one. That's true generosity. Sir, the most expensive model we have here is the 177 Global Limited Edition, priced at a staggering $47 million. The female salesperson couldn't help but feel a little regret after saying that. She was too honest. When they said it was the most expensive, you just recommended the expensive one. What if they can't afford it? That would make the customer feel awkward, wouldn't it? However, as soon as she finished speaking, she heard Jiang Lin nod and swipe his card. Oh, great. The female salesperson was taken aback for a moment, then her face lit up with sheer joy. This guy is a real big spender. A car worth over $40 million, and he just swipes it without a second thought. Not even batting an eyelid. At that moment, the female saleswoman couldn't help but think to herself, Big brother, can you swipe me away too? Just give the order, and I'll jump into your bed without batting an eyelid. Unfortunately, her looks aren't even worth an 80 out of 100, so she doesn't even catch John Lin's eye. But a luxury car worth tens of millions has already earned her a hefty commission. Sir, this way please. Under the respectful gaze of the female saleswoman, Jiang Lin was led to Aston's signing area. Soon, the general manager of the entire district personally came over to handle Jiang Lin's business. This was a true tycoon, so he had to be treated as a VIP. While he was handling the paperwork, the news spread throughout the entire exhibition area. A handsome tycoon had just waved his hand and bought an Aston Martin worth over $40 million. Such news left countless visitors in awe. Under the respectful gazes of the general manager and other employees, Jiang Lin left the Aston Martin showroom. Whenever he wanted to pick up the car, all he had to do was give a word, and it would be delivered to his address. Next up, Bentley. Sir, what model would you like? We have the Bentayga, Mulsanne, and Flying Spur, among others. You can choose any of them. No need to choose. Just the Mulsanne and the Azure, one of each. What? Oh, okay. Hello, sir, what kind of car would you like? Besides the Maybach, do you have any other models? Give me the top-of-the-line model. Swipe the card. Jiang Lin seemed like a tornado at that moment, leaving a trail of chaos in his wake. Bugatti Veyron, swipe the card. Lamborghini, Venom, Reventon, Batmobile, swipe the card. Soon, a large crowd of onlookers gathered behind Jiang Lin. Because they had never seen someone so wealthy buying cars as casually as buying groceries. Even when buying vegetables, one would pick and choose the best ones. But he didn't even bother to look. As long as the price was high enough, he paid without hesitation and made the purchase. While Jiang Lin was on a shopping spree, two ordinary-looking individuals blended into the crowd at the exhibition hall. They appeared to be in their 30s, one tall and one short, and their speech seemed to carry a regional accent. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in their eyes. Brother, with so many people around, where are we supposed to find her? The shorter one couldn't help but whisper. Simple, the taller one replied. The boss said she's working as a manager at the Rolls-Royce store. If we find the Rolls-Royce, we'll find her. I just don't get it. With all that money at home, why would she come here to sell cars? You don't understand. These wealthy people just prefer this kind of thing. Stop wasting time. Let's find her first. What? Boss, should we just go for it? Are you kidding? Did a donkey kick you in the head? There are so many people here. Do you want us to get arrested? Let us observe first and wait for the right opportunity. Just as they were talking, the two of them headed toward the Rolls-Royce exhibition area. Jiang Lin had been browsing for a while and was about to call it a day. But unexpectedly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a brand that caught his interest. Rolls-Royce, one of the world's top luxury cars. An absolute symbol of status. Moreover, this brand isn't just popular among young people, it's also a favorite among successful individuals who have achieved great success in life. Jiang Lin thought to himself, I suppose I can count myself as a successful person now. Therefore, Rolls-Royce was the obvious choice. Chapter 125, Rolls-Royce vs. Wuling Hongguang. As Jiang Lin entered the Rolls-Royce showroom, a girl dressed in a black OL uniform approached him. At first glance, Jiang Lin couldn't help but be captivated by her beauty. She was beautiful, absolutely stunning. She appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, with a delicate oval face and skin so smooth it seemed almost translucent. And her long, jet black hair. Her beauty was at least a 90 out of 100.
As for her figure, the waist-hugging blazer perfectly accentuated her curves, and the bodycon skirt revealed a pair of long, straight legs, wrapped in black stockings. Also over 90 points. It can be said without hesitation that, despite both being in sales, this girl and Luo Yifei have completely different auras. Luo Yifei is elegant, alluring, and captivating. This young woman, however, exudes an air of nobility from head to toe. She is not an ordinary person. Jiang Lin only glanced at her once, but he couldn't help but think to himself. However, what Jiang Lin didn't expect was that this stunningly beautiful girl trembled in her heart the moment she saw him. Oh my god, it's him. It's actually him. Qin Yuning was nearly overcome with excitement. Because others might not care, but as a fan of Mojichi and an audience member at her adult concert, how could she not pay attention to Jiang Lin? His song Grey Avatar was still being sung and shared online endlessly. In fact, many fans had even formed a fan club for Jiang Lin on their own. She even took on the role of president within the group. What all the fans never expected was that this Jiang Lin wasn't a singer in the music industry, but a university graduate. But this doesn't hinder her admiration for Jiang Lin in the slightest. Qin Yuning had just heard that a wealthy individual had become famous throughout the entire exhibition area. Although she was here to experience life, she couldn't just break the rules and leave the exhibition area. Now that Jiang Lin had arrived, she rushed over immediately, only to discover that he was her idol. Even with her professional composure, Qin Yuning couldn't help but excitedly exclaim, "Mr. Jiang, I'm your fan." "Fan? You know me?" Jiang Lin looked at her in surprise. Before he could think of how to strike up a conversation, she had already taken the initiative. "Of course I do. Your song Grey Avatar has been on repeat on my playlist." Hearing her say that, Jiang Lin finally understood. "So you discovered me at the concert. Thank you for liking my songs, but I'm just a hobbyist, not a professional singer." Jiang Lin smiled kindly. "It's okay, I don't just like your songs, I also like." Qin Yuning blurted out instinctively, but before she could finish, she felt something was off. Her face flushed red, and she quickly changed the subject. "What kind of car do you like? I can help you find one." "No need, I know all about Rolls Royces." Jiang Lin laughed. "Drive me a Phantom and a Cullinan. I'll swipe my card." "Really? That's great." Qin Yuning smiled and nodded, leading Jiang Lin to handle the paperwork. While handling the paperwork, Qin Yuning couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Jiang, would you like to drive it away now, or have us deliver it to your designated location?" Jiang Lin thought for a moment and said, "I'll drive it away then. I'll take the Cullinan, and have someone bring the other one back later." "Deliver the car?" Qin Yuning's heart skipped a beat. This was a rare chance to be so close to her idol she couldn't miss it. "Qin Yuning, you can't be timid, you have to go for it." So, she suddenly looked at Jiang Lin with a smile and said, "Mr. Jiang, the paperwork will be done shortly. If you're in a hurry, I can drive one for you so it won't delay your schedule." Jiang Lin heard this and thought, "That's great. I was just wondering how to invite you, and here you are offering to help." "Alright, that would be a great help." Jiang Lin nodded. "I'll lead the way up front. Try to keep up." "Alright, I'll take care of it." Being able to drive with her idol, Qin Yuning looked calm on the surface, but inside she was thrilled beyond words. Before long, all the paperwork was almost done. The two then left the exhibition stand together and headed to the designated garage to pick up the car. At that moment, near the Rolls-Royce exhibition stand, two figures, one tall and one short, appeared quietly. "Big brother, that girl's gone. Let's go, follow them." The two followed Jiang Lin and Qin Yuning from a distance, waiting for an opportunity to act. However, surveillance cameras were installed almost everywhere in the entire exhibition area. The two weren't amateurs. Acting here would be a surefire way to get caught. There was nothing they could do, they could only watch helplessly as Jiang Lin and Qin Yuning walked into the garage. "Big brother, they're inside." "I know. What should we do now?" "Don't panic, let me think." Suddenly, the tall guy slapped his forehead. "Right. They mentioned picking up the car earlier. If they're picking up the car, they must be planning to leave here. Let's go outside and block them. Tell the others to get ready. We can't let her escape." "Big brother, what about the guy?" "Nonsense, tie him up too. A guy who can afford a Rolls Royce must be loaded." "Got it, a fat sheep, haha." The two of them turned around and sped away from the exhibition hall. Jiang Lin and Qin Yuning had no idea what was happening outside. The two of them walked to the garage and got into the cars they had chosen earlier. Jiang Lin chose the Cullinan, while Qin Yuning chose the Phantom. Their WeChat and phone numbers were already connected. Jiang Lin spoke into his WeChat, "I've followed them. I'm leaving now." Soon after, Qin Yuning's sweet voice came through WeChat. "Got it, idol." With a slight smile, Jiang Lin started the Cullinan, and the two cars drove out of the garage one after the other. At the same time, at the exit of the exhibition hall's garage, a figure wearing a baseball cap was closely monitoring the movements at the exit. Suddenly, he saw two Rolls Royces emerge from inside. The man in the baseball cap immediately pulled out his phone and issued a voice command. "Big brother, the target has appeared.
The target has appeared. Received. We're already following them. Hurry up and catch up. Got it. John Lin was driving the Cullinan for the first time. Although he had previously owned a Carman King, which was also an SUV, it couldn't compare to the Cullinan in terms of speed. Why? Because the Carman King is too heavy.
It was designed from top to bottom for driver safety, so it can only reach a maximum speed of 140 km/h. Now, John Lin only needs to press the accelerator to experience the thrill of acceleration.
This is different from the Black Arrow.
Heavy, stable, and yet fast. Overcome by the thrill of the chase, John Lin began to cruise along the outer ring road. But even he didn't expect that two Wuling Hongguang vehicles were closely tailing the two luxury cars behind him.
Chapter 126,
John Lin, I originally planned to let you go. A Wuling Hongguang chasing a Rolls-Royce. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you'd never believe it. These two vehicles were completely incomparable. But now, not only were the Wuling Hongguangs not falling behind, they were clinging tightly to the Rolls-Royce in front. Why? Because these two Wuling Hongguang vehicles, while appearing to be Wuling Hongguang on the surface, have been completely modified internally. If you open the doors, you'll see that the originally spacious interior has been mostly taken up by two small oxygen tanks. The engine of the Wuling Hongguang is actually sourced from a racing car. Although they are second-hand, they can still deliver impressive power. Combined with two nitrous oxide tanks for acceleration, it can achieve speeds rivaling those of a supercar. Why go to such lengths? Because the 8 people in this vehicle are a group of seasoned criminals who have been planning this heist for a long time. One of them, known as Old 4, is a master at modifying vehicles. Modifying the Wuling Hongguang serves two purposes: first, to disguise its appearance and avoid detection, and second, to unleash terrifying speed at critical moments to shake off pursuing security personnel.
These highway robbers have used this tactic to commit numerous crimes. And they have managed to evade the law. This time, they had been hired by someone else, who paid them a hefty sum to kidnap a person. They planned to demand a ransom and then kill the victim. However, they are unaware of the ultimate purpose behind this mission. However, they stand to gain enormous profits, not only from their employer but also from the ransom. The catch was that they had to escape. Seeing Jiang Lin driving toward the outer ring road, the boss, sitting in one of the Wuling Hongguang vehicles, couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is truly a case of heaven may forgive those who sin, but those who sin against themselves have no one to blame but themselves. We were just wondering when to strike. They never expected the other side to create the conditions themselves. Once they reached the outskirts of the city, where there were few people and no surveillance cameras, they could act immediately. The boss looked out the window at the sky. It was nearly dusk, the perfect time. At the same time, John Lin also noticed something unusual outside the car. Through the rearview mirror, he saw two Wuling Hongguang vehicles tailing him closely. Could a Wuling Hongguang keep up with a Rolls-Royce? This was already a highly sensitive matter. Just as John Lin was about to ask Qin Yuning in the other car, suddenly, one of the Wuling Hongguang vehicles suddenly accelerated and overtaken him from the side. Ha! When did the Wuling Hongguang get so fast? John Lin spoke with a puzzled expression. Although he wasn't on the highway, he was already close to 100 km/h. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan traveling at 100 km/h was actually overtaken by a Wuling Hongguang? John Lin's first thought was that it must be a modified vehicle. His second reaction was to brake. Because, after overtaking him, the Wuling Hongguang suddenly came to a stop in the middle of the road. John Lin instinctively turned the steering wheel and quickly tapped the brakes repeatedly. Finally, he came to a stop in front of the Wuling Hongguang. Behind him, Qin Yuning also managed to stop her car after several braking maneuvers. Clunk! As soon as the car came to a stop, Qin Yuning got out with a puzzled expression. How did you stop the car? In the middle of the road? Aren't you afraid of causing an accident? She spoke up in a slightly annoyed tone. But as soon as she spoke, she sensed something was wrong. For masked men got out of the Wuling Hongguang, and in their hands were various weapons. Wrenches, crowbars, what's that? A kitchen knife? Idle, him, them. She instinctively ran toward Jiang Lin's car, just as she saw Jiang Lin get out with a calm expression. Don't worry, they're probably just asking for directions. Qin Yuning, oh. Brother, have you ever seen someone asking for directions while holding a weapon? It's almost dark. Can we not make such cold jokes? Just then, Qin Yuning suddenly heard the sound of brakes screeching behind her. Immediately, she saw a Wuling Hongguang pull up. 3 figures got out of the car. They were also holding various weapons. Jiang Lin looked at them, reached out, and pulled Qin Yuning behind him. He asked calmly, "Gentlemen, have you lost your way? Where are you heading? I can navigate you there." The leader laughed coldly and said, "Sure, I want to check out the safe in your house." "Lead the way." "Safe?" Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. "So you weren't asking for directions? That's a real shame. I was planning to let you go." Ha! Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. The leader sneered, "You're letting us go? That's hilarious. You're not getting out of here today. If you know what's good for you, just come with us. We'll give you the money to ransom yourself later. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. The second in command interjected, don't even think about struggling. We've already had the third guy lay down nails behind us. Even if you call the police, it won't help. The tires are already flat. How are you going to chase us? John Lin heard this and his eyes narrowed. It seemed this group had been planning this for a long time. Enough talk. Grab them and bring them to me. We need to report this properly. The leader waved his hand, and the 7 men surrounded John Lin and the other person. Idol, what should we do? Qin Yuning clung tightly to John Lin's arm, asking fearfully. What should we do? Stay here and wait for me for a minute. John Lin patted her shoulder and, with a swift movement, walked toward the 4 people across from them. I just heard that you seem to be acting on someone's orders? Tell me, and I'll let you go. John Lin said calmly. Let us go? Ha ha. The leader sneered. You should be begging us to let you go. Attack him. Just don't kill him. As he spoke, the 4 men attacked. Tools like wrenches, crowbars, and kitchen knives were swung around, though without much skill. However, they had a fierce determination, and most people wouldn't dare to confront them head-on. However, John Lin, who witnessed this, coldly smiled and advanced instead of retreating. His movements were as graceful as a butterfly flitting through flowers, darting back and forth among the 4 men. Crack! For crisp sounds followed, and then the 4 men let out agonized screams as they were sent flying backward. Behind them, the 3 who had been about to attack were completely stunned. What's going on? How come I didn't even see what happened? It's already over? This is bad, he knows martial arts. Grab her. In an instant, the 4th man snapped out of it and lunged toward Qin Yuning, who was nearby. He finally understood the man before him, John Lin, was a wolf in sheep's clothing. There is no way we can beat him. However, before he could act, John Lin charged toward the 3 of them even faster. With a series of loud thuds, the 3 of them were also knocked down. Qin Yuning, shocked beyond belief. Is my idol really this powerful? Before she could speak, the sound of a motorbike roared in the distance. Big brother, is it done? The 3rd brother, who had arrived late, got off the electric motorcycle and was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 127, The Master Thief was forced to cry by John Lin. What's going on here? The 3rd brother looked at his brothers lying all over the ground and couldn't help but feel stunned. Then he saw John Lin smiling at him. You're the only one left, aren't you? For some reason, the 3rd brother felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing those words. He instinctively turned and ran, but was struck by a flying crowbar, sending him crashing to the ground. John Lin walked toward him step by step. Terrified, the 3rd brother panicked and backed away. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll call the police. The leader, pfft. Are you out of your mind? We're the bad guys here. Crack. John Lin kicked him hard, dislocating his thigh with precision. At that moment, he clapped his hands and said, All right, now tell me, who sent you here? Everyone fell silent. Damn it, after a lifetime of hunting geese, I ended up getting pecked in the eye by one. They never imagined that John Lin, who looked harmless, could be so terrifying. The leader sighed bitterly, All right, we surrender. We won't even bother with the kidnapping. You haven't lost anything. Let's just call it even and go our separate ways. Not kidnap us? John Lin raised an eyebrow and coldly replied, Did I agree? Everyone, ooh. Damn it, what do you want then? Are you still making us continue? Just say it. What's your purpose? If we agree, I'll let you go. John Lin spoke calmly, If you don't explain properly, I'll have the police come and release you. No, no. The boss kept waving his hands. I said, actually, we're not here to kidnap you. We're here to kidnap her. The leader pointed to Qin Yuning in the distance. Her? John Lin raised an eyebrow. Why? I don't know either. The boss just told us to give her 5 million, kidnap her, and demand a ransom. Once the ransom is paid, we can kill her. Qin Yuning's face turned pale upon hearing this. She hadn't expected these people to be after her. Oh, who is the boss? Jiang Lin asked. We don't know either. The boss hurriedly spoke up. He only gave us a phone number, saying that once we succeed, we should send him a short video, and he'll give us further instructions afterward. Ha? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow, feeling like he had been unwittingly drawn into some kind of conspiracy. He paused for a moment before asking Qin Yuning, Have you offended anyone recently? Qin Yuning tilted her head and thought for a moment before shaking her head. No, I shouldn't have it work. If there is, it must be from the family side. Family? Jiang Lin's heart stirred. He suspected that Qin Yuning's background was not simple, and it seemed he was right. Qin Yuning nodded and said, Yes, my family has some influence, so there might be some rival factions targeting us. Why kidnap you if they want to take action? Jiang Lin couldn't help but feel curious. Because I'm the only daughter of the Qin family. My father passed away early, and recently my grandfather's health hasn't been good. If something were to happen to him, I would be the sole heir. Oh?
Jiang Lin felt a sudden realization, as if he had figured something out. It seems like this is a matter of inheritance disputes among the wealthy families. No need to say more. Whoever orchestrated this must be connected to the Qin family's inner circle.
From what you're saying, it seems like you've already figured out who the mastermind is? Jiang Lin asked. Qin Yuning nodded.
If I'm not mistaken, it should be my cousin, Qin Sheng. If I were to die, he would be the most likely heir to the family fortune. Thinking of this, Qin Yuning couldn't help but feel a bit worried. He's always been scheming behind the scenes, and I've been trying to find evidence, but I just can't catch him in the act.
Jiang Lin smiled lightly upon hearing this. Alright, the opportunity has arrived. Opportunity? What opportunity? Qin Yuning looked at him in surprise. There they are, those people are the opportunity.
Jiang Lin turned to look at the few people lying on the ground.
Alright, if you want to leave safely, you must do exactly as I say. Do you understand?
Understood.
Everyone nodded in agreement.
There was no choice after all, he was a member of the Wolf clan.
Jiang Lin nodded, then clapped his hands and said, Alright, let's continue with the kidnapping.
What?
Again?
The leader couldn't help but speak up in fear. Sir, can you please let us go?
We won't dare to do it again. Jiang Lin heard this and suddenly glared at them. What? You want to run? No, we won't run. Then what are you standing there for? Keep kidnapping them. Everyone was on the verge of tears.
This was their first time encountering criminals being forced to kidnap someone. In the end, under Jiang Lin's fierce glare, the 8 of them had no choice but to continue their act. However, this time, Jiang Lin and Qin Yuning held hands as they got into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The boss was driving up front. Fortunately, there were some chilled drinks inside the Cullinan, and the 2 of them sipped them while driving toward their destination. The boss was overwhelmed with emotion. He had never seen someone being kidnapped look so comfortable before. According to the plan, once they arrived at the location, they needed to send a short video to the other party. Meanwhile, in a secluded villa in the capital city, the effeminate-looking Qin Qing was staring anxiously at his phone. The old man's health was deteriorating day by day. If he didn't come up with a plan soon, once the will is finalized, he'll have no chance. Therefore, Qin Sheng had no choice but to take a desperate risk.
Once I inherit the family fortune, I'll instantly become a billionaire.
A faint smile of excitement flashed across Qin Sheng's lips.
Such terrifying wealth, who could resist such temptation?
However, half a day had already passed, and there was still no sign of movement. Just as he was growing anxious, the 8-member Jiangyang bandit gang had already brought Jiang Lin and Qin Yuning to an old, dilapidated house in the middle of nowhere.
Brother, do you like this place?
The eldest brother attended to him carefully.
Jiang Lin glanced around and nodded. It'll do.
He pointed to the empty room nearby and ordered them to clean it up to serve as the recording site.
Alright, got it. 8 people hurried off to tidy it up.
Qin Yuning, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh at the scene.
Idol, this is the most interesting kidnapping I've ever seen. Jiang Lin smiled. Don't worry, you'll have to act convincingly later. Once the video is sent out, we'll call the police. Let's make sure the police arrive at the same time as that Qin Sheng.
Soon, the scene was set. The 8-person group brought ropes and instructed them to temporarily bind Qin Yuning. They placed her in the corner and dirted her body, making it look convincing. The leader then took out his phone and began recording Qin Yuning.
Alright, bro, I've sent it. After finishing everything, the leader hurriedly told Jiang Lin. Alright. Let's wait and see. Jiang Lin instructed the others to release Qin Yuning and have her prepared to report the incident to the police.
On the other side, Qin Sheng, who had been waiting anxiously, suddenly heard the sound of her phone. He grabbed it and opened the message immediately. Instantly, Qin Yuning's figure appeared on the screen. Chapter 128, The Impulsive Policewoman. Woo! In the video, Qin Yuning's eyes were filled with panic as she struggled desperately, but it was all in vain.
Yes, that's it.
Qin Sheng excitedly slapped his thigh. Seeing Qin Yuning in such a state, he even felt his blood boiling. He hurriedly said into the WeChat message, Good, you did well. Now, you can release her. Send me another video afterward, and I'll transfer the remaining 3 million yuan to you. On the other side, the boss played the phone's audio for Jiang Lin and the others to hear.
Qin Yuning turned pale upon hearing this.
Qin Sheng, you're so ruthless. Jiang Lin looked at the leader of the 8-person group and said, Reply to him now and tell him to come over.
Alright, got it.
The boss nodded and replied as Jiang Lin had instructed earlier. Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow, surprised that there was a response so quickly.
He instinctively opened it and heard the leader's voice. Master, we don't do murder. The risk is too high. If you want to act, you can do it yourself.
Qin Sheng flew into a rage upon hearing this.
What are you talking about? I paid you to do this. Now you won't even act? 5 million for this?
Boss, we can forego the final payment, but kidnapping and killing are beyond what we can do. If something goes wrong in the future, at least we can minimize the risk.
Qin Xing, then what conditions do you need to take action?
The boss, no conditions are possible.
We're leaving now. If you don't come, we'll have to let her go.
Qin Xing's face turned ashen.
If they let her go, wouldn't that be for nothing? Everything we've done would be for nothing. Qin Xing, wait, you can't leave. Give me the address, I'll go there now.
In the face of $100 billion fortune, reason no longer mattered.
Qin Xing clenched his teeth.
This was something he had to do himself to feel at ease. Soon, the other party sent him a location. Qin Chung changed into different clothes, put on a baseball cap, and walked out the door.
To avoid arousing suspicion, he didn't drive.
Instead, he took a taxi, switching vehicles 3 or 4 times along the way. Finally, he even stole an electric scooter to ride out to the suburbs. Upon arriving at the location, he peeked out and surveyed the surroundings.
No one was there.
At that moment, he walked inside and indeed spotted Qin Yuning's figure in the corner. He smiled. The 8 people had probably already left.
Now, there were only the 2 of them there. Ha, didn't expect that, did you? Qin Xing sneered. Qin Yuning, you've come to this?
Qin Yuning struggled to get away, but it was no use. Qin Xing raised his head, revealing a hideous face beneath his duckbill cap.
Don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame your grandfather.
Qin Chung spoke as he reached into his robe, drawing a fruit knife into his hand.
You're dead.
I'll take over everything in the Qin family. Qin Xing grinned savagely as he moved closer to the other person.
Don't be afraid, it'll just hurt for a moment. Killing someone is easy.
He trembled slightly as he reached out and grabbed Qin Yuning's collar. The other hand raised high, the knife glinting in the twilight with a chilling gleam. Swish! He swung down without hesitation, aiming straight for Qin Yuning's throat. However, just as he was about to strike, a piercing sound suddenly echoed from the distance. Qin Xing instinctively turned his head to look, only to see a green brick hitting him square in the face.
Bang! Ah!
A piercing scream echoed as Qin Xing was sent flying through the air. Only Jiang Lin could strike his opponent with such precision in the blink of an eye. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the 8-man team charged forward and pinned Qin Xing to the ground.
At that moment, Jiang Lin walked out holding his phone, having recorded the entire scene. Are you okay, you know? Jiang Lin asked Qin Yuning, who was in the corner.
Qin Yuning untied the ropes, shook her head with a smile, and said, "Idle, I'm fine."
Did I act convincingly just now? Jiang Lin. It's not the time to worry about acting. Women's thought processes are truly unique.
Just then, the sound of a police car could be heard outside.
All right, the police are here. I'll go out to meet them. Otherwise, they might not find us.
Jiang Lin put away his phone and turned toward the door. However, as soon as he stepped out the front door, he was met by a policewoman in uniform rushing toward him.
Hey! You're going to die.
Su Wan shouted loudly. As a newly recruited police officer, she had finally encountered such a case and couldn't wait to act.
The moment she saw Jiang Lin, she didn't hesitate to act.
Facing a criminal, she wouldn't show the slightest mercy.
With a swift kick, she aimed for Jiang Lin.
As an elite member of the police force, her martial arts skills were no less impressive. However, just as she thought she could take him down with a single kick, unexpectedly, Jiang Lin suddenly raised his hand and grabbed her slender ankle. Before she could react, a tremendous force erupted. Bang! Su Wan was sent flying uncontrollably into the wall beside her.
Jiang Lin's body pressed down on her.
There they stood, with Su Wan in a split position, their eyes locked on each other. Su Wan was completely stunned by this unexpected turn of events.
What's going on? Are criminals these days this skilled?
Jiang Lin glanced at her, then released his grip and explained, "The criminal is inside.
I'm here to guide you." Nonsense. Don't move.
Su Wan quickly drew her weapon and pointed it at Jiang Lin, while several colleagues also arrived on the scene.
Jiang Lin shook his head in exasperation and could only stand there. Soon, the police who had arrived on the scene apprehended all the suspects.
5 minutes later, after Qin Yuning explained the situation, everyone finally understood that Jiang Lin wasn't the murderer at all. He was a hero who had come to the rescue.
This left Su Wan feeling incredibly embarrassed.
In the end, Su Wan approached Jiang Lin, gathered her courage, and said, "I'm sorry.
I misunderstood you earlier. It's okay. Anyway, you couldn't beat me."
Jiang Lin waved his hand dismissively, not taking it to heart.
You.
This was the first time Su Wan had ever been spoken to so bluntly, but she suppressed her irritation and continued, "Well, it was my fault.
I'll give you my phone number, and I'll treat you to dinner another time as an apology."
Jiang Lin glanced at her sideways. Now he noticed that with her short hair, Su Wan was actually quite attractive. And she exuded a sense of boldness and confidence. After thinking it over, Jiang Lin nodded.
The two exchanged phone numbers, and Jiang Lin drove off in the Cullinan with Qin Yuning, following the police.
After all, the details of the incident and the evidence needed to be documented. This time, Qin Xing was completely finished. By the time they left the police station, it was already past 10 o'clock at night.
Jiang Lin glanced at Qin Yuning. Where do you live? I'll give you a ride. Chapter 129, Mr. Jiang, is there an elixir in the immortal's blood? All right. Qin Yuning nodded. After what had happened, she felt safe only when Jiang Lin was by her side. Jiang Lin drove the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and took her home. Qin Yuning's home was also located in a villa district within the imperial capital, with an extremely luxurious environment. It was on par with the first courtyard. From what Jiang Lin learned along the way, the Qin family's businesses were also extremely diverse, with assets exceeding 500 billion. They could be considered a prominent aristocratic family. However, this wealthy family had its share of misfortune. Qin Yuning's parents passed away at a young age, leaving only her grandfather to support the entire family. Additionally, internal conflicts have left the entire Qin family in a precarious state. When Qin Yunong returned home, she saw the villa lit up brightly. Qin Laoyi hadn't rested. Instead, he was sitting in a wheelchair outside, waiting. Grandfather, it's so late. Why are you waiting outside? You'll catch a cold. Seeing her grandfather, Qin Yuning's face was filled with concern. Yunong, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Old Master Qin's face bore a concerned smile, but after speaking just a few words, he began to breathe heavily, looking exceptionally exhausted. Jiang Lin noticed this and raised his eyebrows. Qin Laoyi's face was ashen, his breath weak, though he didn't seem to have any serious ailments. However, he appeared completely drained. He gave off an air of being on the brink of death. Drawing on his experience with the Hua Tuo medical classic, he could tell that the old man had likely overworked himself, causing his vital energy to be severely depleted, leading to his current state. In other words, if he could obtain some exceptionally effective tonic herbs, it should help replenish the old man's vitality. At that moment, Old Master Qin also noticed Jiang Lin and couldn't help but smile and ask, "Who is this?" Qin Yuning replied, "Grandfather, this is my savior and my idol, Jiang Lin." "Oh, heh, the young man has an air of distinction. Thank you very much," Mr. Qin said with a smile. "You flatter me, old man." Jiang Lin replied modestly. "I noticed your complexion doesn't look good. It must be from overwork, right? Oh, you know medicine?" Old Master Qin's eyes lit up. "You can identify the root of my ailment at a glance. Your medical skills are truly remarkable." Jiang Lin shook his head and smiled. "Although I can see your problem, I'm afraid I can't solve it. I'm ashamed. I've been to many places, but it's no use." Old Master Qin seemed quite carefree. "I only hope that before I depart, I can entrust this family estate to Yunong." Upon hearing grandfather mention life and death, Qin Yunong couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. Seeing this, Old Master Qin waved his hand. Enough. Come back safely. You should be happy, ha ha ha." Watching the old man's carefree demeanor, Jiang Lin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The system isn't all-powerful. There's nothing he can do about this. Unless the system gives me a miracle cure or something. Just as he was muttering to himself, Jiang Lin suddenly heard the system's notification sound. Ding! You've caught the mastermind behind the scenes, triggering a trillion-fold critical hit. Reward, 300 billion credits. Dear user, your bank account ending in 9680 has received a transfer of 300 trillion yuan from another bank, with a current balance of 301,512,140 million yuan. Upon seeing this notification, Jiang Lin couldn't help but narrow his pupils. 3 trillion. Are they trying to force me to become the richest person in the world? Jiang Lin was utterly astonished by the system's massive reward. Such a massive amount of cash, he had no idea how the system had managed it. He wasn't just worth billions anymore, he had billions in cash. To put it bluntly, if Jiang Lin wanted to, he could spend his entire life lying around and still never run out of money. However, he didn't simply assume that things were that straightforward. It was highly likely that the system's surprise reward was related to what was about to happen next. But since it hadn't happened yet, there was no point in worrying about it. Jiang Lin didn't linger and left the Qin family immediately. It was already late, so he returned directly to Luo Yifei's place. At the moment, she was the only person he could disturb at any time. They didn't have time to speak all night. The next morning, Jiang Lin was woken up by a phone call. He had thought it might be Han Duo or Qin Yuning, but it wasn't either of them. What surprised him was that the caller was Ning Buoguang, the first supplier of King Real Estate. "Mr. Ning, calling so early, is there something wrong?" Jiang Lin asked casually. "Mr. Jiang, I apologize for disturbing you so early." Ning Buoguang thought to himself, "It's already 10 o'clock and you call this early? Regarding the auction of the Immortal's blood, do you recall the matter?" "Immortal blood? What's going on?" Jiang Lin asked instinctively. "Isn't the Immortal's blood supposed to be auctioned?" Ning Buoguang hesitated for a moment. "Mr. Jiang, we originally planned to process this red jade into a set of exquisite decorative pieces for auction. However, during the cutting process, we discovered something unusual here." "What was it?" "An elixir." "What?" Jiang Lin's pupils contracted. Immortal pills? Are you joking? This is the real world, not a fantasy world, let alone a cultivation world. Where did you get the elixir of immortality? If you're available, you can come to the Feng Yun tea house to see how to handle these things. Alright, I'll head over there now. Zhang Lin hung up the phone and hurriedly left the king's mansion. He drove the Cullinan straight to the Feng Yun tea house. When he arrived, many executives, except for Ning Guoguan, were already there. Where's the elixir? Zhang Lin asked. Follow me. Ning Guoguan led Zhang Lin deeper into the dojo. In a room that had been specially cleared out, he saw the elixirs obtained from the blood of the immortal. A total of 11 elixirs were placed in the center of a red jade plate. Each pill was the size of a thumb, bright red, and even emitted an enticing fragrance. Their shape was identical to the legendary elixirs of legend. We only discovered them recently. To avoid damaging the structure of the pills, we haven't taken any measures so far. Ning Guoguan couldn't help but say. Zhang Lin, upon hearing this, stood before the elixirs and observed them for a moment. Then, he reached out and picked up a pill, placing it in the palm of his hand. Whoosh! Everyone present couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. If even one pill were damaged, wouldn't that mean losing the chance at immortality? However, Zhang Lin examined it carefully and suddenly smiled lightly. So that's how it was. He nodded. This was not some legendary divine pill but had been deliberately placed within the red jade. What? Not an immortal pill? Upon hearing this, everyone felt deeply disappointed. They had all believed it was the legendary elixir that could grant one immortality. Little did they know it was all for nothing. Just as everyone was at their most disappointed, Zhang Lin smiled and spoke up. Though it wasn't an elixir, these 11 pills were still rare treasures. This substance is likely the essence extracted from the blood lingji mushroom. You can call it the blood essence pill. Chapter 130, Late Night Street Food Stall, Chance Encounter with Officer Su. Blood lingji, also known as red lingji, is native to the Mao Mountain area. It has miraculous therapeutic effects in anti-aging, enhancing immune function, lowering blood lipids, regulating blood pressure, and protecting the liver. Blood lingji is a rare variety among lingji mushrooms, and wild blood lingji is even more precious and extremely rare. If Zhang Lin didn't know the Huatua medical classic, he might not have been able to recognize the key ingredient at a glance. He held the blood essence pill and said, "What I described was merely a general description of blood lingji. It is said that in ancient times, someone once discovered a blood rasher that was over 1,000 years old. This type of blood red rasher mushroom had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth for far too long. Its effects are beyond what can be measured by ordinary standards. If it could be made into medicine and taken, it would undoubtedly be a miraculous elixir for strengthening the roots of life and prolonging longevity." Zhang Lin smiled faintly and suddenly recalled a legend recorded in the Huatua medical classic. He casually remarked, "Legend has it that after the Qin dynasty unified the 6 states, Emperor Qin Shi Huang ordered Su Fu to lead 3,000 young boys and girls to search for the elixir of immortality. Su Fu traveled over mountains and rivers but found no trace of the legendary elixir of immortality. However, he happened upon this 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. He knew that the blood red lingji was not a plant that granted immortality. Therefore, he had no intention of returning to the Qin kingdom. Instead, he extracted part of the ginseng's medicinal properties and infused them into these 11 pills. To preserve its potency, he stored it in the red jade containing the blood of an immortal. Now it seems that this red jade is the one in question." Upon hearing this, Ning Guoguan and the others suddenly understood. "Mr. Jiang, what is the value of these blood essence pills?" Zhang Lin waved his hand. "For those who need them, they are priceless treasures. For those who do not, they are merely high-quality medicinal herbs. In other words, their value is not even as great as this piece of cut red jade. If that's the case, Mr. Jiang, please take the 11 blood essence pills," Ning Guoguan suggested. "All right." Zhang Lin didn't refuse. These blood essence pills were too potent to be taken directly. Most people couldn't handle them. He casually found a glass bottle to store them in and left the Feng Yun tea house with the blood essence pills. As for the blood essence pills, he had his own use for them. Because the current condition of Mr. Qin, the old gentleman, precisely required this blood essence pill for assistance. "Mr. Qin, this medicine is called blood essence pill, made from rare herbs that nourish the root and strengthen the essence." Zhang Lin took out a pill and handed it to Mr. Qin, saying, "Given your current physical condition, you only need one pill, divided into 10 doses, which will restore some of your vitality. At least you should be able to live another 3 or 5 years without any issues." "Oh? Is that really true?" Old Master Qin's breathing became upon hearing this. If he could really live 5 more years, he was confident he could consolidate the entire Qin family and hand it over to Qin Yuning smoothly. Of course, if Mr. Qin isn't afraid, he can try it right now. "Alright, I'll give it a try right away." Old Master Qin was well aware of his own condition and couldn't wait to start taking the medicine. Moreover, after Qin Yuning's explanation yesterday, the old man had complete trust in Zhang Lin.
Soon, the old man had his servants separate the pills, mix them with warm water, and drink them down. Jiang Lin was also observing the old man's condition, as he knew this was recorded in the books, but he wasn't sure how quickly the medicine would take effect. To be on the safe side, he had only given the old man 1/10 of the dosage. Half an hour later, the old man suddenly felt a wave of heat spreading throughout his body. He began to sweat profusely, as if a stream of heat were emanating from his entire body. The entire process lasted nearly 3 or 4 hours, after which the sensation of heat subsided. What followed was a sense of relief. The old man's face lit up with joy. It works! It really works! I never imagined that Mr. Jiang could find such a miraculous remedy for an old man like me. Generally, traditional Chinese medicine takes several days to take effect after consumption. Only Western medicine can produce immediate results, but that's just superficial, it doesn't address the root cause. But now, the old man could feel his physical condition improving. Though it's not as miraculous as the legends claim, it's already filled him with joy. After listening, Jiang Lin took the old man's pulse again and nodded, saying, "Not bad. The pulse is steady and strong. It's definitely working." According to Jiang Lin's estimation, the single blood essence pill should be sufficient for the old man's recovery. Too much is useless, the body cannot absorb what it doesn't need, and more isn't necessarily better. Under the old man's eager gaze, Jiang Lin stayed for dinner before leaving. Qin Yuning escorted Jiang Lin to the gate and said gratefully, "Idol, you saved my life and my grandfather's." "I don't know how to thank you." Jiang Lin replied without hesitation, "Then you can marry me." "What?" Qin Yuning looked at him in surprise. "Give yourself to me?" "Cough, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Jiang Lin cleared his throat and turned to leave. He had just blurted it out without thinking, almost letting it slip. Until his figure disappeared, Qin Yuning watched him leave and murmured softly to herself. If he's willing to give himself to her, then so be it. I won't let anyone else take him away from me. Jiang Lin left the Qin residence and called Luo Yifei. It was only a little past 9 in the evening, still early, so he planned to have a late-night snack. Although the food at the Qin household was abundant, it was still a guest's home, and Jiang Lin couldn't relax. Luo Yifei naturally agreed to Jiang Lin's request. The two agreed to meet at a nearby street food stall for some grilled skewers. Jiang Lin felt like he hadn't had barbecue in ages. However, what left him speechless was that Chu Yaoyao had also appeared alongside Luo Yifei. The two of them were now inseparable. "This place is where Yaoyao and I came to eat before. It's very authentic and affordable," Luo Yifei explained with a smile. "Alright, I'll have beef tendon, kidney, silkworm pupae, and chile." Jiang Lin ordered a bunch of dishes and added some beer. Luo Yifei didn't drink because she had to drive back, so only he and Chu Yaoyao were drinking. It must be said, the food at this street stall is truly delicious. Before they knew it, the three of them had been there for nearly 2 hours. It was almost midnight, and Jiang Lin was about to leave. But suddenly, a surprising voice came from behind him. "Jiang Lin? What a coincidence!" Jiang Lin instinctively turned around, feeling how coincidental it was. Behind him stood Su Wan, the police officer who had taken off her uniform. "Oh, Officer Su, what are you doing here?" Su Wan smiled and said, "I just got off work and was planning to grab something to eat before heading home." "That's too coincidental. Come, sit here." Jiang Lin waved her over. "Sure, I was just thinking about inviting you to dinner. This one's on me." Su Wan didn't hesitate and sat down across from him. "Who are these two?" Looking at the two beautiful women sitting on either side, Su Wan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Before Jiang Lin could speak, Luo Yifei, sitting beside him, interjected, "Oh, we're his classmates. We just happened to be gathering today." "Ha?" Jiang Lin gave Luo Yifei a surprised look and thought to himself, what is this girl up to? Chapter 131, You Teasing Little Devil. Su Wan, being the carefree type, didn't think much of it and simply ordered some food before starting to eat with Jiang Lin. She also drank beer. Chu Yaoyao, sitting beside them, was already tipsy. Luo Yifei, on the other hand, was curiously studying Su Wan. She also occasionally gave Jiang Lin a flirtatious glance. Taking advantage of the moment when he wasn't paying attention, Luo Yifei quietly asked Jiang Lin, "Dear, is she also your target?" Jiang Lin's lips twitched. "Don't say that. I met her while doing a good deed." "Oh." Luo Yifei giggled, "Should I help you?" Jiang Lin rolled his eyes and pinched Luo Yifei's arm discreetly. "Ouch." Luo Yifei let out a soft cry, immediately catching Su Wan's attention. "What's wrong, Fei Fei?" Su Wan looked at her in surprise. Luo Yifei shook her head. "Nothing. There was just a cockroach, and it startled me." "Oh. That's how it is at these street stalls, the hygiene isn't great, but it's convenient and lively." Saying this, she raised her cup and said to Jiang Lin, "Come on, Jiang Lin, I'll toast you." The two raised their cups, while Luo Yifei pouted secretly beside them. You actually pinched me in front of everyone." A mischievous thought suddenly arose in her mind, and she subtly shifted closer to Jiang Lin's seat. Taking advantage of the moment when the two were engrossed in their drinks, she quietly reached out her small hand.
HM? John Lin's pupils contracted, and he suddenly widened his eyes. You little brat. Luo Yifei, you're too ruthless. In broad daylight, you're pulling this on me? But there's Su Wan in front and Chu Yaoyao beside me. This is pretty intense, huh?
At that moment, he dared not reach out to grab Luo Yifei's hand. He was afraid Su Wan would notice.
This is so awkward. Come on, cheers.
Su, cheers.
1, cheers. I'm toasting you.
He raised his glass to cover the noise coming from under the table.
Su Wan was drunk and dazed, unable to help but look at Jiang Lin with some confusion. Are you okay?
Jiang Lin, I'm fine, it's just, I drank too much beer, I might be a bit, bloated.
Oh, never mind, I'm almost done too. Let's drink another time. 5 minutes later, Jiang Lin looked at Luo Yifei with a sense of relief.
This little vixen was driving him crazy.
Wait until I get back, I'll show you. He said it with a menacing tone.
Luo Yifei made a scared face. No, please don't.
Why don't you deal with Chu Yaoyao instead? Jiang Lin shook his head.
He and Su Wan had drunk a bit too much today, and he hadn't expected her to be such a heavy drinker. He figured he wouldn't be able to handle anyone when he got home. When Su Wan returned after settling the bill, Jiang Lin stood up and asked, Officer Su, where do you live?
Do you need a ride?
No need.
Su Wan waved her hand. It's not far. I'll walk back. Alright, be careful on your way home.
After saying that, Jiang Lin suddenly laughed.
I actually told you to be careful. That was overthinking it. Su Wan chuckled, it's okay.
You're the first man to ever tell me to be careful. Saying this, she swayed slightly and left, carrying her small bag.
Luo Yifei held Jiang Lin on her left and Chu Yaoyao on her right.
Especially Chu Yaoyao, who, despite her average tolerance for alcohol, insisted on drinking with Jiang Lin and the others.
Now she'd almost exhausted Luo Yifei.
After putting the two of them in the car, Luo Yifei drove the Cullinan back to the king's mansion. After finally getting the two of them upstairs, Luo Yifei felt like she was drenched in sweat. So, she decided to take a shower to relax.
Splash!
The sound of water woke Jiang Lin, who was still half asleep.
He glanced at the dimly lit bathroom before looking away.
He was too tired, he should just go back to sleep. He didn't know when, but Jiang Lin felt something was off.
Damn it, someone was actually moving toward him.
What the hell is this dream?
I'm in a pigsty? In his daze, Jiang Lin instinctively pushed back.
To his surprise, the other person didn't back down either.
Damn it, in my dream, you're actually bullying me? Jiang Lin snorted coldly and began to fight back fiercely.
But the other person reached out with both hands and directly clashed with Jiang Lin. Under the influence of alcohol, Jiang Lin refused to back down.
I, Jiang Lin, fear neither heaven nor earth, and I've never backed down from anyone in this situation. Boom!
A deafening roar shook the heavens and earth, and the tightly closed city gates were violently smashed open by a tremendous force. Screams echoed throughout the city, and blood flowed everywhere.
The battle was fierce. Jiang Lintian never imagined that his dream could be so bizarre.
However, fortunately, he eventually defeated his opponents, forcing them to surrender with their armor and weapons discarded. He had won, though it had been a bit of a roller coaster ride, but the outcome was not too far off from what he had expected.
Ha ha!
Jiang Lin raised the corner of his mouth, satisfied with the outcome of the dream, and soon fell into a deep sleep.
The next morning, he opened his eyes and blurted out without thinking, Yifei, guess what I dreamed last night? In a daze, he heard a voice say, What dream? I'm not even awake yet. This dream, huh?
Jiang Lin was about to speak when he suddenly snapped back to reality.
Something's wrong. That voice isn't right. When he instinctively opened his eyes and looked beside him, he was startled to discover that the person beside him wasn't Luo Yifei, but Chu Yaoyao. At that moment, Chu Yaoyao also seemed to have woken up.
The moment she saw Jiang Lin, she let out a piercing scream.
Ah! Chu Yaoyao screamed and ran out, leaving Jiang Lin completely bewildered. What the hell was I dreaming about yesterday?
When Jiang Lin emerged from the bedroom and saw Luo Yifei smirking, he couldn't help but snap, Great, you actually set me up.
He. I didn't do anything.
Luo Yifei quickly raised her hands.
I was just going to take a shower and separate you two. But when I came out, Luo Yifei didn't finish her sentence but gave him a knowing look.
Jiang Lin opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to say the last words.
Alright, I give up. Now that it's happened, we need to figure out how to clean this up.
Jiang Lin wasn't the type to shy away from trouble. After thinking it over, he decided to talk to Chu Yaoyao. In Chu Yaoyao's bedroom, Jiang Lin saw her sitting there in silence. Seeing this, Jiang Lin hesitated, about to speak.
But before he could, Chu Yaoyao suddenly turned her head toward him and asked, Will you abandon me?
Jiang Lin was taken aback by the sudden question.
Chapter 132, I sensed the aura of a bully. Of course not. Jiang Lin blurted out instinctively. He wasn't the kind of person who would start something and then abandon it.
But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Chu Yaoyao suddenly stop crying and smile. She rushed into his arms and hugged him tightly.
Zhonglin, oh. What's going on?
I had prepared a bunch of excuses to comfort her.
Before I could say anything, you did this? Alright then, starting today, I'll stick with you no matter what. You can't abandon me. Chu Yaoyao rubbed against Zhonglin.
Ever since she saw Zhonglin be so generous toward Luo Yifei last time, she knew he was someone worth trusting. Even if it meant living a life like Luo Yifei's, she would still feel incredibly happy. During that time, Luo Yifei had also encouraged her on multiple occasions. But she always felt a bit shy. Until last night, during a break from drinking, she saw Luo Yifei and him actually. Chu Yaoyao knew this was her only chance. Watching Chu Yaoyao's actions, Zhonglin suddenly realized and said with a startled expression, "Oh, so you knew about it yesterday."
Zhonglin slapped his head and said, "I knew it." Chu Yaoyao had drunk quite a bit, but not as much as herself, right? How could she be so drunk? Now I get it, the little girl had been planning this all along. No, I didn't know anything yesterday. Chu Yaoyao was exposed by Zhonglin and couldn't help but try to defend herself.
Zhonglin gave her a cold smile.
Still trying to argue? It seems it's time to punish you.
Saying that, he reached out and closed the door. Over an hour later, Zhonglin left the room with a smug expression. He had originally planned to buy a house for Chu Yaoyao as well, but she refused outright. She said she only needed to live with Luo Yifei. The two of them could look out for each other. With that, Zhonglin could only give up. He didn't forget his other female friends either. He called Han Duo and had her father buy each of his female friends a Maserati. Of course, he couldn't tell the truth, he just said they were gifts for friends. After handling that, Zhonglin didn't linger at Luo Yifei's place. He planned to go to Jin Kong Medical to have the drug analyzed and obtain a professional test report. This would provide a more precise understanding of the drug's efficacy. However, before he arrived at Jin Kong Medical, he unexpectedly received a call from Ningbo. "Mr. Jiang, I just received word that someone wants to buy your blood essence pills."
"Oh? Buy blood essence pills?"
Zhonglin raised an eyebrow, surprised that the news had spread so quickly.
No way. He hadn't even finished his own research yet, how could he just sell it to others so easily? Ningbo hesitated for a moment before blurting out, "Mr. Jiang, if you're available, why not come over? They'll be arriving this afternoon."
"I heard that this family has deep connections."
"Deep connections?"
Zhonglin looked puzzled.
Anyone who could make Ningbo take such notice must indeed be no ordinary person. "Alright, I'll go over there later."
After hanging up the phone, Zhonglin turned around and headed to the Fengyun tea house.
As soon as he arrived, every big shot in the Fengyun tea house was waiting for Zhonglin. "Has he arrived?" Zhonglin asked Ningbo. "Not yet, he's supposedly on his way." Ningbo explained. "What's his background? Do you know anything about him?"
Zhonglin walked through the Jade Stone Market and sat down in the back room. Ningbo glanced at his son upon hearing this. Ningyi nodded immediately and opened the tablet in his hand. The person who claimed to be from the Lin family of Yundu. The Lin family of Yundu is the first family in the region. The entire Lin group primarily engages in overseas trade, with assets spanning real estate, entertainment, and fast-moving consumer goods. A rough estimate puts their total assets at nearly 300 billion. They own 3 listed companies ranked among the top 100 in the national top 500, demonstrating their formidable strength. Pausing for a moment, Ningyi continued, "Additionally, the Lin family operates numerous underground boxing gyms and has a large number of highly skilled bodyguards and security teams at their disposal."
"Oh?"
Zhonglin raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this, showing little reaction.
"Is that all?"
Everyone exchanged glances, unable to hide their astonishment.
"Isn't that enough?"
The moment the Lin family made that call, everyone felt a bit panicked. Compared to the Lin family's massive fortune of 300 billion, they were no different from ants. Moreover, the other party specifically demanded the blood essence pills, which is why they hurriedly called Zhonglin.
"Who came this time? The head of the Lin family?" Zhonglin asked casually.
In his view, the only person qualified to speak to him was the head of the Lin family. No, as far as I know, the head of the Lin family is already over 80 years old and has been in poor health lately, traveling around seeking medical treatment. The ones who came this time are the eldest grandson and eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Tianyang and Lin Yan.
"Oh, I see." Zhonglin understood immediately the situation was similar to that of Mr. Qin.
It must be due to old age and frailty, requiring nourishing herbs. His blood essence pills would be just the thing. However, Zhonglin suddenly had a thought. It seemed that his blood essence pills were truly treasures for these wealthy families. That meant, if used properly, they could fetch a high price. Although Zhonglin wasn't short of money at the moment, if he could make more, he wouldn't refuse. As the saying goes, why not make money when you can? "When will they be arriving?" Zhonglin asked. "Judging by the time, they should be here soon." As soon as Ningyi finished speaking, the noise outside the jade carving site suddenly grew chaotic.
What's going on? Ning Bogwan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but snap. Don't you see Mr. Jiang here? How dare they make such a commotion?
Before long, a security guard rushed in, looking flustered. Mr. Ning, a group of people have arrived, and they're being very aggressive.
Ha? What's going on?
Ning Bogwan was about to lose his temper when he heard Jiang Lin wave his hand.
I think the main person has arrived. Let's go take a look.
Saying that, he stood up and walked toward the exit.
The others followed suit.
As soon as Jiang Lin stepped out the door, he saw a dozen or so tall foreign men in black suits and sunglasses lined up on both sides in the distance. Wherever they passed, they roughly pushed the surrounding customers aside.
Jiang Lin's pupils contracted. He seemed to sense an aura of a tyrant. It's just to buy some medicine, is this really necessary? Sure enough, two men and women dressed in designer clothes, wearing sunglasses, and looking arrogant walked toward him along the path cleared by the bodyguards. Chapter 133. Didn't the Lin family teach you not to interrupt others when they're speaking? The moment they appeared, their aura dominated the room. However, what surprised Jiang Lin was that the one leading the way wasn't the tall, slender young man. Instead, it was a woman wearing a designer bodycon skirt and black stockings. Her long red curly hair flowed behind her, and her figure was slender and graceful. Even with sunglasses on, her arrogant demeanor was still evident.
She took a few steps, her gaze seeming to sweep over the surrounding jade-stone gambling dens. She then raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a mocking smile. I never thought the imperial capital would have such a shabby jade-stone gambling den. Looking at the scale, even my family's dog kennel is bigger than this. Hearing this, the young man behind her couldn't help but say, "Sis, we're not here to gamble on jade.
You still owe me the pocket money you borrowed last time."
The woman in front of her, growing impatient, waved her hand dismissively.
Alright, I know. You have the nerve to ask for 10 million? I'll pay you back another day. Listen to that, $1 million is pocket money? What a wealthy person.
Before they even reached the front, Jiang Lin could already feel a strong aura of intimidation spreading out in all directions, causing everyone to glance over. Soon, the woman in the lead walked up to Jiang Lin and the others.
She said arrogantly, "Who is Jiang Lin? Step forward."
Her words were filled with contempt, and her attitude was condescending. It was as if she had come to inspect a workplace, not to buy medicine.
Jiang Lin looked at the woman with a puzzled expression. You must be out of your mind.
Even if your Lin family is powerful, you don't have to be so arrogant. Before he could speak, Ning Yi beside him immediately objected. Ever since he had faced off against Jiang Lin, he had been soundly defeated in both gemstone gambling and martial arts. This left Ning Yi utterly in awe of Jiang Lin. Now, in front of Jiang Lin, he practically considered himself his junior. Seeing someone dare to speak to his older brother in such a manner, he was immediately enraged.
How dare you speak to Mr. Jiang in such a manner?
Ning Yi took a step forward, and a sharp martial arts aura erupted from his body. Though he wasn't a match for Jiang Lin, he was at least a black belt in karate. His cold shout startled the woman, causing her to jump back. She instinctively took 2 steps back, but before she could steady herself, she saw the 2 bodyguards behind her suddenly move. Swish! Both men swung their fists simultaneously, charging toward Ning Yi without a word. Ning Yi, seeing this, sneered coldly, not retreating but advancing instead, engaging the opponents in combat in an instant.
Bang! 2 dull thuds echoed through the air. Ning Yi's expression suddenly changed, and he stumbled backward 2 steps before regaining his balance. Meanwhile, the 2 bodyguards on the opposite side also stepped back 3 paces. Remarkably, they were unharmed. Ning Yi's pupils contracted. He never expected that the 2 bodyguards the other party had casually sent out could actually match him. Lin Yan, who witnessed the scene, chuckled lightly. Oh my, I didn't expect there to be someone this capable here. But can you really hold off so many people alone? Sis. Just as she was speaking, the young man's helpless voice came from behind. Can't you tone it down a bit? Upon hearing the young man speak, Lin Yan immediately snorted coldly and fell silent. The young man removed his sunglasses, revealing a slightly gaunt face. He nodded slightly to everyone and said, "Hello, everyone. My name is Lin Tianyang. May I ask which of you is Jiang Lin, Mr. Jian?" Jiang Lin couldn't help but glance at him sideways. Compared to the arrogant Lin Yan, Lin Tianyang seemed much more humble. In comparison, Lin Yan seemed like a true queen of arrogance. Jiang Lin, seeing this, smiled and said, "I am." Lin Tianyang looked at Jiang Lin, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected Jiang Lin to be so young. But before he could speak, Lin Yan cut in, "You're Jiang Lin? Why didn't you stand up when I asked earlier?" Lin Yan waved her hand dismissively. "Alright, I won't waste any more time with you. I'm in a hurry. I heard you have the blood essence pills that can extend one's lifespan. How many do you have? Name your price, and the Lin family will buy them all." Lin Tianyang looked at Lin Yan helplessly. He really didn't want to bring his sister along, but she insisted on coming. In this situation, he could only hurriedly explain, "Mr. Jiang, it's like this. My grandfather's health isn't good.
Someone heard that you gave the blood essence pills to the old master of the Qin family, and the effects were excellent.
That's why we came here seeking your help.
We'd like to request some of these pills.
What do you think?
John Lin remained calm on the surface, but inside, he finally nodded in understanding. He had previously wondered how they had heard about this. It turned out it had been leaked by the old master of the Qin family. However, since it had already been leaked, there was no need to keep it a secret.
John Lin, out of consideration for Lin Tianyang, couldn't help but say softly, "This blood essence pill, I haven't yet decided to sell it.
After all, we haven't tested the potency of the medicine yet."
What if? Before he could finish, Lin Yan coldly interrupted, "Not selling? I think you just think the price isn't high enough, right?"
John Lin's words abruptly stopped, and he turned to look at Lin Yan with an indifferent expression.
Didn't the Lin family teach you to not interrupt others when they're speaking? You have no manners at all.
Shut down by John Lin, Lin Yan's expression changed instantly, and a surge of anger welled up from the depths of her heart.
She was the Lin family's beloved daughter, their pride and joy. She was the object of everyone's admiration. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that before. Instantly, her expression turned icy, and she clenched her teeth and said, "What did you say?" John Lin gave her a casual glance and said, "I'm not selling." As he spoke, John Lin pointed to his own mouth, "Look at my lips, I don't sell." He then waved his hand dismissively, signaling for her to leave.
Seeing this, Ning Yi and the others stepped forward, their faces hardening with cold determination.
"Mr. Lin, please leave."
Lin Tianyang hadn't expected that such a smooth matter would be ruined by his sister. He hurriedly spoke up, "Mr. Jiang, please give me a chance." Before he could finish, John Lin had already left the room and returned to his quarters. Seeing this, Lin Tianyang, who had always been polite and courteous, suddenly changed his expression and coldly said to Lin Yan, "Sister, can't you be more careful?
We came here to beg for medicine for grandfather. Do you understand? We're begging, not demanding." Seeing Lin Tianyang's anger, the arrogant Lin Yan couldn't help but fall silent. "I know that. Besides, he's just a medicine seller. What gives him the right to act so high and mighty in front of me?" Lin Yan couldn't help but retort, "Our Lin family has such influence throughout the entire Jiangnan region. Sister, remember this, we're here for the blood essence pill. As long as we get it, anything is negotiable." Lin Tianyang emphasized. All right, do as you please. I won't say another word." Lin Yan waved her hand, unwilling to discuss the matter further with Lin Tianyang.
Seeing that Lin Yan had stopped speaking, Lin Tianyang finally withdrew his gaze and turned to Ning Buoguang with a smile. "Mr. Ning, could you please arrange for me to meet Mr. Jiang?" Ning Buoguang, who was well aware of the Lin family's background, thought for a moment before nodding and saying, "All right, Mr. Lin, please wait here." Saying that, he turned and entered the room. Soon, he nodded toward Lin Tianyang.
"Come in." Chapter 134, I said 20 billion, for one.
In truth, John Lin hadn't given much thought to selling the medicine. If the price was right, he could naturally sell it. Of course, if the other party was bullying him, he wouldn't mind giving them a lesson. Soon, under Ning Buoguang's lead, the other party walked in again. This time, Lin Tianyang was in front, and Lin Yan was behind. "Mr. Jiang, how do you plan to sell these blood essence pills?" Lin Tianyang cut straight to the point. "How much do you want?" John Lin couldn't help but ask. "Well, we're not entirely sure about grandfather's condition. If it's convenient for you, could you sell them all to me?" Lin Tianyang asked. John Lin shook his head upon hearing this. "I can only sell you 5 at most, and these blood essence pills are very potent. 5 should be sufficient." "5 pills?" Lin Tianyang thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, 5 pills then. Then, Mr. Jiang, what price do you intend to set?" John Lin didn't speak, but looked at Lin Tianyang calmly. Lin Tianyang immediately understood and realized that John Lin was waiting for him to name his price. "Mr. Jiang, I know how precious these blood essence pills are, so I'll give you this amount for one." As he spoke, he held up one finger, 10 million. Ning Buoguang and the others nearby couldn't help but narrow their eyes in shock. No wonder he's from a prominent family, he's willing to pay 10 million for a single pill. In their eyes, while the blood essence pill was indeed rare, it was merely an uncommon herbal remedy. It couldn't possibly possess the miraculous life-saving effects they had heard about. Even if the Lin family bought it back, whether it would be effective still needed to be tested. To pay 5 million for such an uncertain outcome was not something an ordinary family could afford. However, as soon as Lin Tianyang finished speaking, he heard Jiang Lin chuckle lightly. "Mr. Lin, do you think that's enough? Are you joking? This is a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. Even the entire world might not be able to find a second one." In Jiang Lin's mind, the value of the blood essence pill far exceeded 50 million. This. Lin Tianyang furrowed his brows and was about to speak. But he heard Lin Yan, standing beside him, couldn't help but sneer coldly. "If you want money, just say you want money. Why pretend to be so noble? If we had no choice, do you think we'd want to buy your junk?" Lin Yan waved her hand dismissively. "Enough. Our Lin family is wealthy and powerful, we don't need your pittance.
Just say how much you want. 100 million? 200 million? Or 500 million?
Hearing the prices Lin Yan casually threw out, Ning Boguang and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts race.
Is it really that expensive? 5 pills are worth 500 million?
And the Lin family just blurted it out without batting an eyelid. Lin Tianyang, standing beside him, couldn't help but furrow his brows.
He had originally planned to negotiate the price with Zhang Lin,
but he never expected his sister to speak so impulsively.
Fortunately, 500 million was the final price agreed upon by the family before arriving. For grandfather's health, if 500 million could secure it, it would be worth it. However, facing Lin Yan's offer, Zhang Lin remained seated with a calm expression.
He showed no signs of agreeing. This made Lin Yan furious. You Zhang family, don't play dumb with me.
Do you think you possess some kind of elixir or miracle cure? You won't agree to 500 million? Are you trying to make things difficult for the Lin family?
Zhang Lin glanced at her indifferently and said 2 words, not enough.
Sigh.
Ning Boguang and the others were stunned.
Not enough? 500 million isn't enough? How much more do you want? That's enough to buy a top-tier villa.
Besides, that's the Lin family.
Even if you're giving them face, 500 million is more than enough. Lin Tianyang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that even this price couldn't sway Zhang Lin.
He waved his hand to stop Lin Yan from speaking further, suppressing the slight dissatisfaction in his heart, and asked, well, Mr. Jiang, why don't you name your price? Zhang Lin remained silent for a moment before extending 2 fingers.
Seeing this, Lin Tianyang couldn't help but narrow his eyes. 200 million each? That would be 10 billion for 5. That's twice the price. However, just as he was about to speak,
Zhang Lin's words left him speechless.
20 billion. Those 3 words sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. 20 billion for 5 blood essence pills?
That's almost as much as the entire red jade. Ning Boguang felt his heart skip a beat. This was a huge deal. Even after living most of his life, he had never seen anything like this.
What? 5 measly pills are worth 20 billion? Lin Yan immediately snapped angrily, why don't you just go rob someone?
However, before she could finish, Zhang Lin chuckled and corrected her, I said 20 billion per pill.
Whoa!
Everyone who heard that nearly fainted on the spot.
20 billion per pill? 5 pills would be 100 billion. 100 billion. Even a robbery wouldn't be that fast. Everyone looked at Zhang Lin in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he could offer such an astronomical price.
You. Lin Yan was so furious she couldn't speak. Lin Tianyang beside her also frowned and said, Mr. Jiang, this price is beyond my expectations.
Could you? Zhang Lin shook his head. No.
As he spoke, he stood up, hands behind his back, and said, my price has its reasons. This blood essence pill is made from the essence of 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, a rare treasure that is hard to come by anywhere in the world. Furthermore, I am well aware of Mr. Qin's condition.
If your grandfather's condition is similar to this,
I can guarantee that even if his condition is more severe than this, 5 blood essence pills will not only improve his condition significantly. Extending his life by 3 to 5 years would not be a problem.
This is my personal guarantee. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyang fell into silence.
Indeed, if it's truly as Zhang Lin claims, then these blood essence pills might actually work. But at this price, even with the Lin family's current strength, it's not something they can just mobilize 100 billion for on a whim.
Just as Lin Tianyang was about to open his mouth to haggle, Lin Yan suddenly spoke up, all right, we agree. What? Sister, we don't have.
Before he could finish, Lin Tianyang was stopped by Lin Yan's gaze. At that moment, Lin Yan smiled lightly.
Zhang Lin, right? Your price of 20 billion per pill is absolutely exorbitant. But what if we pay and your medicine doesn't work? Zhang Lin glanced at her and replied calmly, you doubt me? Ha ha.
Such a large sum of money, while the Lin family can certainly afford it, we still need some assurance.
Lin Yan smiled and said, I think my doubts are perfectly reasonable. All right. Zhang Lin nodded and reached into his robe, pulling out a jade bottle. With a swish, he tossed the jade bottle to Lin Tianyang. Inside are 5 blood essence pills. Though there's no concrete evidence, the jade bottle can at least slow down the dissipation of its potency.
Zhang Lin spoke calmly, you can take them back first.
After Mr. Lin has tried them, you can transfer the payment to me. Chapter 135, No one dares to embezzle my money. What? Zhang Lin's words startled Ning Boguang and the others. Are we just giving it to them? That's too hasty. Upon hearing Zhang Lin's words, Lin Yan instead burst into a playful laugh.
Well, Mr. Jiang is indeed a straightforward man. Rest assured, since the Lin family has agreed to you, we will not go back on our word. As long as the trial period works out, the money will be transferred directly. Saying this, she glanced at Lin Tianyang.
What are you still standing there for? Let's go. Lin Tianyang hesitated. Sis, our Lin family. Shut up, we'll talk about it outside. Lin Yan shook her head, then nodded at Jiang Lin and left in her high heels. Under the protection of numerous bodyguards, the two walked out of the Feng Yun tea house and sat inside a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Sis, our Lin family doesn't have 100 billion in liquid assets. Even if we sell off our assets, it would take a considerable amount of time. Lin Tianyang couldn't help but voice his concerns. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Lin Yan laugh coldly. Who told you we're going to pay him 100 billion? What? Then you. Lin Yan's face flickered with a gleam of intelligence. I did agree to him, but have you seen him record it? Or seen him record it? And the rest no contract, right? Lin Tianyang's pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but look at Lin Yan. Got it now? He has nothing, yet he wants me to give him 100 billion? Lin Tianyang frowned. But sis, if he finds out I'm reneging on the deal, he won't just let it go. So what? Lin Yan scoffed. If he wants to go through legal channels, we'll just sue him. Our Lin family has plenty of lawyers to handle him. A lawsuit could drag on for years. Let us see who can afford to wait. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Lin Tianyang couldn't help but fall silent. There was no denying that what Lin Yan said was true. But if they simply reneged on the blood essence pills, Lin Tianyang couldn't shake the feeling of unease in his heart. At that moment, Lin Yan's face lit up with a smug smile. Within the entire Lin family, grandfather had always said she lacked foresight and couldn't compare to her younger brother. This time, she would see if grandfather would still say the same thing. Setting aside the conversation between the Lin siblings. As the other party was leaving, in the Feng Yun tea house, Ning Boguan and the others all turned their gaze toward Jiang Lin, each of them hesitating to speak. Jiang Lin, noticing this, simply said indifferently, if you have anything to ask, just say it. I'm in a hurry. Mr. Jiang, you gave the blood essence pill to the Lin family. Aren't you afraid that? Before Ning Boguan could finish, Jiang Lin smiled faintly, afraid the Lin family will take the medicine and not pay me? Yes. After all, it's 100 billion. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's no small sum. After hearing this, Jiang Lin smiled slightly. The Lin family is wealthy and powerful. 100 billion should be within their means. Of course, if they really refuse to pay. A cold gleam flashed in Jiang Lin's eyes. No one dares to embezzle a single penny of my money. If the Lin family dares to do so, they will pay tenfold. Ding! You've just closed a deal, triggering a 10 billion-fold critical hit. Reward, 40 shares of Guangyao Securities, making you the largest shareholder. Jiang Lin raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. Good things come in threes, but this year is especially bountiful. Just sold 100 billion, and now they're giving me a securities company for free. Guangyao Securities is one of the top 5 securities firms in the Great Xia Kingdom. Companies that go public through Guangyao Securities typically see significant increases in their stock prices. However, what puzzled Jiang Lin was that the $1 trillion reward he had received earlier still hadn't shown any special effects. Could it be that this is just a perk from the system? Jiang Lin couldn't help but ponder deeply. After pondering for a moment, he couldn't make sense of it and decided to set it aside for now. Since the matter here was resolved, Jiang Lin didn't linger at the Feng Yun tea house. He took his blood essence pill and headed toward Jinkong Medical. However, just as he had walked a short distance, he received a phone call. Seeing the caller ID, Jiang Lin suddenly smiled. Wu Wei, a high school classmate and the only female physical education committee member in the entire school. However, she had a carefree personality and ended up getting closer to the male students. However, since Jiang Lin had started university, they hadn't kept in touch much. High school friendships were more pure. Receiving a call from an old classmate at this moment made Jiang Lin very happy. He answered instinctively and couldn't help but laugh. Old classmate, it's been ages. Wow, the school heartthrob, it really is you. I haven't contacted you in so long, I was afraid you changed your number. A neutral voice came from the other end of the phone. Enough chit-chat, you know my classmate Zhang Junyi, right? Zhang Junyi? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. He knew him. Hadn't he dropped out of high school after graduation? That's right. It's him. But he's made it big now and asked me to contact our classmates. He said it's perfect timing since it's summer vacation, and everyone should come back for a reunion. Wu Wei smiled and said, the guys have been begging us to make sure you come. Otherwise, the girls won't show up. Alright, what time? Jiang Lin thought about it and realized he was planning to go home for the summer anyway. Anyway, the gathering is in the city, so it's not too far. Ha, I knew you'd be the most straightforward. In a week, I'll send you the exact location. Anyway, all expenses will be covered by Zhang Junyi. Wu Wei hung up the phone. Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile and shake his head. His old classmate was still as impulsive as ever. After hanging up, Jiang Lin couldn't help but reminisce about Zhang Junyi. Back in school, his family was fairly well off, but they were from northeast China. There was no such thing as a rich second generation back then. He couldn't figure out what Zhang Junyi had done after high school to become so wealthy. Anyway, since he was so eager to organize a reunion, there was only one possibility. Classmates don't gather unless they're trying to show off.
And if you look closely, whoever organizes the gathering is the main show-off of the event. Since they were all high school classmates, John Lin naturally had no intention of showing off or competing with anyone. So, he decided to fly back first. He could fly a helicopter, but he was currently having his butler hire a pilot, so he didn't need one for now. John Lin suddenly slapped his forehead, thinking of a very serious issue. That was, now that he looked like this, how was he going to explain himself to his parents when he went home? His parents were both from the countryside and knew he ran a supermarket in the capital. But even if he ran a supermarket, he shouldn't have become this wealthy, right? After thinking it over, John Lin decided to keep the truth from them for now and tell them gradually later.
Chapter 136, Returning to the Hometown, Uncle San's Advice. John Lin returned home, packed a few things, and headed to the airport with a backpack. Before boarding the plane, he called home and said he'd be back soon. His mother was overjoyed upon hearing the news. The flight from the capital city to Snow City only took a little over an hour. After landing, John Lin hailed a taxi and headed straight for his hometown.
At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, John Lin arrived at the gate of his hometown on time. Immediately, he was warmly welcomed by all his relatives and friends, including his parents.
"Oh, little Lindsay, you're finally back. Uncle San hasn't seen you in years."
Uncle San, a relative from the same village, greeted John Lin warmly.
"Yes, Uncle San, you're still in good health. You still look so young."
John Lin smiled and chatted with them. Auntie, Uncle, how are you all doing?"
"We're all doing well.
It's been so long since we last saw you, this child is getting more and more handsome."
"Alright, everyone, please take your seats. Let's eat and chat."
Mom called out, and father and the other relatives all took their seats.
John Lin poured wine for the elders and served them. They then sat down together and began eating.
After a few rounds of wine, the elders' faces began to flush slightly. Taking advantage of the alcohol, Uncle San couldn't help but pat John Lin on the shoulder and ask, "Little Lin, I heard you're running a grocery store in the capital?"
"Supermarket. A small supermarket."
John Lin corrected him.
"Hey, it's all the same." Uncle San smiled and asked, "Lin, how's the income? Is there a lot of foot traffic?" John Lin couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's okay, enough to get by. Getting by isn't good enough." Uncle San laughed heartily.
"You're a college graduate, a high achiever.
How can you work in a supermarket? Besides, even if you work at a supermarket, you should be making big money." "You're right, Uncle.
I'm trying my best."
John Lin nodded with a smile.
Uncle San heard this and widened his eyes.
"Just trying hard isn't enough. Do you have any achievements to show for it? Let's not talk about that. Look at my older brother.
He may not be as successful as you, but at least he started his own small business. In our area, making 30,000 a year isn't a problem." When it came to his own son, Uncle San couldn't help but show a look of pride on his face.
"Do you know Toyota?
My brother just brought home a new Toyota yesterday. It cost over 200,000 yuan. John Lin heard this and immediately nodded with a smile. "That's great. My brother is already driving a car worth over 200,000 yuan.
Right?
So you have to work hard."
Uncle San said earnestly, "If you don't work hard, all your university education will be for nothing. You won't even be able to afford a wife, and you'll just be causing your father unnecessary worry." At this point, the father, who had been listening for a while, couldn't hold back anymore. He glared at him and said, "What's there to worry about? Little Lin is meant to be a boss. He'll definitely make it big in the future." Uncle San heard this and retorted angrily, "What kind of future? Running a grocery store? You'll probably never even be able to afford a Toyota in your lifetime." John Lin didn't take the elder's argument to heart. The banquet lasted until late at night, and the relatives finally went home one by one. As soon as they left, his father sat there looking gloomy. What's so special about Zhao Lao-san? His son was just a scrap collector. Now that he'd made some money and bought a beat-up car, he was flaunting it like that. John Lin couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. "Dad, you're all neighbors. Why bother caring about such things?" But mentioning it made John's father explode. "You're the one who insisted on opening a supermarket instead of a grocery store. Look at you now, you're making us look bad. Look at our village. Back then, everyone looked up to me, but now they all say I wasted my money sending you to college. You're good for nothing." Before the father could say more, the mother walked in and glared at him. "Enough already. Just say a few words. Your son just came back, and you're only talking about things that cause trouble. Besides, my son is running a supermarket in the capital city. Can they even compare to that?" After being scolded by his mother, the father fell silent. John Lin, seeing this, smiled and comforted them. "Dad, Mom, you don't need to get so worked up. Actually, your son here is doing much better in the capital city than you think." Hearing John Lin's words, his mother immediately smiled and nodded. "Of course, my son is the best. Jiang Lin looked at his gloomy father and thought to himself, I need to find a way to save face for my dad. That night passed without incident. The next morning, Jiang Lin boarded a bus and headed to the city. They were supposed to meet at Showdown at 2 p.m. Everyone had come from nearby villages, so they planned to meet at the long-distance bus station. By the time Jiang Lin arrived, there were already quite a few classmates gathered there. Oh my, the school heartthrob is here. As soon as Jiang Lin appeared, he immediately caused a small stir. Everyone kept praising Jiang Lin for getting more and more handsome. Jiang Lin smiled and responded to each one. After not seeing each other for so long, the conversation naturally became more lively. Jiang Lin, you graduated from the capital city. Have you found a job yet? No, I started my own business. I opened a supermarket. Really? Where is it? Right in the university town, a small supermarket, 30 square meters. Oh, that's so small. Everyone gradually learned from Jiang Lin that he was just a supermarket owner. Some people suspected that Jiang Lin was the heartbeat guy from the internet. However, Jiang Lin denied it. They didn't think much of it. After all, it's hard to associate a boy from the countryside with heartbeat guy. Hey, what time is it? Where is the host? As they chatted, someone couldn't help but feel curious. But as soon as the words left their mouths, they saw an Audi Q7 speeding down the street from a distance. Whoosh! The screeching brakes caused everyone to glance over. But the next moment, a burst of laughter erupted from inside the car. Ha, everyone, you're all here. At that moment, everyone saw a slender figure in a suit stepping out of the Audi. It was their high school classmate, Zhang Junyi. Wow, old Zhang, you've really made it big. You're driving a Q7 now? Yeah, where did you make your fortune? Why didn't you bring us along? It seems like education isn't everything after all. You graduated high school and already achieved so much. Amidst the flattery, Zhang Junyi blushed and tapped his Q7. Oh, I can't take the credit. I just bought this car, and I only paid the down payment of 60,000. The rest is all on a loan. Jiang Lin smiled faintly. Zhang Junyi has improved. He even knows how to pretend to be poor now. Chapter 137, should we switch to a private room? A Q7 costs at least 7 or 800,000. 60,000? That's almost 50,000. Just starting out in your career, and some of you are even fresh graduates. Where are you supposed to come up with 500,000 yuan? Subtle showboating is the most deadly. Zhang Junyi just needs to stand here, and his aura can fill the entire room. Endless praise and envy surround him. He always wears a faint smile on his face. But deep down, he couldn't help but sneer. You university students, what good does going to university do you? You'll still end up groveling at my feet. At that moment, his gaze suddenly sharpened. At a time like this, there was actually someone who hadn't groveled before him? That person was Jiang Lin, the school heartthrob from their high school. Zhang Junyi actually didn't have much interaction with Jiang Lin back then. After all, they were worlds apart at the time. But now, he had risen to prominence and achieved success. The other person was still as calm as ever? He was even joking around with the classmates beside him? This is absolutely unbearable. You're just a country bumpkin, a recent college graduate. What are you trying to pull in front of me? Zhang Junyi rolled his eyes inwardly. Some people just deliberately act high and mighty. Take the school beauty, Huenya, for example. Though she still wore a faint smile on her face. But Zhang Junyi had already noticed that she had secretly glanced at his Q7 several times without him noticing. Zhang Junyi was confident enough to guarantee that all he needed to do was flick his fingers, and she would come running. Even the school beauty is like this. What gives you the right to act superior to me, Jiang Lin? However, despite his resentment, Zhang Junyi didn't show it. Pretending is an art form. He didn't need to brag. He'd let his abilities crush you until you felt ashamed. Haha, let us not linger here. Shall we find another place? Zhang Junyi clapped his hands. I've already made arrangements. Just follow me. Alright, brothery. Everyone looked on enviously at Zhang Junyi's Q7. Who could possibly sit here and follow him? This indicates that the person is very close to Zhang Junyi. Before anyone could speak, Zhang Junyi took the initiative and said, Hudaxioa. Why don't you ride with me? The moment he said that, everyone's eyes lit up. It seems like Zhang Junyi is making his move. For a moment, everyone unconsciously turned their gaze toward Huenya, who was standing there. Huenya had just graduated from university, and her college life had exposed her to various aspects of reality. She had become much more materialistic than before. Upon hearing Zhang Junyi's invitation, she was immediately tempted. However, given the presence of so many classmates, if she got into his car, it would be like openly telling everyone that she had already made up her mind. In fact, from the moment she arrived, her original intention had been to meet Jiang Lin. However, not only did he not offer to drive, but from their conversation, he mentioned that he had opened a small supermarket in the capital. This left her torn. Hesitation lingered in her mind for less than 3 seconds. Sigh, you can't have your cake and eat it too. She sighed inwardly, Jiang Lin, don't blame me. It's your own fault for not trying hard enough. With that thought in mind, she spoke with a faint smile on her lips. Since my classmate is so generous, I'll accept your kindness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Junyi's face immediately lit up with a smug smile. Career, women, a double victory. What could be more surprising than that? Alright, whoever in the back row wants to go up, go ahead. Zhang Junyi waved his hand and suddenly turned to Zhang Lin with a faint smile. Zhang Lin, come on up. You're the school heartthrob, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to take a taxi, would it? Zhang Lin shook his head and replied indifferently, no need. So many classmates want to try it out, I'll just step aside. After saying that, he was pulled away by Wu Wei to hail a taxi. Zhang Junyi turned his gaze back and smiled faintly. Let's go, everyone. Follow me. With a burst of acceleration, the Q7 sped off into the distance. Sitting in the passenger seat, Hu Wenya remained silent for a moment before finally speaking up. Zhang Junyi, where did you book the spot? Zhang Junyi gave a mysterious smile before shaking his head. Ah, the place I booked isn't far. You'll see when we get there. Soon, everyone saw Zhang Junyi stop the car. As they got out of the car one by one, they saw the luxurious restaurant before them. They couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Wow, Mingdao seafood. Brother Zhang must be splurging. Not just that. I heard that getting a table at Mingdao Seafood is super hard, you usually have to book 2 weeks in advance. Zhang Junyi heard this and sighed softly. Ah, yes, I didn't know this place was so hard to book. Luckily, I have a friend here who managed to secure a spot in the main hall yesterday. It's a bit noisy, but I hope everyone can bear with it. What? Brothery actually managed to cut in line? That's impressive. Yeah, if we had come, forget about cutting in line, we wouldn't even be able to book in advance. Zhang Junyi couldn't help but shrug his shoulders. This show-off was well worth it. See that? That's what real power looks like. Let's go, let's go. Don't just stand there. Let's go inside and talk. Saying that, he gestured for everyone to follow him inside. Everyone had gone inside, but Wu Wei suddenly noticed Zhang Lin standing there motionless. She couldn't help but say, hey, what are you thinking about? Never been to such a nice restaurant before? Zhang Lin shook his head and smiled. I just didn't expect that Mingdao Seafood has a branch here. Let us go. Who cares about the branch? Let us have a good meal today. I've never been to such a fancy place before. Wu Wei pulled Zhang Lin inside. The entire Mingdao Seafood restaurant was divided into a main hall and private rooms. Zhang Lin glanced around and saw that there were roughly 20 tables in the main hall. Each table was bustling with lively conversation. Zhang Junyi and his group were seated on the window side, at a round table that could comfortably accommodate all 20 of them. Come on, everyone, sit down. Order whatever you like. Zhang Junyi gestured for everyone to sit down, but immediately noticed an awkward problem. The hall was indeed way too noisy. Since this was the Northeast, people naturally spoke in loud voices. With dozens of tables talking simultaneously, you might not be able to hear clearly unless you shouted. Zhang Lin sat down and couldn't help but furrow his brows. He then turned to Wu Wei and asked, should we move to a private room? What did you say? Because the entire hall was too noisy, Wu Wei didn't hear clearly and asked instinctively. Zhang Lin had to raise his voice and repeat himself. I said, should we change to a private room? As soon as he said that, many of the students present heard it, including Zhang Junyi. Chapter 138, damn it, it's actually the Osong Castle. Zhang Lin, are you trying to embarrass me? Zhang Junyi's expression darkened, and he said with a displeased look. He had already mentioned earlier that this place required advance reservations. He had already gone to great lengths to secure a reservation for the main hall. Now, he was being asked to switch to a private room? What else could this be but an attempt to embarrass him? The classmates nearby heard this and immediately began to. Ego, calm down, Zhang Lin didn't mean it that way. Yeah, after all, we've never been to a place like this before. Usually, you can switch to a private room. This place is pretty good. Look, it's pretty lively over there. Listening to everyone's pleas, Zhang Junyi sneered, I've been getting by just fine these past few years, but I don't have the influence to switch to a private room. Zhang Lin, you're the boss in the capital city with extensive connections. Why don't you give it a try? You little punk, you're trying to embarrass me, and I won't let you off easy. At that moment, all the classmates felt awkward. Zhang Lin casually said something that pushed Zhang Junyi into an awkward situation. At this point, if Zhang Lin had said, I can't do it, he'd probably be subjected to a barrage of cold, mocking remarks from Zhang Junyi. Not only that, but the few classmates who had already prepared to grovel before Zhang Junyi now looked at Zhang Lin with mocking expressions. Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhang Junyi, saying, you can't do it? Zhang Junyi snorted derisively, shook his head, and said, of course I can't. Jiang, the school heartthrob, it's your turn now. He looked at Zhang Lin with a smirk, you wouldn't be unable to do it, would you? Zhang Lin stood up slowly from his seat and walked toward the main hall. As he passed by Zhang Junyi, he couldn't resist patting his shoulder and said, a man can't say he can't do it. You're You're just bragging. Zhang Junyi sneered inwardly but sat back down. Come on, everyone, go back to what you were doing. If you want to eat something, just order whatever you like. Exactly, I think Jiang Lin is just blowing smoke. He should go cool off and come back later. Some people just can't stand seeing others do better than them, right, brother Zhang? Just as they were talking, they saw Jiang Lin actually walk back in. Oh, you're back so soon? Let's go, which private room should we choose? The Emperor's Hall or the Queen's Hall? Seeing Jiang Lin return, Zhang Junyi naturally didn't miss the opportunity to mock him. Jiang Lin replied casually, I don't know either. They said they'd arrange it and come back to get us later. Pfft, keep pretending. Zhang Junyi almost burst out laughing, but he nodded solemnly and said, alright, let's not order yet. We'll wait for Zhang the school heartthrob to make arrangements. At his words, everyone around them felt incredibly awkward. This was clearly a deadlock. Now that Zhang Junyi was the host, they definitely couldn't change their minds. Jiang Lin, however, looked completely unfazed, as if he couldn't be persuaded either. Many people couldn't help but sneer inwardly, as if they had already seen Jiang Lin making a fool of himself. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed. The atmosphere around the table grew increasingly awkward. Zhang Junyi couldn't wait any longer and finally spoke up. Jiang Lin, what about your arrangements? Before he could finish, he saw a figure dressed in a suit, accompanied by several waiters, walking quickly toward them from the direction of the lobby. Upon seeing this, Zhang Junyi's pupils suddenly contracted, and he forced himself to swallow the words that were about to leave his mouth. Mr. Zhang, the private room you requested has been arranged for you. The Imperial Hall, please. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room fell silent. Everyone stared at Jiang Lin in shock, their minds reeling. What's going on? Aren't all the private rooms here supposed to be booked in advance? Without the right connections, cutting in line was impossible. But now even the manager is coming over to invite them? What's going on here? Almost all the female students immediately turned their gaze toward Jiang Lin. They immediately wondered if Jiang Lin had some kind of connection here? Or is his influence that powerful? At that moment, Jiang Lin noticed the puzzled looks on everyone's faces and couldn't help but smile and explain, as it happens, the manager here is a relative from my hometown. Let's go. Don't wait here. Let's find another place to talk. Everyone followed him into the private room. As soon as they entered the Imperial Hall, they were stunned by its opulence. The dining table itself seemed no different from those outside. However, all the chairs were made of solid wood, comfortable and elegant. The entire decor was lavish and grand, almost indistinguishable from a palace. Seeing such a place, the more observant students naturally noticed something different about Jiang Lin. Could your relatives be so influential that they could just change the Imperial Hall on a whim? For a moment, everyone became even more curious about Jiang Lin's identity. Many people began approaching him to strike up conversations. This scene enraged Zhang Junyi to the point of madness. This is clearly my turf. A place to show off. But now, I'm just making him look good. But making me, Zhang Junyi, admit defeat like this is simply impossible. So, the second wave of showboating hit instantly. Cough, since Jiang, the school heartthrob, helped us switch to a private room, let's order some food. Everyone, feel free to pick whatever you want. No need to be polite. Zhang Junyi spoke with a smile. Alright, Brother E is so generous. Then I won't hold back. If Brother E has time, you can come over to my place to hang out. Hu Wenya, who had originally wanted to strike up a conversation with Jiang Lin, hesitated for a moment. Jiang Lin only relied on his relatives' help, but Zhang Junyi is the real deal. Sigh, external things are ultimately just external things they can't compare. Just as Hu Wenya was sighing to herself. The door to the private room suddenly swung open, and the manager, dressed in a suit, walked in with a smile. Mr. Jiang, can we serve the meal? Go ahead. Jiang Lin nodded. We've already wasted a lot of time, let's hurry up. Upon hearing this, the manager waved his hand, and immediately, a line of attractive servers carrying trays walked in. Deep-sea abalone, Australian lobster, king crab, and raw fugu fish. One after another, dishes that everyone had only heard of but never seen before were brought out. Zhang Junyi's heart skipped a beat upon seeing these dishes. Damn it, Jiang Lin is really ruthless. This is clearly an attempt to rip him off. This meal alone would easily cost at least 10,000 yuan, right? To impress everyone, Zhang Junyi had already secretly bribed one of the waiters here. He had asked him to recommend some relatively cheaper dishes. This way, he could show off and not spend too much money. But he never expected Jiang Lin to order dishes behind his back. Just as he was agonizing over the cost, the red wine on the last 3 waiters' trays nearly made him choke to death. Damn it, it was Chateau d'Assa. Chapter 139, second attempt at showing off fails, Zhang Junyi pulls out his ace in the hole. When it comes to red wine, it's either the most common ones, like Lafite, or the most expensive, like Romani Conti. Zhang Junyi wasn't an expert on red wine, but he had some knowledge. This Chateau d'Assa isn't among the top-tier red wines, but it's still something only the upper crust can afford.
He had only seen it once at the office, alongside his superior. This Chateau d'Assa, even the latest vintage, costs at least 10,000 yuan per bottle. And these 3 bottles don't appear to have the latest label. Their price is at least 20,000 yuan per bottle. 2,000 yuan per bottle, and there are 3 bottles here. That's 60,000 yuan. Over 10,000 yuan per table, plus 60,000 yuan for the wine. Over 7,000. He has completely bleeding money. Seeing this, Zhang Junyi flew into a rage. He stood up abruptly, glaring angrily at Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin, are you trying to ruin me? He pointed at the 3 waiters holding red wine and shouted, do you know how much a bottle of Chateau d'Assa costs? 2,000. 3 bottles, that's 6,000. You know I agreed to treat everyone to dinner this time. You didn't have to be so underhanded, did you? At those words, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Whoa! $6,000. Their annual internship salary doesn't even amount to 6,000. 3 bottles of wine just wiped out a year's salary. This is one heck of a hole to dig. However, before Jiang Lin could speak, the manager smiled and explained. Sir, please don't get angry. Mr. Jiang has already instructed that the bill for the wine will be charged to his account. Zhang Junyi. Embarrassing, this is way too embarrassing. You didn't have to spend my money. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhang Junyi had just sighed in relief, but immediately sensed something was off. Wait, what? On his tab? Can he even afford 6,000? Before he could ask, the manager had already left with his staff. The others, realizing what had happened, rushed over to flatter Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin, you're one smooth operator. 6,000 for drinks, and you just say so. Jiang Gu is so awesome, can I tag along with you? Does brother Jiang need any accessories? I can shout 666 and even dress up in women's clothing. Jiang Lin smiled and shook his head. It's not that expensive. I know the place, it's cheaper. The manager did indeed want to send over a bottle of Romanée-Conti. But he refused. After all, it's a class reunion, not a place to show off wealth. So a mid-range red wine was more than enough for him. As for the bill for Zhang Junyi's meal, he had no intention of paying for it either. After all, since someone else was treating, he couldn't very well take the spotlight. Zhang Junyi was now as nervous as a cat on a hot tin roof. He had already paid over 10,000 yuan for the meal. Yet he noticed that everyone was toasting Jiang Lin instead. Even Hu Wenya, who was sitting beside him, had already approached Jiang Lin several times. Failure, such a complete failure. Everyone else enjoyed the meal except Zhang Junyi. After dinner, it was already past 7 in the evening. At that moment, Zhang Junyi clapped his hands and said, everyone, I've already made arrangements for the next place. Let's head to the KTV. Alright, let me show you all my karaoke skills. Let's go. Which KTV should we go to? At this time of night, we'll probably have to wait in line. Zhang Junyi, however, raised the corner of his mouth. No need to worry now. He had already reserved a private room. Everyone, I've already booked the place, it's the best night banquet KTV. What? Night banquet KTV? I heard it's a big brand too. A national chain. They've got the clout. We're in for a treat today. Everyone took taxis together and soon arrived at the entrance of night banquet. The private room was spacious and the environment was nice. This time, Zhang Junyi's concerns about any unexpected incidents did not materialize. His attempt to show off went off without a hitch. He ordered plenty of beer and fruit platters, getting all the classmates in a lively mood. Jiang Lin and Wu Wei, along with a few other classmates, sat off to the side chatting and didn't participate much. Zhang Junyi looked at Jiang Lin and felt a surge of anger in his heart. So, after finding an opportunity, he grabbed a beer and prepared to approach them to show off again. However, before he could get close, he heard the door to the KTV room being pushed open with a loud bang. Clang! One after another, 4 or 5 burly men walked in, leaving the entire room deathly silent. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Oh my god, we've run into the black society, haven't we? This is pretty intimidating. Just as everyone was feeling uneasy, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face walked in. Upon seeing Jiang Lin, his pupils contracted, and he quickly walked up to him, bowing and saying, Mr. Jiang, I never expected to run into you here. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone was stunned. What's going on here? This guy looks like a big shot, yet he's bowing to Jiang Lin? However, Jiang Lin looked at him with a puzzled expression and frowned. Who are you? Boom! Everyone felt as though they had been struck to the ground. Could they have mistaken him for someone else? The middle-aged man with the scar, seeing this, not only showed no sign of anger but instead smiled slightly and said, Mr. Jiang, you may not remember me, but I was also in the private room that day and you do. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin began to recall the incident. It seemed like this guy was one of Cohen Zong's bodyguards. So he was one of his men after all. Aren't you in Rain City? Why did you come here? Jiang Lin asked in confusion. I'm here to audit the accounts, check on the operations here, and report back. The scar-faced man laughed. I just saw your figure and thought I recognized you by mistake.
Alright, go ahead and get back to work. Zhang Lin waved his hand, not wanting to disturb him further. Alright, got it.
The scar-faced man nodded hurriedly. Enjoy your time here.
Today's bill is on us. Alright. Zhang Lin shook his head. No need to waive the bill. I'm not the one treating. Alright, got it.
Scarface understood immediately, but still smiled and said, then I'll have someone bring you a few bottles of Black Ace later. It's my way of showing my appreciation.
Alright. Zhang Lin nodded.
After all, he had to give the Wen family some face. After speaking, the scar-faced man bowed respectfully and led his men out. Soon, 5 bottles of Black A were delivered. Seeing those bottles of Black Ace, even the little cutie knew that Zhang Lin wasn't someone to be underestimated. A single Black Ace costs at least 3,000 yuan, and a good one could easily reach 6,000. To casually send over 5 bottles of Black Ace was something only someone of a certain caliber could do.
However, up until now, no one knew what Zhang Lin was really up to. Zhang Junyi gritted his teeth in frustration.
He had calculated everything meticulously, but never expected Zhang Lin to emerge out of nowhere and steal the show. It could be said that the consecutive show-offs had completely ruined him. Zhang Junyi had to admit that no matter what background or status Zhang Lin had, he was far superior to him. However, Zhang Junyi would not back down so easily. On the path of outdoing others, there was one more move, using another mountain to polish a gem. Chapter 140, showing off in front of the boss, Zhang Junyi collapses. At that moment, Zhang Junyi calmly took the microphone for singing. However, he didn't sing. Instead, he cleared his throat and began, "Today, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for taking the time to attend this gathering. I, Zhang Junyi, am deeply grateful." Upon hearing this, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him. I imagine that many of you are curious about how I ended up in this situation. For someone like me, who only graduated from high school, to be able to make a living in society, they must all have deep doubts. His words successfully piqued everyone's curiosity. Indeed, a high school graduate who, in just a few short years, had risen to become such an outstanding individual. This is undeniably fascinating to anyone. At this point, Zhang Junyi smiled slightly and decided to share the secret with everyone. The reason for his success boils down to 2 words. Stock trading. What? So you made your fortune through stock trading, Mr. Zhang? Stock market genius. But the stock market is risky, one must be cautious when entering it. Exactly. Brother Zhang, you didn't just take a gamble on this, did you? Everyone was chatting about it, but they weren't really into stock trading. Because there's an element of luck involved. It's completely beyond your control. However, Zhang Junyi shook his head and smiled. I've made it this far because of stock trading, but it's not the money I made from it. He smiled faintly and said honestly, after graduation, I spent a few years trading a few stocks. Of course, there were losses and gains. As I gained more experience, I was fortunate enough to be recognized by a senior colleague. He introduced me to a securities company for an interview. In the end, I beat out many graduate students and secured the position of trader. That's how I ended up in my current situation. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. Stock trading isn't just about academic qualifications. What matters more is vision, skills, and the ability to seize the right moment. Predicting market trends. Zhang Junyi was able to pass through the rigorous selection process and join the securities company. This alone demonstrates his exceptional abilities. Sure enough, when he was introduced, everyone was immediately impressed. Who would have thought that Brother E would become a trader? That's impressive. I get headaches just looking at numbers, let alone trading. I can already see a stock market genius rising. As everyone was discussing, suddenly a classmate spoke up, Brother E, which securities company do you work for? If any of us want to get into the stock market, we can come find you. Zhang Junyi didn't hesitate for a moment and nodded, saying, I work at Guangyao Securities in the capital. If anyone needs help in the future, feel free to come find me. Guangyao Securities? Zhang Lin raised his eyebrows in surprise. This is too coincidental. He actually works at the same securities company as me? But that doesn't make sense. If he works at a securities company, how could he not know that he's already become the largest shareholder there? Could Zhang Junyi be lying? Zhang Lin looked over with a puzzled expression. He heard everyone gasping in surprise. Guangyao Securities? Isn't that one of the top 5 securities firms in the country? Igu is so awesome. Brother E is truly a rising star. Listening to the praise, Zhang Junyi humbly shook his head. He knew his abilities couldn't compare to Zhang Lin's. So, he waved his hand. When it comes to being young and talented, I don't think anyone here can match our company's new boss. New boss? Everyone looked puzzled. That's right. I only found out yesterday that Guangyao Securities has been acquired by a mysterious individual who purchased 40% of the shares, making them the company's largest shareholder. And his age is reportedly under 25. What? Less than 25 years old and he acquired a securities company? Is that true?
Goodness, I never even dreamed of something like this. Goodness, 40% of the shares, how much is that worth? Billions, or even tens of billions? Compared to him, I feel utterly inadequate. I suddenly lost all motivation to live. Seeing everyone's reactions, Zhang Junyi couldn't help but laugh. I can't keep up with you, but this guy is better than you, right?
Now Zhang Junyi's mindset had changed. Even if you lost to someone else, it was as if you had lost to him.
However, despite everyone's discussions, Zhang Junyi hadn't noticed the slightest change in Zhang Lin's expression.
No, it had changed, but not from shock or envy, but from something strange.
Damn it, I've already been exposed. Why are you acting so strange? Zhang Junyi's heart skipped a beat. Could you be doubting that I'm lying?
No, I must make you completely convinced. He pulled out his phone and held it up, saying, "Everyone, such a young and accomplished boss, do you want to know his background?"
Yes. Everyone nodded without hesitation. Such curiosity couldn't be contained.
Alright, today, I'll open the internal email our company sent out yesterday right in front of everyone.
It contains the new boss's information, though I haven't had a chance to look at it yet.
Saying this, he opened the email and downloaded the attachment.
Alright, the moment of truth has arrived.
Zhang Junyi tapped the screen with one finger, and the document opened instantly, revealing the information to everyone present. However, the expected gasps of astonishment did not come. Instead, there was complete silence.
Just as Zhang Junyi sensed something was wrong and was about to speak,
a classmate, whose identity was unknown, suddenly spoke up in confusion.
"Brother Zhang, is this information correct? Is it correct?" Zhang Junyi raised an eyebrow.
Of course it's correct.
This is the company's internal email. Didn't you see the prefix? It's all Guangyao Securities. Then, did we get it wrong? Another person questioned. How could that be? Zhang Junyi flipped his phone over with a hint of annoyance. This information was sent by senior management. How could there be a mistake?
Before he could finish, he suddenly stopped. Because, below the announcement, the information about the new boss was as follows. Name, Zhang Lin, male, 24 years old.
ID number, 2301.
Ancestral home, Northeast Province, Snow City, Ping'an, Xingfu Village.
1-inch passport photo. Education, bachelor's degree, graduated from Finance and Economics University. Zhang Junyi suddenly looked up and glanced in Zhang Lin's direction. This new boss's information isn't that his high school classmate, Zhang Lin? Zhang Junyi. This can't be true. This can't be true. I worked so hard to come back and show off, only to end up in front of my own boss? This world is crazy. Chapter 141, The Stunned Uncle and His Sons. Seeing everyone's fierce, menacing glances, Zhang Lin knew this couldn't be hidden anymore.
He could only shrug his shoulders and say indifferently, if the information on his phone is correct, then it must be me.
Whoa!
Though they had already suspected as much, when Zhang Lin finally admitted it, it still left everyone stunned.
How could that be? Zhang Lin was their high school classmate. Everyone knew each other's capabilities. He had just graduated from university, and yet he had somehow transformed himself into the boss of a securities company? Even now, they couldn't bring themselves to believe it was true. But reality is reality.
The information in Zhang Junyi's phone has been thoroughly verified multiple times.
There's not a single mistake. At this point, it's an undeniable fact. Now, everyone's gaze toward Zhang Lin has completely changed. Before, it was merely admiration and curiosity. But now, it was pure awe, envy, and even groveling admiration. Hu Wenyao was now filled with regret. She had no idea how much the securities company was worth, but as a major shareholder, he must be worth at least hundreds of millions. If she had chosen to get close to Zhang Lin back then, even if she couldn't win him over, she could have at least been his mistress. But now, she can only follow Zhang Junyi. She no longer feels the slightest interest in Zhang Junyi. However, Zhang Junyi didn't have the slightest thought of caring about Hu Wenyao at that moment. After all, she is just a woman. Once he achieves success and fame, there will be plenty of women willing to climb into his bed. Even a young model wouldn't be out of the question. So, what he needs to do now is to grovel. Zhang, boss, it was my fault earlier. I misunderstood you. I apologize to you. Zhang Junyi approached Zhang Lin and bowed deeply. Zhang Lin gave him a casual glance.
After all, they were classmates, and he didn't harbor much ill will toward him.
If it weren't for being forced into this situation, he wouldn't have wanted to reveal his true identity. However, since he was now Zhang Junyi's boss, Zhang Lin couldn't help but ask, "Did you get your position through the normal process?" Zhang Lin's words made Zhang Junyi's heart skip a beat. He hurriedly nodded and said, "Don't worry, boss. I went through a rigorous selection process and emerged victorious. My relative only gave me some information. There were no other underhanded tactics involved." "Oh, I see. That's fine then. Do a good job." Zhang Lin nodded.
As long as it was reasonable, he didn't mind having him work under him. Upon hearing that Zhang Lin wasn't going to cause trouble for him, Zhang Junyi was overjoyed.
Thank you for your recognition, boss. No need to say more. I'll drink this bottle. Saying that, he grabbed the beer and started drinking it. John Lin waved his hand. Go ahead. We're still high school classmates here. Do whatever you want. Zhang Junyi nodded repeatedly and walked off to drink with his classmates. However, John Lin soon realized that his current status was different now. Though his classmates appeared to be having a good time on the surface, their glances kept drifting toward him. Seeing this, John Lin couldn't help but sigh softly. They only knew that he had become the boss of a securities company. If they knew he was also a shareholder of King Real Estate, Dolphin Music, and the Thousand Hands platform, they would probably be unable to sit still. The only one who could still act so carefree around him was Wu Wei by his side. There was nothing he could do. In the end, he stood up and bid farewell to his classmates. John Lin left the KTV and took a taxi straight home. When he saw his parents, the complex emotions in his heart vanished once again. No matter what he had become, his parents would always love him the same. After that, John Lin didn't go anywhere, he just stayed at home. Every day, he helped his father with some farm work and his mother with picking vegetables. Life was quite pleasant. Before he knew it, several days had passed. John Lin felt he had stayed long enough and it was time to leave. Coincidentally, the butler had just called to say that his driver had been hired. John Lin heard this and thought it would be a good opportunity to have him test drive the vehicle for a short distance. So, he found his parents. Mom and Dad, I'm heading back to the capital today. John Lin said. What? You're leaving today? His father couldn't help but sound a bit surprised. Did you buy a ticket? Should I find a car to take you to the city? No need. Someone will pick me up later. John Lin shook his head and then said, Dad, Mom, if I told you that I'm already very rich, super rich, would you accept it? Silly child, don't talk nonsense. Money is something you earn slowly. There's no such thing as money falling from the sky. Mom rolled her eyes and couldn't help but try to reason with him. His father glared at him and asked, Did you do something illegal? John Lin couldn't help but laugh and cry, Dad, can you not let your imagination run wild? Everything I've done is completely legal. Your son is running a legitimate business, isn't he? Legitimate business? Upon hearing this, Dad nodded immediately and said, Alright, as long as you're on the right path, it doesn't matter how much money you have. Alright, I know this might sound vague, but you'll understand when someone comes to pick me up later. John Lin nodded. Since his parents accepted it, he naturally felt at ease. As soon as John Lin mentioned leaving, his mother immediately began rushing around to pack his things. She packed some local specialties, saying they were for him to take home. John Lin wanted to stop her, but seeing how busy his parents were, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. A mother worries when her son goes far away, but a son doesn't worry when his mother goes far away. After half an hour, the two of them had finally packed everything. His father asked, When is the car coming to pick you up? John Lin thought for a moment and couldn't help saying, It's almost here, Dad. There's no room to park here. Let's go to the village entrance, there's an open space there. Can't fit? Dad was completely baffled upon hearing this. What car can't fit? But before he could finish, John Lin had already stepped outside. Seeing this, Dad and Mom had no choice but to follow him out. John Lin, you're leaving already? Yeah, Auntie. Are you leaving? When will you be back? It depends. We'll see when the time comes. While greeting the villagers, John Lin walked out of the village. Just outside the village entrance was a vast open field where John Lin estimated the Hummingbird helicopter could land. He had already contacted them earlier, and the helicopter should arrive in about 20 minutes. As time passed, John Lin, who was waiting, suddenly spotted a Honda sedan approaching from the distance. The car seemed to notice them and stopped directly. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face. Uncle San? You're out already? John Lin asked with a smile. Haha, yes, Jiang Lin, are you leaving? Uncle San said with a smile. Yeah, I'm waiting for someone to pick me up. Jiang Lin nodded. Hey, who are you waiting for? Uncle San waved his hand. Just let your brother take you to the station. At that moment, the door on the other side opened, and a tall, muscular young man stepped out. Jiang Lin, let's go. I'll take you. The young man had a smug smile on his face. Our Honda is fast. We'll definitely make it on time. He even gave the car body a heavy thump. You know, this foreign-made stuff is really sturdy. Jiang Lin smiled faintly upon seeing this. No need. The person picking me up will be here soon. Already? Where? I didn't see any cars on my way back. The two men couldn't help but exchange glances. It's here? Right there? Jiang Lin instinctively pointed toward the distant sky, and the two men suddenly saw a helicopter breaking through the sky from the distance. For a moment, they were speechless. Chapter 142, Is Mr. Jiang about to take action against the Lin family? A helicopter? The two stood there in a daze for a while before Uncle San finally spoke in a hoarse voice. Yeah, driving is too slow, and going to the airport is a hassle.
Jiang Lin smiled and nodded, unable to resist saying, Uncle San, if you have time in the future, you should come to the capital. I'll treat you then. Ah. Uncle San nodded repeatedly but still looked utterly astonished. Little Lin, is that helicopter yours? Jiang Lin nodded and said, yes, there wasn't a suitable pilot before, so I didn't bring it back. Hearing this, Uncle Jiang felt his face burn with embarrassment. Earlier, he had boasted to others about how impressive his son was, having bought a car worth over 200,000 yuan. But now, look at him, he doesn't even drive a car. He's just flying a plane, isn't he? Even though he was from the countryside, he knew that a plane was way more expensive than a car. At that moment, his father and mother also snapped out of their shock. Son, you actually bought a helicopter? Dad asked in disbelief, how much did that cost? Jiang Lin looked at the helicopter hovering in mid-air and shouted at his father, not much, just under 20 billion. 20 billion? His father gasped in disbelief. Had he heard correctly? At that moment, Jiang Lin turned to him and said, Dad, Mom, I'll be going now. If you ever want to come, I'll send someone to pick you up. With that, he boarded the helicopter, which took off and quickly disappeared into the sky. Seeing Jiang Lin's disappearing figure, the old man suddenly snapped back to reality. He burst into laughter. Ha, I knew it. My son has made something of himself. Ha, good. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. Turning his head, he saw his third uncle and the two others still there. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, let's go, old three. Tell your son to work hard. Maybe one day he can save up enough to buy one too. It's not that expensive, just a couple of billion. As the other man's figure disappeared, Uncle San and his son exchanged glances. 20 billion? Jiang Lin had no idea what had just happened. He only knew that this time, he had helped his father regain some face. There probably aren't many people in the village who can fly a plane. This will probably give his father something to brag about for a while. However, he hadn't been gone long before he received a WeChat message from his mother. Jiang Lin took a look and couldn't help but whistle in admiration. His mom's reaction was pretty quick. Just found out he has a helicopter, and now she wants him to have a grandson. But having a grandchild is out of the question for now. Jiang Lin made up a random excuse to brush it off and let it go. Upon returning to the imperial capital, Jiang Lin suddenly remembered something. That was the 100 billion the Lin family had promised him before he left. At that thought, he couldn't help but call Ning Boguang. Hello, any news from the Lin family? Upon hearing Jiang Lin's voice, Ning Boguang hurriedly said, Mr. Jiang, I've been keeping tabs on the Lin family. Although they haven't made any official announcements, their activities have become more frequent in recent days. It seems they're acquiring some smaller companies and expanding their operations. Oh? If they have time to expand, does that mean they don't have to worry about internal troubles anymore? Jiang Lin muttered thoughtfully. Alright, call Lin Tianyang and ask him about his father's recovery and when my payment will be transferred to me. Got it, Mr. Jiang. I'll handle it right away. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Lin left the mansion and headed toward Guangyao Securities. Because from the information Ning Boguang had just given him, Jiang Lin suddenly realized what the system meant by the 3 trillion. Before he could reach his destination, he heard Ning Boguang's call coming in. As soon as he answered, he heard Ning Boguang's urgent tone. Mr. Jiang, Lin Tianyang just told me that his grandfather has indeed improved significantly. What about the money? Lin Tianyang said he had already mentioned it to his grandfather, but Ning Boguang paused for a moment before continuing, but his grandfather said that 100 billion is impossible. If Mr. Jiang is willing to make a gesture of friendship, would 1 billion be acceptable? 100 million. Jiang Lin's expression turned icy upon hearing this. Does he think I'm begging? Alright, let's leave it at that for now. You don't need to get involved in this matter for the time being. After saying that, Jiang Lin hung up the phone. At that moment, Ning Boguang's eyes suddenly flickered. He turned to his son, Ning Yi, and said, Son, gather all the information on the Lin family immediately. The more detailed, the better. Contact Mr. Jiang later and deliver this information to him. Ning Yi looked puzzled. Dad, what do you mean? Is Mr. Jiang planning to take action against the Lin family? If I'm not mistaken. Ning Boguang nodded and said, Mr. Jiang's tone just now sounded like he was really angry. But the Lin family is a massive entity, we're just a small company, we can't possibly match them. Ning Yi found it hard to believe. Ning Boguang shook his head. Remember this, Mr. Jiang's influence is far from what it seems on the surface. From the tone of his voice on the phone just now, there was not a hint of urgency, worry, or even tension, only anger. Even the Lin family, such a powerful entity, couldn't make him afraid? There's only one possibility, Mr. Jiang isn't afraid. Ning Boguang fixed his gaze on his son, Ning Yi. You've always wanted to make a name for yourself, haven't you? Now your chance has come. Follow Mr. Jiang's lead, and your future will be limitless. Upon hearing Ning Boguang's words, Ning Yi was also startled.
He never imagined that Jiang Lin could be so terrifying. Alright, I'll start gathering information and contact Mr. Jiang right away. Jiang Lin was unaware of Ning Ye's actions. At that moment, he had already arrived at the entrance of Guangyao Securities. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw the CEO of the securities company, Ling Hua, already waiting with a group of people. Mr. Jiang, how did you find the time to come today? Jiang Lin got out of the car and said as he walked, I have an important matter to attend to. Please wait here, others will be arriving shortly. Upon hearing Jiang Lin's words, Ling Hua was startled. If even Mr. Jiang says it's important, what could have happened? Jiang Lin entered Guangyao Securities and headed straight for the main conference room. Soon, all the traders were urgently summoned to the meeting. Zhang Junyi was also among them. When he saw Jiang Lin sitting in the main seat, he couldn't help but feel a surge of shock. Jiang Lin glanced at his phone. It was a WeChat message from Ning Yi. Is there information? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. Ning Boguan really had a sharp mind. Is this a way of showing favor toward me? Alright, since you know how to seize an opportunity, I can give you a chance. Jiang Lin tapped his fingers and sent Ning Yi the address of Guangyao Securities. Soon, one after another, the big shots arrived. Chapter 143, Industry Titans Gather, Jiang Lin's most terrifying move in history. Zhang Junyi cowered in the corner, the only small fry in the entire room. Having only been at the company for a short time, he dared not even breathe loudly. However, before long, a young man dressed in white walked in. He approached Jiang Lin with great respect. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Lin waved his hand, gesturing for the other to sit down. Wait a moment. Ning Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled. He didn't understand why they were at the securities company, but now all the bigwigs of the securities company were here. Why were they still waiting? However, not long after, another figure dressed in a suit appeared. Upon seeing this figure, Ning Yi couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Chen Zong from King Real Estate? As soon as Chen Zong arrived, he nodded at Jiang Lin, who waved him to sit down and then remained silent. Soon, another person entered the room. Ning Yi's heart trembled. Damn it, the CEO of Qianshou Live, Mr. Chow. One after another, figures that sent shivers down his spine appeared. Mr. Shun from Dolphin Music. Jin, the CEO of Jin Kong Medical. The chairman of Mingdao Catering Group. These industry titans, each one a leader in their respective fields, had all gathered here because of Jiang Lin. Ning Yi felt his heart race wildly, realizing for the first time just how vast Jiang Lin's background truly was. In the corner, Zhang Junyi felt his whole body trembling. He was just a small fry, while the bigwigs present were all crocodiles. The kind of crocodiles that devour others. Seeing everyone arrive one after another, Chen Shan, the general manager, couldn't help but ask cautiously. Mr. Jiang, can we begin? Jiang Lin waved his hand. No rush. A few more people haven't arrived yet. Let's connect via video call. At that moment, the assistant beside him had already turned on the projector and initiated the video call. Suddenly, a video feed connected first. Though others might not recognize the figure, the senior executives present couldn't help but narrow their eyes. It was Mr. One of the Wen family from Yudu, along with his eldest granddaughter, Wen Yingshui. Not only that, but there were two more windows waiting to connect. This left everyone puzzled. Besides these people, was there anyone else Jiang Lin needed to contact? At that moment, the second window connected. A sleepy figure appeared. The person was still wearing their pajamas. Upon seeing Jiang Lin, the other person's sleepiness vanished, and they couldn't help but smile and say, Hello, Mr. Jiang, why are you contacting me so late? Jiang Lin smiled and nodded. Let me introduce everyone. This is Steven, the CEO of Armani Group. Whoa! Everyone gasped in shock. Who didn't know about luxury brands? How had this big shot managed to get in touch with him? Before anyone could recover from their shock, the third video call connected. A foreign man in a suit was smiling at Jiang Lin. Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to contact me so late at night. Ha ha. Jiang Lin smiled. This was Mr. Pfister, the chairman of the Fiat Group. Whoa! Everyone was completely stunned. Fiat Group? That's a world-renowned automotive giant. How did Jiang Lin manage to connect with such a giant? How much influence must he have? Zhang Junyi felt like his brain had short-circuited. Real estate, live streaming, music, catering, healthcare, luxury goods, and automobiles. Jiang Lin has already gathered nearly all the bigwigs across almost every major industry. How terrifying is that kind of power? What terrifying energy. Alright, now that we've managed to gather everyone here, I'll get straight to the point. Jiang Lin reached out to take Ning Yi's tablet. You've all heard of the Yunlin family, right? Two simultaneous interpreters translated Jiang Lin's words into the other languages. The Lin family is a renowned clan in our great Xia kingdom. Their assets primarily stem from overseas trade and transportation, while also venturing into real estate, healthcare, catering, and various other industries. Their assets are estimated to be around 300 billion. As he spoke, he glanced at everyone present and said calmly, "If I were to destroy the Lin family, how long would it take you all?" The statement sent shockwaves through the entire room. Destroy the Lin family? Even Ning Yi, whose mindset was already highly mature, nearly fell from his seat. To destroy a family with a net worth of 300 billion yuan, that was something no one dared even think about. Yet now, Jiang Lin not only thought about it, but also intended to act on it. Mr. Jiang, as far as I know, the Lin family's main holding companies are all listed overseas. So if we want to destroy them, we'll have to target their overseas assets. Chen Shan was the first to speak. Jiang Lin smiled upon hearing this. What I'm talking about isn't just annihilation, but making the Lin family's businesses change hands. Change hands? Everyone heard this and their hearts skipped a beat. Xia Yunfei remained silent for a moment before blurting out, "Are you suggesting that you intend to take over all of the Lin family's businesses?" Jiang Lin smiled faintly. "Not all of it, at least 90%. Whoa! If anyone else had heard that, it would have sounded like a fairy tale. But in Jiang Lin's presence, everyone felt a bit dazed. But if that's the case, how are we supposed to proceed? Shenzong couldn't help but ask. As far as I know, the stock price of the Lin family's IPO overseas is very high. Jiang Lin smiled upon hearing this. That's precisely why I called everyone here. Ling Zong from Guanyao Securities should have more authority to speak on this matter. Let him share his thoughts first. Mr. Ling nodded after listening, then stood up and said, "Everyone, we have already investigated the Lin family's overseas IPO situation. It is mainly listed in free country. Therefore, we aim to collaborate across all sectors to suppress all of the Lin family's businesses. This will inevitably cause their stock price to plummet. At that point, our institution will further short sell the Lin family stocks. Once they hit rock bottom, we will proceed with the acquisition." Upon hearing this, the other bigwigs suddenly understood. It turned out that they had been summoned to suppress the Lin family across all industries. While the Lin family may be able to withstand pressure from a single industry, when all industries are combined, the Lin family will inevitably be unable to hold on alone. At that point, further compression would make the cost of acquiring them drop to the lowest possible level. At this thought, everyone couldn't help but look at Jiang Lin with a sense of foreboding. This young man's thinking was too terrifying. And he's also ruthless. When dealing with enemies, he shows no mercy whatsoever. Alright, King's real estate is no problem. Ming Island is also fine. No problem. Many big shots nodded in agreement at this moment. Standing on Jiang Lin's side was naturally the right choice for them. Jiang Lin nodded and turned to Ling Zong, asking, "So, when should we begin?" Ling Zong fell silent for a moment before replying, "Mr. Jiang, any time is fine, but we have an important issue that needs to be resolved first." Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow and asked, "What issue?" Chapter 144, The Trouble with the Lin Family has arrived. Funds. I need a massive amount of funds. Mr. Ling pondered for a moment and said, "Short-selling stocks means that when investors anticipate a stock's price will drop in the future, they sell shares they don't own at the current high price, then buy them back when the price drops to a certain level. The price difference is the investor's profit. In theory, you borrow shares to sell first, then buy them back later to return them. In a formal short-selling market, there is a neutral warehouse that provides a platform for borrowing shares." Pausing, he explained, "However, we want to short-sell the Lin family, and the lending platform of the neutral warehouse is your Guanyao Securities. Without sufficient capital to support the loans, we won't be able to buy back at a lower price." Jiang Lin knew a little about stocks but wasn't an expert. He shook his head, unwilling to dwell on the details. "Just tell me how much capital you need." Ling Zong remained silent for a moment before raising his hand. "A conservative estimate, I think we need 500 billion. 500 billion? Everyone present couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Such a large amount of working capital isn't a small sum. If it were just a few billion, the few companies could pool their resources and manage it easily. But 500 billion isn't something we can't come up with. But what if something goes wrong on our end? We wouldn't be able to handle it." Everyone fell silent. Who would have thought that Jiang Lin, with such ambitious plans, was preparing to deal a crushing blow to the entire Lin family? Such a shocking feat. They had originally had the opportunity to participate in it. But now, it had all come to naught due to a lack of working capital. Can one say there is no regret? That would be a lie. But now, this issue has left everyone at a loss. However, Jiang Lin sat there, showing no emotion as he listened to Ling Zong's words. He was even chatting with his female friends on his phone. "Mr. Jiang, what should we do?" Mr. Ling waited for a moment before asking impatiently. Jiang Lin finally looked up and said, "Oh, give me your account number later. I'll transfer 1 billion to you first. If it's not enough, let me know." "Mr. Jiang, 1 billion might not be enough." Mr. Ling shook his head, about to object. But before he could finish, he suddenly exclaimed in shock, "What did you say? 1 billion? Jiang Lin looked at him in surprise. "Yes, what's wrong? You can go ahead and do it. If it's not enough, I'll give you another 100 billion.
Ling Zong suddenly collapsed into his chair, dazed, and said, "Enough, enough, absolutely enough." He snapped back to reality and suddenly realized that this might be the most brilliant move he had ever made in his life. "Mr. Jiang, rest assured. With your financial support, I can bankrupt the entire Lin family in less than a week. Alright, it's settled. Let's wrap this up." Saying this, Jiang Lin stood up and left the conference room under everyone's gaze. Once Jiang Lin had left, whether it was Ning Yi, Mr. Chiao, Mr. Chen, or the other bigwigs, all of them had a look of deep shock in their eyes. A man who could casually pull out 1,000,000,000,000 yuan, just how terrifying was Mr. Jian? And 2 trillion seemed to be far from his limit. Shenzong spoke cautiously. "Everyone, at this point, I think we shouldn't beat around the bush anymore." Xiaozong couldn't help but speak up. "We must handle this matter properly. Mr. Zhang's influence is truly immeasurable." Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, being able to connect with Jiang Lin was an unprecedented opportunity for them. As the bigwigs dispersed, countless hands began to reach out toward the Lin family's direction in places unseen by anyone in the Great Xia Kingdom. Yunzhou Lake Villa District, the Lin family's old mansion. This was the only undeveloped plot of land within the Villa District. It was also the core area of the Villa District. Why hadn't it been developed? Because the developer, Lin Real Estate, intentionally left this old mansion untouched. They even built an independent courtyard around it, making it resemble a mansion. At this moment, within the pavilion of the estate, Mr. Lin Yuanqing, the elderly patriarch of the Lin family, is sitting there basking in the sun. These past few days have been the most comfortable he's had in years. He has already taken nearly half of the blood essence pill, and it must be said that the effects of the medicine are remarkably good for him. He now feels as though he is not an 80-year-old man at all. He feels at least a decade younger. Apart from needing to be cautious about his high blood pressure and coronary heart disease, he feels no signs of weakness or fatigue whatsoever. Ha ha! All of this is thanks to that young lady, Lin Yan. Old Master Lin thought to himself with a smile. Moreover, his health was gradually improving, and the entire Lin family was beginning to thrive once again. Recently, his strategic moves have allowed the Lin family to acquire several small factories. The business has seen further development. Once the medical device sector is secured, it's time to explore other industries. He thought to himself. "Grandfather." Just as he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly echoed from the distance. "Ha, just as I mentioned him, here he comes. Yenner, why have you come to visit grandfather?" Old Master Lin said with a smile. "Is it because those factories can start production now?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a serious expression on Lin Yan's face. "Grandfather, the factory is indeed ready to start production." Lin Yan nodded, "But today when I contacted the clients, they said they no longer wanted our orders and had switched to another supplier." "What? Fushan Medical is our longtime partner. How could they just cancel the order like that?" Old Master Lin's expression changed, and he couldn't help but speak up. "I've already asked them, grandfather. They didn't give a reason, and they've even transferred the breach of contract fee to our account." Lin Yan, who wasn't very capable, panicked at the situation. "Don't worry, if they're gone, they're gone. We'll just find other clients." Mr. Lin waved his hand dismissively, speaking with great composure. His family was wealthy and powerful, this minor setback wouldn't amount to much. Tap tap. No sooner had the old man finished speaking than footsteps could be heard approaching from the distance. He turned his head and saw his grandson, Lin Tianyang. "Tianyang, you two siblings sure are coincidental, it's almost as if you planned it, hee hee." The old patriarch was very pleased with this grandson. In terms of knowledge, vision, and character, he was the best choice. The only thing that bothered him a bit was the incident with buying medicine last time. It was obvious that the other party was trying to swindle money, yet he had actually suggested to him that they should first talk to Jiang Lin. However, these were minor matters, not worth mentioning. Lin Tianyang furrowed his brows. Seeing his sister there, he was also a bit surprised. Then, he revealed something that even surprised Mr. Lin. "Grandfather, our newly opened real estate project in Yudo has been exposed in a scandal." Chapter 145, Multiple Attacks, the Lin family's crisis begins. "Ha? A real estate scandal? What's going on?" Old Master Lin furrowed his brows. "Why are bad things happening one after another today?" Lin Tianyang said solemnly, "I was at the office working on a project in Rain City when the general manager of the real estate development called me. He said that during the opening today, they encountered a large group of people distributing flyers among the customers. The flyers claimed that the land we developed was originally a massive graveyard. It contained countless corpses and bones." "Nonsense. We spent 1.3 billion to acquire this property. How could that be possible?" Old Mr. Lin snorted angrily. "Yes, but even if we try to debunk the rumors online now, it's already too late. On the day of the launch, all the customers had already spread the news. Now the entire development is deserted, with sales figures shockingly low. Never mind, hire some PR people to contain the situation. Let's wait it out and see what happens."
Mr. Lin waved his hand dismissively. The houses are still there, there's no rush. But as soon as he finished speaking, footsteps could be heard approaching. Lin Tianyang looked in the direction of the sound in surprise and couldn't help but ask, "Dad, why are you back? What's going on today?" Lin Mo snorted coldly. "No matter what day it is, it's not a good day. Do you have bad news too?" Old Master Lin sensed that something was amiss. "Ha? What do you mean, you have bad news too?" Lin Mo replied in surprise, "But I do have some bad news. The live streaming companies we acquired earlier had at least 100 popular influencers. But they just called me and said they've all been permanently banned." "What? How is that possible? They've always been so well behaved, haven't they?" Lin Tianyang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "This isn't good. I'll call them right away. There must be an issue with Qianqiu Live." At that moment, the elderly Mr. Lin sitting there suddenly raised his hand. "Don't call." Lin Tianyang asked in surprise, "What's wrong, grandfather?" "It seems our Lin family has been targeted." As soon as old Master Lin spoke, the three of them turned pale. "What? Someone dares to target our Lin family? Who could be so bold?" "We don't know who it is yet." "Lin Mo, go investigate immediately." Lin Laoyi ordered, "These matters are not the most important to us. What matters is that our main business, overseas trade, must not suffer any setbacks. Do you understand?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and his expression changed instantly. "Dad, it's the second son calling." "Ha? Isn't the second son abroad? Why is he calling now?" Mr. Lin's expression changed, sensing something was amiss. Lin Mo answered the call and immediately heard his younger brother's anxious voice on the other end. "Big brother, it's bad. 3 of our cargo ships at sea have been inspected and found to be carrying contraband. They've been seized." "What? How is that possible?" Lin Mo exclaimed in shock. "It's not just that. All the car transport orders we were handling for Fiat have been cancelled today." "What?" This even shocked Mr. Lin himself. That order was a year-long contract worth hundreds of billions. "Dad, it's not just that. I just received word from the airline that our cargo has been detained by customs for inspection. But air freight has a time limit. If it's delayed, the goods will expire, and who will cover the loss?" Lin Tianyang's face turned pale instantly. These pieces of news were like thunderbolts from a clear sky. "Hurry up, Lin Mo, go find out immediately who dares to target the Lin family." The old patriarch slammed his fist on the chair in anger. "All right, I'll go immediately." Lin Mo left and immediately mobilized all his connections to begin the search. However, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find out who had targeted the Lin family. The reason was simple: every faction that had targeted them belonged to different industries. No one could have imagined that a single person could mobilize forces from various industries to launch a coordinated attack against them. Before long, several hours had passed. At that moment, trading finally began for the day at the Free Nation Stock Exchange. Mr. Lin had no time to rest. He, along with Lin Yan and Lin Tianyang, were all by the phone, waiting for news about the stocks. Sure enough, as soon as the market opened, several stocks under Lin family holdings opened with a sea of red. Moreover, influenced by this news, they continued to plummet at an extremely rapid pace. Who could it be? Who could it be? Old Master Lin was frantic with worry. The stock prices falling weren't the problem. What was terrifying was that he still had no idea who he had offended. Could it be those old rivals who found out I've recovered? Mr. Lin shook his head vigorously. No, even if they knew, they wouldn't have that much influence. Besides, he had been doing his best to keep the news of his recovery under wraps. The first day passed in this state of unbearable anxiety. The next morning, Mr. Lin heard some news that really got him worked up. All of the Lin family stocks listed in the Gulf had plummeted by nearly 20%. What does that mean? It meant that the Lin family's massive assets of 300 billion had evaporated by 600 billion overnight. Mr. Lin had no time to dwell on the loss of 60 billion. He immediately summoned Lin Mo to inquire about the investigation results. "Dad, I've looked into it. The entities targeting us include King's Real Estate, Thousand Hands Live Streaming, and the Overseas Fiat Group, among others. These forces don't want to take action, yet they're all attacking us simultaneously. Moreover, today, all 15 of our real estate projects nationwide have been hit by scandals, resulting in a significant decline in sales performance. Our 7-star rated hotels and 15 chain restaurants have all experienced customer disturbances. 3 merchant ships have been detained, supposedly for routine inspections. The order volume of the transportation company is continuously declining, and many customers have even called to inquire whether our company is in trouble. Negative news about our company is flooding the internet." Mr. Lin felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and nearly fainted from anger. Damn it, who is targeting my Lin family? At that moment, Lin Tianyang, who had remained silent all along, suddenly raised his head and spoke. "Grandfather, I think of someone who might be behind this." Chapter 146, The Lin Family's Hope? No, it's despair. Who? Old Master Lin looked at his grandson with excitement.
Lin Tianyang, seeing this, spoke in a solemn tone, Jiang Lin.
Jiang Lin?
Old Master Lin furrowed his brows. The name sounded unfamiliar to him. At that moment, Lin Yan became excited instead.
Impossible. That medicine seller could have such influence? A medicine seller?
Upon hearing this, Old Master Lin suddenly realized.
Are you saying that Jiang Lin, who sold us 100 billion? Lin Tianyang sighed wryly. It's probably him.
I have a feeling that even if he's not the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, he's still involved. After all, since we got the blood essence pills back, we haven't paid him a single cent.
Nonsense. We were going to give him 1 billion. Lin Yan couldn't help but object.
Humph.
Lin Tianyang snorted coldly. Sis, do you think 100 million isn't an insult to Jiang Lin?
I tried to convince you to negotiate with him again, but you wouldn't listen.
Now look at us. Lin Yan couldn't help but retort, how can you blame me? I was doing it for grandfather.
You deceived him, and now he is coming to take revenge.
What do you suggest we do? How am I supposed to know? Enough.
Old Master Lin snapped, shaking his head.
Don't argue at a time like this. Tianyang, call that Jiang Lin and see what he's thinking.
All right. Lin Tianyang took out his phone and dialed Jiang Lin's number directly.
After a few rings, a calm voice finally answered. Hello, who is this? Upon hearing Jiang Lin's voice, Lin Tianyang's expression brightened, and he couldn't help but whisper, Mr. Jiang, it's Lin Tianyang. My grandfather would like to speak with you for a moment.
As he spoke, Lin Tianyang pressed the speakerphone button. However, before Lin Laoyi could speak, a strange voice came through the phone.
Lin Tianyang? I don't know you. Beep. The call was disconnected. Lin Tianyang looked at Old Master Lin with concern.
Immediately afterward, he heard Old Master Lin sigh deeply.
It's him. It must be him. This Jiang Lin is no ordinary man.
Although Jiang Lin had only spoken 2 sentences, the cunning and experienced Lin Laoyi had already deduced from his words that it must be related to him. Alright, I've struggled in the business world for so many years I refuse to believe anyone could push the Lin family into such a crisis. Old Mr. Lin's eyes blazed with anger. He told his second son and third son to take action overseas and do whatever it takes to stabilize our stock price.
Yes, father. Lin Mo nodded and turned to leave.
I'll see just what tricks you have up your sleeve, you young upstart. Old Master Lin snorted coldly.
This isn't just about 100 billion anymore.
This is a showdown between the other party and the entire Lin family.
If he just lets it go like this, isn't that admitting defeat?
Old Master Lin isn't afraid of losing, but losing so carelessly to a young upstart is something he can't accept. Thus, the showdown began. The Lin family mobilized a significant amount of funds and began injecting them into the stock market. By the start of the afternoon session, all stocks were in the red. The market dropped nearly 5 points at the opening bell.
This was already extremely alarming.
In foreign markets, while there is a circuit breaker mechanism, individual stocks do not have a price limit. In other words, if you were unlucky enough to buy that stock, and it drops by 100% for example on the same day, all your money would be gone in an instant, leaving you with nothing.
Of course, such a 100% decline is extremely rare.
Due to the negative news surrounding the Lin Group, the stock plummeted sharply at the opening bell. At this point, the entire Lin Group had no choice but to deploy its substantial reserves. They began liquidating positions to try to boost the stock price and prevent further declines.
However, despite these efforts, the stock price continued to decline slowly.
By the end of the trading day, all Lin Group stocks had dropped by nearly 15%. Although this decline was significantly milder than the previous trading day, it still left the Lin family deeply concerned. Meanwhile, at Guanyao Securities, Ling Zong withdrew his gaze from the computer screen. A sharp smile appeared on his lips as he murmured, "The fish has finally taken the bait." Mr. Ling is a formidable figure in the industry, known as a god-tier trader. The reason he did not act swiftly on the second trading day was not to give the other party a chance to catch their breath, but to create the illusion that they could withstand the pressure.
At that point, the Lin family's liquidity would flow continuously into the stock market.
And when that critical moment arrives, when Guanyao Securities makes its move, the Lin family would find themselves completely out of funds and unable to turn the tide.
It would be too late to do anything about it. Ling Hua, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it beautifully.
Ling Hua made up her mind to fight this battle to the end. By the end of the second trading day, the Lin family's residence was still ablaze with lights. We managed to recover 5% of our losses, but the situation remains dire. Old Master Lin said solemnly.
How much liquid capital do we have left?
Lin Mo paused for a moment before replying, less than 30 billion. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyang couldn't help but speak up. Grandfather, if we were to put this money on the table, perhaps we could negotiate with Jiang Lin.
Negotiate? Negotiate what? Old Master Lin scoffed. Do you think giving him 100 billion will make him back down? Impossible. The old man shook his head. Someone like him, so arrogant and proud, would never give us any room for reconciliation. Therefore, we must win this battle. Only then will he know the true power of the Lin family. Lin Tianyang fell silent upon hearing this, but deep down, he couldn't shake a sense of unease. What if the Lin family were to lose? The third trading day arrived, and the Lin family opened 3 points lower, with large amounts of capital flowing in to try to boost the price. However, it ultimately closed with a 10% decline. 201,510. Over the 3 days, the decline had reached 45%. The entire Lin group had effectively shrunk by half. 150 billion. Now, Mr. Lin is barely able to sleep at night, and his previously recovered spirits have grown even more listless. If it weren't for the blood essence pills keeping him going, he'd probably be on the brink of collapse. However, by the end of the fourth trading day, the entire Lin family had diverted nearly all available funds. They finally managed to stabilize the decline at 5%. This was truly a 50% loss. Seeing this result, old Master Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow, their funds will likely be depleted, and it will be our turn to strike back. Chapter 147, Linghua's Trading Strategies, the Lin family collapses. Over the next 5 trading days, all the members of the Lin family closely monitored the stock market. Everyone was ready to witness the Lin family's counterattack. Sure enough, when the trading day began, the Lin family's stock opened 1% higher. Seeing such numbers, the entire Lin family was jolted awake. It's here the counterattack has begun. 1. 050. 2. In just the morning, the Lin family managed to reclaim 10 acres of lost land. Such a remarkable feat even left old Master Lin feeling exhilarated. Don't rush. Mr. Lin said calmly, our goal for today's entire trading session is a 15% increase. Don't rush into anything. Do you understand? Yes. Everyone was confident and awaited the opening of the afternoon session. In the afternoon of Free Nation, it was already midnight in Great Xia Nation. Though everyone was feeling sleepy, the entire Lin family dared not relax for a moment. However, at that moment, at Guangyao Securities, Ling Hua's eyes blazed with a sharp, eagle-like intensity. Just moments before the afternoon market opened, he curled his lips into a menacing grin and said, the show is about to begin. Swish! His hands moved like lightning, rapidly tapping away at the keyboard. At that moment, vast amounts of capital began flowing across the oceans, pouring into the stock market. All the Lin family members, who had been immersed in the joy of rising stock prices, were instantly filled with terror. Since the market opened in the afternoon, all stocks seemed to have been subjected to intense pressure. Wave after wave of volatility hit the market. Not only did the gains disappear, but the prices began to plummet instantly. What's happening? Why are they falling? Lin Yan exclaimed in disbelief. But no one could answer her. This drop was far more severe than any previous one. 1. 5. 1. 15. 25. The numbers kept flashing, sending the entire Lin family into a state of shock. It's over. We can't control it anymore. With attacks coming from all sides, the Lin family is now nothing but a spent force. All their liquid assets have already been completely depleted in the past few days. Hurry up and contact our partners. See if anyone has funds to inject. Old Master Lin could no longer remain calm. He directed his sons and grandsons to contact other allies. However, every ally seemed to have made a pact. None of them answered the phone. Damn it, what's going on here? Old Mr. Lin was so furious that his hands trembled and his chest rose and fell violently. Grandfather, I'm sure it's that Zhang Lin who's behind this. Lin Tianyang said bitterly, they were just setting a trap for us earlier, causing our working capital to be completely depleted. Nonsense. We have hundreds of billions in liquid assets. How much could he possibly have? How much is left? Old Master Lin doesn't believe it. To set up such a large operation, it requires not only connections but also capital. Even if Zhang Lin is as capable as they say, he couldn't possibly have access to over 100 billion in working capital, could he? However, as he had suspected, they really do have that much. There were less than 10 minutes left before the trading deadline. All of the Lin family's stocks had plummeted by over 70%. Over 200 billion. It had completely vanished in just a single afternoon. Grandfather, call Zhang Lin immediately. Lin Tianyang hurriedly said, if he's willing to stop, we still have a chance. All right. Old Mr. Lin had to admit at that moment that he had lost, and lost completely. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Lin Tianyang called Zhang Lin again. Beep. After several rings, a lazy voice finally answered. Hello, who is this? Lin Tianyang didn't speak but handed the phone to his grandfather. Lin Laoyi forced himself to steady his trembling heart and forced a laugh. Mr. Jiang, the Lin family admits defeat. We will pay you the 100 billion as promised, not a single cent less. Please spare the Lin family a chance to survive. On the other end of the line, Zhang Lin seemed to fall silent for a moment. Finally, he uttered only 6 words. Heaven's vengeance is unforgivable. B. He didn't say anything else and hung up the phone.
Lin Laoyi held the phone in his hand, his face growing increasingly bitter.
After a moment, he murmured in a trembling voice.
One reaps what one sows, there is no escape.
The trading day ended, and the entire Lin family stock plummeted by 80%. 300 billion in assets had shrunk by more than half, leaving less than 600 billion remaining.
600 billion, though it sounded like a large sum, it was akin to a catastrophic blow for the Lin family.
With the stock price in shambles, various problems would inevitably follow. At that moment, the entire Lin family was engulfed in utter silence. Is this the end?
Ling Hua leaned back in his chair with a smile.
No, it's not over yet.
The decline was merely a significant part of his plan.
The final small part would only be realized the next day. Old Master Lin swallowed the last half of his blood essence pill.
The Lin family was left with only 60 billion in assets, and he could not escape blame for this.
Lin Mo, bring them all back.
Starting tomorrow, the Lin family will sell off our assets and use 200 billion to seek Mr. Jiang Lin's forgiveness.
Old Master Lin said in a hoarse voice. What? 200 billion?
Grandfather, that leaves us with only 40 billion.
After deducting debts and fixed assets, we might not even have 5 billion left.
Lin Yan gasped in shock.
Going from a family worth hundreds of billions to one worth just a few billion was a blow she couldn't bear.
Yenner, if we can use these 200 billion to secure forgiveness, perhaps we still have a chance to make a comeback.
Old Master Lin said solemnly. This is our last chance. Everyone nodded and began preparing to liquidate and sell their assets.
But what they never could have imagined was that when the new trading day arrived, the stock price of the entire Lin family began to rise. This filled the despairing members of the Lin family with renewed hope. However, when they checked the stock trading news again, they were shocked to discover that the controlling stake in the Lin family had been acquired by someone using an enormous amount of capital. The acquisition price was precisely the lowest price from the previous trading day.
In less than 10 minutes, 90% of the Lin family shares were completely transferred to new owners, backed by hundreds of billions of dollars.
The transfer of ownership proved that the Lin family's 90% stake in the company had now been completely transferred to others. They could only continue to exist as a minor shareholder holding 10% of the shares within the entire group. Overnight, the entire Lin family was shattered.
Chapter 148. Sorry, I find it disgusting. Put.
Old Master Lin, who had regained most of his strength thanks to the blood essence pill, suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood at that moment.
He fell backward onto the ground. Grandfather! Dad! Call an ambulance! A series of startled cries followed.
Jiang Lin naturally had no idea that the entire Lin family was now in complete chaos. He had just received a call from Ling Hua.
Mr. Jiang, the deal is done. The Lin family is now 90% yours. Jiang Lin heard this and showed no emotion on his face.
All of this was exactly as he had anticipated.
Good work. Take a good rest.
Nodding, he hung up the phone immediately.
Now that the war is over,
it was time to reap the rewards of victory. The next day, Jiang Lin informed Ning Yi and the others to prepare to head to the Lin family in Jin City. The entire Lin family was now almost entirely under his control, so retrieving his assets posed no significant issue for Jiang Lin.
Meanwhile, according to the plan's subsequent steps,
the forces that had been suppressing the Lin family's businesses across all industries ceased their actions against the Lin family.
Not only that, but they were now actively assisting the Lin family in cleaning up their businesses.
With such favorable news, Jiang Lin believed that it wouldn't be long before the Lin family's stock prices would rise again. After all, these are his assets, and he does not want to see the same sharp decline that occurred earlier.
In the afternoon, after a night of emergency treatment, the elderly patriarch of the Lin family managed to cling to life.
The blood essence pills had been completely depleted. However, his complexion remained extremely poor. Now, the only thing that could resolve the Lin family's crisis was the blood essence pill.
However, as far as they knew, Jiang Lin still had some blood essence pills in his possession.
But given the current situation between the two sides, there was no way they could even consider delivering the blood essence pill to old Master Lin.
Dad, what should we do?
At that moment, the eldest, second, and third sons of the Lin family all returned. Including the daughters, all of them were standing by the bedside. A hollow gleam flashed in Lin Laoye's eyes. He opened his mouth and said, "The Lin family is finished." Hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened. "Dad, the Lin family still holds a 10% stake."
Lin Mo couldn't help but comfort him. Shares? Old Master Lin gave a bitter laugh. They're worthless now. At the current stock price, the entire Lin family's assets aren't worth mentioning.
However, at that very moment, the younger generation of the Lin family, who had been outside, suddenly shouted in surprise.
It's rising! It's rising!
The Lin family's stock, which had been trading since the market opened, suddenly began to surge. The original decline of over 70% had turned into a 10% increase at the opening, and the pace was accelerating at an alarming rate.
It won't be long before it could even recover to its original stock price. It might even surge again. Old Mr. Lin felt his heart skip a beat and his face flushed red in an instant. Cough. He coughed violently, as if trying to expel all his frustration from his lungs. It's over. The Lin family's stock has risen again, but it's no longer the Lin family's. 300 billion, 10, now only 300 billion in assets. To others, it might seem like a lot, but to Mr. Lin, it was the loss of all his wealth. Just then, a loud noise suddenly echoed through the sky. A sleek, futuristic helicopter broke through the clouds and approached from the distance. Who would dare come to the Lin family at a time like this? This is the latest international model of the Hummingbird helicopter, priced at over 20 billion. What? A helicopter worth 20 billion? Our Lin family has never been that extravagant. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Lin Tianyang suddenly smiled bitterly. Sis, the person we're looking for has arrived. Lin Yan looked up and saw the helicopter landing directly within the Lin family estate. Soon, several figures stepped out one after another. Ning Yi, along with several bodyguards. Lastly, a young man dressed in casual attire emerged. The young man's expression was calm, like a deep pool. He stepped off the helicopter, glanced indifferently at his surroundings, and then walked toward the Lin family's direction. Zhang Lin has arrived. Upon seeing this figure, many young members of the Lin family wore expressions of anger, as it was because of this man that the entire Lin family had been reduced to such a dire state. At that moment, several figures hurried out of the Lin family villa. At the forefront was the eldest son of the Lin family, Lin Mo. Behind him were his 2 sons and 2 daughters. The 2 daughters were pushing a wheelchair, with the elderly Mr. Lin sitting inside. You are Zhang Lin. Old Master Lin, upon seeing Zhang Lin, couldn't help but speak with a trembling voice. Zhang Lin, seeing this, nodded calmly. That's right, it's me. Cough cough. Old Master Lin laughed upon hearing this, coughing uncontrollably. Defeated. I never thought that after spending half my life in the business world, I would lose to a junior. The younger generation is pushing the older generation forward. He coughed once, unsure of the purpose of Mr. John's visit. Zhang Lin gave him a casual glance and said calmly, to collect the property. Take possession of the property? The entire Lin family was taken aback. The Lin family had indeed lost, but surely they didn't have to mortgage their house? Upon hearing this, the elderly Mr. Lin's pupils contracted sharply. Mr. Jiang, what are you doing? Zhang Lin replied indifferently, I've said it before, no one who takes what belongs to me can live freely. Mr. Lin, you're so smart you should know why I left the Lin family a 10% stake, right? Upon hearing this, Mr. Lin was startled. The very thing he had feared most had come to pass. At the time, all it would have taken was a little more effort, and the Lin family would have been completely wiped out. But why, now, leave 10%? It seemed like he was giving the Lin family a glimmer of hope. In reality, Mr. Lin's true intention at the time was that this was a deliberate move by his rivals. The goal was to gradually erode the Lin family bit by bit. To make the entire Lin family live in constant fear, anxiety, despair, and helplessness. Until they eventually become ordinary people. Once that happened, all of the Lin family's enemies and rivals would swarm in like blood-sucking leeches. At that point, even without Zhang Lin lifting a finger, the entire Lin family would be completely annihilated. This move is too ruthless, it must not be done. Upon hearing this, old Master Lin let out a long sigh. Ah, Mr. Jiang, I regret it deeply now. I should not have kept silent about the blood essence pill. Cough. Everyone present immediately realized what had been said and turned to look at Zhang Lin with complex expressions. Lin Tianyang hesitated for a moment before bowing deeply toward Zhang Lin. Mr. Jiang, may I beg you to show mercy and spare my Lin family? Zhang Lin glanced at him and said, when you deceived me back then, did you ever consider this outcome? At those words, Lin Tianyang's expression changed, and he swallowed the rest of his words. Yes, if we had known this would happen, why did we do it in the first place? If anyone is to blame, it's their own greed. Zhang Lin, what exactly do you want? At that moment, Lin Yan suddenly walked out in her high heels, pointing angrily at Zhang Lin. Those words were mine. Why aren't you taking it out on me? As she spoke, she raised her hand and tore open a large hole in her own clothes. Just say it. As long as you spare the Lin family, I'll do anything you want. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock at the sight. When did the Lin family come to the point where they would let a woman humiliate herself like this? Zhang Lin looked at Lin Yan standing before him, gave her a brief glance, then withdrew his gaze. Sorry, I find it disgusting. Chapter 149, Heaven's vengeance is forgivable, but the next line. You. Lin Yan was so angry that her lips trembled. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been spoken to like that before. Though it was just a few simple words, they felt incredibly malicious to her. However, she could only endure it in silence. This was reality. If the roles were reversed, when the Lin family was at the height of their power, they wouldn't have shown Zhang Lin the slightest mercy. Zhang Lin wasn't a murderer, but he wasn't a saint either. He raised his hand and waved, and immediately Ning Yi nodded beside him. Mr. Jiang has come to inform you that you should find a place to move out as soon as possible. Ning Yi spoke in a solemn tone. Soon, this estate will no longer be your property. We're giving you advance notice so you can prepare yourselves mentally. At those words, the entire Lin family erupted in chaos. What? Even our ancestral home is being taken away? Heaven forbid. What have we done to offend someone so powerful? Please spare us. In the face of impending disaster, every member of the Lin family revealed their true colors. They once stood tall and were looked up to by others. But now, knowing that these things are being taken away and that they will be lost, they can't hold themselves together. Some weep in agony, others despair, some beg for mercy, and others have lost their minds. John Lin paid no heed to this. The victor is king, the defeated are outlaws. It has always been this way since ancient times. If he hadn't been ruthless enough, it might have been him crying today. Finally, old Master Lin seemed to catch his breath and spoke in a voice as old as the earth. Jiang, Mr. Jiang, this old man, may I beg you to spare my Lin family a path to survival? John Lin glanced at old Master Lin before turning and walking away. His voice carried on the breeze. I have said before, even heaven's vengeance can be forgiven. Upon hearing these words, old Master Lin trembled violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. Put. Dad. Grandfather. Old Master Lin stared at the direction Jiang Lin had left, then after a moment, managed to utter a few words. Self-inflicted karma no. You can't die. Put. He opened his mouth again and spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, he fell backward onto the wheelchair. Lin Laoyi, who had spent his entire life building a vast empire, had passed away. In an instant, the entire Lin family was plunged into mourning. They never imagined that after exhausting every effort to find medicine to prolong Lin Laoyi's life, in the end, the medicine was obtained, but the man could not be saved. John Lin once again boarded the hummingbird to leave. But at that moment, Ning Yi suddenly spoke up. Mr. Jiang, your phone is ringing. John Lin saw it was an unfamiliar number and instinctively answered it. A voice with a faint smile came through the phone. Mr. Jiang, I have heard much about you. I hear you are currently in Yundu. Why not grant me the honor of a meeting? Who is this? John Lin's heart skipped a beat. The other party had not only accurately obtained his information but also knew in detail that he had completely taken over the Lin family. Regardless of their identity, they were definitely no ordinary person. Upon hearing John Lin's words, a faint chuckle came from the other end. Haha, it was Ma who was rude. I hadn't even introduced myself yet. John Lin's pupils contracted upon hearing this. Ma, from Yundu, with immense power. In an instant, he snapped to attention and blurted out, so you're the first e-commerce tycoon of the Great Xia Kingdom, Mr. Ma. I've heard so much about you. To be so powerful in the Yunzhou region. It can only be the eloquent Mr. Ma. Who else could it be? However, what surprised Jiang Lin was that his minor efforts had actually caught the other party's attention. Haha, I didn't expect you to figure it out so easily. I was actually planning to keep it a secret. Mr. Ma laughed on the other end. How about it? Do you have time? If the boss invites me, I'll gladly accept. Jiang Lin smiled faintly. He was quite eager to meet this legendary figure from his previous life. Pingda Shaozhu was the address Ma Zong had sent to Jiang Lin. Ning Yi arranged a car to take Jiang Lin to the address. The place had an elegant environment and was a tea house. Of course, this was different from the bustling tea house in the imperial capital here. It was simply a place to enjoy tea. Jiang Lin saw the legendary Dama Zong here. Haha, I never expected Mr. Jiang to be so young and accomplished, having even dealt a severe blow to the Lin family. The big boss greeted Jiang Lin with a warm smile. The Great Horse Clan leader was too kind. Jiang Lin smiled slightly, his gaze unobtrusively shifting away from the two figures on either side of the man. A man and a woman, their aura steady yet tinged with a hint of iron-blooded resolve. Clearly not ordinary people. The two bodyguards of the Malaysian boss are of very high quality. Jiang Lin couldn't help but praise them with a smile. Haha, actually I didn't want them, but there was no choice, they insisted on giving them to me. Dama Zong smiled and pointed to the tall man beside him. This one is from the Special Forces, retired, and everyone calls him the Soldier King. He's a real pro. Jiang Lin nodded. He then turned to look at another person. She was a short-haired, sharp-looking young woman who didn't seem very old, but she was quite attractive. At least an 85 out of 100, with a unique air of confidence in her brows. Even a 90 out of 100 wouldn't be out of place. However, what truly impressed Jiang Lin was her figure. It wasn't just about curves, it was about a harmonious blend of strength and beauty. She is toned, firm, and elastic. But not like those celebrities who starve themselves to the point of being skin and bones. This one must be even more impressive. Jiang Lin couldn't help but say. Ah, good eye. Dama smiled and said, this one is also a retired member, but she was a captain-level task force member, the captain of the Phoenix Fire Squad. How impressive is that? Indeed, she is impressive. Jiang Lin praised, Big Ma, I happen to have a martial arts prodigy on my side. Would you like to have a friendly match? Jiang Lin's words caused Dama Zone's gaze to sharpen briefly before fading away. Ha, that's great. I didn't expect Mr. Jiang to have such extraordinary people around him. A friendly exchange wouldn't hurt. Dama Zone smiled and said, but remember, just a friendly exchange. Don't hurt each other's feelings. Of course. Jiang Lin nodded and then asked, which of you would like to go first? I'll go first. The bodyguard known as the Warrior King stepped forward directly. Even before he retired, he was a hothead. Within the entire team, he was unmatched in combat. Now that he had retired, there were very few people who could truly match him in combat. And the woman beside him, the Phoenix, wasn't even a match for him. This opportunity had finally come, and he couldn't wait any longer. Jiang Lin noticed this and glanced at Ning Yi. Without saying a word, Ning Yi took a step forward. Though his strength was nothing to speak of in Jiang Lin's eyes. But he was a genuine black belt master. Plus, he had been following Jiang Lin for some time, occasionally learning the techniques of Jeet Kune Do. Seeing Ning Yi appear, the soldier, who was a full head taller than him, couldn't help but look down on him. Are you ready? I'm about to begin. Ning Yi nodded at his opponent. Come on, I won't hurt you. Chapter 150, The True Purpose of the Big Boss, Earthquake in the Online Literature Circle. Generally, when a new official takes office, they must make a bold statement. Why is that? It's simply about establishing authority through decisive action. To intimidate the people and establish authority. This makes it easier to carry out their work later on. Jiang Lin arrived at the headquarters of the Malaysian police force. In terms of seniority, he was no match for the other party. In terms of location, the other party was the host. In terms of strength and background, the assets controlled by the other party were unmatched in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. If things continued this way, Jiang Lin would naturally be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he sought to engage in a friendly competition. Using martial arts to make friends on the surface, it's a friendly exchange, but in secret, he aims to turn the tables. Arrogant. The soldier commander growled lowly, raising his hand to punch Ning Yi. Ning Yi, seeing this, remained motionless, his fist suddenly flickering, striking the opponent's wrist with a delayed yet swift blow. Using speed to block any of the opponent's attacks. This is known as intercepting the fist. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and the soldier's expression changed as excruciating pain shot through his wrist. He instinctively tried to step back, but Ning Yi's speed was even faster, instantly closing the distance and closing in on him. How fast? The soldier was startled and about to react, but saw that Ning Yi had already raised his fist and struck his chest. Bang! A second dull thud echoed, and the elite soldier staggered back 3 steps, his face contorted with pain. He felt as though he couldn't breathe, gasping for air. He looked at Ning Yi in horror. He couldn't fathom how the other man had managed to strike his vital point with just 2 moves. Ning Yi saw this and withdrew his hand, speaking in a calm tone, not bad. Let me try you. A cold snort came from the side as the Fire Phoenix made her move. Swish! As soon as the opponent moved, Ning Yi's expression changed. This speed, this timing, she was far superior to that soldier king. He tried to dodge, but found that the opponent had already sealed off all his retreat routes. This was the gap. The gap between them had to be so vast that one could completely dominate the other. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Ning Yi took the full force of the blow. This seemingly delicate palm strike nearly sent him tumbling to the ground. He staggered, immediately feeling his center of gravity shift. Just then, the Fire Phoenix's long leg moved, and her sharp heels aimed straight for his lower back. Jiang Lin's pupils contracted. If that kick landed, Ning Yi might end up bedridden for 3 to 5 months, or worse, paralyzed from the waist down. Bang! The Fire Phoenix was indeed hot-tempered and had originally intended to teach him a lesson and dampen his arrogance. However, the moment she kicked out, she immediately regretted it. But the force had already been unleashed, and stopping it was now extremely difficult. The dull thud echoed through the air, causing the Phoenix's heart to skip a beat. However, the expected scream did not come. She instinctively looked toward the opponent and was startled to see that Jiang Lin had somehow appeared in front of Ning Yi, blocking her attack with a single kick. Mr. Jiang. Ning Yi's face was drenched in cold sweat. If it weren't for Jiang Lin, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Jiang Lin looked at the other person with a calm expression. That kick was pretty brutal, wasn't it? The Fire Phoenix's pupils contracted. She knew how powerful that kick had been. But Jiang Lin had casually deflected her attack, which could only mean one thing: he was a master. I've got something even more brutal. She let out a sharp cry and delivered a spinning kick, sweeping it horizontally toward Jiang Lin's head. Bang! However, with a dull thud, Jiang Lin raised his hand and grabbed her ankle. Your shoes are too stiff. Take them off. Jiang Lin reached out and slapped at her shoe. The Phoenix saw this and her face flushed red, hurriedly trying to pull back her long leg. Slap! She managed to pull her leg back, but her shoe had already fallen to the ground.
Seeing this, the Fire Phoenix's face turned bright red, and she instinctively reached out to strike again. At that moment, the tall man beside him coldly snapped, "Enough. Do you want to make a fool of yourself even more?" Hearing this, the Fire Phoenix, who had been about to act again, finally calmed down. However, the flames in her eyes did not die down. But Jiang Lin didn't care. "Ha, I never expected Mr. Jiang, so young, to have such knowledge of martial arts." The big boss stepped in to break the tension, smiling as he spoke. "You flatter me. It's just superficial knowledge." Jiang Lin waved his hand dismissively, speaking with a calm expression. This time, he had returned. It was clear that his aura was growing stronger. "Please, let's go inside and talk." Damo made a gesture and led Jiang Lin inside. In the old-fashioned tea house, only he and Jiang Lin were present. Booking the entire place that SA must for a big shot. "Here, try this freshly brewed Biluakan tea." Damo poured a cup for Jiang Lin and said enthusiastically, "Thank you." Jiang Lin nodded, then held his teacup and said, "Mr. Ma, you called me here, it can't be just for tea, can it?" Well, since Mr. Jiang is curious, I won't beat around the bush." Mr. Ma smiled and nodded, saying, "Do you read online novels, Mr. Jiang?" "Of course." Jiang Lin nodded instinctively. Back in university, it was a must-have. "Haha, that makes things easier." Mr. Ma suddenly burst into laughter as he spoke. "Have you heard about the recent online literature earthquake? The online novel earthquake?" Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. He did read online novels, but lately, due to his growing wealth, he hadn't touched them in ages. Exactly. The first ever online novel platform, also known as the first online novel company, Canwan Group, just announced that all the senior executives in the management team have resigned. "Oh? You mean the senior executives of Chidian Chinese literature have all resigned?" Jiang Lin's expression changed. This was a major earthquake for the online literature industry. Chidian Network was once a sacred place for countless online literature writers, giving rise to wave after wave of top-tier authors, even platinum-level ones. It can be said that almost every online literature writer has left their mark here. Chidian Network is akin to the godfather of the entire online literature industry. It's in a completely different league compared to other websites. Mr. Ma, if it's just a change in the higher-ups, it wouldn't necessarily qualify as an earthquake, would it? Jiang Lin said with some confusion. Of course, personnel changes are normal in any organization. Mr. Ma laughed, but the earthquake I mentioned comes from internal information I obtained from Penguin Interactive Entertainment, which is about to take over the 11 Group. What kind of insider information? It said that after taking over Canwan Group, Penguin Interactive Entertainment plans to revise all contract terms, including converting all contracted authors to employment contracts, thereby stripping them of all copyright ownership over their works. Chapter 151, Damazone, you're crazy. What? Strip them of all copyright? Jiang Lin's expression changed. Isn't this like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? As everyone knows, why do those famous writers dedicate their entire lives to their creations? Their goal is to one day see their books gain worldwide fame and recognition. As part of the vast army of online writers, they naturally share the same aspirations. If Penguin Interactive Entertainment were to proceed with this plan, the very reason these professionals persevere would be completely erased. Without copyright, the book is no longer yours. The future high profits would naturally have nothing to do with you. In this way, Chidian Network has effectively turned the ivory tower in authors' hearts into a hellish battlefield. Any writer here can only endure the torments of hell and has no chance of escaping the sea of suffering. And all the readers who come here to read books will not see the prosperity of heaven, but the disasters of hell. What is the ultimate outcome? It is the slaughter of innocent lives and the turmoil of the world. I believe Mr. Jiang is well aware of the drawbacks of such actions. Dama smiled and said, "That's why I invited Mr. Jiang here today. I want to join forces with you to acquire the shares of the Canwan Group and thereby control the direction of the industry's development. I have always held great promise for the online literature industry. In modern society, material needs can be satisfied, but spiritual fulfillment still has a long way to go. We should create a healthy, sustainable ecosystem rather than resorting to drastic measures that stifle the creative passion of all authors at its inception." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin suddenly laughed. "Mr. Ma, since you are so optimistic about this sector, why not do it yourself?" Mr. Ma's expression flickered with embarrassment. I'm no longer a member of the group's board of directors, so I'd rather not involve them. What do you think, Mr. Jiang? Are you interested? Mr. Ma coaxed him gently. "As far as I know, you have ample funds and extensive assets. With my expertise, we could combine our strengths and make a big splash starting with this online literature project." Jiang Lin remained silent for a moment. How could he not know what this Mr. Ma was really thinking? The Malaysian executive was indeed a formidable figure, but now he was no longer the all-powerful man he once was. Many things were beyond his control. He wasn't unwilling to leverage the group's resources, it was simply that his current circumstances left him powerless to do so. On the surface, he was the top dog in the group, but in reality, his stake in the entire Ali Dad group had become insignificant. That's why, after John Lin made his move, he turned to him. You provide the funds, I provide the effort. This win-win solution was naturally conceived by Damazone. Suddenly, John Lin reached out, picked up the teacup on the table, and drank it in one gulp. Mr. Ma, I've made up my mind. Upon hearing this, Mr. Ma's eyes lit up, and his small eyes hurriedly asked, Mr. Jiang, do you mean to say that? John Lin looked at him and shook his head. I refuse to cooperate with you. What? You refuse? Mr. Ma's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing this, and he said in disbelief, I don't think you have any reason to refuse. John Lin, with me mediating, we have a chance to secure the absolute equity stake in Penguin Group. This is such a golden opportunity. Now that One Group's stock price has plummeted to rock bottom, it's the perfect time for us to act. If you don't act now, when do you plan to wait until? Damazone was a master of persuasion. After such a speech, most people would be swayed. However, John Lin remained calm, smiling at him. Mr. Ma, who told you I wasn't going to act? Upon hearing this, Mr. Ma was suddenly taken aback. But you said. That's correct. I indeed won't collaborate with you, because I'm concerned that in the end, I'll still be working for someone else. John Lin shook his head. So, I'll handle this matter myself. Saying this, he stood up and turned to walk toward the exit. Upon hearing this, the Malaysian executive's expression changed, and he exclaimed in disbelief, Mr. Jiang, do you have any idea how risky this is? If you work with me, I can leverage the group's connections to negotiate with Penguin. At those words, John Lin's movements came to an abrupt halt. Seeing this, the general manager also stood up. He thought John Lin had been persuaded by his words. So he took a few steps forward toward him. John Lin, listen to me. Let's work together, we can handle this better. John Lin glanced at him, then suddenly reached out and patted Damazone on the shoulder. Then he leaned in close to his ear and whispered, Mr. Ma, I'm not cooperating with you, it's for your own good. For me? Yes. John Lin smiled faintly, because you're sick. You're impotent. Boom. Damazone felt as though his head was exploding like a thunderclap. This was a secret he had hidden for years, known to no one. Of course, it wasn't something he was born with, it had only started in recent years. He had secretly consulted numerous doctors, but none had been able to help him. But he never imagined that his secret had been exposed by Zhang Lidao. How did he know? Damazone's mind was now in complete turmoil. His gaze toward John Lin had completely changed. John Lin, seeing this, knew he had hit the nail on the head. He immediately turned and walked away. Mr. Ma, if you find your retirement life unsatisfying, you could consider working for me. I'd welcome you anytime. John Lin smiled and waved his hand. Oh, by the way, I can resolve your issue. By the time he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared into the distance. He can solve my problem? Mr. Ma stared at the direction where John Lin had disappeared, muttering to himself in shock. John Lin left the tea house, unable to suppress a smile. He never expected that Ma Zong, such a prominent figure, would be facing such a problem. Of course, it wasn't his fault he had been set up. Moreover, John Lin could even guess who was behind it. What's most important to a man? Of course, it's confidence. But once that is shaken, it's easy to lose confidence. Without confidence, decision-making and judgment inevitably decline. Otherwise, how could the CEO of a major company retire at such a young age when he could still be striving for more? However, this is not something he needs to worry about now. Because he believes that if the boss truly wants to resolve the issue, he will come to him on his own. As he got into the car, John Lin noticed that Ning Yi beside him seemed hesitant to speak. He couldn't help but speak up. Go ahead, ask anything you're wondering about. Ning Yi nodded and said, Mr. Jiang, are we really not going to get involved in the battle for the 1-1 group? To be honest, I'm also a big fan of novels. If things really turn out that way, there will definitely be many great works that will disappear. Like the book I've been following recently called The Mysterious Realm, it suddenly went south in the past few days. At first, I didn't know what was going on, but now I realize it's related to this. John Lin smiled slightly after hearing this. Of course we'll do it. When did I ever say I wouldn't? Ning Yi was immediately confused, but you just refused to cooperate with the Malaysian CEO? Without acquiring the 1-1 group, we won't get the copyright. Chapter 152, Rewarding the 1-1 group with 100% equity. The Phoenix arrives in the dead of night, and there's going to be a group activity? Ha ha. John Lin suddenly burst into laughter. Why would I need to acquire it? Now all the content is already mine. Ding. You drank a cup of Biluakan tea, triggering a 100 billion-fold critical hit, rewarding you with 100% equity in Canwan Group. If John Lin hadn't drunk that cup of Biluakan, he might have actually considered collaborating with the Malaysian CEO. However, he never expected that he had just taken a casual sip of tea. It actually triggered a critical hit. And it just so happened that he obtained all the shares of the reading group.
To be honest, he was utterly amazed by the system. If he had to do it himself, even with the help of the Malaysian CEO, he might not have been able to acquire it from Tencent. But now, the system had intervened. There was no need for John Lin to worry, the Win Group was already in his hands. Not only that, but he also obtained countless contracts. The lifelines of those writers are now all in his hands. John Lin couldn't deny that he wasn't a good person. But even if he is a bad person, he must have his own bottom line. Now that all the copyright contracts are in his hands, he can do a lot. What? The text is yours? Ning Ye's eyes were filled with astonishment. If the Win Group is really Mr. Zhang, then all this turmoil. Then, is that you? Before he could finish, Zhang Lin waved his hand. What are you thinking? I only found out about this recently and just acquired the company. Zhang Lin casually said, alright, since we're here, let's head straight to Magic City tomorrow. Alright. Ning Yi nodded absent-mindedly, still replaying Zhang Lin's words in his mind. The entire Canwon Group had been acquired by Zhang Lin? And from a behemoth like the Penguin Group? How did he manage that? Ning Yi wasn't some pushover. He had heard of the Penguin Group, a company that ranked among the top 5 in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. This was a dominant force. A single word can decide the fate of a group. This is no exaggeration. Yet now, Zhang Lin has managed to snatch equity from the Penguin Group. What kind of background and power does he have? Wow! Ning Yi couldn't help but gasp inwardly, feeling nothing but admiration for his father, Ning Guoguang. His father's vision was truly sharp. Following Zhang Lin, my future prospects are undoubtedly limitless. Just as he was deep in thought, he heard Zhang Lin casually say beside him, Ning Yi, the Lin family's businesses will be under your responsibility from now on. Take care of them. What? Me? Ning Yi spoke in surprise. Zhang Lin looked at him in confusion. What? Are you not capable? He had promised to give the Ning family this opportunity, and now it had come. Alright, I'll do it. Ning Yi bowed deeply to Zhang Lin. I will not disappoint Mr. Zhang's trust. Alright, just do your best. Although Zhang Lin didn't plan to go to Magic City until tomorrow, he wasn't idle today. He directly booked a king suite at a 5-star hotel in Yeondu. This hotel was also part of the Lin family's holdings, but now, it belonged to Zhang Lin. As night fell, Zhang Lin sat on the sofa deep in thought. He was pondering how to handle the current situation if he were to visit the Win Group tomorrow. He had just searched online for related information. The Win Group's controversial moves had sparked widespread criticism among countless authors. Some have even decided to leave the Win Group. If that were to happen, it would be a massive blow to Chidian Network. We must find a way to resolve this. Just as he was deep in thought, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who? Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow. It was so late, yet someone was still coming to find him? But when he walked to the door and peered through the peephole, a slender figure dressed in tight workout gear appeared at the hotel entrance. Was it her? What was she doing here? Zhang Lin never expected it to be the fiery bodyguard of the CEO of Dema coming to his door. He instinctively opened the door and asked in a calm tone, You? What's the matter? The Phoenix bodyguard, seeing this, said directly, My name is Song Minghui. I'm here to challenge you to a fight. As a former captain of a special forces unit, Song Minghui was filled with pride from head to toe. However, she never imagined that this pride would be challenged. And it was coming from a young man who was roughly her age. Therefore, even though she didn't act on it at the time due to her employer's orders, but she couldn't let it go. She wanted to challenge Zhang Lin. She wanted to show him that a woman's strength could surpass that of a man. Zhang Lin glanced at her and was about to close the door. No time. In the middle of the night, Zhang Lin wasn't bored enough to spar with her. He just wanted to sleep. Little did he know that before he could close the door, he heard a loud thud as Song Minghui grabbed it. Wait, what conditions do you need before you'll agree to spar with me? Song Minghui didn't expect that. As someone who practiced martial arts, Zhang Lin would be so cowardly. Zhang Lin, seeing the situation, blurted out without thinking, What conditions? How about a group activity? This was a news story that had been circulating online recently, and Zhang Lin blurted it out without thinking. He had originally intended to discuss the other party and end the sparring match. But to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Song Minghui agreed without hesitation. Alright, no problem. I'll agree, but you have to beat me first. What? Is that even possible? Zhang Lin was completely taken aback by Song Minghui. Sis, you're the Special Forces captain, how can your thinking be so progressive? However, Song Minghui wasn't about to give him any excuses at that moment. Remember what you said. You already agreed. Song Minghui pushed open the door and rushed straight into the king's suite. There's plenty of space here. Let's get started. As she spoke, she even took off her shoes and placed them aside. To avoid dirtying your carpet. Song Minghui finished speaking, took a step forward, and charged straight toward Zhang Lin. You're still so impatient. Zhang Lin had no choice but to catch her, grabbing her ankle. I even took off my shoes. You're helpless now. Song Minghui smirked triumphantly.
Little did she know that Jiang Lin's smile was even broader.
Yeah, such smooth little feet, yet you have so much power. I'm curious too.
As he spoke, he even scratched the sole of the other person's foot with his other hand.
You. Song Minghui's face turned bright red.
No one had ever dared to be so forward with her since she was a child.
Damn it. She shouted angrily, her legs twirling in the air, and she actually mounted Jiang Lin's neck.
She then used a scissor kick to lock his throat. This was a grappling technique. Even if you were incredibly strong, once you couldn't breathe, you would gradually lose your strength. However, Jiang Lin's neck was as hard as steel.
No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't inflict any damage on him.
Instead, Jiang Lin casually slapped her on the shoulder.
You have a good build, but your strength is lacking. Ah. You hit me there.
Song Minghui felt her body burning like fire and jumped off Jiang Lin's body.
You bastard, I'll kill you.
She was so ashamed and angry that she raised her fist and punched Jiang Lin.
However, this time,
Jiang Lin's eyes narrowed, and his hand darted out like lightning, grabbing her wrist. He then twisted it backward and locked it in place. He easily subdued Song Minghui completely. Jiang Lin pressed his mouth against Song Minghui's ear and whispered, "If I wanted to, you'd be dead several times over by now." As he spoke, he pushed her away and released her.
Song Minghui's face was flushed bright red, unsure whether from embarrassment or anger.
She was well aware of the vast gap in their abilities after their recent exchanges. If they were truly fighting for their lives, she wouldn't be able to inflict any significant harm on him. At that thought, she had no face left to stay there. She bolted out the door.
Watching her flee, Jiang Lin couldn't resist teasing her. Hey, remember you promised me the multi-person activity? Chapter 153, is this what you meant by group activity?
The next morning, before Jiang Lin had even gotten out of bed, he received a message from Song Minghui. He opened it and saw that she was asking him to join the group activity.
Jiang Lin looked at his phone. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Damn it, so early for a group activity? Isn't that a bit too early?
He muttered to himself with a skeptical tone. He felt that Song Minghui might be trying to trick him. However, for that sliver of hope, Jiang Lin decided to go anyway. The location was a very upscale residential area. He didn't bring Mingyi along after all. This kind of thing was something he wanted to enjoy alone. No one else needed to be involved. Less than half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the residential complex as mentioned. Soon, he spotted Song Minghui's figure. "You're here. Come with me." Song Minghui saw Jiang Lin and her expression was still a bit uneasy. But since she had agreed, she wouldn't go back on her word. Jiang Lin looked at her in confusion and couldn't help asking, "Aren't you a bodyguard? Don't you have to work?" Song Minghui stopped and looked at him. "Bodyguards need to rest too, you know?" "Oh." Jiang Lin nodded. "I don't have a bodyguard either, so I really don't know." "With your skills, do you really need a bodyguard?" After walking for a few minutes, Jiang Lin realized they hadn't entered the residential area but were instead walking along the street. "I actually wanted to ask, isn't it a bit too early for group activities at this time?" Jiang Lin finally voiced his confusion. To his surprise, Song Minghui gave him a puzzled look. "Is this early? We've started even earlier than this before." "Put." Jiang Lin nearly choked on his words. "What the heck? Getting up early for group exercise? What's going on here?" Just as Jiang Lin was thinking about whether he should avoid the spotlight, as he couldn't quite accept their style, Song Minghui actually stopped at a gym. "A gym?" Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. "Are group workouts now done in such upscale places? Let's go, hurry up. We're going to be late." "Alright." Jiang Lin nodded. This wasn't the time to back down. Besides, he had two special skills up his sleeve, which would allow him to unleash unprecedented strength. He followed Song Minghui into the gym. The other person seemed very familiar with the place, walking back and forth through a corridor before opening the door. Wow! Jiang Lin looked inside and saw 3 or 4 young women. And they were all quite attractive, with amazing figures. Upon seeing Song Minghui arrive, one of the slightly more mature young women smiled and greeted her. "Minghui, you're late. Come over here. Is this the friend you said you were coming to work out with?" Song Minghui nodded. "Yes, that's him." "Alright." The young woman nodded. "Since everyone's here, let's get started." "Alright." All the girls nodded in unison. They then dispersed. Jiang Lin glanced over and noticed that each person had a rectangular mat beneath them. Before he could speak, he heard the young woman beside him say, "Today, we're practicing a challenging yoga pose. Sir, you should hurry up too." Boom! Jiang Lin felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving him completely stunned. "I came here to do some group exercises with you, and you're asking me to do yoga? Hey, young man, what are you still standing there for?" 2 young women nearby called out to him. They could tell that Jiang Lin was a handsome guy with a refined demeanor, so they approached him. However, Jiang Lin could only awkwardly smile and say, "I don't know anything about yoga. You all go ahead, I'll be on my way."
Hey, handsome guy, don't leave so quickly. The two girls grabbed him on either side. You're already here, why not stay and practice for a bit? Exactly. If you don't know how to do something, I can guide you. Jiang Lin's pupils contracted. You're actually hitting me with your ball? Really, it's not necessary. I'm just here for some group exercise, I don't have time for yoga. Jiang Lin shook his head and was about to leave. However, the two young women heard this and their eyes lit up. Group activities? We know how to do that. Jiang Lin didn't even know how he ended up being dragged out by force. Under Song Minghui's bewildered gaze, Jiang Lin was dragged away by the two beauties. 2 hours later, Jiang Lin finally left the gym. He quickly contacted Ning Yi and prepared to head to the headquarters of the Wunwen Group in Shanghai. As he boarded the helicopter, Jiang Lin couldn't help but ask, Ning Yi, when will the executives from Penguin Interactive Entertainment arrive? I've checked, Mr. Jiang. They should arrive at the headquarters at 10 a.m. today to take over the business. Ning Yi replied. Alright, let's hurry up. Jiang Lin nodded. Don't let them come all this way for nothing. The equity transfer may not have been communicated to them yet. Got it. Mr. Jiang. Magic City, the renowned commercial hub of the entire Great Xia Kingdom. It is also a hub for countless businesses. Quanwen Group is located in a bustling commercial skyscraper. The entire building is the office headquarters of Canwen Group. On this day, all employees gathered at the group's conference center. Because their new owner, their new boss, was set to take full control of the company today. What major changes will Quanwen Group undergo after the takeover? Will there be layoffs? More importantly, the fate of the countless contracted writers under the Canwen Group is what everyone is most concerned about. Why? Outsiders see the spectacle, insiders see the underlying dynamics. These editors see it all more clearly than anyone else. What will the future of online literature rely on? Of course, it depends on the countless online writers who tirelessly dedicate themselves to the genre. If it were truly as the rumors suggest, extinguishing the last remnants of creative passion among online writers, then the entire online literature scene would be plunged into complete darkness. Without authors, who would these editors rely on for their livelihood? Without authors, what would online literature be adapted from? Cheng Yu sat firmly in the CEO's chair. This was his first day in office, and the beginning of his bold reforms. Why did he take over? Isn't it because of those stubborn conservatives who insist on prioritizing authors' benefits? What nonsense about web novels being author-centric? Put. What are they? Nothing but a bunch of pathetic fools with their heads full of unrealistic fantasies. Without a platform, they're nothing. Online literature? Making money? Go dream on. So, Cheng Yu has made up his mind. He's going to teach these self-important writers a lesson and show them who the real boss is, who the real father is. Cough, quiet down. He cleared his throat. Alright, today is my first day in office. Cheng Yu, don't play games. Let's get straight to the point. The Canwen Group has been poorly managed from the start, with its stock price declining year after year. Therefore, given the current situation, what we need to do is reform. At the mention of reform, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Cheng Yu's piercing gaze swept over the crowd. First, we need to reform the contracts. Why should we work so hard for those authors, only to have the copyright fees split among them in the millions or even tens of millions? Why should we adapt one blockbuster after another only to hand over the copyright to them? Without us, they wouldn't even be known to the public. Without us, how would they become stars and gain fans? Cheng Yu sneered. So, starting today, the term online author will be completely eradicated from the entire Canwen Group. They will transition from online writers to hired writers employed by the Canwen Group. All copyright will have nothing to do with them. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire hall erupted in chaos. At that moment, Wu Changdao, who had just stepped down from his position, couldn't help but speak up. Chapter 154, The Ruthless Tactics of the Penguin Group. Who else wants to die standing? Wu Changdao, once the top executive of the Canwen Group. A founding member of Qidian Network. Originally, according to his vision, he aimed to create a golden age for online literature. However, time was not on his side, and under the manipulation of capital. As an employee, he could not escape the fate of being eliminated. Nevertheless, he is actively communicating with Tencent Group, hoping to prevent the entire online literature industry from plunging into a harsh winter. After all, no one understands online literature better than he does. However, he never imagined that upon taking office, CEO Cheng Yu would make changing the contract his first order of business. And to make matters worse, the changes were so drastic. At this point, as the group's vice president, he had no choice but to speak up. Mr. Chang, this might not be the best course of action. Wu Changdao couldn't help but speak up. Oh? Why not? Mr. Chang looked at him. As everyone knows, online literature exams are all about testing the countless authors who are passionate about online literature. By doing this, you've completely extinguished their livelihood. Will they still continue to create? Ha ha. Cheng Yu couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Wu, I understand your feelings. However, you know that at our company, any IP adaptation that gains significant influence is always done by top-tier authors, even platinum-level ones.
Those mid to lower tier authors are nothing but trash, useless.
They have no commercial value whatsoever. Even if they don't write, so what?
As long as we have a few major IPs, we can create works that shake up the market. Wu Changdao, upon hearing this, immediately looked dejected and said, Mr. Chang, you should really take my advice. The previous contract has already greatly safeguarded the interests of our company. It has already provided us with significant advantages in adapting and developing IPs. We're just letting the capitalists earn a little less, so that the author's creative passion doesn't fade away.
Enough, Mr. Wu. No need to say more.
Mr. Cheng coldly snapped, the decision I have announced is not just my personal decision, but the decision of the entire Penguin Group. At those words, everyone fell silent. As long as we are here, no one can defy the group's will. Seeing this, Mr. Cheng's lips curled into a faint smile.
A bunch of incompetents, thinking they can stir up trouble? Alright, now, does anyone else have any objections?
He had only asked symbolically, but to his surprise, as soon as his words fell, a voice suddenly rang out.
I have an objection. Me too. Me too.
At that moment, the doors of the conference center burst open, and one after another, figures emerged from outside.
The employees present all paled at the sight of them. Because these were all top-tier authors, platinum-level writers.
I can eat tomatoes, stir-fried silkworms, 3 spoons of sugar, Chenmu, squid who loves diving, dog Ni, gear lobe, forgot to say, eagle, and a host of other platinum-level, top-tier writers had all shown up.
You? Who let you in?
Cheng Yu saw these people and his expression changed instantly. We heard that Mr. Chang was taking office today, so we came to join the fun. I can eat tomatoes gave a cold smile.
I just heard about your new contract.
I'm afraid we might have missed something.
Exactly. Though our ranks differ, we're also online writers. Forgot to mention, he couldn't help but interject, to exploit us so brazenly, we can't accept that. Ha ha. Hearing these words, Cheng Yu couldn't help but laugh. Everyone, don't worry. You are the core of our entire group and the future of the company. Your compensation, of course, cannot be the same as theirs. Rest assured, the terms will definitely be revised. Is that so? Tomato shook his head and smiled. Even if the terms are changed, can you guarantee that the benefits we receive will be exactly the same as before?
Cheng Yu paused upon hearing this.
That's impossible.
Tomato sneered, then we're no better than the other ordinary authors, just 50 steps ahead of them.
What's the difference? Alright, since you're here. Cheng Yu's expression suddenly darkened as he spoke, then what do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Of course, we want to ensure that the contract remains unchanged.
Exactly. If you don't guarantee our basic rights as writers, how can we write books? We're writers, not capitalists. We won't drink your blood.
Listening to the voices of the crowd.
Suddenly, Cheng Yu slammed his fist on the table. Bang! Shut up! Do I give you face? He coldly snapped, you call yourselves platinum, but you actually think you're someone important, do you?
I've given you face, let you speak your piece, but you must know when to back down. He waved the contract in his hand.
You've all signed long-term contracts, do you understand?
There's a clause in the contract that requires you to agree to any adjustments the group makes to the structure or terms of the contract in the future.
Any adjustments do you understand?
Tomato was about to speak when he heard Sugar with 3 spoons pull him back and say, calm down, don't get worked up.
We're here to negotiate. Listen to how enlightened 3 Spoon is.
Cheng Yu sneered and said, let me tell you, under the constraints of the long-term contract, you'd better stay here quietly.
Go find a friend who understands the law and consult them. If I want to, I can completely ruin you.
After deducting costs, you'll only get half of the net profits.
But what if the costs exceed expectations? Or even surpass your wildest imagination? Cheng Yu burst into laughter.
You'll be able to owe the group tens of millions openly and work for them for the rest of your lives.
A bunch of brainless legal illiterates. Humph.
After saying this, Cheng Yu sat down with a sense of satisfaction.
Everyone in the entire center fell into an awkward silence.
The contract did indeed contain such a clause, but people have their limits. As authors, they had originally believed that the group had its own bottom line. But now, those boundaries were gone. They too were being suppressed by the website. A suffocating atmosphere spread throughout the conference center. Finally, an author who wasn't yet a top-tier writer spoke up. Indeed, your company has restricted us through the contract. But online authors also have their own dignity.
We would rather stand and die than kneel and live. Ha ha.
Cheng Yu sneered, fine, you want to die standing up, do as you wish.
I'll grant you your wish.
Starting from now, the operational costs for all works under his name will be increased by 100-fold. Tomorrow, you'll receive a lawyer's letter.
Get ready to pay back the money.
After speaking, he glared at everyone with a ferocious expression.
Now, who else wants to die standing? Just as everyone thought it was all over,
Suddenly, a calm voice rang out from beyond the door.
Me. Chapter 155. You have 3 minutes to get out. Otherwise, you'll be thrown out.
The moment the voice rang out, Chungyu, who had been brimming with arrogance, froze in place.
Who wants to die standing up?
He felt his last shred of authority being repeatedly challenged.
He was furious. He would make this troublemaker pay a terrible price.
Owing the company 10 million, no, 100 million. Make him work for free for the rest of his life. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he saw several tall, muscular bodyguards wearing sunglasses appear before him. They appeared first at the entrance, like black towers, pushing aside any obstacles in their path.
1, 2, 5, 10. Over 20 bodyguards forcefully cleared a path straight to the entrance.
After that, a young man dressed in casual attire walked in with a calm expression. Behind him, 2 figures followed on either side. The young man in white on the left exuded an air of distinction. He was Ning Yi. The woman on the right, as beautiful as a fairy, was Winning Shue, the eldest daughter of the Wen family.
Who are you?
Chungyu couldn't help but fix his gaze on the young man in front of him. He could clearly tell that this was the leader of the group. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Jiang Lin say in a calm tone, "I am the master of this place."
You? Chengyu raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but chuckle.
Sir, you must have made a mistake, right? This is the Canwan Group.
It is absolutely controlled by the Penguin Group. Even the entire building is owned by the Penguin Group.
Are you the owner of this place? Do you think you're little horse?
Ha!
The team of Chungyu's close associates around him burst into laughter.
Jiang Lin laughed as well. I knew it.
Your team is not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed.
He didn't bother to waste his breath on them. I'll give you 3 minutes to get out. Otherwise, I'll throw you out. Sigh. Arrogant, domineering, and reckless. All the onlookers around couldn't help but show their astonishment.
Within the entire Wen group, no one had ever dared to speak to Chungyu, who had just taken office, in such a manner.
Who the hell is this guy? He's so tough. Cough, cough. Though I admit he's a bit arrogant, it's so satisfying.
Exactly, he deserves it. The crowd around them silently cheered, and if circumstances had allowed, they would have rushed forward to kick him. Chengyu is not only the trusted CEO of the entire Canwan Group but also the senior vice president of the Penguin Group. Such a status has already firmly established him as a lackey of the capitalists.
Therefore, such decisions are made by these bloodsuckers.
Slap. Chengyu slammed his hand down on the table. How dare you speak so boldly?
You dare to throw me out of my own place? I think you must be out of your mind.
Chengyu barked coldly, Security.
Security. What are you doing? How did you let these lunatics in? Get them out of here.
As he shouted angrily, several security guards rushed in from outside the door. However, to everyone's surprise, they had no intention of kicking Jiang Lin and his group out. The lead security guard even bowed and smiled at Jiang Lin.
Mr. Jiang, what are your instructions?
Before Jiang Lin could speak, Ning Yi stepped forward.
Don't waste your breath with them. Throw them all out.
All right, got it. The security captain nodded repeatedly, then his expression turned cold as he waved his hand at his men.
Let's go, move out.
Swish. Chengyu and the others stood there speechless as the security guards swarmed toward them. One by one, they were lifted off their seats.
Hey, what are you doing? Have you lost your minds? I'm the boss. Let me go. Let me go. Hearing Chengyu and the others' shouts, the lead security guard couldn't help but snort impatiently, Shut up. A fake boss like you has the nerve to make a scene here? If you say another word, I'll call the police and have you arrested. What? I'm not pretending to be the boss. I am the boss. Slap.
Changyu's mouth was immediately covered by the security guard's hand. All that could be heard was his muffled grunts. They knew their figures had completely disappeared from the conference center. The entire conference center remained silent. All the employees, including the writers who had come, were left speechless.
What's going on? Aren't we supposed to be negotiating? How could it be over so suddenly? Snap.
Jiang Lin raised both hands and gently clapped twice.
All right, everything that needed to be cleared up has been cleared up. Now it's time for us to discuss matters together.
At those words, the entire room was shaken.
Wu Changdao, sitting in the front row, couldn't help but speak up cautiously, Sir, you must have made a mistake. The person who was just thrown out was Mr. Chang.
Before he could finish, Ning Yi interrupted him. You haven't received the latest news about the equity changes yet. Currently, the entire Canwan Group has been fully acquired by Mr. Jiang, who now holds 100% of the shares, making him the absolute controlling shareholder. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can check right now. The information should have just been disclosed.
The statement sent shockwaves through the entire room. The Canwan Group has changed hands? How is that possible? However, some quick-thinking employees immediately logged onto the internet to check the news.
Moments later, a series of gasps echoed through the room.
It's changed. It's really changed. The actual controlling shareholder has become Jiang, Mr. Jiang. Ha, we're finally not working for the Penguin Group anymore. This is great. The evil capitalists have finally been brought to heel. The entire center had, in the blink of an eye, turned into a sea of cheers. John Lin looked at the cheering crowd before him with a peculiar expression. They looked like high school graduates who had just finished their college entrance exams, filled with unbounded excitement. Is the Penguin Group really that weak? They're acting like they've just been released from prison. After a moment, as everyone calmed down from their excitement, someone suddenly realized. Are we getting too excited too soon? We've jumped from one capitalist's hands into another capitalist's hands. At that moment, everyone suddenly snapped back to reality. The man before them, Mr. Jiang, had now become the new owner of the entire group. Moreover, judging by his demeanor just now, he was clearly a terrifying dictator. From capitalists to dictators, what would become of them? In an instant, the crowd, who had just glimpsed a glimmer of hope, plunged once again into an abyss of despair. Seeing this scene, John Lin suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, everyone's calmed down? Let's get this meeting started. Saying this, he sat down at the head of the table. He then swept his gaze across the entire room. Alright, I'll start with the first matter. John Lin suddenly fixed his gaze on a middle-aged man with long hair and glasses in the distance. In an instant, his eyes narrowed sharply, and a cold voice rang out. 3 spoonfuls of sugar? You, get out of here. Chapter 156, The Tragic Fate of the Sugar-Coated Dog, triggering a 100 billion-fold critical hit. Sugar with 3 spoons froze in shock, then spoke in disbelief. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? John Lin gave a cold smile. I admit you have some ability, and I admit you'll use any means necessary to achieve your goals. But don't forget. What is your status? You're an online writer. Everything you have is given to you by your readers. Don't think that just because you own a small stake, you can act like a shareholder. Don't think you're the master of all online writers. Upon hearing this, Tang Jiasun suddenly realized. That's right, John Lin now holds 100% ownership, which means his shares have also been acquired by the other party. Someone like you, who has no shame and forgets your roots, doesn't deserve to continue in the online writing industry. John Lin shouted angrily, you've made a fortune, yet you start pretending to be generous and say you'll give it away for free, putting on this high and mighty act of doing it for the reader's benefit. This makes me feel sick. Therefore, from this moment onward, I will strip you of everything you possess. Tang Jiasun heard this and his expression suddenly changed. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Your copyright is now in my hands. I will cease all development of your products within the next 5 years. Additionally, I will provide you with a detailed report on operational costs. When the time comes, remember to repay me what you owe me. What? This is dictatorship. This is a false report. Upon hearing that his cake had been touched, Sugar 3 Spoons screamed hysterically, you can't do this. This is a trampling of the author's dignity. Ha, now you know what trampling is? What were you doing all this time? John Lin waved his hand and ordered, get out. Yes. Instantly, 2 burly men rushed forward, grabbed Sugar 3 Spoons by the arms, and dragged him out of the conference center. As Sugar 3 Spoons' figure disappeared, the entire center fell silent for a second before erupting into thunderous applause. Good job. Even if the new boss fires me, I'll still admire him. I just want to shout 666. John Lin raised his hand, and the entire center fell silent once again. The second matter. John Lin pointed to Wening Shue beside him and said, this lady, Wening Shue, will take over as CEO and chairwoman of Canwon Group. In fact, upon hearing that John Lin was in Yundu, Wening Shue immediately rushed over. However, John Lin had informed her of his plans to come to Magic City. Unbeknownst to him, she was actually very interested in the online literature sector. Plus, she comes from a literary family and is exceptionally capable. John Lin thought it over and decided to bring her along. After all, leaving such a trusted confidant here to oversee the group was far better than relying on others. What? A cold and elegant female CEO? I seem to smell the scent of romance. Pfft, do you think this female CEO is single? Wu Changdao, sitting in the front row, couldn't help but furrow his brows upon hearing this. He had originally thought that with Chang Yu gone, he could return to his former position. But now it seems that John Lin isn't giving him that chance. John Lin's gaze fell on Wu Changdao. Mr. Wu, I still recognize your experience and abilities. Therefore, in the future development of the company, you must continue to contribute your efforts for the benefit of the entire group. As he spoke, he suddenly laughed. Of course, if you have any other plans, we will fully respect your personal wishes. John Lin said this in order to give the other party a gentle reminder. In simple terms, it meant, you, Wu Changdao, aren't exactly a model citizen either. Either you stay here and work hard for me, or you can just leave on your own. Wu Changdao naturally understood the meaning behind John Lin's words and could only force a smile. Alright, I will dedicate myself entirely to the company. That's good. Jiang Lin smiled and withdrew his gaze, then spoke again. Alright, everyone, now I can tell you the third thing. All company employees will not only avoid layoffs but will also receive a 15% pay raise. Wow, that's great. The boss is awesome. The boss is awesome with a broken tone. Slogans are just empty words, this is the real deal. As soon as Jiang Lin spoke those words, everyone was thrilled beyond belief. Originally worried about layoffs, now not only do they not have to worry, but they're getting a raise. This is like going from hell to heaven. Once everyone had calmed down, Jiang Lin spoke again. Alright, now everyone can speak freely. Feel free to share your suggestions on the development and issues of the entire group. Remember, this opportunity only comes once. As soon as he said this, the crowd below grew restless. Through Jiang Lin's methods, they could sense that this capitalist wasn't as ruthless as others. So some employees who had been hesitant to speak up gained the courage to do so. Sir, regarding the group's development, the top priority is to curb the various negative influences circulating online. That's right, the major revisions to the author contracts have already left all the writers in a state of panic. That's right. If this continues, even if the entire Kanwan group isn't taken over by the Penguin group, it will still suffer significant repercussions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin couldn't help but nod in agreement. At least these employees are still thinking about the company's future. Alright, let's leave the rest to the new CEO. Jiang Lin shrugged his shoulders and turned his gaze to Wen Xue beside him. Wen Xue nodded in response, then spoke in a cool tone. Given the current situation, I've already compiled a summary. Our next steps will primarily focus on the following measures. First, contract revisions. While maintaining the current contract version, remove the clause stipulating that 50% of the net revenue after deducting operational costs from the electronic subscription revenue of both parties shall be paid, and replace it with a clause stating that 50% of the direct revenue shall be paid. As soon as she spoke, all the online writers erupted in cheers. This clause was simply too exploitative. They never expected that the newly appointed CEO would simply remove it. This means that from now on, their revenue will be almost completely transparent, and they no longer have to worry about writing endlessly only to end up losing money. Second, the website respects the copyright ownership of creators and only holds the right to adapt works with prior consent, not the right to adapt them without permission. This statement once again sent all writers into a frenzy. This is a good thing, absolutely a good thing. With these two provisions in place, it can be said that the creative interests of writers are fully protected. It is easy to imagine that in the days to come, more outstanding works will emerge. Third, the strategy of free reading has been abolished, with a focus on high-quality content and a shift toward paid reading. Everyone trembled at that moment. Every piece of news filled them with excitement, as if they had rediscovered the passion they felt when they first began creating. Just as everyone was caught up in the excitement, Jiang Lin suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. Ding! You have delivered an inspiring speech, triggering a 100 billion-fold boost. Reward, 51% equity in Lucasfilm, making you the largest shareholder. Chapter 157, IP Development, The Mysterious Realm, Covering the Heavens, The Cataclysm of the Billion Clan. Jiang Lin raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a delighted smile. Speaking of Lucasfilm Studios, many may not be familiar with it. However, when it comes to the movies it produces, there are probably no movie fans worldwide who haven't heard of them. For example, Star Wars, Avatar, Iron Man, Harry Potter, Transformers, and more. Countless blockbuster films have been produced by this company. And under its umbrella lies the top-tier team in the entire special effects and CG industry. Industrial Light Magic. This is the place every CG professional aspires to work at. Jiang Lin was thinking that since he was now involved in the equity of one group, there were countless outstanding IPs waiting for him to develop. However, these acclaimed masterpieces have never made it to the big screen due to various reasons. The primary reason is the lack of an exceptional team capable of bringing the author's wildest imaginings to life. A team capable of designing special effects that leave audiences in awe. What Jiang Lin lacks the least right now is money. So, if he's going to do it, he's going to do it right. He doesn't want to see any more ridiculous scenes like spirit energy turning into horses or the Emperor taking 10 steps at a time. Now, Lucasfilm has completely resolved this concern, giving him the opportunity to showcase his talents. Meanwhile, while Jiang Lin was leading his team in a meeting at the Win Group, Cheng Yu, who had been kicked out, immediately gathered his people and rushed back to the Penguin headquarters. What's going on? What are you all doing? Are you useless? Cheng Yu slammed the table in anger. Even something as major as a change in equity wasn't notified to me? Making me look like a fool over there and getting humiliated by them. A large group of subordinates below were too scared to speak. After a moment, someone cautiously said, Mr. Chang, this equity change was really sudden. We didn't expect it at all. Shut up. Mr. Chang was so angry his face turned green. Though he was still seething inside, he managed to calm down. He checked the equity information again and again and discovered that the other party had indeed forcibly acquired Kanwan Group from Penguin. How did they manage to do that? Chang Yu isn't a pushover.
To effortlessly snatch Canwan from Tencent's hands at such a critical moment requires power, connections, strength, and funds that aren't within the reach of ordinary people. He had already contacted Shoma Zone, who also expressed shock.
Could it be that Big Ma had intervened behind the scenes?
Cheng Yu pondered in his heart.
But he immediately scoffed.
No matter who it is, anyone who dares to touch the penguin's pie must pay the price.
Talking about this now is pointless.
Immediately release the following statement: all of the penguin's entertainment platforms, including films, music, games, and comics, must immediately cease all serialization, development, and promotion of works from the entire Read the Story group. I'll see how he manages to survive with this isolated mess.
Yes. A day passed in the blink of an eye.
The next morning, the Penguin Group broke the news through multiple channels. The Canwan Group has been taken over, and all cooperation between the group and Canwan-related projects has been terminated.
The news sent shockwaves across the entire internet. Someone had actually been targeted by Penguin.
Such a massive and terrifying entity had begun targeting others.
In such situations, the outcome is usually grim. It's over. Canwan is finished.
All works will only be available for reading, and the development of the entertainment industry will come to a complete halt.
That's right, not only that,
but without promotion and operations, the entire traffic will plummet. Many industry heavyweights have expressed their feelings, saying that Tencent is like an insurmountable mountain in front of them. If this mountain were to collapse, it would be catastrophic for them. At the headquarters of the 1-1 Group, Wen Xue was frowning as she looked at the news on her screen.
Zhang Lin, sitting beside her, remained expressionless.
Zhang Lin, the current situation is very unfavorable for us.
Wen Xue couldn't help but ask.
If we don't take action, the pressure on us will only intensify. Zhang Lin glanced at her and said, share your thoughts. We should immediately announce the changes to the contract. Wen Xue said thoughtfully, not only that, but we should also reach out to all platforms for public relations efforts to enhance the positive image of the Canwan Group. As she spoke, she sighed softly.
Our entertainment platform isn't fully developed yet. It would be better if we had one.
Oh?
Who said we don't have one?
Zhang Lin suddenly smiled and said, have Qianqiu Live assist us in pushing the latest updates about the Canwan Group throughout the day. We still have Xinlin Media under our umbrella. Have them continue developing some urban romance-themed TV series.
Promote them together as well.
A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Lin's eyes.
Of course, this is just the appetizer.
Tomorrow, prepare a press conference inviting numerous media outlets.
Just handle it this way.
Upon hearing Zhang Lin's words, Wen Xue's eyes lit up, and by the end, she was utterly stunned.
How about that? Do you understand now?
Moments later, Zhang Lin looked at her with a faint smile.
All right, with your support, I'm sure I can turn this around. Wen Xue nodded and immediately began making arrangements for the next steps. In less than 2 hours, a major news story began circulating online.
Canwan Group announced that it would hold a major press conference tomorrow morning to unveil several IP blockbusters.
Developing IP blockbusters at this time was akin to courting disaster.
At the Penguin headquarters, Cheng Yu saw the news and couldn't help but laugh coldly.
Fine, I'll see just how much of a splash they can make.
The next morning at 10 a.m., the conference center of Canwan Group was packed with over 100 media outlets from across the country. The scene was extremely grand. All the media were curious to see how Canwan Group would handle this crisis.
Good morning, everyone. I am Wen Xue, the newly appointed CEO of Canwan Group.
Wen Xue was dressed in a red suit, exuding the aura of a cold and elegant female executive. Today, we are honored to announce that we will be producing films based on 3 of our top IPs. They are The Mysterious Realm, Covering the Heavens, and The Plague of the Billion Clan.
The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire venue. What? These 3 blockbusters? How is that possible? No way, only The Plight of the Billion Clan might be feasible. Can the other 2 really be done?
Sigh, Penguin hasn't pulled this off before, so it's probably just another failed attempt.
I was expecting something new, but this is disappointing.
Meanwhile, at Penguin's headquarters, Cheng Yu burst into laughter upon seeing the live broadcast of the scene.
Ha, this is hilarious. What is this literary group up to?
I thought they had some big move up their sleeve, but now it seems like they're just using leftovers from our games.
If these IPs are so easy to develop, why wouldn't we act on them? Cheng Yu sneered repeatedly.
If they pull another stunt like that, it won't be a counterattack, it'll be suicide.
We must seize this opportunity. Kick them while they're down.
Noticing the commotion below, Wen Xue remained calm and said, everyone, please quiet down. Perhaps some of you doubt our capabilities, but when I introduce today's special guest, everyone here will be pleasantly surprised. Saying this, Wen Xue stood up and smiled. Let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Lucas, the CEO of Lucasfilm. The moment the words left her mouth, the entire hall was stunned.
Chapter 158, Penguin Group's thunderous counterattack, but the result was surprising. What's going on? How did they manage to bring Lucas here? Cheng Yu roared in anger.
He had been thinking of countermeasures, but he never imagined Zhang Lin would pull such a move.
Lucasfilm was the team the Penguin Group had been eager to collaborate with. But there was nothing they could do. The two sides had been unable to agree on a price. Penguin always wanted to get something for nothing, but the other side wasn't having it. Cooperation was impossible, and it would never happen in this lifetime. But now, just as his side had been acquired, the other party had appeared so quickly at the press conference. How could Chung Yu not be furious? Hello everyone, I'm the CEO of Lucasfilm. Lucas clearly had everything planned out, smiling calmly as he greeted the media. Lucasfilm has decided to establish a permanent alliance with Kanwan Group. In the future, we will produce at least 50 blockbuster films based on Kanwan Group's IP. Industrial Light Magic will become Kanwan Group's exclusive special effects team. These words were like throwing a deep water bomb into the entire industry. My goodness! Industrial Light Magic creating special effects for Kanwan Group? This is going to be something to watch. Big news, explosive news, this is a real game changer. Headline news, this is a national sensation. This must have the Penguins in a panic.
They thought their strength was enough to take on any industry, but they miscalculated this time.
In an instant, countless news articles, Weibo posts, and headlines flooded the internet. Countless online authors and readers are celebrating with joy. Every forum post was blown up.
Everyone, without exception, is venting their anger at the Penguins.
Even the Weibo trending topics were dominated by several entries.
The Penguins' shameless actions are utterly despicable. A mysterious big shot has stepped in to take down the Penguin overlord. What goes around comes around. It's not that it won't happen, just that the time hasn't come yet.
Good riddance, Penguin.
At the Penguin headquarters, Xiaoma Zong sat in his office, slamming his phone down in front of Chung Yu.
He demanded, "How did you do this?" The entire internet is ablaze with criticism. When has our Penguin Group ever been exposed like this before?
Xiaoma looked coldly at the senior executives in front of him. I told you to deal with those worthless writers, but instead, you not only lost my shares but also caused such a huge scandal.
How do you plan to resolve this?
The entire Penguin Group has reached this point today, and it can be said that it is inseparable from Xiaoma's efforts.
Over the years, Penguin Group has been a leader in the entertainment industry, particularly in gaming and comics. It's even a monopoly. Which other company dares to act so brazenly right under Penguin's nose?
But now, not only are they defiant, but they've also swayed the entire internet to support them.
This is something Xiaoma cannot tolerate.
However, at this point in time, the matter still needs to be handled. After a period of calm, Xiaoma Ge spoke directly. Alright, now have the PR department immediately issue statements across all platforms. I don't care what methods you use, just divert the media's attention. Second, have someone spend money to buy out those trending topics and other top news stories. Remove them swiftly. Third, mobilize funds and prepare to take down the Kanwan Group. He wants to grow big, right? Well, let's make him taste the bitter taste of falling off a cliff.
Yes, Mr. Ma. Everyone followed Xiaoma's instructions and began taking action one by one.
Soon, one explosive news story after another began to surface online, diverting public attention.
What about a certain celebrity staying overnight at a young model's home with the curtains open, the scene too graphic to describe? What about a certain director who allegedly slept with over 30 actresses and remains at large?
A foreign financial tycoon claimed that the Great Xia Kingdom was impoverished, with not even a single wealthy individual of the same age.
Various news stories emerged, indeed diverting everyone's attention. Next, the Penguin's second move was to buy up all the trending topics.
Additionally, there are popular short videos on the Qianqiu platform.
Various news headlines. The Penguin PR department has already begun contacting every region. Especially Weibo, where the influence is enormous. And it's not even Penguin's territory, so it's even harder to control. Ding! Come in. Xiaoma looked up and couldn't help but frown. Chengyu, why aren't you handling PR? What are you doing here? Chengyu replied with a grim expression, Mr. Ma, there's been an incident. What's wrong?
Little Ma raised his eyebrows. We called the Weibo team to ask them to remove the trending topic, but they refused.
What? Refused? Are they asking for more money? Xiaoma snorted coldly. Raise the price? Go ahead. They've done this before. No, that's not it. Chengyu said with a grim expression, no matter how much I increase the price, they still refuse. What? What are they doing? Don't they even want the money? Xiaoma snorted coldly. Forget it. This is just a minor issue. We won't waste our time on them. Let's continue working with the PR team to leak information and push our related trending topics off the top. Hearing Xiaoma say this, Chang Yu's expression didn't improve at all. Mr. Ma, the situation might be more serious than you think. Xiaoma Zong's eyebrows shot up upon hearing this. What do you mean? Is there something even more serious than this?
On Weibo, the audio recording of our previous phone call with them has been leaked and is now trending on the hot search list.
What? Xiaoma Ge suddenly widened his eyes and hurriedly logged into Weibo.
There, he saw that Penguin Group was attempting to calm the situation by paying to remove the trending topic.
This news had already topped the trending list. The comments about Penguin Group were all criticism and insults.
It was enough to make him see black.
Damn it!
He collapsed into his chair, his face so grim it looked like it could drip with water.
Jiang Lin, right? I'll never forgive you.
At the same time, at the headquarters of the Win Group, Jiang Lin had just answered a call.
Mr. Dema, this move of yours has caught me off guard.
Jiang Lin said with a smile, I thought the Penguin Company could quickly buy off the trending topics. Jiang Lin hadn't expected that at this critical moment, Big Ma would step in and use his connections to get Weibo to reject this lucrative opportunity.
Being able to help Mr. Jiang with such a small favor is an honor for me. On the other end of the line, Mr. Dema hesitated before saying,
Mr. Jiang, I don't know if you remember what you mentioned last time about.
As soon as he spoke, Jiang Lin immediately understood what the big boss meant. He smiled faintly, Mr. Ma, don't worry. There's plenty of time. Your issues will be resolved gradually. Chapter 159, the top heir of the 4-star life insurance group from Big Stick Country arrives, challenging Jiang Lin across the internet.
Upon hearing Jiang Lin's words, Mr. Ma fell silent for a moment.
He couldn't help but speak up, Jiang Lin, just tell me what conditions would it take for you to help me? Jiang Lin laughed lightly after hearing this. Mr. Ma, it's not that I won't help you, it's that you need to help yourself. What do you mean? The Malaysian CEO couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, feeling puzzled. Help myself? If I could help myself, why would I need to ask you? Jiang Lin smiled.
This requires you to prepare yourself mentally. Let me explain it to you this way. I have a traditional Chinese acupuncture technique that involves inserting 108 silver needles of varying lengths into the acupoints of your affected area.
Mr. Ma, have you considered this?
Having your body covered in silver needles, you must remain completely still.
Can you accept that?
Mr. Ma's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing this.
Damn it, that's way too harsh.
He unconsciously imagined the scene and felt his legs tremble, almost losing his balance.
This definitely requires mental preparation. Jiang Lin, hearing the other person's silence, couldn't help but continue, of course, Mr. Ma, it's not just your physical condition now. There's the entire group to consider. Don't you think you should find out who turned you into this? What? You're saying someone harmed me?
Mr. Ma, being as shrewd as he was, immediately caught on to the issue. He had always believed that his current condition was due to years of overwork and accumulated fatigue. But now, from Jiang Lin's mouth, it was because someone had harmed him.
Who would harm me? The Malaysian CEO couldn't help but mutter to himself.
Jiang Lin, on the other end of the phone, smiled after hearing this.
Well, that's something you'll have to investigate yourself.
However, I think this statement alone should be enough to repay the favor you did for me this time.
Mr. Ma, goodbye. With that, he hung up the phone.
After hanging up, Jiang Lin couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly. What he had said was indeed the truth.
However, the reason he hadn't acted yet was because the timing wasn't right.
The true controller of the entire Ali Group was not the senior manager, so he merely wanted to lure the other party over step by step. In the future, Jiang Lin could envision himself engaging in a decisive showdown with the entire Ali Group. Preparing in advance wasn't a bad idea. Meanwhile, on the other end, Xiaoma, who had just finished a meeting, encountered the worst possible situation. At the opening of the afternoon trading session, the stock price of the entire Penguin Group plummeted sharply. This was the first time such a situation had occurred since the group went public. In just 2 hours, the market value plummeted by hundreds of billions. While this amount is insignificant compared to the trillion-dollar Penguin Group.
However, Xiaoma quickly realized that the problem was beginning to surface. If the situation couldn't be reversed, the consequences could be devastating for Penguin.
Of course, this alone was not enough to anger him. What really got under his skin was that the recently acquired Canwon Group, which had been sold off for no apparent reason, was suddenly hit by a string of positive news, causing its stock price to skyrocket.
Damn it, since he took over, it hasn't gone up once, just steady declines every day.
Even when there were occasional increases, they were very limited. But now, not only has the other party stabilized the stock price, but it has also begun to rebound rapidly.
Jiang Lin, how am I supposed to take you down? Xiaomao had never hated anyone this much before.
But the more he hates him, the more cautious he becomes. Because, at this point, the Penguin Group is already in a period of turmoil. If he resorts to any underhanded tactics now, it will only make matters worse. Suddenly, while deep in thought, Xiaoma saw some news about the Penguin Group's public relations. One of them caught his eye.
That's it. Xiaoma raised the corner of his mouth. I could have someone else take him down a notch.
Saying this, he dialed Chang Yu's phone.
Mr. Chang, there's something I need you to handle.
The son of the chairman of 4-star life insurance group, Li Peiguang, is coming to our country in a few days. Provide him with some information, I'm sure he'll be willing to help.
Li Peiguang? The rich second-generation heir from the 4-star Li family?
Upon hearing this, Shan Yu immediately understood little Ma's plan. His expression brightened, and he hurriedly nodded, saying, "All right, Mr. Ma, rest assured. I'll handle this properly this time." After hanging up the phone, Shan Yu proactively contacted Li Peiguang, who was currently touring the Great Xia Kingdom. Soon, Li Peiguang obtained all the information he needed. That night, a viral short video exploded across the entire internet. Li Peiguang, the top heir of the Li family from the Samsung Group in Debao Kingdom and the head of the life insurance division, had publicly invited all the wealthy second-generation heirs across the country to join him on his trip to Xia Kingdom. The location was right in the heart of the imperial capital. Of course, this was not the focus of the entire video. The real focus was on the final statement Li Peiguang made in the video. "I have heard that in the Great Xia Kingdom, there is a legendary young prodigy who is not only talented and ambitious but also incredibly wealthy. Therefore, I specifically want this legendary figure to come to the imperial capital to exchange ideas with me. Let's see whose foundation is stronger. Who is more extravagant." He pointed at the screen and said with a look of contempt, "John Lin, I'll wait for you. If you're scared, you don't have to come." Ha! The message was posted, and the entire internet exploded instantly. Li Peiguang of the Big Stick Nation challenges the heartbeat brother of the Great Xia Nation. This headline, within 2 hours, had already topped the trending charts. And it quickly climbed to the top of the trending list. In the headquarters of the Wenwen Group in Shanghai. "John Lin, how did Li Peiguang notice you?" When Xue furrowed her brows, someone must be meddling behind the scenes. John Lin pulled his gaze away from his phone. "It seems that Penguin Group is planning to use someone else's knife to kill their enemy this time. Mr. Jiang, I just checked. Li Peiguang is the son of the head of the insurance division of the Li family in Big Stick Country. And the 4-star life insurance group ranked 178th in last year's Global Fortune 500 list, with total assets exceeding 700 billion. Ning Yi frowned deeply. Not only that, but he also has an even more massive 4-star group behind him, whose scale is so vast it could rival a nation's wealth. After a pause, he couldn't help but say, "Mr. Jiang, the Penguin Group has ulterior motives this time. If you really participate in their trip to Shaogua, it's likely that." Before he could finish, Zhang Lin interrupted him. "What are you afraid of? That I'll be humiliated by him?" "No, Mr. Jiang." Ning Yi shook his head hurriedly. "I just checked. This Li Peiguang is here to show off his wealth. Not only has he rented a luxurious villa, but he also plans to live stream the entire trip during the Xia Kingdom visit. In that case, if anything goes wrong, Penguin will definitely make a big deal out of it." "Ha ha." John Lin shook his head and smiled. "In the end, you're just afraid I'll lose, aren't you? Mr. Jiang, this is just a matter of pride. There's no need for this." Ning Yi tried to persuade him. John Lin stood up and looked off into the distance. "This isn't just a matter of pride. Regardless of Penguin's intentions, they've already put me in Li Peiguang's sights. If I don't go, it's not just me who's afraid of him. Online, it'll be the entire Great Xia Nation that fears him. I can live on my knees, but I'd rather die standing up. Therefore, this challenge, I, John Lin, accept." Chapter 160, Zhang Lin's Luxury Car Exhibition, Li Peiguang's Unconventional Show-Off Mode. Bihai Fangzhou, one of the top luxury mansions in the imperial capital. The starting price for each is over 100 million. This entire place has been rented out by Li Peiguang. The daily rent alone amounts to 200,000. Within this ultra-luxurious villa, Li Peiguang is set to complete the first stop of his summer tour. It could also be called his first battle. Over the years, the entire economy of Debao Kingdom has developed rapidly under the support of the Li family. Now that the Li family's foundation is solid, their arrogance has naturally grown. Li Peiguang's visit to the Great Xia Kingdom is not primarily for tourism. His main objective is to generate buzz and enhance his own prominence within the Great Xia Kingdom. This is all to pave the way for the Li family's future expansion into the Great Xia Kingdom and to open up larger markets. In a way, this can be considered an unconventional form of publicity. However, such publicity is not something ordinary people can afford to engage in. Dear viewers, my first stop on my journey through the Great Xia Kingdom is about to begin. Li Peiguang can be said to have prepared thoroughly for this trip. He started learning the Xia Kingdom language half a year in advance, and although he still has a slight accent, he can now speak simple phrases. In any time and place, there are always sycophants. Even if people from the Big Stick Country have ill intentions, sycophants still exist. Li Peiguang simply walked around a mansion with his phone and garnered countless admiring glances from sycophants. Wow, what a beautiful mansion! Who would have thought that Appa could afford such a big house in the Great Xia Kingdom? Isn't it rented? Nonsense! With his status, how could he possibly rent? Seeing these comments, Li Peiguang burst into laughter. He told everyone, this villa is indeed rented. The rent is 20,000 a day. Smack! All the sycophants were instantly humiliated. Li Peiguang's words weren't finished. He sneered, perhaps some people might ask, if I'm so rich, why not just buy one here? Why rent instead?
Because I think the real estate in the Great Xia Kingdom has no future. This place is dirty, chaotic, and run down. It's not suitable for human habitation. I won't stay here for long either. As soon as he said this, the screen was flooded with comments. You bastard, get out of the Great Xia Kingdom. Where's the sycophant from earlier? Why aren't you sucking up anymore? The capital isn't suitable for human habitation? Are beast ears suitable then? I think that's where the trash belongs. No need to say more, today I'll show you what I've got. Yeah, support Heartbeat Guy. Just as they were talking, the villa gates suddenly opened, and one after another, the figures of wealthy second-generation youths dressed in designer brands appeared. In addition, there were many stunningly beautiful women. Haha, welcome, everyone. Did you see them? These are all friends from Xiagua who came to participate in the Xiagua event. Li Peiguan smiled and greeted everyone. They all want to secure our Li family's business support, which is why they have the opportunity to be here. This statement made it clear to all the viewers that all the wealthy second-generation individuals present were sycophants. They're all sucking up to the Li family. Sure enough, these rich second-generation individuals all cast respectful glances toward Li Peiguan. Mr. Li, did you bring all these beautiful women from the United States? Ah, of course. How about it? Pretty good looking, right? Li Peiguan laughed arrogantly. These are all famous little celebrities from the Big Stick country, part of a girl group. They've just debuted and are still very young. Hearing this, everyone began to praise him even more. Mr. Li really knows how to make an impression. Such beautiful women are rare in our country. What do you mean rare? There are none at all. That's right, they're all goddess-level beauties. This round of fawning immediately sent the audience into a rage. Wave after wave of angry comments flooded the screen. However, Li Peiguan didn't even bat an eyelid. The more angry the audience became, the more successful his act of pretending to be something he's not. Ah, it's about time. I wonder if Mr. Jiang Lin will show up. Li Peiguan said in an extremely exaggerated voice, if he doesn't come, I'll be very disappointed to miss the opportunity to exchange ideas with a talented young man from the Great Xia Kingdom. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a series of car engines roared outside the villa gates. Boom, boom. Everyone was drawn toward the sound. Moments later, one after another, top-of-the-line luxury cars began arriving at the villa. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Cullinan, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Maserati, Aston Martin, Bugatti Veyron. Almost every luxury car imaginable was present. And most of them were limited editions. Whoa! Seeing this scene, many wealthy second-generation individuals couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. So many luxury cars? How many people are here? Look, is that King Caroman? In the background, an SUV with a futuristic, warlike design appeared in the villa. Even Li Peiguan couldn't help but narrow his eyes at the sight of the vehicle. This car, his Li family had one, but it was just an older model from 3 years ago. They had originally planned to buy this new model, but it was snapped up by someone else first. Who would have thought it would be here? However, just as he was marveling at the Caraman King, behind King Caraman, a black streamlined supercar, resembling a sharp knife slicing through the night, appeared. Silver Black Arrow. A supercar worth 100 million. This left all the wealthy second-generation heirs, who were already stunned, speechless once again. Is this a luxury car exhibition? No, I feel like this is a global limited edition luxury car show. The entire internet is ablaze with excitement. Wow, this must be Heartbeat Guy. Heartbeat Guy makes an appearance truly extraordinary. Even if Li Peiguan is as wealthy as he is, he couldn't buy these luxury cars because they're all limited editions. Forget the rest, he definitely doesn't have the Carmen or the Silby. That's right. If he does, I'll live stream myself eating ST upside down. Just as all the fans and the wealthy second-generation attendees were eagerly awaiting. Swish! All the car doors opened simultaneously. One after another, tall bodyguards dressed in suits, wearing sunglasses, and with icy expressions stepped out of the cars. They split into two lines, blocking off a path to the villa. Suddenly, the black arrows opened like a phoenix spreading its wings. Jiang Lin, dressed in a white casual outfit, stepped out of the car with a calm expression. Without saying a word, a powerful aura enveloped the entire scene. Wow, so handsome. So handsome. This guy is way cooler than Li Peiguan. All the little stars from the Big Stick country and the girl groups who had come originally were all starry-eyed. They stared at Jiang Lin like love-struck fans. Such a grand entrance, such charisma from the moment he stepped onto the stage, he had already outshone Li Peiguan. Li Peiguan, seeing this, narrowed his eyes briefly before smiling and walking over. Hey, Jiang Lin, Mr. Jiang, right? He smiled at the other man. Hello, I'm Li Peiguan, from the Li family of the 4 stars. Mr. Jiang. Before he could finish, Jiang Lin coldly interrupted him. Aren't you here to challenge me? Get to the point. I don't have much time. After being rebuked by Jiang Lin, a flash of displeasure crossed Li Peiguan's eyes. Then, he smiled faintly. Don't rush. Don't rush. Challenges are just jokes. Since you're here, let's have a meal first. Eat? Jiang Lin thought to himself, aren't you here to show off your wealth? Why are you inviting me to eat? However, since he had come all this way, he wouldn't back down. Let's eat then.
Jiang Lin nodded, guessing that the first round of showing off would probably be in the dishes. Something like all kinds of top-tier delicacies. However, in his opinion, it wasn't worth mentioning.
However, just as he was speculating, Li Peiguang had 2 tables brought in. Jiang Lin looked and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Hot pot? He was actually being treated to hot pot? Chapter 161, Burning Money, the Real Deal Li Peiguang Scheme. Mr. Jiang Lin, I've recently developed a taste for this dish. Would you care to join me?
Li Peiguang waved his hand, and immediately, one after another, the female group members brought out various ingredients. Beef, lamb, shrimp balls, pork brain. Anyway, Jiang Lin glanced around and noticed that all the ingredients were commonplace, nothing special. 2 tables were set up, each piled high with ingredients. Soon, the ingredients were piled high. Jiang Lin suddenly noticed that the pots used for hot pot were quite interesting. The 2 copper pots were suspended above the table. They were about 10 centimeters above the table's surface. Directly below them was a circular, with the interior entirely made of metal, its purpose unknown. By this time, the ingredients had been served, and Li Peiguang sat down at one of the tables.
Mr. Jiang Lin, have you prepared anything for today? If not, shall I start eating first? Prepared?
Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow, seemingly touching on the pretentious mindset of this wealthy second-generation individual. Sure enough, Li Peiguang snapped his fingers, and suddenly, figures of female idols and celebrities appeared once again. In their hands, they were all carrying 2 suitcases. Click! All the suitcases opened simultaneously, and in an instant, stacks of neatly folded bills from the big stick country appeared before everyone's eyes.
At that moment, Li Peiguang's arrogant voice rang out.
I'm the kind of person who likes things simple when it comes to hot pot. These bills are more than enough to burn as firewood perfect. Someone, light the fire. Next, everyone watched as a female group member stuffed all the stacks of cash from the suitcases into beneath the hot pot. Instantly, under the flames of the lighter, the money burst into flames.
Burning money? This is really burning money. This action by Li Peiguang truly shattered everyone's expectations. Eating hot pot and using paper money as fuel to heat it up? At first, everyone's first thought was, can water boil?
10 minutes later, the water was indeed boiling. Looking over at Li Peiguang's side, he had already used nearly 3 suitcases full of cash. Each suitcase could hold cash worth approximately $1 million.
If converted to the currency of Big Stick Country, that's nearly 200 million. In Big Stick Country, the most commonly used currency denomination is around 10,000 units, equivalent to 100 units. In other words, each suitcase could only hold approximately 100 million yuan. That's around 50 million.
3 suitcases would amount to 150 million.
Burning 150 million in 10 minutes is no small sum.
However, on Li Peiguang's side, it seemed like he didn't even bat an eyelid, continuing to have people keep adding fuel.
Mr. Jiang, I'll start eating first. Li Peiguang smiled as he prepared his seasonings. If I finish here and you haven't even started yet, that would really disappoint me. The entire live streaming platform was completely blown away by this scene. Live streaming money burning, this was something no one had ever seen before.
This has nothing to do with rituals, this is real money burning.
Jiang Lin glanced at him before looking away.
At this point, he couldn't just let it go.
You want to burn money, do you?
Then I'll play along with you. Take my card and go to the nearest bank to withdraw cash.
Jiang Lin handed his top-tier VIP diamond card to his bodyguard.
However, he suddenly thought of a problem. The nearby banks might not have that much cash on hand.
If it's far away, who knows how much time it would take? Jiang Lin gave Li Peiguang a meaningful look.
It turned out this guy wasn't just bluffing after all. From the very beginning, he had already made up his mind to live stream spending money.
And he hadn't prepared at all.
Even if he had enough cash, he wouldn't be able to withdraw it from the bank. Therefore, Li Peiguang was almost certain to win. To turn the tables, Jiang Lin would need a truckload of cash right now.
Ding! You glanced at the hot pot, triggering a 10 billion-fold critical hit. Reward, 20 billion cash. The cash has been deposited into the truck. Please collect it yourself. What does it mean when they say when you're hungry, someone brings you food? That's exactly it.
Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow and called out to several bodyguards who were about to leave.
Wait, I remember.
Jiang Lin reached into his pocket and pulled out a set of keys.
Take this.
There's a truck parked next to the main gate of the villa complex.
The place is inside.
Yes, boss. All the bodyguards left. At that moment, Li Peiguang beside him had already taken his first bite of hot pot lamb.
Mr. Jiang, would you like to try some? Li Peiguang raised his chopsticks in a provocative manner. However, Jiang Lin merely smiled faintly, showing no reaction.
This caused a stir among the countless fans watching the live stream.
It's over. This is the end. Heartbeat guy is finished. This is ridiculous. This guy clearly set a trap on purpose. Who brings that much cash when they go out? Even if you're right, what's the point? It's already live. Unless a miracle happens, Heartbeat guy is doomed. Damn it, I really want to rush into the villa and give him some cash. Forget it, do you even have $100 in your pocket? Seeing Li Peiguang ate even more happily. This time, he had come prepared, bringing a significant amount of cash. Do you really think I'm here just to show off my wealth? Li Peiguang sneered inwardly. Stupid people of the Great Xia Kingdom, just wait for this young master to mock you mercilessly. However, as soon as his thoughts crossed his mind, a group of bodyguards began to walk in one after another from a distance. Back so quickly from the bank? Earlier, Zhang Lin hadn't made a scene, so Li Peiguang hadn't heard his words. He never expected the efficiency of the Imperial Capital Bank to be so high. Slap! The returning bodyguards opened their briefcases one after another. Row after row of neatly arranged cash was inside. Zhang Lin waved his hand. No need for further explanation, the bodyguards understood immediately. One after another, they poured the cash into the pot. Light the fire, let it burn. After nearly 15 minutes of delay, Zhang Lin's hot pot finally began. Wow, Heartbeat guy is so cool, he got the money back so fast? This isn't good. Look, they've already eaten a third of it. Besides, there's only so much cash at the bank. What if we can't get more while we're eating? Zhang Lin didn't notice these comments. All he could do now was instruct his bodyguards to keep adding money. The other bodyguards continued to return to the truck to fetch more suitcases. 1 box, 2 boxes, 5 boxes, 10 boxes. Zhang Lin put 1 million in each box, and in the blink of an eye, 10 boxes were inside. The hot pot was boiling, and Zhang Lin began to taste the hot pot as well. It must be said that Li Peiguang's ingredients were indeed very fresh. With the dipping sauce, Zhang Lin was enjoying the meal even more. He had even forgotten that he was still sparring with the other party, simply instructing his bodyguard to keep adding money without his input. Finally, after nearly an hour, most of the ingredients in the hot pot had been eaten. At this point, Zhang Lin finally turned his head to look at Li Peiguang. Upon looking, he was shocked to discover that the other person had left even more than he had. Li Peiguang also noticed Zhang Lin's situation and urgently demanded with a furious expression, "Hurry up, add more. Add." He couldn't believe that, despite both of them using cash, the other person was spending so recklessly. At this point, Zhang Lin naturally wouldn't let this easy opportunity slip away. Finally, after burning nearly 200 boxes, Zhang Lin successfully devoured the last piece of food. Looking at Li Peiguang still frantically urging him on, Zhang Lin suddenly found the situation rather amusing. "Mr. Li, why don't you eat first?" "I'll leave first." Zhang Lin said casually. No, that's impossible. Where did you get so much cash?" Li Peiguang asked in disbelief. "That's not your concern." Zhang Lin spoke indifferently and turned to leave. "Hey, I won't accept that. Why is your money burning brighter than mine?" Li Peiguang exclaimed angrily, "You must have tampered with it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin paused, his tone serious as he said, "Mr. Li, you'd better watch your words. As for why my money is burning brighter? Just look at the exchange rate. Your money isn't worth anything." Chapter 162, You want to burn it? Then burn it all you want. My money isn't worth anything? Li Peiguang repeated the phrase, his face suddenly turning angry as he shouted, You dare to insult me? At the same time, all the online viewers were so excited they were about to jump out of their seats. Heartbeat guy is so cool. He always plays with your heart at the crucial moment. Damn it, didn't you see how much money was burned? At least over 100 million. Those damn Koreans, they're really getting their comeuppance now. Your money isn't worth anything, that's a killer line. If you say it all together, your money isn't worth anything can also mean you're not worth anything. You're worthless. You're worthless. The entire chat screen was completely flooded with messages. Some netizens even went out of their way to translate it into Korean, as if afraid the other party wouldn't understand. This made Li Peiguang so angry that he immediately shut down the live stream. All messages were completely interrupted. However, despite the interruption, the incident did not come to an end. Shortly after Zhang Lin left, a short video he posted on the Qianshou platform once again went viral. It's only proper to reciprocate. Mr. Li Peiguang, please come to my home as a guest, and I'll treat you to roasted whole lamb. Of course, if you're afraid, you can choose not to come, I can accept that. This short video quickly spread like wildfire across the internet. It dominated Weibo's trending topics and made headlines across various platforms, with intense coverage. At the Penguin headquarters in the south, Xiaoma couldn't help but shout angrily upon seeing this. Damn it, this Li Peiguang is an idiot, a good-for-nothing. He had originally thought that by using this to suppress Zhang Lin's momentum, the entire Penguin team had already prepared their PR strategy, ready to spread rumors and smear him. The entire internet would be filled with criticism of him.
As a result, all of Jiang Lin's businesses would be severely impacted.
Stock prices would plummet. This is when the Penguin team would strike.
However, he never expected that Li Peiguang, who had come prepared, was humiliated by Jiang Lin on the spot. He had watched that live stream as well.
He couldn't figure out why Jiang Lin would bring so much cash to Li Peiguang's villa. Could he have already known about their plans? That's impossible.
Xiaoma couldn't help but feel that this was just as baffling as the mysterious acquisition of the Wen Group. As this short video went viral, it quickly reached Li Peiguang's ears. He responded directly with a short video, stating that he would definitely accept Jiang Lin's invitation.
Moreover, when it came to financial power, Li Peiguang had never feared anyone. Soon, Jiang Lin responded, inviting him to dinner at his mansion the next evening at 8 o'clock.
He even specifically noted that the other party should bring enough cash. This was a clear challenge. All the netizens started anticipating the outcome.
After the recent lesson, Li Peiguang actually went to test the differences in how banknotes burn.
In the end, he had to use a lot of connections to exchange all the banknotes he had brought for currency of the Great Xia Kingdom.
A full 10 billion units of currency. It filled half a truck. In his eyes, this time he was absolutely certain he wouldn't lose.
The next day, at 8 o'clock in the evening, he drove his luxury car, preparing to head to Jiang Lin's mansion. He also started a live stream, intending to document every moment of his comeback.
Let's go!
At the signal, the convoy set off toward Jiang Lin's mansion. However, half an hour later, the driver from the Big Stick country was completely lost.
Luing Road, number 1, isn't that the address?
Li Peiguang said with a grim expression. He had originally planned to make a grand entrance, mimicking Jiang Lin's style. Instead, after driving around for ages, he couldn't even find the main gate.
Damn it, this is absolutely embarrassing. Mr. Li, this is indeed number 1, Building A.
The driver couldn't help but scratch his head.
The navigation was clearly correct. Li Peiguang was speechless.
At this moment, he couldn't afford to lose his temper. After all, they were still live streaming. In the end, he had no choice but to call Jiang Lin. However, Jiang Lin only said, "Go to Building 5, I'll open the door for you." After hanging up, Li Peiguang sneered, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is how your countrymen treat guests? They deliberately made me look bad by giving me a fake address. Such petty tricks are truly boring." Just as he was speaking, the driver had already arrived at Unit 5. Just then, a dull thud echoed, and the massive gate at number 5 opened. Li Peiguang was so shocked that he gaped in disbelief. What is this place? On the public screen, countless netizens responded instantly. "Ha, country bumpkin, this is the Gong Wangfu, the mansion of Xin Tiaogu. Wow, I knew Heartbeat Brother was rich, but I never expected him to be this extravagant living in a mansion." This Korean idiot actually claims someone gave him the wrong address. In reality, the entire street belongs to them. Ha ha. This kind of person dares to call himself the richest in Big Stick country? What a joke. It's unclear when it started, but some enthusiastic viewers have already begun acting as subtitle translators. 2 languages were displayed one after another, as if afraid Li Peiguang couldn't understand. Li Peiguang's face turned green. He never expected to be shown up like this before even stepping inside. Upon entering, the full view of the mansion left him deeply impressed. The decoration, layout, and facilities, everything outshone his villa. It immediately highlighted his inferiority. At that moment, Jiang Lin appeared on the screen with a calm expression, then waved at Li Peiguang. "Mr. Li, let's cut to the chase. I'm not one for beating around the bush." Jiang Lin said casually, "Have you brought enough cash?" "Don't worry, under my control, cash is no problem." Li Peiguang smirked arrogantly, having brought 10 billion in cash, enough for 10 rounds of hot pot. "Alright, let's get the roasted whole lamb started." Jiang Lin clapped his hands, and immediately, bodyguards carried 2 fully roasted whole lambs onto the table. The stands were massive, 2 meters wide and over a meter tall. The freshly prepared whole lambs were placed on top. "Alright, let us begin." Jiang Lin said casually, "My requirements aren't high. Just make sure the whole lamb is fully cooked." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and immediately, figures began to pour cash onto the ground beneath the roasted lamb. Soon, the cash piled up into a small mound, which was then set ablaze. Li Peiguang couldn't help but narrow his eyes at the sight. Goodness, how long will it take to roast such a large sheep? Just gathering this fire must have burned through a fortune. Just then, Jiang Lin spoke calmly from beside him. "Roasting a whole lamb requires precise timing. The fire must be strong. Therefore, the speed at which you add cash cannot be too slow." As he spoke, he saw over 20 bodyguards running back and forth, carrying cash toward the fire. Soon, towering flames rose into the air. Li Peiguang saw this and clenched his teeth tightly. Today, no matter what, he couldn't back down. He had to turn the tables. "Hurry up, burn it." In an instant, one figure after another began to pour cash onto the ground. Jiang Lin watched Li Peiguang busily at work with a cold expression. You like burning money, don't you? Then burn it all."
Chapter 163, The Treasure Appraisal Conference, Li Peiguan's ace in the hole, Yan Jinqing's memorial for his nephew. As the flames rose, half an hour later, Li Peiguan began to regret why he had exchanged all the cash for Xia Kingdom banknotes. If it had been the original currency, the amount would have been greater. But now, nearly 700 million had already been burned. However, the whole roasted lamb was barely halfway done. At this rate, his 10 billion in cash wouldn't be enough. Hurry, send someone to the bank to negotiate. I need cash, a lot of cash. Li Peiguan said anxiously. However, before he could finish, a woman beside him couldn't help but explain, Sir, the nearby banks can't come up with that much cash, and besides, it's already after hours. What? Damn it! Li Peiguan finally snapped out of it. This wasn't the big stick country. Here, the Li family couldn't possibly control everything. Oh, for heaven's sake. Li Peiguan was so angry he didn't know what to say. He never imagined that the scheme he had prepared to outmaneuver Jian Lin would be turned against him instead. 10 minutes later, Li Peiguan heard the worried voices of the female group members ringing in his ears. Master, the cash is all gone. Put. Li Peiguan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. 10 billion. That was 10 billion. He had spent 10 billion, only to lose to the other side. Watching the fire on Li Peiguan's side gradually die out, Jian Lin calmly cut a piece of meat from the roasted lamb. Mr. Li, care to try some? The words he had used to provoke Jian Lin earlier were now coming back to him. There's a proverb in your country, there's always tomorrow. Farewell. Li Peiguan turned off the live stream and hurriedly left. He couldn't bear to stay another moment. Ugh, this is so frustrating. Although he had left, the news about him online did not stop. In fact, it only grew more intense. Jian Lin, on the other hand, gained even more attention online due to this incident. Trending on Weibo. Headline news. Various forums. Almost everywhere you looked, there were reports of Heartbeat Brother crushing the Korean-style individuals. The entire Kanwon group capitalized on this opportunity to send their stock prices soaring. The Penguin group once again erupted in a heart-wrenching roar of anger. Failure. Another failure. However, Li Peiguan seems unwilling to give up. Soon, he began posting short videos online again. He claimed that after tasting the delicacies of the Great Xia Kingdom, he planned to explore their culture. Therefore, he plans to host an antique appraisal event. He brought out his years of prized collections, ready to show off. This news sparked another wave of controversy. A foreigner claiming to have obtained treasures from the Xia Kingdom was met with intense anger. Everyone began calling for Xing Daigu to bring out even more valuable treasures to overwhelm the foreigner. After all, following the previous incident, everyone was well aware of Jiang Lin's capabilities. An absolute tycoon. However, even if you're a tycoon, you still need to show your true strength in such situations. Therefore, while confident in Jiang Lin, there was still some concern. When it came to such a challenge, Jiang Lin naturally accepted it without hesitation. Mr. Jiang, should we find some top-tier national treasures to compete with that Li Peiguan? Ningyi called from Shanghai, unable to hide his concern. What's wrong? Do you have any news? Jiang Lin, upon hearing his tone, suspected he might know some inside information. Indeed, I heard that the Li family has previously made some purchases at domestic auctions, and they are particularly fond of collecting famous Chinese paintings and calligraphy, including many rare pieces that have already been acquired by them. Ningyi frowned and said, Mr. Jiang, should I reach out to some friends in the jade carving circle and ask them for help? No need. Jiang Lin shook his head. We're here to appraise treasures, not compete in auctions. There's no need to go to such trouble. For such matters, Jiang Lin had a cheat code to protect himself, so there was no need to worry. He believed that at the critical moment, the system would naturally intervene. Hearing the firmness in Jiang Lin's words, Ningyi could only give up. Time flowed by, and before they knew it, 3 days had passed. Over the past 3 days, Li Peiguan had gathered renowned appraisers and antique experts from all over. He spared no expense in hiring these experts. All for the sake of witnessing his own glory. After all, only these experts could convince the world. Only they could help him regain his lost ground. In the same Bihai Fangzhou, this time there was no hot pot, but instead gathered over a dozen domestic experts and scholars. Their expertise has been recognized by the industry. They are absolute authorities in their field. Li Peiguan held a highball glass with a faint smile. He had his reasons for doing so. Only domestic experts could convince the many online viewers. He was confident that in a competition over national treasures, Jiang Lin would definitely lose to him. Finally, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the live stream began. Jiang Lin arrived alone in his caravan. One grand entrance was enough, too much would be off-putting. Upon seeing Jiang Lin arrive, Li Peiguan immediately smiled and walked over to greet him. Mr. Jiang, you must have brought some top-tier national treasures to participate in the appraisal, right? However, Jiang Lin's words left him completely speechless. I didn't bring anything. You asked me to appraise treasures, didn't you? Why would I bring anything?
Jiang Lin looked at him calmly, asking with a puzzled expression.
Ah, is that so?
Li Peiguang paused for a moment before bursting into laughter.
Heaven is on my side. Heaven is truly on my side. He had originally thought Jiang Lin would respond with some clever trick, but instead, he came alone. Nothing at all. This is going to be interesting.
Mr. Jiang, I had assumed that you must have some treasured items at home, but it's a pity you didn't bring them.
That's truly a shame.
Li Peiguang smiled faintly. No problem.
Since Mr. Jiang doesn't have any, why don't you take a look at my collection? I guarantee it will open your eyes.
As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and suddenly two modified beauties dressed in cheongsam walked up, holding a scroll painting.
This painting was acquired at an auction last year. It's an authentic piece by a renowned calligrapher from your country, Xia.
Though I don't understand it much, I often hang it in my own bathroom for appreciation. Li Peiguang's casual words immediately caused all the netizens and even the experts to look stunned. A priceless treasure, yet he dared to keep it in the bathroom.
What an insult!
Whether it's a treasure or not, one must first appraise it to know.
An elderly expert couldn't help but snort coldly. If it's a fake, it's just a waste of money. That's right.
Nowadays, counterfeiting skills are so advanced that some foreigners with limited intelligence often get deceived. However, Li Peiguang paid no heed to the expert's words.
Whether it's genuine or not, you experts can tell at a glance. Bring it here. Swish.
A scroll of calligraphy and painting, neatly packaged, was unfolded. This scroll was not vertical but horizontal. It has been vacuum sealed to minimize damage from air oxidation.
All the experts gathered here today have one purpose: to authenticate the painting as a forgery. Thus, to humiliate this foreign young man who was flaunting his wealth.
However, when the entire scroll was unfolded and everyone saw the text on it,
they instinctively jolted in shock. A top calligraphy expert, after a moment of silence, spoke with a hoarse voice. Yan Jinqing's memorial text for his nephew?
Chapter 164, Tearing Apart a Painting Worth 1.2 billion, Triggering a Billion-Fold Reward.
What? Yan Jinqing's authentic work? That's impossible.
Hearing the master's exclamation, everyone rushed forward in unison. Yan Jinqing was a renowned calligraphy master of the Tang dynasty. He was one of the four great masters of regular script, alongside Zhao Mengfu, Lu Gongquan, and Ouyang Sun. He was also paired with Lu Gongquan as Yan and Lu, known as Yan's sinews and Lu's bones.
He created his own style, the Yan style, which had an immense influence on subsequent generations.
However, over 1,000 years have passed since his time.
Authentic calligraphy works by him are extremely rare.
This piece, the eulogy for his nephew, is a true treasure among treasures. Seeing everyone's reactions, Li Peiguang's face lit up with a smug smile. This calligraphy piece was purchased by me last year at a private auction abroad for nearly $12 billion. All of you masters or experts, please take a look and see if it is an authentic piece.
In fact, he had already had it authenticated by experts shortly after acquiring it. If it weren't genuine, why would he bring it out to show off?
The reason he said that was simply to get a definitive confirmation from the experts.
It's merely to flaunt his superiority in front of Jiang Lin. Numerous experts began a meticulous authentication of the painting.
However, the more they examined it, the more grim their expressions became.
Because this painting is genuine, absolutely genuine. Elegant and majestic, with a powerful and vigorous aura. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous.
An elderly expert slammed the table in admiration. Such a masterpiece by a renowned artist becomes more captivating the more one looks at it, leaving one utterly spellbound. The other experts around him couldn't help but nod in agreement, not disputing the authenticity of the piece.
Because this calligraphy was simply too exquisite. A forgery could never be replicated to this extent.
Seeing the expressions on the experts' faces, the online community fell completely silent. The genuine article, a masterpiece by a calligraphy master, actually exists in the hands of a foreigner.
Heartbreaking. Our ancestors' treasures are being hung in a bathroom.
He's mocking our national treasure.
What should we do? Can Heartbeat Brother help us? How can we help? It's an authentic piece. Should we just take it back? Wah, our ancestors' treasures. What should we do? As many netizens felt heartbroken, Jiang Lin followed the expert and took a look at the painting.
In truth, he didn't need to look closely to know that the painting was genuine.
If Li Peiguang dared to bring it out, how could he possibly bring a fake? That would be like slapping himself in the face.
Jiang Lin was now merely thinking about how to resolve this crisis under the genuine work of the other party.
However, the moment he glanced at the genuine piece, a voice as clear as heaven's music sounded. Ding! You glanced at a famous painting, triggering a trillion-fold critical hit. Reward, Yan Jinqing's mastery of calligraphy talent. Ha! Jiang Lin's pupils contracted.
He had anticipated the system's intervention. Originally, he had been thinking that the system might give him an identical painting, allowing him to claim that the other party's was a forgery.
But he never imagined that the system would give him a talent instead.
Yan Jinqing's mastery of calligraphy talent.
This is amazing.
In an instant, Jiang Lin felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, as if an electric current was flowing through him. Immediately, his mind was filled with new insights and experience regarding calligraphy. His fingers and palms seemed to undergo subtle changes. From that moment on, Jiang Lin had transformed into a true master of calligraphy. No, he was a calligraphy master just like Yan Jinqing. No, he was Yan Jinqing himself. At that moment, a gleam of determination flashed in Jiang Lin's eyes, and a plan formed in his mind.
Haha, Mr. Jiang, look, all the experts have already seen it. Why don't you come and appraise it as well? Li Peiguang enthusiastically invited Jiang Lin.
After looking at this one, I'll take it home and hang it in the bathroom to admire it further.
Really? Then I'll take a look too. Jiang Lin smiled and nodded, then walked over to the painting written in the Yen style.
The calligraphy is quite good.
Jiang Lin nodded and praised it earnestly. Haha, Mr. Jiang is indeed.
Li Peiguang hadn't finished speaking.
He saw Jiang Lin suddenly pick up the painting and sigh, "What a pity, you bought a fake one. TSK.
As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Lin, to the astonishment of everyone present, tore the painting to shreds.
What are you doing? No, that's the genuine article. It's ruined. What a waste of a masterpiece. The experts who had been standing by were so shocked they couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief.
No one could have imagined that Jiang Lin would casually tear such a precious painting into pieces. And not only that, but in the end, Jiang Lin actually pulled out a lighter and completely burned the entire painting to ashes.
Li Peiguang was completely dumbfounded. That was 12 billion. It was reduced to ashes by Jiang Lin in an instant.
After a moment, he suddenly snapped back to reality and glared at Jiang Lin with a dark expression. Mr. Jiang, you better give me a reasonable explanation, or else I won't let this go.
Explanation? Jiang Lin scoffed at the suggestion. I was helping you. You asked me to authenticate it, didn't you? Now I've told you it's fake and even disposed of it for you. You should be thanking me. Impossible. I spent 12 billion. How could it be fake? Li Peiguang couldn't help but shout angrily.
Besides, all your experts have already authenticated it and confirmed it's genuine.
That's right, Jiang Lin, you shouldn't be so reckless. An expert said sorrowfully, this is a treasure of our nation. No matter who holds it, it should not be destroyed.
Yes, once such an authentic piece is destroyed, it will be lost forever. After hearing everyone's words, Jiang Lin suddenly laughed coldly.
Authentic? What a joke. With such mediocre calligraphy, I could write 10 or 8 copies myself, and you actually consider it authentic? These words left everyone speechless. How dare you speak so boldly?
Jiang Lin, even though you are a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom, you shouldn't exaggerate like this.
This is Yen style, the calligraphy of Yan Jinqing. If it were that easy to write, it wouldn't be worth anything.
Li Peiguang, who was standing nearby, nearly burst out laughing.
I really don't want to kill you, but you're practically begging for it.
Seeing this, he couldn't help but speak in a deep voice. Alright, since Mr. Jiang is so confident, why don't you write it here on the spot for all the experts to appraise? If you can write characters of the same level as my calligraphy, I will believe you. Otherwise, we'll have to settle this in court. Saying this, he clapped his hands and called out, bring me ink and brushes.
Soon, a square table was set with a brush, an inkstone, and some calligraphy paper.
Originally, these items had been purchased by Li Peiguang merely for show, but now they unexpectedly came in handy. Seeing this, Jiang Lin smiled faintly.
Alright, since you want to see, I'll let you have a look. Chapter 165, a devastating blow to a 400 million yuan Tangchenipine.
As he spoke, Jiang Lin flicked his wrist, pulling a sheet of paper from the stack beside him. The entire memorial text for his nephew consisted of 234 characters, measuring approximately 20 centimeters in height and 70 centimeters in width. Since you want to see it, I'll write you an identical copy of the memorial text for my nephew. As he spoke, Jiang Lin grabbed a brush with one hand and began grinding ink on the inkstone with the other.
Seeing this, Li Peiguang couldn't help but sneer.
Alright, I'll see for myself if Mr. Jiang's calligraphy is truly as everyone claims.
Experts, keep your eyes open.
If anyone dares to speak a single word of falsehood, I, Li Peiguang, will not let it go. Just as he spoke, Jiang Lin flickered his wrist, and the tip of the brush plunged into the ink.
He then swept his arm across the Xian paper, beginning to write. Wei Qian Yuan Year 1. Year of the Earth Dog. September.
Zhengu, the first day of the month.
The third day, Renshin.
Jiang Lin's brush danced like dragons and snakes, his strokes as sharp as iron and as curved as silver hooks.
One by one, the bold and powerful characters emerged from the paper. Ah, Mr. Jiang, your words are too boastful. An old professor sighed deeply and instinctively looked at Jiang Lin's handwriting. Who dares to claim they can rival Yan Jinqing? Even in this day and age.
Before he could finish his words, he suddenly stopped abruptly. His pupils contracted, and his eyes widened to the size of a cow's.
It was as if he had seen something utterly unbelievable. Seeing this, an expert beside him couldn't help but speak up. Professor He, why did you stop mid-sentence? The yen style, though. Before another expert could speak up, they too abruptly stopped. At that moment, the experts, who had been deeply distressed, finally realized something was amiss. They all rushed toward Jiang Lin. Upon seeing this, everyone gasped in unison. Whoa! This is impossible. The thicker parts were robust and solemn, like the sound of a great bell. The finer parts were refined and powerful, like the autumn eagle in the wind. This is what he wrote. If it weren't for my own eyes, I would have sworn it was Yin Jinqing himself. The genuine article. This is the genuine article. Numerous experts were completely baffled. If it weren't for Jiang Lin's swift brushstrokes, they would have all believed it to be the genuine article. Yet Jiang Lin's brushwork was thousands of times more powerful than that of contemporary calligraphy masters. It was as if Yin Jinqing and Yin Jinqing were alive again. Li Peiguan, who had been gloating earlier, now had a changed expression. Though he wasn't an expert, he knew a thing or two. Just the composed and confident demeanor of Jiang Lin was enough to leave people in awe. Add to that the excited expressions and comments of the experts around him. Even if he were as foolish as he was, he could sense something was amiss. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Lin had written over 200 characters in one go. When everyone looked again, aside from the seal at the top, it was identical to a genuine work by Yin Jinqing. What do you think, Mr. Li? Is this feasible? Jiang Lin flicked his finger, tossing the brush aside. No, it's impossible. What you wrote is definitely different from mine. Li Peiguan couldn't help but say, that was the piece I spent 12 billion to auction off. At that moment, numerous experts began to speak up. Mr. Zhang's calligraphy is simply divine. It's exactly the same as the painting we just saw. Indeed, such a piece of calligraphy, if put up for sale, could fetch an astronomical price. Mr. Jiang is truly the reincarnation of Yin Jinqing. Hearing the experts' comments, Li Peiguan grew anxious. Impossible. You're lying. My calligraphy is the genuine article. I dare swear on my life that what Mr. Jiang wrote is identical to your painting. Exactly, I'll guarantee it too. Any expert who comes here won't be able to say a single word against it. I guarantee it too. I guarantee it too. Hearing so many experts vouch for it, Li Peiguan nearly fainted on the spot. So, does that mean he spent 12 billion on a fake painting? At this point, he had no way of contacting the auction house. After all, it had been authenticated at the time. He hadn't noticed, so he could only blame himself for hiring someone with poor judgment. Thinking about the 12 billion he had wasted, he felt like he had been outmaneuvered by Jiang Lin once again. A surge of anger welled up from the depths of his heart. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The son of the Li family, a man of such prestige, had been so enraged that he had coughed up blood. The female fans nearby gasped in shock and rushed to support Li Peiguan. Jiang Lin, who witnessed the scene, smiled faintly before turning and walking toward the exit. Before Li Peiguan, Jiang Lin stopped and said calmly, Mr. Li, the Great Xia Kingdom is not a place you should be in. Jiang Lin, you. Li Peiguan's vision went black, and he fainted completely. No one could have imagined that this livestream would end in such a manner. Li Peiguan had actually brought out a fake painting to save face, only to be exposed by Jiang Lin. This news had already dominated the entire internet. However, aside from Jiang Lin, the experts also knew the truth. That calligraphy piece was indeed an authentic work by Yin Jinqing. Yet, the calligraphy written by Jiang Lin was identical to that of Yin Jinqing. Under such contradictory conclusions, many experts were left puzzled. As fellow citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom, there was no reason to help an outsider. Speaking is an art. Every expert has proven that Jiang Lin's calligraphy is identical to Yin Jinqing's. However, none of them claimed that Yin Jinqing's calligraphy was a forgery. But Li Peiguan was unaware of this, which led to the current outcome. The next morning, Li Peiguan terminated the trip to the Xia Kingdom without any hesitation. Moreover, an online backlash against the 4-star group erupted. Jiang Lin's actions were tantamount to offending the entire 4-star group. Of course, he didn't care about that. After all, he had no plans to go to the Big Stick country, and within the country, the 4-star Li family's influence didn't extend that far. Ding! You wrote a calligraphy piece, triggering a billion-fold critical hit. Reward, a top-floor panoramic duplex mansion worth 400 million in Tangchenipin. Tangchenipin? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the critical hit notification to come so late. He had thought it was gone. But here it was, the next day, and the critical hit finally appeared. Jiang Lin was very familiar with this development. In Magic City, aside from villas and old mansions, Tangchenipin was the most renowned luxury residence. The average price per square meter for the entire Tangchenipin complex is at least 300,000 yuan. The penthouse on the top floor had even been inflated to an astronomical price of 400,000 yuan per square meter. Jiang Lin's unit was a large duplex on the top floor, spanning 2 floors and totaling nearly 1,000 square meters.
John Lin had originally planned to buy a house in Shanghai when he had the time. After all, he now has businesses across the country and can't keep staying in hotels everywhere he goes. Since the system had been so considerate as to give him one, he couldn't resist going to take a look. It's not that he can't write it, but he wants to write something more thrilling and explosive. The plot twists are already in place. The Penguin Group is definitely the main antagonist, and the matter with the Big Horse Group is still unresolved. The Lee family of the 4 stars is also a potential plot twist. So he is spending a bit more time on it. Please forgive me. Thank you so much. Chapter 166, Little Ma Zong's Wild Imagination, one of the most untouchable existences in history. Damn it! This Li Peguang is truly a Li Peguang. Little Ma slammed the tablet on the table with a thud. He had thought the other party might have a backup plan, but in the end, he was still outwitted by Jiang Linsho. Thud. The only person who dared to knock on the door while Little Horse was furious was Changyu. Come in. Little Ma saw Changyu walk in and asked, how about the information I asked you to look into? I found it. Changyu nodded and handed the documents to Xiao Ma Zong. You can take a look yourself. Xiao Ma opened the documents and couldn't help but narrow his eyes at the first glance. Mingdao Catering? This young man is also involved in the catering industry? However, before he could finish his thought, the information below startled him once again. King Real Estate? One of the top 3 real estate giants? His gaze swept downward, and the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. Qianzhou Platform. Jean Con Medical. Armani. Fiat? One name after another left Xiao Ma completely flustered. What the heck is this guy up to? How does he own shares in so many companies? Swipe. Xiao Ma suddenly looked up at Changyu and asked, do you know his background? Changyu frowned upon hearing this. I had people investigate his family background, but all we found was that he's from a rural area in northeast China. There's nothing special about him. Bull. That can't possibly be true. Xiao Ma Zong cursed angrily. Even a fool could tell that the other party's background couldn't possibly be that simple. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly laughed coldly. John Lin, do you really think you can deceive me with this fake identity? Humph, you're dreaming. He wasn't some naive fool. He knew full well that with so many shares backing him, John Lin's parents couldn't possibly be ordinary people. If he relied on himself? Even if he had started striving from the moment he was born, he couldn't possibly achieve such success. Therefore, the only possibility is that Jiang Lin's background has been deliberately concealed. Who could it be? Someone capable of crafting such a plausible identity for him? At this thought, Xiao Ma suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Ugh. After a moment, he exhaled deeply and said to Changyu with a hint of relief, Mr. Chang, withdraw all actions targeting Jiang Lin immediately. What? Changyu was completely baffled. Mr. Ma, haven't we already started transferring large sums of funds to prepare for a stock market attack on the 11 Group? The funds will be fully in place within 2 days at the latest. By then. Just as Changyu was enthusiastically explaining to Xiao Mao how to execute the plan. Before he could finish, he was rudely interrupted by Xiao Mao, who shouted, Shut up! You idiot! Is your head filled with crap? Can't you even figure out something this simple? Changyu was completely stunned by Xiao Ma Zong's sudden outburst. Changyu, oh my god. What did I do? What's going on here? Boss, aren't you the one who hates Jiang Lin the most? Seeing Changyu's expression, Xiao Ma, the boss, said with a look of disappointment, think about it. We've been fighting Jiang Lin for so long, have we ever won once? That rich second-generation kid from the big stick country, have you ever seen him lose? Changyu shook his head in confusion and blurted out, no, we haven't. Exactly. Xiao Ma suddenly felt like he understood everything. Look, the equity of our one group was acquired by him out of the blue, even I didn't know about it. And now, all the equity and assets he owns. Including that mansion. It covers almost every industry. How did he manage to do that? I have no idea. Xiao Ma couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking, give me a moment to think. What's his background? At least on the surface, he's just a senior in college. Unless he's a god, there's no way he could have accumulated so much wealth in such a short time. So what? Changyu looked at Xiao Ma with confusion. Boss, what are you trying to say? Slap. Xiao Ma Zong slapped the table with his hand. You're really as dumb as a rock. Background. Do you understand background? We've gone to such great lengths and still can't find out his background. What kind of background could be so astonishing that it can influence every industry and quietly handle everything? Changyu tilted his head and thought for about 3 seconds before suddenly realizing. He blurted out instinctively, oh, you mean his background is? Shoo. Xiao Ma Gu covered his mouth in a panic and said, do you want both of us to die? Or do you want our penguin group to be completely destroyed? Hearing this, Changyu felt his back drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, I almost offended a big shot. And a super big shot at that. Phew, Mr. Ma, I understand. Changyu hurriedly nodded. I'll immediately recall the funds.
We must not confront Jiang Lin under any circumstances. Xiao Ma, however, just gave him a blank stare. Withdrawing is a must, but that's not all. We also need to apologize. I think Jiang Lin already knows about our moves. Moreover, the background behind him might be watching us in the shadows. Observing in the shadows? Cheng Yu was once again left speechless by Xiao Ma's own. He felt he couldn't keep up with his boss's thinking. Perhaps that's why he's only a vice president, while the other guy is the boss. Observing our reactions in secret. Xiao Ma's own had completely given up on this foolish subordinate. It's highly likely they're waiting for our next move. If we don't meet their expectations, even the slightest deviation, we might face their swift and decisive action. Cheng Yu felt his legs trembling, as if he might be killed at any moment. What should we do now, boss? Investigate. Find out where Jiang Lin is. Once you have the opportunity, go apologize to him and do everything in your power to please him. Do you understand? Xiao Ma said solemnly. Alright, boss, I'll go check right away. Cheng Yu hurriedly nodded and dashed out of Xiao Ma's own office like a whirlwind. Seeing the other person leave, Little Ma finally exhaled deeply. Damn it! That nearly scared the life out of me. However, he couldn't help but smile. Luckily, I thought of that. If we handle this well, it might even lead to better opportunities for the company. Jiang Lin, of course, had no idea that in Xiao Ma's imagination, he had already been promoted to one of the most untouchable beings in history. At that moment, he had just stepped off the helicopter and arrived at the penthouse of Tangchenipin. Chapter 167, Your life is mine, let alone your body? Mr. Jiang, the property rights for this place have been transferred to you. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me. The property manager spoke to Jiang Lin with great respect. Just moments ago, he had personally witnessed the man step out of a helicopter worth $20 billion. Someone who could casually use a $20 billion helicopter as their personal vehicle was undoubtedly the most powerful resident in the entire complex, without a doubt. Of course, what was even more important was that this property manager had personally witnessed Jiang Lin's stunning victory over Li Peiquang. Now, even middle-aged men like him couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of admiration for Jiang Lin. Alright, thank you. Jiang Lin responded with a smile. You're welcome. It's my honor to serve you. The property manager nodded with a smile. Well, Mr. Jiang, I won't disturb you any further. Goodbye. Goodbye. After seeing the other person off, Jiang Lin strolled around the entire Tangchenipin complex. He made his way to the top floor, the rooftop. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could see the beautiful scenery of the city. Even the river in the distance was clearly visible. The view was incredibly expansive. Though not as spacious as a villa, this height was something a villa simply couldn't match. Jiang Lin sighed in admiration, then prepared to head to the Wenwen group to check on Wening Xue. But just then, he suddenly let out a soft exclamation. HM? Is there someone there? Jiang Lin's eyes narrowed. On the bridge over the river, he could vaguely make out a figure. The reason Jiang Lin noticed her was because she was climbing up onto the bridge railing for no apparent reason. And she was sitting on the railing. Sitting there like that was way too dangerous. Jiang Lin muttered to himself, but suddenly realized. No. She's going to jump. In an instant, Jiang Lin realized that there was no reason to go up to the bridge railing. This was clearly an attempt to jump into the river. He took a quick step and rushed toward his helicopter. Hurry up, take off. Someone's trying to kill themselves. The pilot hurriedly took off, and the hummingbird helicopter flew directly toward the bridgehead Jiang Lin had mentioned. Estimated distance, the bridgehead was approximately 20 kilometers from Jiang Lin's Tangchenipin residence. At the helicopter's speed, it wouldn't take more than 5 minutes to reach the location. Luo Ziyun stood up from the bridgehead with a blank expression, one hand gripping the railing, the other staring at the rushing river below. Is this really my life? At just 22 years old, is this how it ends? Inside her, it felt like two voices were battling it out. What's the point of continuing? Would I be sent away like a piece of cargo? But if you really leave, what will happen to the family? The entire family might be ruined. Ruined? What does that have to do with me? If I die, everything loses its meaning. Right. Dead, and it's all over. Then die. Luo Ziyan looked down at the river below, and finally, despair became the last straw that broke her heart. So she let go. Splash! Her body, like a free bird, soared through the air. The sound of wind whistled in her ears. Hum. And what was that sound? It's loud, like a helicopter? In the Magic City? There's a helicopter? Luo Ziyan found it odd and instinctively wanted to investigate this strange phenomenon. But it doesn't matter. Plop! Her body plummeted into the river. Just then, another splash echoed through the air. Luo Ziyan felt herself take a few mouthfuls of water. Then, she was suddenly pulled out of the water by a strong arm. The person pulled her out of the water. Luo Ziyan struggled to open her eyes and saw a helicopter flying swiftly away into the distance.
Back on the top floor of Tangchenipin, Zhang Lin held onto the rope with one hand and lowered the girl who had jumped into the river with the other. If I hadn't trained in Jeet Kune Do, I probably would have died if I had just rappelled down. Zhang Lin thought to himself. Fortunately, he acted quickly and arrived in time. In the end, he managed to save her. After lowering her, he finally had time to take a closer look at her. It was a beauty. Put. She was a super beauty. She had a slender figure and snow-white skin. Her eyebrows were arched like willow leaves, and her lips were thin and delicate. She looked like a fairy from a painting, or perhaps the beloved Lin Dayu from a classic novel. Though she didn't speak, simply sitting there exuded a sense of delicate beauty. Zhang Lin looked at her and couldn't help but ask softly, "Hello, what's your name?" "Luo Ziyun." "You're completely soaked. Would you like to change your clothes?" Zhang Lin noticed something off about her expression and couldn't help but comfort her. "There's nothing that can't be overcome. If you're facing any difficulties, feel free to tell me." Luo Ziyun suddenly looked at Zhang Lin and asked abruptly, "Why did you save me?" Why?" Zhang Lin was taken aback. "I didn't think that much. I just saw you about to jump into the river, so I went to save you. Can I spend the night with you?" "Put." Zhang Lin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Girl, your mind jumps so fast. I was just trying to comfort you, and now you want to sleep with me?" Zhang Lin cleared his throat. Miss, your emotions might be a bit unstable. I think you should go change your clothes first, or you'll catch a cold." Zhang Lin pointed to the stairs beside him, intending to tell her to go that way. But who knew that when he turned around, she pounced on him like a starving wolf. "What the hell? Are you serious? Aren't you Lin Dayu? Is that how wild Lin Dayu really is inside?" "Girl, you're crying. Don't cry." "I have to cry. Oh my goodness, I've never been afraid of anyone in this regard, okay?" The two of them rolled down from the rooftop to the stairs, from the stairs to the bedroom, and from the bedroom to the living room. They rolled around for nearly 2 hours. They rolled around until both of them were dizzy and disoriented. In the end, they returned to the bedroom to rest. "Do you know why I did that?" Luo Ziyan leaned against Zhang Lin's shoulder and suddenly asked. "Why?" "It was to thank you for saving my life." "And then?" "Now that you've saved my life, I can die in peace." As she spoke, Luo Ziyan suddenly jumped off the bed and attempted to jump out the floor-to-ceiling window. Fortunately, Zhang Lin acted quickly and pulled her back. "What are you doing? I've already repaid you. Let me die." Luo Ziyun struggled desperately, like a wild kitten. "No, I can't just watch you die," Zhang Lin said seriously. "You can't stop me. My body is my own." Luo Ziyun continued to resist. Zhang Lin's expression darkened in an instant, and he coldly snapped, "I saved your life. Your life belongs to me, let alone your body?" Chapter 168, Arranged Marriage? "Then I'll make a big deal out of it this time. My life is yours?" Zhang Lin's words left Luo Ziyun speechless. Even her physical struggles grew weaker. Seeing this, Zhang Lin knew there was hope. This stubborn girl needed a special approach to be persuaded. He decided to let her go. He spoke coldly, "Humph, do you think you're still free? You're not. At the moment you saw death, you had already died. Without my intervention, you would have certainly perished. But I appeared and saved you." Zhang Lin snorted coldly. "What do you mean, saved? Saving you means giving you a new life, letting you live again. Since you've been reborn, your life naturally starts anew. And I am the one who granted you life." "You seem to have a point." Luo Ziyun suddenly spoke up. "Then, am I supposed to call you master from now on?" Zhang Lin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. How could this girl be so stubborn? Well, if she weren't stubborn, she probably wouldn't have done something as drastic as jumping into the river to commit suicide. "Alright, when it's just the two of us, you can call me that. But normally, just call me Zhang Lin, or boss is fine too." "Alright, master." Luo Ziyan seemed to have found her anchor, her entire demeanor relaxing compared to before, no longer dwelling on suicidal thoughts. "Alright, now you can tell me why you wanted to kill yourself." Zhang Lin leaned against the bed and couldn't help but ask. Luo Ziyun's eyes flickered, though she didn't want to say it, she seemed unable to refuse. "I was born into a very wealthy family." Luo Ziyun began to explain. "My father was very ambitious and had been working hard in the entertainment industry. After accumulating his first fortune, his business grew larger and larger. Finally, he set his sights on the film and television production industry. Soon, my father connected with the then prominent Canwan Group and acquired a large number of IPs for development." Zhang Lin couldn't help but glance over in surprise. Canwan Group? He never expected it to be connected to him? The production, post-production, and overall execution of the IP adaptations were highly successful. Luo Ziyun suddenly sighed softly. However, she hadn't expected that. In recent times, the Canwan Group had suddenly changed ownership, causing the Penguin Group to halt all operations related to the Canwan Group's copyrights. In other words, the films we were originally supposed to exclusively stream on the Penguin video platform can't be streamed at all.
Can't be aired? 1T, you try other platforms? John Lin couldn't help but ask.
The contract we signed with Penguin was extremely stringent. They hold the final say, and without their approval, we are not permitted to stream on any other platform.
Luo Ziyun sighed wryly. But how does that have anything to do with you committing suicide?
John Lin was confused.
Even if someone were going to commit suicide, it should be your father, right? Why would it be your turn?
Because the Luo family is in crisis, my father's first thought was to find a wealthy ally.
Luo Ziyun explained, this man from the Great Power Kingdom is a childhood neighbor of our family.
He now runs a yacht business there and is very successful, with assets exceeding several billion. They proposed that if I marry their only son, they will provide us with 300 million in funding to remake other works.
Hearing this, Zhang Lin finally understood why Luo Ziyun had attempted suicide.
It all boiled down to two words: arranged marriage. Through an alliance, they aimed to help the entire family weather the storm. And Luo Ziyao was the sacrificial pawn in this alliance. Don't think such arranged marriages only exist in TV dramas. In real life, powerful families often use this method to form alliances or to seek assistance. However, Luo Ziyun had a stubborn temperament, which is why she chose such an extreme solution.
So you thought of suicide?
Zhang Lin couldn't help but say, that is a sign of weakness.
Luo Ziyun shook her head.
If I don't do this, the entire Zhong family will come to my 22nd birthday party tomorrow and force me to engage to that wealthy second-generation heir I don't like in front of everyone.
Zhang Lin's eyes flickered as he asked, so, what are you going to do now?
Me?
Luo Ziyun fell silent for a moment.
I'll refuse his engagement at the birthday party tomorrow.
But then, your family might be ruined.
Zhang Lin reminded her.
I can't care about that anymore. Luo Ziyun shook her head. My life is now in your hands.
I can't possibly do anything that would involve being with another man.
Sigh.
Zhang Lin sighed softly, then reached out and pulled Luo Ziyun into his arms.
Silly girl, I was just joking with you. Your life is your own, no one can take it away from you.
But since we were destined to meet and ended up together by chance,
then I have a responsibility to resolve your issues. Don't worry, I'll be there for tomorrow's birthday party. Hearing Zhang Lin say this, Luo Ziyun felt a surge of emotion welling up inside her.
She had always believed that he merely saw her as a tool, a slave. But now she realized that he had never intended to harm her from the start.
At that moment, Luo Ziyun had already come to regard Zhang Lin as the only man in her life.
She didn't want her man to suffer any injustice or harm. So she shook her head.
No, you can't go.
Why? The Zhong family is far too powerful, you won't be able to help him even if you go.
Zhang Lin laughed suddenly after hearing this. Silly girl, you must have forgotten where we are.
He opened the map app on his phone, which showed the real-time location. Zhang Lin placed it in Luo Ziyun's hands.
Luo Ziyun instinctively looked down and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What? This is Tangchen Yiping?
She never would have imagined that the other person actually lived in the most luxurious mansion in Shanghai. At that moment, she suddenly remembered that the other person was the one who had flown in by helicopter. She looked up abruptly and saw Zhang Lin smirking as he pinched her chin. Since you're worried that I'm not a match for that Zhong family, I'll make a big show of it this time.
Still the same old saying. Chapter 169, damn it, is your mother-in-law someone you can tease? Make a big deal out of it?
No, you'll just provoke the Zhong family.
Luo Ziyun couldn't help but say worriedly.
Zhang Lin saw her reaction and knew she was worried about him.
Don't worry, little girl. Just dress up nicely tomorrow and go to your birthday party. The rest is up to me.
No, but. Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow, cutting her off.
There's no but.
Zhang Lin feigned anger and said, remember, you're all mine now, so obey me.
This.
All right. Luo Ziyun heard this and immediately lost her temper. Given your behavior just now, I must punish you. Zhang Lin said sternly.
All right, how do you want to punish me?
Luo Ziyun said resignedly. Hit you. Zhang Lin said, then pushed the other person to the ground in one swift motion.
If you've done something wrong, you have to be punished.
However, his method was rather unique.
It was very rhythmic. 9 light hits, followed by 1 heavy one.
Enough to make her scream in pain. After an hour of beating, Luo Ziyun was in such agony that she curled up on the bed, unable to move. She realized that although she had only known Zhang Lin for a very short time, she seemed to be growing increasingly dependent on him.
Is this what love feels like?
Luo Ziyun murmured to herself, and suddenly a long-lost smile of happiness appeared on her face. Seeing this, Zhang Lin finally felt at ease. He guessed that the girl's heart had finally been set free.
Oh, right. What are you going to wear tomorrow?
Zhang Lin suddenly remembered that he had saved her from the water.
And she was wearing casual clothes, which weren't suitable for a birthday party.
Me?
I can go home and get something. Luo Ziyan blurted out instinctively, but I don't want to go home. She still harbored some resentment toward her family's decisions. Alright, then I'll find someone to make you something appropriate. Zhang Lin said as he dialed Armani's number. They should also make evening gowns. If we ask the Shanghai branch to rush it, they should be able to make it in time. But if we're going to make a big deal out of it, how can we make it really grand? Just as Zhang Lin was deep in thought, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! You punished Luo Ziyan once, triggering a 10 billion-fold critical hit. Reward, a set of Cullinan series diamonds worth 6 billion, already distributed nearby. The system really does whatever it wants. Zhang Lin got up, put on his clothes, and went downstairs. At that moment, he noticed a square jewelry box had mysteriously appeared on the coffee table in the living room. Zhang Lin instinctively opened the jewelry box and was immediately stunned to see 5 pigeon egg-sized pale blue diamonds, along with a pile of sparkling smaller diamonds. So many? Zhang Lin sucked in a sharp breath. He had never seen so many diamonds before. However, upon realizing they were worth 6 billion, he felt somewhat relieved. With these diamonds, Zhang Lin's lips curled into a smile. This was definitely a sure thing. He made a call and instructed the Armani store in Shanghai to send someone to collect them. He planned to have all these gems embedded into the other party's evening gown. He was confident that the Armani designers would do an excellent job. With the diamonds taken care of, Zhang Lin finally felt completely at ease. But he felt it wasn't enough to be sufficiently flashy. He immediately made another call and instructed Ning Yi to handle a matter. After giving his instructions, he saw Luo Ziyan coming downstairs wrapped in her nightgown. Are you looking for something? She couldn't help but ask. Ha, I'm having someone make you a formal dress. Zhang Lin smiled. A formal dress? That's probably too late. Luo Ziyun was a bit surprised. There were less than 24 hours left, and she felt it was a bit risky. Don't worry, if I say it's possible, it will be possible. Zhang Lin smiled indifferently. Even if it's not enough time, it'll be enough. She was a bit confused by Zhang Lin's words, but since he said it would be fine, she could only follow his lead. Before she knew it, night had fallen. Luo Ziyun, who hadn't returned home yet, had already received a call from her family. Although she strongly opposed the matter, she still agreed to attend tomorrow's birthday party. This finally put her family at ease. The entire Luo family was hosting a lavish banquet on the rooftop of the Shangri-La Hotel, inviting prominent figures to make this birthday celebration exceptionally grand. For only in this way could they honor the son of the yacht magnate from the Great Power Kingdom, Zhong Shifeng. The next evening at exactly 5 o'clock, the night sky had yet to descend over the entire metropolis. However, the rooftop of the Shangri-La Hotel was already bustling with activity. Countless delicacies, red wine, and champagne were laid out on the rooftop. Luo Yongping, the head of the Luo family, dressed in a suit, stood at the entrance with his wife, Mrs. Luo. They were welcoming one after another of the city's elite to this birthday celebration. Mr. Li, it's been ages. Mr. Liu, please come in, please come in. Director Zhang, has your new film wrapped up? Ha ha. While greeting his wife and guests, Luo Yongping couldn't help but frown inwardly. Honey, didn't our daughter say she'd come? Why isn't she here yet? Mrs. Luo couldn't help but ask quietly. How should I know? Luo Yongping snapped angrily. That stubborn girl. If she dares not come today, I'll skin her alive when she gets back. Husband, can you please calm down? Look at how scared our daughter is. Mrs. Luo heard this and immediately grew displeased. Upon hearing this, Luo Yongping also composed himself slightly and sighed softly. You know our family's current situation. If this goes wrong this time, the Luo family is finished. Mrs. Luo's expression also grew somber. If she hadn't been forced into it, who would willingly send their daughter to marry a man she barely knew? Never mind. Feng Gongzi is here. Upon Mrs. Luo's reminder, Luo Yongping suddenly looked up and saw a young man in a striped suit, his face covered in scars, surrounded by 7 or 8 bodyguards, walking toward them. Luo Yongping stepped forward with a smile and said, Cousin, it's been ages. You look so elegant and dashing. Ha, Uncle Luo, hello. Though what you said is true, there's no need to flatter me so much. Zhong Shifeng smiled smugly, not giving Luo Yongping a second glance. Luo Yongping's embarrassment flashed across his face, then he pulled his wife over and introduced her. Come, this is your Aunt Luo. She even held you when you were a child. Oh my. Zhong Shifeng's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise her. Auntie, you're so beautiful. I never expected someone your age to still be so full of charm. I bet Uncle Luo is a lucky man. Mrs. Luo's lips twitched at the remark. If it weren't for the fact that the Luo family needed their help, she would have slapped him across the face. What the hell? Is your mother-in-law someone you can tease? Chapter 170. Why do I feel like there's a field of green grass on top of my head? Luo Yongping's face darkened. You dare to flirt with your mother-in-law in front of your father-in-law? He was furious, extremely furious. But he held back. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head.
This scene fell into Zhong Shifeng's eyes, and he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, sneering to himself.
Humph. It seems the Luo family is in big trouble.
As a wealthy second-generation heir, although he was arrogant and domineering, he hadn't lost his mind. On the contrary, Zhong Shifeng was very clever. His few words were merely deliberate.
Such humiliation would have driven anyone else to snap.
However, Luo Yongping and his wife managed to hold their ground. This made Zhong Shifeng fully aware of the situation.
Today, not only is Luo Ziyun mine, but the entire Luo family is also mine. He smirked arrogantly, then quickly composed himself and looked at Luo Yongping and his wife with a gentle expression. Uncle and Auntie, where's Ziyun? Why isn't she here?
Mentioning Luo Ziyun made Luo Yongping feel awkward.
The main character isn't here yet. However, he couldn't say much at the moment, so he explained, Ziyun is picking out a dress.
You know, she's so nervous about meeting you that she doesn't even know which dress to wear.
She insisted on going out to have one custom made. Zhong Shifeng couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. No problem, haha. Actually, I haven't seen Ziyun in years either.
I miss her so much.
Okay, let us go. Uncle will introduce you to a few guests first. You can chat with Ziyun when she arrives.
Zhong Shifeng nodded. Since they were already here, he wasn't in a hurry. Luo Yongping, to show his respect for Zhong Shifeng, directly pulled him to the front of the stage. He turned on the microphone, and his voice echoed throughout the entire rooftop.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening.
As soon as Luo Yongping's voice rang out, all the guests below immediately focused their attention on him.
Tonight is my daughter's 22nd birthday banquet. Thank you all for coming.
Mr. Luo smiled, adding that he also wanted to use this opportunity to hold a grand engagement banquet for my daughter.
Wow!
As soon as he spoke, a round of applause erupted from the crowd below. Most of the guests had already heard about it beforehand. They were not surprised by this. At this point, Mr. Luo pointed to Zhong Shifeng beside him and said, Now, let me proudly introduce to everyone my future son-in-law, the young master of the Zhong family from the great power nation, a top-tier yacht manufacturer with assets worth billions. Zhong Shifeng. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Clap.
A thunderous round of applause erupted, causing waves of astonished murmurs to sweep through the crowd.
Yacht manufacturer? A wealthy family. The Luo family has found a powerful ally they're going to turn their fortunes around.
Yeah, but he doesn't look that great.
In a wealthy family marriage, who cares what you look like?
Exactly. Amidst the buzz, Zhong Shifeng took the microphone and said with a calm smile, Thank you all for attending my engagement banquet.
However, I must clarify one point.
The assets of the Zhong family have already surpassed the 9 billion mark yesterday. This statement left everyone even more stunned.
90 billion. That's almost 100 billion. $100 billion family. An absolute tycoon family.
Looking at the stunned faces around him, Zhong Shifeng felt like he had reached the pinnacle of life. In his daily life in Dali Kingdom, he often mingled among the sons of billionaires. He always acted like a sycophant, being constantly shown up by the others. Now, among these nobodies, it was his turn to finally feel superior. This moment made Zhong Shifeng can't help but become obsessed with this feeling. No wonder the wealthy enjoy flaunting their wealth, because only when you show off to those below you can you truly savor the expression on their faces, which brings the greatest sense of satisfaction. Only then can you truly appreciate how glorious your success is.
He casually raised his hand, silencing everyone.
I know that everyone here is aware of the crisis facing my future father-in-law, the Luo family. But today, with me, Zhong Shifeng, here, these will no longer be an issue. He paused for a moment, then continued, From the moment our two families, the Luo and Zhong families, unite, my Zhong family will unconditionally invest 300 million yuan to support the Luo family's business operations.
As his words fell, the entire audience erupted into thunderous applause.
Sure enough, the Luo family had been revived. Luo Yongping's heart was finally at ease thanks to Zhong Shifeng's words. The Luo family's crisis was resolved. And all of this was thanks to this future son-in-law. Thinking of this, Luo Yongping no longer held a grudge against Zhong Shifeng for his previous offense. On the contrary, if anyone dared to disrupt this alliance now, he would likely fly into a rage and kill them. After the applause died down, Zhong Shifeng smiled faintly and continued, Of course, cooperation is for the future.
Today, however, is my big day. Therefore, to demonstrate my sincerity, I will present my fiancée, Luo Ziyun, with my engagement gift.
Saying this, he raised his hand, and someone immediately brought the box forward.
Clang!
Without a needing to speak, the bodyguard opened the box and turned it toward the audience. Inside the box lay a dazzling diamond ring.
The diamond in the ring was almost as large as a pigeon's egg. And its quality was exceptional. It was clearly no ordinary piece. Wow! This diamond ring is huge. It's definitely the size of a pigeon's egg. That's right, I saw a similar one in the store before. It was the store's prized possession, priced at over 10 million.
This diamond ring was carefully selected by me in Dali Kingdom.
Zhong Shifeng smiled faintly and said, I think it suits Zi Yuan perfectly. As for the price, it's not that expensive, just under 2 million. Whoa! 2 million? That's so rich. Yeah, no wonder they're from a wealthy family, they start with millions. Seeing the envious glances from everyone around him, Zhong Shifeng felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. Originally, he hadn't planned to bring out the gift at this moment. But after putting on a show earlier, the feeling was addictive, and he just couldn't stop. At that moment, he suddenly realized, damn it, I brought out the diamond ring. But the main guest hasn't arrived yet. At that moment, he couldn't help but look at Luo's own beside him. Uncle Luo, please invite Zi Yun up now. I want to put this engagement ring on her finger myself. However, Mr. Luo was just as confused. Where am I supposed to find her? If I knew where she was, wouldn't I have brought her here already? Seeing the awkward expressions on Mr. Luo and his wife's faces, Zhong Shifeng instantly realized something was wrong. Damn it, could it be that Luo Ziyun ran away from the wedding? If that's the case, it would be a complete embarrassment for him. In an instant, Zhong Shifeng's expression darkened. Just as he was about to explode, suddenly, the sound of a helicopter roared in the sky. Everyone looked up in shock to see a helicopter hovering above the Shangri-La Hotel. Where did that helicopter come from? Who is it? Could it also be Zhong Shifeng's arrangement? This is getting a bit out of hand. Just as everyone was discussing the situation, whoosh! A red silk ribbon, dozens of meters long, suddenly dropped down from the helicopter's cabin door. It resembled a flowing ribbon. The next moment, everyone was startled to discover a figure was descending from the helicopter, holding onto the red silk ribbon. This figure, dressed in a suit, stood tall and elegant, handsome and dashing. With a single release of his hand, he descended gracefully from mid-air. Of course, this alone was not enough to shock the crowd. What truly stunned them was that in the arms of this handsome man was a stunningly beautiful figure dressed in an evening gown. The woman clung tightly to the figure descending on the rope, her evening gown's long train swaying in the breeze. It was as though a divine couple had descended from the heavens. There was no more extravagant way to make an entrance. Upon seeing that figure, Mr. Luo and his wife immediately turned pale, for the woman in the evening gown was none other than their own daughter, Luo Ziyun. Zhong Shifeng's face turned so dark it seemed like it could rain. Damn it, why do I feel like there's a field of green grass above my head? Chapter 171, a black diamond card, not much inside, exactly 10 billion. Suddenly, amidst the roar of the helicopter, Zhang Lin and Luo Ziyun descended from the sky. Even now, Luo Ziyun was still in a daze. It had been too thrilling. She had never even ridden a roller coaster in her entire life. And now she was rappelling down from the sky. Of course, this was thanks to Zhang Lin's exceptional physical strength. Otherwise, most people would have fallen straight down as soon as they stepped out of the helicopter. This entrance was stylish and cool. It completely blew everyone away. The two who landed walked down the red carpet. At that moment, those who had just recovered from the shock saw Luo Ziyun's evening gown and were once again stunned. Me, I can't believe it, there are so many diamonds? What? Those are diamonds? I thought they were glass. Damn it, does glass have that kind of texture? But, diamonds? They're way too big. They're bigger than pigeon eggs. Everyone stared at Luo Ziyun in disbelief. Her body was completely covered in diamonds. The snow-white chiffon evening gown on her chest was adorned with dazzling diamonds. The necklace around her neck, made of 5 pigeon egg-sized diamonds strung together, made her look like a princess. At that moment, everyone suddenly remembered a question. A single pigeon's egg diamond was worth 20 million. How much must the 5 of them be worth? The thought had barely crossed their minds when a knowledgeable expert gasped in awe. This is the Cullinan Diamond series? My goodness, 5 of them? Could they be from the royal family? What? Royal family? That's right. The world's largest diamond is known as the Cullinan Diamond. The original stone weighed a total of 310,675 carats, was pure and transparent with a faint blue tint, and was the size of an adult man's fist. It is the highest grade of gem-quality diamond. The expert instinctively explained, this diamond was later acquired by the British royal family, who had it cut into 9 large diamonds and hundreds of smaller ones. 4 of them were set into the royal crown. The remaining 5 were stored away for future use in jewelry. Each of these 5 diamonds weighs at least nearly 100 million pounds, totaling 1 billion. Add to that the smaller diamonds on her body, and the total value likely exceeds 60 billion. My goodness? A diamond gown worth 60 billion? Everyone was utterly stunned. Even the couple standing at the front, Luo Zong and his wife, and even Zhong Shifeng were stunned. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes and glance at Zhang Lin. He never imagined that someone would come to disrupt his engagement banquet. Moreover, this opponent seemed to have a rather prestigious background. A gift of a wedding dress worth 60 billion? Compared to that, his own engagement ring was nothing but trash. A strong sense of humiliation welled up in Zhong Shifeng's heart. At that moment, Luo Ziyun had already pulled Jiang Lin over to stand beside Luo Zong and his wife.
Dad, Mom, let me introduce you to my boyfriend, Jiang Lin. The moment those words left her mouth, the entire room erupted in chaos.
Holy crap, this is going to be interesting. Here comes a fiancé for an engagement, and instead, the fiancé shows up with her boyfriend.
What the hell kind of plot twist is this?
It's straight out of a TV drama, isn't it?
At that moment, almost all the audience members looked up at Zhong Shifeng's head.
Sure enough, they saw a sea of green grass.
Luo Yongping heard this and his anger flared up. This was the opportunity he had been preparing for so long.
He couldn't let his daughter ruin it like this. Nonsense. Ziyun, come here immediately. Luo Yongping couldn't help but snap. Do you know what today is? I know it's my birthday.
Luo Ziyun replied directly, but, Dad, I absolutely refuse to agree to engage to this Zhong Shifeng.
You good for nothing. Luo Yongping roared angrily. Do you know what you're doing?
As he spoke, he raised his hand, instinctively reaching out to slap Luo Ziyun across the face. However, at that moment, Jiang Lin reached out and pulled Luo Ziyun back behind him.
Mr. Luo, right? He spoke calmly. My name is Jiang Lin. Ziyun and I are truly in love. Please don't stand in our way. Love? Ridiculous. Do you know anything about the Luo family? You dare to talk about love with me? Luo Yongping sneered and was about to speak.
However, he heard Jiang Lin raise his hand.
The Luo family's crisis, is that it? This is a black diamond card.
There isn't much in it, just 10 billion.
Uncle Luo can take it for now to handle the emergency. I think it should be enough to resolve the Luo family's crisis, right? 10 billion? Upon hearing this, Luo Yongping was speechless. Who exactly is this Jiang Lin? He just handed over 10 billion so casually? Damn it, with this 10 billion, wouldn't the Luo family be completely revived?
In comparison, Zhong Shifeng only offered 3 billion that looks a bit meager. If Zhong Shifeng knew what Luo Yongping was thinking, he'd probably be so angry he'd spit blood.
300 million is stingy? This won't do.
I've already promised the Zhong family. Luo Yongping still has his own bottom line.
If he really agrees, wouldn't he become an opportunist? And how would he explain it to the Zhong family in Dali Kingdom later?
However, before he could finish speaking, Mrs. Zhong suddenly spoke up.
Haha, there's nothing wrong with that. She took Jiang Lin's bank card and said with a smile, although today is the engagement banquet, it should still be centered around my daughter's birthday celebration.
Whether it's Mr. Zhong or Mr. Jiang, you can both do as you please.
Mrs. Zhong was overjoyed.
This Jiang Lin was not only handsome but also wealthy.
Moreover, judging by her daughter's expression, she clearly liked him very much.
Plus, at the beginning, Zhong Shifeng had been so disrespectful to her, so she had already disliked him.
Mr. Zhong, don't get angry.
With your abilities, you can compete fairly with this Mr. Jiang.
After all, the Zhong family is also a prominent clan. You should at least have that much courtesy, right? Zhong Shifeng's face turned pale upon hearing this. What grace are you talking about? Are you trying to make me look like a fool? You clearly agreed to me, and now you're pulling this on me? Now you want me to be the gentleman?
At that moment, he felt utterly depressed.
But he couldn't leave. Because if he left, he'd lose. Not only had he been betrayed, but he'd also been taken away by someone else.
So, Zhong Shifeng forced a smile that was even more painful than crying. Alright, then I'll see just what kind of background this Jiang Gongzi has.
Jiang Lin glanced at him with a cold expression and said, My background? You're not worthy to know. You.
Zhong Shifeng was so angry he felt like he was going to spit blood. However, Jiang Lin paid no heed to his reaction. He had come today to make a grand entrance. Uncle, Auntie, I only found out yesterday that today is Ziyun's birthday, so I didn't have time to prepare a gift. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed the number.
As soon as the call connected, Jiang Lin spoke in a calm tone, Let's begin.
As he finished speaking, amidst the puzzled glances of the crowd, a burst of fireworks erupted across the entire sky of Magic City. Please don't associate this with a real location. This is the parallel world's Magic City, where fireworks are allowed. Chapter 172, The Ocean Symphony, a luxury cruise ship worth 14 billion.
Boom!
With a deafening roar, the first fireworks burst into the sky above the city.
However,
before anyone could speak, the fireworks acted like a fuse, instantly igniting the entire sky above the magical city.
Boom! Boom! Swish! Crack! Countless fireworks erupted across the city sky.
At that moment, everyone still at home, outside, in shopping malls, schools, offices, and various other places all looked up in unison. They all looked up toward the sky above the magic city. The sky, which had just grown dark, was now completely illuminated by the fireworks. A kaleidoscope of colors shone brightly. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but wonder. What on earth was today? What could possibly be causing so many fireworks to light up the sky above the metropolis? At the rooftop of the Shangri-La Hotel, Luo Ziyun was so captivated by the sight that she couldn't tear her eyes away.
She never could have imagined that Zhang Lin's birthday gift to her would be this. All show and no substance. But it was too dazzling. So dazzling that she couldn't tear her eyes away. Not only him, but every single person in the audience, including Luo Ziyun's parents, was utterly stunned. Even her rival, Zhong Shifeng, was stunned at that moment. How many fireworks did that take? Covering the entire Magic City, it must have been going off for nearly an hour. Finally, as everyone watched with reluctance, the fireworks in the sky began to fade away. The entire Magic City once again fell into silence. At that moment, Luo Ziyun had unconsciously snuggled into Zhang Lin's arms. Zhang Lin looked at the beauty in his arms and couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to watch some more?" Luo Ziyun didn't speak, but nodded instinctively. Zhang Lin chuckled softly, "There's nothing we can do. It's impossible today. I've booked all the fireworks in the city." Everyone who heard this couldn't help but shiver inwardly. How many fireworks are there in all of Magic City? Reserved? That must be over 100 million. Or even hundreds of millions. Goodness, is this guy running a printing press? Spending money like water, it's utterly extravagant. Zhang Lin finally smiled modestly at Mr. Luo and his wife, uncle and auntie. "We didn't prepare any proper gifts. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Please don't laugh at us." Luo Yongping's lips twitched slightly, and he smiled awkwardly. "I've never seen such fireworks in my entire life. If this gift isn't good enough, there's nothing better to give." Mrs. Luo, standing beside him, was even more direct. She closed the jewelry box that Zhong Shifeng's bodyguard was holding. She then smiled and said, "We appreciate your kindness, but this gift is too valuable for us to accept." All right. That one sentence has already made her intentions crystal clear, hasn't it? The unspoken meaning was clear. Wasn't this just helping Zhang Lin? Good, good. Zhong Shifeng repeated the word good 3 times. "Uncle Luo, I know the crisis facing the Luo family ultimately stems from the issues with the Penguin Group." He changed the subject abruptly and brought this up. "I had planned to host a yacht party tomorrow, where I would invite the leaders of Penguin Group's video division to negotiate the contract issues on behalf of the Luo family." Upon hearing this, Mr. Luo was immediately shaken. That's right. No matter how much we talk, it's all because their TV shows and movies can't be exclusively streamed on Penguin Video. If this issue could be resolved, the Luo family wouldn't just be out of crisis. Instead, it would usher in even greater development. If they could capitalize on this opportunity, the Luo family is actually a wealthy family worth billions. In that case, it would be far more valuable than Zhang Lin's 10 billion. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. This principle is something Luo Zong understands all too well. Seeing the change in Mr. Luo's expression, Zhong Shifeng immediately smiled. He said calmly, "He who tied the bell must untie it. My family has been in the yacht business for years and has naturally come into contact with many high-ranking officials from Penguin Group. Therefore, I believe that with our family's strength, they will still give us some face." However, Zhong Shifeng didn't finish his sentence before he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhang Lin. The meaning was already quite clear. "If you want me to help you, that's fine. But you must resolve the current issue first." Zhong Shifeng was well aware that to truly secure Luo Ziyun, there was no more direct approach than targeting her family. Seeing the other's gaze, Luo Ziyun fell into silence. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they could seize it and resolve this issue, that would be great news for the Luo family. But if he were to prevent Luo Ziyun and Zhang Lin from being together, that would mean facing financial difficulties. If Zhong Shifeng failed to handle it properly later on, wouldn't that mean losing both the person and the money? People are inherently selfish, and someone like Luo Yongping, who had worked so hard to climb to his current position, was selfish to the extreme. Zhang Lin could see through Zhong Shifeng's intentions. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't bother. But after all, Luo Yongping is Luo Ziyun's father, and as her man, he couldn't just ignore it. So, when the other party hesitated, he suddenly laughed lightly. "All right, since Mr. Zhong plans to host a yacht party, that's perfect. I happen to have one as well. Let's join in the fun." "You have a yacht too?" Zhong Shifeng raised an eyebrow and spoke instinctively. "Of course, it was just delivered, and I haven't had a chance to inspect it yet," Zhang Lin said matter-of-factly. Comparing yachts with my yacht-owning family? You must be joking." Zhong Shifeng sneered inwardly. When it came to yachts, he dared to say that there were few second-generation rich kids in the world who could challenge him. "All right, since that's the case, I'll make you look foolish tomorrow." With that thought, Zhong Shifeng smiled lightly. "All right, since Mr. Jiang is willing to grace me with your presence, I'll gladly accept the challenge. Goodbye." Saying this, Zhong Shifeng turned and left with his bodyguards. The gathering was out of the question. He had to find a place to vent his frustration now. This is way too frustrating. Seeing Zhong Shifeng leave, Luo Ziyun suddenly looked worriedly at Zhang Lin. "How could you be so foolish? He comes from a yacht-building family. Their pride lies in building yachts, and not just any yachts, but top-of-the-line luxury yachts. How could you possibly compete with him?" Zhang Lin heard this and gently rubbed Luo Ziyun's little nose. Don't worry, my yacht will probably scare him to death. Zhang Lin remained so calm because, at the very moment the fireworks ended, the system had already notified him. Ding! You set off a fireworks display, triggering a 100 billion-fold critical hit. Reward, 1 luxury yacht, the Ocean Him, valued at 140 billion. Chapter 173, the world's top private yacht, the Ocean Him. As for the Ocean Him, Zhang Lin only had a vague understanding. However, from the system's assessed value alone, it was clear how extraordinary the Ocean Him was. 140 billion, exceeding $20 billion in value. Moreover, the system's evaluation isn't the market price but the cost price. Therefore, if it were actually sold, it might even reach 200 billion. A top-tier cruise ship worth 200 billion, just hearing that number is enough to make one's head spin. After the birthday party ended, Zhang Lin specifically looked up some information. What he found was shocking. The Ocean Symphony is a top-tier cruise ship manufactured by the Caribbean Company. Its construction cost nearly $2 billion, with a displacement of 168,000 tons. It features 16 passenger decks and can accommodate 4,180 guests. It is equipped with 2,090 cabins, the largest and most advanced double-occupancy cabins to date, each featuring an industry-first virtual balcony offering scenic views. As a world-class cruise ship, its hull measures approximately 348 meters in length and 41 meters in width, equivalent to 32 double-decker buses end-to-end, 3.5 football fields, or 5 of the world's largest aircraft, the A380. Every single figure is enough to send a shiver down your spine. This truly highlights the sheer scale of this cruise ship. Additionally, through meticulous planning, the cruise ship has departed from the southern waters of the Great Summer Kingdom and is expected to arrive in the waters outside the Magic City around 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Let's go! We should head over there now. Zhang Lin couldn't wait to explore his own cruise ship. Fortunately, he has a helicopter, so he can come and go as he pleases. The helicopter took off, and Zhang Lin headed directly toward the southern seas. Before long, the next day arrived. After Zhang Shifeng returned, he had already communicated with his father. He reported the matter of encountering a formidable competitor. Upon hearing this, his father flew into a rage. Therefore, he spared no effort to leverage his extensive connections and arranged for the company's most luxurious and impressive top-of-the-line yacht to be dispatched to provide support. With his father's support, Zhang Shifeng felt a sense of relief. That evening, dressed in a luxurious tailcoat, he stood calmly on the deck of the yacht, waiting for all the guests to arrive. The guests who arrived were actually the same group invited to the Luo family's birthday banquet. After all, such an opportunity to gossip about the elite was not common. Especially when it came to a high society marriage, it was even more rare. Therefore, when the invitations were sent out, not a single person declined. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the entire sea was shrouded in silence. Except for the pier, which was brightly lit. One by one, the figures of those attending the gathering began to appear. When they saw the yacht prepared by Zhang Shifeng, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with astonishment. Is this the Nichigo, one of the world's top 10 luxury private yachts? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. My goodness, I heard it cost a whopping $200 million. $200 million? That's 14 billion. That's way too expensive. Zhang Shifeng must have really splurged. This time, Jiang Gongzi's yacht will probably be outshone. That Zhang Lin looks familiar to me. I think he was the rich second-generation guy who was live streaming online before. Now that you mention it, I do remember him. Didn't he beat up that rich kid from Big Stick Country until he couldn't even show his face anymore? Yeah, that's him. His power is immense. I'm not sure who'll come out on top yet. Not necessarily. I haven't heard that Zhang Lin has ever bought a yacht. Think about it, if he really had a top-tier luxury yacht, wouldn't it be all over the internet? That makes sense. I only know he has a 1 billion yuan supercar and a 50 million yuan Lamborghini. Luxury cars are easy to buy, but yachts are a different story. Besides, even if he's rich, building a yacht takes time. As everyone was discussing, the entire Sunrise yacht roared to life and set sail toward the open sea. On the yacht's deck, Zhang Shifeng had turned the area into the main venue for the party. In addition, the yacht features 82 rooms, a basketball court, a movie theater, and a wine tasting room, among other recreational facilities. It was truly luxurious to the extreme. Moreover, Zhang Shifeng had arranged for the head of the video division of Penguin Group to arrive by speedboat around 8 o'clock. That would be the highlight of the entire party. Luo Ziyun is wearing the diamond-encrusted evening gown custom made for her by Zhang Lin tonight. With little to no need for any additional adornments, simply standing there would make her the center of attention. However, despite this, Luo Ziyun was still distracted at that moment. Because Zhang Lin had not shown up yet. At that moment, Zhang Shifeng walked over from a distance, holding a glass of champagne, looking smug. Uncle and Aunt, are you satisfied with the yacht's surroundings? Zhang Shifeng asked with a smile. Yes, we're satisfied.